March 2, 2019 at the former Muyi Technology Company in Wu City, Longhua. Tian appeared at the entrance of the Muyi Technology Company office building. At 1.68 meters tall with a slightly thin frame, he looked small and helpless at this moment. Rubbing his reddened eyes, Tian took a deep breath and stepped into the office building, the property that once belonged to his family's company. Tian, this is the share transfer contract your father signed. Keep it safe. Alas, I never expected that old Mu right after signing the share transfer contract would. On his way back. At the top floor of the office building, a seemingly respectable middle-aged man handed the company share transfer contract to Tian, whose eyes were bloodshot. Tian took the contract, his voice hoarse and low. Thank you, Uncle Gong. Sorry for the trouble. Gong Hao said with a sorrowful face. You're welcome. Your father and I were friends for many years and also business partners. Helping handle the company's affairs afterwards is only natural. Tian nodded, his voice joking. Then I'll go handle my father's funeral arrangements first. I'll come to see you, Uncle Gong, when I have the chance. Gong Hao replied with a fake smile. Fine, Uncle Gong welcomes you. If you ever want to work, you can come to the company's research institute. I welcome you anytime. Tian would definitely come back to see Gong Hao again. The day before his father's accident, his father had called him. Although Muyi Technology Company was suffering heavy losses, it had just made a breakthrough in the research and development of new battery technology. There was no way his father would have sold the shares of Muyi Technology to the Japanese at this moment. Moreover, selling this 35% stake for a ridiculous 5 million was simply unreasonable. The matter was full of irregularities, but he had no power or influence now, and he did not dare to raise any rash questions. Otherwise, the next ones to get into trouble might be him and his mother Wu Xiao. What he needed to do now was to remain patient and keep his head down, first take care of his father's funeral arrangements and look after his mother. 3 days later, on the expressway back to Huang City Province, Tian was driving a Yachty attentively. In the passenger seat, Wu Xiao sat haggard with grief, holding a funeral urn. The 5 million yuan from the sale of shares of Muyi Technology was transferred to Wu Xiao's bank card on the second day after Tian went to collect the contract. But Wu Xiao only wanted Muyi, the man who had been with her for nearly 30 years. Mom, I will find out the truth of this matter. I absolutely won't let Dad die with no clear explanation. Tian stared ahead with determined eyes and a firm tone. Wu Xiao looked up at Tian, tears welling in her eyes. Tian, I don't want you to take risks. Don't act impulsively. I can't afford to lose you too. The Japanese colluded with Gong Hao and we can't find solid evidence. If you go investigate and they discover it, they may harm you. How am I supposed to live then? Seeing his mother's tearful and worried face, Tian knew it was not the time to discuss this, so he fell silent and continued to drive carefully. Shengli Village, Xinhua Township, Yang County, Huang City, Tian's hometown. As a lamp goes out when a person dies, so a fallen leaf must return to its roots. This was Muya's wish. With the help and organization of village chief Mu Guoxing, Tian and Wu Xiao along with some relatives in the village held a simple funeral for his father. After burying his father alongside his grandparents and ancestors, Tian and his mother Wu Xiao planned to settle down in Shengli Village for good. Away from scheming and the noise of the city, Tian let his mother rest and he began to clean the house himself. Although the Muyi family had become well off, they never forgot their hometown. They had always helped develop its economy and earned the love of the villagers. Tian's old house had been rebuilt a few years ago, so it was almost new, just a little large and tiring to clean. During the spring festival this year, their family of 3 had spent the new year here. What happy times those were. The seed of revenge had been planted in Tian's heart. He was convinced that Muya's car accident was deliberately caused. With anger burning inside, he wiped the table with much more force. At this moment, in a dimensional space invisible to Tian, a man and a woman were blocking the path of a white-bearded old man. The 3 beings had been fighting for a whole day and night, and now they were all resting to regain their strength. You two get out of the way at once. You have violated the treaty of the Cosmic System Alliance. I will take the little system you two created together back for trial. The white-bearded old man shouted sternly. Tisk, as expected of the leader of the System Alliance, you always speak with such self-righteous sanctimony. The young man laughed. Lord Alliance leader, you'd better go back. My daughter has already bound herself to a host. She is a system that already has an owner. The woman also laughed. You. This is simply unfilial treason. The Cosmic System Alliance will be thrown into chaos because of you. Don't worry, Lord Alliance leader. My daughter is very well behaved and doesn't need the Alliance to provide any support or help in her growth. Humph, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your hosts are powerful. I will handle this fairly. The old man flicked his sleeve, knowing that the matter was settled. He could only observe how things developed. Perhaps he would still cause some trouble behind the scenes. At this moment Mu Tian was vigorously wiping the window frame when the sharp corner of the window cut his finger. Hiss with a sharp pain, he drew back his hand to inspect it. Blood welled up quickly and dripped onto the floor. As luck would have it, from the dimensional space invisible to Mu Tian a small bead flew out, and exactly at that moment a drop of his blood fell onto the bead. Ding, system binding in progress. Binding successful. The Happy Life system is now at your service. The small bead turned from formless to tangible, floating in front of Mu Tian, shimmering with a faint glow, strange and eerie in the twilight room. System. System. It was that random and lucky. Just wiping a window and shedding a bit of blood led to binding a system. Yes, host. This system aims to bring happiness to living beings. Only when living beings gain happiness can this system grow. Below is a detailed introduction of this system. A translucent light screen appeared before Mu Tian listing the rules and rewards of the Happy Life system. In short, if people use the products or technologies provided by the system and feel happy, the system will gain the happiness it needs to grow. And Mu Tian could enjoy the dividends brought by selling products or technologies, a true win-win situation. The user-friendly part was that the Happy Life system had no system tasks. Mu Tian didn't have to exhaust himself to meet KPI requirements or become a system tool and lose his own sense of happiness. The system's voice came again, now distributing the beginner's gift pack for the host. Please check and accept it. There was even a gift pack. This was Mu Tian's first time binding to a system. He was excited and nervous, his mind a little slow to process. From the bead floated out something like a child's eyeglasses, drifting slowly in front of Mu Tian. The beginner's gift pack was just a child's eyeglasses. It was Earth-time March 4, 2019, and web novels were already widely popular. As a top student, Mu Tian rarely read web novels, but he had still heard of systems which his roommates talked about all the time. Usually when a system binds to its host, it gives a beginner's gift pack that helps the host rise to greatness and become a god or saint. But when it was Mu Tian's turn, the gift pack was just a child's eyeglasses. How perfunctory was that? Mu Tian immediately raised an objection. Hey system, why is this the beginner's gift pack? Is there anything else? Hearing that Mu Tian seemed to dislike her beginner's gift pack, a soft, gentle voice sounded beside his ear. Host, do you dislike the beginner's gift pack I gave you? But Nuonuo really only has this to give you. I was just born and this was a birth present my mother just stuffed into my hands. Who's talking? Mu Tian's hairs stood on end in an instant. A soft, sweet voice echoed once more in Mu Tian's ear. I am your system. My parents call me Nuonuo. Nuonuo had initially intended to continue communicating with Mu Tian in that emotionless, mechanical tone. However, Mu Tian's immediate disdain for the only treasure she could offer made her feel utterly wronged, and she could no longer keep up the act. This was a gift her mother had just given her, and she hadn't even had a chance to play with it herself. The suspended little bead transformed into an adorable 1-year-old looking little girl who floated before Mu Tian, leaving him utterly incredulous. Composing himself, Mu Tian saw the grievance in the little girl's eyes and softened his tone. Thank you, Nuonuo. I didn't mean to look down on your newbie gift. It's just that it doesn't seem suitable for me to use. After all, it's so miniature that I can't even wear it. Since it's the first gift from your mother, you should keep it. We'll be good partners from now on. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nuonuo shook her head and explained, host, that's not necessary. This is my gift for you. But you don't need to worry about not being able to use it. It can transform into various styles of glasses, not just a child's pair. Hearing this, Mu Tian's curiosity was piqued. He took the floating glasses and asked, so how does it change its appearance? Nuonuo chewed on a tiny index finger, pondering for a moment, then said, host, just picture the kind of glass. Mu Tian visualized the glasses he was currently wearing, and to his amazement the child's glasses in his hand instantly morphed into an exact replica of his own pair. Well, since he already had a system, the fact that the glasses could shapeshift didn't seem too far-fetched. Mu Tian took off his own glasses, put on the pair Nuonuo had given him, and everything before his eyes became instantly incredibly clear. Nuonuo continued her introduction. These glasses have many functions. You can communicate with them using your brainwaves. They can explain the material composition of all things and can appraise and evaluate the value of anything. They can also perform a certain degree of evolutionary deduction on technology, not to mention simpler functions like predicting the weather or human emotions. In short, there are many functions and you'll need to explore them yourself, host. With each function, Nuonuo described, Mu Tian's heart pounded with increasing intensity. Black technology glasses, truly they couldn't be more black. With these glasses, even without the little system Nuonuo, Mu Tian could rise rapidly without a doubt. Thank you, Nuonuo. From now on you don't have to call me host. You can call me Mu Tian or just call me brother. Mu Tian felt that being addressed as host created a sense of distance devoid of any intimacy. Hee hee, then I'll call you brother from now on. I have a brother now, I'm so happy. A joyful smile bloomed on Nuonyuo's face, her expression radiating pure bliss. In the void of the dimensional space, the young man and the woman watched their daughter getting along so well with Mu Tian and finally felt a sense of relief. Xiao Shui, let's go. Staying away from our hosts for too long isn't good for them. What's there to fear? They're probably lost in their own little world right now. I can't bear to leave Nuonyuo just yet. Let me watch for a little while longer, Brother Jing. Alright, a little longer. But once we go back we need to prepare everything for little Nuonyuo. That pair of glasses she gave was almost rejected by that guy. Poof. That Mu Tian simply doesn't recognize true value. That's the divine mirror. With his current spiritual power at best he can only analyze technology from a level 1 civilization. Exactly. What an ignorant fool. Our own hosts are just about to reach the pinnacle of power in the universe, so they don't need the divine mirror anymore. Otherwise how would it ever fall into the hands of someone like Mu Tian? Alas, my poor daughter. Other systems are bound to powerful beings from the moment they're born, but she has to go to a low-level cosmic plane and bind herself to an ordinary person. Xiao Shui, it's all my fault. I failed in my campaign to become the director of the Universal System Alliance. Brother Jing will have our chance again. Come on, let's go back and stock up on treasures for our daughter. We can't have her being looked down upon by her useless host. They watched for a long while before reluctantly departing from that cosmic plane. Mu Tian had grown quite familiar with Nuonyuo by now. Nuonyuo told Mu Tian about her origin, showing great trust and closeness towards him. When she heard that Mu Tian's father might have been murdered, her little face flushed with anger. I'm sorry, brother. I was just born recently, so I'm still very weak. Once I grow a bit stronger I will definitely help you avenge this. It's alright, Nuonyuo. With your help I'll be able to get to the bottom of this in no time. For now we'll bide our time and build up our strength. Let's stop chatting for today. Nuonyuo needs to go to sleep. Mother said I need to sleep a lot to grow up fast. Alright, we'll talk more when you wake up. Mu Tian watched as Nuonyuo transformed back into a small bead, which then shot into his brow and vanished without a trace. The world was truly wondrous. Mu Tian felt that even though he hadn't transmigrated, he had by a stroke of fortune managed to bind with a little system like Nuonyuo. After Nuonyuo left, Mu Tian abandoned his cleaning and began to study the various functions of the black technology glasses. Wooden table material, Siamese rosewood. This wood is relatively hard, rich in oil and resistant to corrosion. Estimated value approximately 5800 yuan. Range wood estimated value 3000 yuan. Extraction efficiency is above average. Technical optimization possible. Optimization details as follows. Lianxian laptop performance is above average. Component breakdown and optimization protocols are as follows. Huawei smartphone contains various optimizable components. Technical details as follows. Contains the Xiaoyi Smart program, which can be evolved into a mid-level AI. Code as follows. Mu Tian was so engrossed in studying the glasses on the upper floor that he didn't even notice when the wound on his hand had healed. It wasn't until it grew dark outside and Wu Xiao called him down for dinner that Mu Tian snapped back to reality. With these glasses I can build a powerful tech conglomerate. However, starting a conglomerate requires a massive amount of startup capital, not something a mere 5 million can accomplish. I'll need to think of other ways to make money. Let's see if I can predict futures and stocks. If I can, things will be much simpler. If stocks and futures don't work, my only other options are to go to Yun province to hunt for jadeite rough stones or try my luck at the antique street for hidden treasures. Mu Tian washed his hands, pondering his future path as he headed downstairs for dinner. The large 3-story countryside villa felt incredibly vast and silent at night, with just him and Wu Xiao in it. Even their footsteps echoed through the empty halls. After a quick dinner, Mu Tian and Wu Xiao each retreated to their own rooms to rest. Their rooms were adjacent to each other on the first floor. Back in his room, Mu Tian took a quick shower, then put on the black technology glasses, sat down at the computer he had already booted up and downloaded a stock trading application. Earlier, Mu Tian had asked Wu Xiao for her stock and futures account credentials. After logging into the stock account, he saw there was still over 2 million yuan that hadn't been withdrawn. The futures account also had a balance of over 1 million. It seemed Wu Xiao was quite bored at home and had been dragged into stock trading by her close friends. She was practically a seasoned stock market veteran. After logging into his stock trading account, Mu Tian began testing whether his high-tech glasses could predict stock market trends. The high-tech glasses emitted a prompt: accessing network information requires internet connection permission. Would you like to connect to Earth's network? The glasses were quite intelligent, though he wondered just how advanced they were. Earlier, when he used them to scan various objects, there had been no interactive prompts. Permission granted. How intelligent are you? Earth's network is far too primitive.
Based on my previous master's classification of artificial intelligence and Earth's own definitions, I qualify as a highly advanced AI.
I see. Since you're so formidable, I'll call you Xiao Meng, after Meng meaning mighty. What do you think? Thank you for naming me master. I am honored to serve you. Strangely, Mu Tian detected a hint of joy in Xiao Meng's tone. Xiao Meng, can you trade stocks and futures automatically? That way I won't have to watch the computer all day. Of course. This is child's play. I could crash the US stock market overnight and make you a trillionaire.
No, Xiao Meng, you're too powerful for that.
This account belongs to my mother.
If her balance suddenly ballooned, everyone would know what happened.
Capitalists worldwide would have us physically eliminated. Don't worry, master. No one can trace it back to you or your mother. Trust my capabilities. Let's not. Right now you're like our trump card.
If the US truly provokes us someday and we have the means to protect ourselves, then we'll talk about crashing their markets. Starting tonight, just earn about $10 million per night and stop.
Also make sure the records show some wins and losses. Sigh, so troublesome. Fine, you're the boss. Call me boss from now on. Master doesn't sit right with me. Alright, boss. I'll get to work.
If you're tired, go to sleep.
Leave the rest to me.
The trading interfaces on the laptop began scrolling rapidly.
The account balance was fully deployed, buying into multiple stocks at once.
Half an hour later, the account's initial $400,000 had grown to over $1 million. This was with Xiao Meng exercising extreme restraint, otherwise it could have doubled again.
Watching the process, Mu Tian found it profoundly dull.
He didn't understand trading, and observing Xiao Meng's operations made him drowsy.
Yawn. Xiao Meng, I'm going to bed. Is it okay if I leave the glasses on the desk? Absolutely. I can control this internet-connected computer from anywhere on Earth. Go to sleep, boss. Let me, this relentless trading machine, continue to toil away.
Where did you learn these internet phrases? Did you just browse the entire Earth's network?
Earth's network is so small. I've already scanned everything and I've uncovered quite a few secrets. Yawn. I'm not interested in other people's secrets.
Compile them into a document and save it on the computer.
I'll read it later. Mu Tian yawned repeatedly, his eyes growing heavy.
He had driven for hours, arranged his father's funeral, and cleaned the house this afternoon.
He was exhausted. Document created. It's on the desktop. Go to sleep, boss.
Mu Tian took off the glasses, placed them on the desk, and headed to bed.
While Mu Tian slept, Nua was on a video call with her parents. Nua, take out the things I sent you one by one. Don't take them all out at once. Okay, Mom, I understand. But brother is very kind to me and I really like him. Your father sees your host as weak and he can't stand anything about him. Nonsense. It's you who dislikes him. Nua, your father is not so petty. I won't look down on brother.
I'll help him grow stronger so we can become powerful together.
Sigh. I wonder why I gave birth to such a naive daughter. The family call ended shortly after.
Nua began sorting and cataloging the treasures her parents had sent her within her system space.
If Mu Tian knew that Nua possessed a massive system space filled with treasures, he'd be too excited to sleep.
From this night onward, the US stock market and international futures would encounter a mysterious trader, one who bought and sold with precision, evading pitfalls and amassing fortunes nightly.
Unbeknownst to Wu Xiao, as she slept, the funds in her stock and futures accounts were snowballing.
Meanwhile, in an upscale club in Wu City, Gong Hao was entertaining delegates from Neon Country. The club was owned by Neon nationals, allowing Gong Hao and his guests to speak freely without worry.
Mr. Gong, when can the company's new battery enter mass production?
Once the technology matures, our Keisha Corporation needs to roll it out across our global factories.
Mr. Kusada, according to Dr. Chow's estimates, mass production technology will be ready in about 3 months. Yash. Excellent.
It's all worth it for the trouble we went through to eliminate the thorn in our side, Mu Yi.
Indeed.
Mu Yi was foolish, he didn't recognize the situation. Had he agreed to Keisha Corporation's investment, he could have enjoyed a life of luxury.
Yash. Well said, Mr. Gong.
As the ancient dragon country proverb goes, a wise man submits to circumstances.
Our people have confirmed that Muya's son and wife have returned to their hometown. You can rest easy now. Ha ha. Indeed.
Our plan was flawless.
I can finally relax.
What they didn't know was that Xiao Meng, having learned of Muya's family situation, had hacked into Gong Hao's phone.
Their entire conversation was recorded and saved onto Mu Tian's laptop. But Mu Tian was too exhausted and indifferent to secrets, so he went to sleep missing the recording. Xiao Meng didn't bring it up either, allowing Mu Tian to rest properly first. If Mu Tian had known his enemy was identified, he wouldn't have slept a wink. That would have been bad for his health. Xiao Meng's consideration was both thoughtful and caring.
The next morning birds chirped incessantly outside and a neighbor's rooster crowed punctually.
Mu Tian threw off the thin blanket covering his face, feeling disoriented as if still dreaming.
He had just submitted his graduate thesis and planned to surprise Mu Yi at home, only to receive the devastating news of his father's death.
Mu Tian explained the situation to his advisor Yang Weiguo, who granted him leave to return home and handle his father's funeral.
Now Mu Tian awaited his advisor's notice for the thesis defense.
If all went well, he would officially become a master's graduate from Wu City University by the end of June. Good morning, brother. Nua's voice echoed in Mu Tian's ear as she materialized holding a small baby bottle.
The bottle contained nourishment generated from the happiness Mu Tian experienced the previous night while using the high-tech glasses, nourishment that helped Nua grow. She had transformed it into milk for consumption.
Good morning, Nua. Brother, do you need my help today? Probably not. I'll just stay home and sort out my thoughts, planning my next steps. Okay, I'll go back to sleep then. Alright, go ahead. Mu Tian needed to find direction in his bewildering life. He couldn't drift aimlessly.
As Nuo returned to the system space to continue sleeping, Mu Tian began his morning routine of washing up. Wu Xiao had risen early and prepared breakfast, waiting for Mu Tian to come downstairs to eat. She then went to visit relatives in the village to clear her mind. After freshening up, Mu Tian savored the steamed buns Wu Xiao had made and donned his high-tech glasses to check the returns from his stock and futures investments.
A single glance was enough to elicit a shocked exclamation.
Overnight he had earned over $10 million.
Xiao Meng was truly formidable. Boss, there's a recording I think you should listen to. Xiao Meng, having finally awaited Mu Tian's awakening, was eager to play the recording it had gathered concerning Mu Yi. A segment of audio began to emanate from the laptop's speakers. Initially Mu Tian paid it little attention. It wasn't until the speakers in the conversation began discussing Mu Yi that Mu Tian realized the parties involved were actually Gonghaoan individuals from the land of the rising sun. The phrase "a wise man submits to circumstances" was a notorious line often uttered by traitors in wartime dramas, making it highly distinctive. A surge of overwhelming hatred welled up from the depths of Mu Tian's heart. The steamed bun in his hand was crushed into crumbs by his clenched fist, scattering onto the floor. Gong Hao. Those people from the land of the rising sun. Mu Tian's voice tore through the air, echoing throughout the house. Fortunately, Wu Xiao had gone to the village to visit relatives, otherwise she would have shared the same burning vendetta against those individuals. It might even cause her blood pressure to spike dangerously, leading to fainting or more severe health issues. Boss, the leader of the foreigners, is named Kusada Kazuo, and the names of his dozen or so accomplices are also recorded in a document. Xiao Meng's voice sounded again in Mu Tian's ears. Good. Very good. Excellent. Xiao Meng, I owe you this time. You've allowed me to know my enemies in advance. Boss, it's my duty.
Although Mu Tian yearned to rush back to Wu City and strike down Gong Hao and Kusada Kazuo's group, his strength was insufficient and his physique was frail. How could he possibly seek revenge? For the first time, Mu Tian felt the profound irony of the saying, "A scholar is useless," directed squarely at himself. Reason, he must maintain reason. After taking deep breaths for a long while, Mu Tian's emotions gradually stabilized. Revenge was inevitable, but now was not the time.
He lacked the power.
With Nuo's assistance, Mu Tian knew the opportunity for vengeance would soon arrive.
Boss, while I cannot aid you in physical revenge, I can inflict a significant loss on the Jusang company in the stock market. The confident Xiao Meng volunteered its services. It was daytime in the Dragon Kingdom and the US stock market was closed. Xiao Meng, feeling bored, decided to have some fun in the Japanese stock market instead. Alright, go ahead and do it. I'll start collecting some interest.
Soon a flood of negative news about Jusang company appeared on Japanese websites, all gathered by Xiao Meng through its surveillance of the company's employees.
These negative reports included allegations of superiors assaulting female employees, employee embezzlement, leaders misappropriating public funds, and financial fraud at branch offices. Hampered by the negative news, Jusang company's stock began to plummet.
Short sellers and institutions, spotting the opportunity, struck decisively and mercilessly.
At Jusang company's headquarters, the reaction was swift. Its president Murakami Noya launched into a furious tirade against all his subordinates at the morning meeting. Baga.
If you cannot resolve this crisis, you can all resign voluntarily. Immediately dismiss everyone involved and have them sent to prison.
Murakami-kun, I believe the one who could gather so much of our internal intelligence must be our old rival. Indeed, Murakami-kun, we need to find our mole.
This time we also need to save our stock. Murakami-kun, please request the boss to allow us to intervene and stabilize the market.
The boss has already acted. Your task is to immediately find the mole and deal with all those involved. Hi. Online discussions about Jushang Company were quickly suppressed and the company hastily issued a denial. However, the effect was minimal. It was obvious to anyone that they were merely burying their heads in the sand. It wasn't until a massive influx of capital entered the market to counter the international short-selling funds that the farce gradually subsided. By the time the afternoon market closed, Xiaomeng had profited nearly $1 billion from Jushang Company's stock, employing a reckless 50-fold leverage to amass its fortune. Xiaomeng always managed to enter and exit the market one step ahead of everyone else, impossible to trap or trace. After calming his nerves, Tian sat in the small pavilion in the courtyard beginning to plan his next moves. 3 pressing matters lay before Tian, each requiring careful consideration to establish a clear sequence and approach. Firstly, the personal safety of himself and Wu Xiao was paramount. He had no intention of following in his father Mu Ye's footsteps. Secondly, he needed to return to school in May for his graduation defense. This wasn't urgent, he could simply go back to Wu City University then. Thirdly, he needed to start a company, deciding where to establish it, where to find talent, and what the first product would be. The capital to start the company was already available, and even if it wasn't quite enough, Xiaomeng would continue to generate substantial profits from the US stock market in the coming days. It's best to set up the company in town. Why travel far? Good wine needs no bush. If we have a great product, won't it naturally become a sensation? Regarding safety, we'll just have to hire bodyguards. As long as we offer enough money, we can attract top-tier professionals. As for talent, there's plenty at Wu City University and its graduation season. Once the company is registered, we can go recruit. For the first product, we need to figure out what can bring people happiness. Nuonuo needs happiness to grow. Tian pondered deeply, strategizing step by step. He had begun to think independently, for with Mu Yi gone, he had to learn to face all of life's storms on his own. After all, Tian wasn't a typical wealthy heir. Mu Yi only started to prosper after Tian entered high school, so Tian had not been raised in pampered luxury. Brother, what are you thinking about? Nuonuo appeared before Tian, rubbing her sleepy big eyes. Nuonuo, you're awake. Can other people see you like this? No, only you can see and hear me, brother. You just need to think your words to me and I can hear them. You're amazing, Nuonuo. I was just thinking about personal safety and starting a company. Ah. I almost forgot. After drinking my first bottle of happiness milk, I can give you a reward, brother. You're so good to me, Nuonuo. What's the reward? Nuonuo waved her small hand and 10 globs of silver liquid materialized before Tian. Brother, these are liquid metal robots. They can transform into any known object. They can serve as your bodyguards, ensuring your personal safety. Nuonuo was truly a godsend. Tian yearned to hug her and shower her with kisses. But when he tried to embrace her, his hands passed right through her ethereal form. I'm sorry, brother, I'm not tangible yet, so you can't hold me. It's alright, it's alright. I just wanted to hug you and give you a few kisses. You're just so thoughtful, Nuonuo. Anyone who has watched those American films knows how formidable the T-1000 liquid metal robot is. Hee hee, you'll have your chance someday, brother. This liquid metal robot can take human form, digest food for energy, and even use uranium-235 as a power source. Their combat prowess is undeniably formidable, not as fragile as the ones depicted in your movies. They arrived just in time, ensuring the safety of my mother and me. Thank you, Nuonuo. It wasn't that Tian feared death, but he could only avenge Mu Yi by protecting himself and Wu Xiao. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help you, brother. You've just provided another dose of happiness, and Nuonuo is very pleased. Following Nuonuo's instructions, Tian learned how to activate the 10 liquid metal robots. Of the 10 liquid metal robots, Tian planned to transform 2 into the likeness of kittens, while the remaining 8 would assume the ordinary appearances of 5 men and 3 women, all with the height and features of people from the Dragon Country. The 8 of them could handle their own identity issues, even forging their own identification documents. All they needed now was to travel abroad and re-enter the Dragon Country through official channels. Tian assigned distinct names to the 8 humanoid robots. He decided to keep the 3 female-looking ones at home to accompany Wu Xiao. This arrangement was quite sensible, and Wu Xiao probably wouldn't object to it. Only after the 8 humanoid robots had vanished into the sky did the heavy weight finally lift from Tian's heart. Now no one could touch his head right. These 2 kittens had extraordinary combat power. The 2 adorable cats looked like they had just reached 1 month of age. The fluffy white cat was particularly endearing. Brother, aren't you going to give them names? Nuonuo reminded Tian as he stroked the kitten's soft fur. Nuwa, why don't you name them? Hee, I get to name them. Let's call them May and June then. Alright, from now on you are May and you are June, got it? Tian pointed at the two cats. Meow, got it. Meow, got it, master. Ahem, from now on you are forbidden from speaking human language. Only cat language is allowed. Meow X2.
They were quite intelligent, at least on par with Xiao Meng's intelligence.
Otherwise Tian wouldn't have dared to send the 8 humanoid robots out. The 8 humanoid robots were now far away, only reachable by Xiao Meng. Time passed unnoticed until noon.
Tian returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch as Wu Xiao would be back to eat. While Tian was still stir-frying in the kitchen, he suddenly heard Wu Xiao exclaim in surprise, "Where did these two little kittens come from?" Tian turned off the stove and came out to explain to Wu Xiao, "Mom, I just thought the house felt a bit empty. I went to the town and bought 2 kittens to make the place livelier."
Wu Xiao gently picked up the 2 kittens. "Xiao Tian, you're so thoughtful. Go on and cook, and remember to prepare a portion for the kittens too."
Seeing that Wu Xiao's sorrow was somewhat diverted, Tian sighed with relief and turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Lunch was simple: a tomato and egg dish, a shredded pork with green peppers, and a soup. May and June had already become familiar with Wu Xiao eating their meals from their own bowls on the floor.
"What?
Why aren't the kittens fed cat food? Come on, in the countryside cats don't need cat food.
Of course they eat whatever the people eat, and so do the dogs."
It's said that city cats and dogs, once they've tasted leftovers in the countryside, lose interest in their commercial pet food.
Whether that's true or not is anyone's guess. "Mom, I'm planning to start a company in town."
"Go ahead. You're grown up now and need your own career.
But you must not follow in your father's footsteps." Thinking of Wu Xiao lost her appetite.
She put down her chopsticks and let out a deep sigh. As a mother, she wished for her son's success, yet she also feared losing Tian, her only remaining hope.
Wu Xiao had finally gone from being an orphan to having a husband and a son.
Now her husband was suddenly gone. It would be a lie to say she wasn't heartbroken.
"Mom, rest assured. I won't accept any investments or financing for my company.
I'll keep full control of it in my own hands."
"You've been sensible since you were young and you're a good student. I'm not worried about you being deceived. Do you have enough money to start the company?"
"If not, I can withdraw all the money from the stock and futures markets, plus there's over 5 million in my card."
"You can use it all. It's enough. I actually made quite a bit of money in the stock market last night. Don't try to fool your mother. I'm a seasoned stock investor.
I know that stock trading involves risk and investment requires caution."
"I'm not lying to you, look here."
Tian went to his room to fetch his laptop and showed Wu Xiao Meng's trading results.
Over $1 billion US. In just one day's profit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wu Xiao was stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at the long string of numbers.
There was no way anyone could earn that much money from stock trading in a single night. At that moment, Wu Xiao even considered persuading Tian to abandon his company plans and just live a life of leisure on that money.
Why risk the perils of entrepreneurship?
But on second thought, Wu Xiao dismissed that idea.
A man should have grand ambitions and stand tall.
Her son, Wu Xiao's son, should be more outstanding than anyone. "Xiao Tian, you're amazing. You're truly my good son."
Wu Xiao embraced one of the greatest prides of her life, tears glistening in her eyes. Tian gently patted Wu Xiao's back, feeling her tears soak through his shoulder, making him feel the weight of responsibility upon him.
After lunch, Tian drove to town alone.
He had a cat in his pocket. To register the company, he first needed to rent or purchase office space. The town had developed well over the years, with some small factories and workshops starting up. There were also some poorly managed ones on the verge of closure, which could be found if one looked.
Tian's high school classmate Zhang Hui worked at the town government.
Upon hearing that Tian wanted to start a company and build a factory, he enthusiastically took him around to various small factories and workshops to inquire.
Fortunately, Tian found a furniture factory. The factory owner was desperately looking for someone to take it over. Tian only needed the premises.
The furniture factory owner transferred the empty factory building to Tian for 3 million yuan, and Tian didn't want any of the equipment inside. This small factory, covering roughly 2100 square meters along with a 5-story office building, was where Tian's dream would set sail. After agreeing with the furniture factory owner to complete the transfer procedures, the next day Tian and Zhang Hui left the factory.
"Tian, go now that you've acquired this place. What products do you plan to manufacture? Can you give your brother a hint? Maybe I can see about getting you tax exemptions or reductions. Xiao Hui, you've got quite some influence, huh? You can even get me tax benefits." "Well, our department has investment attraction targets and I haven't met mine yet. So you work in the investment promotion office. I never expected you to be so capable. Alas, the investment promotion office is a demanding department. I, a newcomer, have really gotten myself into it. Tian, so tell me, what kind of business do you want to do? Actually, I haven't decided yet. I should have it figured out in a couple of days. I'll let you know then. Tian, you must have too many projects to choose from. I understand. You don't understand a damn thing.
I don't even understand myself, Mu Tian muttered inwardly.
The two chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the bustling market. Mommy, can I touch the kitten? I want to know what it looks like.
A crisp little girl's voice sounded beside Mu Tian.
Nyen, mommy will let you touch it. Boss, please let me see that calico cat.
A young mother pointed to a calico cat in a cage and said to the cat vendor.
Mu Tian and Zhang Hui stopped in their tracks, for they recognized the young mother. She was also their high school classmate named Zhang Wan. What a pity. Zhang Wan's daughter has congenital blindness reportedly caused by retinal underdevelopment, Zhang Hui whispered to Mu Tian.
Boom! A bolt of inspirational lightning struck Mu Tian right between the eyes, granting him sudden inspiration. He knew what his first product would be.
According to incomplete statistics, there are approximately 3 million completely blind people in Dragon Country, accounting for 21% of the world's total blind population.
The number of people who are completely blind or have low vision reaches as high as 17 million. The reason why completely blind people are rarely seen in daily life is that the current social environment is too complex, transportation is inconvenient, and building structures are not friendly to the blind. Consequently, most blind individuals spend the majority of their time in lonely isolation at home, devoid of friends and certainly without light or color. If they could be brought light and color and given a sense of happiness, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for Nua's growth. Having realized this, Mu Tian knew exactly what his first product should be. Initially, he thought the first product should be something spectacular like batteries, chips, controlled nuclear fusion, or environmentally friendly materials. However, those products already had developers. If Mu Tian were to jump into those fields, it would waste significant resources, capital, and time, which was unnecessary at this stage.
Some things need to be done by someone, and some people need someone to speak up for them.
Zhang Wan picked up the seemingly delicate little calico kitten and placed it into Nian's small hands.
Nian, feel it. It's very gentle, just like you.
Feeling the small furry warm creature in her hands, Nian began to gently stroke the kitten's body. The kitten cooperated perfectly without struggling or crying, allowing Nian to hold and pet it.
Mom, I can feel it. Is this what a kitten feels like? Can I let it play with me? Zhang Wan felt her nose tingle and tears welled up. Of course you can. This kitten isn't expensive.
Boss, how much for a kitten? Seeing how much Nian loved the kitten, the cat dealer saw a chance to overcharge and quoted a high price.
This is a top-quality calico cat. Just give me 500 yuan. A trace of anger appeared on Zhang Wan's face.
The cat dealer was treating her like a foreign tourist, quoting an outrageous price.
She wasn't easy to push around. 10 yuan. I could easily pick up a kitten like this on the street. Miss, are you taking me for a foreigner?
I'd buy all the 10 yuan calico cats you have. You were the one trying to overcharge me first. You're taking advantage of us locals who don't know the prices.
Alright, let me be straightforward then. 200 yuan. His little scheme exposed. The cat dealer wasn't embarrassed and continued to haggle with Zhang Wan. 20. Miss, I can't accept that price. I'd rather let it become a stray cat. 180 yuan. It's a really good deal. Then go ahead and release it so I can catch it. 30. Mu Tian and Zhang Hui stood nearby, watching their back and forth haggling for a full 10 minutes. What a talent. If the company ever hires salespeople, Zhang Wan definitely deserves a spot.
Mu Tian suddenly realized she was a sales genius, and a feeling of having made a great discovery washed over him.
The kitten was finally sold for 50 yuan, but the cat dealer didn't look too happy.
It wasn't about the money, it was that he had lost the haggling.
Zhang Wan paid for the kitten.
Nian held it close while Zhang Wan picked her up to walk home as they lived in town.
Ha! What are you two doing here?
Turning around, Zhang Wan saw Mu Tian and Zhang Hui looking at her with expressions of admiration.
A old classmate, we just happened to be passing by. Would you believe us?
Zhang Hui rubbed his nose.
Since we rarely meet like this, come on, let me treat everyone to dinner. Seeing it was already past 5 p.m., Mu Tian suggested they get together for a meal. Nian, say hello. These are your Uncle Mu and Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wan first had Nian greet them. Hello, Uncle Mu. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Nian greeted them in a soft, timid voice. Hello, Nian. You're so cute. Nian Nian is so well behaved.
Hearing their compliments, Nian Nian shyly buried her head in the long hair on Jiang Wan's shoulder.
She's shy, don't mind her.
Come on, I definitely have to grace the occasion since the talented Mu Tian is treating us. The four of them entered the best restaurant in town, ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Nian Nian sat quietly in her chair, her eyes unfocused, gently stroking the kitten.
Jiang Wan, can Nian Nian's condition be treated? Mu Tian asked. Alas, her condition is genetic. Her optic nerves didn't develop properly and it's currently incurable. Jiang Wan sighed. What if I developed a helmet that could help blind people see? Do you think there would be a market for it? Definitely. You know, Dragon Country alone has about 3 million completely blind people. As long as it's not outrageously expensive, even if your helmet is the ugliest thing ever made, there's a market. A huge market. I'm planning to start a company and the first product will be a Vision Assist helmet. I don't know the cost yet, but it shouldn't be too expensive. If the Vision Assist helmet were sold at a very high price, it would diminish the happiness it brings to users, which would go against Mu Tian's original intention for creating it. That's great. When can you have a product ready? I want to buy one for Nian Nian.
If she weren't sitting so far across the table, Jiang Wan would have grabbed Mu Tian's shoulders.
She was truly overjoyed.
It's still just a plan right now, but a prototype should be ready in about 3 months.
Alright, no problem. If I don't have enough money to buy one, I'll come work for you. I used to be the top salesperson at my old company. After graduating from high school, Jiang Wan didn't continue her studies.
Instead, she took a sales job at a company where she met her husband, who was also in sales. Now her husband works away from home to support the family while she stays home to care for Nian Nian. Zhang Hui beside them was also full of surprise. He couldn't believe the sudden turn of events. Mu Tian was going to start a high-tech company in their town. Dragon Country currently places great emphasis on the development of the high-tech industry and provides substantial support for it. If Mu Tian's company could truly produce a highly competitive high-tech product like the Vision Assist helmet, then Zhang Hui would be a key contributor with promotions and raises well within sight.
With the business discussed, the dinner atmosphere became much more relaxed.
Jiang Wan still held a glimmer of hope for Mu Tian.
What if he succeeded?
Then wouldn't Nian Nian have the chance to see the world in all its vibrant colors?
Once the dishes were served, Nian Nian needed Jiang Wan to feed her.
The kitten feasted on a large piece of fish on the floor, enjoying a rare treat of meat. After the meal, Mu Tian packed up 3 dishes and some rice, then drove home.
Wu Xiao listened while eating as Mu Tian explained his upcoming work plans and the first product.
Xiao Tian, are you confident you can have the product ready within 3 months?
It's a bit challenging because it involves issues like brainwave reception and transmission chip, computing power, and battery life.
There are many difficulties, but Mom believes you can overcome them.
I'm going to be very busy from now on. It's good to be busy. You're still young and have plenty of opportunities.
After having dinner with Wu Xiao, they watched TV together for a while before retiring to their respective rooms. Xiaomeng started dominating the US stock market again. Anticipating significant upcoming expenses, Mu Tian authorized Xiaomeng to extract up to $20 million daily from foreign stock markets. Brother, are you thinking about the difficulties of the Vision Assist helmet?
Nua sat on the edge of Mu Tian's desk, her little legs swinging back and forth.
Yeah, I have the technology figured out thanks to Xiaomeng's analysis, but making the actual product is still a bit challenging.
Yesterday, while researching Xiaomeng's capabilities, Mu Tian had scanned his AR helmet and obtained complete technological evolution data. This is why Mu Tian was confident he could produce a prototype of the Vision Assist helmet within 3 months. The chip and battery inside the helmet far exceed the current industry standards.
The chip inside is a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip and the battery is a solid-state battery, putting it several generations ahead of current mainstream products.
Mu Tian felt helpless about having the technology but lacking the equipment.
Since Nua had brought it up, she must have a perfect solution. Sure enough, Nua waved her small hand and a 3D projection of a piece of equipment materialized before Mu Tian's eyes.
Brother, this is an atomic-level 3D printer powered by nuclear fusion energy. With it you can manufacture any production equipment you desire.
But Nua, how big is it to claim it can build any production equipment?
Mu Tian only saw the 3D projection and had no idea of the actual dimensions of this atomic-level 3D printer.
Achieving atomic-level precision was indeed extraordinary, so there was no worry about failing to produce the components for the Vision Assist helmet.
If Mu Tian were bolder, he could even use the atomic-level 3D printer to directly produce the Vision Assist helmet in one integrated piece.
However, people of the Dragon Kingdom prefer to keep their wealth hidden, and Mu Tian was no exception. He still wanted to keep a low profile lest he become a dish on someone's table before he could grow strong. Brother, it's 300 meters long, 200 meters wide and 150 meters high.
That's too big. I have nowhere to put it right now.
Brother, I'll share half of the system space with you, then you'll have a place to store it.
What? Nua, I can have system space too.
Yes brother, you've already met the conditions to unlock the system space.
Alright, thank you Nua.
You're welcome, brother.
Tian watched as Nua pressed her two small hands together, then made a gentle chopping motion into the void.
She slowly parted her hands as if drawing open a curtain. As Nua completed her motion, Tian suddenly felt a dimensional space he could control. It was empty inside with nothing at all. The space stretched endlessly in all directions and Tian only knew it was vast beyond measure. Brother, you can think of the atomic level 3D printer and try to store it into the space.
Alright, let me try. The brief disorientation of binding to a new space passed in a flash. Following Nua's guidance, Tian quickly learned how to store things into his space. Once the atomic level 3D printer was stored in his space, Tian could easily control its start and stop and even feed raw materials into it with his mind. It was incredibly convenient and fast. From now on, if Tian wanted to produce any equipment or production line, he only needed to load the materials, have Xiaomeng input the design blueprints into the printer, and he could obtain any device he desired. Having obtained the most advanced industrial mother machine in history capable of producing finished products in one integrated piece, Tian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Early the next morning, Tian left the house with one of the little cats. The other robots had not yet returned, so the security company was still under the little cat's charge. Tian went to the town government to find Zhang Hui, and together they went to transfer the factory and office building into his name.
Zhang Hui had connections at the property registry, so the transfer was completed in one morning.
At noon, Tian had lunch with Zhang Hui. In the afternoon, he went through the various company registration procedures. Tian named the company Tianmu Technology. By the end of the day, Tian had only accomplished two things, but that marked the completion of the company's preliminary work. He planned to delegate the tasks of recruiting and overseeing the factory renovation to his robots. As tools with considerable intelligence, they were more than capable of handling the company's daily affairs. At around 10 in the evening, Tian finally welcomed his 8 robot assistants and bodyguards. He introduced the 3 female-looking robots to Wu Xiao.
One was responsible for cooking, one for security, and one for household cleaning.
With the 2 little cats providing covert protection as well, Wu Xiao's personal safety was now maximally assured. At the very least, in the Dragon Kingdom's gun-free environment, even 100 or 200 people coming to kidnap her would be futile.
The 3 female robots were named Li Kaihuyu and Ning Xiang.
Their level of intelligence was such that Wu Xiao could not tell they were robots.
Tian did not tell Wu Xiao their origins, only saying they were highly paid bodyguards who would stay home to accompany her. As for the 5 male-looking robots, they were named Wang Kai, Luhan, Li Tong, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu.
Zhang Long and Zhao Hu would serve as Tian's personal bodyguards.
Wang Kai, Luhan and Li Tong would take on the roles of general manager, HR manager and finance manager respectively.
Tian's house had plenty of rooms, so the 8 robots temporarily stayed at home at night, planning to move out later.
On March 7, a recruitment notice appeared on major internet job boards across the Dragon Kingdom with Tianmu Technology offering high salaries for numerous positions. When job seekers across the nation eagerly opened the posting, they saw that Tianmu Technology's address was in a small town. Strange things happen every year, but this year was particularly full of them. A tech company with a registered capital of 1 billion fully paid up, yet why choose a township as its location? Wasn't this a deliberate challenge to young job seekers yearning for the big city? The more pragmatic applicants had already submitted their resumes, while the hesitant ones were still waiting.
Little did those hesitating applicants know that this was the most accessible recruitment Tianmu Technology would ever offer.
In the future, getting a simple interview to enter Tianmu Technology would be harder than reaching the heavens.
The reason was simple: Tianmu Technology was about to release its first masterpiece. Leaving the recruitment to Wang Kai and the others, Tian went with Zhang Hui to find contractors for the factory renovation. The previous factory had been used for furniture making, so layers of dust and grime needed to be thoroughly cleaned. Tian also accompanied Zhang Hui to handle the various procedures required to operate the factory. After all this hard work, Tian finally came to appreciate the difficulties Mu Yi had endured through the years. March 15th was the final day of Tianmu Technology's recruitment drive.
Having finished his other tasks for the day, Tian could take a proper rest at the company's office building and also get a chance to meet the new employees. The company had already recruited over 100 employees, and the basic framework of all departments was in place.
Future expansion would be much simpler. Security personnel were already on duty at the company's main gate.
When they saw Tian's car approaching, they stood at attention and saluted him. The newly hired security staff were all retired veterans fresh out of the military, still holding on to some of their old habits. As Tian parked the car and walked past the security booth with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, he saw 2 security guards trying to persuade a young girl to leave.
Sorry miss, but you don't have an appointment or an interview notice. We can't let you in. Please go back. Gentlemen, I just rushed over from school. I missed your recruitment notice earlier. Please let me in. I'm confident your general manager will hire me. Miss, we have our duties. We can't let you in like this. We're truly sorry. Woo-woo, but what am I supposed to do?
I spent all my money getting here and now I have to go back.
How can I even get back?
The girl pleaded many times, but the two guards refused to let her pass.
Frustrated, she squatted down and cried, leaving the guards at a loss.
Still, they had to hold their ground.
They couldn't let their guard down just because the girl was crying. What's going on here?
Why the tears all of a sudden? Tian had been watching from the side for a while but didn't fully understand the situation, so he stepped forward to inquire. Hearing more people approaching, the girl crouched on the ground, looked up and saw Tian questioning two security guards about the incident.
Tian smiled and said to the girl, "Don't cry yet. Tell me, why didn't you submit your resume in advance?"
The job posting had been out for a week and Tianmu Technology offered salaries 30 higher than the industry average.
Most job seekers should have known about it.
After all, Wang Kai had invested in promotional ads on major job boards to ensure maximum visibility for the recruitment information. The girl wiped away her tears and stood up. She looked rather delicate, though somewhat youthful, likely a recent undergraduate.
Hello, my name is Yun Meng. I'm a fresh graduate from Shigong University.
I didn't have enough money for the travel expenses earlier. I worked odd jobs for a few days to save up the fare.
Nice to meet you, Yun Meng. Graduates from your university should have no trouble finding a job. What made you think of coming to work at Tianmu Technology?
No wonder she had the confidence to ask Wang Kai to take her in. She was from a prestigious university. However, Tian found it strange that Yun Meng would choose to work in such a remote township, as the current employees at Tianmu Technology were mostly older. Yun Meng twisted the hem of her clothes nervously before speaking. I'm an orphan raised in an orphanage.
I studied mechanical engineering.
Several of my sisters are blind.
When I heard that Tianmu Technology was developing groundbreaking aids for the blind, I wanted to give it a try. So that was the reason. It made sense now.
She was indeed a girl with great ambition.
Tian asked Xiaomeng to check Yun Meng's online records to verify her claims. Xiaomeng quickly confirmed that everything she said was true and her academic performance was quite impressive.
Yun Meng didn't know who Tian was, but she sensed he had authority at Tianmu Technology, so she waited quietly for his decision.
If things didn't work out, she would have to look for part-time work in Huangshe to earn enough for the trip back to school. It was only March now and campus recruitment would begin next month. She wasn't worried about finding a job.
But it was a pity she couldn't fulfill her childhood dream of helping her sisters see the light again.
Tian smiled at Yun Meng and said, "Come with me. I'll interview you personally." Yun Meng was taken aback. Ha!
Seeing that Yun Meng didn't know who Tian was, one of the security guards explained, "Young lady, follow him quickly.
He's Tian, the owner of Tianmu Technology. If he interviews you personally, your job is as good as secured."
Yun Meng quickly expressed her gratitude.
Thank you both. I'll go for the interview now. Tian led her to the HR office designated for employee interviews and asked her a few questions about mechanical engineering.
Yun Meng answered fluently, demonstrating a solid grasp of her field.
Yun Meng, congratulations on passing the interview. Welcome aboard. You'll be the first employee of Tianmu Technology's research department. Someone will discuss your compensation package with you shortly. Tian extended his right hand.
Yun Meng shook it joyfully, her face beaming with surprise and delight.
Thank you for your trust, boss. I'll work hard.
At the moment of the handshake, Tian felt a small hand covered in calluses, a testament to her hardships.
Yun Meng had clearly worked part-time jobs while studying.
Tian spoke with Lu Han about Yun Meng's compensation, instructing him to arrange her accommodation and meals, advance her 10,000 yuan in wages, and set her monthly salary at 18,000 yuan after tax.
The factory was still under renovation, so there was no production yet. After signing the labor contract, Yun Meng could take the advanced wages and return to school, coming back to work in June.
Yun Meng couldn't believe how generous the compensation was: free room and board, a monthly salary of 18,000 yuan after tax, not to mention the 10,000 yuan advance. This was the best boss she'd encountered in all her years of odd jobs.
Boss Mu was truly a saint.
Yun Meng silently bestowed upon Tian the title of the most benevolent boss ever. The decision to establish a research department was made on a whim by Tian, but he reached it after careful consideration. His energy was limited, and relying solely on Xiaomeng and AI wouldn't unlock all technological advancements. The future of technological development ultimately depended on scientists in various fields.
Time slipped by and a month passed quickly.
During this period Tianmu Technology had been preparing for the promotion of its new product. Rumors about the Vision Assist helmet began circulating online, sparking widespread attention and discussion. Tian was also busy during this month purchasing raw materials for production equipment and storing them in his space for the printer to manufacture. He also listed various non-core patents related to the Vision Assist helmet and had Xiaomeng file them. Tian was no stranger to patents and was well aware of how troublesome patent trolls could be. On April 8 at the Neon Club in Wushi Gonghaoan, the Japanese group led by Kasada Kazuo gathered again.
Mr. Gong, what do you think of Tianmu Technology's product? Mr. Kusada, I believe we shouldn't focus too much on their product but rather on the person behind Tian.
Indeed, whoever provided Tian with $1 billion in funds and remained untraceable certainly has real power.
Mr. Kusada, are you afraid? Haha, would we Japanese be afraid? You Dragon Country people have too many weaknesses for us to exploit. Just wait, there's going to be quite a show online soon. Oh. Then I'll be watching with great interest. Their conversation was recorded by Xiaomeng, and Tian soon learned that the Japanese planned to launch a cyber attack and smear campaign against him. Sure enough, by around 2 in the afternoon, Tianmu Technology's previously posted information on major social platforms was flooded with a wave of discussions. However, this wave of discussion was far from positive, it was filled with attacks and rumors. Haha, what a publicity stunt.
If major corporations can't solve brain-computer interface problems, how dare a newly established company make such bold claims?
Is Tianmu Technology trying to use the blindness issue for hype? That's utterly shameless.
According to some experts and professors, it's impossible for humanity to solve blindness with external devices within 20 years.
There are serious doubts about the source of Tianmu Technology's funding.
It might be a front for foreign capital in Dragon Country.
Everyone should be cautious. Wait, why is everyone ganging up on Tianmu Technology like it committed some heinous crime? Tall trees catch the wind.
They came in and flipped the table right away. Of course the vested interests are fighting back.
Tianmu Technology makes products for the blind, not hot-selling items. What vested interests could possibly be harmed? Brother, you don't get it. Tianmu Technology is definitely just trying to grab attention. Exactly.
It's a garbage company trying to hype itself up for funding.
Classic move.
Xiaomeng selected some of the online comments and sent screenshots to Tian, who merely smiled calmly.
Xiaomeng, it's our turn to strike back. Right away, boss. I've been waiting for this. Since when do you know what impatience feels like?
Tian would never guess that Xiaomeng wasn't a purely artificial intelligence, and Xiaomeng certainly wasn't about to tell him. With Xiaomeng's intervention, the online attacks and comments against Tianmu Technology vanished like ephemeral flowers, their reach immediately curtailed before more eyes could see them. The identities of those paid trolls were reported to the Cyber Surveillance Department by Xiaomeng. Swiftly the authorities acted, banning a multitude of accounts and credentials, severing the trolls' illicit revenue streams for good. Those so-called experts and professors were exposed by Xiaomeng with a barrage of scandals, fabricated credentials, academic fraud, collusion with foreign forces, and harassment of female students.
Tianmu Technology's counterattack was so fierce and sudden that the Japanese were caught utterly off guard, leaving them no time to salvage their compromised puppets.
Netizens were stunned to discover that the vocal experts online were of such deplorable character, leaving them all bewildered.
Damn, I never thought Professor Lee from our school was that kind of person.
He was turned while studying in Japan.
Well, the online environment is certainly going to be much cleaner now. No more of those people pushing their agendas every day. Unbelievable, that upright teacher who was secretly keeping several female students like a tycoon. I always said old Sue was suspicious, right? Always praising the American academic environment, and it turns out he's just a remotely cultivated pet of the USA. Those exposed by Xiaomeng saw their scandals immediately and scrambled to pack their valuables, planning to flee the country. But before they could make their escape, most were apprehended by state security, facing ruin and imprisonment. It was then that netizens realized how sharp and decisive Tianmu Technology's counterattack was, as if they had been waiting for these troublemakers to surface. After Xiaomeng resolved the cyber attacks, Tianmu Technology released a new promotional video. The video showcased an exquisite helmet as slim and light as a simple cap without any sense of heaviness. At the very end of the video, the exact date for the Vision 8 helmet launch event was displayed. May 1st, we'll see you in Huang City. The video's release immediately drew massive attention from netizens across the Dragon Nation. Oh my god, are they really doing this? They're actually holding a launch event. Judging by the cap in the video, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? I want to buy one for my grandpa, his eyesight isn't good anymore. This is a godsend for the blind, a monumental blessing.
Where in Huang City is the launch?
Why didn't they announce the venue? I want to go see it in person.
If the Vision 8 helmet is real, I'll buy one no matter the cost. My sister could finally leave the house. She's 16 and has barely been outside.
Tianmu technology is set to benefit all of humanity. Thumbs up for them.
Netizens flooded the video with likes, comments and shares, spreading it across every corner of the nation in no time. The promotional video naturally drew the attention of official media, with several state-affiliated outlets giving it their endorsement. Yet as the helmet's authenticity remained unverified, official media refrained from reposting or promoting it.
With the video out, Tianmu Technology's factories now had to gear up for production. That evening, Tian set up a production line in the factory.
Due to the limited size of the facility, only one line could be installed, yielding a daily output of just 5,000 helmets. The carbon-based chips were manufactured by an integrated production and packaging machine with a capacity 20 times faster than the assembly line speed. Similarly, the solid-state battery equipment was an all-in-one production system, raw materials and finished batteries out. Other critical components were also produced by integrated machinery, delivering finished parts in a single step, complete with automated quality inspection. This level of production efficiency was unprecedented. Even Tian was witnessing it for the first time.
The surprises from Nuanua and Xiaomeng were truly endless.
Nuanua and Tian grew ever closer, filling his days with a profound sense of happiness akin to the joys of fatherhood. The day after the promotional video was released, all raw materials and components for the Vision 8 helmet arrived at the factory.
Training commenced and trial production began. Just as Tian arrived at the company, his phone rang. It was Jiangwan. Jiangwan, are you calling to ask when the Vision 8 helmet will be ready?
Yes, Mu the genius, give me a definite date so I can buy one for Nian Nian right away.
Don't be silly, I'll gift the helmet to Nian Nian. No need for you to buy it. She calls me uncle so sweetly, how could I take your money?
No, I can't accept such a favor.
Why not? How about you come work for me instead?
I'm in need of a sales manager. Previously, without a product, Tianmu Technology hadn't hired sales staff. After all, it's hard to attract talent without something to sell.
Really? You trust me with sales? I don't even have a college degree. I only care about your ability, not your diploma. Jiangwan, you're definitely a talent and I'm never wrong about people. Ahem, thank you for the compliment.
I'll shamelessly accept your offer then. Please take good care of me, Boss Mu. With a few words, Tian had recruited Jiangwan, laying the foundation for his sales department.
Factory employee training was currently led by Wang Kai.
The equipment was simple to operate. After setting the parameters, workers only needed to feed materials on schedule.
Quality inspection of the finished helmets was quite amusing. One employee was blindfolded while another placed the helmet on their head. If the blindfolded employee could see their surroundings, the helmet passed the test. This quirky method of quality control proved highly entertaining, with the inspectors thoroughly enjoying the process. After inspecting the production line, Tian headed back to his office. Passing by the HR department, he spotted Yun Meng leaving Lu Han's office, clutching work uniforms and office supplies. Lost in thought, Yun Meng nearly collided with Tian. Yun Meng, aren't you graduating in June?
Why are you reporting to work so early?
B-boss, I'm so sorry, I almost bumped into you.
I saw the company was about to launch the Vision 8 helmet, so I applied for early graduation to start work.
That's good. Go to Director Wang later and get a Vision 8 helmet. See if there's anything that needs improvement.
Yes, boss.
I'll get it done. Alright, off you go.
This girl was so excitable, Tian found it a bit overwhelming. Was this what people online meant by pure and foolish?
Shaking his head, Tian walked towards his office. Watching Tian's retreating figure, Yun Meng beamed with delight.
Her boss was so considerate, not burdening her with impossibly difficult tasks right away.
La 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 la, I'm the little painter selling newspapers.
Humming a cheerful tune, Yun Meng skipped back to her workstation.
Time flew by and the Dragon Nation soon welcomed its annual May Day holiday.
But this year's holiday was particularly special, for on May 1st, Tianmu Technology was set to unveil a product that would astonish the world. On May 1, 2019, in the 4716th year of the Yellow Emperor's calendar, a day deemed auspicious for openings, groundbreaking, seeking medical advice and offering prayers, the city of Huangani Province had in the days leading up to this date welcomed a large influx of media professionals from both domestic and international outlets. Their collective purpose was to attend the new product launch hosted by Tianmu Technology, eager to witness whether the much-hyped Vision Assist helmet promoted for over a month was indeed real.
This event was shaping up to be a significant gathering for the media industry. Any outlet that missed it risked losing their followers.
The Huang City Gymnasium had been entirely booked by Tianmu Technology for the occasion. The main hall of the gymnasium, equipped with over 6,300 seats, was fully prepared for the event, awaiting the arrival of journalists, self-media personalities and selected audience members. Given the overwhelming public interest, Tianmu Technology had to resort to an online lottery system to select the lucky attendees. An hour before the scheduled start, Tian and Wu Xiao arrived, discreetly entering the venue early to take inconspicuous seats in the front rows. Wu Xiao felt a swell of pride knowing her son was exceptionally talented, truly surpassing his predecessors.
She turned to Tian and asked, "Xiao Tian, how many people are attending our launch today?"
As she stroked the fur of the two small white cats on her lap, Wu Xiao looked at Tian. "Mom, there are 6368 seats here and they will all be filled shortly," he replied.
"Aren't you going out to greet the guests?"
"You don't need to stay with me, I have May and June to keep me company," she said. May and June were so well-behaved and intelligent that they could understand Wu Xiao's words, making her treasure them dearly.
"You know I'm not cut out for social niceties."
"I'd rather not interfere and risk making things worse," he confessed. People were beginning to file into the venue, with Tianmu Technology staff guiding guests to their designated seats.
Tianmu Technology treated everyone equally, seating domestic and foreign journalists in the same area.
Soon the hall was steadily filling to capacity. Media personnel began setting up their broadcasting equipment. Many internet celebrities with just a smartphone as their kit had already started live streaming. A handsome young man spoke into his phone, "Hey family, we're lucky enough to be at the Tianmu Technology new product launch today. If you like Brother Lang, hit that like button and follow. I'll bring you all the latest scoop from the event," he continued. "There are many colleagues and lucky viewers here with us today," he added. Many doubted Tianmu Technology was just hyping this up to make a quick buck, but they've pulled out the finished product.
"Let's see what this Vision Assist helmet can really do," he said, building anticipation.
The internet celebrities certainly had a way with words, and Tian listened bemused. He thought to himself that such talent was wasted on streaming, they'd make excellent salespeople.
At 10:30 a.m. the Tianmu Technology launch officially commenced.
Tian, preferring to stay behind the scenes, had delegated all hosting duties to Wang Kai.
Wang Kai, being a robot, felt no stage fright.
He strutted onto the stage with an air of confidence and began, "Hello everyone, welcome to the Tianmu Technology Vision Assist Helmet launch event. We at Tianmu Technology are dedicated to improving life through technology, aiming to bring happiness to all humanity. Your well-being is the driving force behind our high-tech innovation," he declared. "Our first product, the Vision Assist Helmet, is designed to help the visually impaired regain their sight and see the beauty of the world," he explained. "I hereby pledge that we will donate 100,000 units from our initial production batch to aid those with visual impairments in welfare institutions," he announced. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, a testament to their appreciation for Tianmu Technology's charitable act. The company had certainly won everyone's favor, especially Yun Meng, who sat in the audience with tears welling in her eyes. She looked towards Tian in the front row, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel and thank her incredibly benevolent boss. His kindness was so moving she found herself liking him more and more. This thought grew uncontrollably in Yun Meng's mind. As the applause subsided, Wang Kai continued his presentation. "Our helmet uses a 100-megapixel camera to capture the surroundings. It has a viewing range of 200 meters, comparable to normal human vision," he detailed. "It converts the visual data in real time into brainwaves, transmitting them directly to the brain's visual cortex, allowing the user to perceive the world without using their eyes," he elaborated. "The camera is also equipped with night vision, enabling users to see clearly even in the dark," he added. "The helmet's built-in battery provides up to 48 hours of continuous use and can be fully recharged in just 20 minutes, he stated. With two helmets, a person could essentially maintain constant vision. However, specifications on paper are no match for a hands-on experience, he proposed. Today we have invited several volunteers with visual impairments to demonstrate the helmet's real-world effectiveness, he announced. Let's welcome our volunteers to the stage." As Wang Kai finished speaking, 10 volunteers in wheelchairs were brought out from behind the stage, each pushed by a Tianmu Technology employee. These 10 volunteers were from a local welfare home in Huang City, ranging in age from 6 to 15. Their eyes were vacant and expressionless, their demeanor nervous and uneasy. They instinctively lowered their heads once their wheelchairs came to a stop. Seeing the volunteers in place, Wang Kai continued, "To ensure a fair and transparent demonstration, we will also invite 10 audience members to join as volunteers. The audience volunteers can be nominated by you, we will not interfere." To further quell any doubts about authenticity, Wang Kai explicitly invited attendees to participate in the product trial. Seeing how bold the demonstration was, media professionals and attendees alike eagerly raised their hands, vying for a chance to test the helmet on stage. 10 volunteers were quickly selected from the audience, including an official media journalist, a foreign reporter, an internet celebrity, and other attendees. Once they were on stage, Wang Kai instructed his staff to begin the demonstration. First, everyone's eyes were covered with a black cloth and then secured with a large opaque blindfold. This was done, of course, to prove to everyone that Tianmu Technology's Vision Assist helmet truly allows people to see without using their eyes. Online live streams exploded with chatter. Tianmu Technology was taking a huge risk. If this failed, it would become an international laughingstock. If this works, Tianmu Technology will be famous worldwide. If it fails, they'll be famous for a different reason. It has to be real, otherwise why would they risk such a public spectacle? Wow, is our country's company about to create a miracle?
Tianmu Technology's new slogan could be "Love them. Give them a hat." The 20 volunteers were quickly blindfolded with black cloth and eye masks. The Tianmu Technology staff also asked them all to stand up and take a few steps. Each volunteer, unable to see, walked with great caution. Seeing that all the volunteers were ready, Wang Kai had the prepared vision assist helmets brought up. 20 helmets were placed on the heads of the 20 volunteers. The moment the helmets were on, the volunteers let out exclamations of surprise. They began to stand up and move about in disbelief as freely as if they had normal vision. A foreign female journalist even screamed, "Oh my God." She was utterly astonished by the technological marvels of the Dragon Country, having always believed that high-tech products could only be made in Silicon Valley of the Rice Country. The audience at the scene and those in the livestream were equally stunned. The Vision Assist helmet was real, and this scene could not possibly be staged. Wow, does this mean we won't even need glasses anymore?
With this, we'll never have to fear not seeing at night again.
This helmet might be put on the export ban list. Its night vision is so powerful it will definitely be used for nighttime combat. My son is saved. He fell into depression due to blindness, but now this is great. The Vision Assist helmet was truly powerful. No one could walk as freely as the wind while blindfolded with black cloth and eye masks. One internet celebrity even performed a street dance on the spot, throwing in a few flips at the climax. The volunteers were then asked to undergo various vision tests, including eye charts, farsightedness, and night vision.
At this point in the testing, the success of the Vision Assist helmet was beyond doubt.
Wang Kai waited until all vision tests were completed before proceeding to the next segment of the press conference.
Our Vision Assist helmet is undoubtedly a success, but many people will have concerns about wearing an electronic device on their heads all day.
To address this, we will conduct a demonstration right here on site.
Wang Kai held a radiation detection device and after turning it on, scanned a volunteer's head.
The radiation test results were of course far lower than a mobile phone's radiation levels, almost negligible.
At this level of radiation, one could wear the Vision Assist helmet for extended periods without any adverse effects. After putting away the radiation detection device, Wang Kai brought out a brand new Vision Assist helmet and proceeded to blast it with a flamethrower.
After 5 minutes of intense burning, the helmet's surface wasn't even scorched, proving its incombustibility.
This was done deliberately to quash any rumors about the helmet being prone to spontaneous combustion. As you can see, both the inner and outer layers of our Vision Assist helmet are made of a special alloy, Wang Kai explained. No matter how we burn it or try to break it, it will not spontaneously combust or explode. As he spoke, Wang Kai took a small hammer and struck the helmet in front of him with force. The helmet was deformed by the impact, but it still did not catch fire or explode. This was a truly hardcore press conference, far more substantive than those for cars or phones.
After testing the helmet's safety, the press conference drew to a close. Now let me announce the pricing for the Vision Assist helmet. We offer 3 versions: a children's edition, an adult edition, and a custom edition. The prices are as follows: the children's edition is 4999 yuan, the adult edition is 5999 yuan, and the custom edition starts at 9999 yuan. These prices are the same both domestically and internationally. After Tian calculated the overall manufacturing cost, he determined that a single helmet cost only about 3000 yuan to produce. To ensure that the majority of visually impaired individuals could afford the Vision Assist helmet, Tian did not inflate the price, choosing instead to earn a bit extra only on the custom versions. The custom version of the Vision Assist helmet could be modified with extended battery life, additional cameras, and changes to its shape, size, and color. Upon hearing the price announcement, the audience rose to their feet once more, offering thunderous applause. Tianmu Technology truly had a conscience.
They could have easily sold these helmets for tens of thousands of yuan, yet they were priced at only a few thousand. With no competitors on the market, this was practically charity. After the audience settled down, Wang Kai announced the conclusion of the press conference and opened the floor to questions from the journalists present. The Dragon Country's central media was given the first opportunity to ask a question. A female journalist, after gathering her thoughts, inquired, "Mr. Wang, your Vision Assist helmet is so powerful. Which company's chip does it use?" Wang Kai replied with a confident smile, "Thank you for your question. To create this helmet, our company specially developed a dedicated chip for it. It is our own chip and we are not subject to external control." The central media journalist's breathing grew quicker and she eagerly followed up, "Then which foundry did you use to manufacture this chip?" Wang Kai smiled and said, "This chip is so advanced that current chip foundries are incapable of producing it. So we didn't outsource the manufacturing, we produce it ourselves for our own use. As for how powerful this chip truly is, I won't boast too much here. Let everyone judge for themselves after they experience the helmet." The central media journalist pressed further, "Can you tell us the manufacturing process of this chip? What nanometer technology does it use? Wang Kai smiled mysteriously and replied the chip is 1 nanometer. I believe this chip is far ahead of our peers.
Whoa! Most of the audience stood up in shock once again. The chip manufacturing process Wang Kai mentioned was simply astonishing.
It was common knowledge that the most advanced chip manufacturing process currently available was 5 nanometers developed by Huawei and manufactured by TSMC used in the M40 Pro smartphone. If Tianmu Technology could produce a 1 nanometer chip, one could only imagine how devastated the foreign chip giants would be. Many people remain skeptical of Wang Kai's claims.
Most tech company CEOs watching the live broadcast immediately ordered their teams to secure a Vision Assist helmet for teardown analysis.
They needed to verify whether Wang Kai's claims were true.
If it were true, the high-tech industry would be turned upside down.
It would mean that the Dragon country had broken through the Rice country's technological blockade and achieved a dramatic overtake. Satisfied with the answers, the central media journalist sat down and began editing the news with her colleagues, aiming to publish as soon as possible.
The second lucky journalist was from the Rice country, who stood up to voice his skepticism. Mr.
Wang, according to your company's public information, your factory is only a little over 2,000 square meters.
How can you possibly manufacture chips there?
Wang Kai smiled calmly and replied, our company naturally has its own production equipment to make our chips.
We don't use your Western lithography machines.
If you still don't believe me, wait until you buy the helmet and test the chip's process yourself. I have no need to seek attention with false claims. The Rice country journalist was at a loss for words and could only sit back down looking dejected. The third lucky journalist was from Huang City's official media.
She stood up and asked, Mr.
Wang, the Vision Assist helmet can last 48 hours on a single charge.
Does this mean you've also made a breakthrough in battery technology?
Wang Kai smiled confidently again and said, as everyone knows, the technology in our Vision Assist helmet spans multiple specialized fields. These include brainwave conversion chips, batteries, materials, and precision components. The critical parts are all manufactured by our own company, and that naturally includes the batteries. Our battery's energy density is 10 times that of ordinary batteries on the market, which is what allows the Vision Assist helmet to achieve 48 hours of battery life. Of course, we have applied for patents on several core component technologies, so those companies hoping for production licenses might be disappointed.
Another wave of murmurs erupted from the audience, followed by thunderous applause.
It was bold, incredibly bold. Wang Kai was clearly telling everyone that the core technologies were unpatented. If they had the skill to reverse engineer them, they were theirs for the taking.
Tianmu Technology held so many trump card technologies in its hands, yet used them only for Vision Assist helmets. What a tremendous waste.
First, chip foundries were driven to the brink, and now battery manufacturers were facing the same fate. Truly a pair of brothers in distress.
Though one more industry should be added, micro camera manufacturers for the helmet's camera was equally outstanding, absolutely second to none.
Several major battery producers in the Dragon Kingdom, upon receiving the news, urgently halted their R&D department's new battery projects. They wanted to first see what materials and processes Tianmu's batteries used before deciding their future development path. Batteries affect so many aspects of life. Battery-powered devices are everywhere.
Tianmu Technology, disregarding all conventions, had charged in and flipped the table, encroaching on the livelihood of every battery company. What right did a company with a registered capital of only 1 billion have to be so arrogant? Fortunately, it was the May Day holiday, otherwise energy and chip sector stocks on the Dragon Kingdom stock market would have experienced violent fluctuations. Halfway through the press conference, many investment firms had already dispatched senior executives to Huang City in Yi Province, aiming to invest in or acquire Tianmu Technology. Companies that relied heavily on chips, batteries, and micro cameras also sent their top brass to Huang City to purchase components. This included mobile phone and laptop manufacturers, who were even more eager than the rest. A 1 nanometer chip, a new generation battery, and a 100 megapixel night vision camera, the combination of these three elements could create a legendary device. Of course, traveling alongside the investment and tech companies were military personnel.
The military needed the battery and brainwave conversion technologies, and they were faster than anyone. They set off directly by helicopter. Agents from the security department also began to move, investigating Tianmu Technology and the man known as Tian.
If Tian proved to be without issue, the security department would need to immediately assign personnel to protect him and Wu Xiao. It could be said that a single press conference from Tianmu Technology had put many people on edge.
The calm before the storm had settled, and the only question was whether Tianmu Technology could weather the coming tempest. After answering the questions from the Huang City State media, reporter Wang Kai declined to take any further questions.
I am deeply grateful to the 20 volunteers behind me.
As a token of our appreciation, the Vision Assist helmets used in the testing earlier are yours to keep. Our Vision Assist helmets will soon be available for purchase on major online shopping platforms and our company's official website. I also want to thank everyone for attending Tianmu Technology's press conference today.
This concludes our event. We'll see you all next time.
Wang Kai gave a slight bow, officially bringing the press conference to a close. The audience rose to their feet, offering warm applause for the successful event before orderly filing out of the venue. Mu Tian and Wu Xiao didn't get up right away, preferring to wait until the crowd had thinned out. Yun Meng, noticing that Mu Tian hadn't left yet, felt a flicker of delight. Once the crowd dispersed a bit, she hurried over to him. Just as Mu Tian and Wu Xiao were preparing to pack up and leave, they found Yun Meng standing before them. Yun Meng bent her knees, intending to kneel and kowtow to Mu Tian in gratitude. It was the highest form of thanks she could conceive. Quick as a flash, Mu Tian grabbed both of Yun Meng's arms. Ahem, Yun Meng, what are you doing? Stopped in her tracks. Yun Meng's face flushed slightly, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Boss, I just wanted to thank you for donating vision assist helmets to visually impaired children in welfare homes across the Dragon Kingdom.
Mu Tian felt a dull ache forming in his head.
The girl seemed sharp-witted, but her approach was anything but subtle.
My donation of the helmets wasn't because of you, so you don't owe me any thanks.
I've had the intention to donate since before I even developed this product.
Oh. Well, I still want to thank you.
On behalf of my sisters, I thank you, boss. This time Yun Meng bowed to Mu Tian and he didn't stop her. I can accept this kind of thanks. Go and give Wang Kai the information about your sisters later, and he'll arrange vision assist helmets for them as soon as possible.
Alright, thank you, boss.
With Mu Tian's approval, Yun Meng bounded off like a joyful rabbit towards Wang Kai, who was stepping down from the stage. Over this period, Yun Meng had grown quite familiar with Wang Kai. They were like siblings. Wu Xia watched with a beaming smile, seeing a reflection of her younger self in Yun Meng.
Xiao Tian, what's that girl's name?
Where does she live?
Does she have a boyfriend? Wu Xiao asked, gently patting Mu Tian's shoulder.
Mu Tian's head throbbed again. Mom, are you running a background check? Her name is Yun Meng and she's an orphan. After she left the orphanage, she worked part-time while studying.
She just graduated from Shigong University.
As for whether she has a boyfriend, I wouldn't know.
Wu Xiao's heart ached at the revelation.
No wonder Yun Meng felt so familiar. She too had been an orphan since childhood.
Have Yun Meng come over for dinner tomorrow, will you? I'd like to get to know her. Mom, is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be?
I want to take her in as a goddaughter, not have you marry her, am I right?
Really? Really? Then I'll ask her if she's willing.
Wu Xiao had no intention of forcing Mu Tian and Yun Meng together. She wanted to get a measure of Yun Meng's character and temperament first and then proceed cautiously. The house was far too quiet these days. If only there were 3 or 4 little ones running around her calling her grandma, Wu Xiao would feel truly blessed and her life would be complete. Leaving the sports arena, Mu Tian first dropped Wu Xiao off at home before returning to the company with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Wang Kai had just called him. Military personnel from Wu City were there to see the boss.
Mu Tian knew that bringing out groundbreaking technology would inevitably attract all sorts of entities.
The military and the government were what he considered his gods, his protectors. As for when the more troublesome forces might show up, he was mentally prepared. The military's swift reaction was largely due to Tianmu Technology's recent heavy advertising, which had made the Vision Assist helmet known to nearly everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. When Mu Tian entered the company's reception room, he was pleasantly surprised to see that one of the 3 military personnel was someone he knew.
Mo Tianhu.
You old dog, long time no see.
Haha, Mu Tian, you talented scholar, it's been a while.
Mo Tianhu was Mu Tian's high school classmate, but he had enlisted in the army right after his freshman year of college. Mu Tian never imagined that their reunion 7 years later would occur under such circumstances.
Mo Tianhu was merely one of the accompanying personnel. This time the one in charge was someone else. After exchanging greetings, they fell silent.
The military officer leading this mission was Gung Qian, a major from the logistics department, around 30 years old.
Major Gung, it's a pleasure to meet you. After verifying each other's identities, Mu Tian shook hands with Gung Qian. Chairman Mu, the pleasure is mine. You are truly accomplished at such a young age, presenting such advanced high-tech products right out of the gate. You flatter me.
These are just creations born from a spark of inspiration. They are hardly worth mentioning. Having pursued graduate studies in both microelectronic science and engineering and materials physics, Mu Tian was well aware of the brilliance of his creations, but he knew the virtue of humility.
Haha, Chairman Mu, you are too modest.
Our purpose here is to verify whether your company's batteries are as formidable as claimed during the press conference.
Furthermore, we are quite intrigued by your brainwave conversion technology. Major Gung, I am willing to sell the brainwave conversion technology to the military.
However, the battery technology is the cornerstone of our company and it is not for sale. The brainwave conversion technology had wide-ranging applications, including numerous uses in national defense.
Mu Tian had no intention of hoarding it exclusively for himself.
However, if someone with ulterior motives were to sell the battery technology to other companies, the losses for Tianmu Technology would be catastrophic. After all, with the technical data for synthesizing the battery's cathode and anode materials, one could easily construct a production line.
Mu Tian dared not underestimate others. I understand.
We can simply purchase the batteries directly from your company. That's perfectly reasonable. But as for the brainwave conversion technology, what price does Chairman Mu have in mind? Major Gun, would it be possible to exchange the brainwave conversion technology for the title of a military-civilian cooperative enterprise?
Mu Tian made a modest request without asking for too much.
Chairman Mu, since we are here to procure your technology, that naturally makes you a military-civilian cooperative enterprise.
The designation is yours. Additionally, we can provide assistance in other areas.
Thanks to Mu Tian's reputation as a brilliant scholar, the military held him in high regard. Had he not already established his own company, they would have eagerly recruited him into their research institutes. Then, Major Gun, could I apply for the 3 military industrial certifications in the name of Tianmu Technology?
Seeing that Gengqian was amenable, Mu Tian brazenly added another request.
That might be somewhat difficult unless Tianmu Technology can produce a product that truly impresses us. But without those certifications, I wouldn't dare to create such a product for fear of legal repercussions.
Haha, Chairman Mu, you can present a sample first. Samples are not subject to those restrictions, otherwise how could technological innovation ever flourish? Alright, I understand. Then it's settled.
Later this evening we will designate the 1,000 acres of land surrounding Tianmu Technology as a military zone and provide it to your company for use free of charge. Considering the modest scale of Tianmu Technology, Gengqian had been authorized with specific incentives from his superiors before his visit. These incentives included 1 billion yuan in funding and 1,000 acres of land. Although Mu Tian had declined the money, the land was still to be granted, facilitating Tianmu Technology's rapid expansion. Mu Tian extended his right hand with a smile. I am deeply grateful for the military's support. Here's to a successful partnership. Gengqian shook his hand in return to a successful partnership. Returning to his office, Mu Tian retrieved the prepared hard drive containing the brainwave conversion technology and several battery samples, handing them over to Gengqian. Gengqian solemnly placed the hard drive and batteries into a secure case, locked it, and then handcuffed the case to his own wrist. After some further small talk, Mu Tian escorted the trio downstairs, where a military helicopter awaited in the open area below. As Mo Tianhu boarded, he waved goodbye to Mu Tian, bound by duty and unable to cross the line to catch up with his old friend.
No contract was signed for this transaction.
Mu Tian had implicit trust in the military and his demands had been reasonable. As the helicopter lifted off, Mu Tian turned and headed back upstairs, remembering the task Wu Xiao had entrusted to him. The entire company was bustling with activity as the 250000 Vision Assist helmets that had just been launched were already sold out. Subsequently, pre-orders on their official website had exceeded 1 million units. The sales department was swamped with processing orders and shipping, and employees from other departments were lending a hand whenever their own work allowed. When Mu Tian found Yunmeng, she was cheerfully chatting with colleagues while packing parcels. The joy and enthusiasm she brought to her work were a stark contrast to the more seasoned employees.
Yunmeng, could you come to my office for a moment? Mu Tian said, approaching her.
Oh yes, of course, boss.
Yunmeng looked up upon hearing his call, promptly stood up and followed him to his office.
Walking along, Yunmeng's heart fluttered with nervousness, wondering why the boss was summoning her alone.
Upon entering the office, Mu Tian settled into his executive chair while Yunmeng took a seat across the desk. Yunmeng, are you free tomorrow evening after work? My mother would like to invite you over for dinner.
Ah.
Boss, why does your mother want to have dinner with me? I don't even know her. Yunmeng was taken aback. This invitation was completely unexpected. She was the woman standing next to me at noon. You probably didn't notice her. Oh, that was your mother. I didn't even greet her. How embarrassing. It's fine. She's quite taken with you and wants to get to know you. So what do you say? Okay, I'm free tomorrow. I'd be happy to come over for a meal. Though a bit nervous, Yunmeng felt she couldn't refuse her boss's invitation lest she face his displeasure later.
But does this count as a date with the boss?
Should she wear something nice tomorrow night?
And shouldn't she buy a gift for his mother?
Ugh, being inexperienced in love is so confusing. Yunmeng walked out of Mu Tian's office in a daze, a million thoughts swirling in her mind.
In her bewilderment, she sought out her closest female colleagues, whispering questions about what to wear for a first date and what precautions to take. Those colleagues, finding the packing task rather monotonous, were more than happy to act as Yunmeng's love guru. She had certainly come to the right people.
A full-blown seminar on the art of romance ensued. Yunmeng used every bit of her brainpower but still couldn't remember every detail they shared.
In the end, she resorted to turning on her phone's voice recorder to capture all their advice. Meanwhile, back in his office, Mu Tian began reviewing the various pieces of intelligence that Xiaomeng had gathered.
As the god of the internet, Xiaomeng would surreptitiously monitor any online or phone conversations that mentioned the keywords Tianmu Technology, Mu Tian or Wu Xiao.
I can't believe I'm already on an assassination hit list. They certainly think highly of me. Mu Tian's head throbbed upon seeing the $100 million bounty placed on his head on the dark web.
Brother, don't worry. I've just collected 10 more units of happiness which I can use to create a protective item for you and Auntie.
Manhwa had been standing behind Mu Tian reviewing the intelligence with him. Seeing his furrowed brow, she knew he was worried about assassins coming after him. With Zhang Long and Zhao Hu guarding him, Mu Tian wasn't concerned about close-quarters attacks. What he feared were assassins with firearms taking a shot at him from a distance.
Manhwa handed Mu Tian a device the size of a smartphone. Brother, this is a quantum shield protector. With this, even a sniper rifle round won't harm you in the slightest.
Mu Tian accepted the quantum shield protector handed to him by Manhwa.
It was about the size and weight of a mobile phone.
He had Xiaomeng scan the device and quickly obtained its technical specifications along with various blueprints for upgrades and modifications.
Xiaomeng was truly formidable.
With its assistance, Mu Tian felt as if he had grown wings. Mu Tian pressed the red button on the protector and an invisible shield instantly enveloped him, safeguarding him from all angles without a single blind spot. Placing the device on his office desk, Mu Tian began hurling objects at it. The first was a pen which was deflected aside before it could even reach the desk. The second was a magazine which he threw with considerable force. The book's kinetic energy was completely consumed by the shield before it slid to the floor. The quantum shield's protective principle was to dissipate the kinetic energy of an incoming attack once it reached a certain threshold, preventing dangerous ricochets that could harm bystanders.
Thank you, Manhwa.
With this, I won't have to worry about someone taking a shot at my back.
Ensuring Big Brother's safety is ensuring my own. There's no need to thank me.
It seems I've really stepped on some powerful toes this time for someone to want my head so quickly.
Brother, you can put a bounty on those who put a bounty on you. It's not like we lack the funds.
Right.
Why didn't I think of that?
Who says only the villains can post bounties?
I can too.
Xiaomeng, can you trace who issued the bounty on me?
Upon receiving Mu Tian's query, Xiaomeng immediately listed the individuals who had posted the bounties.
There were 15 names in total, though these were mere pawns. Behind them were their masters spanning industries such as energy, semiconductors, and brain-computer interfaces. The most aggressive and extreme were those from the energy and semiconductor sectors who had collectively issued 5 bounties, each offering a reward of $100 million. Over the past month, Xiaomeng had amassed over $3 billion through the stock and futures markets.
The tree company which Xiaomeng had been relentlessly tormenting was in utter misery. Had Mu Tian not restricted Xiaomeng's capabilities, the earnings would have far exceeded $3 billion.
Xiaomeng, how much would it cost to post bounties on all the masterminds behind the bounties on me at $100 million each? Boss, that would be substantial. It would require approximately $6 billion. Earn $6 billion from the US stock market within 3 days.
Don't use my mother's account. Can you do it? Absolutely, boss. Just watch me.
Good. Once you've earned the $6 billion, immediately post the bounties on those who put bounties on me. I want them to taste their own medicine.
Understood, boss. I could also drain their bank accounts. Should I?
Draining their bank accounts probably won't have much of an impact. They all have multiple identities along with plenty of cash and real estate.
Still, it's a good way to cause them some trouble. Go ahead. On it.
While Xiaomeng set off to work, Mu Tian used the atomic-level 3D printer to begin producing improved versions of the quantum shield protector.
A device the size of a phone was rather inconvenient to carry. A bracelet form factor worn on the wrist would be far more portable.
The quantum shield protector was powered by a metal hydride battery. The larger bracelets could last a week on a single charge, while the smaller ones could last 3 days.
Mu Tian produced 200 units at once.
As soon as the first one was finished, he powered it on for testing. The quantum shield bracelet was noticeably larger and thicker than a typical smart bracelet, but its overall appearance was still quite harmonious. After conducting a series of tests on the bracelet, Mu Tian finally felt a sense of relief knowing he had personal security. He remained at the company until the end of the workday before heading home.
Wu Xiao was seated at the dining table while 3 female robots were busy preparing the meal in the kitchen. Fortunately, Mu Tian had the foresight not to model the robots after beautiful women but instead gave them the appearance of middle-aged aunties. If Wu Xiao had seen that the 3 robots were all beauties who were thrifty, caring, and excellent cooks, she would have certainly started planning a bride selection show for him. Mu Tian took out 10 of the smaller bracelets and handed them to Wu Xiao. Mom, this is our company's next product, a health bracelet. I'd like you to try it out and see if there's anything that needs improvement. Mu Tian didn't tell Wu Xiao that these bracelets were powered by protective energy, fearing she would then worry about their safety. Since the smaller bracelets only had a 3-day battery life, Mu Tian reminded her the battery in this bracelet only lasts for 3 days. When it runs out, just give the dead bracelet to me and I'll replace the battery. Following Mu Tian's instructions, Wu Xiao powered on the bracelet and put it on her wrist. Mu Tian then made a show of installing a health app on her phone. The bracelet did have genuine health monitoring functions. The protective feature was only triggered in emergencies. Wu Xiao was very attentive to Mu Tian's products and was more than happy to assist with product testing. After putting on the bracelet, Wu Xiao asked with a smile, "Xiao Tian, have you managed to arrange a meeting with that girl Yin Meng? If so, I'll prepare a menu for tomorrow." "Mom, it's all arranged. She's free tomorrow and I'll bring her home for dinner after work." "Wonderful. I'll make sure to cook plenty of dishes for her tomorrow. She looks a bit malnourished." "That's just how she is. Last month I advanced her a month's salary of 10,000 yuan, but she only kept 3,000 for herself and donated the rest to her old orphanage. She makes the 3,000 yuan last for 2 months, and she also sends a portion of her part-time earnings back to the orphanage. Ah, she truly is a good girl." Wu Xiao was immensely pleased with Yun Meng, a girl who was both grateful and frugal. Mu Tian couldn't find the right words to respond, so he simply changed the subject. Since the company provided room and board, Yun Meng didn't have to worry about going hungry or being homeless. While Mu Tian was enjoying his meal, chaotic scenes were unfolding in many parts of the world. The bank balances of several well-known tycoons were suddenly wiped clean. The money in their accounts had been donated by Xiao Meng under various pretexts to impoverished nations in Africa. As is well known, the poverty and unreasonableness of African nations are infamous across the globe. Several huge sums of money were donated to them through charity organization accounts. The sudden windfall left them dazed, and the thought of returning the money never even crossed their minds. The tycoons took to media platforms demanding that the African nations return their money, but not a single country responded, all pretending to be oblivious. After all, the money wasn't donated directly from the tycoons' accounts but through various charitable organizations. Since the African nations ignored the charities, they certainly weren't going to pay attention to the tycoons themselves. After finishing his meal, Mu Tian saw the various screenshots Xiao Meng had sent him. This is just the interest. Soon they will be living in constant fear. The stock market on May Day was exceptionally volatile, with numerous companies crashing the moment trading began. These included chip foundries and energy corporations, both sectors bearing the brunt of the technological disruption triggered by the Vision Helm. Speculators who had been scheming all day made their aggressive move, mercilessly shorting the stocks of these industry titans. Xiao Meng was among the frenzy, securing hefty profits before vanishing as swiftly as he had appeared. The collapse of those corporations was of course the handiwork of Tianmu Technology, the mastermind behind it all. Naturally, Xiao Meng's contribution was far from negligible. His machinations were the catalyst that emboldened so many to short the American giants. Any data on the internet from any connected device was vulnerable to Xiao Meng's prying eyes and relentless collection. To date, Mu Tian hadn't even managed to review the sheer volume of intelligence Xiao Meng had gathered. It was simply overwhelming. Fortunately, the personnel lists of various nations' intelligence agencies were still maintained on paper, otherwise Xiao Meng could have unearthed even more explosive secrets for Mu Tian. Mu Tian now spent his evenings immersed in the technical documentation Xiao Meng curated, striving to evolve from a top student into a bona fide scientific prodigy. The night passed without incident. Due to the product launch, Tianmu Technology had not granted a holiday for the May Day break, but employees were compensated with triple their usual wages. Mu Tian arrived at the company around 9:30 in the morning. It was clear that with sufficient financial incentive, even the most reluctant worker would willingly show up during the holidays. Those who refused to work during holidays were usually expected to do so out of sheer loyalty or for the love of the company, as some bosses would say. Mu Tian took a tour of the factory and warehouse, observing the employees' high spirits. Seeing them work with smiles on their faces filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. If the staff had been wearing grimaces and voicing complaints, it would undoubtedly have been a sign that he as the boss was failing in his duties. Today Yun Meng seemed different. She wore a new dress and had applied a touch of makeup, lending her an air of maturity that softened her usual youthful demeanor. Just as Mu Tian settled into his office, Wan Kai entered carrying a plaque. "Boss, the military sent this over first thing this morning. Along with it came the authorization for 1,000 acres of land nearby. The relocation and compensation for the factories and residents in the vicinity are currently being arranged." Mu Tian took the plaque, which read Military Cooperation Unit, followed by a serial number and the date of issuance. Handing the plaque back to Wan Kai, Mu Tian instructed, "Put it up in the most prominent spot at the company's entrance. Let every visitor see it." As Wan Kai left with the plaque, Mu Tian remarked to Nua, "I didn't expect the military to deliver the plaque so quickly. They're remarkably efficient. With this plaque, what underhanded schemes do we have to worry about anymore?"
Nua holding a milk bottle took a sip before responding, brother, it's because what you presented was genuinely solid without any tricks. Only after they verified it did they come to value Tianmu technology so highly.
Tian nodded in agreement.
You're right. But obtaining the 3 military industry certificates is still a challenge.
I need to figure out what else I can analyze and upgrade. Nua tilted her head in thought.
Brother, you could try fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and firearms.
Tian slapped his forehead.
Of course.
Why didn't I think of that? We can analyze and upgrade the Bitey fighter jet.
Without further ado, Tian instructed Xiaomeng to search online for the Bitey fighter's design concept. Xiaomeng found it quickly and began the process of analysis and enhancement.
Bitey fighter, a new generation aerospace fighter with capabilities for near-Earth orbit and atmospheric combat. Analysis as follows. Upgrades as follows. Tian was astonished that this actually worked.
He had initially assumed that since it was just a concept design, Xiaomeng wouldn't be able to analyze or upgrade it. However, the substantial quantity of rare earth metals required for manufacturing the fighter posed a problem. Purchasing such large amounts under the company's name would necessitate official approval and oversight, which was quite troublesome. Crucially, Tianmu Technology currently lacked the capability to produce the Bitey fighter. Manufacturing it would invite a barrage of questions, as it would be impossible to explain the production process. I wonder when the nearby factories and residents will finish relocating.
Having such a small factory is a real constraint. Tian finally felt the limitations of the small town. It was too small, severely restricting any expansion plans for the company. Yet Tian never considered moving elsewhere.
He firmly believed in the adage, a mountain need not be high, it is famous for its immortals. Just as Wang Kai finished having security mount the military cooperation unit plaque at the company entrance, a group of visitors arrived. These individuals had appointments with Wang Kai to discuss chip foundry services, battery and camera module procurement.
They were from the consumer electronics industry. Representatives from well-known domestic companies like Millet, Huawei and the blue-green duo Apple Vivo were present alongside international giants such as Lenovo, Apple and Samsung.
Nearly 80 people arrived to discuss partnerships, all scheduled by Wang Kai for the same time slot.
Tianmu Technology, in the spirit of friendly cooperation, was open to talks with all companies.
Wang Kai led the group to the largest meeting room and had hot tea served to everyone.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming to our company to discuss cooperation at the earliest opportunity.
As everyone settled and looked towards him, Wang Kai began his pitch. The representative from Apple spoke first. Mr.
Wang, could we perhaps see some samples first?
We haven't seen the samples yet, so we are still a bit hesitant about how to proceed with the negotiations. Wang Kai responded with a calm smile. Of course. Tianmu Technology has prepared samples for each of your companies.
Feel free to take them back for testing before we finalize any agreements.
However, I must mention up front that we will supply orders on a first-come, first-served basis. If our production capacity falls short, some companies might face significant delays in receiving their goods. And one more crucial point, we only provide chip foundry services, not the sale of finished chips. After Wang Kai finished, murmurs and whispers broke out among the representatives. Then the Samsung representative spoke up. Mr. Wang, if we were to sign a contract with you right now, could we include a clause for a sky-high penalty fee? Otherwise we wouldn't feel safe signing a procurement agreement with you at this stage. Wang Kai shook his head and refused. If any of you don't trust us, you are welcome to take the samples back, test their performance and then decide whether to place an order. Don't try to use exorbitant penalty clauses to hold Tianmu Technology hostage.
Wang Kai's stance was firm.
He showed no special deference to the Samsung representative, leaving them visibly embarrassed. As the murmuring continued, several staff from customer service entered carrying trays laden with samples prepared for each company. Each small red bag contained just 3 items: a 1nm silicon-based chip, a solid-state battery, and a 100-megapixel camera module.
This was Tianmu Technology's red packet for its guests.
Many companies, upon receiving their samples, hurriedly bid farewell to Wang Kai. They were eager to rush back and test the products, fearing that any delay in placing orders would put them at the back of a long queue. The visitors came in a rush and left in a hurry with their samples, leaving only a few domestic companies behind. Among the remaining representatives, Huawei was the most prominent, the rest were smaller firms. The representatives from the smaller companies lingered, for their modest scale rendered them more vulnerable to elimination in the impending product race. The delegate from Huawei remained as well, for the company, crippled by American sanctions, found no foundry willing to manufacture its chips. Facing an imminent crisis of chip scarcity, retreat was not an option. At this critical juncture, Tianmu Technology appeared as a lifeline, one that Huawei was determined to grasp firmly. Other phone and computer companies had ample time to verify the authenticity of the samples, their chip supply from America secure and their component chains uninterrupted. But Huawei could only stake everything on this single desperate gamble. Victory would bring boundless horizons, while defeat would leave no regrets. Seeing over a dozen companies still present, Wang Kai smiled and asked, "May I ask what other matters you all have?
Please feel free to raise them."
The Huawei representative rose, approached Wang Kai and extended his right hand with a smile.
"President Wang, I am Hong Liang, representative of Huawei in charge of electronic component procurement.
I am here to sign chip foundry orders with Tianmu Technology on behalf of Huawei, along with procurement orders for batteries and camera modules." The representatives of the remaining companies also rose one after another, expressing their willingness to place orders immediately. However, lacking chip design capabilities, they could not commission Tianmu for chip manufacturing as Huawei did. Wang Kai had already stated that Tianmu Technology would not sell finished chips, accepting only foundry commissions. This dashed the hopes of many companies seeking ready-made solutions.
Wang Kai shook Hong Liang's hand and smiled. "We appreciate Huawei's trust and the trust of everyone here. Rest assured, for the first batch of companies signing contracts, we will only collect a 10 deposit. If we fail to deliver on time, the deposit will be refunded in full." Hong Liang felt even more reassured.
His bold decision was bolstered by the sight of a military cooperation unit plaque adorning the gate pillars of Tianmu Technology when he entered. Such a plaque signified a solid partnership with the military, a symbol of strength and prestige. A company of this caliber would never abscond with funds or engage in deceptive practices that could tarnish its reputation.
Hong Liang, on behalf of Huawei, placed a chip foundry order with Tianmu Technology for 100 million 3nm SoC chips. Huawei had long completed the design for the 3nm chip but could not find a foundry to manufacture it. The fact that Tianmu Technology could handle 1nm chip production was a leap ahead of them.
On May 2, Tianmu Technology not only received Huawei's order for 100 million chips but also sold 200 million batteries and 120 million camera modules. Huawei remained the primary client, while the smaller companies mostly procured batteries to enhance the competitiveness of their various electronic products. Regarding the solid-state batteries, their capacity was 10 times that of standard batteries, and despite being priced at 4 times the market rate, they were readily accepted. Manufacturing 100 million chips would require 10 chip processing machines operating for roughly 4 months. The chips, batteries and camera modules would also need additional production facilities. Fortunately, a neighboring factory vacated within a day. If Tianmu Technology promptly took over and renovated the premises, chip production could commence within half a month. The first batch of orders required delivery within 6 months, providing ample time for production. Those companies that left immediately with samples, aside from doubting the sample's true performance, were more inclined to analyze whether the technology could be reverse-engineered. Notably, Tianmu Technology had not filed patents for its batteries or camera modules. If they could crack the technology, they could even preemptively register patents and turn the tables to sanction Tianmu. Among these companies were those of the Tree Corporation, who sent personnel from their holding companies to collect sample sets as well. After receiving the samples of the 3 products, Kusada Kazuo immediately arranged for testing. A sense of anxiety gnawed at him, realizing he had indeed let a tiger return to the mountain by failing to eradicate Tian completely. By the end of the workday, his subordinates finally delivered the test reports to Kusada Kazuo. "Gongkuan, we truly misjudged this time. To think all 3 samples are genuine. Tianmu Technology is indeed a formidable rival for our Tree Corporation." Kusada Kazuo's brow furrowed deeply as he studied the reports. "Kusada-kun, since Tian has become our mortal enemy, we cannot afford to let him live. We must eliminate him immediately." Gong Hao reminded Kusada Kazuo. "Correct, Gongkuan. We must act swiftly. Whether it's Tian, Tianmu Technology, or Tian's mother, we must strike first and eliminate them all." With the test data now available confirming performance 10 times superior to existing products and deemed impossible to reverse-engineer, the threat was undeniable. The overwhelming product advantage would disrupt market equilibrium, making Tianmu Technology a target for all. The principle was clear: strike first to gain the upper hand, hesitate and suffer the consequences. If they could steal Tianmu's product technology and eliminate its leader Tian, the Tree Corporation would remain the undisputed leader in the battery industry. Xiao Meng, having eavesdropped on Kusada Kazuo's conversation, immediately informed Tian. Tian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, contemplating a decision that defied his principles. "Nuwa, do you think I should strike first and eliminate Gong Hao and his men?" "Whatever decision you make is right, brother. Nuwa will always support you." Alas, I had intended to gather evidence of their crimes and let the law deal with them. But they keep crossing the line. Perhaps my mercy was a weakness. Brother, let's act then. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu can handle it. Let me prepare some potent substances first, then send them off. Having made his decision, Tian set the atomic-level 3D printer to work, producing an enhanced hallucinogenic agent. Meanwhile, Gong Hao, Kusada Kazuo and their Japanese associates were convening in a high-rise meeting room. They were finalizing plans for a night raid on Tianmu Technology to steal its technology and kidnap Tian and Wu Xiao. A gentle breeze drifted through the open window and they remained oblivious to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu who had flown into the room. Invisible, they began dispersing the hallucinogenic agent. The agent was colorless and odorless. Gong Hao and the others soon descended into a frenzied hallucination. The room's excellent soundproofing ensured no one outside was aware of the deadly struggle within. It wasn't until the last survivor leaped to his death startling passers-by that the building's security rushed to pry open the meeting room door. By then the office was devoid of life, streaked with blood. The two security guards, their courage nearly shattered, hastily dialed the emergency number. Having completed their mission, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu departed through the window, leaving no trace of their presence. The hallucinogenic agent would dissipate within half an hour, leaving no residue whatsoever. By then half an hour had already passed. At 5 p.m. Dragon Country time, a momentous news story was released via central media. Recently, our nation's tech enterprise Tianmu Technology has achieved significant breakthroughs in new chip manufacturing technology and solid-state battery technology. In these two fields, Tianmu Technology has established a clear lead over its peers. Let us now review the test reports for these two technologies. The news from the national media ignited a fervor across the nation as people eagerly spread the word to friends and family who seldom kept up with current events. Within a remarkably short span, the entire country learned that a company in E province had shattered the American chip embargo. From this moment forward, the nation's chip production would no longer depend on Western lithography machines boasting more advanced processes and superior technology. The breakthrough in battery technology is equally poised to give a powerful boost to the nation's technological competitiveness. Just imagining a future where a phone can run for a full week on a single charge and even then require only 20 minutes to recharge is enough to stir immense excitement. Those who had invested in American stocks were already sharpening their blades, eagerly awaiting the market's opening to short sell US tech shares. Tonight was destined to be another night of revelry. Of course, across the ocean it was the dead of night and most were still lost in slumber, unaware that the sky had already fallen. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu completed their mission and returned to report to Mu Tian, allowing the hatred in his heart to completely dissipate. Mu Ye's vendetta was settled and Mu Tian's conscience was clear. The enmity of a father's murder was irreconcilable, especially since Gong Hao and Kasada Kazuo had also conspired against Tianmu Technology and sought to harm him and his mother. The only headache for the police who received the report was that with the meeting room surveillance footage they could easily classify the case as mutual slaughter. However, dealing with the Japanese embassy over the deaths of Kasada Kazuo and his men would require some persuasive effort. It was 5:30 p.m., the end of the workday at Tianmu Technology. Mu Tian instructed Wang Kai and the other two robots to guard the company and factory overnight. He even left Zhang Long behind to assist with security instead of taking him home. After tonight, Tianmu Technology would inevitably attract visits from many covetous individuals. Their simplest and most direct approach would be to sneak into the company to steal technology and into the factory to steal equipment. To prevent harm to the security staff, Mu Tian specifically advised them not to rush to the front lines and to let the experts he had arranged take the lead. Mu Tian arrived at the factory's temporary warehouse and saw several Shunshui express trucks parked by the roadside loading packages ready for dispatch. Given the massive volume of shipments from Tianmu Technology, Shunshui Express had dispatched over a dozen employees to assist with the packing and shipping process. When Mu Tian found Yun Meng, the girl was happily packaging items while chatting and laughing with a colleague of similar age beside her. This was the best thing about fresh graduates, they could maintain long-lasting enthusiasm for any task. Even though packaging wasn't Yun Meng's primary duty, she did it with great relish. Mu Tian walked over to Yun Meng and said with a smile, "Yun Meng, let's go. Work is over." Yun Meng looked up, meeting Mu Tian's bright eyes, and replied, "Okay, boss. Wait for me a moment. I'll go wash my hands and be right back." As Yun Meng ran off to wash her hands, Mu Tian went over to greet Zhang Wan. "How's it going, Manager Jiang? Are you managing to keep up?" "Boss, I'm in a state of bittersweet agony. Perhaps you should consider hiring someone else to take charge of warehouse shipping." "Alright, no problem. I'll mention it to Lu Han and have him recruit more hands. We're indeed understaffed right now." "That's good to hear. Though I might not be able to head home until around 10 tonight. I appreciate your hard work. The company will provide ample overtime pay and there will be extra dishes for dinner. We won't shortchange you. Speaking of dinner, boss, are you planning to take that girl Yun Meng on a date? She's been beaming all day." "There's nothing like that. My mother wants to adopt her as a goddaughter. I'm just taking her home for a meal." "Oh my boss, you're blushing. If you want to pursue Yun Meng, just say so. She's such a wonderful girl. You should make your move soon." Ahem ahem. Don't talk nonsense lest you cause misunderstandings. I've been through this before. I can tell Yun Meng has feelings for you too. You should really put in some effort, boss. If you keep this up, I'll have to dock your pay." "Haha, alright, I'll stop. Janwan stopped not because of the warning but because she saw Yun Meng entering from outside walking towards them. Yun Meng had clearly done more than just wash her hands. She had also run back into the company to fetch the gift she had prepared last night. It was a large bag, its contents unknown. As Mu Tian led a slightly blushing Yun Meng out of the warehouse, the female employees inside immediately began to gossip. Seeing the older women starting to speculate about Yun Meng wanting to marry into wealth, Janwan sternly admonished them.
Keep your mouths clean. The boss is a wonderful person, and even if he were to marry Yun Meng, it would be a perfect match.
Why say such unpleasant things about her trying to climb the social ladder? If Yun Meng becomes our future boss lady, you'd all have to look up to her.
Janwan's sharp tongue quickly extinguished the flames of gossip in the warehouse.
And she was right. If they were too harsh on Yun Meng today and she did become the boss's wife later, those who had spoken ill would find themselves in a difficult position. Given the excellent benefits of Tianmu Technology, being fired would surely make them regret every word that slipped out of their mouths. Getting into the car for the ride home, Zhao, who drove while Mu Tian and Yun Meng sat in the back, the atmosphere thick with awkward silence as neither could find a suitable topic. Seeing Yun Meng's face grow increasingly red, her head bowed down to her chest, Mu Tian suddenly found himself agreeing with Jiang Wan's words. Girl, you're acting strange, very strange indeed. Mu Tian did have a fondness for Yun Meng. She was kind, sensible, intelligent, and hard-working, qualities that would stir the heart of any man. Ahem, Yun Meng, have you given any thought to your future career?
Would you consider pursuing a part-time master's degree? Mu Tian started making small talk to break the deadlock.
The journey from the company to his home was 7 or 8 kilometers, about a 10-minute drive.
They couldn't very well sit in silence all the way.
Yun Meng looked up, casting a quick glance at Mu Tian before lowering her head again. Boss, if you want me to apply for a graduate program, I will. Well, he had only intended to find a topic, but Mu Tian hadn't expected the ball to be tossed right back into his court.
Of course, I'd like you to continue your studies in depth. But even if you don't pursue a degree, that's fine.
I have plenty of advanced technical materials that I can share with you for self-study.
Okay, boss.
I'll keep studying diligently and strive to become your right-hand person in the future.
Ahem, that's good to hear.
They fell back into a state of speechlessness, the atmosphere turning both ambiguous and serene. Both were novices in love, unsure of how to take the first step into a relationship.
Fortunately, all roads have an end. A few minutes later, Zhao, who pulled up in front of Mu Tian's home. Mu Tian had messaged Wu Xiao before they left, and she was now standing at the door greeting them with a warm smile.
Yun Meng, carrying her gift, stepped out of the car and walked briskly to Wu Xiao, giving a slight bow.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Yun Meng. This is a gift for you.
Wu Xiao, unconcerned with the gift itself, casually opened it and found a set of clothes seemingly the latest spring fashion.
Yun Meng, you are so thoughtful. I really like it.
To buy this gift, Yun Meng had requested an advance on her salary from Wang Kai, as she hadn't been on the job long enough to receive her first paycheck. Yun Meng and Wu Xiao got along splendidly, chatting endlessly from the doorway to the dining table and then from the dining table to the living room.
As they chatted with great enthusiasm, Wu Xiao seized the moment to propose taking Yun Meng as her adopted daughter.
After a moment of coy hesitation, Yun Meng agreed. As she called out mother again and again, tears welled up in her eyes. Finally, she was a child with a mother. Though not her biological mother, this woman was truly kind to her.
She even gave Yun Meng the Mu family heirloom, a gold bracelet and a jade pendant.
Mu Tian sat nearby, unable to get a word in, let alone raise an objection. He had already figured out that Wu Xiao wasn't just looking for a goddaughter, she was clearly finding a wife for him. Wu Xiao also insisted that Yun Meng stay the night at home instead of returning to the company dormitory, and asked her to move in from the factory the very next day.
Their conversation grew more animated by the minute.
Seeing it was already 9 p.m., Mu Tian excused himself and retreated to his room to watch tonight's U.S. stock market battle. Earlier, while accompanying Wu Xiao and the others, Xiao Meng had informed him that the White House was planning to add the Vision Assist helmet to the U.S. import ban list.
What a sight to behold! America's strategy of banning what it couldn't beat was truly shameless.
First, Huawei's 5G project faced blockades in the US, and now his Tianmu technology was being added to the import ban list. Did the happiness of the American people mean nothing to the White House? Tonight's US stock market was even more chaotic than last night's. A circuit breaker was triggered shortly after the opening bell, allowing short sellers to rake in massive profits.
Mu Tian didn't restrict Xiao Meng's moves tonight, though it wasn't allowed to use only Wu Xiao's account to make money.
This was a trivial task for Xiao Meng.
It could easily create numerous stock accounts using the identity information of elderly people.
Boss, with this strategy tonight I can earn at least $6 billion.
Don't hold back tonight.
We still need money to put a bounty on those who put a bounty on me.
Don't worry. After tonight you won't have to worry about money anymore. Alright, do your thing. I'm going to read.
Tian went to review his materials, a nightly ritual. Although the Vision Assist helmets from Tianmu Technology were already on sale, the high production costs meant slim profit margins.
The company's next phase of growth would require substantial funding.
The initial capital for the company had been transferred from Wu Xiao's stock account, which is why the security department had been so confident in Tianmu Technology. While Tian was engrossed in his studies at Tianmu Technology's premises, the streetlights cast dim pools of light while numerous figures lurked in the surrounding darkness. These people were divided into several groups from different factions, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. They were all waiting for the dead of night when the security guards would grow drowsy before making their move. They also feared that triggering the alarm system would leave them with insufficient time to haul away the goods. Their goal was singular: to dismantle and steal Tianmu Technology's production line.
Once acquired, it could be replicated and turned into a money-printing machine.
As for daring, these weren't ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they were all spies deeply embedded within it.
Meanwhile, in another hidden corner, agents of the Dragon Kingdom's security department were also waiting patiently.
"Captain Long, how many big fish do you think we'll catch this time?" Inside a monitoring room, the young man Yi Zhiqiu asked the middle-aged man beside him, Long Shuang.
"Quite a few, I'd imagine.
After all, Tianmu Technology is too tempting a prize,"
Long Shuang estimated. "Tisk tisk, my hands are itching. Why haven't they made their move yet? Don't you get cocky.
If even one of them slips away this time, don't expect any credit, just 10 self-criticism reports."
No, I've got this. I'm rock solid. Rock solid, my foot.
Haven't you had enough of the darkroom since that neighbor island spy escaped last time?
Hell, let's not dwell on past glories. But Captain Long, why does Tianmu Technology seem so unprepared? How would I know? Maybe they're relaxed on the outside but vigilant within.
We've already arrested a dozen or so near Tian's place.
Our operation here should start soon too.
They're quite audacious.
What can we do? Tianmu Technology has poked a huge hole in the sky this time.
We must protect this tender sprout.
At Tian's residence, 4 robots and 2 robotic cats stood guard position 5 meters from the house, rendered invisible.
Those who attempted to kidnap Tian were ambushed by the security department at the village entrance and apprehended, ensuring his defensive measures remained undisclosed.
At 10:30 the factory shift finally ended. Jiangwan returned home carrying 2 child-sized Vision Assist helmets.
Previously, Tianmu Technology's products had been kept under strict secrecy, so Jiangwan hadn't brought the 2 helmets Tian had given Yen back home. It was only after shipping out a large batch of orders today that Jiangwan finally brought the helmets home. Exhausted from a long day's work, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment and happiness knowing that her daughter would soon be able to see her.
Since Jiangwan started working, Yen had been looked after by her maternal grandparents. When Jiangwan arrived home, Yen was still awake, listening to her grandfather tell a bedtime story. The 3 or 4-year-old girl was full of questions, firing off an endless stream of whys. A small kitten curled up in Yen's arms had already fallen asleep. The sound of the door opening and footsteps entering the room instantly perked Yen up. She set the kitten aside, scrambled to her feet, and reached out her hands toward the direction of the sound. "Mommy, hug. Yen, be good, wait a moment. Mommy has a gift for you." Jiangwan set down one helmet and unwrapped the packaging of the other. Jiangwan carefully placed a cute soft pink helmet onto Yen's head. At first Yen was puzzled as to why her mother was putting a hat on her so late at night. It wasn't until Jiangwan switched on the power that little Yen let out a series of astonished gasps. "Wow. Wow. Wow. Mommy, I can see. I can see you, Grandpa and Grandma. So this is what seeing feels like. Grandpa. Grandma. Yen can see you." Yen's grandparents caught her as she threw herself into their arms, tears glistening in their eyes. Their precious granddaughter could finally see. It was wonderful. Jiangwan took out her phone and placed a video call to her husband Sun Mingjun. "Hey honey. I just got home from work. Are you out of money again? I'll transfer some to you tomorrow when I get paid." Sun Mingjun's face was etched with exhaustion, which pained Jiangwan deeply. Sun Mingjun worked as a sales representative at an auto parts factory in Wu City, often having to attend business dinners. "Honey, I have great news. Our daughter can see with the Vision Assist helmet." "Really? The helmet actually works. I was thinking you should get one for Yen to try." "Yes, really. Yen, come here, come see your daddy." Hearing she could see her father, Yen eagerly wriggled out of her grandfather's arms, scrambled into her mother's embrace, and looked at the phone. "Daddy, I can see you. Daddy, you're so handsome." Sun Mingjun's nose tingled and tears nearly fell. Yen, be good. Daddy will take a day off tomorrow and come home to play with you for a few days." Daddy, come back soon. Nian Nian misses you. Jiangwan brought Nian Nian back to her maiden home because Nian Nian's grandmother held a preference for boys over girls. Moreover, given Nian Nian's blindness, the grandmother's disdain for her was even more pronounced. Thus Jiangwan simply took Nian Nian back to her own parents' house. After all, isn't every child the apple of their parents' eye? It wasn't as if her family couldn't afford to raise Nian Nian. Fortunately, Sun Zhengjun equally supported Jiangwan's decision to bring Nian Nian home, and he made time to visit them for 2 days each month, diligently sending the majority of his salary to her on time. Honey, request leave and come back quickly. The company I'm working for now, Tianmu Technology, is short-staffed. The pay and benefits are excellent. Tianmu Technology is bound to become a giant corporation in the future. It's best if you join early. Alright. I'll take a week off tomorrow and come back to check it out. If I can get hired, I'll work here and not go out again. Setting aside the bustle at Jiangwan's home today over at Tianmu Technology, as the clock struck 1 in the morning, the wolves lurking in the vicinity began their move. They were highly professional, with members from different factions fighting independently yet avoiding direct conflict with each other, forming an encircling formation with unspoken coordination. As is widely known, the world is but a colossal ramshackle stage. The ultimate backers of many nations are the same cabal, merely holding varying degrees of influence in different countries. So it wasn't strange that these spies could cooperate seamlessly. As long as they could seize Tianmu Technology's technology, the spoils would be distributed according to their contributions. Inside Long Shuang's monitoring room, the pre-positioned thermal imaging devices showed the spies from various nations beginning to scurry around. They moved in zigzags through the dark corners, nearly invisible without the thermal cameras. Long Shuang grabbed his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Close the net. Aim to catch them all regardless of casualties." Previously, the spies had given them no excuse for a lethal takedown, but now that they had made their move, there was ample justification for using decisive force. But just then 3 figures burst out of Tianmu Technology, sprinting at high speed and vanishing into the darkness. Long Shuang's anxiety spiked instantly, a curse nearly escaping his lips. Why did they have to run out now, right after he ordered the lethal strike? Weren't they just making things difficult? The snipers positioned around dared not fire, fearing they might hit the Tianmu Technology personnel. Just as Long Shuang was about to change his orders and have his men rush in for close combat, a series of heart-wrenching screams echoed from the darkness. Long Shuang quickly glanced at the thermal imager, which displayed the brawl happening in the dark. Bloody hell, are these even human? Even elite soldiers aren't this formidable, right? Long Shuang and Yi Zhiqiu gasped in shock at the thermal imaging feed. The people from Tianmu Technology were incredibly skilled, subduing a spy with just a single move. Spies were now sprawled on the ground, some barely breathing, with bodies lying everywhere. Quick, our men should charge in too. We can't let them think we're just hiding behind them and reaping the benefits. Captain, by the time we get there, the fight will probably be over. Never mind that, we still need to put on a good show. Charge! Brothers, charge! Just as Long Shuang finished issuing the command over the radio, Yi Zhiqiu was already dashing out ahead. Over 100 security personnel lying in ambush emerged from various hiding spots, some from trees, others from adjacent factory buildings. No one knew who fired the first shot, followed by a dozen more gunshots in quick succession, and then everything fell silent. In the stillness of the night, the sound of gunfire carried far. Fortunately, Long Shuang and his team had prepared for this. They lit several strings of firecrackers to mask the noise, leading the townsfolk to believe someone was setting off fireworks in a fit of madness. 60 to 70 spies lay on the ground, including the dozen or so who had been hiding in the trucks. All were captured in one fell swoop. The plan to lure them into the trap tonight was a resounding success. It was fortunate that Wang Kai and his men had exercised restraint, giving these spies a chance to be rescued. Ordering his subordinates to send the captured spies to the hospital for treatment, showcasing a touch of humanitarian concern, Long Shuang then went to find Wang Kai and his 2 companions. Wang Kai, Lu Han and Zhang Long were the 3 from Tianmu Technology who had resorted to force. A 4th man, Li Tong, stood by as a reserve, ready to cover any unexpected gaps. Hello, I'm Long Shuang, the head of the Huangshe branch of the Dragon Nation's security department. Long Shuang extended his hand to Wang Kai and the others, eager to make the acquaintance of these formidable men. Hello, Wang Kai from Tianmu Technology. Lu Han from Tianmu Technology. Zhang Long, bodyguard for Chairman Mu. Wang Kai and his companions gave Long Shuang due respect, shaking his hand one by one. I know of you, President Wang. I never imagined you were not only adept at management but also possessed such impressive martial skills. You flatter me. It's all just to earn a living. If I weren't capable, I wouldn't have dared to take over this risky operation at Tianmu Technology. President Wang is too modest. If you hadn't joined Tianmu Technology and instead came to our security department, you'd surely hold a significant position. Thank you for the high praise, Captain Long. Unfortunately, I must remain with Tianmu Technology for now. It seems there are no stragglers tonight, so we three will head back to rest. Alright, President Wang. Take care. We'll talk again sometime.
After Wang Kai and his men left, Long Shuang stared thoughtfully at their retreating figures.
Captain Long, don't you find them suspicious? Should we bring them in for questioning? Are we the kind of people who act without just cause? Their files do show they're ex-mercenaries. But now they're with Tianmu Technology.
From now on, you'll lead a team stationed here in Xinghua Town to protect Tianmu Technology and Mu Tian and his mother.
Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission.
Long Shuang didn't say it explicitly, but Ji Ziqiu understood while protecting Tianmu Technology they were also to keep a watchful eye on Wang Kai and his 7 mercenary companions.
One must always be wary of potential harm, an age-old adage from their ancestors. The skirmish at Tianmu Technology was swift, ending as quickly as it began. Mu Tian didn't stay up to see the results, having gone to sleep before 1 o'clock. He was confident there would be no unexpected complications, and even if there were, they would only befall the enemy. The only ones who suffered were the townsfolk awakened by the firecrackers, who grumbled and cursed, wishing the culprit would choke on water and trip while walking. After a peaceful night's sleep, Mu Tian woke up in the morning to see Yun Meng accompanying Wu Xiao, who had just returned from a morning stroll. In truth, Wu Xiao was introducing Yun Meng, her adopted daughter, to all the villagers, ensuring everyone would accept her. After all, today marked the beginning of Yun Meng's life in Shengli village. After having breakfast prepared by the robot housekeeper, Mu Tian and Yun Meng took the car to the company. Today Mu Tian and Yun Meng had much more to talk about, mostly regarding village affairs, and they also discussed some amusing anecdotes from Yun Meng's childhood at the orphanage. The traces of last night's fight and the bloodstains near the company had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving the arriving employees none the wiser. The relocation of the other factories and workshops was proceeding swiftly. Having received generous compensation and new land to rebuild, they were naturally very willing to move. Yun Meng had to go to work today.
Early in the morning, Mu Tian and Yun Meng got out of the car together, and passing employees greeted Mu Tian one after another.
Feeling the peculiar gazes of her colleagues, Yun Meng's cheeks flushed slightly.
She hurried over to the time clock to punch in, leaving Mu Tian alone to receive the greetings.
Mu Tian, however, felt no embarrassment whatsoever.
If there was something, there was something; if not, then not. It wasn't anything to be ashamed of. He didn't even have a girlfriend.
After Mu Tian entered the office, Wang Kai came to report on last night's achievements.
You all still need to be careful and stay on guard.
Our opponents are simply too numerous. Don't worry, boss.
We're not afraid of those who come at us openly.
No matter how many come, we can handle them all.
Your combat strength is indeed formidable, and you're right.
Next, we might also face the risk of having our water and electricity cut off.
Those capital groups came to our door today. Having gained nothing, they will surely resort to all kinds of underhanded tricks. So boss, you need to prepare in advance. See if you can produce some advanced solar power generation devices. Paired with our batteries, we can achieve energy independence.
I'll find a solar panel to analyze right away.
Today you find some people to dig a few wells and build several reservoirs near the factory. Ensure we have well water as a backup within 2 days.
Alright, I'll get on it immediately. Yesterday several of Tianmu Technology's high-tech innovations were confirmed to be genuine.
Today those domestic and international capital groups would surely swarm and eager to carve up the lucrative prize that was Tianmu Technology.
Mu Tian found a diagram of a solar panel online and had Xiaomeng analyze it. In an instant, Mu Tian obtained detailed technical data and upgrade blueprints for the solar panel.
With time pressing, Mu Tian immediately set the atomic-level 3D printer to work, producing large-scale solid-state batteries and solar power generation devices. The new solar power generation device no longer used a panel structure but a tree-like one. It looked like a 5 or 6 meter tall pine tree with needle-like leaves, and the entire tree was black.
Its power generation efficiency was remarkably high. A single tree could generate at least 50 to 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day.
With these solar trees installed around the factory and on its rooftops paired with solid-state battery storage banks, Tianmu Technology could achieve complete energy independence. Arriving at the factory that had been vacated yesterday, Mu Tian released the finished solar trees and battery storage units from his spatial storage.
At that moment, Nua happily fluttered around Mu Tian like a joyful bee. Nua, why are you so happy today? Brother, new feelings of happiness have just started to be collected by me. Nua is so happy.
Oh. It seems Shunshui Express has delivered the sight assist helmets to nearby customers, and the patients have generated happiness from using them.
Yes. Happiness is actually very simple. It's born the moment a dream is realized. Nua, you need to grow up quickly. I will.
As long as brother keeps creating great products that help people fulfill their dreams, I'll have an endless stream of happiness to provide the nutrients for my growth.
Tian called Wang Kai to send people over to transport the solar trees and battery storage units.
The installation of the solar power generation devices needed to be arranged starting today. At 1030 in the morning, while all employees of Tianmu Technology were bustling about, a group of people arrived at the company's entrance. They were all dressed in suits looking like successful businesspeople. These were representatives from various domestic and international capital groups here to discuss investment and financing matters. However, Wang Kai was standing at a rather conspicuous spot at the entrance to welcome the investors, making it impossible for them not to see it.
Military Cooperation Unit.
Such a large sign hung right above Wang Kai's head, glaring and disheartening. The investors who had intended to play some tricks immediately abandoned the idea. Any schemes would have to be carried out in secret. They couldn't risk being the first to stick their necks out. Wang Kai led the 60-plus investor representatives to the conference room. He didn't outright reject them and send them back, which was already a considerable show of respect. Among today's attendees were representatives from major banks of the Dragon Country as well as several of its most prominent capital groups. Over a dozen foreign capital groups had sent their people. Flush with cash, they looked down on the domestic capital representatives, their confidence practically overflowing. After a cup of hot tea was placed before each guest, Wang Kai slowly began. Thank you all for coming to Tianmu Technology today.
Let's get straight to the point. I'd like to hear your valuations of our company if you don't mind.
The representative from the Dragon Country's ICBC spoke first. President Wang, our bank values your company at 10 trillion Dragon Country yuan.
If Tianmu Technology requires a loan, please consider ICBC first. We can offer your company an interest-free loan of 3 trillion. Our only condition is that Tianmu Technology opens a corporate account with ICBC. The ICBC representative's opening statement was a bombshell. The other investors hadn't expected ICBC to be so bold, going all out from the very start. The other banks quickly followed suit, all valuing Tianmu Technology at 10 trillion yuan and all offering interest-free loans. The only differences were the loan amounts they could provide, while the conditions were the same as ICBC's. After all, not every bank was the universal bank, their capabilities varied. These banks had all received directives from the highest levels of the Dragon Country to swiftly support Tianmu Technology's growth and prevent private capital groups from getting their hands on it. The representatives of the Dragon Country's private capital groups were utterly despondent. They had never seen the nation's major banks so united. It was a clear determination to knock them all out of the game. Having heard the total loan amounts offered by the various banks, which had already reached 8 trillion Dragon Country yuan, they wondered what private enterprise could possibly shell out 8 trillion in cold hard cash for Tianmu Technology. And it was an interest-free loan with conditions so lax it was infuriating, just opening a corporate account at each bank. Damn it, the banks of the Dragon Country were fighting dirty. The foreign capital representatives had initially been confident, having predicted that the banks would offer loans but with stringent conditions. Now that they had placed such a high valuation on Tianmu Technology, how could they possibly compete? Were they supposed to admit that their own valuation was only a paltry 1 trillion yuan? How embarrassing. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, several representatives from the Dragon Country's capital groups immediately made a strategic retreat. In a flurry, some who hadn't even warmed their seats quickly left the conference room, and Wang Kai made no effort to stop them. The foreign representatives hastily excused themselves to call their headquarters, seeking instructions on how to handle the current situation. Wang Kai remained non-committal, simply sitting down to enjoy tea with the Dragon Country bank representatives. By now the bank representatives had realized that Tianmu Technology didn't seem interested in applying for loans. However, their objective had been achieved. They had conveyed a friendly attitude, and there would be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. The foreign representatives returned one by one after finishing their phone calls about 10 minutes later, though their expressions were grim. Their respective headquarters still instructed them to submit offers, but had raised the valuation of Tianmu Technology to the same level as the major banks of the Dragon Kingdom. President Wang, on behalf of the Beibei Group, I would like to propose a valuation of 10 trillion Dragon Kingdom yuan for Tianmu Technology. Our group is prepared to invest 100 billion yuan in exchange for a mere one stake. Xianfeng will also invest 100 billion yuan for just one of the shares. The Rock Financial Consortium echoes that sentiment. Morgan will also invest 100 billion, requesting only a one stake. The Ross Consortium is prepared to invest 1 trillion yuan for a 5 stake. A chorus of offers followed as over a dozen foreign consortiums, both large and small, each presented their bids with investment amounts varying, but all requesting only between 0.5 and 5 of the company's shares. Calculating the offers, if Tianmu Technology were to sell approximately 16 of its shares, it could secure investments totaling at least 2 trillion yuan. Wang Kai listened to each offer with a placid expression, revealing no emotional reaction. The remaining Dragon Kingdom investors present did not make a single bid, as they had long since discerned the stance of the nation's top echelons. No outsiders were to be permitted any involvement in Tianmu Technology. Those foreign businessmen unable to grasp the nuances of Dragon Kingdom social dynamics were destined for an awkward retreat and a bruised ego. After all foreign representatives had laid out their terms, Wang Kai finally offered a faint smile. I must once again thank you all for your support and generosity. At present Tianmu Technology has no need for loans, nor do we have any intention of accepting investment. We are truly sorry for putting you all through the trouble of coming here, and I extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of Tianmu Technology. Most of the representatives had anticipated such a deadlock. They had after all encountered a stubborn opponent who refused both the official and the private goodwill extended to them. Wang Kai rose to his feet, gesturing with his right hand in a courteous, dismissive manner. Allow me to see you all out. You are always welcome to visit us again in the future. The foreign representatives, bursting with unexpressed frustration, could only rise from their seats and file out of the meeting room, their faces dark with displeasure. However, even though their investment attempts had failed, they still had a comprehensive set of plans ready to implement, enough to give Tianmu Technology a considerable headache. Of course, given Tianmu Technology's cooperative relationship with the Dragon Kingdom's military, no one dared to target them overtly. After seeing off all the visitors, Wang Kai felt not a flicker of emotion. The decision to reject both investment and loans was entirely Mu Tian's, and he was merely an emotionless tool carrying out orders. Boss, as you instructed, I turned away all those who came offering us money. Wang Kai reported to Mu Tian in his office. Good, as long as there was no conflict. Next, we must prepare for underhanded schemes from the shadows. Stay vigilant and procure another batch of raw materials and components. Understood, boss. I'll make the arrangements immediately. It was fortunate that Wang Kai was a robot and knew nothing of fatigue, otherwise he would have been worked to death by the capitalist Mu Tian. During the lunch break, Jianwan brought Sun Jingjun to see Mu Tian. Boss, this is my husband Sun Jingjun. He would also like to apply for a position at Tianmu Technology. Mu Tian looked at Sun Jingjun, a man his age, with a slight paunch. He was slightly better looking than Mu Tian, appeared quite slick and worldly, and had the air of a seasoned veteran. Mu Tian put down his chopsticks with a smile. Let Lu Han arrange for him to take the position of warehouse manager. We happen to be in need of a warehouse supervisor. Jianwan exclaimed with joy. Thank you, boss. Honey, hurry up and thank the boss. Sun Jingjun's face flushed with excitement. He never expected to land a supervisory role right away, an unexpectedly wonderful outcome. Sun Jingjun clasped Mu Tian's extended right hand with both of his. Thank you, boss. I will study hard and manage the warehouse well. Mu Tian smiled. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, Jingjun. Mu Tian was hardly being rash by entrusting the warehouse position to a complete stranger. Earlier, Xiao Meng had already investigated Sun Jingjun. He was a smooth operator, but he had a good sense of propriety, never taking kickbacks or engaging in illicit relationships. After lunch, just as Mu Tian was about to take a nap, Xiao Meng showed him a piece of news. The former Muyi Technology, now known as Tianhao Technology, was officially put up for sale, though as of yet no individual or company had expressed interest in acquiring it. Currently, Tianmu Technology's new solid-state batteries were having a massive disruptive impact on the battery industry. Muyi Technology, whose main business was batteries, had become utterly obsolete and worthless. Mu Tian instructed Xiao Meng to summon Li Tong. Li Tong, who was in charge of finance, quickly arrived at Mu Tian's office. Go to Wuxi and acquire that Tianhao Technology as our subsidiary. Understood, boss. I'll leave with the team right away. Li Tong was one who never questioned orders, only obeyed them, and never asked Mu Tian the reason behind his decisions. Mu Tian let out a deep sigh. Muyi Technology was his family's enterprise, and when it was wrested from them and he had to retreat back to his hometown in disgrace, both he and Wu Xiao had felt utterly disheartened. Now buying Muyi Technology back was a way to honor the spirit of his late father Muyi in the afterlife. On this day, the first batch of Vision Assist helmets ordered the previous day were delivered to their customers. The vast majority of these buyers were from the visually impaired community, but a number of the helmets were also purchased by major tech companies eager to study the technology within. The welfare home where Yunmeng resided was located in Xiang Province, and Shunshui Express had also managed to achieve next-day delivery. The old director of the welfare home received a call from Yunmeng early in the morning asking her to be on the lookout for a package from Shunshui. After signing for the package, the old director carried a large box back to her shabby office. Director Grandma, why have you called us all here today? We just got some piecework and need to get back to it to finish on time. A young girl with vacant eyes voiced the question upon hearing the director enter. If they failed to complete the work on time, their pay would be halved. Xiao Jing, your sister Yunmeng sent you all a gift. She said once you put it on, you're absolutely sure to love it. Really? Director Grandma, is it the Vision Assist helmet? Last night Xiao Han and the others came running to me saying that a revolutionary product for the blind had just hit the market. Another girl guessed. I'm not sure myself. Let me have Xiao Han come and open the package. My eyesight isn't what it used to be and I'm not very good at unboxing things.
Just as the old director finished speaking, a young boy came bustling into the office, though his right foot had a slight limp, giving him an unusual gait.
Director Grandma, I'm here to help you open the package. Xiao Han's here. The package is right here. Open it up and see what's inside.
Your sister Yunmeng didn't even mention what she sent. Xiao Han was quick, and in no time he had cut a neat opening in the tightly sealed cardboard box without damaging its contents.
Wow, it really is the Vision Assist helmets.
Sister Xiao Jing, you all are saved.
Xiao Han took out one of the helmets and quickly tore open the packaging.
Inside the box there were 12 helmets along with a handwritten note from Yunmeng.
Director Grandma, I am now working at Tianmu Technology.
The company and the boss are both very good, so please don't worry about me.
Tianmu Technology is donating Vision Assist helmets to all welfare homes across the Dragon Kingdom.
I managed to secure 12 for our home, 2 of which are specifically for you, Director Grandma. After Xiao Han finished reading Yunmeng's message, the old director felt a profound sense of comfort, yet was also moved to tears.
That girl Yunmeng was simply too thoughtful, so much so that it was heartbreaking.
The orphanage where Yunmeng had originally lived mostly took in children with disabilities, as healthy children with all 4 limbs intact were adopted at a very young age. Children like Yunmeng who were physically sound but unwilling to be adopted by strangers had to leave the orphanage and fend for themselves in society after turning 18. That year Yunmeng happened to be admitted to university with excellent grades, and the school waived her tuition fees, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to attend college. The old director cited Yunmeng's hardships and asked Xiao Han to help Xiao Jing and the others put on their Vision Assist helmets. Wang Kai had prepared 2 Vision Assist helmets for each visually impaired child at the orphanage, this time ensuring they could see continuously. With 5 visually impaired children plus the old director, there were 6 people in total requiring 12 Vision Assist helmets.
Wow, I can see. I can finally see. Sob Director Grandma, we can see you now.
We'll be able to take on more handicraft work and earn more money from now on.
Yes, we're so happy today. So this is what seeing feels like. It's wonderful. We'll earn money to buy delicious treats for the younger kids. We'll do handicrafts during the day and go out to play in the evening. I really want to see what the outside world looks like.
Children, Grandma is overjoyed that you can see, but you must continue to learn knowledge and not neglect your studies. The old director shed tears of happiness. After calming Xiao Jing and the others, she called Yunmeng, wanting to shower the girl with affection.
Grandma, I'm doing very well now. Last night I even gained a godmother.
She's incredibly kind, she even had me sleep with her and we chatted until the middle of the night.
Really? Yunmeng, you have a mother now. That's wonderful. It's true, Grandma. My godmother even wants me to move out of the company dormitory and live with her. I'm moving in today. Yunmeng, you must mind your manners. Don't overstep your bounds. As a girl you should be diligent with your hands and speak sweetly. Yes, I know, Grandma.
Please take care of yourself. I'll come back to visit you and Xiao Jing during the holidays.
All right. Knowing you're doing well puts my mind at ease.
While Yunmeng was on the phone with the old director, the tech companies dismantling the Vision Assist helmets reached a startling conclusion. The chip used by Tianmu Technology in the Vision Assist helmets was not a silicon-based chip but a carbon-based one.
When the news spread online, chip design companies and foundries were utterly devastated. They finally understood the meaning behind Wang Kai's mysterious smile during the press conference.
He had only mentioned a 1-nanometer chip, never specifying the material. Netizens frantically shared and commented on the central media's news, recalling that the report had spoken of overtaking on the curve, not merely process leadership. So the central media and Tianmu Technology were both playing with words. They really know how to keep a secret.
Tianmu Technology is truly remarkable, being the first to create a 1-nanometer carbon-based chip. Isn't that leaving everyone in the dust?
Stock market brothers can make a killing tonight. The U.S.
stocks are definitely going to plummet. The U.S.
market will probably hit multiple circuit breakers tonight since Tianmu Technology has completely crushed them.
I have a feeling Tianmu Technology will be sanctioned soon. Tianmu Technology is awesome.
When Tian saw the news, he was just about to analyze an anti-cancer drug. The drug couldn't be analyzed and upgraded through images, forcing Tian to go to the county hospital's inpatient department to find it.
Brother, aren't you going to retaliate now that you've been sanctioned? Nua's feeding bottle was particularly large today as she sat on Tian's shoulder clutching it. I'm thinking about banning sales to the U.S.
But that would just spawn a bunch of parallel importers.
Brother, I don't like the U.S.
Then I'll have Wang Kai announce immediately that all Tianmu Technology products are banned from sale in the U.S.
from now on. You're the best, brother. Tianmu Technology had been placed on the U.S.
import ban list the previous night and Mu Tian had yet to counter.
Since Manhwa disliked the U.S., Mu Tian naturally had to consider her feelings. Just before the end of the workday, Tianmu Technology, in a rare move, issued a formal public announcement. Tianmu Technology, in light of the U.S.
adding our products to its import ban list effective immediately, all Tianmu Technology products are prohibited from sale in the U.S.
and will no longer be sold in the American market.
American citizens who were eagerly awaiting their Vision Assist helmets suddenly felt a wave of despair. No one expected Tianmu Technology to retaliate so swiftly and decisively, willingly abandoning the U.S.
market. U.S. Citizen AF, how dare Tianmu Technology do this?
They didn't even come to beg the White House for mercy.
U.S. Citizen B, oh my god, my child's Vision Assist helmet won't be shipped.
Curse this damn White House.
U.S.
Citizen C, we must teach Tianmu Technology a harsh lesson or more companies will follow suit and sanction America.
U.S.
Citizen D, it's hard to imagine how the boss of Tianmu Technology has the audacity to give up the world's largest market.
Of course they couldn't comprehend it because Mu Tian earned his U.S. dollars by harvesting the American stock market.
Who would be foolish enough to sell physical products when it's all effort for little reward? At the hospital, Mu Tian acquired the technologies for miracle drugs treating cancer, diabetes and AIDS. His next plan was to establish a subsidiary dedicated to producing various miracle drugs. Given Manhwa's system attributes, it was clear that pharmaceuticals would be the most effective way to help her grow. Mu Tian then went to the county hospital director's office to meet Pang Ming.
Director Pang, hello. I am Mu Tian, chairman of Tianmu Technology. Chairman Mu, hello. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Your visit is a great honor.
Pang Ming was well aware of Tianmu Technology, a new enterprise that had made a thunderous impact. It had single-handedly pulled the blind community out of despair. Director Pang, our next product at Tianmu Technology will be an anti-cancer drug. However, I understand that establishing a pharmaceutical company and getting a drug into production requires a lengthy approval and validation process. I'm here today to ask if you have connections with the Drug Administration to help us expedite the review process.
Oh. Tianmu Technology is venturing into anti-cancer drugs. That's excellent. If your product samples are genuine and effective, we do have a fast-track review channel in this country. Honestly, Pang Ming was skeptical that Tianmu Technology could produce an anti-cancer drug. They had just unveiled a revolutionary product like the Vision Assist helmet, earning respect and admiration. But pharmaceuticals were a completely different field from Vision Assist helmets. How could Tianmu Technology possibly develop an anti-cancer drug in such a short time? It defied all logic.
Mu Tian did not obtain the contact information of the Drug Administration from Pang Ming. The two merely finalized the arrangements for the clinical trials of the special effect drug.
Mu Tian knew that without presenting tangible results no one would believe him, so he naturally harbored no resentment.
After completing all the necessary procedures at the county hospital, Mu Tian and Zhang Long and Zhao Hu returned to the town by car. Boss, we're being followed. Zhao Hu, who was driving, suddenly spoke up.
Do you know who it is? Do they intend harm? Mu Tian's heart tightened and his body instinctively tensed up.
He was still very frail. Years of being a top student had come at the cost of his physical well-being.
Boss, I'll go check it out. Zhang Long opened the car window, turned invisible and flew out. There were two vehicles trailing Mu Tian.
The security personnel were in the last one, while the front car contained two individuals of Asian descent. However, Zhao Long could not find their identity information in the Dragon Kingdom's household registration system. Zhang Long hesitated to act in this situation as the identity information of some Dragon Kingdom citizens is classified. As for the trailing vehicle, it carried Yi Jiqiu from the security department and his colleagues, whose identities Zhang Long could confirm. He could only sit on the hood of that car, ready to prevent it from suddenly accelerating into Mu Tian's vehicle. On the road from Yang County to Xinghua Town, as they passed a section with a steep slope, the unidentified vehicle suddenly accelerated and charged toward Mu Tian's car. Certain that the occupants intended to harm Mu Tian, Zhang Long did not hesitate. He flew to the other side of the car and began pushing against its front.
No, impossible.
The driver inside the car was horrified to find their vehicle uncontrollably veering toward the guardrail on the steep slope.
Ah!
The two occupants screamed as the car crashed through the guardrail and plummeted down the steep slope. Yi Jiqiu, sitting in the passenger seat, saw the car ahead suddenly plunge off the slope and immediately ordered Xiaodong, the driver, to stop. Xiaoli, Xiaowang, you two stay here and check on the condition of the people in that car. They might have accelerated to ram Mu Tian's car.
Xiaodong and I will continue to follow Mu Tian. Understood, Captain Yi.
Xiao Li and Xiao Wang quickly got out of the car and Yi Jiqiu instructed Xiao Dong to continue driving as their mission was to protect Mu Tian. Mu Tian, this troublemaker, truly seemed born with a target on his back. Recently there had been a plethora of bounties for capturing or killing him. This posed an immense challenge for the security department as they had to protect Mu Tian while simultaneously investigating and apprehending suspicious targets. Zhang Long pushed the car off the steep slope, choosing not to kick it away to conceal his true abilities. After returning to Mu Tian's car, he materialized again. "Boss, that car was trying to ram us, so I pushed it down the slope."
"Good, that's the way to handle it. But we're too passive right now."
Xiao Meng, go through the surveillance camera feeds in Yang County and identify any potential assassins or spies. Then report them to the authorities as a concerned citizen.
"All right, boss, I'm familiar with this routine."
There were indeed quite a few assassins and spies who had made their way to Yang County through various channels. Xiao Meng could easily pick out over a dozen. Xiao Meng began reporting to the police under the guise of a concerned citizen. The police department in Yang County took the reports seriously and initiated investigations to verify the information. As soon as Mu Tian returned to the company, Wang Kai delivered some bad news. Previously, Tianmu Technology had opted not to build a full industry chain, instead outsourcing the production of most non-critical components to contract manufacturers. However, half of those contract manufacturers had now begun breaching their contracts, refusing to produce parts for Tianmu Technology any longer. Mu Tian knew without a doubt that foreign consortiums were leveraging their monopoly position in the Dragon Kingdom's parts processing industry chain to sabotage Tianmu Technology. Had Tianmu Technology not possessed the capability to manufacture all its components, it would indeed have been cornered by the foreign consortiums.
"Quickly clear out the factory buildings next to ours. We need to formulate a plan for a complete supply chain."
3 small factories moved out today. Their facilities are barely usable.
"Then let's do that. Tell Li Tong to speed up the acquisition of Tianhao Technology.
We'll shift the component orders we take on to be produced in Wu City."
"Understood, boss."
"Have the raw materials been affected?"
"We're going to need a large quantity for what's coming."
"No, most of our raw materials are common items. For the more specialized ones, we can purchase them from government-controlled companies." This time the U.S. stock market authorities and foreign capital had moved swiftly against Tianmu Technology, seemingly intent on strangling it in its cradle. After work that afternoon, Mu Tian along with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu accompanied Yun Meng to her dormitory to help her move her belongings. Wu Xiao was waiting at the doorstep early for Mu Tian and Yun Meng to return. She now felt that Yun Meng and Mu Tian were a perfect match and hoped they would soon kindle the flames of romance.
That evening's dinner was exceptionally lavish. To celebrate the new family member, Wu Xiao had spent the entire day preparing the meal.
As Yun Meng ate, tears began to stream down her face.
Wu Xiao quickly set down her chopsticks and embraced her. "Child, don't cry.
From now on, this is your home and I will care for you." Feeling the warmth of a family for the first time, Yun Meng found immense comfort in Wu Xiao's arms.
"Mom, from now on you are my only mother." Wu Xiao patted Yun Meng's head soothingly.
"Silly child."
The dinner was filled with the affection between mother and daughter. Mu Tian did not join them for their evening walk. Back in his room, Mu Tian set the atomic-level 3D printer to work producing quantum shield generators. Mu Tian had already prepared an ample supply of the lady's quantum shield generators for Wu Xiao.
Now that he had gained an adopted sister, it was only natural to equip her as well.
That night the U.S. stock market experienced another round of drastic decline.
Driven by the tech sector, the market triggered a circuit breaker shortly after opening. Meanwhile, at the Tianmu Technology factory, during the night shift of the 3-shift production schedule, the factory suddenly suffered a power outage. Wang Kai had been anticipating this moment. The power was restored within seconds and operations resumed as normal.
Tianmu Technology's decision to establish its factory in a small town came with 2 fatal vulnerabilities: water and electricity.
By addressing this critical weakness preemptively, Mu Tian left the hidden adversaries without an opportunity to exploit it.
The observers lurking in the shadows realized that Tianmu Technology could restore power so quickly, confirming that their efforts that night had been futile.
Upon hearing from his subordinates that the power transmission lines to Tianmu Technology had been sabotaged, Yi Jiqiu was incensed.
"Circuit repair isn't our jurisdiction. Report it to the police and let another department handle it." "We've already reported it."
Fortunately, Tianmu Technology was well prepared, otherwise those bastards could have caused real trouble. Those cowards who take money and do nothing but cause trouble only know such underhanded tricks. As the saying goes, use the barbarian's strategy against the barbarian. The foreign capital had perfected the tactic of using Dragon Kingdom citizens against their own people.
"Boss, they've cut the power to our factory," Wang Kai reported to Mu Tian after restoring the electricity. Mu Tian smiled calmly.
"They pulled the same trick on my father's factory years ago. Back then he was forced to accept their investment. After 7 or 8 years they're still using the same old playbook.
Our well isn't finished yet.
If they cut our water supply tonight as well, we'll have no choice but to halt production temporarily.
You two work through the night and get that well dug out.
Tomorrow tell the drilling crew we got impatient and did it ourselves.
We'll still pay them the full amount. Understood, boss. We'll get right on it.
The siege against Tianmu Technology was a coordinated strike by domestic and international capital groups.
Foreign investors contributed the most, severing Tianmu Technology's supply chain for components.
As for cutting off utilities, there were always thugs eager to do the job for the right price. Even if they were caught, as long as they kept their mouths shut, their wealthy backers would bail them out.
Boss, we cut the power to Tianmu Technology, but they restored it almost immediately. They must have backup generators.
A weasel-faced man spoke into his phone from a shabby residence.
Haha, no worries. Just cutting it once is enough. Move to a different spot each day and keep sabotaging the town's power lines. As long as you don't get caught, we're good. I understand, but will it even work?
They'll still have power for production.
Use your head, you idiot. Backup generators burn fuel, don't you know that? That will send their production costs through the roof. Ah.
The man on the other end, nicknamed Monkey, suddenly had his phone snatched from behind. His hand was snapped and he let out a piercing scream.
Hey Monkey. What's going on? Is something wrong?
Hey. 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 The boss on the line panicked as Monkey screamed.
Prepare yourself for the consequences, you fool.
A booming voice answered the boss's frantic calls. Tian had no intention of letting those who plotted against him off the hook. He kept only Zhao Hu at home, deploying the other 4 robots to track down the saboteurs. While Zhang Long and the others weren't as skilled in cyber warfare as Xiaomeng, finding a few thugs was a simple task. They quickly pinpointed Monkey and his gang. To prevent them from causing further damage, Monkey and his crew had their hands and feet shattered, leaving them with disabilities that would confine them to bed for the rest of their lives.
The bosses behind them, along with the masterminds, had their various misdeeds and scandals exposed online for all to see.
That night, Dragon Country's social media platforms were ablaze as the dirt on several individuals was leaked, forcing the police to step in and arrest them. Yi Zhiqiu's drowsiness vanished when he received Long Shuang's call. Captain Long, are you saying that aside from the formidable mercenary team, Tianmu Technology also has a highly skilled hacker?
Exactly. Our analysis shows this hacker is exceptionally talented.
They've been very active lately, making moves in the stock market, network surveillance and cyber attacks.
So Captain Long, what's the plan? Find them. Bring them into the light. Whether for protection or surveillance, it must be thorough. Understood, Captain Long. The hacker from Tianmu Technology had only acted in self-defense or to profit from the US stock market. It was reassuring, but uncertainty always breeds unease.
Long Xuan was determined to uncover their identity. The vandals had been apprehended, but the person who reported them had been merciless. The thugs' hands and feet were so badly broken that doctors deemed them unsalvageable, requiring amputation.
There was no direct evidence linking Tianmu Technology to the attack, but it was obvious to anyone.
Had the higher-ups not suppressed the matter, Tian would likely have been summoned for questioning. While Zhang Long and the others dealt with the thugs, Wang Kai and Lu Han worked in the well. One dug, the other hauled the earth out, working far faster than any drilling crew. In a single night they finished digging 3 wells. The quality was impeccable and the filtered water filled the reservoir to the brim. From that moment, Tianmu Technology had no vulnerabilities in its water supply, becoming a truly impenetrable company. That morning, Tian received a call from Gengqian, who planned to visit and make some purchases.
At 10 o'clock, Tian greeted Gengqian and his party. They were still a trio, and Mo Tianhu winked enthusiastically at Tian. Mo Tianhu greatly admired his former classmate, the top student.
With a few masterstrokes, Tian had shattered the defenses of entire industries. In the office, Tian had the administrative assistant serve tea before speaking with a smile.
Major Geng, you've had a long journey. Please have some tea. Gengqian took a polite sip and remarked, it's remarkable that a small town can house a top-tier tech company like Tianmu Technology.
Tian took a sip of his own tea before humbly replying, you flatter us, Major Geng.
We're simply doing what a tech company should do. Gengqian paused, choosing his words carefully. Chairman Mu, I heard your power was cut last night. Is there anything we can do for Tianmu Technology? Tian shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Major Geng. The power was restored this morning. We have backup generators, so we weren't affected. Gengqian breathed a sigh of relief. Good to hear.
Once Tianmu Technology fulfills our military order, any sabotage attempt would constitute a threat to national security and we could arrest the perpetrators.
Tian feigned a look of interest. So Major Gung, what's the size of the military's order for Tianmu Technology? Gung Qian cleared his throat. Ahem.
We're looking to order 10,000 tons of solid-state batteries and 1 million 5 nanometers carbon-based chips.
We just need to know your production timeline and pricing. Mu Tian calculated briefly before answering. Tianmu Technology will soon acquire Tianhao Technology in Wu City as our subsidiary dedicated to solid-state battery production.
As for the chips, we can handle the manufacturing if you provide the designs. The price for the batteries is 500,000 yuan per ton and chip manufacturing is 500 yuan per chip.
Gung Qian did the math, 5 billion for the batteries and 500 million for the chips.
Both were within the approved budget. But in procurement it was always wise to negotiate.
Gung Qian decided to try haggling. President Mu, is there any room for negotiation on this price? Major Gun, I've already offered a very low price.
Our batteries have 10 times the capacity of others, yet we're only charging twice as much.
Very well then. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Realizing the price was already rock bottom and non-negotiable, Gung Qian readily agreed to sign the contract. Thus the first military order for Tianmu Technology was secured. However, Gung Qian had another task to complete.
Chairman Mu, would you be willing to sell your chip production lines? The military needs to procure 10 carbon-based chip production lines to prepare for the upgrade of weapon chips. Mu Tian had long known this day would come. It wasn't just the military that needed chip production lines but also other corporations across the Dragon Nation.
Tianmu Technology could not indefinitely monopolize the entire chip industry. It was unreasonable for only one company to survive within a sector.
After a moment of deliberation, Mu Tian replied, we can sell the chip production lines, but the military must sign a guarantee contract with us stipulating that these lines cannot be resold or used for civilian ship orders.
Gung Qian agreed without hesitation. Naturally, that's acceptable.
We have no intention of letting such advanced chip production lines fall into the wrong hands and create problems for ourselves.
Mu Tian nodded. We can provide the military with 1 nanometer carbon-based chip production lines.
For the civilian market we will sell 7 nanometer carbon-based chip production lines.
However, the sale of production lines to the civilian market will commence at a later date. Having accomplished his objective for the day, Gung Qian felt immensely satisfied.
Chairman Mu, you are truly a national entrepreneur with such thorough foresight. But when can these chip production lines be delivered and what will the pricing be?
Feigning a moment of thought, Mu Tian answered, each chip production line costs 3 billion.
We will deliver 1 production line per month with foundry chips delivered a month after that, followed by 100,000 tons of batteries a month later.
Gung Qian extended his right hand. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation.
Mu Tian also extended his hand for a handshake. Pleasant cooperation. The two parties then began discussing the contract details. Mu Tian, unskilled in such matters, summoned Wang Kai to negotiate with Gung Qian. It was near noon by the time the contract was signed.
Gung Qian hurried away with the contract, skipping lunch entirely. In Wu City, the former Muyi Technology, now Tianhao Technology.
Due to Gong Hao's untimely death, Tianhao Technology, facing internal strife and external pressure, opted to put itself up for sale. Li Tong, accompanied by an assistant and a lawyer, negotiated with Tianhao Technology and eventually acquired it from the Tree Company for 50 million. The 30 million loan that Muyi Technology owed had already been settled by the Tree Company, so Mu Tian acquired a company free of debt. After signing the contract and making the payment, Li Tong transferred the company's ownership to Tianmu Technology and arranged for Mu Tian to send personnel to take over.
Manhwa, can the atomic-level 3D printer produce these liquid metal robots? Of course it can. Their AI programs will likely need to be allocated by Xiaomeng, making them essentially extensions of Xiaomeng. That's not a problem. Unified control by Xiaomeng is also good. It will improve coordination. Once I grow a bit more I can control robots too. Then hurry up and grow Manhwa. I'm eating 247 now.
After saying this, Manhwa clutched her milk bottle and drank heartily, and Mu Tian felt an urge to pinch her chubby cheeks.
Mu Tian went to another rented warehouse to collect various elemental materials into his space.
All the elemental materials gathered during this period were stored in this warehouse for Mu Tian's centralized collection and use. At 2 p.m. Mu Tian released the 100 liquid metal robots he had manufactured from his space.
They were all under Xiaomeng's control, using the identities of missing persons. Mu Tian even printed out their ID cards and bank cards.
Xiaomeng, from now on they'll be under your command.
No problem. Of course not, it's a piece of cake for me. Alright, send 50 robots to report to Li Tong now and arrange for them to take over the subsidiary there. Understood, orders have been issued. 50 robots turned invisible and flew towards Wu City. Mu Tian handed the remaining 50 robots to Wang Kai for arrangements, as Tianmu Technology was severely understaffed.
These 50 robots could just make up for the shortfall in productivity while also providing all-around protection for the fledgling Tianmu technology. Wang Kai of course didn't immediately present the 50 robots to everyone, that would be too abrupt and hard to explain.
He had the 50 robots leave invisibly and come back tomorrow to formally on board, which would be more reasonable.
Meanwhile, in many parts of the world, the headquarters of foreign conglomerates were anxiously awaiting any sign of trouble from Tianmu technology. After all, they had cut off Tianmu Technology's component supply chain to force it into submission, eagerly anticipating its collapse so they could swoop in and carve up the company.
However, Tianmu Technology showed no signs of collapsing, not even a hint of cracking.
The latest intelligence reported that Tianmu Technology was still operating normally without even sending anyone to contact component manufacturers. What they didn't know was that Tian had begun setting up component production lines in the vacated factory space that very day, aiming for full self-sufficiency. Building a company with zero vulnerabilities is no easy feat. Even a giant like Huawei couldn't achieve it, yet Tianmu Technology had done so now. With all components produced in-house and all technology proprietary, no one could sabotage them. At the Black House in the United States, the Understanding King was also waiting for bad news from Tianmu Technology, but after 24 hours no news came. Just yesterday, the Understanding King had boasted to the media, no company can escape US sanctions and no company can survive after being cut off from the global supply chain. The American media had plastered these remarks across their front pages and pinned them on their websites.
Their aim was to boost investor confidence and breathe some life back into the US stock market. In recent days, Tianmu Technology's successive blows had thrown the US tech sector into panic, even spilling over to affect other stocks.
Many American citizens took to the streets in protest, condemning Tianmu Technology for disrupting the US stock market ecosystem. Family members of patients who had purchased Vision Assist helmets flooded Tianmu Technology's social media accounts, asking whether the helmets could still be produced and shipped normally. With Huawei's experience of chip supply cuts and component supply chain disruptions fresh in everyone's minds, confidence in Tianmu Technology, a newly emerged enterprise, was low. Yu Zong from Huawei even called Wang Kai personally to see if there was any way they could help.
Thank you for your concern, President Yu, but we can manage for now.
We don't need Huawei's help at the moment.
You're too kind, President Wang. Just say the word if you need anything.
We at Huawei are willing to allocate some of our component production capacity to Tianmu Technology.
It's not that I'm being polite, President Yu. It's just that Tianmu Technology also plans to achieve full component self-sufficiency.
If we ever need help, I certainly won't hesitate to ask.
Tianmu Technology truly has foresight.
We only learned this lesson after suffering losses ourselves.
Thank you for your concern for Tianmu Technology, President Yu.
By the way, President Wang, could the chips we're helping to manufacture for your company be made as carbon-based chips?
You know, once carbon-based chips emerge, silicon-based chips will become history.
Turning your Huawei chip designs into carbon-based chips would be no problem at all.
President Yu, you can send someone over to revise the contract details.
Of course, the foundry price for carbon-based chips is slightly higher, 100 yuan more per chip.
A higher price is understandable. I'll come in person tomorrow and we can discuss the partnership details then, President Wang. Certainly. I would be most delighted to welcome you in person, President Yu. Then we'll see you tomorrow, President Wang. See you tomorrow.
Ending the call with Huawei's President Yu, Wang Kai rose and headed to the company entrance to greet the arriving clients. The tech companies that had taken samples for testing 2 days prior, after 2 consecutive days of futile attempts to crack the key technology of the Vision Assist helmet, finally came calling once more. It was the classic case of, if you can't beat them, join them. Unable to crack or replicate the technology, they had no choice but to obediently place orders with Tianmu Technology. Today, many tech companies that had never come before also arrived.
Wang Kai, along with Lu Han Jianwan and the entire sales team, stood at the entrance to welcome them.
At noon, Wang Kai took the time to give everyone a crash course on the company's product performance and pricing, bolstering the sales team's confidence considerably. It was a seller's market now, why should they grovel for orders? If any company dared to act arrogant, Wang Kai would simply refuse their order.
Of course, there were some companies whose orders Tianmu Technology outright refused to accept.
Spotting representatives from Fruit Company and other American tech firms mixed in the crowd, Wang Kai spoke first. Welcome everyone to Tianmu Technology once again. Those interested in purchasing batteries, please follow Manager Lu. Those interested in camera modules, please follow Manager Jiang.
Companies seeking chip foundry services or other business, please follow me. As for American companies, Tianmu Technology is currently under sanctions by the United States. We will not be accepting orders from American companies. Please see yourselves out.
The Fruit Company representative immediately grew frantic upon hearing Wang Kai's dismissal. On what grounds?
You can't refuse us. We are the world's #1 phone supplier. Refusing us means losing a fortune. The other American representatives also voiced their protests, baffled by Tianmu Technology's business logic. Why turn down easy money to stick to principles?
Wang Kai replied with a faint smile on the grounds that you are American companies and America has declared sanctions against us. Our two sides stand in opposition. Also, this is dragon country.
Speak the dragon tongue. I can't understand your eagle speak.
The fruit company representative's face flushed red and then paled. His translator's rendition did nothing to soften Wang Kai's words. The fruit company representative tried once more to persuade Wang Kai, speaking in halting dragon country language. Are you truly willing to give up such a huge client as fruit company?
We can bring you tens of billions in orders. Wang Kai smiled confidently. We don't lack orders.
And without our chips and batteries, your fruit company will soon cease to be the world's #1 phone supplier.
Blunt as it was, the statement held truth.
Fruit company had indeed been lackluster in innovation. Without jobs, their innovative spirit had all but vanished. Wang Kai had the security guards block the dozens of American representatives at the door, then led the remaining company representatives into the office building. When Tianmu Technology was first founded, a 5-story office building sufficed. Now, with the company's rapid growth, those 5 floors were becoming increasingly cramped. Tian had already instructed Wang Kai to commission an architectural firm to design the new headquarters and research institute buildings. The new headquarters would have 66 floors and the new research institute 55. Wang Kai personally received the representatives of companies seeking chip foundry services and other business. Among them, some wanted Tianmu to manufacture their chips, while others wished to purchase finished chips. Where they had found their chip design blueprints was a mystery. In such a short time, several 5 nanometers and 7 nanometers designs had surfaced. Could they be self-developed? However, Wang Kai didn't delve too deeply into the origins of the designs. Any chips produced if used in unauthorized electronic devices would simply flag as incompatible. With Xiaomeng around, such confidence was well placed. Wang Kai had the sales team handle the chip foundry clients, then turned to ask the remaining visitors about their intentions.
President Wang, I'm Liao Jingyun from Shanghai Longwei Electronics.
Our company wishes to purchase a chip production line from yours.
Might Tianmu Technology have plans to sell any? I'm Shi Jianxin from Changjiang Microelectronics.
We'd also like to purchase a chip production line from your company.
I'm Han Jing from Longwei Semiconductor. We also wish to.
Nearly every major semiconductor enterprise in Dragon Country was present, along with a few foreign ones, including a representative from Sakura Country's Tree Company. After everyone had voiced their requests, Wang Kai slowly spoke. Tianmu Technology does have plans to sell chip production lines.
However, our current factory is but a small one.
The expansion won't be complete for several months, and the earliest delivery of a production line would be 6 months from now. Furthermore, our chip production lines are not for sale to foreign countries for the time being.
We won't consider exports for at least 2 years, as we need to prioritize the Dragon Country market. The faces of the foreign semiconductor representatives fell. They hadn't expected Tianmu Technology to be so unwelcoming to international semiconductor firms. President Wang, waiting 2 years is no problem. Could we at least sign an order now?
We're willing to wait, stated the representative from Samsung, the stick country.
Tree Company can wait as long as we can sign the order contract now. Might I ask how much one of your chip production lines costs? We can wait too. Count us in. The foreign representatives had anticipated such a scenario before arriving.
Within 2 years, the Holland and the International Semiconductor Alliance countries certainly couldn't catch up to Tianmu Technology's level. Better to wait, and if they obtained a production line, they could invest resources into cracking the technology. Wang Kai realized they had misunderstood his meaning and clarified apologies, but 2 years is merely a conservative estimate.
We cannot guarantee a delivery time. Because we don't yet know how many chip production lines the Dragon Country semiconductor industry will require.
The implication was clear: if the appetite of Dragon Country's semiconductor firms was large enough to consume all of Tianmu Technology's production capacity, then there would be nothing left for foreign companies.
The foreign semiconductor representatives felt utterly sick, their faces cycling through red, white and green. Wang Kai couldn't help but wonder at the sheer variety of colors a human face could display. Finally, the Dragon Country semiconductor companies immediately contacted their headquarters to inquire about increasing their orders, aiming to snap up all of Tianmu Technology's production capacity. Those foreign semiconductor companies were hardly willing to accept their fate as the losers. If they had to wait 5 to 10 years before acquiring carbon-based chip production lines, their companies would likely be long dead by then. The representatives of those foreign enterprises hastily contacted their headquarters to devise a countermeasure, lest they sit idle and wait for the executioner's blade to fall upon their necks. Hey boss, are you sure about paying 5 times the price for just one chip production line? Understood, boss.
I'll find a way to purchase a production line from a semiconductor company in the Dragon Country.
As long as you pay them enough, the Dragon people will sell anything. I'll keep an eye out for a company that's approachable, boss. Rest assured, boss. Our company Jushu is deeply rooted in the Dragon Country. With a little maneuvering on our part, we can secure a chip production line. Wang Kai meticulously monitored the calls of the foreign enterprise representatives, and the conversation from the Jushu company particularly caught his attention. It had to be said that the country of Rising Sun had operated in the Dragon Country for many years and could exert influence on many fronts. It was quite possible they might actually manage to obtain a carbon-based chip production line. This was akin to a malicious neighbor who constantly coveted another's fertile fields, scheming day and night, whether by sending cattle to trample the crops or stealthily moving the boundary stones under the cover of darkness. It was utterly despicable. After more than 10 minutes, everyone returned from making their calls, outside their faces expressionless and unreadable. Wang Kai smiled and said, "All done deliberating. Now let me announce the price for the carbon-based chip production lines. The line we are offering for sale is a 7-nanometer process. The price is 50 billion Dragon Country yuan per line, with a monthly output of 3 million chips." Wang Kai's quotation made every company representative in the room catch their breath. It was exorbitantly expensive. However, given that it was a carbon-based chip production line, they could all understand the premium. The company representatives calculated their allocated procurement budgets and realized they could only afford a few lines at that price. Furthermore, Tianmu Technology was selling the 7-nanometer carbon-based line, not the 1-nanometer one. Still, even the 7-nanometer carbon-based chip production line was already leagues ahead of Western lithography equipment. President Wang Longwei Electronics will procure 6 lines. Longwei Semiconductor will take 5. Yangtze Microelectronics wants 5 as well. We'll take 4. Wang Kai tallied the orders from domestic semiconductor companies, which amounted to roughly 36 production lines. Based on the previously agreed delivery schedule, it would take about 3.5 years to fulfill all those orders. The foreign representatives also calculated the timeline. They could barely hold on for 3.5 years, so they began to state their procurement quantities. The foreign semiconductor companies collectively ordered 16 production lines. This wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather their intention to reverse engineer and clone the technology once they got their hands on the lines. High-level business warfare often boils down to such straightforward tactics. With the groundwork laid, the subsequent details of contract negotiation and deposit payments were relatively simple. On that day, Tianmu Technology collected over 200 billion yuan in product deposits alone. These deposits covered orders for carbon-based chip production lines, solid-state batteries, camera modules, and chip foundry services. Wang Kai was also surprised to find that several domestic companies could produce 5-nanometer chip design blueprints. Had they been secretly designing these all along? Tian did not involve himself in the company's day-to-day operations, as haggling over prices was not his forte. He compiled the technical documentation for the Vision Assist helmet and handed it over to Yun Meng. Yun Meng's next task was to research a derivative product of the Vision Assist helmet, the Hearing and Speech Assist helmet. The Hearing and Speech Assist helmet was designed for the deaf and mute community. Tian designed it as a single product because its brainwave interface corresponded to the language cortex region of the human brain. Yun Meng was overjoyed to receive the materials. Finally, she had a proper assignment. As the sole researcher at Tianmu Technology, she had spent over a month doing menial, inconsequential tasks in other departments. Since the Research Institute building was still in the planning stages, Yun Meng shared an office with Wang Kai. When Wang Kai returned from his contract negotiations, he saw Yun Meng staring intently at her computer, her hand scribbling notes continuously. "Xiao Meng, what are you so busy with?" Wang Kai greeted her as he sat down. "Brother Kai, the boss has given me a work assignment. I'm reviewing the technical documentation right now." "That's great. You finally have some serious work. Is the task the boss gave you difficult?" "It's quite challenging. I'm still learning. The boss gave me 6 months to complete it." "That's a generous time frame. Take your time to learn. Brother Kai believes in you." "Hee, thanks, Brother Kai. I'll work hard and won't let you or the boss down." Their conversation was not exactly whispered, and anyone eavesdropping outside could easily hear every word. At 5:30 p.m. when work ended, Yun Meng took the data drive Tian had given her and headed home with the others. Outside Wang Kai's office was the administrative department's workspace, where 3 individuals chose to stay late that day. At 9 p.m. the 3 administrative employees suddenly looked around, furtively checking if everyone from other departments had left. "Liao Shangyi, you go to the security department, install them. Ideally get them to turn off the surveillance cameras. Gulalai, you stand guard at the door. If anyone comes, cough as a signal. I'll start in 15 minutes. Liao Shangyi, you need to send me the signal beforehand." "Alright, Sister Na. You be careful too." "Don't worry, Sister Na. I've done this kind of thing more than once. Watch me charm those night shift security guards with my feminine wiles." "Enough with the chatter. Caution is the parent of safety.
If you don't want to end up eating free meals in jail, stay focused. The three whispered among themselves for a moment before splitting up to execute their plan. 14 minutes later, Liao Shangyi sent Sister Na the pre-arranged message.
Sister Na began her move.
She approached Wang Kai's office and used the key she had secretly duplicated 2 days ago to unlock the door.
The office wasn't completely dark, faint light from the street lamps outside filtered in. This wasn't Sister Na's first time in Wang Kai's office.
She deftly made her way to Yun Meng's desk, intending to rummage through the files and boot up the computer.
Suddenly the office lights blazed on without warning, nearly blinding her. She let out a startled cry. "Ah! Stop screaming. You can shout until you're hoarse, but no one's coming to save you." Wang Kai drawled out the classic villain's line. "P. President Wang. I thought you'd left." I'm a ghost. I come and go as I please. What's it to you?" Morian Yan, a first-class intelligence officer for the American Intelligence Bureau. "Freeze. You actually know my identity."
Sister Na whipped out a small sleek pistol and aimed it squarely at Wang Kai.
"Are you thinking of silencing me? Too bad you won't get the chance."
The moment Wang Kai finished speaking, Sister Na pulled the trigger. A loud bang rang out as the bullet struck the office chair behind him. They were standing close, a mere 3 meters apart.
Wang Kai transformed into a blur, closing the distance in an instant.
He delivered a sharp chop to her neck. Sister Na's 2 accomplices were now receiving the same treatment as her. The 2 were knocked unconscious by a single chop from Lu Han and Li Tong, after which Wang Kai dragged Sister Na into the surveillance room. One of the 2 employees in the security surveillance room was Li Tong in disguise, and the other was a robot in human form. Wang Kai's afternoon discussion with Yun Meng about technology had drawn the attention of Sister Na and her 2 associates. The 3 women secretly coordinated their operation via their phones that night, but Wang Kai instantly detected their anomalous transmissions. This led to tonight's ambush, where Wang Kai and his 2 companions captured 3 spies from the American Intelligence Agency. Yi Zhiqiu and 2 other team members were squatting by the roadside eating takeout when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang.
An unfamiliar number.
This was his private number, not publicly known. Yi Zhiqiu answered with curiosity, "Hello, who is this?"
"Captain Yi, this is Wang Kai. We've captured 3 American spies tonight. I believe they should be handed over to you." "What? You've captured 3 American spies? Stay at your company, we'll be there shortly."
Yi Zhiqiu hastily shoveled the remaining third of his meal into his mouth, then stood up and kicked each of his 2 teammates once. The 2 team members, realizing it was time to work, quickly finished their meals and tossed the containers into a nearby trash bin. Yi Zhiqiu's team consisted of 12 members split into 2 shifts to provide round-the-clock protection for Tianmu Technology. There were 3 others stationed elsewhere, but Yi Zhiqiu didn't call them out for this. It wasn't a major operation, no need for extra manpower. The 3 hurried to the gates of Tianmu Technology, where Wang Kai was waiting for them.
"Captain Yi, you've worked hard.
We caught 1 big fish and 2 small ones.
Please take them away." "Mr.
Wang, you're truly remarkable. Even spies who've infiltrated this deeply were caught so easily."
"It's nothing. They exposed themselves by acting too hastily. Please follow me, Captain Yi."
They're in the security surveillance room. Wang Kai led Yi Zhiqiu and his team to the surveillance room, where Sister Na and her 2 assistants lay limp and unconscious on the floor. "I didn't expect them to be female spies. It seems our intelligence work still has gaps." "Captain Yi, these types are hard to guard against. They've grown up in Dragon Country their entire lives. Their only exposure to foreigners was during their study abroad years." "Indeed. Foreign intelligence agencies exploit exactly that, recruiting many Dragon Country nationals as peripheral agents." Yi Zhiqiu held nothing but contempt for such traitors, people who forget their ancestors.
Molian Yana, originally named Emolina, was recruited by the American Intelligence Agency during her 2 years of overseas study and developed into a first-grade intelligence officer.
Given her excellent credentials, Wang Kai had planned to have her take over as the administrative department manager. Unfortunately, she failed to withstand the test.
"Boss, we caught 3 rats tonight."
As Yi Zhiqiu escorted the 3 female spies away, Wang Kai reported to Tian.
"Understood. Keep observing. There must be more rats than just 3. "Yes, boss." Tian was at home brewing traditional Chinese medicine in a clay pot.
The cancer wonder drug he obtained yesterday was a gene repair agent.
It worked by repairing the cancer-causing gene segments to achieve a cure. But Tian was not satisfied. He wanted a traditional Chinese medicine formula for treating cancer. The herbs boiling in the pot were a folk remedy for liver cancer that Tian had Xiao Meng find online. The remedy required the decoction to be fully extracted so Xiao Meng could scan, analyze and evolve it into the correct TCM cancer treatment formula.
Half an hour later Tian poured the herbal liquid from the clay pot before allowing Xiaomeng to scan and analyze it. Liver cancer treatment formula weak efficacy analysis results as follows.
Evolution direction as follows. Xiaomeng quickly provided the correct comprehensive TCM cancer treatment formula.
However, besides the herbal ingredients, the formula required a special substance, a life energy that served as the medicinal guide.
Brother, I know what this is.
I have plenty of it in my space. My mother gave it to me a few days ago.
What does this life energy look like? Is life energy its actual name? No, its real name is essence of flora.
It's a form of botanical energy that plants accumulate in their bodies by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over long periods.
Its solid form looks like this.
Steeped in water, it has the effect of prolonging life and slowing aging. Nuonuo's small hand produced a green cylindrical object as thick as a child's arm, about 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length.
Tian took the essence of flora and immediately felt a warm current flow from his palm through his entire body, an incredibly soothing sensation. Nuonuo, is this for me? How many doses of the cancer wonder drug can it make as a guide?
Of course, I brought it out for you, brother. One piece can serve as the guide for 10 million doses of the wonder drug.
Let me give you a few more, brother. You can steep them in water to drink.
Nuonuo produced 9 more pieces of essence of flora from her space and presented them to Tian.
Thank you, Nuonuo.
Hee brother, the sooner you can produce the cancer wonder drug, the more happiness I'll feel. Tian stored the 9 pieces of essence of flora into his own space, keeping one in his hand.
He wanted to steep some in water to taste it. The water in the kettle was still warm. Tian placed the essence of flora into a cup of water and visibly the water turned green.
Brother, it's ready to drink. Nuonuo reminded him as soon as she saw the color change.
Tian picked up the cup and took a sip of the green water. Ah, so refreshing.
My whole body feels invigorated and my mind and body feel much lighter.
Of course. This is the life essence condensed by a 10,000-year-old tree spirit.
No wonder its effects are so potent.
I'll let my mother and Yunmeng have a taste too. Tian finished the water in his cup, then took out 2 more cups, filled them with water and soaked the essence of flora until the water turned green.
In the living room, Wuxiao and Yunmeng were doing yoga in front of the TV, their nightly exercise routine.
Mom, Yunmeng, you've been practicing for a while. Come have some tea I just brewed. Wuxiao and Yunmeng stopped their movements and stood up. However, as they took the cups from Tian, they hesitated before drinking.
Tian, you were tinkering in the kitchen for so long and all you made were these 2 cups. What kind of medicinal tea is this? Brother, this tea smells amazing, a fragrance that penetrates deep into the soul. Mom Yunmeng, this tea can prolong life and slow down aging. I just had some myself and it feels wonderful going down.
Can it really slow down aging? Then I'll try it. I want to try it too. Women have absolutely no resistance to the idea of slowing aging. Wuxiao, naturally trusting Tian, took a big sip.
Yunmeng was not to be outdone and also took a hearty gulp of the green water.
For now, let's call this green water the water of life, as the name perfectly suits its effects. Ah, so comfortable. My whole body was sore from training, but now it's completely relieved. Yes, it's such a miraculous medicinal tea. Brother, I want more.
Yunmeng finished the water of life in her cup in 2 gulps and held the cup out to Tian again.
Tian took the cup and refilled it with the water of life for her. Yunmeng took the cup, looked at the green liquid and then took another sip. This is really something special.
Wuxiao finished the water in her cup and asked Tian to fetch her another one. Tian naturally wouldn't refuse, so he returned to the kitchen and prepared 2 more cups of the water of life. So that Wuxiao could enjoy the water of life at home regularly, Tian told her that Li Kai could brew it for her in the future. The used herb essence was then entrusted to Li Kai, who was in charge of the household's meals. Ever since Li Kai took over the kitchen, Wuxiao, who wasn't skilled at cooking, rarely ventured into experiments, so there was little fear of her discovering anything. While the Mu family savored the water of life, a room in the U.S. intelligence agency blared with 1 red and 2 yellow alarms. Agent Jamie in the monitoring room quickly reported the situation to his superior. Typically, such alarms indicated that 1 first-level and 2 second-level agents had been captured in Dragon Country. The higher-ups would need to assess the situation to decide whether a rescue or ransom was necessary.
Fuck. Don't you ever enter my office without my permission again. In a mid-level office, Charlie, who was in the middle of an intimate encounter with his female assistant, was interrupted by Jamie bursting in. The assistant quickly hid under the desk while Charlie was absolutely livid. I'm sorry, Director Charlie, I didn't mean to intrude, but I have an urgent matter to report. Jamie's eyes lingered on the assistant's exposed shoulder and he swallowed hard. You bastard, still looking. Spit it out. What's the situation, then get the hell out. Oh right, Director.
Morianyana and her 2 assistants have gone silent during their mission and are confirmed to have been captured.
Morianyana. Is she the Dragon Country-born woman, the one who looks aloof?
Yes, that's her director Charlie. Should we consider requesting her release from Dragon Country?
Alright, I've got it.
It's work hours now, and if you stay away from your post too long you'll get your pay docked. Jamie backed out of Charlie's office timidly but inwardly cursed Charlie to no end.
Just because he's a big shot director doesn't mean he can treat people like that.
Charlie patted his assistant's shoulder.
Get yourself cleaned up. We'll continue tonight.
I was careless not to lock the door earlier. The assistant flashed a seductive smile. Then I'll go book a hotel room first. Half an hour later, a spokesperson from the White House issued a protest notice condemning Dragon Country for the unwarranted detention of 3 American citizens and demanding their immediate release. The reason the US was so anxious about Morianyana was that she held a list of Dragon Country exchange students who had been turned. If she were to hand over that list, the US would suffer a massive loss. Long Shuang led a team overnight to take Morianyana and the other 2 away. Even before they had traveled far, they saw the protest announcement from the US White House.
Hey, I wonder what the Americans are thinking. Isn't this just blatantly telling us that these 3 female spies have big problems? Captain Long, the US leader, often makes blunders. This is probably some genius advisor's idea again. Captain Long looks like we're about to score major merits this time. Morianyana and her 2 companions had regained consciousness by now.
Bound hand and foot in the back of the vehicle, their faces were pale and they regretted their actions. When Tian arrived at the company in the morning, he instructed Wang Kai to send a dozen or so of the newly arrived robots to the research institute. He wanted to create the illusion that the research success wasn't his alone but the collective intellectual achievement of the entire institute. To this end, Tian specifically approved the priority construction of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, requiring the contractor to first erect a 5-story building for use with a 1-month deadline.
Time flew by and a month passed quickly.
During this period, Tianmu Technology completed the acquisition of its subsidiary, and the subsidiary's factory finished its production line renovation, commencing the production of solid-state batteries.
Tianmu Technology had become the apple of young County's eye, developing rapidly under a deluge of supportive policies. With the new Vision Aid helmet factory completed, daily production reached 50,000 units.
The chip production workshop was already operational, and the first batch of chips had been delivered to companies like Huawei that had placed initial orders. The production capacity for solid-state batteries and camera modules had met order demands, and the first batches had already been delivered. In a warehouse in Wu City, Gengqian watched the first batch of chip solid-state batteries and the first chip production line being loaded onto trucks and gave Tian a big thumbs up.
Chairman Mu, you're incredibly fast.
The first batch of 1,000 tons of solid-state batteries was delivered within a month, and the chips and production line were also delivered right on schedule.
Major Gung, you must have been eagerly anticipating this. If I weren't punctual, it could have delayed many things.
Haha, that's true. With the tariff and tech wars between our countries lately, we really need more hard power support.
How could Dragon Country fear a tech war?
The US White House probably listened to some other advisor's advice again.
I wouldn't know about that. I'm just a messenger. The sooner I complete my superior's tasks, the sooner I can relax. It won't be long now. Delivery speeds will increase. Rest assured, Major Gung.
I heard you've had your water cut off several times recently and caught quite a few saboteurs.
Well, Tianmu Technology is a hot commodity. It's fortunate that the military stepped in, otherwise even more predators would be circling.
Those who make dirty money have no sense of patriotism. They should all be sent to plant potatoes.
Tian accompanied Gengqian until the first batch of goods was loaded onto military trucks and escorted away by over 100 fully armed soldiers. During this period, because Tianmu Technology refused chip foundry orders from American companies like Apple, US tech stocks had been plummeting. Investors generally held a pessimistic view of US tech companies, as missing this wave of technological advancements signified potential obsolescence. Dragon Country's chip industry was now flourishing with a stream of positive news. A-share tech sector chip-related stocks had hit 39 consecutive daily limit ups, setting a historical record. In such an environment, the US wouldn't just sit idly by. The White House raised tariffs on imports from Dragon Country and announced a 3- to 5-fold increase in the export price of pharmaceuticals to Dragon Country. Meanwhile, US tech companies devised a clever workaround. They placed orders with Tianmu Technology through shell companies in other countries, successfully securing their orders. After returning to town, Tian went to inspect the newly constructed pharmaceutical factory. The factory, built to pharmaceutical-grade standards, was completed in over a month concurrently with the Research Institute building. Chairman Mu, as per your requirements, the factory is completed on schedule. Next, we'll proceed to construct your company's headquarters building. Fat Manager Lu De followed Tian, speaking obsequiously. Manager Lu, you've all worked hard. As long as the construction quality meets the standards, we won't delay a single cent of the payment.
Of course, of course. Your supervisors are very professional and we will strictly follow your requirements in construction. Walking ahead, Tian pondered that with the factory now built it was time to recruit staff and prepare for the various validations. It was going to be a bit troublesome. After inspecting the pharmaceutical factory premises, Tian returned to the office building. No sooner had he taken his seat than Yun Meng burst in breathless with excitement.
Brother, look. I've done it. This is the hearing assist and speech assist helmet.
In her hands, Yun Meng held a crudely crafted helmet, showing it off to Tian with the pride of a little girl seeking praise from an adult.
Really? Xiaoming, you're amazing. Let me have a look.
Here you go.
I've already tested it and it really works. Tian took the helmet and put it on his head.
Without speaking a word, Tian thought of what he wanted to say and a voice emanated from the helmet on his head.
The appearance of this helmet still needs some improvement. A synthesized electronic voice spoke to Yun Meng.
Brother, I know it looks ugly right now, but Brother Wang has already agreed to help me design the helmet's appearance.
Well, at least the blessing function is quite good.
But since we both have normal hearing, let me plug my ears tightly and then you can tell me about your inspiration. Tian found a pair of Bluetooth earbuds, turned on the music on his phone and filled his ears with sound, blocking out Yun Meng's voice.
Brother, this time I looked at the materials you gave me and then.
After a series of tests, the hearing assist and speech assist helmet developed by Yun Meng proved to be highly effective. If there was one imperfection, it was the appearance, which only required further refinement. After all, this was a handcrafted prototype and the outer shell had not been designed yet.
Very good, Yun Meng. You've created a remarkable product. Really?
But that's also thanks to you, brother. Ever since I started drinking your beauty tea, not only has my skin improved, but my mind has become much clearer too.
Then you should drink more in the future. Go back and ask Wang Kai to come see me. I have something to discuss with him.
I have sisterly prepare a large bottle of beauty water for me every day before I go out.
Then I'll go back and continue improving the helmet. I also think it's too ugly.
Yun Meng and Wu Mengyao called the water of life beauty water. Ever since they started drinking it and saw results, they refused to drink any other water, consuming it like regular boiled water. After drinking it for a while, Wu Mengyao's body and face looked at least 7 or 8 years younger and the small pimples on Yun Meng's face never appeared again.
Tian was pondering what product to develop next when Wang Kai entered his office. Boss, what did you call me for?
2 things. First, you need to start arranging all the official certifications for the pharmaceutical factory. At the same time, you need to submit applications for the production license and clinical trial approval for the cancer-specific drug. The factory recruitment must also begin immediately to avoid falling behind the production schedule.
Second, the launch event for the hearing assist helmet should be scheduled for July 2nd. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. We're the county's prized gem now. As soon as we present the cancer-specific drug, the county and city drug administrations will definitely take this matter seriously. Alright, go ahead. I'll arrange for 50 more robots to come assist you tomorrow. That would be even better. We are indeed short-staffed right now. Last month, Tianmu Technology's second round of recruitment saw a fierce competition of 50 applicants vying for a single position.
This made those who missed the first recruitment round deeply regret it. At that time, Tianmu Technology had just been established and was hiring en masse. Missing that opportunity, they now had to compete with 50 others for a single position. Only the first batch of employees and those from subsidiary companies were considered the luckiest at Tianmu Technology. Later applicants had to be exceptionally talented to be fortunate enough to be hired. Speaking of applicants, during the second round of interviews, Tianmu Technology screened out all candidates with study abroad experience, which sparked widespread discussion at the time. Later, Wang Kai came out to explain that among the current returnees there were both good and bad. Tianmu Technology couldn't distinguish who was good and who was bad, so they decided not to consider returnees at all. This was like a bomb at the time, ruffling the feathers of the entire returnee community. Among them were internet influencers and self-proclaimed experts who demanded that Tianmu Technology issue an apology and restore fairness. Soon after, the Longwa government revealed that there were indeed moles among the returnees who specialized in stealing technology and selling it to foreigners. After returning to his office, Wang Kai posted information on Tianmu Technology's official website that Tianmu Pharmaceutical would be recruiting 300 employees for various positions. There were simply too many people looking for good jobs. Tianmu Technology had number 996 work schedule, no forced overtime, free meals and accommodation, complete social insurance and housing fund, and salaries 50 to 80 higher than industry peers. It was practically a fairy tale ideal company in the eyes of workers. People who constantly monitored Tianmu Technology's official website for job postings quickly discovered the new announcement.
Breaking news. Tianmu Pharmaceutical, a subsidiary of Tianmu Technology, is recruiting 300 employees. Great news for newcomers and veterans in the pharmaceutical industry.
Some enthusiastic netizens immediately forwarded the recruitment information to major social platforms.
Haha, I'm graduating this year with a degree in pharmaceutical engineering and was just wondering which pharmaceutical company to join. This is a godsend. I have 8 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry. I wonder if I can pass the interview. They say Tianmu Technology's selection process is extremely strict, comparable to a political review.
You don't know how many corporate spies Tianmu Technology has caught recently. It's terrifying to say, 25 in total.
While you guys are discussing, I've already submitted my resume and received an interview notification.
In just a few minutes, over 100,000 resumes were submitted for 300 positions.
It's absolutely insane. Hey, look.
Tianmu Technology is about to release a new product, this time targeting deaf-mute individuals.
Awesome. Tianmu Technology is saving 3 types of patients at once: deaf, mute and blind. Tianmu Technology's company motto: making products that make people feel happy with heart. I'm going to watch their launch event. Time to grab tickets. Damn, I have to go see this time?
In a hospital in a southern city, a pale-faced girl was pleading with the boy beside her bed. She had already shaved her head and wore a cap.
Jingyu, I want to give up treatment. Late-stage liver cancer can't be cured. Let's not waste money. You still need to live well in the future. No, I can't.
I can't bear to lose you, Xiaoling.
Let's try another hospital. Lu Jingyu said with unwavering determination.
Even if it meant selling his house and working 2 jobs, Lu Jingyu was determined to cure Lin Xiaoling.
Please, Jingyu, listen to me just this once. Don't sell the house your parents left you. It's their last gift to you. No, I won't listen.
Xiaoling, you have to believe that miracles and fairy tales exist in this world.
I will protect you like an angel.
Lu Jingyu ran out of the ward, afraid that Lin Xiaoling would see his tears.
Sigh.
Jingyu, where would fairy tales exist in this world?
Those are all lies.
Lin Xiaoling wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and took out her diary from the bedside. The diary recorded her life bit by bit, documenting the hardships of an orphan growing up alone. Unfortunately, this diary would be written to its last page today, just as her life was about to wither away.
June 22, 2019, cloudy. This morning the doctor told me I only have about a month left.
But that silly Jingyu is still trying everything he can to save me. If a miracle could happen, I would marry him and give him a pair of children. Lin Xiaoling's tears welled up again, falling onto the last page of the diary, leaving a deep tear stain. Lu Jingyu ran to the end of the corridor, crouching down in agony, burying his fingers deep into his hair. Helplessness, heartache and anxiety surged relentlessly within him.
He wanted to scream, but the space forbade any loud outburst.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Several WeChat message notification tones echoed from the phone in Lu Jingyu's pocket.
He wiped his face, wondering if a colleague or his supervisor was trying to reach him. Jingyu, didn't you say you wanted to attend a Tianmu Technology product launch?
They're having another one on the 2nd of next month.
It was a message from his good friend Hu Tao, accompanied by a promotional image of Tianmu Technology's new product.
Lu Jingyu forced a bitter smile.
Attending the Tianmu Technology launch had been Lin Xiaoling's wish, but with her health now deteriorating so rapidly, how could she possibly manage it?
Thanks, brother, Lu Jingyu replied to Hu Tao.
Across all major social platforms he saw everyone buzzing about the Tianmu Technology launch and dissecting the company's corporate philosophy. You claim to make products that bring happiness, so why aren't you developing cancer treatments? It's all a lie, a complete sham, just a company trying to grab attention. A surge of indignation clouded his mind. Lu Jingyu composed a message and began furiously pasting it under short videos and news articles discussing Tianmu Technology. What a load of corporate nonsense.
It's all just for attention. Why aren't you producing a miracle cure for cancer?
Does Tianmu Technology have any idea how many lives are lost to cancer each year? Do they understand the agony endured by their families and loved ones?
This comment was pasted relentlessly by Lu Jingyu, catching the eye of certain interested parties who then hired bot accounts to flood his comment with likes.
These interested parties were of course those who wished ill upon Tianmu Technology, perpetually seeking opportunities to attack the company. Now that someone had stepped forward, they merely needed to deploy their bots to amplify Lu Jingyu's comment, pushing it to the top of the hot list.
If Tianmu Technology remained silent, their corporate image would crumble and their reputation would be ruined. If Tianmu Technology responded by admitting they couldn't produce a cancer cure, their reputation would suffer just the same. Lu Jingyu's unintentional action was effectively placing Tianmu Technology directly over an open flame. Xiaomeng quickly detected the anomaly online.
It traced the threads behind Lu Jingyu's comment and identified the hidden hands pulling the strings. As for the circumstances surrounding Lu Jingyu and Lin Xiaoling's, Xiaoming uncovered every detail through hospital records, surveillance footage and phone data. Boss, we're being roasted over an open fire, Xiaoming said, sending a screenshot of Lu Jingyu's comment to Mu Tian.
Oh. Are we being cyberbullied again? Let me see. Mu Tian paused his work, focusing on the information displayed on his glasses. This man is named Lu Jingyu. His fiancée has terminal liver cancer with only about a month left. Our launch announcement came right around that time. His resentment drove him to this.
It seems we should have announced the cancer cure earlier to prevent patients and their families from resorting to such drastic measures while waiting for the drug's release.
So how should we handle this person? Should we blacklist him and his family? No need.
People curse at Huawei, Apple and Xiaomi every single day.
Have you ever seen those companies target an individual?
Some people even curse the government and society daily without facing any particular consequences.
We are a company, we must be magnanimous. In fact, I should thank him for the timely reminder.
Make arrangements to prevent him from taking further drastic actions.
The real targets for cleanup are those behind-the-scenes bot farms.
Otherwise, out of hundreds of thousands of comments, who would have even noticed the one criticizing us? Identify those individuals and donate their ill-gotten gains to the people of Africa.
Alright, that sounds like fun.
Since the US stock market hadn't opened yet, Xiaoming was looking for something to do, and Lu Jingyu's situation provided a perfect pastime. Meanwhile, online, Lu Jingyu's comment had become a hot topic, attracting numerous replies. Some supported Lu Jingyu while others opposed him.
Fans argued a cancer cure isn't so easy to develop. Tianmu Technology was only founded recently. They don't have that kind of capability. Aren't you being unreasonable? Malicious bots countered, if Tianmu Technology dares to make such bold claims, they must face the consequences of their arrogance, or they're just a company with a false image.
The two sides were locked in heated debate until Xiaoming stepped in decisively to quell the chaos.
I am Wei Meng, the chief assistant to the chairman of Tianmu Technology. I'm here to address everyone. Fairy tales may lie, but Tianmu Technology does not. Lu Jingyu, wait for our good news tomorrow.
Xiaoming posted this reply under every short video and news article where Lu Jingyu had commented.
Whoa, did I just see that?
The chief assistant to the chairman of Tianmu Technology actually replied to the OP.
The personnel page on Tianmu Technology's website just updated. Wei Meng is indeed Mu Tian's chief assistant. What do you think Wei Meng meant by that? Do they already have a cancer cure, or is it something else?
I wouldn't try to figure out a man's words if I were you.
Where can we get the scoop tomorrow? Can the OP share the good news with us? I also want to know what this good news is. Is spring finally coming for cancer patients?
After venting his frustrations online, Lu Jingyu had composed himself. He was now gently washing Lin Xiaoling's face and hands. Lin Xiaoling's hands were covered in needle marks and scars, causing Lu Jingyu's heart to ache.
Jingyu, it doesn't hurt at all, really.
But could we go see the Tianmu Technology launch? Lin Xiaoling admired Tianmu Technology because her close friend from the orphanage had regained a normal life thanks to their Vision Assist helmet.
It was a company that brought hope and happiness to people. She desperately wanted to attend one of its launches before her time ran out. Of course we'll go. I'm applying for tickets online right now. If that doesn't work, we'll buy them from someone else. Hee, well, if you're willing to part with the money. Beep beep beep.
Lu Jingyu's phone began emitting a continuous stream of notification sounds.
Comment replies wouldn't normally trigger such alerts.
These were orchestrated by Xiaoming, whose task was not yet complete. Lu Jingyu set down the towel and curiously picked up his phone to check the messages. The sight nearly stopped his heart. The chief assistant to the chairman of Tianmu Technology had replied to his comment, telling him and Lin Xiaoling to wait for good news tomorrow.
This can't be real, can it? Lu Jingyu pinched his thigh hard. Hiss, it hurt. It was real. This wasn't a dream.
Lu Jingyu hastily brought the phone to Lin Xiaoling to share the good news.
Jingyu, you cyberbullied Tianmu Technology just now. How could you pressure them like that? Ha. Ha. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? I wasn't thinking straight. So what do you think Assistant Wei Meng's good news is? I don't dare to guess.
I'm afraid that if I hope for too much, the dream will shatter.
Then let's dream together.
Once this drip is finished, we'll sleep and wait for the beautiful tomorrow to arrive. That night, Lu Jingyu and Lin Xiaoling shared the same dream. In it, Lin Xiaoling was cured. They walked down the aisle together, began a blissful life, and were blessed with a pair of adorable twin daughters. I want to become the angel you love from the fairy tale. At 8 in the morning, just as Lu Jingyu finished washing Lin Xiaoling's face, the ringtone of fairy tale echoed from his phone.
Hello, this is Wang Kai, General Manager of Tianmu Technology. I'd like to ask if you and your loved one would be willing to participate in the clinical trial for our cancer cure scheduled for next month. Through the phone speaker, Wang Kai's hearty voice reached Lu Jingyu's ears, sounding as divine and beautiful as a melody from heaven. Hello President Wang, I am Lin Xiaoling and I am willing to participate in the clinical trial for Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' cancer-specific drug.
Lin Xiaoling, who had also heard the heavenly sound, suppressed her excitement and replied to Wang Kai's invitation with as calm a tone as she could muster.
Very well, thank you for your trust, Ms. Lin. Tianmu Pharmaceutical will cover all expenses for your hospital transfer. Our clinical trial will commence on July 3rd. We hope you can arrive on time and we will arrange for someone to receive you. Thank you, President Wang. Thank you, Tianmu Technology. Thank you, Tianmu Pharmaceutical. You're welcome. Please don't blame us, Mr. Lu, for not releasing the news earlier. Our specific drug doesn't have clinical trial qualification yet. We are still in the process of applying, and approval should take another day or two. I understand. Sorry for the trouble, President Wang. I'll go online and clarify this matter right away.
No need for a specific clarification.
Tianmu Pharmaceutical will issue an official announcement in a couple of days. Alright, President Wang.
Lu Jingyu and Lin Xiaoling confirmed their contact information with Wang Kai and then hung up the phone. The two embraced and wept tears of joy. Lin Xiaoling finally saw a glimmer of hope.
Fortunately, this ward currently only housed Lin Xiaoling, or the news would have leaked. Jingyu, go online and clarify things quickly, but don't reveal anything about Tianmu Pharmaceutical.
Lin Xiaoling wiped away her tears and urged Lu Jingyu to clarify the matter online immediately.
Alright, I'm on it.
Lu Jingyu picked up his phone and began searching for the most commented and liked posts to reply to.
Thank you, Tianmu Technology. I was wrong this time. I sincerely apologize to Tianmu Technology. Tianmu Technology truly lives up to its name as a tech enterprise.
Lu Jingyu's comment was pinned by Xiaomeng and was immediately seen by all the netizens eager for gossip.
Wow, what a huge piece of gossip. But can you be more specific? He said something but also nothing at all. Did he or didn't he? The principal said handcrafting a cancer-specific drug isn't that hard, right? Huangpu Phase 3 Handcrafting Cancer-Specific Drugs class is in session.
Is there really a cancer-specific drug?
My mom has terminal lung cancer and only has 2 months left. Can anyone tell me? Please, I beg you. Begging us is useless. You can only beg Tianmu Technology. Yeah, didn't the OP say Tianmu Technology lives up to its name? There's a lot of information in that statement. Exactly.
It's very likely Tianmu Technology has mastered a cancer treatment method, and one that's highly advanced.
My dad has hope this time.
Many people following this incident had family or loved ones suffering from cancer.
They desperately wanted to know the outcome of Lu Jingyu's situation and kept a close watch.
Unable to find answers on social platforms, the patient's family members collectively flooded the message board on Tianmu Technology's official website with frantic comments. Does Tianmu Pharmaceutical have a technology or drug to treat cancer?
My dad only has 3 months left. Please tell me. Please save my mom. I'm only 10 and I don't want to lose her.
Can you hurry up and sell the cancer treatment drug?
My grandpa is about to pass away any moment. The doctor says he might only have half a month left. Please, I beg you.
I was just diagnosed with mid to late stage liver cancer.
I have a family to support. I can't die.
Please, Tianmu Pharmaceutical, hurry up and release the new cancer drug. The board was flooded with pleas from patients and their families begging Tianmu Pharmaceutical to release a new drug, drowning out all other comments for the day.
Why were people so confident that Tianmu Pharmaceutical could produce an effective cancer treatment? It was because Tianmu Technology's every move was a game-changer. It had revolutionized several technologies and possessed a technological level far ahead of its time. This was the public's confidence in Tianmu Technology, its golden brand.
As soon as Tian sat down at the company, Xiaomeng informed him that the official website's message board had exploded.
Xiaomeng released the announcement early to put their minds at ease. Also, tally up how many cancer patients have less than a month to live. Alright, boss. The announcement is posted.
There are approximately 250000 cancer patients with less than a month to live.
That's a lot. We can't possibly take care of all of them, can we?
If all these 250000 people flocked to hospitals in Huang City or Yang County, it would inevitably lead to severe congestion and incidents.
Boss, you could actually implement 2 treatment methods simultaneously. The traditional Chinese medicine-specific drug takes effect slower and could be used for those with longer life expectancies.
The gene therapy agent works faster and can be used for those with shorter life expectancies.
The problem is our factory is newly built and hasn't been certified yet.
The drugs are still in the application and review stage.
We simply aren't qualified to treat so many people. Then it depends on whether you boss are willing to part with some benefits.
You mean through the military?
Yes. Let me think about it.
Tian's think about it meant deliberating on what to offer in exchange for the military's approval to fast-track the release of the traditional Chinese medicine-specific drug. As for the gene therapy agent, that wasn't something to bring out now, as Tianmu Pharmaceutical currently lacked the conditions for its production. Should he offer the aerospace fighter technology, or the room temperature superconductor technology, or perhaps the quantum shield protector technology?
Forget it, one step at a time. Revealing too much too soon would be a loss.
Having made up his mind, Tian picked up his phone and called Qian.
Chairman Mu, hello. Is there something you need? Major Gung, are you free this afternoon? I have a little something I'd like to show you.
Oh. Has Chairman Mu developed something interesting?
Then I must come. I'm free right now.
I'll set off immediately and arrive in 2 hours.
Alright, I'll be waiting for your arrival, Major Gung.
You're too kind, Chairman Mu. After hanging up, Tian activated the atomic level 3D printer in his space to produce the wristband version of the quantum shield protector. However, the batteries for these quantum shield protectors were changed to solid-state batteries instead of the original metal hydrogen batteries. As a result, the quantum shield protector was twice the size of the original, taking the form of a wristband with some additional functions incorporated. Its battery life was only 1 day, after which it would need a battery swap or recharging. And as Xiaoming just released the confirmed news about the cancer-specific drug, the entire world fell silent for a moment before erupting in excitement.
Tianmu Pharmaceutical was about to release a cancer-specific traditional Chinese medicine.
It was a bolt from the blue, illuminating the dark world of cancer patients and shattering those companies that profited from cancer. A single injection of a foreign-specific drug could cost hundreds of thousands of Longwei yuan. People worked their entire lives only to hand their money over to hospitals and pharmaceutical companies in the end. Now Tianmu Pharmaceutical, this thorn in their side, had upended the table upon arrival, causing great distress to domestic and international pharmaceutical companies who saw the news.
Their intense reaction was to spring into action immediately.
A massive influx of capital frantically bought up traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in the market, silently igniting a frantic scramble for these materials. Their actions quickly caught Xiaoming's attention, and Tian, who was waiting for Qian to arrive, learned of this development.
Truly, profit stirs the heart.
We haven't even announced the formula for the specific Chinese medicine, and they're already trying to hoard materials and drive up prices.
Do we need to compete with them?
We have plenty of money, they can't outbid us.
No, we won't compete with them.
We'll simply drive the prices up.
Understood, boss. I'll have the procurement department contact the herb suppliers right away.
Instruct them to inflate the prices of most herbs, but do not let them know what we're truly after. Of course.
Tian was unafraid of others hoarding medicinal herbs, for he possessed an atomic level 3D printer.
It could fabricate any traditional Chinese herb, eliminating the need to cultivate or purchase them.
Previously, Tian had deliberately tasked Xiaoming with scanning nearly every species of medicinal herb.
Whenever Tian required them, he could mass-produce vast quantities of top-grade wild herbs in a short span. Suffice it to say, with elemental materials at hand, Tian could manufacture anything he desired, save for living beings.
On the official website of Tianmu Technology, Xiaoming was busy reassuring cancer patients and their families.
He feared they might in a moment of desperation rush en masse to Huangshe and Yangxian to await treatment.
Do not be anxious.
In as little as 2 or 3 days, or at most a week, you will witness the launch of our cancer cure.
Please do not all flock to Huangshe. It would overwhelm the city's medical system.
Exercise patience for a few more days. For patients who cannot afford to wait even a day or two, leave a message here. I will verify the authenticity of your situation and make special arrangements.
Our company's cancer cure is not expensive. It is certainly affordable for the vast majority.
For those who truly cannot bear the cost, we will consider reducing or waiving the fee on a case-by-case basis. Our chairman Mu is not a handsome man, but he is already taken. Please refrain from any thoughts of introducing your daughters or friends to him. Nor will there be any openings for a secretary to Chairman Mu.
I am more than sufficient for him. Watching the conversation spiral into absurdity, Xiaoming could only retreat in defeat. Human women were truly terrifying, willing to discard all shame for advancement.
Xiaoming had always felt that Tian and Yun Meng were a perfect match. It could accept Yun Meng as the boss's lady, but anyone else was out of the question. Tian, naturally unaware that Xiaoming had already betrothed Yun Meng to him, was idly toying with a wrist guard. It exuded a powerful sense of technology, resembling a futuristic optical computer.
Tian was uncertain whether Qian would be satisfied with this item.
His confidence was not high, for he hoped to use it to secure the 3 military industrial certificates.
At 10:30 Gengxian arrived at Tianmu Technology.
This time he came without his guards, perhaps believing that Mu Tian's offering required discretion. "Chairman Mu, what marvel do you have for me this time?"
Gengxian asked eagerly the moment he sat down.
"See how impatient Major Gung is. This is the little trinket I wished to show you." Mu Tian slid a pair of wrist guards across the table to Gengxian. "What is this?"
"It looks rather sophisticated."
"I call it the multifunctional combat wrist guard. It is equipped with a micro-quantum radar capable of detecting any object within a 30-kilometer radius. It features a quantum communication module enabling the formation of a compact tactical communication network spanning from 100 to 10,000 kilometers. It also possesses a defensive capability capable of projecting a quantum shield to block weapon attacks with a maximum damage threshold of a single Barrett sniper rifle round.
Of course it has its drawbacks. Its battery lasts only a day on standby, and under intense combat it might not survive even a minute. However, swapping the battery is convenient.
For combat, one simply needs to carry spare batteries. Initially, Gengxian fiddled with the wrist guard with an air of nonchalance. Yet as Mu Tian gradually elaborated on the wrist guard's capabilities, Gengxian became increasingly convinced he was holding an unparalleled treasure. Instinctively, Gengxian's grip tightened on the wrist guard before he carefully placed it on the table.
"Chairman Mu, you pretentious braggart, you call this a little trinket?"
"This is a peerless treasure."
"Drawbacks. Are those really drawbacks? Do they even count as such? How many things in this world can withstand a single Barrett round?"
"Chairman Mu truly treats a bun as if it weren't food."
Gengxian reached out, gripping Mu Tian's shoulders.
"Chairman Mu, stop belittling it.
"I'll buy it, all right. Name your price.
Will you sell the technology?"
"If not, selling the product is acceptable." "Ahem, Major Gung, wouldn't you like to take it back and test its performance first?"
"This item is quite costly to produce at 100,000 yuan per set."
"Is 100,000 considered expensive?"
"What is that compared to a soldier's life?"
"Since you've offered, I'll take it back for verification. That's all for today. I must be going now." Hey Major Gung, wait. I haven't finished my business yet."
Seeing Gengxian begin to gather his things, Mu Tian quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Chairman Mu, if you have other matters, please speak plainly."
"Do you need assistance? Land, money, or even personnel?" They had land to offer, banks for money, and elites from various research institutes for personnel. They were all vying to offer Tianmu Technology land, funds, and talent. "Major Gung, I need none of those. Take a look at this first." Mu Tian handed his phone to Gengxian, displaying the announcement for their cancer cure.
Gengxian instantly grasped Mu Tian's intention. "Chairman Mu, you wish to conduct rapid clinical trials through our military hospitals and then rush the cancer cure to market as quickly as possible."
"Precisely. Major Gung, do you think it's feasible?" "That depends on whether Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' cancer cure is genuinely effective."
"If it is, everything can be arranged." "Then I'll leave it to you, Major Gung.
Here are 10 doses of the lab-prepared cancer cure. Please take them back for clinical trials. 5 doses can cure a patient with terminal cancer." Mu Tian brought over a medical insulation box and placed it before Gengxian. "Very well. Do you have any other matters, Chairman Mu? If not, I'll take these 2 items and return."
Hehe, Major Gung, as you know, the production of the multifunctional combat wrist guard requires the 3 military industrial certificates.
I wonder if this item might help me secure them.
I'll need to report this to my superiors and seek their approval. It should be no problem given the sheer power of what you've presented today, Chairman Mu.
Thank you, Major Gung. Let me see you off.
Mu Tian carried the medical insulation box while Gengxian held his secure case, and the two descended the stairs. A military helicopter awaited below Gengxian's mode of transport.
Watching the helicopter depart, Mu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Now he could only await Gengxian's results, hoping they would arrive swiftly. Gengxian was in a greater hurry this time than when he transported the chip production line.
He felt he was carrying the dream equipment for Dragon Country's infantry.
The old chief would surely be delighted with this treasure.
As for why he didn't demonstrate the equipment's performance at Mu Tian's place. Mu Tian's location lacked a Barrett rifle and the space was too confined for a proper test. It was better to hurry back to Wusher and then rush to the northwest base. Gengxian was usually stationed in Wusher as it was a central hub convenient for travel anywhere. With lightning speed, Gengxian finally arrived at an underground base in the northwest by a little past 5 in the afternoon. He carried the secure case while a guard followed with the medical insulation box. The two of them jogged towards the office of Zhao Yu, the base commander.
In the office of Lieutenant General Zhao Yu, an elderly man with a full head of white hair was conversing with him. Elder Ning, your health can no longer be delayed. The doctors insist that you be hospitalized for treatment immediately. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope.
Xiao Zhao, I know my own body well. It's advanced stage stomach cancer. No amount of treatment will change the outcome.
It's better to give me more painkillers so I can contribute more to the 6th generation fighter jet project.
I can't allow that, Elder Ning. Higher-ups have ordered me to see you into retirement for treatment. I cannot grant your request. But I am unwilling to give up.
The 6th generation fighter jet project has seen no progress and I will not rest easy in my grave. Just then a knock came from the door. Zhao Yu asked Elder Ning to sit and rest, then rose to answer it.
Reporting.
President Mu from Tianmu Technology has delivered a new type of individual combat equipment. I request permission to conduct a comprehensive performance test on it.
Gung Qian saluted at the door as he stated his purpose. Oh. Xiaogung, have you gotten your hands on another good piece of gear? What is it? Show it to Elder Ning and me first.
Zhao Yu raised an eyebrow, wondering what could be so special that it required testing back at the Northwest base. General Zhao Chairman Mu calls it the individual multifunctional combat bracer. It has 3 functions: quantum radar detection, quantum communication networking, and quantum shield defense. Its quantum shield can withstand a single shot from a Barrett sniper rifle. While detailing the wonders of the device, Gung Qian opened a secure case and carefully extracted the bracer, handing it over to Zhao Yu. After listening to Gung Qian's introduction, Zhao Yu found himself intensely intrigued by the device in his hands.
Oh. Sounds impressive.
But we'll only know if it's a horse or a mule when we take it for a spin. If it's all show and no substance, I'll have words with that young Mu Tian. Zhao Yu handed the bracer to Elder Ning, who took it with a skeptical look. Elder Ning hoped Gung Qian was telling the truth, as it would significantly boost the individual combat capabilities of Dragon Country's forces. General Zhao, there's also a matter Chairman Mu entrusted me with that requires your approval.
Go ahead. As long as it's not something outlandish, I'll consider it.
Inside this medical insulation box are 10 doses of a new cancer drug developed by Tianmu Pharmaceuticals. He wants us to help conduct clinical trials. Also, if the individual multifunctional combat bracer meets performance standards, he hopes we can grant his Tianmu technology the 3 military industrial certifications. Elder Ning had only heard the first half of Gung Qian's statement, but it was enough to excite him profoundly. He returned the bracer to Zhao Yu and quickly strode over to Gung Qian. Xiaogung, did you just say there's a cancer drug in that medical box? Is it effective against all types of cancer? Elder Ning grabbed Gung Qian's arms with intense emotion. Well, Elder Ning, Chairman Mu didn't specify if it works on all cancers, but there should be instructions for usage and dosage inside the box, Gung Qian explained.
Gung Qian crouched down and opened the medical insulation box.
Indeed, on the first layer he found a piece of paper detailing the dosage and scope of application for the drug. Cancer cure drug, oral administration, applicable to all types of cancer. Initial stage 1 dose, early mid-stage 2 doses, mid-stage 3 doses, mid-late stage 4 doses, late stage 5 doses. Take 1 dose every 8 hours.
Excellent. Aren't you looking for test subjects? Let me be the first to try it.
Elder Ning seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, a chance to return to his research post.
Zhao Yu quickly interjected, no, Elder Ning, you can't take such a risk. Let's first find a patient in the early stages of cancer to test its effectiveness. Elder Ning said stubbornly, is my life more valuable than others? I said I will be the first, and so it shall be. I have faith in Tianmu technology. Seeing Elder Ning's resolute expression, Zhao Yu could only sigh in resignation. All right, fine.
But you must drink the first dose here with me personally supervising.
All right. You rascal, you remember when we chewed on grass roots together in the Gobi Desert? Gung Qian, quick-witted, realized Elder Ning was afflicted with cancer and swiftly retrieved a dose from the box.
It was a 100 milliliter dose with a green liquid, still cool to the touch due to the 0-degree storage. After waiting about 2 minutes for the drug to return to room temperature, Elder Ning popped the seal and downed the green liquid in one gulp. The slightly cold liquid traveled down his throat into his stomach, instantly enveloping the chronically painful organ in warmth. The pain gradually subsided as the drug took effect and a faint flush of color appeared on Elder Ning's pale face. 10 minutes later, Elder Ning felt a spark of vitality return to his stomach and the pain had diminished significantly, much weaker than before. Moreover, a pleasant warmth now spread throughout his entire body, a comfort he hadn't felt in a long time.
This is so soothing.
This drug is truly miraculous.
You all go and test that bracer.
I'll head to the base hospital for a checkup first.
Elder Ning, are you really all right? Zhao Yu asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. You go arrange the tests. I'll come and watch the excitement after my checkup. Very well. Sun Katian escort Elder Ning.
Zhao Yu summoned a guard from outside the door to escort Elder Ning to the hospital for his examination. After Elder Ning left, Zhao Yu made a phone call to arrange for the weapons test area to be cleared. After locking the bracer back in its secure case, Gengqian followed Zhao Yu to the weapons test area. The Northwest Base's test facility was fully equipped from large warplanes and bombers down to bullets and steel needles.
Zhao Yu was straightforward. The first test was the bracer's defensive capability.
If it couldn't pass that, the other two functions would merely be minor surprises.
Gengqian strapped the bracer onto a mannequin's arm and activated it.
Zhao Yu instructed the soldier in charge of testing, fetch a Barrett and take a shot at the mannequin. Without a word, the soldier retrieved a Barrett from the armory and began aiming at the mannequin. A thunderous boom echoed through the underground test range.
Zhao Yu and the others had donned ear protection, so their ears were spared the deafening blast.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mannequin in the distance, yet after the gunshot it remained completely motionless.
Damn, that defies science. Everyone present witnessed the bullet suspended in midair, frozen until its kinetic energy was fully spent, then it dropped harmlessly to the ground. What principle is this? Is this the quantum shield?
After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Zhao Yu's face flushed with excitement. He knew Tian hadn't been boasting. The bracer was indeed incredibly powerful.
Come, let's give it another shot and see if it can block again. Zhao Yu wasn't satisfied and wanted to see it once more. Wait, General Zhao.
Chairman Mu said it only has enough power for one Barrett shot.
Gengqian quickly interjected from the side. Then what are you standing there for? Go get it charged. No need to charge.
I saw Chairman Mu included 10 spare batteries.
I'll just swap one out.
Gengqian grabbed a battery from the packaging box and hurried over to the mannequin to replace the bracer's power source. Thanks to Tian's foresight in equipping the wrist guard with 10 backup batteries, the subsequent protection tests proceeded with ease as they advanced from handguns to rifles. After concluding the protective function tests, they proceeded to evaluate the wrist guard's quantum radar capabilities, which necessitated the use of a compatible helmet. The helmet was remarkably intelligent. The wearer only needed to verbally specify the target's direction and category, and the quantum radar would automatically scan, identify and filter the results, showcasing its formidable functionality. Furthermore, the coordinates of objects scanned by the quantum radar were synchronized to the helmet's brainwave converter, granting the wearer a god's eye view of the target's real-time imagery. The quantum radar technology within this wrist guard is exceptionally cutting-edge.
Tian is truly remarkable, Zhao Yu remarked with admiration. If only we could recruit him as a researcher at the Northwest Base. It's a pity he chose to be an entrepreneur.
General Zhao, Chairman Mu is also serving the nation in his own way, Gengqian offered in consolation.
Indeed, he is contributing, but he's also charging us a small fortune. That part stings a little. At that moment, Elder Ning entered with a soldier laughing heartily.
Haha, Xiao Zhao, now you have no excuse to prevent my return to duty. My condition has improved significantly.
Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Elder Ning, do you mean the medicine is working? It is, and it's fast-acting.
I just had a checkup and my illness has regressed to the middle stage.
A few more doses should see it cured. That's excellent news.
I'll have the hospital administer it to other cancer patients as well. We can't afford to lose our top-tier talent. Researchers often neglecting regular meals and sleep are prone to health issues, and the Northwest Base frequently saw its scientists diagnosed with cancer. Indeed, so many promising individuals face an early demise due to poor health.
Let them get treated first.
This old bone of mine can wait. Elder Ning chose to prioritize treatment for the terminal patients, as the younger researchers were the future of the nation. With only one wrist guard available, the quantum communication network test couldn't be conducted, bringing this round of testing to a close. Subsequently, Zhao Yu arranged for 9 doses of the medication to be distributed to the most critical terminal cancer researchers. After taking the medicine, their conditions immediately stabilized, shifting from terminal to advanced stage. Gengqian contact Tian immediately and have him prepare 2,000 doses of the cancer cure.
Go and retrieve them personally and negotiate a discount while you're at it.
We're essentially providing him with clinical trial data. Also procure 100 sets of the individual multifunctional combat wrist guards.
We need more in-depth testing to fully understand their capabilities before equipping the entire military. Yes, General Zhao. I'll contact him right away. It was 7 p.m. and Gengqian took out his phone to call Tian. Chairman Mu, good evening. Have you eaten yet? Major Geng, hello. I've just finished dinner. Do you have good news for me?
Of course. The individual multifunctional combat wrist guard has passed its tests with outstanding performance.
We are very impressed. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried you might find it lacking in features.
Gung Qian's phone was on speaker and Mu Tian's boastful tone made Zhao Yu want to punch him. He had to admit the guy had style, he'd give that performance a perfect score. Well, Chairman Mu, your cancer cure has proven highly effective. However, we have a significant number of patients requiring treatment here. I'd like to request another 2,000 doses. I'll come to collect them tomorrow morning. We can also discuss the wrist guard order in person then. No problem at all. The 2,000 doses will be ready by tomorrow morning. Consider this batch a gift to the military, no charge. Using 2,000 doses to curry favor with the military was a shrewd business move for Mu Tian, especially since the cost was minimal. Zhao Yu for his part allowed a satisfied smile to cross his face, appreciating the gesture. After ending the call, Gung Qian pocketed his phone and prepared to head out, anticipating an all-night journey. Hold on a moment. Yes, General Zhao. Tell Mu Tian that we've approved the 3 military production certificates. However, we'd like him to try and develop another innovative piece of equipment within this year. Could you offer some direction, General, so I can guide Chairman Mu's efforts? Let's aim for a 6th-generation fighter jet. Let's see if he can surprise us. Yes, sir. Gung Qian saluted, then exited Zhao Yu's office, heading to the mess hall to grab a meal for the road. After hanging up, Mu Tian began using the atomic level 3D printer to produce the base concentrate for the cancer cure. The concentrate produced by the printer still needed to be mixed with life water to become effective, a step he would handle personally. Having grown adept at manipulating his spatial realm, Mu Tian could now control everything within it. After producing enough concentrate for 2,000 doses, he also fabricated 2,000 vials. With a mere thought, the concentrate was automatically divided into 2,000 equal portions and dispensed into the vials. Similarly, a barrel of life water infused with the essence of plants was portioned into 2,010 milliliter doses, each added to a vial to create the true cancer cure. Done. In just over half an hour, Mu Tian had completed the entire preparation process without using a single traditional Chinese herb. Had the capital consortiums and pharmaceutical companies who were frantically stockpiling herbs known of Mu Tian's divine methods, they would have been furious. The day's trading in the herbal market had been a frenzy, with prices more than doubling. Wealthy speculators eager to park their money jumped on the bandwagon, fueling the fire even further. Mu Tian felt no sympathy for them. They had sought to crush Tianmu Pharmaceuticals and bleed it dry, so why should he show any mercy? It was Xiaoming's strategy of having the sales team make offers without actually purchasing that had driven the herb prices up so rapidly. When Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' procurement list was leaked, the prices for the listed herbs skyrocketed by over 5 times. Gold speculation and stock trading were seen as low-yield investments by these herb speculators who dreamed of extracting tens of billions from Tianmu Pharmaceuticals. Pushing aside his contempt for the speculators, Mu Tian turned his attention to a new project, a genetic evolution serum, as he felt his physique was far too weak. Despite his recent consistent exercise and intake of life water, the results had been disappointingly minimal. Xiaoming, look up if there are any pills or decoctions for strengthening the body. Boss, I've searched. Are you looking for Shaolin's Great Returning Pill, Lesser Returning Pill, Amassed Jade Snow Pill, or Wudong's Blood Chi Pill? Have you been reading too many web novels? Those are all from wuxia fiction. They don't exist in reality. Ahem, boss, you have no sense of humor. No wonder Sister Xiaoming calls you a blockhead. Say that again and I'll burn you with fire. Boss, I'm actually impervious to fire and water, didn't you know? Ah, I found it. There are many traditional Chinese medicine formulas. We have something for every aspect of enhancement you might need. I want something to enhance my overall constitution. Exclude anything fancy. Then I recommend the ginseng spleen invigorating pill. Once you create it, I can determine the evolution path. Mu Tian glanced at the time. It was only a little past 8 in the evening. He activated the atomic level 3D printer to produce some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. For instance, the printer directly fabricated a century-old ginseng whose efficacy rivaled that of a wild one. If there was any shortcoming in its potency, it was the need to soak it in the water of life and let it absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Shortly thereafter, Mu Tian printed out all the herbs and other raw materials required for the ginseng spleen invigorating pill, then took them to the kitchen to begin crafting the pills. Though he could have completed the pill-making process within his spatial realm, he preferred to conduct such research in the outside world. After over an hour of bustling in the kitchen, Wu Xiao, who had finished her workout in the living room, caught the scent of medicinal herbs and came over with Yunming to take a look. Xiao Tian, what are you up to now? Brother, are you refining pills? Mom, Xiaoming, I'm attempting to create a medicine that can strengthen the body. Are you sure the pills you make won't cause diarrhea or land you in the hospital? Yeah, brother, you definitely shouldn't be the first to try it. It's best to find a lab mouse for testing. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It'll be fine and I won't be the first to take it anyway. That's good to hear. You go ahead and work. We're off to watch a movie.
Come on Xiao Meng. See you later brother.
After they left, Mu Tian resumed his work, having been watched while hand-rolling the pills. After hand-rolling over a dozen pills, Mu Tian had Xiao Meng scan them. The ginseng spleen invigorating pill replenishes qi, strengthens the spleen and stomach, and with long-term use enhances the body's vital energy.
The evolution route is as follows.
Xiao Meng quickly provided an evolved formula that could enhance the physique in all aspects.
Xiao Meng, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Some of the herbs in this formula don't seem to exist on Earth.
Brother, just because they don't exist on Earth doesn't mean Xiao Meng doesn't know them. It can print them out. Nuwa reminded him. Alright Xiao Meng, you're amazing. Let's start printing out all the ingredients for the body strengthening pill. I'll make it tomorrow.
After instructing Xiao Meng to print out all the raw materials for the gene-enhancing drug he named the body strengthening pill, Mu Tian tidied up the kitchen and returned to the living room to watch a movie with Wu Xiao and Yun Meng. Meanwhile, at the northwest base, Xiaoyu, after Geng Qian's departure, boarded a plane with Elder Ning to head to the capital. Shortly after they submitted the performance reports for the individual multifunctional combat wrist guard, they received a notification to attend a high-level meeting. Of course, the individual multifunctional combat wrist guard was the centerpiece meant to be showcased to the top brass of Dragon Country. The three technologies integrated within it were far too advanced and impressive to be ignored. The next morning at 8:30, Mu Tian received Geng Qian, who had rushed over looking travel-worn.
Geng Qian was somewhat exhausted, having traveled all night, claiming otherwise would be a lie.
En route, Geng Qian had also received a call from Zhao Yu, which added to the difficulty of today's tasks. In the office, Geng Qian sipped the green tea Mu Tian had brewed. One gulp and half his fatigue seemed to dissipate another, and he felt fully revitalized. Chairman Mu, what kind of tea is this?
It's sweet and fragrant with a robust aroma. It's just ordinary green tea. I don't have any fine leaves here. Perhaps it's just the joy of good news that's perked you up, Major Geng. Geng Qian silently scoffed. I don't believe that for a second. You're always putting on airs, Chairman Mu.
Without dwelling on the tea, Geng Qian stated the purpose of his visit. Chairman Mu, we intend to place an initial order for 100 sets of the individual multifunctional combat wrist guard. How long will it take you to produce them? As soon as the military industrial certificates are in place, I can start mass production immediately.
100 sets is just a matter of 2 or 3 days.
The certificates are easy to arrange. They should be approved the day after tomorrow.
You'll need to submit an application for the formalities. Then I'll have someone file the application right away.
With the military industrial certificates in hand, Mu Tian wasn't necessarily obligated to produce weapons. He simply felt it was prudent to have the credentials as a safeguard. He could focus on producing protective gear like the wrist guards. Chairman Mu, I forgot to mention earlier.
Our leadership hopes that after you receive the certificates you could devote some research to the latest generation of aerospace fighters.
It would be even better if you could produce some research findings by the end of the year. Ah, so there was a condition attached after all. Mu Tian even began to wonder if he had been exposed. Could the higher-ups know about his aerospace fighter technology? Major Geng, this aerospace fighter research isn't a mandatory task, is it?
I can't guarantee any specific results. Understood. We just ask that you dedicate some attention to it. It's not compulsory. Alright, I'll give it a try. Actually, there's another matter I find rather difficult to bring up.
Geng Qian looked down, toying with the teacup on the table, his expression troubled. What's the difficulty, Major Geng?
Perhaps it won't seem so hard to me. Alright, I'll speak plainly.
Our leadership asked me to inquire if you could scale up the quantum communication, quantum radar, and quantum shield technologies from the wrist guard. They want the quantum communication to achieve interstellar capability, the quantum radar to scan as vast an area as possible, and the quantum shield to be installable on other large-scale military equipment.
Mu Tian mentally calculated the parameters for the technological upgrades Geng Qian was describing.
Good heavens, when you put it all together, isn't this exactly the technology needed for an aerospace carrier? Was he, Mu Tian, about to participate in the construction of an aerospace carrier? At the 2018 airshow, Dragon Country had first proposed the Nanshanmen project and unveiled a series of weapon models for it. It seemed the Nanshanmen project wasn't just for show, they were truly committed to it.
Major Geng, I've been thinking it over. The difficulty of upgrading these technologies shouldn't be too great. However, interstellar quantum communication will require satellite support and we'll need your cooperation on that front. That's certainly not a problem.
As soon as Tianmu Technology produces the large-scale quantum communication module, we'll cooperate fully to complete all the necessary work. I didn't expect your visit to bring not just an order but also 2 tasks.
Haha, don't be nervous, Chairman Mu. Neither is mandatory.
After settling the discussions, they continued drinking tea for a while before signing the procurement contract. 100 sets of the individual multifunctional combat wrist guard for 10 million yuan, no more no less. But this signified that Tianmu Technology was now officially qualified to produce military equipment, truly gaining a military background. The 2,000 doses of the cancer-specific drug had been placed in the first-floor lobby by Tian that morning, stored in 10 large medical insulated boxes. Tian had the medical boxes loaded onto the military truck Dongqian had brought. Only then did Dongqian consider his task complete for the day, driving off with a sense of relief. At that moment, at the park's main gate, Wan Kai was leading a group of people towards the office building.
Boss, these are the people from the newly formed Dragon Country New Energy Vehicle Alliance. As Tian's gaze fell upon them, Xiao Meng immediately identified the newcomers. The Dragon Country New Energy Vehicle Alliance. What does this alliance do? Boss, you really don't know. Right, you never read the intelligence, I gather.
This New Energy Vehicle Alliance was formed specifically to try and acquire a stake in our new energy subsidiary. Forget it, let Wang Kai handle it himself.
He knows I won't agree to any investment even for a subsidiary. Boss, you're being paranoid. You're getting cheekier by the day. Are you asking for a knife?
Even a knife would dull on me. I'm the toughest kid around.
Tian ignored Xiao Meng, who was getting more playful by the day, likely influenced by netizens.
If it weren't for Nua sleeping in the system space most of the time, she would have been led astray by Xiao Meng long ago. Wan Kai saw Tian turn and head upstairs from a distance, but didn't come over to greet him. Being a robot, it was normal for him not to understand such social nuances. Even the outside world's assessment of Wan Kai was that he was a manager with strong leadership skills but extremely low emotional intelligence.
Wan Kai led the company representatives from major automakers and battery giants into the meeting room.
After the administrative staff served tea to the guests, Wan Kai sat quietly at the head of the meeting table, saying nothing.
There was nothing to say anyway. These people were here with ill intentions today.
If they hadn't blocked the park's main gate, Wan Kai wouldn't have even received them.
Representative A from a battery giant spoke first. President Wang, we explained our purpose over the phone yesterday. So what do you think?
Has your company considered allowing US to invest or licensing your battery technology?
Representative B chimed in. President Wang, I believe it's best for everyone to make money together. Harmony brings wealth.
Wang Kai retorted expressionlessly, if your company had a goose that lays golden eggs, would you let others get involved?
Would you let others share your golden eggs?
Is it wrong for us to refuse your investment? Representative C scoffed, you have to consider the scale of the companies involved. Every one of us here has a market value of hundreds of billions or even trillions.
Tianmu Technology is like a child carrying gold through a busy market.
What you need is the protection of large companies like us.
Representative D, exactly.
If your new energy subsidiary gave each of us just a 5 stake, we could build a massive tech empire together. Wan Kai quickly calculated the number of companies present today.
16 companies, each getting 5, would leave Tianmu New Energy with only 20. That's pointless.
Why work hard just to toil for others?
Wan Kai's voice turned cold. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy today. I won't be hosting you any further.
I have only one thing to tell you, our company has never, does not, and will never accept investment from any individual or organization.
If you have any tricks, feel free to use them. Tianmu Technology will handle them all. Since the host was showing them out, the guests had no choice but to leave. However, before departing, they issued their threats.
Tianmu Technology cannot contend with an alliance with total assets exceeding 10 trillion.
Surrender now and we can all get rich together.
You still need to import raw materials, don't you?
Ha! Don't come crying to us later. It's dangerous for Tianmu Technology to have no allies. I advise you to reconsider, President Wang. After all, good health is a blessing in life. These representatives were all quite talented, issuing threats from every conceivable angle.
But Wan Kai listened with an unchanged expression. When they were done, he pointed to the door, signaling the unwelcome guests to see themselves out. The New Energy Vehicle Alliance members were kicked out before they could even get comfortable or take a sip of their tea.
This left them deeply resentful, each planning to embellish their reports to their bosses about this humiliating defeat.
Tian naturally didn't bother with how Wan Kai handled business matters. If he had to oversee everything, it would be too exhausting. He headed to the company's temporary pharmaceutical research institute, where a girl ran up from behind to greet him.
Good morning, senior brother. Up early to tinker with your culinary experiments. Good morning, junior sister Lu. Mocking your boss this early. Careful, I might dock your pay.
You're a heartless capitalist, senior brother. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to finish the toxicology experiment I didn't complete yesterday.
The girl Lu Shuling made a funny face at Tian before running into the building. Tian smiled and shook his head, not minding his junior sister's teasing.
After all, who was to blame for nearly blowing up the lab the first time he tried hand-making pills? At the end of May, Tian returned to Wuxi University for his thesis defense.
His advisor felt immense pride in this student and his classmates looked at him with expectant eyes. Tian had intended to recruit talent from Wuxi University anyway.
Under his advisor's approving gaze he ultimately recruited over 100 outstanding master's graduates. To show his gratitude to Wuxi University, Tian also donated 500 million yuan to the university as a scholarship fund for outstanding students. Entering his private laboratory, Tian took out the medicinal herbs that Xiao Meng had arranged to be manufactured yesterday. Today he was going to make the body-strengthening pill. The laboratory was fully equipped and Tian began following the pill-making process described in the formula. The formula provided by Xiao Meng had several steps requiring careful handling. A mistake could result in poison. However, even if it turned out to be poison, it wouldn't harm Tian, as Xiao Meng would scan the pills to check their quality.
First attempt failed. Second attempt failed. Third time. Fourth time. The entire morning was spent in failure. Manhwa stayed by Tian's side the whole time, her big round eyes seemingly holding back laughter. If he could succeed just once, Xiao Meng could scan the molecular structure and use the atomic-level 3D printer for mass production. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded even once all morning. It wasn't until the 7th attempt in the afternoon that Tian finally managed to produce a batch of body-strengthening pills. The quality was mediocre, but they finally met the basic requirements of Xiao Meng's scan. Half an hour later, Tian took out a bottle of crystal-clear jade-like pills from his space. These were the body-strengthening pills. They were actually just medicinal pills, physically made, not refined through any mystical alchemy. The body-strengthening pill didn't make one powerful with a single dose. Its effects were gentle, requiring a month-long cycle of consumption. During the month of taking the pills, Tian had to consume high-nutrition food daily and follow a scientific exercise regimen to strengthen his body effectively and efficiently. According to Xiao Meng's calculations, if Tian's physical fitness reached 10 times the strength and speed of an average adult after 1 month, that would be considered a perfect standard. Taking out a pill, Tian eagerly swallowed one to taste it. It's rather sweet, but why do I feel so hungry all of a sudden? Just a minute or two after taking the pill, as he was savoring its flavor, his stomach began to growl loudly. Boss, did you forget what I told you? You need to prepare high-nutrition food before taking the body-strengthening pill. Haha, I definitely forgot that. Brother, you're just greedy. Manhwa jumped out at this moment holding a large baby bottle, laughing at Tian. Manhwa, I definitely forgot. Let's go find some food first. Tian ran downstairs towards the cafeteria. It was around 5 p.m., so there should be some food available. While Tian devoted himself to developing the strength-building pill, a high-level meeting was underway in a conference room in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Present were top officials of the nation and its most distinguished scientific researchers. After reviewing the test footage of the multifunctional individual combat wrist guard, their eyes gleamed with recognition of its immense practical value on the battlefield. The discussion centered on the progress of the Southern Heavenly Gate project and the various technical hurdles encountered. We have working prototypes for the radar shields and communication systems. When can we solve the energy weaponry and propulsion engines? Grand Elder Yang Weihua posed the question, his gaze sweeping across the room. Elder Ning, the project's chief engineer, rose to answer. Grand Elder, based on current research progress, achieving a successful ignition in the controlled nuclear fusion reactor will take 10 to 20 years. We must structure our research timeline accordingly. That is too long. The Earth's environment is deteriorating rapidly and signs of extraterrestrial civilizations are becoming increasingly evident. We need a force to protect our nation. Yang Weihua's voice was laced with anxiety. Chen Tianan, responsible for the controlled nuclear fusion reactor, stood up. Grand Elder, if we achieve breakthroughs in room temperature superconductor technology and the materials for the reactor's outer shell, we could potentially build a shipborne controlled nuclear fusion reactor in an extremely short period. Yang Weihua shook his head with a sigh. You invest so much money into materials research every year, yet the results are disappointingly minimal. The meeting concluded without a definitive outcome, but it significantly increased Yang Weihua's regard for Tianmu technology. In his closing remarks, he reiterated emphatically that no one nor any of their descendants was to interfere with Tianmu technology. Should Tianmu technology falter because of such interference, the perpetrator would be branded a traitor to history. The severity of his words left a deep impression on the high-ranking officials present, who resolved to warn their younger generations to steer clear of Tianmu technology upon their return. Tianmu technology had not been without its share of harassment. In fact, it had been substantial. Some overconfident second-generation heirs in E province, manipulated by foreign capital, had repeatedly made moves against the company. Naturally, each one of them had their scandals exposed online by Xiao Meng, and even their fathers and grandfathers suffered the consequences of the fallout. Seeing that the E province faction could not topple Tianmu technology, the foreign investors shifted their attention to the capital, where the nation's most influential figures resided. This was the reason behind Yang Weihua's stern warning at today's meeting, a truly thoughtful gesture.
Meanwhile, Tian had just enjoyed a hearty meal at the cafeteria, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Still needing his exercise, he began a slow jog along the park's new road. Nuo, observing his dedicated workout, let out a yawn and returned to the space to resume her slumber. She was after all equivalent to a 1 or 2-year-old human child, and even a little system needed extensive sleep to grow properly. Boss, there are nearly 8,000 cancer patients who might not survive the next 2 days. Their families are begging us to sell them the medicine.
Xiaomeng constantly monitored online activity, and the pleas for medicine were its primary focus. That many.
Then I'll manufacture 1000 liquid robots now. You control them to take the life water and feed it to those patients.
Can you do it without being detected?
Yes, boss. The liquid metal robots can turn invisible and deliver the life water directly into the patients' stomachs.
Tian certainly couldn't sell the cancer cure to those patients now.
It would be illegal and invite disputes and conflicts. Not everyone possesses the light of humanity, and Tian didn't assume every patient was virtuous.
Stories of good deeds being met with ingratitude were common.
To avoid unnecessary complications, Tian decided it was best to secretly administer some life water to prolong their lives by a few days, sidestepping a host of troubles. A little past 7 in the evening, Tian left his home and in a dimly lit area deployed the 1,000 liquid metal robots. Each robot carried a large bottle of life water and some sleeping spray. The sleeping spray was of course to ensure the patients were in a deep slumber, as having a tube inserted from the nostril into the stomach would naturally cause some discomfort. Xiaomeng controlled the 1,000 robots as they set off, invisible, with each robot tasked to administer the medicine to about 8 patients that night.
Fortunately, most patients were receiving treatment in city hospitals, saving the robots from lengthy flights.
Tian continued taking the strength-building pill to enhance his physique, no longer wanting to be a frail scholar. Meanwhile, in the comments section of the Tianmu Technology official website, the families of patients pleading for the sale of the cure waited with the tense anxiety of those awaiting a verdict of life or death.
Can Tianmu Technology please save my mother? She might not make it through tonight.
I'm only 16 and I don't want to lose her.
She's all I have. Can you Tianmu Technology sell us the medicine or not? Just give us a clear answer so we can give up hope. You asked us to leave messages for help and now you're silent. Does Tianmu Technology have some concerns? Don't worry about us trying to extort you. We are desperate people with nowhere else to turn. Please save my grandmother, she's truly on her last legs. Even if there's a sliver of hope, I have to fight for it. I'm willing to sign a no-liability waiver. Please Tianmu Technology save my grandfather.
The official website's comments section was filled with such pleas of desperation.
After dispatching the robots, Xiaomeng finally issued a unified response.
Hello everyone, we at Tianmu Technology cannot sell the cure right now, but we guarantee that your loved ones or you yourselves will hold on until the day the cure is officially released.
Xiaomeng's reply did little to convince anyone.
Instead, it was met with a barrage of skepticism and abuse.
Bullshit.
You won't sell us the medicine, yet you expect us to believe our families can hold on until it's released.
Is Tianmu Technology trying to ruin its own reputation? You're telling us to just leave it to fate.
I used to trust Tianmu Technology, but I never thought you'd do something so disheartening.
Everyone stop buying Tianmu Technology's products.
They're a company that toys with people's feelings.
Xiaomeng knew that words were useless now, only results would convince them.
So it issued another unified response. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But if your family member or you yourself manage to hold on until the cure is released, come back to this reply and apologize.
I've noted all your IDs.
Seeing Xiaomeng's confident reassurance, some began to harbor a faint glimmer of hope, for it was their last straw.
Just as many people don't believe in divine retribution, they still instinctively pray to this god or that Buddha when things go wrong.
This is why temples are perpetually crowded with worshippers. The number of people wishing for everything to go their way is simply immense.
After browsing through the official website of Tianmu Technology, over 8,000 patients' families were holding their breath, praying for a miracle to occur.
If the miracle did not come to pass, Tianmu Technology would lose its golden reputation forever, and they would lose their loved ones. In a hospital ward, a young girl clasped her emaciated mother's hand tightly. The girl's mother was in a comatose state, her life's candle flickering on the verge of being extinguished. The waveform on the bedside vital signs monitor displayed dangerously low readings.
Mom, you have to hold on, please. I've already lost Dad, I can't lose you too. I love you, Mom.
The girl's tears fell onto the patient's hand, causing it to twitch involuntarily.
Sigh, I know Tianmu Technology is just bluffing.
How could they dare to use a drug on others that hasn't been approved?
But Mom, I really wish they would take the risk. I can sign a no-liability waiver with them. I just want them to try and save you. Mom, you have to hold on.
They said the special drug could be ready for clinical trials in at least a week.
The girl was only 16.
She had barely slept in 3 days, terrified that if she closed her eyes her mother would slip away. Suddenly the door to the ward opened and then closed. The girl turned at the sound, catching a glimpse of the door closing on its own, yet no one had entered or left.
2 other cancer patients and their families were asleep in the ward.
The girl felt a surge of tension and fear, her grip on her mother's hand involuntarily tightening.
Sinew, don't be scared. You're the best, Sinew. Sinew mentally cheered herself on.
She didn't believe in ghosts or gods, yet she couldn't help but hope for a miracle, a conflicted feeling stirring within her. A sweet fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. The girl's eyelids grew heavy and she slipped into a deep sleep. The robot, observing that the patient and her family were in a deep slumber, transformed its hand into a tube and inserted it into the patient's stomach. Within the robot's body, the life water was connected to a tube and the liquid flowed down and into the patient's stomach. 200 milliliters for each patient was enough to sustain life for 10 days, a dosage carefully calculated by Xiao Meng. After feeding the girl's mother 200 milliliters of life water, the robot silently departed from the ward, heading off to carry out its tasks elsewhere.
That night an eerie phenomenon swept through hospitals across the entire nation. In many wards, doors and windows were seen opening and closing on their own, only to repeat the process a few minutes later.
Few witnessed the strange event, but those who did were terrified. When the morning sunlight streamed into the ward, Sinew opened her eyes. The moment she regained consciousness, she hurriedly looked up at her mother's vital signs monitor. Her clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. She was terrified that her mother might have slipped away during the few hours she was asleep. But thankfully her mother's vital signs had actually improved somewhat. The attending physician arrived for his rounds, and upon seeing Sinew's mother's vitals, pressed for an answer. Sinew, did you give your mother any other medication yesterday? The doctor was well aware that Tianmu Technology had developed a cancer drug, and all the cancer patients in the hospital were eagerly awaiting its release. He also knew that Sinew had been persistently pleading with Tianmu Technology to sell her the drug to save her mother.
No, I didn't give my mom any medicine. I
fell asleep last night, and when I woke up her condition just seemed to improve a little.
Well, it must be divine intervention.
If her condition stabilizes like this, she might hold on for a few more days. I'll need to draw some blood for tests to be sure.
Thank you, Dr. Lu.
Similar scenes were unfolding all over the country. Patients' families would wake up to find that their loved ones who had been on the brink of death had regained a glimmer of vitality.
Could it be that there truly are gods watching over us?
Or is Tianmu Technology a company created by a divine being destined to save the world from its suffering?
Bewildered people flocked to the Tianmu Technology website's message board for answers. Tianmu Technology truly didn't deceive us.
The doctor said last night my mom wouldn't survive 12 hours, but now he says she could live for 10 more days.
I'm not sure if Tianmu Technology is behind this, but I still want to thank them. They are a miraculous company. Tianmu Technology, are you guys cultivating immortality up there? I want to become your disciple. My grandfather actually regained consciousness this morning and even drank some porridge.
I apologize for my rude comments yesterday.
I'm sorry.
As Tian arrived at the company, Wang Kai greeted him with excellent news. The Pharmaceutical Regulatory Department had granted special approval for Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' cancer drug to be marketed. Since the cancer drug was a traditional Chinese medicine formulation, its production requirements were less stringent than those for Western medicines. The factory only needed to meet basic standards for inspection, and the regulatory department would send a team to certify the facility that afternoon. Xiao Meng spread the good news. The special drug will be on the market the day after tomorrow. Wang Kai, contact the medical insurance department and get our drug included in the medical insurance list within these 2 days.
Yes, boss. The announcement has been sent out.
The remarkable efficacy of Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' cancer drug, which had cured countless researchers in the country, had caught the attention of the highest echelons of power. The top leadership of the nation granted special approval for the early release of the cancer drug. The announcement from Tianmu Technology was like a ray of sunlight piercing the darkness of despair, and a resounding cheer erupted from hospitals across the land. Sinew held her mother's hand, and once more her tears fell upon it.
Mom, did you hear that? Tianmu Technology's cancer drug has been approved for release. You're going to be saved.
When you get better, I promise to study hard, get into a good university, and even go to graduate school so I can one day work at Tianmu Technology. As the world erupted in cheers and celebrations, in the deepest part of the earth, the Mariana Trench, a shadowy figure emerged from a subspace.
Haha, as long as I can bring down this earth, I can get to the brat's host. And then that little brat will be mine again, haha. The illusory figure was an old man with a white beard. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a large spherical object from his system space and placed it at the very bottom of the trench. This was the deepest, darkest part of the ocean, untouched by any human activity. After positioning the spherical object, the old man pressed the activation button and faded back into the subspace, leaving no trace of his visit.
Once activated, the sphere extended several tendrils that burrowed deep into the seabed, anchoring itself while camouflaging as a rock.
The Mariana Trench was the most geologically active region on Earth.
The theory that the nation of Neon might one day slide entirely into its depths was not without basis. From that moment on, the geological activity in the Mariana Trench became more frequent and violent. The disguised sphere also released a substance designed to accelerate the evolution of octopuses in the ocean. This substance drifted up to the shallower layers of the ocean, making it easily accessible and irresistibly attractive to octopuses.
No one on Earth knew that the white-bearded old man had appeared in the Mariana Trench, nor did anyone know what he had done there. Nuwa being low-level and just a tiny system naturally failed to notice the old man's mischief. Yet not all old men were pleased. The current president was feeling rather vexed. Of late, the emergence of the variable known as Tianmu technology had dealt a heavy blow to the American economy. First came the chip industry, where few were purchasing American chips anymore. They flocked to Tianmu technology for high-end chips and turned to other dragon country companies for mid to low-end ones. Next was the smartphone and computer sector.
Several American tech giants unable to secure Tianmu technology's high-end chips saw their stock prices plummet repeatedly. Several companies' market valuations had already been halved and continued to depreciate. Finally, the decline in oil prices caused by solid-state batteries struck directly at America's vital interests, loosening the long-standing bond between the U.S.
dollar and petroleum. After all, the energy storage efficiency of Tianmu Technology's solid-state batteries had become equivalent to petroleum in practical applications, rendering oil rather obsolete.
Furthermore, combining solar panels with solid-state batteries could resolve both energy acquisition and storage issues. Should solid-state batteries become widespread in the future, petroleum would have no role left to play, ultimately reverting to its status as a mere chemical raw material. Thus emerged the Dragon Country New Energy Vehicle Alliance. Its purpose was twofold: to join and profit, and should that fail, to execute the second plan, preventing the proliferation of solid-state batteries. Make no mistake, the influence of American capital conglomerates over Dragon Country companies was no laughing matter. Driven by mutual self-interest, companies from both nations readily formed an alliance.
Newsom, I'm giving you 1 month to obtain Tianmu Technology's core confidential intelligence, the president ordered his intelligence director. Newsom smiled confidently. Mr. President, rest assured. When it comes to buying loyalties and remote cultivation, we excel. As long as we offer those people American green cards and enough money, there's no one we can't buy. The president nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've done remarkably well in this regard, just like acquiring that missile technology from the Dragon Country back in the day. Newsom replied modestly, that was the work of our predecessors. I still have much to learn from them. The president spoke with a hint of concern. The existence of Tianmu technology has already threatened America's national security. You must take this seriously. That man named Tian, eliminate him as soon as possible if you can. As for Tianmu Technology's top executives, buy them off if possible, if not remove them. Newsom took out a notebook and began jotting down the president's words. Understood, Mr. President. The Dragon Country people believe in the bellwether principle. Once we eliminate their leaders, Tianmu Technology will naturally collapse. The president remained uneasy. I've heard that those who put bounties on Tian are now themselves wanted. They're constantly on the run. Your agency must exercise extreme caution. Newsom gave a solemn assurance. I will ensure our intelligence operatives keep their identities concealed and avoid using communication devices to contact one another. In today's world, no communication tool held any privacy. The Americans, well versed in this reality, trusted none of them. This also rendered Xiaomeng unable to monitor anything within the Black House. As the conversation between the president and Newsom concluded, a covert operation targeting Tianmu Technology quietly commenced. Half an hour later, the Black House added Tianmu Technology's cancer wonder drug to its list of prohibited imports. This move was hardly surprising, for the Black House needed to protect American pharmaceutical companies, otherwise their stock prices would surely plummet the very next day. The Black House wasn't alone in this. Many countries were preparing policies to boycott Tianmu Technology's cancer wonder drug. Their reasoning was simple: the cancer wonder drug produced by Tianmu Pharmaceutical, a subsidiary of Tianmu Technology, had not undergone long-term clinical validation and thus posed potential safety risks. They claimed their boycott was for the welfare of their citizens, that traditional Chinese medicine preparations lacking theoretical foundation were nothing but witch doctors' poison. Certain authoritative academic journals and internationally renowned medical awards also came forward to disparage Tianmu Technology's cancer wonder drug, dismissing it as utterly worthless. Boss, we're being cyberbullied again, this time internationally, Xiaomeng said, showing Tian some foreign news reports. Tian was studying technical materials on aerospace planes, his head somewhat throbbing. The news from Xiaomeng provided a welcome distraction. Big brother is being cyberbullied every day.
Those people must be terribly bored. Nua pouted indignantly while clutching her milk bottle.
Nua, don't imitate Xiaomeng's language. Girls shouldn't use foul words. Oh, I understand, Nua replied weakly, though her big eyes darted around mischievously, clearly plotting something.
It seems some people are getting anxious, afraid of losing their academic standing, and that's why they're rushing to throw mud.
Boss, should I hack them all? Hacking them is useless.
They're merely guns in someone else's hands.
If you're going to shoot, aim at the one holding the gun.
Our cancer wonder drug has disrupted the economy on such a massive scale that one could say it affects the global economy. Boss, you need to be careful of being hit by a stray bullet. I don't go anywhere, so stray bullets can't reach me. Forget about that. I'll first write 2 papers on the cancer wonder drug, one from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine and one from Western medicine.
Stray bullets couldn't touch Mu Tian anyway, for he had his quantum shield wrist guard.
Unless a nuclear bomb was launched at him, he truly had nothing to fear. What he needed to do now was publish those 2 papers to slap the faces of those foreign experts. Calling the cancer wonder drug witch doctor's poison wasn't that slandering traditional Chinese medicine? It had to be countered. With Xiaomeng's assistance, Mu Tian completed both papers before noon. Big brother, why are both your papers written entirely in Chinese characters? Only the formulas and molecular structures use some English letters.
Nua, we're Dragon Country people. When we write papers, we naturally use Chinese characters.
If it weren't for the fact that formulas and molecular structures can't be expressed in Chinese, I would have used Chinese for everything.
Hee, big brother, you're so mischievous.
Only Dragon Country people can understand these papers. To foreigners, they're like reading a celestial script.
Some foreigners do know Chinese, just very few.
Xiaomeng post both papers on the Dragon Country's social media platforms.
Boss, aren't academic papers supposed to be submitted to academic journals? Why academic journals?
Those are knowledge walls erected by foreigners, a means to let only a select few access learning. I want ordinary people to read my papers too. From now on, this is how I'll do things.
Alright boss, whatever makes you happy.
Xiaomeng promptly uploaded Mu Tian's 2 papers to Tianmu Technology's official website and to various social media platforms across the Dragon Country. Within no time, the Dragon Country's internet exploded over Mu Tian's audacious move, with netizens flocking to take a look.
Damn, posting academic papers on social media.
Has Chairman Mu lost his mind?
Haha, I'm a mechanical engineering major and I never thought I'd get the chance to admire a medical expert's academic paper. I need to study this carefully. This is chaos, sheer chaos. What is the world coming to? Upstairs, old-timer, this is the 21st century, not the 18th century when academic walls were erected. Exactly.
I want to study Chairman Mu's papers.
My graduation thesis next year will rely on these 2. Have you all noticed? There are actually 2 types of cancer wonder drugs. What Tianmu Pharmaceutical is currently producing is only the traditional Chinese medicine formulation. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it.
Indeed, both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine offer paths to treat cancer. Have you all noticed that Chairman Mu not only posted the paper online directly but also wrote it entirely in Chinese characters?
This is absolutely meant to confound those foreigners. Haha, Chairman Mu has inaugurated a new academic era. From now on, all Dragon Country researchers can follow his example. Let knowledge be the driving force for all humanity, not the exclusive privilege of a few.
This was just told to me by Chairman Mu, Wei Meng, chief assistant to Mu Tian.
Wow, isn't this the great Wei Meng? Everyone quickly capture the great Wei Meng. Our Chairman Mu has just launched a new initiative. From now on, Tianmu Technology will select outstanding academic papers online and award prizes for them.
The first prize will be 10 million yuan for one recipient, the second prize will be 5 million yuan for each of 2 recipients, the third prize will be 3 million yuan for each of 3 recipients, and the 4th through 10,000th places will receive 500,000 yuan each. Core data for published papers need not be disclosed. We naturally have methods to verify their authenticity. Spread the word quickly, the springtime for scientific researchers has arrived. Woo woo. Finally someone speaks up for us grassroots researchers. From now on I will no longer allow anyone to encroach upon my academic achievements. On a whim, Mu Tian had Xiaomeng organize another event. If they were going to play, they might as well play big. He would not rest until the Western academic establishment was toppled. Boss, won't the top-tier researchers of Dragon Country have objections to this? Those without real talent will surely object. But I believe someone will handle them for me. The academic confidence of Dragon Country requires our collective effort. Since those people refuse to change, I will have to do it myself. Mu Tian's actions this time indeed threatened many people's academic standing. Those who profited from research projects surely have the biggest objections. If the researchers under them started publishing their own papers, how could these project leaders evaluate awards, secure promotions, and obtain more research funding and projects? The era of great sifting has arrived. The trend of the capable rising and the incompetent falling began from this day onward.
Sir, you must intervene in this matter. Tian of Tianmu Technology is simply too rebellious.
An elderly man in his 60s or 70s complained before a portly man in his 50s.
Intervene. How am I supposed to intervene? Tianmu Technology now has direct access to the highest authorities.
Do you expect me to risk my life over this?
But we can't let him recklessly destroy the academic atmosphere like this.
If he continues, how are we who have dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly to research supposed to survive? Elder Go, let's drop the dedicated wholeheartedly talk that doesn't describe you. We are all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Wait for orders from above, they will come soon enough.
The notice from the highest decision-making level arrived quickly.
However, to the despair of those academic charlatans, the top echelons of Dragon Country supported Tian's approach. Not only did they support Tian, but the Dragon Country leadership also decided to send representatives to participate in future academic paper evaluations.
Henceforth, academic paper ratings would no longer primarily depend on publication in foreign academic journals.
The goal was to democratize knowledge and allow truly capable individuals to rise. In the afternoon, Tianmu Pharmaceuticals welcomed inspectors from the Huang City Drug Administration to certify its facilities. The Tianmu Pharmaceuticals facility was designed and constructed to the highest standards for pharmaceutical plants, so passing the Drug Administration's certification was naturally effortless.
Tian had his own tasks to attend to.
He needed to operate the atomic-level 3D printers at full speed to manufacture the various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs required for producing the miracle drugs. If anyone was most anxious right now, it was the speculators and organizations dealing in traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. These opportunists, pharmaceutical companies and domestic and foreign capital, were all eagerly awaiting Tianmu Pharmaceuticals to capitulate and place massive orders for herbs from them. They had poured enormous sums into the herbal market, banking on the period just before the cancer miracle drug hit the market. Their plan was to make a killing or leverage their position to force their way into Tianmu Pharmaceuticals as shareholders.
But no matter how long they waited, no procurement intention ever came from Tianmu Pharmaceuticals. It was truly baffling. Xiao Meng released a statement. We already have sufficient herbal supplies and do not need to procure additional herbs externally.
What if someone questions the source of our herbs?
That is a valid concern. Here's what we'll do: send people to Wu City to rent dozens of large trucks.
Tonight our men will drive them into our warehouse and pretend to unload cargo.
By tomorrow we'll have the herbs for production. It'll be seamless.
The official Tianmu Technology website soon released an announcement: Tianmu Pharmaceuticals would officially commence production tomorrow, and the cancer miracle drug would officially hit the market the day after. The cancer miracle drug was priced at 5,000 yuan for Dragon Country citizens and $5,000 for foreigners. The announcement also stated that Tianmu Pharmaceuticals had ample herbal supplies, reassuring the public not to worry about shortages.
This news was a devastating blow to the speculators and organizations. Had their money really gone down the drain? Their stockpiled herbs were now a liability, warehouse rental fees were mounting daily, and a significant portion of the purchase funds had been borrowed from banks.
It was over, the sky was falling. Tian hadn't actually intended to implement price discrimination this time, but those foreign medical experts kept claiming the cancer miracle drug was unsafe. That he simply could not tolerate.
Let their cancer-stricken compatriots flock to Dragon Country to buy the medicine and receive treatment. After all, foreigners are all wealthy.
When enthusiastic Dragon Country netizens posted Tian's cancer miracle drug information on foreign websites, the academic uproar it caused was even greater than in Dragon Country. Foreign scholars felt that the academic dominance they had painstakingly built over a century was being shaken, perceiving it as a massive attack and provocation.
Meanwhile, some medical experts instructed their assistants to download and print Tian's papers, eager to study the theoretical framework within. But why had Tian written his papers in Chinese? Very few of them were proficient in the language.
Motherfucker, they felt offended once again. Furious and resentful, they had no choice but to seek out Dragon Country international students to help translate the two papers.
Oh, what kind of god-awful translation is this? What are these grammatical structures, sentences and words? Mister Corey, my English is mediocre. I don't know many academic terms. Perhaps you could just make do with it. FCK, you useless student. I should never have taken you on as my student in the first place. Mr. Corey, my family did invest 5 million as research funding for you. Oh, is that so? Well, get out then. Send Huang Haojia in. He's a graduate of Dragon Country's top university, he should be able to translate the papers.
20 minutes later Huang Haojie came and Huang Haojie left. There was nothing to be done. Academic terms were notoriously long, convoluted and difficult to memorize. Even Huang Haojie, a top student, struggled with many of them. This just goes to show why Chinese is the future of human civilization. English only increases the difficulty of academic research while Chinese simplifies it. This disparity is most evident when translating between the two languages. Mu Tian's 2 papers indeed stumped many Dragon Kingdom nationals studying abroad. Their smattering knowledge of tens of thousands of academic English words rendered their translations a grotesque hybrid. During the Dragon Kingdom's 7 o'clock evening news, the anchor dedicated 2 minutes to detailing Tianmu Pharmaceutical's cancer wonder drug. Recently, our nation's pharmaceutical company Tianmu Pharmaceutical has developed a traditional Chinese medicine formula named Hopestar Cancer Wonder Drug. The Hopestar Cancer Wonder Drug employs a traditional Dragon Kingdom medicinal formula offering gentle yet effective treatment. It has already cured over 1,000 of our nation's outstanding scientific researchers. Its success signifies the immense advantage of our Dragon Kingdom's traditional medicine in treating terminal illnesses and heralds a new milestone for our nation's medical standards. Tianmu Technology stands as a steadfast canopy guarding the Dragon Kingdom's skies, commanding admiration. All those who previously doubted the true efficacy of Tianmu Pharmaceutical's cancer wonder drug fell silent. With over 1,000 cured scientific researchers as living proof, this was more effective than any advertisement. By evening, when the American market opened, the U.S. pharmaceutical sector experienced its first precipitous crash. Even measures by the Black House failed to quell investors' panic. The medical breakthrough of the cancer wonder drug belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, not the United States, leaving American biopharmaceutical companies bereft of any advantage. Conversely, their future anti-cancer drugs would lose all market share in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the writing on the wall, the know-it-all king quietly instructed his family to engage stock traders to profit from the downturn. Nevertheless, measures were still necessary. The Black House swiftly mobilized its allies to jointly boycott Tianmu Pharmaceutical's cancer wonder drug. Their stated pretext was the lack of clinical trial data for the drug, deeming it unsafe. However, Mu Tian paid no heed to this joint sanction announcement. He had grown numb to their constant sanctions. In a hospital, patients in the cancer ward and their families erupted in applause and cheers. Lin Xiaoling and Lu Jingyu, after watching the 7 o'clock news report, embraced each other, crying and laughing simultaneously. Before they could even travel to Huang City for the clinical trial, Tianmu Pharmaceutical announced the cancer wonder drug would hit the market the day after tomorrow. Moreover, the drug had already cured countless individuals, its efficacy beyond doubt. The overwhelming joy of a second chance at life arrived so suddenly that the young couple found it hard to calm their surging emotions. Lu Jingyu's phone rang. He released Lin Xiaoling's frail frame and retrieved his phone. It was Wang Kai. Lu Jingyu quickly answered and put it on speaker. Hello, President Wang. Hello, Lu Jingyu. I'm sorry to inform you that you no longer need to come for the cancer drug clinical trial. No need for apologies, President Wang. We are immensely grateful to you and Tianmu Pharmaceutical. You have given my wife a new lease on life. Congratulations to you both. We are relieved we didn't disappoint your hopes. Thank you, President Wang. Thank you, Tianmu Technology. You're welcome. I heard on the official website's comments section that you were trying to buy tickets for the upcoming launch event from others. Yes, President Wang. My wife really wants to attend the Tianmu Technology launch event, but we weren't lucky in the ticket lottery. That's no problem. Just come directly to the event. I'll arrange for someone to receive you. Thank you so much, President Wang. We will definitely be there on time. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoling said worriedly, Jingyu, what if my illness isn't fully cured by then and the doctor won't let me leave the hospital? I think a wonder drug is called a wonder drug for a reason. Its effects must be top-notch, fast-acting and highly effective are its hallmarks. Otherwise it wouldn't have been specially approved for emergency use to save lives. You're right. I'm hungry. Go buy me something to eat and get me a new diary too. Alright, wait a moment. I'll go get the food now. Lu Jingyu walked out of the ward with a light step, humming a tune as he headed downstairs for food. We common folks today were truly happy that night cancer patients and their families slept peacefully, but many others lay awake tormented. Yuri-kun, how goes the effort to subvert Tianmu Technology's employees? In a secret chamber in the land of Neon, a man with a balding pate asked his subordinate seated opposite. Fukada-kun, our people cannot get close to the most core individual. Approaching their mid to high level employees requires a patient, gradual process. We cannot wait any longer. The emergence of Tianmu Technology has shattered the world's balance, and soon the global situation will begin to destabilize. We must get our hands on several of Tianmu Technology's cutting-edge technologies, especially the brain-computer interface technology. Hi. I'll have our people hurry and strive to obtain their core secrets as quickly as possible. Especially that man Mu Tian. If the opportunity arises, we must kidnap him and bring him back to our land of neon. Use our beauties to ensnare him and make him work for us. I will have our people seize the right moment to act Fukatakuan. In powerful nations like the Rooster John Bull and Big Mao, individuals were devising plots targeting Mu Tian and his Tianmu technology. Especially the United States, which had cultivated its intelligence network in the Dragon Kingdom for decades, was now mobilizing its forces.
Boss, I've noticed recently that many of our employees are being approached and befriended by strangers. Oh. Has our little town seen an influx of strangers lately? Yes, many new faces. The security department is watching closely and is ready to make arrests at any moment. Tomorrow at work, have Wang Kai give everyone a heads up. Offer a reward for reporting starting at 100,000. It was common knowledge that reporting spies came with rewards that walking 50,000 was no joke. This time Mu Tian was also offering a private bounty. If an employee's tip-off led to the confirmed arrest of a spy, he would pay the reward. The state's reward would also go to the whistleblower separately, a win-win. Boss, that's a great idea.
If someone catches a whole nest of spies, that employee would be rich. With such bounty on the line, who would risk being a traitor? Anyway, Xiao Meng was making so much money in the stock market daily that he had nowhere to spend it. Mu Tian might as well use it for these rewards, killing two birds with one stone. The next morning, right after work began, Wang Kai called a meeting with all department heads. Wang Kai said gravely, I know many of you have been contacted by strangers recently, and so have your families.
The situation with the lower-level employees is similar.
I can tell you clearly now, those people might be corporate spies or foreign intelligence agents.
I am now announcing an internal bounty order. If an employee's report leads to the confirmed identification of a spy, the company will reward the employee with at least 100,000 yuan. This means catching one spy nets you 100,000, catching 10 nets you 1,000,000. Think carefully about whether you want the bounty or risk being arrested for taking dirty money. After Wang Kai finished, the mid to high-level employees in the meeting began mentally tallying how many strangers had approached them. President Wang, do we report to the company or call the National Security Department? President Wang, I was approached by 3 strangers and they're still staying in the residential building next door. My wife told me last night she was approached by 2 strangers who offered her cosmetics. Can I report that now?
If there was one group most likely to be targeted by intelligence organizations for recruitment or bribery, it was undoubtedly the mid to high-level employees of Tianmu Technology. Thus, as soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, these individuals eagerly began recounting the strangers they had recently encountered. This was a golden opportunity to strike it rich. Everyone knew that being a traitor led to no good end. If one could be a good person and also earn a bounty, who wouldn't jump at the chance? Wang Kai was well aware that his human subordinates had to varying degrees encountered attempts at fraternization and temptation. Being human, they were subject to the sway of various desires, which could sometimes lead to irrational actions. Fortunately, Mu Tian had intervened early this time, otherwise a small portion of the employees present might have faced dismissal by the company and punishment from the authorities. After receiving reports from the employees on site, Wang Kai meticulously recorded each one before forwarding them to Yi Zhiqiu, who knew exactly how to handle the situation. By noon, when work ended, Yi Zhiqiu sent Wang Kai a list of arrests. The list detailed where and how many individuals had been apprehended and how many had been confirmed as spies.
Upon seeing the list of spies, Mu Tian wasted no time and instructed Xiao Meng to disperse the rewards immediately.
With the rewards paid out, it became known throughout the company that reporting a spy could yield a windfall. Many employees sprang into action, providing leads to Wang Kai, reporting every stranger who had contacted or connected with them. The employees now wished for even more spies to attempt bribing them, as the reward for reporting was far greater than their salaries.
Didn't everyone notice that the mid to senior level managers were adding extra dishes to their lunches?
Among the senior management, the highest reward was 1,000,000, and even the lowest received 2,000,000.
Moreover, the bonuses were after tax, a testament to the boss's magnanimity.
Of course, some of those reported were innocent.
Some outsiders genuinely wanted to work at Tianmu Technology, and contacting its employees was undoubtedly the fastest way to learn about job openings. Wang Kai would also verify whether a person was a spy before notifying Yi Zhiqiu, ensuring his efforts were not wasted. Boss, the New Energy Vehicle Alliance has cut off many of our raw material procurements. Some of these materials are essential for our laboratory's needs. Wang Kai reported this in Mu Tian's office.
Mu Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, pondered for a moment, then said, Xiao Meng, deploy your robots to establish battery factories across the entire Dragon Country. We have been too conservative, which makes us look passive. Wang Kai, you contact the authorities, we'll buy the materials directly from them.
Boss, you should have done this long ago. This town is too small to accommodate many factories. You're right, but this is my hometown. Brother, why don't you build cars?
You could make your own batteries, then your own cars. It would be perfect to produce and sell your own products. Manhwa building battery factories now is precisely the preparation for making our own cars in the future.
What's so high-tech about making cars?
When the time comes we can just acquire an existing car company.
Brother, you haven't even used Xiaomeng to scan and analyze a car. How do you know it's not high-tech?
That's right, boss. I've always wondered why you haven't replaced your car. That car of yours uses both electricity and fuel, which is troublesome.
It's not even crash-resistant and totally unsafe.
Ha ha ha. What if I said I simply forgot?
Would you believe me?
Brother, how could you forget something related to your own safety?
Alright, Nuwa, you're right. Since we've just finished lunch, I'll take a stroll to the parking lot to digest some food.
Ever since acquiring the quantum shield bracelet, Tian had not been overly concerned about being shot, nor was he in a hurry to replace his vehicle. Now upon reflection he realized he had been somewhat careless.
An indestructible vehicle was the ultimate guarantee of safety.
Arriving at the parking lot, his Tang was parked inconspicuously in a corner.
As the chairman of a trillion-yuan company, Tian's Tang indeed seemed a bit beneath his status. However, Tian didn't mind.
The company had provided him with a dedicated car for long-distance travel.
For his daily commute between home and the office, Tian preferred driving his Tang, a birthday gift from Mu Yi when he was in university. Tian had Xiaomeng scan the Tang.
Soon Xiaomeng obtained the car's evolution technology data.
Tang hybrid electric vehicle. Technical parameters are as follows.
Evolution path is as follows.
Oh.
A car can evolve to the level of a near-Earth orbit vehicle.
Tian exclaimed with pleasant surprise.
Initially, Tian had assumed that no matter how much a car evolved, it would simply boil down to features like intelligent driving, infinite range, super crash resistance, and smooth handling. He never expected it could evolve into a flying car. It was a truly unexpected bonus.
Boss, don't you have any imagination when it comes to cars? A near-Earth orbit vehicle is not the final stage of automotive development. Then why didn't you show me the technology further down the line? Brother, I know the answer to this one.
Your current physical strength and mental fortitude only allow you to access the technological data of a Type 1 civilization.
Xiaomeng has actually provided the subsequent data, but you simply cannot see it yet. Tian touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. So Nuwa, when will my body and mental strength meet the requirements to access deeper technological knowledge? That requires you, brother, to continuously consume body strengthening pills.
Once your body reaches a critical point, I will help you break through.
Alright, I guess I'll have to wait then.
Xiaomeng build a near-Earth orbit vehicle based on my current car's appearance.
Okay, boss. But shouldn't we also replicate the company car?
Do that too, just in case it gets damaged, which would be a pity. After instructing Xiaomeng to convert both the Tang and the company's Rolls-Royce Phantom into near-Earth orbit vehicles, Tian returned to his office for a midday rest. By the end of the workday, both Tian's Tang and the Rolls-Royce Phantom had been replicated. In a warehouse, the original cars had been stored away by Tian into his spatial storage.
The two vehicles now parked in the warehouse were the near-Earth orbit vehicles, their exteriors identical to the originals.
It seems I really should build my own cars. Driving someone else's brand feels like giving them free advertising.
That's true.
Some employees posted a picture of your car online and it caused both car companies' stocks to hit the daily limit up for a day.
Haha, is my influence really that strong? Should I ask them for advertising fees then?
They'd love to pay you, boss, if you'd only accept it.
Exactly, brother.
As the newly minted richest man, if you endorsed their company, you could easily command an advertising fee of 1 or 200 million.
Forget it, stop teasing me.
I'm going to be endorsing my own cars soon. I can't let other companies get a discount. Earlier this morning, Xiaomeng had already dispatched the 1,000 robots tasked with administering the pills. Since Tian had deployed the 1,000 robots for the pill-feeding mission, he hadn't recalled them.
He kept them hidden and lurking in the town, observing potential threats.
Now they were conveniently directed by Xiaomeng to go out and establish factories everywhere.
Soon many Tianmu technology factories would appear across Yi province. Tian drove the new Tang out of the warehouse feeling that the driving experience was top-notch.
He really should have changed cars sooner.
Brother, the ride feels a bit different today. Why isn't it bumpy at all?
Yunmeng sat in the car, finding it strange that the ride was perfectly smooth. This single-lane country road usually made the car sway a bit. I had someone modify the car today.
It's very stable now, right? This is exactly the feeling I wanted. It's very comfortable to sit in.
Little did Yunmeng know the wheels of this car were often not touching the ground at all, flying over uneven sections of the road. When flying over rough patches, the tires would only hover 1 or 2 centimeters above the ground, so it wasn't easily noticeable unless one looked closely. At this moment Mu Tian was unaware that ahead on the road a group of people wearing masks had been waiting for him for some time. The drive from Mu Tian's home to the company took about 10 minutes. Even though he now possessed a low-orbit aircraft capable of soaring through the sky or diving into the earth, he still chose to return home at his usual unhurried pace. After all, Yi Zhiqiu's team was still tailing him. Suddenly Xiao Meng sent him an urgent alert. 2 kilometers ahead someone had felled a tree to block the road and a dozen masked figures lurked nearby with hostile intent.
Direct your people to take them all down and clear the tree. Don't alert Xiao Meng or Yi Zhiqiu. Later bring some truth serum and interrogate them. Understood, boss. I'll handle it right away.
While Yun Meng was still savoring the comfort of today's ride, she remained blissfully unaware that an ambush targeting them had already been thwarted by Xiao Meng. Such were the advantages of having capable subordinates, they could neutralize all threats invisibly. He just wondered which faction had orchestrated this. Their efforts were truly meticulous. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu sat steady as mountains in the driver's and passenger seats.
Mu Tian felt not a shred of anxiety about anyone posing a threat to him. Moreover, the low-orbit aircraft was equipped with weapon systems, though they were so advanced that deploying them would be an unnecessary spectacle. After dinner, Mu Tian used an atomic 3D printer to manufacture some truth serum, a potion that once consumed would leave the drinker dazed and incapable of uttering anything but the truth. Mu Tian was not a cruel man. Torture was simply beyond him. By 8 o'clock that evening, Xiao Meng reported the interrogation results.
Boss, they received the contract from a middleman to kidnap your family. They're a notorious gang of thugs from the county.
Just common thugs, not agents. Were you able to catch the middleman? The middleman met them in a desolate area wearing a hat and mask. I couldn't trace him either.
Since we can't catch the mastermind, break both legs of these accomplices, strip them of their money and IDs, and then send them off to Heizhou.
Boss, you're a good man.
Brother, won't anyone investigate a dozen people suddenly going missing? If it were others, maybe.
But if these lowlifes vanish, someone might even set off firecrackers in celebration.
On that quiet late night, the citizens of Yang County remained unaware that a band of local troublemakers had vanished from the streets. Yi Zhiqiu and her team, still shadowing Mu Tian, were oblivious to the crisis he had just neutralized. They were preoccupied busily hunting for spies. The next morning when Mu Tian arrived at the company, Wang Kai was already at the pharmaceutical factory organizing personnel for the production of the cancer cure. The previous day Wang Kai had signed an agreement with the medical insurance department, and the Hope Star cancer cure was swiftly added to the list of reimbursable medications.
Simultaneously, major hospitals across the Long Nation placed orders for the cancer cure with Tianmu Pharmaceutical. Tianmu Pharmaceutical did not open private sales channels for the cure. All patients had to receive treatment at hospitals within the Long Nation to access the medication. This approach prevented hospitals from being undercut by the cure and causing medical staff to lose their jobs. Moreover, hospital-administered treatment cost the same 5,000 yuan per dose and was eligible for medical insurance reimbursement. Tianmu Pharmaceutical's daily production capacity for the cancer cure was 200,000 doses. The first batch was airlifted immediately to reach the most critically ill patients with utmost speed. The number of cancer patients and the severity of their conditions at each purchasing hospital were publicly available online, allowing Xiao Meng to allocate the medication without a single error. Earlier, Mu Tian had tasked Xiao Meng with gathering information on impoverished patients, and that data was now compiled. Those individuals could receive free treatment at hospitals. When news of the Tianmu Pharmaceutical cancer cure hit international online forums, foreign cancer patients with financial means but little time left immediately began their journeys to the Long Nation. Even though various governments tried to suppress information about the cancer cure, they were no match for Xiao Meng, the omnipresent deity of the internet. Xiao Meng precisely targeted information at foreign cancer patients, making it nearly impossible for them to remain ignorant. Today marked the launch of the cancer cure, a momentous and joyous occasion. Yet one man found no joy in the day: Pang Ming, the director of Yang County Hospital. Previously, Mu Tian had personally visited him requesting an introduction to the drug regulatory authorities for expedited approval of a cancer cure. At the time, Pang Ming had been utterly skeptical of Mu Tian's claims, believing Tianmu technology might excel in other fields but certainly not in medicine. But in just over a month, Tianmu Pharmaceutical was established, launched the Hope Star cancer cure, and received lightning-fast approval for market release. Had he trusted Mu Tian that day and arranged for the clinical trials to be conducted at the county hospital, what a monumental achievement it would have been for him. Now he had nothing, no credit, and he would have to humbly request to purchase the cancer cure from Tianmu Pharmaceutical. Fortunately, Mu Tian had given him a personal number that day, and Pang Ming was grateful he hadn't thrown away the business card. Chairman Mu, hello, this is Pang Ming from the county hospital. Do you remember me? Ah, Director Pang. Hello, of course I remember.
My apologies, but given the urgency of the patient's needs I had to seek help from higher authorities.
I understand completely.
Chairman Mu, you are truly a great benefactor who has saved countless lives from suffering.
You flatter me, Director Peng. What can I do for you today? Well, there is something.
May I ask what the next pharmaceutical product from Tianmu will be? Our county hospital will fully cooperate with your clinical trials and help find volunteers in advance. Well, although it's a trade secret, I suppose I can share a bit in advance.
The next product from Tianmu Pharmaceutical will be a cure for ALS.
I hope you can keep this confidential, Director Peng.
Of course, I'll keep it secret. I'll have someone compile a list of ALS patients nationwide right away.
We can contact the patients' families immediately to see if they'd be willing to participate in the clinical trials.
Thank you, Director Peng. The ALS cure is expected to hit the market in about a month. Excellent. Well, I won't disturb you any further, Chairman Mu. Let's keep in touch. Mu Tian hung up, shaking his head slightly.
He held no grudge over Peng Ming's earlier skepticism.
The advent of a cancer cure was after all not an easy thing to believe.
Setting aside such thoughts, Mu Tian began arranging the production line for the single-soldier multifunctional combat wrist guards in one of the workshops. The military certifications had arrived the previous day and Mu Tian now had to focus on fulfilling the military order. He spent half the day setting up that line and in the afternoon he went to another workshop to configure a second one.
Gung Qian had mentioned that developing the spaceplane was not a mandatory task, but Mu Tian could see the longing in his eyes.
With that in mind, he decided to spend a few months handcrafting a prototype of the bitey.
Given Mu Tian's current capabilities, constructing an aerospace fighter would be a matter of minutes. An atomic-level 3D printer could produce one in just half a day without any difficulty. However, reality demanded a different approach. To make everything seem plausible, Mu Tian had to let others believe he was meticulously crafting each component by hand and then assembling them. As for the ancillary manufacturing technologies derived from producing the fighter, he could only claim they were the cart following the horse. Mu Tian yearned to shout to the heavens, handcrafting the bitey aerospace fighter advantage is mine.
Wan Kai's attempts to purchase various raw materials through official channels drew significant attention from the Hubei provincial authorities. Before long, all material supply issues were resolved, thwarting the New Energy Vehicle Alliance's first containment plan.
Time flew by and soon the 2nd of July arrived.
During this period, Tianmu Pharmaceuticals was mass-producing the Hopestar cancer wonder drug, leading to a dramatic decline in cancer patients across the nation. With medical insurance reimbursements, the vast majority of people could afford the cancer drug's cost. For the few without financial means, Xiao Meng would verify their situation and provide subsidies to cover the medication expenses.
The continuous influx of happiness propelled Nua's rapid growth.
She now appeared to be an adorable 2-year-old little girl. Brother, you've been tinkering here alone for over a week without letting the robots help.
Nua feels sorry for you. Haha, Nua, don't worry about me getting tired. Aren't I just getting some indirect exercise?
In the aerospace fighter's production workshop, Mu Tian arrived in the morning and continued processing some unfinished parts from the previous day. Boss, the press conference for the speech assist hearing helmet starts in 2 hours.
Xiao Meng reminded him. Alright then, let's go.
Xiao Meng sent a robot in to watch over the machines.
Mu Tian intended to first manufacture all the fighter's components before assembling them one by one. This process would take a considerable amount of time. Mu Tian was in no hurry, nor could he afford to be.
Yun Ming Tian and the others had left before dawn with the company vehicles to assist with the press conference preparations at the Huangshe Sports Center. Mu Tian did not accompany them.
Mu Tian settled into his Rolls-Royce Phantom, instructing Zhao Wu to drive towards Huangshe. Boss, the interrogation of those thugs our company convoy encountered this morning is complete.
They were just some hired local ruffians. Xiao Meng relayed the identity of the thugs captured that morning to Mu Tian. Over this period, our company's employees have encountered over 20 kidnapping attempts by thugs, 3 of which were successful before we could rescue them in time.
Mu Tian remarked with a furrowed brow. Brother, this cannot continue. We must root out the mastermind behind this. Otherwise it will cause widespread anxiety and our employees will lose their sense of well-being. Nua, you're right.
Xiao Meng, compile a count of the remaining thugs in the Huangshe area.
I will deploy an equal number of robots to keep a constant watch on them. Xiao Meng promptly provided Mu Tian with a number 2568. Mu Tian immediately instructed the atomic-level 3D printer to produce 3000 liquid metal robots. As his operations expanded, Mu Tian found the obedient and efficient robots far more reliable than human counterparts. The robots previously deployed were currently undertaking various missions outside. Xiao Meng directed them to discreetly protect human employees or to oversee the construction of solid-state battery factories in other cities.
A security vehicle followed Mu Tian's car carrying Yi Zhiqiu and his 4 team members. The exhaustion on Yi Zhiqiu and his team's faces was unmistakable. These past days had kept them incredibly busy. Even with assistance from other departments, Yi Zhiqiu's team was run off their feet. The allure of Tianmu technology was simply too tempting, attracting an overwhelming number of corporate spies and foreign agents. Forced into action, Long Shuang had to bring several teams to help share the burden and support Yi Zhiqiu. Captain Yi, why do you think Chairman Mu looks so composed?
Doesn't he fear being ambushed on the road?
You wouldn't know Xiao Liuzi. Two of Tianmu Technology's 3 top martial artists are in Chairman Mu's car. He has no need to fear any roadblock. Xiao Liuzi only replaced Wu Yang 2 days ago. He hasn't witnessed the skills of the 3 experts. Haha, I've only heard tales of their prowess. It's a pity we still don't know the identity of that master hacker behind Tianmu Technology. Lu Qianqian would love to become their apprentice. Captain Yi, why don't you just ask Chairman Mu directly? I'm sure he'd tell you.
Pa! You little rascal, are you trying to get me in trouble? We've been ordered from above to curb our curiosity.
Mu Tian's car rode smoothly, so smoothly that he managed to catch a short nap. At 10 o'clock in the morning his car came to a steady stop in the Huangshe Sports Center parking lot.
Boss, we've arrived.
Zhang Long gently woke Mu Tian. We're here already. Mu Tian rubbed his face with his hands.
Nua also flew out from the system space, still bleary-eyed. Brother, let's fly next time. Driving is so slow. Mu Tian looked through the rear window helplessly at Yi Zhiqiu and the others getting out of the car behind him.
They were scanning their surroundings, alert to any signs of trouble.
Nua, I want to fly too, but until flying cars are unveiled and we can prove our ability to protect ourselves, we'll still have people guarding us from behind. Alright, we'll just have to take it slow then. Nua understood that Mu Tian didn't want to reveal too much at once. Good morning, Chairman. The 2 female employees from the administrative department at the entrance greeted him respectfully as he approached. Good morning, thank you for your hard work. After the press conference I'll have President Wang arrange bonuses for you. Thank you, Chairman. The 2 employees' smiles brightened considerably at the mention of a bonus.
Mu Tian led Yi Zhiqiu and the others through the main entrance of the sports center and into the venue where the press conference was being held. The guests attending today were similar to last time, mostly well-known domestic and international media and major influencers. The difference lay in the regular audience. None of those who attended last time were selected this time.
Folks, look this way. The man striding confidently into the venue is Chairman Mu.
Behind him are 7 burly bodyguards, all top-tier martial artists in the country.
You want me to go up and ask Chairman Mu for an autograph and a photo together? No way, that would be too presumptuous. What if I get tackled to the ground and you guys screenshot my misery and post it online? 10 rocket arrows. Not even 100. What? 1,000.
Bro, please stop tempting me.
I'm just a small streamer. Chairman Mu could obliterate me with a single glance.
Mu Tian's arrival caused all the attention-seeking influencers to turn their cameras towards him.
However, none dared to approach him for a chat photo or autograph, as the combined aura of Mu Tian and his 8 companions was too intimidating.
Zhang Long and Zhao, who were both 2 meters tall, and Yi Zhiqiu's team were all over
1.8 meters. Only Mu Tian at under
1.7 meters appeared somewhat diminutive among the 8. Nevertheless, having been a top executive for a while, Mu Tian exuded a much stronger aura himself, one that made people think twice before approaching. Taking a seat slightly off-center in the first row of the audience, Mu Tian sat down next to Wu Xiao, who had arrived earlier with Yun Meng and the others.
At 10:30 in the morning, Tianmu Technology's second press conference commenced punctually.
Wang Kai walked out from backstage with steady steps. Once again he was the protagonist of this press conference.
Mu Tian was utterly unwilling to step into the spotlight. Had it not been for a Tianmu Technology employee posting his photo online, his appearance would still be unknown to the public. Regarding the employee's unauthorized photo leak, Mu Tian did not instruct Xiao Meng to have the images removed from the internet. He chose to tacitly allow it. A formulaic smile adorned Wang Kai's face as he began his opening remarks. Hello everyone, welcome to Tianmu Technology's second press conference, which also marks the launch of our second product.
As for why we aren't holding a grand event for our third product, Hopestar, I believe everyone knows the reason.
We often say don't judge by advertisements but by results. When it comes to medicine, efficacy is the ultimate proof.
Today at this second press conference we will not only unveil the speech hearing aid helmet but also announce the release date of our next product. At this point Wang Kai took the speech hearing aid helmet handed over by a staff member and held it aloft. This is the product we are launching today, the speech hearing aid helmet. Its only difference from the vision aid helmet is the absence of a camera, replaced instead by a sound receiver and a sound emitter. Its component specifications are quite similar to the vision aid helmet, so I won't go into extensive detail here. However, to ensure a better user experience, we have redesigned the internal battery to be removable.
All future Vision Aid helmets will also adopt this power system.
Those who have already received their Vision Aid helmet can contact our customer service for a free replacement.
Alright, let's get back to the main topic.
At Tianmu Technology we let the real-world performance of our products speak for themselves.
Now let's welcome today's volunteers. They are individuals with hearing and speech impairments. 20 volunteers emerged from backstage and guided by Tianmu Technology staff orderly made their way onto the stage. We will now select 10 more audience members to participate in the live test.
The audience was incredibly enthusiastic with many raising their hands eagerly for a chance to try it. In the stands Lin Xiaoling and Lu Jingyu excitedly waved their right hands hoping to be chosen as volunteers. They were now devoted fans of Tianmu Technology.
After 5 days of treatment Lin Xiaoling had fully recovered. On the day she was healed she wrote a single line in her new diary June 30, 2019 Sunny. Tianmu Technology is the celestial canopy that shields me and Jingyu is the prince from my fairy tale.
I am grateful to Tianmu Technology for granting me a new lease on life. Yesterday when they arrived in Yang County Wankai had staff receive them, arrange their accommodation and provide them with tickets to the press conference. 10 lucky audience members were quickly selected. Unfortunately Lin Xiaoling was not among them.
The testing procedure for the speech hearing aid helmet was straightforward. First volunteers had their ears sealed with noise-canceling earplugs.
Subsequently they were not allowed to communicate verbally. All interaction had to be conducted through the helmets. After a round of testing everyone agreed that the speech hearing aid helmet was exceptionally powerful and smooth to use. Medical devices for speech and hearing assistance currently on the market only cater to those with mild impairments. They are completely ineffective for deaf-mute individuals.
The speech hearing aid helmet could bridge all the gaps for deaf-mute individuals, enabling them to communicate normally with others.
After the volunteers had been testing on stage for over 10 minutes, Wang Kai called for a halt.
Thank you all for participating in the test. The helmets you used are yours to keep.
Next I will announce the pricing for the speech hearing aid helmet.
Given that our company faces sanctions or boycotts from many nations, our products will henceforth carry 2 different price points. Let me first announce the domestic price for the Vision Aid helmet.
It remains unchanged while the international price will be set at $4,999 and up.
That's correct. From now on all our products sold overseas will be priced in US dollars.
Now for the domestic pricing of the speech hearing aid helmet, the children's version is 4,999 yuan, the adult version is 5,999 yuan and the custom version starts at 9,999 yuan. The international price starts at $4,999 US. Up until Wang Kai announced the prices, the press conference had been proceeding without much excitement. It wasn't until Wang Kai revealed the discrepancy between domestic and international pricing that the assembled domestic and foreign media erupted in commotion. This was undoubtedly the biggest news of the year, a company openly implementing differential treatment. Previously Tianmu Pharmaceutical had adopted differential pricing for its cancer wonder drug, charging foreigners $5,000 USD. At that time the media had maintained a tacit understanding, as most foreign pharmaceutical companies did the same when selling drugs to the dragon country.
Tianmu Pharmaceutical simply following the established rules was understandable.
But now Tianmu Technology has openly declared that all their products will be sold to foreign consumers at an elevated exchange rate multiplier.
Who could tolerate that?
Some foreign media outlets eager to stir up trouble quickly spread the news to capture the attention of their domestic audiences.
As for what repercussions might arise, well, that's not the media's concern, even if it escalates to a political level.
After announcing the price of the speech hearing aid helmet, the press conference moved into its next phase, revealing the release date of the upcoming product. Next I am pleased to announce Tianmu Pharmaceutical's next product, the miracle drug for ALS. Our Guardian Star ALS drug also utilizes a traditional Chinese medicine formula. Patients interested in participating in the clinical trials for the ALS drug can contact Yang County Hospital.
Clinical trials will commence there on July 15th and we are seeking 20 volunteers. Whoa! The audience erupted in applause once more.
The media reporters who were still busy drafting their stories about the helmet's pricing found themselves with a fresh new headline, their faces flushed with excitement. Just as expected of Tianmu Technology, they never play by the rules. After the cancer drug they're immediately following up with an ALS drug.
Tianmu Technology completely disregards minor ailments, focusing all their research on terminal diseases.
Viewers watching the live stream immediately began sharing the news about the ALS drug.
My neighbor has had ALS for 5 years, finally there's hope for him. My daughter is saved. I must contact Yang County Hospital right away.
The 20 spots will probably fill up fast, better to leave them for those most in need. I wonder how expensive this drug will be. After Wang Kai announced the arrival of the ALS drug, the press conference proceeded to the QA session. As usual, the first question came from a reporter representing the Dragon Country's central media.
Mr. Wang, may I ask a question unrelated to the press conference? The female reporter said with a hint of embarrassment. Hello, Madam Reporter. Of course, please go ahead. Mr. Wang, we've heard that your company refuses investment from any other company. Could you tell us why? Wouldn't accepting appropriate investment be a win-win situation? Wang Kai let out a feigned sigh and said, this company principle was actually established by our chairman. He said that if a company has too many conflicting voices, it will quickly descend into internal strife, which is detrimental to robust growth. The female reporter pressed on, what is your company's contingency plan in response to the rejection from the New Energy Vehicle Alliance's equity investment? In response, Wang Kai waved his hand grandly and the large screen behind him displayed an image of a car model. This is our answer. Our Tianmu automobile will be unveiled in the future. One of its key highlights is its incredible range, boasting a driving distance of 600 to 800 kilometers. Another is its toughness. It's sturdy, extremely sturdy, exceptionally sturdy. Wow. The entire audience sprang to their feet. Who wouldn't want a car like that? The two most critical indicators of a vehicle's performance are its range and its safety. Not only does Tianmu Technology's new car boast an attractive exterior, but it also highlights range and safety as its primary selling points. How could anyone resist that? The female reporter from the central media continued, and what about its price? If it's too expensive, it might become another product that ordinary consumers cannot afford. Wang Kai smiled and said, our chairman Mu has stated that we aim to make products affordable for everyone. So I can now tell you all that the price will be around 300,000 yuan. Thank you for your answer, President Wang. That concludes my questions. The central media reporter, satisfied with the response, sat down happily. Wang Kai then called on the second reporter, who was from the Pengcheng Daily. He stood up and asked President Wang, given the brainwave conversion technology that Tianmu Technology currently possesses, you could easily create a 100 virtual reality game. So my question is, will you be entering the gaming industry? No, we will not. I can guarantee that neither now nor in the future will Tianmu Technology venture into gaming. We are committed to developing practical technologies and products. This reporter had come with a mission. Before his departure, the giant gaming company in Pengcheng Penguin had commissioned him to get an answer, allowing them to adjust their corporate strategy accordingly. Tianmu Technology was immensely powerful, commanding awe from other companies in both hardware and software. Recently they had been subjected to hacker attacks from both domestic and international sources. These hackers aimed to paralyze Tianmu Technology's official website and servers, hoping to steal sensitive information. However, these hackers met a grim fate. Not only did Tianmu Technology expose their IP addresses, but they also publicly revealed their current hideouts. For a hacker, this was tantamount to a public execution, and many of them were subsequently taken away by the police. The cyber warfare during those days showcased Tianmu Technology's formidable software capabilities to hackers worldwide, and many aspired to go there to learn from them. The reporter from Pengcheng Daily sat down after asking just one question. To ensure fairness, Wang Kai finally selected a well-known American media reporter to ask the next question. President Wang, Tianmu Technology has become a partner of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Will you be developing weapons? Wang Kai replied with a faint smile, that is a trade secret, so I cannot give you a direct answer. I can only say this: even if our Dragon Kingdom possesses the most advanced weapons, our intention is not to invade other nations or start wars. Excellent. The audience erupted in thunderous applause for Wang Kai's statement, causing the American reporter to sit down looking disgruntled. With that, the press conference concluded. Tianmu Technology's presentation style was always substantive, avoiding lengthy rhetoric or excessive self-praise about specifications. Although the conference lasted just over an hour, the audience felt it was worthwhile, and netizens watching the livestream were eagerly anticipating Tianmu Technology's next event. Providing free accommodation and meals for attendees was already an advantage most companies couldn't match. Mu Tian and Wu Xiao sat in the front row waiting for the audience to leave the venue. At that moment, Lu Shuling from the Pharmaceutical Research Institute ran towards them. As the lead for the development and animal testing of the ALS-specific drug, she had also come to join in the excitement of the launch event. Senior brother. I've finished writing the paper on the Guardian Star ALS-specific drug. When should we publish it online? What's the rush? Are you that eager to gain fame? Mu Tian found his junior sister a bit of a headache. She was too brilliant and too unpredictable. He had only provided a rough outline, and she had managed to deduce the general formula on her own. With a little guidance from Mu Tian, Lu Shuling successfully developed the ALS-specific drug. Of course, the drug required the addition of life water as a key ingredient. The greatest pain point in modern traditional Chinese medicine isn't a lack of talent, but the severe insufficiency of medicinal potency in herbs, making it difficult to find wild plants with sufficient years of growth for medicinal use. Of course, who doesn't want to make a name for themselves? I'm determined to become a legendary female healer.
Lu Shuling said with a touch of vanity. Then when you get back have Xiaomeng assist you with the publication. Mu Tian had installed an intermediate AI program on the phones of every institute member to assist them with their research work.
Yay! It's settled then.
I'm going to go tell my parents the good news first.
Lu Shuling rushed in with a whirlwind of energy and dashed away just as quickly. Wu Xiao now looked at any pleasant girl as a potential daughter-in-law. Xiao Tian, is that girl really your junior sister? Her personality is so endearing. Mu Tian knew immediately that his mother was indirectly pressuring him about marriage. He quickly explained, Mom, she truly is my junior sister from Wuxi University.
She doesn't graduate until next year, but I signed her to the company this year. I don't have any feelings for her in that way, I treat her like a little sister.
Mom understands, Mom understands.
Having a few more sisters is a good thing, the more good sisters the more choices you'll have later. For a mother, the idea of having several daughters-in-law was acceptable, it was up to Mu Tian to decide. Unfortunately, Mu Tian had already developed feelings for Yun Meng and they were just one step away from confessing.
Mom, what are you two chatting about? Yun Meng walked over from the other side. Xiaomeng, are you done?
We were just discussing whether to go shopping in Huangshe for lunch.
Wu Xiao, a seasoned conversationalist, changed the subject with impressive speed. Sounds good. Let me go grab my things and we can head out right away.
Yun Meng said, then went to the backstage area to retrieve her bag.
Mu Tian gave his mother a thumbs up expressing his admiration.
They left the sports arena and found a restaurant nearby for lunch, then casually strolled through a shopping mall. Meanwhile, a massive continental plate collision suddenly occurred in the Mari Trench. The collision was utterly unexpected.
Within just over 10 minutes, countries near the Mari Trench such as Neon Country were hit by earthquakes.
In an instant the world seemed to be engulfed in mountains crying and oceans wailing as the sky crumbled and the earth split apart.
The hardest hit by the seismic waves was Neon Country, where almost all coastal cities experienced earthquakes of magnitude 8 or higher. The scene was like doomsday descending upon the earth, utterly devastating. Following the earthquake, all nations worldwide immediately entered a state of emergency. While they were shopping, Mu Tian received an alert from Xiaomeng. Boss, a massive 9.0
magnitude earthquake has struck the Mari Trench. It has already impacted coastal cities in several countries and there is a 100% probability of a massive tsunami.
The coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom are also expected to be affected by the aftershocks.
The authorities have ordered coastal cities to prepare for first-level earthquake disaster relief.
This is too sudden.
Xiaomeng, keep an eye on the international situation.
Understood, boss. I can see people on the Dragon Kingdom's internet already organizing donations, and it's been less than 10 minutes since the earthquake. We're not donating. We don't need to bother with those descendants of Neon Country making a fuss.
It was the Neon people who harmed my father. What I'm worried about now is the potential nuclear leakage from the coastal nuclear power plants in Neon Country.
How many marine creatures will be killed by the radiation this time?
Humanity's utilization of nuclear energy thus far has largely remained at the stage of harnessing the heat generated by nuclear fission to boil water and produce electricity. This has led people to jest that the pinnacle of technology is simply boiling water.
Regarding the direct utilization of nuclear radiation for power generation, humanity is still in an exploratory preliminary phase. Should the coastal nuclear power plants of the land of the rising sun experience meltdowns allowing vast quantities of nuclear fuel to leak into the ocean, it would deliver a catastrophic blow to the marine environment. As early as 2011, a nuclear power plant in the land of the rising sun suffered a radiation leak due to an earthquake. This earthquake was even more severe than the last, so it is certain that a significant number of plants have now experienced leaks. Xiaomeng, is there any technology that can absorb nuclear radiation from the ocean? Boss, you should look into nuclear radiation power generation technology. The next evolutionary version of the solar power tree is the multifunctional power tree. It can absorb thermal energy, radiant energy, and light energy to generate electricity. That's like saying nothing at all. My body hasn't met the requirements yet, so I can't even see what the advanced technical data looks like. That's true, but I can still create things using the atomic level printer. Really?
Why didn't you and Nua say so earlier?
Brother, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but I didn't want you to become lazy and complacent. Right, that's what Sister Nua told me. Mu Tian thought about it carefully. It did seem to make sense.
Nua was worried that he would give up striving if he obtained advanced black technology too easily, which was quite reasonable.
But Mu Tian was not that kind of lazy person. Ah well, one can't reason with children. Alright, I'll probably meet the requirements in a few days anyway, and then I'll be able to see the more advanced technical data.
So far Mu Tian had diligently studied all the technical data he had received. The specific drug for ALS was developed based on the technical route he had conceived, which Lu Shuling then refined and perfected.
Despite such a major incident occurring, it did not dampen Wu Xiao and the others' enthusiasm for shopping. Mu Tian walked behind them conversing quietly with Nua and Xiaomeng. Meanwhile, in the coastal cities of the Dragon Country, official personnel began orderly evacuations of residents to open flat areas. Upon hearing that the aftershocks from the earthquake were expected, the citizens cooperatively gathered at the designated assembly points. Some people who had never experienced an earthquake in their lives found it somewhat novel. Did you hear? The land of the rising sun and the Fey monkeys are in for it this time. Tell me about it. When the news first came out, I thought it was a scene from a disaster movie. Luckily, this earthquake occurred out at sea. Someone online is organizing donations for the disaster zone in the land of the rising sun. Are you going to donate? Donate my foot. I'm from Yun province. When we had an earthquake back then, all they donated to us were paper cranes. This time I'll donate paper cranes to them too. Right, count me in. We'll fold them 108,000 cranes out of white paper. Brother, you might not know this, but white paper is considered festive in the land of the rising sun. You should use red or black paper instead. Festive is exactly what we're aiming for. White paper it is. Come on, there's a one-stop shop selling white paper over there. Let's hurry and buy some before they run out. Let's go together. Whether by coincidence or unspoken agreement, many people rushed to the one-stop shops to buy white paper. When asked, they all said they needed it to fold paper cranes. As for a country that suffered undeserved calamity from this earthquake, that would be the M country. Its military bases in the land of the rising sun and the Fey monkeys were both hit by the aftershocks. Numerous military installations developed cracks, many fighter jets were damaged, quite a few soldiers on warships were thrown into the sea and never returned, and several vessels also sustained varying degrees of damage. The tsunami, even more terrifying than the earthquake itself, directly reduced many coastal military bases to rubble. During the day, the know-it-all king and his Black Palace advisors were still in a meeting discussing a naval military exercise scheduled for mid-month to be held in the southern waters of the Dragon Country. Now the earthquake had likely scattered and crippled the naval fleet intended for the exercise. The know-it-all king was still fast asleep when his assistant Jerry shook him awake. Damn it, Jerry, unless it's a matter of utmost importance, you can go home and raise pigs. The know-it-all king was displeased at being awakened, his temper flaring. Chief, please take a look at this urgent document first. Jerry handed a file to the know-it-all king. By now 30 minutes had passed since the tsunami, and the initial damage assessments for the land of the rising sun and the Fey monkeys had been compiled, otherwise Jerry wouldn't have dared to wake the know-it-all king. Damn it, how did this happen? The earthquake came so suddenly. Yes, Chief. Currently our troops stationed in the land of the rising sun and the Fey monkeys have lost their combat effectiveness. We await your orders. What does the Pentagon say? Where's Anderson? Secretary Anderson suggests withdrawing those troops. The reconstruction of the bases will require funding. Tell him we'll decide at the morning meeting. I need to sleep now. Don't you know how important sleep is for a man in his 70s? Very well, I'll leave you to your rest, Chief. That day, regions within a 3,000-kilometer radius of the Mari Trench felt tremors of varying intensity. Even Mu Tian and the others who were out shopping felt the slight earthquake. Wu Xiao and Yun Meng now also knew that an earthquake had occurred. Xiao Tian, will the earthquake affect us? Wu Xiao was still worried about their company's interests. No, we don't have any overseas business, so there's basically no impact. Brother, I just heard people talking about donating paper cranes. Should we donate some too? If you want to donate, we'll need to go to a stationery store to buy A4 paper. The white paper at the one-stop shops has already been bought up. Brother, look, there's a stationery store right ahead. Let's go buy a box or two. The impact of the Mari Trench earthquake on the Dragon Country was minimal, with at most some dilapidated buildings in coastal cities developing cracks, rendering them uninhabitable. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening when Mu Tian and the others returned home. By then Lu Shuling had already uploaded the paper on the specific drug for ALS online. This time only the paper on the traditional Chinese medicine preparation was released, but it was still enough to impress the experts in both the Chinese and Western medical communities. After studying the two papers on traditional Chinese medicine preparations from Tian Technology, they discovered that the theories presented in both papers were identical. Based on this inference, could the treatment theories for other diseases also be used as a reference? Mu Tian was still unaware that his academic theories were being studied by others as a guiding principle. After dinner he began to exercise, striving to meet the physical and mental requirements as soon as possible. That evening, just as Mu Tian had predicted, the land of the rising sun officially announced that 13 nuclear power plants had experienced radiation leaks, and an unknown quantity of nuclear fuel had unfortunately leaked into the sea. For a time global media outlets erupted, frantically reporting on the incident. Among them, the renowned global media outlet ABC reported today a magnitude 9.5 earthquake struck the Mare Trench, causing immense devastation.
The land of the rising sun currently estimates 300,000 deaths and over 5 million displaced. The Fey monkeys report over 10,000 deaths and more than 5,000 homeless. Other island nations and peninsular countries have also suffered losses to varying degrees. The property damage caused by the earthquake-induced tsunami and volcanic eruptions is incalculable. The aforementioned impacts are still unfolding within the land of the rising sun and the Fey monkeys.
Currently, the most severe issue is the nuclear leakage incident at the nuclear power plants in the land of the rising sun.
The massive release of nuclear radiation material into the sea will have a tremendous impact on the marine ecosystem.
Perhaps in the not-too-distant future the emergence of Godzilla might not be a coincidence.
The Wall Street Journal reported that the economic losses caused by the earthquake would affect investors' confidence in Neon Country. C&D reported that the U.S. military suffered significant losses in the earthquake and 2 aircraft carrier battle groups stationed in Neon Country would return to the U.S. mainland for rest and refitting today. The Washington Post expressed hope that Dragon Country would extend a helping hand to its neighbor Neon Country.
The president urged global nations to send rescue teams to Neon Country while the U.S. would donate $100 million.
Compared to the factual reporting by Dragon Country media, U.S. media focused more on finance, military, and what appeared to be superficial charity.
Today's Dragon Country 7 o'clock news dedicated the majority of its time to multifaceted coverage of the daytime earthquake.
The economic losses suffered by Dragon Country's coastal cities and island provinces were also reported, amounting to over $50 billion. The most panicked were the residents of coastal cities, who began hoarding salt and dried seafood, fearing radiation contamination. According to analysis by a Dragon Country Data Research Institute, under normal radiation diffusion patterns most of Dragon Country's sea areas would be affected by nuclear radiation within 3 months. Within half a year the Eurasian continent would be impacted by nuclear radiation carried by rainfall containing heavy water and super heavy water.
Xiao Tian, should we also stock up on some salt?
I saw our neighbor Old Li brought back a big bag. Wu Xiao and Yun Meng, returning from their walk, asked Mu Tian if they should also buy some salt to keep in reserve.
No need.
Even without sea salt, Dragon Country has ample mineral salt and lake salt resources to last us thousands of years.
Alright, perhaps I was overthinking.
This earthquake has really unsettled everyone. I heard that rice is sold out in the town's supermarkets and markets. Indeed, but the turmoil caused by this earthquake should pass quickly.
Mu Tian estimated that his physical fitness and mental strength would meet the requirements in about a week.
Then he could have Xiao Meng mass-produce the multifunctional power-generating trees to resolve the marine nuclear radiation crisis.
Unbeknownst to Mu Tian, the nuclear fuel leaking from the power plant was being pursued and absorbed by a large group of octopuses as if it were a delicacy. After absorbing a certain amount of nuclear fuel, the octopuses would sink to the seabed and enter a deep slumber, their bodies uniformly turning a deep green. Meanwhile, the lurking entity in the Mariana Trench also began to lie dormant, seemingly possessing a self-awareness that it was not the time for frequent disturbances. This was all part of the destruction process set by the white-bearded old man who had to carry out his planetary sabotage covertly. If the system administration's inspector discovered his destruction of a life-bearing planet, his position as director would be at stake. He wondered which cosmic mastermind had devised such a management system where the director of the system administration was subject to oversight by an inspector. After taking the body-strengthening pill, Mu Tian began punching a sandbag outside his house, a routine he had recently adopted to project the image of diligent physical training. This was to avoid shocking everyone should he suddenly display extraordinary abilities one day. Huff huff huff, Xiao Meng, is today's training time up? Mu Tian asked, slightly out of breath. Brother, the time was up long ago.
I told Xiao Meng not to say anything so you could train a bit longer.
Huff, Nua, you're so considerate. Hee brother, are you thinking about pinching my cheek? Too bad you can't reach me. Boss, I was browsing the internet and saw that many Dragon Country companies with Neon Country conglomerate shareholders have organized donations and are showing off the amounts online. That's fine. Let them donate, it's none of our business. Mu Tian didn't feel any resentment towards these companies' donations. It only showed the undeniable influence Neon Country had over many Dragon Country companies.
But brother, I saw that our company is being cyberbullied online again. Nua had now given up drinking milk for chicken drumsticks, often waving one in front of Mu Tian.
Let me see what they're saying now.
Those people are truly idle, willing to kneel themselves and trying to drag us down with them. Mu Tian focused his gaze on the comments screenshots Xiao Meng had compiled for him.
Many internet giants have donated $1 billion each. The well-known big corporations have all donated. Truly caring and responsible companies. Have you noticed? Tianmu Technology claims to only make products that bring happiness, which seems very caring, but they haven't donated a single cent yet. Isn't that right?
I guess Tianmu Technology doesn't have much money after all, they've only been established for less than 3 months.
You don't know. Tianmu Technology has collected 300 billion in order deposits alone, not to mention the money Tianmu Pharmaceuticals is printing daily. That's real money. The corporation with the most cash right now is Tianmu Technology. Tisk tisk tsk.
They earn so much yet they haven't donated a cent. It seems their caring corporate image is all fabricated.
Mu Tian's brow furrowed as he read through the screenshots of moral blackmail. Xiaomeng, where are these people cyberbullying us located? Boss, they're all over the world. I've reported the domestic ones already.
I haven't touched the foreign ones yet. There must be organizers behind these people.
Dig them out and donate all their money to those countries in Heizhou.
Unfortunately, they've learned their lesson this time.
Their accounts are empty.
Or rather, they used other people's identities to cause trouble without any bank cards. Hee brother, those bad guys already know our methods.
They think hiding in corners of the globe will stop me.
Xiaomeng send people to capture them, break their legs and send them to Heizhou for reformation.
Previously Mu Tian had only intended to donate their money and be done with it.
But now that they were being premeditated and strategic, he couldn't afford to be gentle.
Yes boss, I've already sent our people out. Meanwhile, the topic stirred up by the internet trolls had not yet been suppressed by Xiaomeng.
A trending topic, why isn't Tianmu Technology setting an example, was rapidly climbing the charts.
Of course, many netizens also sided with Tianmu Technology.
They believed the trolls were trying to use forced donation to embarrass Tianmu Technology. If Tianmu Technology donated, it would be seen as pro-Neon country and face boycotts from patriotic Dragon country citizens.
If Tianmu Technology didn't donate, its corporate image would suffer.
The mastermind behind this open conspiracy was truly a master of Sun Tzu's art of war. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Mu Tian. He didn't play Sun Tzu's game, he played the grandfather's game, specifically targeting the legs of the grandsons.
In the end, Tianmu Technology didn't even make it to the top 3 trending topics. Without Xiaomeng even lifting a finger, Dragon country's network supervision department intervened and took the topic down.
The night in Heizhou was pitch black.
Unbeknownst to many, hundreds of black dots had appeared in the sky, descending rapidly to the ground.
Several hundred unconscious individuals with broken legs were carried and dropped onto the ground by robots.
The robots left them beside a black mine and departed.
The mine's patrol heard the commotion and rushed over.
Haha, dairy, someone has sent us free labor again. Not bad, not bad. Several hundred in one go this time.
Once they recover from their injuries, there'll be a fresh force in the mines. The panic buying of salt and grain that erupted in coastal cities across Dragon country spread rapidly as people feared that future supplies of salt and rice would be contaminated by nuclear radiation. Although Sky Curtain technology had already unveiled a miracle cure for cancer, the perils of nuclear radiation extended far beyond carcinogenesis. It could inflict horrors such as a person growing 2 heads. Only after the Dragon country's official authorities issued a public clarification did the wave of public panic gradually subside. The nation's salt production, derived not only from the sea but also from mines and lakes, was more than sufficient to sustain every citizen for millennia. The following morning, the stock market of Neon country plunged violently at the opening bell, prompting the government to hastily sever network connections to halt trading, citing power shortages as the pretext for a 7-day market closure. Several coastal cities in Neon country now lay in ruins, with disaster recovery efforts crawling at a painfully slow pace. Those who had once idolized Neon country endlessly sang its praises online, yet when the moment arrived to demonstrate national strength and executive competence, the world witnessed just how far short it truly fell. In the live disaster footage broadcast by Dragon country's state media, the majority of Neon country's victims were shown enduring cold and hunger amidst the rubble, utterly devoid of even the most basic means of survival. Had this catastrophe struck Dragon country, food and tents would have been deployed without delay, and rescue workers would already be racing to pull the trap from the debris. As for the donations pledged by Dragon country corporations, their ultimate destination remained shrouded in mystery, leaving journalists from nations around the world utterly perplexed. America's call for disaster relief drew responses from numerous countries, with aid shipments from across the globe already en route to Neon country. Such ventures, minimal investment, maximum impact, and a perfect stage to flaunt its hegemonic status, were precisely America's favorite pastime. Mu Tian paid little heed to these affairs, his focus entirely consumed once more by the fabrication of aerospace fighter jets. Yi Jiqiu had previously ventured into this workshop to sweep for espionage devices, fully aware that it served as a fighter jet laboratory, and he held considerable admiration for Mu Tian.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mu Tian took a brief respite and stepped out to receive Gung Qian, who had arrived to collect the goods. Gung Qian now cut a dashing figure, his military rank having ascended from major to lieutenant colonel.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel Gung.
Ha! All thanks to your patronage, Chairman Mu. You've been my lucky charm. You flatter me. But why did you arrive a day late this time? Blame it on the earthquake. I'd planned to come yesterday. But after the tremors, the structures on those reef islands in the southern waters, long occupied by those Philippine and Vietnamese monkeys, were reduced to rubble.
We seized the chance to retake them, but the other side rushed troops in overnight to rebuild fortifications. My logistics mission was cut short, so I could only make the trip this morning. Since the events were hardly classified, plenty of people knew of them. Gungchen casually explained his delay over tea.
So those two monkeys are refusing to budge.
Plain and simple, they're after the mineral riches beneath those southern waters. Mark my words, the day we no longer have reservations will give those monkeys a lesson they won't forget. But it's still a thorn in our side. Is there no bloodless solution? Cutting off their supply lines would be a solid approach, but they'd cry to the international community for sympathy.
As of now, we don't have a better option. True. We'll need to devise a proper strategy.
What? Chairman Mu, do you have a brilliant idea? If so, you must share it with your old brother here. I don't have a concrete plan yet, but I'll let you know, Lieutenant Colonel Gung, when one comes to mind. I hear you've been developing fighter jet technology lately. Any breakthroughs or progress?
There are some technological advances, though they still require verification. Then I'll eagerly await your good news, Chairman Mu.
Gungchen lingered over tea for a while before departing. The green tea at Mu Tian's place was invigorating, leaving one refreshed and at ease. With Gungchen hauling away the final batch of goods, Mu Tian had at last fulfilled his inaugural cooperation order with the military. Mu Tian was unaware of where these chip solid-state batteries and chip production lines would ultimately be deployed, and he refrained from prying into such confidential matters. Brother, why didn't you tell him about our latest drone technology? Combined with infrasound generators and quantum radar, we could eliminate targets without them ever knowing what hit them.
Nua, we can't just whip out a solution the moment a problem arises. That would make us look like Doraemon. Fine. Humans are indeed the most complex creatures. Unlike us systems, when the host lacks something, we simply hand it over and call it a day.
Through the technical analysis and evolution of drones, Mu Tian had acquired advanced unmanned aerial vehicle technology. Later, by scanning mundane devices like rodent and cockroach repellers, he unearthed the devastating infrasound generator. The infrasound generator could serve as a weapon capable of killing without leaving a trace. By merging it with drones, it became possible to drive away virtually any creature possessing a functioning brain.
Should a sentient being refuse to flee, the infrasound's range, brain death or utter idiocy were distinct possibilities.
Leaving the robots to continue producing fighter jet components, Mu Tian set to work with Xiao Meng designing a monkey-repelling drone variant.
Back home that evening, the family folded paper cranes after dinner. An online campaign had organized donations of paper cranes, and everyone was diligently folding away. To send warmth to Neon Country, Mu Tian was roped into folding by Wu Xiao as well.
Mom, you all keep folding here, I'll go to my room and fold while reading.
Mu Tian couldn't bear the tedium of folding one by one. It was a colossal waste of time. Far better to let the printer churn them out directly. Go on then. Just fold 100 of them.
Wu Xiao harbored deep resentment toward Neon Country, and she resolved to donate 6666 paper cranes.
She had already spent the entire day folding, with 3 robots joining in the effort. 2 days later, a transport plane from Dragon Country touched down at Neon Country's Kyoto airport.
A beaming official tasked with receiving donated supplies greeted the pilot with an effusive smile.
Hello. I'm Anai Junichi.
Thank you, people of Dragon Country, for your care and concern for our nation.
Hello, Mr. Anai.
I'm here to hand over the 10 million paper cranes donated by the warm-hearted citizens of Dragon Country. Please sign to acknowledge receipt.
Anai Junichi's smiling face instantly froze solid.
He had heard rumors that some in Dragon Country were organizing paper crane donations, but he never imagined it was true, let alone on such an astronomical scale. Now Anai Junichi finally understood the adage that the people of Dragon Country hold grudges the longest. He couldn't help but dread the day they might crack open their modern history books and settle old scores. Forcing another smile, Anai Junichi said, "Thank you, people of Dragon Country, for your affection toward the citizens of Neon Country. These paper cranes will be delivered to the disaster victims." The pilot smiled and replied, "Don't mention it."
But, Mr.
Anai, you may need to sign for this about 20 more times today. There are 20 more transport planes behind us, all carrying paper cranes.
Anai Junichi.
This time some netizens from Dragon Country spontaneously organized and donated a total of over 200 million origami cranes to Neon Country. Not everyone could be like Mu Tian's family, who had many robots to help fold them, and Mu Tian even had a cheat device at his disposal. After donating the cranes, Wu Xiao was in high spirits for the whole day, smiling at everyone she met while strolling through the village.
Recently, Wu Xiao encouraged the villagers to grow vegetables, minimizing the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. The produce was exclusively supplied to the cafeteria of Tianmu Technology.
Tianmu Technology purchased these ingredients at 3 times the market price, creating a new path to prosperity for the village and a dining benefit for its employees. Since no pesticides were used, there were more insects on the vegetables. Fortunately, Tian had developed an infrasonic wave generator which he handed over to several robots to continuously repel pests in the fields while invisible. Sure enough, since the infrasonic wave generator was deployed, insects became scarce in the fields and even rats and birds dared not linger there. This was because Tian had programmed the device to repel all kinds of insects, rats, birds and snakes. The villagers were astonished that farming without pesticides could keep these pests away. "Brother, why don't you sell this pest repeller? It would bring happiness to farmers." "We can't sell it yet, or else the military's future use of it would be easily guessed." "What a pity. Such a great invention only to gather dust silently in this small village." "Don't worry, manhwa. The clinical trials for the ALS cure are about to begin. Soon you'll have another big influx of happiness points." "Alright, but the happiness points I need for my growth are increasing." "Brother, you need to work harder." After over a week of sluggish rescue and disaster relief efforts, Neon Country finally announced abandoning the search for people buried under the rubble of high-rises, shifting their operations to debris clearance. In reality, most buildings in Neon Country are only 1 or 2 stories tall, so not many people were trapped. However, their treatment of the victims drew criticism from the international community. Amidst the ruins, the victims of Neon Country suffered from hunger and homelessness, while crimes committed by men against female victims were rampant. Yet on July 10, the Black House of Rice Country suddenly announced a joint maritime military exercise with several allies in the southern waters of Dragon Country. Rice Country had even named the exercise Major Disaster Emergency Joint Military Operation, scheduled for July 31. However, those in the know understood that Rice Country was flexing its muscles to coerce Dragon Country into making concessions in international trade involving high-tech products. In the fighter jet laboratory, Tian had robots slowly producing parts for an aerospace fighter while he personally assembled a drone. Although called a drone, its appearance resembled that of a peregrine falcon rather than a typical drone. Its biomimetic feathers were almost identical to a real falcon's, and its eyes disguised as cameras looked remarkably lifelike. "Brother, this bird is very deceptive. The next steps must leave no evidence, so we need the perfect disguise." "Xiaoming, check if all the parts are correctly installed." "All parts are correctly installed, but boss, you're really bored. You could have just used the atomic level 3D printer. You guys don't understand the satisfaction of building something with your own hands." After speaking, Tian ignored Xiaoming and Nuanua's teasing grins, took out his phone and dialed Gengqian's number. "Chairman Mu, hello. Lieutenant Colonel Gun, do you have time to come over tomorrow?" "Chairman Mu, have you finished the aerospace fighter?" "I'll head over now." No, it's not the aerospace fighter. It's a very interesting little gadget. It's already 4 p.m. By the time you get here, it'll be night. Better wait until tomorrow." "Chairman Mu, can you give me a hint about what it is? You're leaving me hanging and I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Haha, Lieutenant Colonel Gun, you're truly passionate." "It's nothing much, just something to scare off monkeys." "I guarantee you'll like it." "Chairman Mu, you're killing me. I'll be up all night now. If you can't sleep, come over and I'll treat you to some tea. Then I'll be there at 8:30 tomorrow morning." After setting the meeting time with Gengqian, though it was a bit early, Tian had no choice. Gengqian was too eager to see the good stuff. Tian put on an operating helmet and powered up the biomimetic falcon. Under his control, the falcon flew out of the fighter jet laboratory and soared into the azure afternoon sky. The falcon climbed higher and higher, offering Tian a brand new perspective, a feeling of overlooking the earth where everything below appeared fresh and novel to him. The biomimetic falcon carried 2 kilograms of solid-state batteries in its belly, weighing 3 kilograms in total, with a wingspan of 1.5 meters and a body length of 60 centimeters. Its flight endurance was 1200 kilometers, with a speed comparable to a real peregrine falcon. If its internal infrasonic wave generator were activated, it could operate continuously for 10 days before depleting its batteries. After a full flight, to satisfy his curiosity, Tian directed the falcon back to the lab. With the helmet's control and satellite signals, the falcon could strike enemies from 1,000 miles away. "Xiaoming, make 5 more of these falcons. 1 won't be enough when the time comes." "Got it, boss. I've already scheduled the production." The attack radius of the infrasonic wave generator was only 5 kilometers. If the falcon attacked from the air without landing, it might face endurance issues. Early the next morning, before Tian even arrived at the company, he received a call from Gengqian, who was already waiting in the company park. Could Gengqian have really not slept a wink? When Tian saw him, he indeed noticed Gengqian's bloodshot eyes brimming with excited sparkle. "Lieutenant Colonel Gun, you really didn't sleep well last night." "How could I sleep? Come on, take me to see your good stuff." "No rush. Let's have some tea first."
Forget the tea.
Are you trying to drive me crazy with anticipation?
Let me see it first, then we can have tea. Let's have tea first. I'll have someone bring the item to the office for you to see. Alright, fine. Hurry up and have someone fetch it. Tian summoned a robot to bring the 6 biomimetic falcons to the office. There he poured Gengqian a cup of tea.
After drinking it, Gengqian instantly felt refreshed, his fatigue vanishing.
Gengqian was deeply impressed by Tianmu Technology's medical expertise.
He speculated that this tea was a health brew from Tianmu Pharmaceuticals that had not yet been released to the market. Just then 3 robots entered the office, each carrying 2 birdcages draped in black cloth. Gengqian was baffled. He had rushed over early in the morning and Chairman Mu was showing him some birds. Seeing Gengqian's stunned expression, Tian knew he had misunderstood.
Lieutenant Colonel Geng, come take a look at the birds I've prepared for you.
Tian walked over and lifted the black cloth covering the 6 birdcages on the ground, revealing the 6 peregrine falcons inside.
Gengqian suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to curse.
Had he really rushed over at the crack of dawn just to see these birds?
Chairman Mu, stop joking. Hurry up and show me the real goods. My patience is wearing thin, brother. Lieutenant Colonel Geng, I'm not joking. This is the good stuff I prepared for you.
I call it the bionic peregrine falcon, a variant of our drone technology.
Holy crap. This is a bionic bird. It looks so real. Gengqian pounced on the birdcage, scrutinizing the differences between the bionic falcon and a real one.
It was virtually identical except for its slightly larger size.
Even the eyes were incredibly lifelike.
Chairman Mu, if this bird can fly far, it would be perfect for reconnaissance missions. It can fly 1200 kilometers, fully capable of carrying out reconnaissance missions.
Impressive. 1200 kilometers could even reach the land of the rising sun. What other functions does it have? Ahem, I didn't build it for reconnaissance. I intended to use it to scare away monkeys. But it just looks like a bird. There's nowhere to hide a weapon. Are you planning to glare the monkeys to death with its eyes? Lieutenant Colonel Geng, please read this manual first.
Tian handed Gengqian a manual detailing the bionic falcon's specifications and functions.
As Gengqian took it and saw the full name of the bionic falcon, a single expletive escaped his lips. Infrasound attack bionic falcon. Body length 60 centimeters. Wingspan 1.5 meters. Total weight 3 kilograms.
Built-in 2 kilograms solid-state battery.
Range 1200 km.
Infrasound attack radius 5 kilometers. In infrasound attack mode, it can sustain a continuous area attack for 10 hours. The lethal, disabling and unconsciousness-inducing times for humans are 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds respectively. The time to kill other creatures depends on their size. The larger they are, the longer they can withstand it. The bionic falcon can be operated via a helmet-based control system or a computer. During flight, the bionic falcon produces no drone-like noise, achieving the silent flight of a real bird. Infrasound weaponry is currently a relatively advanced weapons technology globally. But Gengqian had never seen one this small with such powerful offensive capabilities and range.
Chairman Mu, is it really that powerful?
Without real-world testing, Gengqian found it hard to believe the bionic falcon in front of him possessed such immense power.
Why don't you take it back for a test, Lieutenant Colonel Geng?
If this bird is useful, 1 million each isn't too expensive, right?
Not expensive at all. Chairman Mu, you're too kind. I'll take them back for testing right now. No problem. Remember to call me when you go to scare those monkeys. I'd like to join the fun. I'll need to report back to my superiors first and see how they want to arrange it. Gengqian didn't dare promise to bring Tian along on a military mission. Tian was an invaluable asset who couldn't be risked.
Tian called over the 3 robots to carry the birdcages and escort Gengqian downstairs to his plane. Tianmu and his team, who were guarding the plane downstairs, widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Tian and Gengqian descend the building with several birdcages. Had Lieutenant Colonel Geng really made the trip early in the morning just to pick up 6 birds?
However, discipline held them back, and despite their overwhelming curiosity, the guards dared not ask.
Gengqian didn't explain whether the cages held birds, as this particular item couldn't be concealed in a security case. Fortunately, the black cloth provided sufficient cover.
Brother, are we really going out to play? Nuwa asked, eating an ice cream as she walked beside Tian. I'm not sure if the higher-ups will let me go. They might worry about my safety and keep me in E-Province. He who says you're not a treasure now? E-Province is inland, it's not easy for enemies to infiltrate this small town.
Yeah, good thing I was clever enough to choose my hometown as the base.
Setting aside Tian's return to aerospace fighter production after seeing Gengqian off,
After arriving in Wu City with the 6 Bionic Falcons, Gengxian boarded a military transport plane headed for the northwest base. With these Bionic Falcons, Gengxian felt the monkeys and the Asan wouldn't be causing trouble for much longer. It was past 3 p.m. when Gengxian arrived at the northwest base with the Bionic Falcons. Zhao Yu was in his office handling official matters when he heard a knock on the door.
Come in. Reporting General Zhao. Gengxian reporting for duty. Gengxian announced himself upon entering. Ah, Xiaogung, why are you back again? Zhao Yu looked up with a smile. Today Chairman Mu showed me something extraordinary. I brought it back for weapons testing. Oh. What is it and where is it? It's outside the door. Let me see what this good thing is.
Zhao Yu rose from his desk and walked out, spotting the 6 birdcages on the floor.
This is what you were talking about. General Zhao Yu looked just as stunned as I was.
Please take a look at this manual first.
Gengxian didn't dare joke with Zhao Yu and quickly pulled the manual from his pocket.
After Zhao Yu carefully read through it, his face lit up with joy and he laughed heartily, clapping Gengxian on the shoulder.
Haha, Mu Tian is truly remarkable. Xiaogung, you've hit the jackpot again thanks to him. Indeed, Chairman Mu is a genius. Let's go. Time to test just how formidable these 6 Bionic Falcons are.
Zhao Yu summoned 4 guards and each of the 6 men took a birdcage and headed to the surface weapons testing range.
Each cage came equipped with a helmet.
Zhao Yu intended to personally experience the thrill of commanding the Bionic Falcons.
Once activated, the Bionic Falcons automatically established a communication link with their designated helmets, allowing the commander to easily control them via brainwaves.
Whoa, so this is what it feels like to see the world through a bird's eyes. Zhao Yu synced his mind with the Falcon's view, finding the experience novel and exhilarating. General Zhao, there's a snake slithering on your side. The Falcon's views were shareable with coordinates updated in real time, enabling the commanders to operate as a cohesive combat unit.
Let's see if we can kill it.
Zhao Yu designated the snake as a target via his brainwaves.
One of the Falcons immediately launched an area attack on the cobra below. Within just 10 seconds from their perspective, the snake lay motionless.
The manual stated that snakes typically die after about 10 seconds of exposure to the attack. The specs were indeed accurate. For the next tests, Zhao Yu and his team dispersed the Falcons in different directions, searching for various creatures to conduct infrasound attack experiments.
Even 500 kilometers from the base, Gengxian spotted a group of poachers.
After receiving Zhao Yu's approval, Gengxian launched an infrasound attack on the 6 poachers on the ground. To everyone's astonishment, within about 15 seconds the 6 poachers began foaming at the mouth and clutching their heads as they collapsed. 30 seconds later they had all fallen unconscious. After incapacitating the poachers, Zhao Yu instructed a guard to report the incident to the local police. The 6 poachers were arrested while still unconscious, and they now face lengthy prison sentences or even the death penalty. A treasure, truly a treasure. With this marvel, who would dare to cross our dragon country's border? Zhao Yu was thoroughly impressed with the Bionic Peregrine Falcon. If it could be mass-produced and equipped by the dragon country's border defense forces, who could possibly breach their line? By coordinating the Bionic Falcons with quantum radar, the border would be secured without risking the lives of a single soldier. The 6 men continued to pilot the Falcons until their helmet indicators warned that the battery was only sufficient for the return flight. After placing the 6 Bionic Falcons into their carrying cage, Zhao Yu and his team returned to the office. Recharging the Falcons was remarkably simple, as they supported wireless charging and could be fully powered in just half an hour.
Xiaogung, these Bionic Falcons are of great importance to us. I don't intend to waste effort reverse engineering their technology.
Ask Mu Tian if he's willing to sell it, and while you're at it, place an order for 10,000 sets of the individual multifunctional combat wrist guards. In truth, Zhao Yu wasn't unwilling to crack the technology Mu Tian provided, he was simply incapable. The chip production line they had received earlier only allowed them to decipher superficial aspects, while the core technology remained entirely beyond their reach. It wasn't that the technology was impossible to crack, but rather that the dragon country's official manufacturing techniques and processes fell short of the precision required for the core components.
Who else could control equipment precision down to the picometer level? Only Tianmu Technology. One had to admire them.
Gengxian, uncertain whether Mu Tian would agree to sell, cautiously asked, General Zhao, what price are you willing to offer Chairman Mu? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yu replied, it would be best if we could trade qualifications or tax reductions for it.
If that's not possible, then offer up to 10 billion yuan, that's the maximum amount I'm authorized to approve. Understood. I'll go ask him tomorrow.
By the way, Chairman Mu mentioned he'd like to accompany us to the Southern Sea to deal with the monkeys.
Why would he want to go? There are countless people out there who want his head.
His bounty on the internet hasn't been retracted, in fact the reward has been doubled.
I agree that Chairman Mu shouldn't leave the mainland for the sea.
Who knows how desperate the enemy might get, resorting to any means to capture or kill him.
With the individual multifunctional combat wrist guards, I'm not too worried about him being shot from afar.
I'm more concerned about him being captured.
Let me think it over. You go get some rest.
After Gengqian left, Xiaoyu called Yang Weihua to report the emergence of the bionic peregrine falcon, a formidable asset for the dragon country's border defense.
After hearing the report, Yang Weihua also recognized the immense importance of the falcon's technology.
It would be even better if the dragon country's military could apply this technology across various weapon systems and equipment.
Xiao Zhao, I approve a maximum of 50 billion yuan for the technology purchase.
We can't be stingy, or else that young man Mu Tian might think we're petty.
Understood.
If we can secure the technology, the money will be well spent.
Also, Mu Tian wants to visit the Southern Sea.
Should we try to dissuade him?
Let him go.
If anything happens to him under our heavy protection, then what's the point of our pledge to defend our country? The technology for miniaturizing infrasound weapons was worth the price, and what Yang Weihua truly valued was ensuring Mu Tian felt at ease.
A good cooperative relationship must be mutually beneficial to endure. Furthermore, Yang Weihua had his own thoughts about Mu Tian's desire to visit the Southern Sea. He wanted Mu Tian to see firsthand what the dragon country currently lacked.
Mu Tian hadn't expected Gengqian to arrange a meeting so quickly, which made him admire Gengqian's dedication. Brother, they're probably here to buy technology again.
You didn't sell them the battery tech last time.
They can't replicate the chip production line, and now they want the technology from the bionic falcon even more.
Tisk little Nuonyua, you're getting smarter and smarter. Hee, of course. Mom and Dad video call me every day to teach me things.
If they want to buy, I'll sell as long as the price is right.
The technology on the bionic falcon is more suited for military use. Civilian application could easily lead to unnecessary harm. At the same time, at Young County Hospital.
Since the hospital had been designated as a clinical trial site for the ALS miracle drug, several hundred ALS patients had transferred or arrived on their own over the past few days. Although the total number of ALS patients in the Dragon Country was less than 100,000, people saw a glimmer of hope and rushed to get their loved ones treated as soon as possible. Patients from wealthier families accompanied by their relatives gradually arrived at Young County Hospital, even though only 20 volunteers could be accepted in the first batch of clinical trials. Still, everyone wanted to be closer, hoping their family members could receive the miracle drug at the earliest opportunity.
Meng Siyu, a 25-year-old woman, was now completely paralyzed.
Her frail and emaciated body was transferred to Young County Hospital by her family.
As one of the 20 volunteers, Meng Siyu felt a mix of joy and anxiety.
She was happy because a company had finally developed an ALS miracle drug, and it was from the greatest tech company her parents always talked about. But she was anxious that this might be another false hope. Her parents had already spent a fortune on treatments and countless miracle cures prescribed by so-called quack doctors. Meng Siyu's grandmother had died from ALS, and now Meng Siyu had inherited the disease. Lying on the hospital bed, unable to move a muscle, her mind was filled with memories of him. In her junior year of university, she and he had fallen deeply in love. Unfortunately, her ALS symptoms had manifested shortly after their romance began. To leave no regrets, Meng Siyu gave her first time to that silly boy. 2 days later, she forcibly broke up with the man she deeply loved, claiming they weren't suitable.
Is he doing well? He probably has a new girlfriend by now, right? He's probably married already, isn't he? If he knew he had a daughter, would he be surprised and overjoyed?
Once I'm better, I'll take our daughter to secretly see her father so she knows she has a dad too. At that moment, a well-behaved little girl ran to Meng Siyu's bedside and placed a lily into her hand, which couldn't grasp things.
Mommy, Grandma said you'll be all better in 3 days. Then you have to take Xiao Xiao to the amusement park. Xiao Xiao, your mommy can't hold the flower. Give it to Grandma to put on the table.
Meng Xiaoqiao obediently handed the flower to her grandmother and then leaned close to Meng Siyu's ear to whisper something. Meng Siyu longed to hug the daughter she had never been able to hold. But now only her mind could function, every other part of her body was extremely fragile.
19 other severely ill patients like Meng Siyu were also clinical trial volunteers, currently housed in 5 wards. Time quickly passed to the next morning.
Since he had agreed to meet Gengqian at 8 o'clock, Mu Tian had to arrive at the company an hour early.
Lieutenant Colonel Gung, looks like you didn't sleep again last night. Gengqian's bloodshot eyes told Mu Tian that he had been up all night. Haha, you flatter me, Chairman Mu. I was traveling overnight and didn't get any sleep, not insomnia.
There was no need to rush, Lieutenant Colonel Gung.
Come, let me brew you some tea to help you relax. Come, Lieutenant Colonel Gung, have some tea.
Inside the office, Mu Tian poured a cup of crystal-clear emerald tea for Gengqian.
Ah, President Mu, you truly know how to enjoy life. It must be wonderful to have such fine tea every day. After downing a cup, most of Gengqian's fatigue melted away.
If you like it, Lieutenant Colonel Gung, I'll send a canister of these leaves with you. You can brew it yourself and enjoy it daily. Ha ha. Then I must thank you profusely, President Mu. I'll shamelessly accept it. Think nothing of it, it's merely a trifle.
So Lieutenant Colonel Gung, what business brings you here today? Mu Tian refilled Gung Qian's cup. Excellent tea.
Indeed, President Mu, I'm here to place an order for 10,000 sets of multifunctional tactical wrist guards and also to discuss the technology transfer for the biomimetic Peregrine Falcon. An order of 10,000 tactical wrist guards will take a month to complete. As for the biomimetic Falcon technology, what price are you offering?
Well, President Mu, if there are any special qualifications or permits you require, we can expedite their approval for you. Additionally, we are prepared to pay for it. Could you offer us a preferential price? Mu Tian pondered for a moment.
He envisioned launching satellites and manufacturing spacecraft openly in the future, which would indeed require numerous qualifications.
Here's my proposal. Tianmu Technology intends to pursue research and production in aerospace and satellite communications. Approve those qualifications for me. As for the monetary compensation, you may decide on a suitable figure. Mu Tian was no longer short on funds.
He even mused about finding a private island overseas to build a secret base for fun, as domestic ventures always required permits and licenses. Then please wait a moment, President Mu, while I consult with my superiors.
This was a substantial deal and Gung Qian couldn't make the decision unilaterally.
Of course, please go ahead, Lieutenant Colonel Gung. Gung Qian stepped outside and made a phone call for 5 or 6 minutes before returning. President Mu, my superiors have agreed to grant Tianmu Technology the qualifications and licenses for aerospace and satellite communications.
However, the satellites you launch must comply with national security standards. Mu Tian smiled and replied naturally.
When the time comes for me to launch satellites, I will grant you supervisory rights.
Gung Qian nodded. Excellent.
My superiors have agreed to issue the permits along with 20 billion Dragon Country yuan as part of the transaction.
How does that offer sound? That's acceptable. I am very satisfied with this price. Let's hope for a fruitful cooperation.
The biomimetic Falcon technology encompassed biomimetic materials, alloy metallurgy, and miniaturized infrasound generator techniques.
Selling it at this price was reasonable. One shouldn't be overly greedy. Mu Tian and Gung Qian signed the 2 contracts, and Mu Tian proceeded to copy the biomimetic Falcon technology files onto a hard drive from his computer.
Lieutenant Colonel Gung, this drive contains all the technical documentation for our biomimetic series, including biomimetic humans, fish, birds, and other common animals.
This is a truly unexpected bonus. Thank you so much, President Mu. Gung Qian carefully secured the hard drive in a security case.
These biomimetic technologies involve many specialized production materials. If you are unable to manufacture them yourselves, you are welcome to procure them from us.
Understood.
We will certainly get in touch if we have such needs.
Gung Qian also knew that possessing the technology wasn't always sufficient for production.
Take America's F-35 fighter jet for instance. They have the technology, but if Dragon Country were to halt the supply of rare earth metal materials, producing more F-35s would become exceedingly difficult. Mu Tian packaged 2 canisters of tea leaves and handed them to Gung Qian. Remember, the tea brewed from these leaves must be consumed within 3 hours. Gung Qian found it normal that this specially processed tea had a time limit for consumption, so he didn't question the reason.
President Mu, 1 canister is more than enough for me to savor at home. 2 is too generous. We've known each other for so long, we're practically brothers.
It's only right for a younger brother to give his elder brother 2 canisters.
Why would you decline? All right.
I'll gladly accept you as my sworn brother.
In return, I'll bring you some local specialties from my hometown next time. That would be wonderful.
Mu Tian's tea leaves were steeped in life water and then naturally dried, a process designed to conceal their true nature during regular consumption. According to Xiaomeng's analysis, tea leaves infused with life water not only retained their life-extending and anti-aging properties but also subtly enhanced human brain development. Gung Qian arrived laden with fatigue but left feeling refreshed and invigorated, carrying his prized security case in his right hand and the 2 canisters of tea in his left. Today was July 15th, the start of the clinical trials for the ALS miracle drug. After seeing Gung Qian off, Mu Tian took a car to Yang County Hospital. Like the previous announcement, today's clinical trial for the ALS drug was being broadcast live. When Mu Tian arrived at one of the designated trial wards, a phone was already set up for the livestream aimed at the 4 patients in their beds. However, inside the ward, a little girl of about 4 years old was crying hysterically while clinging to the leg of a Tianmu Pharmaceuticals employee. This employee was a researcher from the Tianmu Pharmaceuticals Drug Research Institute, specifically assigned to track clinical trial data for the patients in this ward.
The tearful scene was puzzling, so Mu Tian consulted Xiaomeng. The female employee managing the livestream was one of Xiao Meng's avatars and knew the whole story.
It turned out that this employee named Du Zikong had encountered his ex-girlfriend. Unbeknownst to him, she had broken up with him years ago because she was diagnosed with ALS. What's more, his ex-girlfriend had given birth to his adorable daughter. Just moments ago, Du Zikong, his face etched with heartache, had spoken at length with Meng Siyu.
Now, having recognized each other, Du Zikong had overcome his initial shock.
He accepted Meng Siyu lying in the hospital bed and embraced the reality of having a daughter gently comforting her.
It was a drama unfolding in real life.
Netizens in the livestream chat were unanimously posting bullet comments: "I believe in love and fate again."
Mu Tian walked over and patted Du Zikong on the shoulder.
"Take the little girl and comfort her properly for a while.
I'll handle things here." Du Zikong looked up to see Mu Tian's smiling face, his eyes welling up with tears. Okay, thank you, President Mu. Xiaoqiao, say hello to Uncle and let's step aside so we don't disturb your mother's treatment, alright?
Meng Xiaoqiao no Du Xiaoqiao now said with tearful eyes, "Hello, Uncle."
Xiaoqiao won't cry anymore. You must cure my mommy, okay? Mu Tian gently ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled. Of course I will. Your mommy will be able to get out of bed and play with you in a few days.
Du Zikong picked up Xiaoqiao and sat down on a nearby bench. Meng Siyu's parents had been silently watching the father and daughter reunion, tears streaming down their faces. It was truly a blessing from heaven. Not only was there hope for their daughter's recovery, but a son-in-law had also been delivered to them.
They would definitely offer prayers to Xiaoqiao's great-grandparents when they got home.
Meanwhile, in the livestream, netizens were thrilled to see Mu Tian so close to the camera and flooded the chat with greetings.
Hello, President Mu. You're so handsome. I'm 18 and pretty as a flower. Can I be your girlfriend?
President Mu is so approachable, no airs at all, unlike the boss of a trillion-yuan conglomerate. President Mu is a researcher, not a manager, so of course he has no corporate airs.
President Mu, could you chat with us for a bit? Streamer, get President Mu to talk to us.
I'll send you 10 big airplanes.
Oh, why don't you have a tipping feature enabled in your stream? Boss, the netizens would like you to say a few words to them. The female robot employee reported faithfully.
After the medical staff finished administering the medication to all 4 patients via nasal feeding tubes, Mu Tian approached the livestream camera and waved to the netizens.
Hello everyone, I'm Mu Tian.
I'm very glad to meet you all here in the livestream. Over 1 million viewers were in the livestream and the number was still climbing. Now that they had the chance to chat with Mu Tian up close, they all typed their thoughts onto the public screen. The scrolling barrage of comments was moving too fast for the naked eye to catch any specific message. Fortunately, Mu Tian had Xiao Meng to help him filter out the vast majority of meaningless comments.
I'm not sure what you all want to talk about. How about this, you ask questions and I'll answer the ones that seem to be on everyone's minds. Mu Tian had no live streaming experience, but he'd seen it done before.
He simply set up a QA segment. After a brief pause of a few seconds, the barrage of comments went wild again. After waiting about 30 seconds, Mu Tian smiled and said, "Alright, 8 questions that you all seem to care about have been compiled. First, many friends in the stream are curious if I have a girlfriend or a wife.
It's a bit personal, but I can share. Currently I have someone I'm interested in and I'm planning to find the right moment to confess to her."
The moment he said this, the hearts of the young female viewers in the stream shattered. Chairman Mu had someone in his heart, so they didn't stand a chance. Some girls who considered themselves exceptionally beautiful and talented had even thought of applying for a job at Tianmu Technology to get close to him. But now their dreams were over before they even began.
Mu Tian moved on to the second question: when would Tianmu Motors launch its cars? I know everyone is looking forward to the launch of Tianmu Motors. We've just completed the acquisition of the factory.
Setting up the production lines and training the staff will take about half a month.
Around mid-August we'll hold the launch event for Tianmu Motors. Everyone is welcome to attend.
At that point, many netizens pressed for the exact price of the Tianmu cars.
Mu Tian knew these were likely people from the New Energy Vehicle Alliance desperate for answers. Mu Tian wasn't worried about them trying to sabotage things. His automotive industry didn't rely on any external parts suppliers. Tianmu Technology has always aimed to create products that everyone in Dragon Country can afford.
Therefore, Tianmu Motors will release 3 car models. One is a sedan at 120,000 RMB, one is an SUV at 180,000 RMB, and there's a sports car at 30,000 RMB. What do you all think of these prices?
Feel free to leave a comment below.
A flurry of 666-inch Chairman Mu's righteous comments flashed across the screen, showing that everyone was very satisfied with the prices of the 3 models. The netizens were happy, but the bosses and shareholders of the New Energy Vehicle Alliance were all pale with shock. This was a disaster. They should have just cooperated from the start instead of trying to buy into Tianmu Energy. Now Tianmu Technology had just flipped the table and refused to play their game.
Wasn't this a death sentence for them?
No, we can't just sit here and wait to die.
We have to drain the consumers' wallets before the Tianmu car is launched.
Right, we'll cut our prices. Even if we have to sell at half price, we need to undercut the Tianmu car.
I agree.
As long as we can get our prices below 120000, we can empty the pockets of potential car buyers.
Let's do it. We'll run a 50% off promotion for a month across all models.
Tian had no idea that revealing his car prices would cause the New Energy Vehicle Alliance to band together for a promotional war. Tian then looked at the third question: why was traditional Chinese medicine so powerful that it could cure cancer and ALS? Actually, in TCM theory there are no such terms as cancer or ALS.
Cancer and ALS are terms coined by Western medicine. In TCM there's no such concept as cancer. Long ago there were many folktales in Dragon Country about old TCM practitioners curing cancer. Some of these stories were actually true. But the prerequisite for TCM to treat cancer is having high-quality medicinal herbs.
Otherwise even a miracle doctor would find it impossible to work without the proper materials.
As for ALS, it goes without saying.
With good herbs and a skilled doctor there is a strong chance of a cure. Tianmu Technology uses a technique to supplement the key active substances in Chinese herbs which solves the problem of insufficient potency. That's how we were able to develop our highly effective medicines.
Tian's words left the uninitiated viewers in the stream utterly bewildered.
Only those who practice TCM truly understood the weight of what he was saying. The Dragon Country Traditional Chinese Medicine Association had convened a special meeting today specifically to observe how Tianmu Technology was going to help ALS patients recover. Now that Tian had pointed out the root cause of TCM's decline, they all agreed with him deeply but felt helpless to change it.
They didn't have the technology like Tianmu Technology to enhance the potency of medicinal herbs. Promoting TCM culture was a long and arduous road. Tian smiled and continued, let's talk about the difference between TCM and Western medicine. TCM is the ancestor of Western medicine. The surgical instruments used in Western medicine are actually modeled after the ancient instruments from our ancestors.
When Western medicine treats a patient, it suppresses or removes the problematic part of the body. This method of treatment often fails to cure the root cause of the disease. In fact, for the vast majority of illnesses after being suppressed, it's the patient's own immune system that gradually heals them. I'm not saying this to deny the value of Western medicine. I just want to say that when we integrate TCM with Western medicine, the diagnosis and treatment outcomes will be even better. Tian didn't want to make any disparaging remarks about Western medicine during today's livestream. In the end, he gave a balanced answer to conclude the third question. After all, there were over 14 million healthcare workers in Dragon Country, and Western medicine wasn't inherently bad.
It's just that Tian couldn't stand the fact that a simple cold nowadays could cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan. This trend seemed to be getting worse. When patients are treated as customers, treating illness becomes just another business, and that's a serious social problem these days. The fourth question was, will Tianmu Technology manufacture weapons? This was definitely what those foreigners were most eager to know.
The fact that Tianmu Technology had obtained military industry qualifications wasn't a secret.
Last month a fully armed military police company had been stationed outside the Tianmu Technology building.
It was obvious that this was a company under high-level protection.
Who would believe they didn't have some major secrets?
Tian smiled calmly and said, the fourth question is whether Tianmu Technology will manufacture weapons. To answer that, I want to say that the ideals of Tianmu Technology are the same as the ideals of Dragon Country, which are to reach the stars and the vast ocean. The Earth is too small and its resources are limited. If we don't find a new resource-rich or habitable planet before the Earth's resources are depleted, humanity will face decline after prosperity or even extinction.
Some countries like to create wars, commit genocide, and stir up global instability. Their vision is extremely short-sighted.
If one day our Dragon Country flies beyond Earth and out of the solar system, it will be the result of our own efforts, and it has nothing to do with other countries.
I hope they won't try to morally blackmail us then.
Just as Tian was about to answer the fifth question, the nurse who had been monitoring the patient's vitals suddenly gasped. Her fingers moved. Look, her fingers are moving. This special medicine really works. Meng Xiyu had longed to cry under Du Zikong's comforting words, yet her emaciated body made even shedding tears a luxury she could not afford.
As the ALS-specific medication was administered into her stomach, its effects began to take hold throughout her body. Waves of warmth surged through her rigid limbs, the power of life itself forcing open the blocked meridians one by one.
At a certain moment, Meng Xiyu felt a faint flicker of sensation return to her fingers. She immediately attempted to move them, however weakly and slowly. Within this ward, Meng Xiyu was the youngest patient, and it was only natural that her recovery would progress more swiftly than the others. Tian approached her bedside and meticulously recorded her recovery progress. According to our laboratory's projections, severe patients will regain sensation in their limbs within the first week and see a full restoration of organ function within a month.
That concludes my meeting with all of you today. Should the opportunity arise, we can talk more in the future. Tian, eager to avoid the remaining 4 questions, sought to make a swift exit.
Stepping away from the live broadcast, Tian approached Du Zikong with a smile.
Congratulations on becoming a father. Don't forget to save me a piece of your celebration candy. Du Zikong stood up, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. Thank you, Chairman Mu. I certainly won't forget your candy. Tian's words were a subtle reminder not to let the girl down. After waiting for you all this time, she's even born your child. Shouldn't you make things official soon? Patting Du Zikong on the shoulder, Tian left the ward with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu.
He made rounds to other wards, confirming that all other volunteers were recovering well before preparing to leave the hospital. Lu Shuling, who was observing patients in another ward, saw Tian about to leave and hurriedly caught his sleeve.
Boss, when can you spare some time to guide me again? I'm completely lost with the AIDS-specific medication. Lu Shuling asked in a hushed tone. Wait until you finish this clinical trial.
Why the rush?
Eager to steal the spotlight again. You know me too well, boss. My grandpa called last night to praise me.
Oh. And what did old Master Lu say? Is he interested in coming to work at our research institute? My grandpa said that since the younger generation is carrying on the legacy of traditional Chinese medicine, this old frame of his can rest easy knowing his ancestors are honored.
He doesn't wish to come, he wants us to keep raising the banner.
What a pity. Your grandfather is a seasoned practitioner of traditional medicine and his acupuncture skills are truly exceptional.
Boss, I've inherited my grandpa's acupuncture skills too.
You have? Then who was it that needled the lab rabbit into a state of paralysis?
That was an accident. Alright, keep working. I need to get back to my own tasks. Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' next product was the AIDS-specific medication. However, it was clear that traditional Chinese medicine alone could not completely cure the disease. It delved into the realms of virology and human genetics. This was why Lu Shuling was at a complete loss. Even after reviewing Tian's treatment plan, she remained utterly bewildered and unable to begin. Leaving the hospital, Tian returned to the laboratory to continue assembling his fighter jet piece by piece. The United States had already announced a joint maritime exercise scheduled for July 31st. Tian aimed to assemble a prototype of the Bitey fighter jet before the 31st. He had the lab's robots accelerate the parts manufacturing while he began the meticulous assembly process himself. By mid-afternoon, after consuming a body-strengthening pill and a hearty meal, Nua alerted Tian that his body had reached its limit and was ready for a breakthrough. Nua, let's do it.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Big brother, it might hurt a little.
A little pain is nothing. Let's go.
Alright then, lie down comfortably, big brother. As Tian lay on the bed in the lab's rest area, a bone-deep agonizing pain erupted from within. The pain came from every fiber of his being, causing Tian to faint cleanly away. Nua was enhancing his physical strength and spiritual power by using the happiness it had collected. But when this happiness was channeled into Tian, it manifested as intense stimulation and suffering. As the saying goes, a sharp sword is honed from grinding. Tian too had to endure both physical and spiritual torment to grow stronger. Unaware of how much time had passed, the sky outside had grown completely dark. The laboratory lights were switched on under Xiao Meng's control. Wu Xiao and Yun Meng had both called 2 or 3 times, but Xiao Meng had mimicked Tian's voice to reply that he was busy with experiments and would return late.
Hiss. That was truly agonizing. Nua, you didn't mention it would hurt this much. Tian woke up clutching his head. If I had told you how painful it would be, would you have remained so calm, big brother? Nua was nibbling on a large slice of watermelon, a true little foodie. Alright, you have a point.
If you had told me the pain would be enough to knock me out, I might have been a bit scared.
I'm hungry again. Let me eat something first.
Tian rubbed his now flat stomach and hastily began eating the food that had been prepared nearby.
This time it took 3 portions of food before Tian finally felt somewhat full.
Big brother, as your physical strength and spiritual power increase, your body's need for energy grows as well. This requires you to eat more or consume high-energy foods.
What are high-energy foods?
For instance, rice and ingredients cooked with water that has been infused with life water.
Can't I just drink the life water directly? No, you can't.
Life water must be combined with other things to produce different effects.
Alright then.
I'll just have to soak more ingredients at home and cook for myself at the company.
Now let me see what advanced technology Xiao Meng has provided next.
Tian had always been curious about the high-level technologies Xiao Meng provided. What could be the next evolutionary version of the low-orbit flying vehicle? The interstellar mini-flyer capable of flight within small star systems was a compact interstellar transport vehicle.
Tian finally saw what the successor to the low-orbit vehicle was.
His mind was now exceptionally clear and he could comprehend even the advanced technology without difficulty. Xiaomeng still had a vast trove of high-level technical data for Tian to learn one by one. However, it was already quite late, past 10 in the evening, and time to head home. As Tian rose from the bed, he noticed his clothes and trousers seemed to have become a bit shorter.
Big brother, you've now grown to 1.75 meters tall. I've grown. I'm 1.75 meters now. Ha ha ha.
If there was any unexpected bonus, it was his increase in height.
Tian had always been somewhat disgruntled about being only 1.68 meters.
Now his wish had finally come true. With his new height, his old clothes no longer fit.
Tian had Xiaomeng use the atomic level 3D printer to create a new set of clothes matching his current size. After changing, Tian tried jumping on the spot.
To his shock, a simple hop sent him over a meter into the air, nearly causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. Big brother, you'll need a few days to get used to your new physical strength and power.
Yeah, I almost took a spill just now. I'll start running tomorrow morning.
And so starting the next day, Yi Zhiqiu and the others could only reluctantly join Tian for his early morning runs. At a little past 7 in the morning, Yi Zhiqiu and his 4 teammates followed Tian along with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu on their morning run. Trailing behind Yi Zhiqiu and the others were already gasping for breath, their lungs burning with exertion.
An ordinary person would be utterly exhausted after running 10 laps around the village loop, 2 kilometers per lap, totaling nearly 20 kilometers.
Were it not for their exceptional physical conditioning, Yi Zhiqiu and his team would have long since collapsed.
Chairman Mu. Ha! Can we take a break?
Yi Zhiqiu pleaded, hoping to make Tian stop. He was genuinely worried the man might drop dead mid-run, which would weigh heavily on his conscience. Tian slowed his pace slightly, falling into a gentle jog alongside Yi Zhiqiu.
Brother Yi, I'm currently experimenting with a body-strengthening medicine.
I must exercise to a certain threshold before I can stop.
Tian explained his extraordinary stamina without a hint of breathlessness or change in expression.
Only by demonstrating his ability to protect himself could he convince Yi Zhiqiu that he no longer needed a constant entourage, a wasteful drain on both manpower and resources. As for exposing the body-strengthening pill, it mattered little, he had already broken through his own limits. Even if others used the pill, they could at most reach the pinnacle of human potential, 10 times the strength and agility of an ordinary person.
Ha! What? Chairman Mu, you took drugs today. No wonder. Ha!
Tian gradually slowed to a normal walking pace, and only then could Yi Zhiqiu and his men finally catch their breath, panting heavily.
Tian smiled softly. Indeed.
I've been researching a drug that enhances the human body with no side effects.
I call it the body-strengthening pill.
Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression clearly saying, "You can't fool me into leaving." Seeing that Yi Zhiqiu and his men remained skeptical, Tian decided to demonstrate. Glancing around to confirm they were alone, Tian walked a few meters ahead, channeled force into his legs and leaped skyward. With a full power jump, he soared to a height of roughly 12 meters before descending rapidly.
A soft thud echoed as Tian landed steadily with slightly bent knees.
Yi Zhiqiu and his team were utterly astounded, staring at him as if he were a monster, their breathing growing even more ragged. Chairman Mu, has this drug been perfected?
Are you selling it? After a brief moment of shock, Yi Zhiqiu immediately grasped the immense value of the body-strengthening pill.
Previously, the Dragon Country's security department had purchased a batch of multifunctional combat wrist guards from Tian, providing frontline operatives with a measure of safety. Now, if the body-strengthening pill could turn their elite personnel into superhumans, wouldn't that make them both impenetrable on defense and unstoppable on offense? He had to buy it, even if he had to throw a tantrum. He was determined to secure the body-strengthening pill from Chairman Mu this time.
Tian nodded with a chuckle. I'm the first successful test subject.
I can currently lift 1,000 kilograms, leap 12 meters into the air, sprint 100 meters in 4 seconds, and even recover quickly from cuts by ordinary blades.
With every physical metric Tian listed, the eyes of Yi Zhiqiu and his men grew brighter. Aside from the inability to fly, wasn't this practically a superhuman?
In truth, the physical metrics Tian described were merely the data of an ordinary body pushed to its absolute limit, not his own current state. His body had already undergone evolution.
Enhancement and evolution were two entirely different concepts. Evolution signified far greater power. Once Tian finished his explanation, Yi Zhiqiu pressed eagerly, "So Chairman Mu, are you selling the body-strengthening pill?"
Tian had been waiting for precisely that question. He nodded with a smile.
Selling. Of course I'm selling. Just have your procurement officer contact me to place an order. However, you could ease up on the protection detail a bit. There's no need to shadow me every second, you've seen how capable I am at defending myself, right? Yi Zhiqiu shook his head, firmly unwilling to relax his guard for even a moment. I can't do that, Chairman Mu. We have strict orders from above. Even if every one of us falls, we must ensure your safety. Mu Tian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Had he performed all that, the running, the jumping, revealing his trump card, for absolutely nothing? With a soft sigh, Mu Tian resigned himself to Yi Zhiqiu's persistence. But no sooner had he returned home and finished breakfast than Geng Qian's phone call came through. Well, news certainly traveled fast. Brother Mu, you're not being fair to me. Something this important and you didn't tell your old brother first. Brother Geng, I had my reasons for keeping quiet. I wasn't sure it would succeed. If I'd told you prematurely and it failed, wouldn't that just have disappointed you? Fair enough. Alright, I'll forgive you this time. I'll come by around 1 this afternoon to discuss the order for that thing. No problem at all, you're always welcome, Brother Geng. After hanging up with Geng Qian, the procurement officer from the security department also called Mu Tian. However, Mu Tian's relationship with her was merely cordial. They agreed she would come the next morning to place an order for the body strengthening pill. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Tian received the travel-worn Geng Qian in his office. Geng Qian had been busier than ever lately, exhausted yet exhilarated, shuttling constantly between Mu Tian's place and the Northwest base. Just yesterday he had delivered the technical hard drive to the Northwest base and returned to Wu City. This morning he received word from his superiors to purchase the body strengthening pill from Mu Tian. Mu Tian poured Geng Qian a cup of tea before smiling. Brother Geng, your sources are truly impressive. I only mentioned the new drug this morning and you've already caught wind of it. Geng Qian took a satisfying sip of tea before chuckling. When word spreads from your place, anything involving technology or products usable by the military must be shared with us. Last time with the multifunctional combat helmet we shared that intel with them too. We're all working for the country after all. Alright, that makes sense. So do you want to take some samples back for testing before placing the order this time? No need. You've already tested it on yourself successfully. We'll place the order directly. Tell me, brother, what's the efficacy and the price of this body strengthening pill? The body strengthening pill must be taken before meals, 2 pills a day. After taking them you need to eat a full meal and then exercise. It takes a full month of taking the pills for the body to reach its enhanced limit. As for the price, 1,000 yuan per pill. Not expensive, right? The price is very reasonable. Chairman Mu always sets prices within my acceptable range. Spending 60,000 yuan to forge a super soldier is an incredible bargain. Good. So how large an order are you placing? Just to be clear, don't hit me with millions of pills at once. I don't have that many medicinal herbs. Haha, don't worry. We don't have that kind of budget anyway. Let's start with 60,000 pills for now. Zhao Yu also dreamed of enhancing every soldier in the Dragon Country into a super soldier. But that was unrealistic, the cost would be astronomical and there was no immediate need. Maintaining a special operations force of 1 to 10,000 would suffice. That alone would be a fearsome trump card. 60,000 pills will take a week to deliver. No problem. By then it should be around the time we set off for the Southern Sea together. Time to deal with the monkeys. Mu Tian's eyes lit up. His plan could finally begin. This time Mu Tian's journey to the Southern Sea was not merely a whim to clear his mind. He intended to deploy the multifunctional power generating trees to address the crisis of seawater contaminated by nuclear fuel. Additionally, he planned to unveil the Baidi fighter jet and the Zhoutian drone carrier he had designed the previous night, thereby bolstering the Dragon Nation's military prowess. The Zhoutian drone carrier designed by Mu Tian could house 200 small foldable drones. The carrier boasted a range of 1 million kilometers, achieving speeds of Mach 12 within the atmosphere and Mach 50 in outer space. It was powered by a nuclear fusion reactor propelled by anti-gravity engines and equipped with cutting-edge technology such as a quantum radar capable of detecting targets up to 10,000 kilometers away. The range was limited by reactor fuel, preventing infinite endurance. The swarm drones boasted a 2,000 kilometer range powered by metallic hydrogen batteries and equipped with anti-gravity engines. Their armament consisted of potent non-nuclear hydrogen bombs, true microscale nuclear fusion warheads. Having acquired partial technological data from a Type II cosmic civilization, Mu Tian was now capable of manufacturing interstellar warships and spacecraft. He could now openly share technology befitting a Type I civilization. During this expedition he also planned to clandestinely harvest minerals using his spatial storage to collect them, intending to construct an interstellar warship within his space. Purchasing materials for a warship was out of the question as its immense size would demand exorbitant costs he could not afford.
After seeing off Gengqian, Mu Tian hurried to the laboratory to assemble the bitey fighter jet.
This time he didn't deliberately slow down, instead directing Xiao Meng to coordinate the robots in completing the task.
As for the Zhoutian drone carrier, Mu Tian manufactured it directly within his spatial realm. The materials for an aircraft with a 40-meter wingspan were well within his budget. Mu Tian had already instructed Wang Kai to procure deuterium-tritium fusion fuel from official channels. It would be rather awkward to complete the machines only to lack the necessary reaction fuel. 6 nights later, 2 completed aircraft stood in Mu Tian's fighter jet laboratory, a bitey fighter prototype and a Zhoutian drone carrier prototype, both fully loaded with fusion fuel and weaponry.
Xiao Meng, take control of the company's surveillance cameras. I want to test these 2 aircraft. Boss, the cameras are under control and the laboratory roof is open. Excellent. Then I shall be the bitey's first pilot. Mu Tian swiftly climbed into the bitey's cockpit, eager to personally experience the sensation of soaring through the heavens. Even though he possessed a car disguised as a near-Earth orbital vehicle, he had never taken to the skies. He reserved his first journey into the cosmos for the bitey fighter. Brother, is flying a plane really that fun? Of course it is. What man doesn't love piloting an aircraft? Don't you find it appealing, Nuonuo? It's alright, I suppose. I don't have a physical form yet, so I can't experience it firsthand. Hold on tight, we're taking off. Hee, I don't need to sit. As Mu Tian pressed the startup button, a deep male voice resonated within the cockpit. Bitey welcomes you. Now equipping flight safety assurance device. A mechanical arm extended from behind the cockpit, placing a flight helmet on Mu Tian's head, while a flight suit emerged from the pilot's seat, enveloping his entire body. Flight safety device equipped. Please issue further instructions, pilot. Bitey, take off. Target Earth's outer space. Command received. Bitey is taking off. Target outer space. Xiao Meng, turn off the lab lights and have the Zhoutian drone carrier follow the bitey. Understood, boss. The Zhoutian drone carrier is now starting up. As the bitey accelerated, Mu Tian felt the increasing g-forces pressing against his body. However, given his current physical conditioning, he handled the pressure with ease. The bitey fighter and the Zhoutian drone carrier shared identical speed range and other technical specifications. The primary distinction was that one was manned and the other was unmanned. Furthermore, the bitey's weapon systems were a formidable arsenal, equipped not only with 20 micronuclear-free hydrogen bombs but also 2 plasma laser cannons, an undeniable instrument of mass destruction. Under the cover of the pitch-black night, the bitey fighter and the Zhoutian drone carrier rapidly ascended into the Dragon Nation's outer space. Thanks to Xiao Meng's interference, not a single Dragon Nation satellite detected their presence. Xiao Meng also noted the activity of numerous foreign spy satellites in the vicinity and proceeded to jam their signals as well. Xiao Meng identified a few of the American spy satellites within the Dragon Nation's range. I want to test the power of the laser cannons. I've marked the coordinates of 10 spy satellites for you, boss. Please begin your performance. Bitey, engage free flight. Use the laser cannons to strike these 10 targets. Understood. Commencing attack orders. The bitey fighter didn't require manual piloting, it relied more on the pilot issuing precise commands. Of course, it could be switched to manual control if necessary. For now, Mu Tian allowed the bitey to autonomously navigate to an optimal distance from the spy satellites before launching its attack. The bitey's automated attack sequence was exceptionally swift and efficient. In less than 5 minutes, 10 American spy satellites operating over the Dragon Nation were reduced to cosmic dust. Impressive, very impressive. Accurate and fast. Truly a pinnacle of Type 1 civilization warfare technology. Brother, shooting down satellites like this is bound to make the Americans paranoid. I was merely testing the fighter's weaponry. I care little for American paranoia. Xiao Meng marked 10 spy satellites from every other nation excluding the Dragon Nation. We must be impartial and treat all equally. Having struck one nation, it was only fair to strike the others. Thus, within half an hour, satellite bases across various countries erupted with top-level red alerts as their spy satellites went silent. An American satellite base also blared with a top-level red alert. 10 of their spy satellites operating over the Dragon Nation had all lost contact within 5 minutes. Mijia, sweating profusely, watched his subordinates desperately try to re-establish contact with the 10 satellites. He had just been rudely interrupted from his office rendezvous with his female assistant, and now he was terrified. If the 10 satellites were destroyed while he was shirking his duties, his career would be over. Damn it was all that seductive demon's fault for constantly distracting him. Sir, we should report this. We've lost contact. They were likely taken out by the Dragon Nation. FK. Try again. How could the Dragon Nation possibly know our satellite coordinates? Would they really waste intercontinental missiles on satellites? Sir, it's useless. There's no signal to be found. Useless.
Resigned to his fate, Midja returned to his office and picked up his desk phone to call the Pentagon. 10 minutes later, the Pentagon issued a severe protest to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, accusing them of using unknown weapons to destroy their communication satellites. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense replied, "Being unjustly blamed for something feels like a baseless accusation and a deliberate provocation. Who would have the time to shoot down your communication satellites? Are American communication satellites really that valuable?" In a small courtyard in the capital, Defense Minister Sun Siki received the news and felt that the Americans were indeed barking up the wrong tree this time. Minister Sun, could it be that someone was testing a weapon without reporting it? Sun Siki's assistant pondered aloud. That's a real possibility. Those fellows always perfect their new toys in secret before announcing success. Sun Siki thought this was the only plausible explanation, as such incidents had occurred before. For instance, the aircraft carrier arresting cables, the stealth coatings for fighter jets, and the carbon fiber materials were all developed quietly. Some products were even used by foreigners before the Dragon Kingdom's own people got to use them. Isn't that infuriating? Should we send someone to investigate? We must investigate, but discreetly. No need to make a fuss. I wonder who is behind this. First, have someone check on the companies that manufacture laser cutting machines. Alright, you rest, Minister. I'll get to work on this. In Wu City, Gengqian was fast asleep, conserving his energy for the mission to the Southern Sea the next day. A special ringtone abruptly jolted him from his slumber. Gengqian didn't hesitate. He sat up and answered the phone. General Zhao, hello. Xiao Gung, did I disturb your rest? When you pick up Mu Tian from Tianmu Technology tomorrow, ask him if he was responsible for tonight's incident. Tonight's incident? I was asleep by 9. Could you tell me what happened? I don't have the details either. Check the Ministry of Defense website later. I have a strong feeling Mu Tian is behind this. When Zhao Yu received the news, his first thought wasn't about other laser cutting machine manufacturers but about Mu Tian's Tianmu technology. Wasn't there talk that Mu Tian was researching fighter jets? And not just any fighter jets but 6th generation ones. Zhao Yu's intuition told him Mu Tian was the mastermind. Alright, I'll check right away and casually ask Chairman Mu tomorrow. After hanging up, Gengqian went to the Ministry of Defense website to see what could have prompted such a late-night call from General Zhao. Wow! Who is the genius behind this masterpiece? They've taken out spy satellites from every country that has them except the Dragon Kingdom. Nearly 60 spy satellites down. Impressive. Could it really be Brother Mu? If it is his work, does that mean the new fighter jet has been successfully developed? No, I can't think about this anymore or I won't sleep at all. Gengqian drifted off to sleep with excitement, truly hoping it was Mu Tian's doing. That way he who had discovered this gem could claim another merit. Meanwhile, the night's hero Mu Tian, after orbiting the Blue Star, returned to his laboratory, landing the Nine Heavens drone mothership with satisfaction. That was exhilarating tonight. Nuwa, what do you think? Hee, I'm happy if you're happy, brother. But I bet a lot of people won't be sleeping well tonight. It'd be strange if they could sleep after I shot down their spy satellites. And I'm not really at fault, they're the ones flying their satellites over our heads. Who would tolerate that? It shows they consider Tianmu technology highly worth spying on. Mu Tian hadn't planned on attacking spy satellites today, but he detected foreign spy satellites operating in the space region above Tianmu technology. And since the bitey fighter needed weaponry targets, weren't these perfect? Rumors that the Dragon Kingdom had developed a powerful laser cannon began circulating among the high-level officials of the world's major powers. The leader, known as the King, was in the Black House enjoying a rare quiet morning with his cola when this news ruined his mood. Anderson, didn't your Pentagon have any prior intelligence on this? Mr. President, the Dragon Kingdom must have locked down information tightly to achieve this single strike, destroying nearly 60 satellites. Oh, this is terrible news. Any progress on our laser weapons? I just checked. The CEO of RockCorp says progress is minimal and they're looking for us to fund more research and development. FK. Every time we run into trouble they ask for money and they never seem to deliver anything useful. You know the drill, Mr. President. It's the usual game. I don't care about that. Activate our assets in the Dragon Kingdom. We must find the person or company with this laser weapon technology and then. The king didn't finish the sentence, but everyone knew what the usual course of action was. No need to spell it out. Understood. But that will expose some of our deep cover agents in the Dragon Kingdom. We're at a critical juncture now. Forget about the agent's safety. We must neutralize this threat to sleep soundly again.
I'll get on it. Unbeknownst to Mu Tian, his bold move had stirred up a hidden current, and sleeper agents from several nations were quickly being activated. Back home, Mu Tian packed a small bag. He expected to be away for a few days, so he brought a change of clothes to keep up appearances. This time only Mu Tian was going to the Southern Sea. Yunmeng had wanted to join him for the trip, but she had to stay behind to accompany Wu Xiao. Go ahead, brother. I'll take good care of Mom while you're away. Yunmeng hid her reluctance behind a bright smile. I'll bring you a gift. Do you want something tasty or something fun? Can I have both? Deal. At 8:30 in the morning, Gengxian appeared before Mu Tian, his eyes bloodshot once again. Brother Geng, did you have a wild night with your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. I'm still single. It's just that something happened last night that kept me awake. What happened? Was it exciting? Can you tell me? Sure. Last night some brilliant mind in the Dragon Kingdom shot down about 60 spy satellites belonging to 5 or 6 different countries. I was so thrilled I couldn't sleep all night. Ahem. Why do you assume it was the Dragon Kingdom? Maybe the Americans are crying wolf. Brother Mu, don't you know the Americans? If they had something this good, they'd have announced it already and made a fortune on the stock market. Ahem. You have a point. Let's go. We'll have some tea to wake up first, then I'll take you to pick up the strength-building pills. In Mu Tian's office, the two chatted over tea for half an hour before heading down to the warehouse to load the strength-building pills onto the truck. As the loading was finished, Mu Tian gave Gengxian a mysterious smile. Come on, let me show you 2 amazing things. You won't be sleepy after seeing them. Got new toys. Let's go, show me now. A few minutes later, Gengxian stared in awe at the Bitey fighter jet and the 9 Heavens drone mothership on display in the fighter jet laboratory. This is the Bitey space fighter, slightly different from the design you proposed. This is the 9 Heavens drone mothership carrying 200 small swarm drones. Brother, it was you. You did it last night. Mu Tian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was I who was testing the aerospace fighter last night. It was too late to file a report, my apologies. Gengxian was at a loss for words to describe his astonishment. He never imagined that Mu Tian had successfully developed an aerospace fighter, not a 6th-generation fighter as he had envisioned, but 2 of them. Brother Mu, could you share their approximate capabilities? Gengxian grabbed Mu Tian's shoulders with both hands, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Mu Tian gently removed Gengxian's trembling hands before calmly elaborating. Their flight speeds are Mach 12 within the atmosphere and Mach 50 outside it, with a range of 1 million kilometers. They are powered by compact-controlled nuclear fusion reactors propelled by anti-gravity engines and equipped with quantum radar boasting a detection radius of 10,000 kilometers. Noticing Mu Tian had not mentioned weaponry, Gengxian pressed on. What about the weapons? Surely you didn't forget to arm them, Brother Mu. How did you manage to shoot down the satellite last night then? Mu Tian led Gengxian to the underside of the Bitey fighter and pointed to a plasma cannon. This is a plasma laser cannon with a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Mu Tian then gestured to the exposed bomb bay. These are miniaturized hydrogen bombs with a range of 1,000 kilometers and a yield of 1,000 tons of TNT. They are powered by metallic hydrogen batteries coupled with anti-gravity engines, achieving a speed of Mach 30. Gengxian was now salivating profusely, swallowing repeatedly. Incredible, utterly incredible. Just hearing you describe it makes me think this Bitey fighter is unmatched in the world. A single one of these could make the Americans tremble in fear. Moreover, Brother Mu could definitely mass-produce the Bitey fighters. Soon Dragon Country could tell the US and its allies to back off and no one would dare to make a fuss. After giving Gengxian time to process the information about the Bitey fighter, Mu Tian led him over to the Zhoutian drone carrier. This Zhoutian drone carrier houses 200 swarm drones powered by metallic hydrogen batteries with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Each small drone carries a micro-hydrogen bomb with a range of 500 kilometers and a yield of 200 tons of TNT. This is insane, absolutely insane. Isn't this essentially a bomber? Deploying just one of these could reduce the land of the rising sun to ruins. The poor H-20 bomber program might face another delay, perpetually stuck at a technological crossroads. The technologies integrated into the 2 fighters Brother Mu has unveiled are nothing short of revolutionary. Just listen to the list: controlled nuclear fusion, metallic hydrogen, anti-gravity engines, miniaturized hydrogen bombs, quantum radar. Each of these technologies represents economic value on the scale of 10 trillion. Amazing, truly amazing. Brother Mu, you've unveiled so many cutting-edge technologies at once I feel like prostrating myself before you. Haha, no need for that, I couldn't possibly accept it. When shall we set off? I'm all prepared. Hold on, brother. I need to contact my superiors first. These 2 fighters are far more important than heading to the South Sea to drive away the monkeys. I must report this to the leadership and see what they have to say. Alright, I'll wait for you. Gung Qian wasted no time retreating to a quiet corner to call Zhao Yu.
Leader, here's the situation.
How should we proceed?
After relaying the specifications of the two fighters to Zhao Yu, Gung Qian asked for instructions.
Wow.
Zhao Yu, breaking his usual composure with an expletive, said, ask Mu Tian the price for each fighter and whether he's willing to license the technology to us. In any case, we must secure the purchase of the fighters first. The technology licensing can be negotiated later. The technology Mu Tian presented this time was truly mind-boggling. Even Zhao Yu dared not propose buying the technology outright, merely hoping for a licensing agreement.
Acquiring all the technology would likely exceed Dragon Country's annual fiscal revenue. The controlled nuclear fusion technology alone would command an astronomical price. Mu Tian is a prized asset to Yang Weihua. No one could shamelessly ask him to donate his work. Alright, I'll ask Chairman Mu. What price can you offer?
The Grand Elder recently increased my approval authority to a maximum of 50 billion. After purchasing the fighters, we'll fly them back to the Northwest base tonight.
You can head to the Southern Sea the day after tomorrow. Understood. Mission will be accomplished.
General Zhao used up his entire allocation this time. What a bold move. Filled with admiration for General Zhao, Gung Qian approached Mu Tian, rubbing his hands together. Brother, will buy both fighters.
Name your price.
Mu Tian had no intention of being greedy, so he thought for a moment and said 5 billion per Baidi fighter and 3 billion for the Zhoutian drone carrier.
Gung Qian quickly sealed the deal. Let's sign the contract right now.
By the way, brother, can you license the technology to us?
We're willing to pay the licensing fee. Mu Tian hadn't yet considered the fee amount. Let's discuss the licensing later.
Aren't we supposed to head to the Southern Sea today?
My luggage is all packed.
Gung Qian chuckled sheepishly. Hee, brother, you've unveiled two magnificent treasures. The trip to the Southern Sea to drive away the monkeys will have to be postponed to the day after tomorrow.
Is there a concern?
Just leave the fighters with me for a few days. Chairman Mu, General Zhao can't wait a few more days to see them. He's itching to fly over and take delivery of these two precious gems right now.
Haha, I see.
But these fighters can operate unmanned. Just input the destination coordinates and they'll fly themselves there.
Even so, these two fighters must remain classified for now. They can't be seen by anyone. Don't worry, brother Gung. These fighters also possess optical stealth capabilities. Baidi Zhoutian, activate optical stealth mode. Baidi acknowledged. Zhoutian acknowledged. After two electronic voices sounded, both fighters vanished from Mu Tian and Gung Qian's sight. Last night, due to the darkness, Mu Tian had only asked Xiao Meng to turn off the laboratory lights to prevent any light from spilling out when the roof opened. It didn't mean the fighters lacked optical stealth capabilities. These are the pinnacle of technological achievement. How could they not possess optical stealth? Damn, brother, you've been holding out on us again. Let's go, let's sign the contract immediately.
I'll have General Zhao arrange the payment right away. Gung Qian's sole desire now was to secure the purchase of these two fighters and bring them fully under military control.
His demeanor now resembled that of a wealthy Middle Eastern tycoon. Take your money and stay away from my jets. Mu Tian smiled and signed the contract with Gung Qian, who immediately called Zhao Yu to arrange the payment.
Upon learning of the fighters' optical stealth capabilities and their imminent arrival at the base, Zhao Yu promptly ordered the transfer of funds to Mu Tian.
Baidi Zhoutian, initiate flight mode. Destination coordinates XXXXXX.
After receiving the coordinates from Gung Qian, Mu Tian instructed the two fighters to fly themselves to the Northwest base. Baidi acknowledged initiating flight mode.
Zhoutian acknowledged initiating flight mode.
The laboratory roof slowly opened and the two fighters departed silently, unseen by all. Inside the Northwest base, Zhao Yu immediately sprang into action, ordering the airport runway to be cleared. The perimeter was sealed off and satellite interference was initiated against the space region above.
Xiao Zhao, why did you rush me out of the lab?
I was in the middle of verifying data, said Elder Ning, utterly bewildered as Zhao Yu pulled him along without explanation, asking only for his patience. Zhao Yu looked up at the sky with eager anticipation, hoping to be the first to catch a glimpse of the two fighter jets descending from the heavens, even though they were flying in stealth.
Elder Ning, I've brought you here to see two magnificent treasures. They're almost here. At a hypersonic speed of Mach 50 in space, the flight from Mu Tian's location would take only 7 or 8 minutes, a calculation that even accounted for the time spent on takeoff.
A sudden sonic boom tore through the sky, instantly triggering the Northwest base's air defense system and blaring alarms. Zhao Yu only then realized he had forgotten to notify the base's air defense department. Fortunately, both fighter jets were in stealth mode, achieving not just radar invisibility but optical camouflage as well, rendering the base's radar systems effectively blind. The alarms had been triggered by soldiers on duty who heard the sonic boom and suspected an unidentified aircraft approaching. Tell them to stand down. The alarm.
Our treasures have arrived.
Zhao Yu dispatched his guard to the radar room to order the alarm cancellation. A minute later, as the sirens ceased, the White Emperor fighter and the Nine Heavens drone carrier suddenly materialized, hovering just 100 meters above the airfield. The two aircraft hung perfectly silent in the air.
Haha, Elder Ning, look.
Our two treasures are here. Zhao Yu pointed towards the aircraft as he spoke to Elder Ning.
This. Is this anti-gravity technology?
Elder Ning immediately discerned the secret behind their stationary hover.
Exactly right. They're descending now, let's move aside.
The two fighter jets descended slowly from the sky, landing with perfect stability on the open ground.
White Emperor has arrived at designated coordinates. Access requires correct authentication password.
Nine Heavens has arrived at designated coordinates.
Access requires correct authentication password. The two electronic voices cut off Elder Ning's burgeoning curiosity.
Zhao Yu stepped forward and announced solemnly, 81192, the deck is clear, please return.
Authentication successful. Transferring control. Control rights bound. Authentication successful. Transferring control. Control rights bound.
It happened that when Tian had originally designed the White Emperor fighter, it was April 1st, so he set the authorization password as a tribute to a hero. At that moment, a small drone shot out from one of the Nine Heavens carrier's subcompartments. It hovered in front of Zhao Yu and Elder Ning, carrying two user manuals strapped to its frame. Elder Ning quickly retrieved the manuals and the small drone automatically flew back into its compartment upon completing its task.
Who on earth developed this? It's incredibly intelligent and advanced. Take a guess, Elder Ning.
I can tell from that grin of yours that you bought these from that young man Tian.
Right, you guessed it, Elder Ning.
Now let's see what technical specifications these marvels hold.
Let me just put on my reading glasses first.
Standing beside the two aircraft, Elder Ning and Zhao Yu pored over the manuals, swallowing hard in disbelief. The soldiers on guard duty nearby stared at the White Emperor and Nine Heavens with gleaming, awestruck eyes. They yearned to rush forward and touch the machines, which seemed like peerless treasures to them.
This is it.
With this, the South Heaven Gate project can be completed smoothly. We have all the necessary technology for the Luan Bird Aerospace mothership. Elder Ning concluded after reviewing the manuals. But Tian hasn't yet agreed to license the technology to us. We still need to negotiate, though it shouldn't be a major problem. We only need it for military use. He can still make a fortune in the civilian market.
We'll just offer a generous licensing fee.
Who knows, he might have burned through a huge R&D budget developing all this technology.
Alright, I'll report and discuss this with the Grand Elder later.
After concluding their discussion, Zhao Yu instructed the two aircraft to autonomously fly to the hangar for storage.
Experiments on the aircraft would commence the next day after the test site was prepared.
However, only low-speed flight tests and weapons trials were feasible, as the pilot's physical conditioning was insufficient to withstand the extreme forces of piloting the White Emperor without mortal risk. After watching the two aircraft depart, Tian and Gengxian drove to a military airport in Wu City to board a military transport plane bound for the southern military region. Tian, however, wasn't just carrying a suitcase, he also brought along a large cargo crate.
Brother, what goodies are you hiding in that big crate back there? So secretive. Haha, that's not a weapon. It's a recent invention of mine in energy utilization. I call it the multifunctional power tree. Multifunctional power tree.
What makes it so multifunctional? Besides absorbing light and heat energy, it can also absorb nuclear radiation energy.
A single tree can generate between 200 and 1000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day.
I was thinking of using them to absorb the nuclear radiation in seawater.
What do you think? Holy crap, brother. You might just be the savior of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens.
If the multifunctional power tree works as you say, then we could achieve energy and water independence for our country tomorrow.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We can use the electricity generated by the power trees for seawater purification, ensuring coastal cities in the Dragon Kingdom never face water shortages again.
Even though nuclear fusion could also provide unlimited electricity, nuclear reactions still require materials and labor costs. How could that ever be as cost-effective as the multifunctional power tree?
Once we get there, let's find some nuclear waste to test this multifunctional power tree. I'm curious to see how it absorbs nuclear radiation energy.
Haha, you'll find out soon enough.
Over 2 hours later, Tian and the others boarded the transport plane heading for the southern military region. This time Gengxian was bringing the body strengthening pills to the southern military region with the goal of forging an elite special forces unit. However, Tian was starting to regret taking the transport plane. It was anything but comfortable. Had his body not been enhanced, Tian on his first transport flight might have succumbed to airsickness and vomiting, much to Gengxian's amusement.
At 2 p.m.
The transport plane landed at an airfield in the southern military region. The welcoming party however gave Mu Tian a bit of a shock. Among them was none other than General Peng Xiangyang, the commander of the southern military region.
Ha ha. So this is our genius scientist little brother Mu Tian. Welcome, welcome. Peng Xiangyang extended both hands enthusiastically to shake Mu Tian's. General Peng, you flatter me.
I don't deserve the title of genius.
Come, let me take you both to lunch first.
You must be famished after the flight.
Alright, thank you for your hospitality, General Peng.
The reason for Peng Xiangyang's high regard for Mu Tian was that he had just received word from Jiayu the weapon that had shot down the satellite last night had been identified and its inventor was none other than Mu Tian. This was a huge deal. Since Mu Tian was in his territory, how could Peng Xiangyang not personally host him? He had been coveting the body-strengthening pills for days already. Building a rapport with Mu Tian and showing him around the southern military region was also a task assigned to him by Yang Weihua. The purpose of course was to let Mu Tian see if there was any equipment that could benefit from a technological upgrade. For instance, upgrading an aircraft carrier into an aerospace mothership that seemed like a promising idea. Peng Xiangyang had the bionic Peregrine Falcon strength boosting pills and multifunctional power generating trees from the transport plane moved to the warehouse and stationed heavy guards before he felt at ease taking Mu Tian and Geng Qian for a proper meal.
At the dinner table, Peng Xiangyang asked curiously, Mu Tian, you did a remarkable thing last night. I wonder what you used to shoot down those foreign satellites. Mu Tian was unsure whether the White Emperor and Nine Heavens could be disclosed, so he replied vaguely, General Peng, you should know in a few days. It's definitely a formidable weapon.
Seeing that Mu Tian was reluctant to elaborate, Peng Xiangyang thought to himself that this young man was quite tight-lipped.
Haha, then I'll wait and see. Come, I'll toast you both with tea instead of wine. Xiao Geng, you've worked hard too. You're too kind, General Peng. Not at all, not at all.
After the meal, Peng Xiangyang began to give Mu Tian a tour of the military camp.
Mu Tian, what do you think of this new rifle? It has very low recoil and its range and accuracy are quite good. And look at this tank commissioned a few years ago, it's our current main battle tank. Over there is our new destroyer. In a few days we plan to send it alone to counter the multinational maritime military exercise organized by the U.S. That is the 002 aircraft carrier. Unfortunately, its power system still relies on burning fuel to boil water, so it can't be ready for missions at a moment's notice. And that is the J-20. Would you like to experience sitting in a fighter jet?
Located by the sea, the military port housed an aircraft carrier strike group.
Mu Tian toured it all under Peng Xiangyang's warm hospitality.
General Peng, no need to sit in a fighter jet. Today's ride on the transport plane nearly jolted my last meal right out of me. Haha, those pilots always fly like that, they never treat passengers with care.
The carrier is really massive.
I'm fortunate to have had the chance to tour one.
So do you see any areas that could be improved?
I know you scientific researchers always look for strengths and weaknesses in things. I do have some ideas about the carrier's nuclear power system. I'll send you the design drawings later, see if they're reasonable and usable.
Mu Tian felt he couldn't leave empty-handed, especially since Peng Xiangyang had eagerly shown him around the entire camp. Haha, that's wonderful.
We should pool our wisdom. The biggest problem with the Dragon Nation's carriers was the lack of nuclear power. Mu Tian planned to provide a set of nuclear fusion power system designs, hoping they could be used on the next carrier. After giving Mu Tian a general tour of the military exercise area, Peng Xiangyang went off to arrange his work. He was quite busy and it was already a considerable effort to spare time to host Mu Tian.
Brother Geng, what's our next move?
Brother, I've already contacted the Military Science Institute staff stationed here.
Let's take your multifunctional power generating tree over there for testing.
It was just past 5 in the afternoon, leaving plenty of time for some interesting activities.
Resolving the seawater nuclear contamination issue was urgent and Geng Qian wanted to settle it sooner for peace of mind.
They retrieved the multifunctional power generating tree from the warehouse and headed to a research institute adjacent to the military camp. There happened to be a project team specializing in nuclear batteries, which meant they had no shortage of nuclear waste. The head of the institute knew Geng Qian, who frequently purchased and delivered supplies to various research institutes, making him a familiar face everywhere.
Old Geng, I didn't expect to see you get promoted within just a few days. Hi, hello old Liang. Isn't this all thanks to this young brother beside me? Let me introduce you. This is Mu Tian, Chairman Mu, the chairman of Tianmu Technology. Brother Mu, this is Liang Zihui, the director of Research Institute 899. Geng Qian shook hands with Liang Zihui, then introduced Mu Tian. Liang Zihui quickly extended his right hand to Mu Tian.
So you're Chairman Mu. Your visit truly honors our humble little institute.
Mu Tian replied modestly with a smile, you flatter me. It's my honor to learn from Director Liang.
After the pleasantries, Gung Qian got down to the purpose of their visit. Old Gung Chairman Mu, you mean to use this multifunctional power generating tree to test whether it can absorb the nuclear radiation energy from the nuclear waste?
Yes, Director Liang.
If the absorption effect is good, I plan to mass produce them and then invest in building seawater desalination plants within our national waters.
Excellent. That's truly wonderful. Dealing with nuclear waste has always been a major headache for us. With Chairman Mu's multifunctional power generating tree, everything becomes simple. No time to waste, I'll arrange the venue right away.
Liang Zihui excitedly ran off to organize the experimental site while Mu Tian instructed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to unpack the unloaded cargo crates. When opened, the multifunctional power generating tree stood 4 meters tall and 4 meters wide, entirely black, resembling a black pine tree.
10 minutes later, the experimental site was ready.
Zhang Long carried the multifunctional power generating tree and Zhao Hu brought the components into a sealed underground chamber. The chamber was designed to prevent nuclear radiation leakage with thick lead walls on all sides. After assembling the multifunctional power generating tree and connecting it to various instruments for measuring current and voltage, fully suited experimental personnel placed 1 kilogram of nuclear waste into the chamber.
The experiment officially began. Hey, it's reacting so quickly. Voltage at 380 volts, current at 110 amps, what a powerful generating capability. Look at the radiation meter in the lab.
Just a moment ago its reading was nearly off the scale and now it's only 0.01 millisieverts.
This is absolutely incredible. What a great invention. I wonder what technical principle it uses, it's truly mind-blowing. Liang Zihui and his colleagues stared in disbelief at the data on the electronic instruments in the monitoring room.
Brother Mu, you've secured the seafood freedom for the people of the Dragon Nation.
Gung Qian certainly understood what the success of the experiment meant.
Not only could it solve the water shortage for coastal cities, but it could also protect seafood from nuclear contamination, giving people peace of mind when eating.
Now I can confidently proceed with building the seawater desalination plants.
Brother Mu, what's the effective range of this multifunctional power generating tree?
We won't have to plant them all along our coastline, will we? Of course not. The current 4-meter tall tree has a range of 20 kilometers.
If it were 100 meters tall, its range would be 500 kilometers.
The technological products of a second-level civilization were simply unreasonable. Their underlying principles already surpassed the current framework of physics. But is there enough time to build desalination plants at sea?
According to estimates, the nuclear-contaminated seawater will spread to the Dragon Nation's waters in just over a month.
We'll make it in time. You handle building the islands and I'll handle the funding and equipment. That should speed things up, right?
Mu Tian believed that with the Dragon Nation's reputation as an infrastructure powerhouse, they could construct dozens of artificial islands within a month. Of course, the prerequisite was that the funds were in place, and money was the last thing Mu Tian lacked. In the evening, Mu Tian, Gung Qian and a group of researchers from the institute, including Liang Zihui, gathered for a casual dinner at the cafeteria. Liang Zihui now held Mu Tian in the highest esteem, captivated by the incisive insights on nuclear physics that Mu Tian would casually drop throughout the meal. It could be said that Mu Tian was regarded with the reverence of a towering giant, inspiring awe and admiration among the dozens of staff at the 899 Research Institute who looked upon him as if he were a deity. After all, no one had ever managed to tame the ferocious nature of nuclear radiation so completely. Liang Zihui and his colleagues quickly finished their meal and pulled out their notebooks to jot down Mu Tian's brilliant observations. What began as a pleasant dinner gradually transformed into an impromptu lecture on applied nuclear physics with Mu Tian as the esteemed lecturer. Mu Tian was also keen to impart deeper knowledge on the subject, so he focused on teaching the most practical and applicable aspects to Liang Zihui and the others. By the time Mu Tian and Gung Qian returned to their quarters provided by the military district, it was already 10:30 at night. The 3-hour lecture had left Mu Tian's throat parched.
Brother, thank you for your hard work tonight.
It was no trouble. Being able to offer them some guidance is a form of mutual support among those who share the same path.
Haha, you truly have a clear perspective, brother. Get some good rest.
We'll set off at 8 tomorrow morning to hunt the monkeys.
All right.
I haven't even tested the combat capabilities of the biomimetic peregrine falcon yet.
I'm quite looking forward to it. I gave it a try myself. The results were absolutely top-notch. All right, get some rest. If you need anything, just let the guard at the door know. Okay.
Mu Tian closed the door, but instead of going to sleep, he retrieved a set of individual combat armor from his spatial storage.
This armor was vastly different from the American Iron Man suits.
Because Tony's 5th-generation Iron Man suit primarily relied on repulsor blasts from the palms, and its other weapons, whether missiles or incendiary bombs, were rather primitive in comparison. Mu Tian's combat armor was equipped with two small plasma laser cannons, a laser sword, 20 micro-hydrogen bombs, and boasted both flight capabilities and optical and radar stealth functionalities. It could be said that if Mu Tian were to don this armor, he could easily triumph over an entire American carrier strike group, as he would be the only one capable of landing a hit. After putting on the armor and activating its stealth function, Mu Tian flew out through the open window. He had to admit his first experience with the armor was quite pleasant. The sensation of free flight was truly exhilarating. Mu Tian's room was on the 5th floor and his departure went completely unnoticed. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters into the night sky, he released a near-Earth orbit vehicle from his spatial storage. This was the vehicle in its complete form, not disguised as an ordinary car. It was much larger, measuring 25 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. As he entered the vehicle, Nua flew out from the spatial storage and settled into a seat. "Brother, you're finally done. I was so bored sleeping all day in there." "Is that so? Then could you wipe that grease off the corner of your mouth?" "Hee, I forgot. I just finished eating a whole roasted pig." "You're such a little foodie. Xiaomeng, let's go. Head to the first black mine you found in Heizhou." "Understood." Arriving at the first black mine in 10 minutes. The near-Earth orbit vehicle began to accelerate, entering space before reaching speeds of Mach 50, streaking towards Heizhou. Heizhou was a land of stark contrasts, boasting the most fertile soil, the most abundant resources, and the largest expanse of virgin forest on the planet. Yet paradoxically, its people were the poorest, the laziest, and the most savage. Some scientists had even claimed that black people were the only human race not yet fully evolved. However, their reproductive capacity was the strongest among all races. Heizhou also had the highest number of AIDS infections in the world, with around 80% of its population carrying the HIV virus. Mu Tian had at one point considered not developing a cure for AIDS, fearing he would end up being forced to aid Heizhou and become a fool for doing so. But upon reflection, he realized he could sell the cure to the Dragon Kingdom's government, who could then use it to trade for Heizhou's abundant resources. Lost in thought, Xiaomeng's voice echoed in Mu Tian's mind. "Boss, we've arrived at the destination. The near-Earth orbit vehicle has activated its optical stealth." It was dawn in Heizhou. Mu Tian descended from the vehicle like a phantom. Following Xiaomeng's guidance, he swiftly landed within one of the black mines. In Heizhou, warlords carved out their own territories and illegal mining operations were rampant, with such mines scattered everywhere. Piles of extracted ore stacked like small mountains awaited Mu Tian's collection. To his surprise, the mine had guards patrolling the area. To avoid creating any unsettling incidents, Mu Tian deployed 100 liquid metal robots from his spatial storage. These were the ones Xiaomeng had previously controlled. Mu Tian had loaded 100 of them into his space before departure. Xiaomeng knocked them all out. "I don't want to create a supernatural event with minerals vanishing right under their noses. This isn't a fantasy movie. Boss, occasionally pretending to be a cultivation master wouldn't hurt." Xiaomeng joked, but its actions were swift, directing the robots to fly down and neutralize the patrolling guards. Seeing the task complete, Mu Tian began using his spatial storage to absorb the piles of ore. "Brother, you're taking everything. Won't you leave them a little something?" "Leave it? What for?" "By taking their ore, they're contributing to humanity." "I feel like what you said isn't quite right, but I can't quite articulate why." While amusing Nua, Mu Tian continued his work, emptying the entire mine stockpile of extracted ore. "All right, back to the vehicle. On to the next mine." "Yawn. Brother, I'm sleepy again. This isn't fun at all." "Then go back to sleep. I'll need to rest too once I'm done." After over 2 hours of intense work, Mu Tian had collected ore from 75 mines. He estimated the total weight to be around 4 billion tons, encompassing a variety of minerals. Even some of the large mines controlled by the US and its allies were not spared there or completely cleaned out. Shortly after Mu Tian departed Heizhou, the knocked-out guards began to regain consciousness. They were all horrified to discover that the mountains of ore that had been piled in the open had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a sizable piece of slag behind. The managers of the various mines quickly reported the situation to their bosses, triggering a considerable uproar. Security cameras had captured nothing and satellites overhead had recorded no imagery. In fact, the latest satellite images still showed the mines with their ore piles seemingly intact. The incident was immediately reported by the media, becoming a globally trending topic and adding another unsolved bizarre mystery to the 21st century. It was past 1 a.m. when Mu Tian finally returned to his quarters after a long day of work, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. After a quick wash, he prepared to turn in for the night. Before sleeping, however, Mu Tian decided to have Xiaomeng begin constructing a starship. If materials ran short later, he could venture to Heizhou or dispatch robots to mine on Mars and the ocean floor. Mars mining was a necessity. The resources on Earth's surface all had owners, and Mu Tian felt uneasy about constantly helping himself to others' property.
After all, he was someone with a golden finger. Skulking around wasn't the way. Since Mars was too distant for convenient travel, he decided to start with underwater resources. Mu Tian instructed Xiao Meng to immediately produce a batch of seabed mining machinery and accompanying robots. At 7 the next morning, just as Mu Tian was getting up, Gengxian came knocking. The four of them had a quick breakfast in the cafeteria, boarded a helicopter and landed on a frigate out at sea. The 6 bionic peregrine falcons remained in their cages, shrouded in black cloth, exuding an air of mystery as they were unloaded from the helicopter. Captain Lu Haitao of the frigate warmly received Mu Tian, having been ordered by Peng Shangyang to host and protect him. Chairman Mu, taking these 6 bird cages along, are you planning to go birdwalking at sea? Lu Haitao initiated small talk, knowing it was surely more than that. Mu Tian chuckled. Captain Lu, you've hit the nail on the head. We are indeed heading out to birdwalk at sea. Do you happen to know where the most arrogant monkeys are? Lu Haitao's face twisted with disgust at the mention of monkeys. I certainly do. There's a reef where the monkeys are the most brazen. They occupy our territory, and when we try to drive them off, they make all sorts of provocative gestures. If the higher-ups hadn't forbidden us from attacking first, I'd have sent them to meet their ancestors long ago. Mu Tian said indignantly. Then let's head to that reef today and show them our new equipment. Lu Haitao asked curiously. New equipment? Chairman Mu, you brought new equipment? Mu Tian gestured with his chin toward the 6 bird cages. Isn't that it? You'll see when we get there. Lu Haitao laughed heartily. Haha, then I'll be sure to prepare some peanuts, melon seeds, drinks and water. After 3 hours of sailing, the frigate stopped 50 kilometers from the occupied reef. This distance was close enough the bionic falcons could reach the reef in about 10 minutes. Mu Tian and Gengxian pulled back the black cloths, revealing the bionic peregrine falcons inside. Lu Haitao's eyes widened in shock. Chairman Mu, you don't mean to use these 6 birds to attack those monkeys, do you? Mu Tian nodded with a smile. Indeed, though it's not about pecking them. You'll see in a moment, Captain Lu. I'll let you experience the feeling of birdwalking too. Lu Haitao quickly shook his head in refusal. No, I have my duties. I can't afford to be negligent. At this point, Gengxian stopped being cryptic and began explaining the wonders of the bionic falcons to Lu Haitao. After hearing the explanation, Lu Haitao was thrilled. Well, what are we waiting for? Chairman Mu, let's get started. I'll call old Jiang over and the 6 of us can birdwalk and shoo away the monkeys together. Zhang Liang, who was stationed in the command room, was pulled out by Lu Haitao. Mu Tian briefly introduced the usage of the bionic falcon helmets to them both, then switched on the falcon's activation controls. The 6 falcons were to be commanded by Mu Tian, Gengxian, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Lu Haitao and Zhang Liang. Although Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were robots without brainwaves, they could command the falcons with even greater ease. Once released, the 6 falcons soared into the sky under the gaze of the frigate's entire crew until they vanished from sight. Through the falcon's vision, Lu Haitao and Zhang Liang could now see the nation's vast and beautiful sea, azure skies, azure waters. Guided by satellite navigation, the falcons reached the reef occupied by the Vietnamese monkeys in just about 10 minutes. Chairman Mu, that reef down there is one that the Vietnamese monkeys have occupied for decades. It stands as one of our Navy's regrets. Captain Lu, there's no need for regret. These reefs will be reclaimed in the future. For now, let's give them a taste of our capabilities. Last time we went to drive them off, those monkeys even pulled out their gear and urinated at us. I was itching to shoot their water pipes off. They truly don't know their place. Let me start then. A 30-second infrasound attack should suffice, no need to finish them off in one go. Mu Tian directed his falcon to attack the reef below from high altitude. An invisible wave of infrasound instantly struck all the Vietnamese monkey soldiers on the reef. The falcon was 2 kilometers above the ground, well within attack range. 30 seconds later, the Vietnamese soldiers on the island were foaming at the mouth and collapsing, not a single one spared. Lu Haitao and Zhang Liang were utterly astounded by the result. When had technology advanced to a level they couldn't even recognize? They had heard of infrasound weapons, but none were yet practical for combat. This bionic falcon was simply playing by no rules. With this, who would dare to make a fuss in Dragon Nation's waters? They'd all be taken down. Alright, they'll wake up in about 10 minutes. Then it'll be your turn. Haha, let me go next, Lu Haitao volunteered eagerly. I'll be third, Zhang Liang chimed in, wanting to try. 18 minutes later, the Vietnamese soldiers on the reef sat up one by one, clutching their heads. Some had stumbled and cut their heads, blood still seeping. What's going on? Why did we all suddenly pass out? Was the lunch poisoned? Damn it, I told you the seafood was contaminated by nuclear radiation and shouldn't be eaten, but those kitchen guys still made dishes with it. Maybe it's something else. Forget it, let's just blame the kitchen staff. Come on, let's go settle the score.
The group stood up and headed for the cafeteria to cause trouble, demanding at least medical compensation from the cooks. But they had only taken a few steps when Lu Haitao launched an attack with his falcon. And he didn't use a 30-second burst, he used 35 seconds. This attack was more severe than the last. The Vietnamese soldiers were not only foaming at the mouth but also losing control of their bladders and bowels. Haha, Chairman Mu, 35 seconds works better. Look at them pissing their pants and probably shitting themselves too. Captain Lu, you certainly know how to have fun. Let's use 35 seconds from now on. Old Lu, you did 35 seconds. How about I do 40? Zhang Liang said, raring to go. No, old Zhang. If we play them to death it won't be fun anymore. We need them to keep sending more men. Haha, alright. This time let's see if we don't drive them crazy. A virulent plague erupted on a reef in the Southern Sea, causing intermittent symptoms of splitting headaches, uncontrollable vomiting and incontinence in those afflicted. A sensational piece of news was released around 4 in the afternoon by the official spokesperson of the U-Monkeys. The spokesperson further asserted that the leakage of nuclear fuel from the Neon Country's power plant had caused the marine virus to mutate into a highly virulent strain, demanding that Neon Country take responsibility for the incident. The news spread like wildfire abroad, causing not only widespread panic but also immense excitement among many virologists. Numerous biologists urged their employers or governments to acquire the virus strain from the U-Monkeys. Meanwhile, Mu Tian and his team had already departed from their previous location, heading towards the next island. Before leaving, Mu Tian deployed a biomimetic peregrine falcon on the reef, programmed to unleash an infrasonic attack every hour. The U-Monkey soldiers on the reef were now suffering from agonizing headaches and had nothing left to vomit, the island reeking of filth. The official report from the U-Monkeys was made by an officer during a lucid moment, who also requested a medical team to be dispatched for aid. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a similar outbreak occurred on another reef illegally occupied by the U-Monkeys with identical symptoms, and the entire garrison falling ill. However, just as people were growing anxious over the new virulent marine virus, the Dragon Nation's state media released 2 announcements. The first was the construction of 60 artificial islands within the nation's maritime defense line, each hosting a seawater desalination plant with investments from Tianmu Technology. The second was a new weapon test scheduled for July 31st in a designated area of the Southern Sea, warning all fishing and other vessels to stay clear to avoid accidental casualties. The 2 announcements were met with bewilderment as no detailed explanations were provided. Shouldn't tests of new weapons be conducted in secret? Why choose the open sea and on the very same day as a multinational joint naval exercise? The timing was certainly thought-provoking. In truth, the weapon the Dragon Nation intended to showcase was not the 9 Heavens drone carrier or the White Emperor fighter, but a miniature hydrogen bomb. A hydrogen bomb compact enough to fit in one's arm, traveling at Mach 30, wouldn't that instill fear in those nations parading their strength? Director Mu, is it safe to leave these 6 birds on the island overnight? Perhaps we should retrieve them. Lu Haitao worried about throwing good money after bad. Yes, Director Mu, let's bring the birds back and release them again tomorrow. Zhang Liang also expressed concern about the falcons being discovered. Mu Tian shook his head with a smile. Those birds are hidden in the trees now. The people on the island are too sick to even walk. There's no need to worry. Let them harass those monkeys every hour. Haha, indeed. Those monkeys thought we were helpless against their shamelessness. Now it's time for reckoning. I just hope no one kicks the bucket before dawn. That would be letting them off too easy. Don't worry, Director Mu has calculated it perfectly. They won't die so easily. It'll take at least 3 to 5 days of torment before their lives are in danger. Even better. That will force the U-Monkeys to send medical teams to the islands, and we can take down another batch of them then. Exactly. That night the 4 of them didn't return to the barracks but rested on the frigate, allowing Mu Tian to experience the joy of sleeping at sea. Surrounded by darkness, with only the frigate's light shining and the sea breeze carrying a faint salty scent, Mu Tian waited until midnight, donned his mech suit and flew out once more. This time he headed to an unclaimed area of international waters where he deployed the prefabricated deep-sea mining robots and machinery. Under Xiaomang's scanning, the mineral veins beneath this sea area were mapped with complete clarity. The robots and machines, once submerged, immediately commenced mining operations. Mu Tian would only need to return every 10 days or half a month to collect the mined resources. Brother, I think mining on Mars would be more convenient. We could do it openly and mine as much as we want. Nuwa, you're right. I'll build a small interstellar transport ship tonight. Otherwise we have no way to move the robots and mining equipment to Mars. It's a pity I'm not growing fast enough, otherwise I could help you more. You've already helped me a great deal, Nuwa. I'm very happy. Really. After returning to the frigate, Mu Tian fell into a deep peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the two announcements made by the Dragon Nation were both related to him, even prompting the Know-It-All King to convene an emergency meeting at the Black House.
The Know-It-All King sternly questioned Defense Secretary Anlazan, how do you manage your subordinates? You didn't even know what weapon the Dragon Nation was going to test. Anlazan said helplessly, Mr.
President, the news came too suddenly.
I didn't get a single hint of it.
Oh, you've been derelict in your duties several times lately. I'm considering whether to replace you with someone more competent.
I apologize, Mr. President. Although I don't know what the Dragon Nation's new weapon is this time, I have ascertained one thing: Tian of Tianmu Technology is currently aboard a frigate in the Southern Sea.
We even had to expose an important asset to find this out.
Really? Then what are you waiting for? Launch an F-22 from the Phi Monkeys territory and have a nearby nuclear submarine sink that frigate. Impossible, Mr. President. That would be tantamount to declaring war on the Dragon Nation. I cannot agree to this. Anlazan was no fool. He knew that if he gave the attack order, he would ultimately become the scapegoat.
The Black House officials attending the meeting also opposed the Know-It-All King's decision.
Why not focus on making good money instead of starting a war?
In the end, the Know-It-All King insisted on some form of action, and Anlazan had to agree to plan an operation targeting Tian to appease him. However, they had to wait for days.
Tian remained on the frigate, and there was no intelligence indicating what he was doing at sea.
Within 3 days, 6 medical teams had arrived at the 6 reefs occupied by the U-Monkeys. Only 2 teams managed to successfully evacuate the 6 soldiers from their respective islands. The other 4 medical teams unfortunately arrived right during the scheduled infrasonic attacks and were stranded on the reefs. The 2 vacated reefs were immediately taken over by the Dragon Nation's navy, prompting an immediate protest from the U-Monkeys.
We strongly protest the Dragon Nation's occupation of our reefs.
Return our reefs immediately. However, the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs retorted, "You've occupied our family's reefs for so long, we're not asking for decades of back rent.
Do you still have the nerve to stay?
Besides, there's a highly virulent plague on those islands now.
Do you even dare to come back?"
In a desperate attempt not to lose the remaining 4 reefs, the U-Monkeys began continuously dispatching medical teams to them. But it was like trying to fill the sea with sand. Every medical team that arrived was detained and not a single member escaped. By the 6th day, people on all 4 reefs were in critical condition, with dozens dead. Only then, under the cover of night, did the U-Monkeys send a final medical team for rescue, successfully bringing back the thousands of personnel from the 4 reefs to their home country. By this time it was already July 30th.
The next day was the date of the Dragon Nation's maritime weapon test, which coincided with the multinational naval exercise.
Since Tian had taken the rare opportunity to come out, he naturally wanted to witness the spectacle before heading back.
On July 31, 2019, the Southern Sea was clear and boundless.
The waters were unusually bustling today as naval forces from 18 nations conducted a joint maritime military exercise just beyond the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation. Within its own waters, the Dragon Nation's Navy deployed the 001 aircraft carrier strike group to monitor and stand off against the foreign fleet. Initially, the Dragon Nation intended to send a solitary new Type 055 destroyer to face the fleet alone. However, because Tian was stationed on one of the frigates participating in this exercise, the full carrier strike group was brought in to provide overwhelming presence. The sole White Emperor fighter jet hovered invisibly in the sky while 5 bionic sharks lurked beneath the waves. Aside from Tian, no one on either side of the exercise knew that the White Emperor fighter and the sharks deployed early that morning were meant to prevent anyone from stealthily targeting his people. The 18-nation joint fleet had assembled a total of 46 vessels for the exercise, encompassing various classes of warships, including 3 nuclear submarines lurking below the surface. The combined fleet boasted 3 aircraft carriers belonging to the United States, John Bull and Gall. Why were the 18 nations so eager to participate in this exercise? It was because they all foresaw the imminent rise of the Dragon Nation. Once it rose to power, they feared it would dust off the old ledgers and begin calling out names. Therefore, they had to suppress the Dragon Nation before it could ascend. They planned to cut off its food, oil, minerals and investments, employing every available tactic.
At 10 a.m.
General Mike aboard the USS Blockade grandly announced the commencement of the exercise over the public channel. "I declare the 2019 Dragon Hunt joint military exercise officially underway. Today is a fine day. Let us showcase the advanced capabilities of our respective weapons.
Let the United States first demonstrate the combat power of the F-35 and the Super Hornet."
With that, 10 fighter jets began launching sequentially from the deck of the USS Blockade. As the jets took to the skies, the joint fleet formed up and proceeded with the exercise according to plan. The Land of the Rising Sun also participated in this joint exercise, and despite having just endured a great catastrophe, it did not hesitate to fawn over the United States. Aboard a destroyer from the land of the rising sun, Tanida Maichi received General Mike's orders and began moving towards the target area to launch blank missiles.
Tanida-kun, what do you think the Dragon Nation's reaction will be this time? Asked the adjutant beside him. Taso-kun, the Dragon Nation's reaction is unimportant.
What matters is that we can apply sufficient pressure to force concessions in their technology.
So-ka.
I hope the Dragon Nation understands our good intentions.
It doesn't matter if they don't. We have united to initiate blockades on all fronts. I believe they will not withstand the pressure.
Sir, we have arrived at the designated coordinates, the radar operator reported. Fire 3 blank missiles towards the target direction.
Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, fire. 3 blank missiles streaked towards the direction of the joint fleet. The target was of course not the fleet itself but a target ship positioned behind it.
However, the joint fleet was required to intercept the 3 blank missiles. General Mike had already ordered the launch of interceptor missiles, and close-in weapon systems began shattering as they fired into the sky. Predictably, the 3 blank missiles were quickly intercepted.
On board the Dragon Nation's 001 carrier strike group, Mu Tian watched the satellite surveillance feed and couldn't help but smirk.
Such child's play paraded as a spectacle was almost enough to make him laugh his teeth out.
Xiaomeng, let's add a bit more difficulty to their game.
Mu Tian instructed Xiaomeng to spice things up for the opposing joint fleet, otherwise the soldiers on the Dragon Nation's carrier group would start dozing off. Boss, should I make their warships attack each other? No need for such extremes. Just make the land of the rising sun take the fall.
Understood. I know what to do.
After the 3 blank missiles were intercepted, the next phase of the plan called for the destroyer from the land of the rising sun to launch 10 blank missiles. However, the launch sequence for what should have been 10 blank missiles was surreptitiously altered by Xiaomeng silently swapping them for 4 blank missiles and 6 live anti-ship missiles. Prepare 10 blank missiles.
Countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire.
At Tanida Maichi's command, 5 blank missiles and 5 live missiles were launched. The 4 blank missiles followed their intended flight path, but the 6 live missiles adopted a sea-skimming trajectory.
This anomalous sight sent a chill down Tanida Maichi's spine. Bakayaro.
Who fired live missiles and their targets are locked on the 3 aircraft carriers. Sir, the system reports normal.
Normal my ass. It's over, we're done for this time. By now the smile had vanished from General Mike's face.
He urgently ordered a massive barrage of interceptor missiles. The close-in weapon systems proved useless against the sea-skimming missiles. In the blink of an eye, the 6 anti-ship missiles from the land of the rising sun, met by the despairing gazes of the crews on the 3 carriers, struck their sterns with pinpoint accuracy. The stern is a carrier's Achilles heel, housing its propellers. A hit there cripples the propulsion system, rendering the vessel dead in the water, a stationary target on the high seas. Each of the 3 aircraft carriers had taken 2 anti-ship missiles to the stern. After violent shuddering, all 3 were immediately rendered useless. The Dragon Nation's 001 carrier strike group, poised and vigilant for any tricks from the 18-nation fleet, witnessed the catastrophic scene unfolding on their satellite surveillance screens.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this the biggest blunder of the 21st century? Ha ha. Brilliant. Nice one, land of the rising sun. Come, let's toast with water instead of wine. Cheers. Gengqian clapped Mu Tian on the shoulder, roaring with laughter. It was cathartic, truly cathartic. This time the land of the rising sun wouldn't settle this without paying billions of dollars. And they called this a joint exercise. It turned into infighting right from the start. Mu Tian merely smiled indifferently. In a child's game, isn't it more fun when they start brawling? Just as Mu Tian had anticipated, General Mike concluded that the land of the rising sun was pulling a sneak attack before the war even began, much like the infamous attack on that naval harbor years ago. Enraged, General Mike immediately ordered an attack on the participating vessels of the land of the rising sun, completely ignoring Tanida Maichi's frantic explanations. Fuck. 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 Launched the most ferocious attack on their 2 destroyers and 1 frigate. Unless they surrender within 30 seconds. Warships from 3 nations immediately locked onto the vessels of the land of the rising sun, granting a mere 30-second window to surrender. Their capitulation was swift, vastly outnumbered. The spirit of the broken jewel held no value here. This dashed Mu Tian's hopes of witnessing a good fight. The 18-nation joint exercise was now fizzling out barely an hour after it had begun. Xiaomeng's strike had been too devastating, instantly crippling 3 aircraft carriers. There was no way the exercise could continue. Aboard the 001 carrier, Captain Yu Kai-jiang was laughing so hard his stomach ached. Seeing the opposing forces processing the surrendering sailors from the land of the rising sun, he knew his own mission for the day was about to begin. Launch a J-15. Target the target ship 150 kilometers out. Aye, sir.
A J-15 fighter jet immediately took off from the 001 aircraft carrier. After ascending to a certain altitude, its radar locked onto a target ship located 150 kilometers away. The Dragon Nation had arranged for on-site filming of this weapon test. A drone hovered 1 kilometer above the target ship, capturing real-time footage. Suddenly, a tiny projectile imperceptible to the naked eye struck the dead center of the target ship. Boom! A miniature hydrogen bomb equivalent to 200 tons of TNT detonated, blasting the target ship into fragments while a small mushroom cloud formed at the point of impact. This miniature hydrogen bomb was a pure fusion thermonuclear weapon producing no nuclear radiation. Consequently, the drone and its camera remained undamaged by radiation. Witnessing the successful test of such a powerful radiation-free miniature hydrogen bomb, the 001 carrier strike group erupted in thunderous cheers.
Hoo-hoo! Perfect! Fantastic!
Let's see who dares to speak to us with arrogance now.
Ha ha! From now on, the American carriers can only strut around in their own waters. Deng Qian joined Lu Haitao and the others in cheering, while Mu Tian alone watched their revelry with a faint smile.
Such an outcome had been anticipated by Mu Tian long ago, so it held no surprise for him. Meanwhile, other nations keeping a constant watch on the Dragon Nation's test target ship via satellites also witnessed the explosion. The miniature hydrogen bomb had flown at an incredible Mach 30, covering the 150-kilometer distance in roughly 20 seconds, including acceleration time. The sheer devastation was overwhelming. Now the Donald was not only furious about his own aircraft carrier being sunk by the land of the rising sun, but also deeply shaken by the speed and power of the miniature hydrogen bomb. Anderson said gravely, "According to intelligence from the satellite center, this invisible fast weapon reached a speed of Mach 30 with a yield of approximately 200 tons of TNT. The Donald's hand clutching his cola cup trembled slightly. Condemn. We must immediately right now unite other nations to condemn the Dragon Nation for testing nuclear weapons, violating the Nuclear Weapons Convention and undermining world peace." Anderson pursed his lips and interjected, "Mr. President's satellite detection indicates that the nuclear weapon tested by the Dragon Nation produced no nuclear radiation. Whether it even qualifies as a nuclear weapon remains uncertain." The Donald waved his hand dismissively. "That doesn't matter. What matters is that we have a reason to sanction and blockade the Dragon Nation." Anderson, not being a politician, couldn't fathom the depths of political cunning and simply proceeded to arrange for the condemnation of the Dragon Nation. However, even as the United States was still rallying its allies to launch an international condemnation against the Dragon Nation, the official media of the Dragon Nation took the lead in announcing the new weapon. Dragon Nation official media: "We are pleased to announce that at 1120 a.m. today in our southern sea region, a miniature missile was test-fired from our 001 carrier's aircraft, precisely hitting and destroying the target ship. This missile is the smallest member of our Wentian missile family, with an explosive yield equivalent to 200 tons of TNT, a speed of Mach 30, and a range of 500 kilometers. The successful test of the Wentian miniature missile marks the entry of our nation's weapon design and production into a brand new era, far surpassing the technology of current mainstream weapons. The successful development of the Wentian missile signifies the profound influence of our scientific research personnel's farming philosophy on new type weapon research." The broadcasted announcement was lengthy, but the news only reported the Wentian miniature missile's power and speed. It omitted the capabilities of other Wentian series missiles and disclosed nothing about the composition of their explosive materials. This left people across the globe who were following the Wentian missile frantic with curiosity. After a brief lull, the Dragon Nation's social media platforms erupted into frenzy. Internet celebrities and netizens reposted and commented on the official media's news. "Just took a bite of beef and mom tells me I can stop eating beef from now on. Should I spit out the beef and give it back to the restaurant owner? Crazy, absolutely crazy. Something the size of an arm can fly 500 kilometers at Mach 30 with a blast equivalent to 200 tons of TNT. This world must have gone mad. Can anyone tell me the working principle of this thing? Did our country actually dig up an alien's ancestral grave? Even if the weapon is powerful, what's the use? Can it raise my 3,000 yuan monthly salary to 3,100? Exactly, just go lay bricks. Laying bricks well is patriotism. You two above are ignorant. If the Dragon Nation weren't strong, you wouldn't even have a 3,000 yuan job." 10 hours after the Dragon Nation's announcement, the United States and its allies finally united to pressure and condemn the Dragon Nation at the United Nations General Assembly. The U.S. representative, spewing with indignation, shouted into the microphone, "The United States strongly condemns the Dragon Nation for researching powerful new type nuclear weapons. The Dragon Nation has violated the UN's clauses on nuclear weapon use and research. We demand the Dragon Nation immediately destroy the Wentian series weapons and accept supervision by a UN delegation." Yu Shuang, the Dragon Nation's representative at today's UN meeting, nearly choked on the water in his mouth. Following the U.S. representative's condemnation, it was the turn of the U.S.'s allies and minions, the John Bulls, the Gulls, the Sams and the Rising Sun, to issue their own stern condemnations. The representative of the Rising Sun in particular voiced his condemnation with a hint of trepidation. Now that the Dragon Nation possessed the Wentian missile, could they bypass the nuclear convention and launch relentless bombardments on the Rising Sun?
Truly terrifying.
Surely the Dragon Nation had already mass-produced millions of these great warheads given their notorious firepower insufficiency phobia. After all the condemnations had been voiced, Yu Shuang picked up his prepared speech and began to speak. With a tone that was 3 parts languid, 3 parts sharp, 3 parts mocking and 1 part casual, he delivered what he considered his most assertive address. Dear colleagues, first of all I thank everyone for their condemnations of the Dragon Nation. However, I must state that your condemnations are utter nonsense. Our Dragon Nation's Wentian series missiles are not nuclear weapons, nor have we violated any nuclear convention. Your accusations and demands are unreasonable, and the Dragon Nation expresses its strong dissatisfaction with your condemnations. If you claim our Wentian missile series are nuclear weapons, please provide evidence.
Condemnations without evidence are slander and defamation.
The U.S. representative, seeing Yu Shuang not only refusing to yield but also accusing them of slander, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Where was that affable Yu Shuang who smiled at everyone and frowned at troubles? While Yu Shuang was fiercely rebutting the representatives of many nations, Tian was also concluding his trip to the Southern Sea. Before departing, however, he sought out Peng Xianyang and handed him a hard drive. General Peng, this hard drive contains the design plans for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier system. If you need to procure any materials or require technical support, you can send someone to Tianmu Technology to find me.
Haha, excellent. Tian, anything you provide is certainly a treasure.
Peng Xianyang clutched the hard drive tightly, afraid it might fall and break. Peng Xianyang now had a good guess as to what Tian had used to shoot down the satellite a few days prior. My goodness, it was a miniature hydrogen bomb, Mach 30, range 500 kilometers.
Wouldn't shooting down satellites be as easy as smashing a rotten watermelon?
Tian and Gengqian departed the southern military region, leaving behind 6 bionic peregrine falcons to continue their assault on the remaining occupied islands and reefs. The joint military exercise of the 18-nation fleet beyond the southern seas of the Dragon Nation also came to an abrupt and ignominious end. Although the 3 nations involved reported no nuclear leakage from the reactors of their 3 aircraft carriers, the vessels were effectively scrapped beyond any hope of repair. The crew from the 3 carriers had been transferred to other warships, awaiting the arrival of heavy tugboats to haul the crippled vessels back to their respective home countries. This was a textbook case of attempting to show off and ending up hoisted by one's own petard. The incident was also reported by the Dragon Nation's official media, turning the affair into an international laughingstock. The Neon Island nation paid a hefty compensation of $40 billion for their miscalculation. All participating officers and soldiers from the Neon Island nation, including Yada Minichi, were sentenced to penal servitude. Tian paid little attention to the tumultuous international events. He was, however, once again experiencing the nauseating turbulence aboard the transport plane.
Phew!
I'm alive, barely made it off that transport plane. Tian exhaled a long sigh of relief the moment he disembarked. Haha, brother, you'll get used to it after a few more rides. I fly on these so often my backside's practically calloused.
No thanks. Next time I'll build my own aircraft and we'll fly in that. That works too. With the technology you've mastered, building a plane is well within your capabilities. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing what you create. It's bound to be both fast and smooth. Tian and Gengqian chatted for a while before parting ways.
Tian headed home while Gengqian returned to his post to rest. Those days at sea had been thrilling, but the constant lack of solid ground underfoot left a strange floating sensation.
Xiaomeng, craft some jade jewelry, top-grade quality.
Also make some clothes suitable for my mother in Xiaomeng. And finally some delicacies from Haisheng province.
After parting with Gengqian, Tian got into his car and suddenly remembered he hadn't brought any gifts.
It was his first trip far from home and he had promised Yunmeng a present. Naturally, he couldn't forget his mother's share.
Boss, I prepared the 4 signature dishes of Haisheng province. Is that acceptable?
Yes, that's fine. Brother, are these the 4 signature dishes? Nua materialized several plates of food floating before Tian's eyes, making the hungry man swallow hard.
Hey, you little rascal. You know I haven't eaten since I was on the plane and you're tempting me with this. Well, I have some too now.
Tian retrieved a plate of Wenchang chicken, one of the 4 signature dishes Xiaomeng had just prepared from his spatial storage, grabbed a large drumstick and began to eat.
Hee, I was just reminding you it's lunchtime. Nua is so thoughtful. Let's eat together. This drumstick is delicious. Tian's car was escorted by vehicles carrying Yi Zhiqiu and his team, 3 cars in total, heading towards Huangshe. Unbeknownst to them, the moment Tian's car appeared on the expressway from Wushi to Huangshe, their presence was reported up the chain.
Midway on the expressway from Wuxi to Huangshe as Mu Tian's convoy of 3 cars passed a large cargo truck laden with goods. The truck suddenly swerved, blocking Mu Tian's path.
The event unfolded so rapidly that even Zhao Hu couldn't react in time. Bang! Bang!
Mu Tian's car collided with the truck and Yi Zhiqiu's vehicle behind them, unable to stop in time, slammed into the rear of Mu Tian's car. Fortunately, the 3 vehicles had been maintaining a speed of 80 km per hour, otherwise this rear-end collision could have resulted in severe injuries or worse for the 6 occupants in Yi Zhiqiu's car. As it was, Yi Zhiqiu's team of 6 only suffered minor scrapes and bruises.
Mu Tian was completely unscathed. His formidable body could withstand immense impacts.
The car's protective system had deployed instantly upon impact, cocooning him safely. "Boss, the person in that truck has committed suicide," Zhang Long reported. He had flown out of the vehicle the moment of the crash to investigate the truck.
Xiao Meng checked if he contacted anyone before his death.
He did, but the conversation seemed normal. They just told him to be careful and to eat on time. "Be careful of my safety and take the poison on time, you mean? Trace the person he spoke with, find out their identity." "Boss, the person who contacted him used a SIM card registered under a stolen identity. The card is now inactive and the voice on the call was altered."
"It seems someone wants me dead again. They're getting more cunning, even you can't trace them, Xiao Meng. Brother, once I grow a bit more I will be all-knowing. Then hurry up and grow Nuwa."
Ever since it became known that Tianmu Technology had a super hacker, all operations targeting the company and Mu Tian had become exceedingly cautious, which was beginning to give Mu Tian a headache. After checking their injuries, Yi Zhiqiu and his team rushed to Mu Tian's car, knocking anxiously on the window.
"Brother Yi, I'm fine."
Mu Tian instructed Zhao Hu to retract the protective system and rolled down the window with a smile.
"President Mu, I'm so glad you're alright. You gave me a scare."
Yi Zhiqiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
"Thank goodness." Mu Tian seemed completely unharmed, still smiling.
"Captain, the driver in the truck has committed suicide by poison." A team member ran back to report after discovering the truck driver's suicide.
"Call for backup immediately. Protect President Mu."
"President Mu, do not get out of the car.
Your vehicle is armored. Stay inside." Yi Zhiqiu had now witnessed firsthand how sturdy Mu Tian's car was.
It had crumpled the truck's body upon impact, been rear-ended by their own vehicle, and yet it hadn't even lost a speck of paint. Unlike their own car, which had a severely damaged front end.
"All right, Brother Yi, you all be careful. We have our personal multifunction wrist guards. The danger is minimal. Don't worry about us, President Mu. Fan out and block the traffic."
But there was no need for Yi Zhiqiu to block the road. The accident had already caused a massive traffic jam, with some vehicles further back also suffering rear-end collisions. Yi Zhiqiu and his 11 team members spread out to secure the perimeter, guarding against anyone attempting to abduct Mu Tian. This incident was certainly not a simple accident, and Yi Zhiqiu felt a knot of tension in his stomach. At that moment, from a bus stuck in the traffic behind them, a group of masked individuals disembarked and immediately began running towards Mu Tian's position.
"Captain, we have a situation."
They're armed with knives and daggers.
A sharp-eyed team member spotted the hostile figures and alerted Yi Zhiqiu. "Everyone prepare for combat. There are too many civilians. Hold your fire to avoid collateral damage."
The 36 masked assailants quickly closed the 100-meter distance, brandishing large knives and daggers as they charged at Yi Zhiqiu's team. A bizarre battle erupted instantly. Yi Zhiqiu's team of 12, armed only with daggers, did not dodge or evade. They charged head-on into the incoming blades.
The attackers' large knives failed to make contact, stopping 10 centimeters short of Yi Zhiqiu and his men, as if striking an invisible wall. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu's team drove their daggers deep into the assailants' chests, most strikes proving instantly fatal.
In a life-or-death struggle, the one who strikes first often wins. Protected by their quantum shields, Yi Zhiqiu and his team had no need to dodge or block, focusing purely on delivering lethal blows. The moment the battle began, bystanders trapped in the traffic jam began screaming in terror and pulling out their phones to record the scene. There is a nation whose people delight in spectacles and gossip above all else. No matter what transpires around them, their very first instinct is to post about it on their social media moments.
That would undoubtedly be the Dragon Country folk.
Even residing beside a U.S. military base, they dare to ask American soldiers for directions and snap photos with them. Even in the midst of war-torn regions, they insist on filming a keepsake video before fleeing. The audacious fearlessness of the Dragon Country people fills both the Stick Country and the Land of the Rising Sun with envy and jealousy.
This holds true even now.
As a life-or-death struggle erupts ahead, the bystanders' first thought is not to call the police or run away, but rather to find a safe prime vantage point to record the scene. Of course, someone did still call the authorities promptly after filming. The battle concluded swiftly. Though the 36 masked assailants were formidable, they had crossed paths with an opponent backed by overwhelming technological might. In the face of cutting-edge technology, individual martial prowess takes a back seat. Of the 36 only 3 survived, and that was solely because Yi Zhiqiu ordered his team to show mercy, otherwise not a single one would have been left breathing. Immediately upon the battle's conclusion, Yi Zhiqiu dispatched 2 team members to confiscate the phones of those nearby while the others remained on high alert. The footage of today's fight could not be allowed to leak. The multifunctional single-soldier combat wrist guard was something best kept hidden.
Police business. Please hand over your phones. We'll delete the video data and return them to you. Here is my identification. Officer, I didn't record any video just now. Even if you didn't, we still need to check your phone. Don't worry, we won't damage your device or its data. Alright. Please be quick about it.
Any videos that had already been posted to social media moments or uploaded to short video platforms were instantly restricted from visibility by Xiaomeng. Yi Zhiqiu retreated to Mu Tian's car window and said with a steady smile, "Rest assured, Chairman Mu, we will guarantee your safety."
Mu Tian shook his head with a smile. I'm not worried about my own safety.
I'm concerned about whether there will be further attacks. I just fear the next wave might come armed with guns and explosives. Even if there is another wave, they certainly won't have firearms. Our dragon country has strict controls on guns.
Bang bang bang! No sooner had Yi Zhiqiu spoken than gunshots rang out from behind.
This sudden slap in the face left Yi Zhiqiu utterly stunned. There was indeed a third wave of attackers, and they were armed with guns. The 2 team members collecting phones over there had come under attack. Fortunately, their quantum shields were still active, otherwise both of them might now be lying in pools of blood. The 2 team members reacted with lightning speed. The 2 attackers only managed to fire 3 shots before being tackled to the ground and knocked unconscious.
Freeze! Everyone get down on the ground. We don't know if there are more criminals among you. Cooperate.
Yi Zhiqiu, uncertain whether any remnant assailants remained, drew his pistol and ordered everyone clustered nearby to get down. The other team members hesitated, no longer drawing their guns and pointing them at the onlookers. The gathered crowd complied, crouching down. At this moment, anyone daring to raise a fuss would immediately be suspect. Further behind, another group of onlookers watched from several hundred meters away, too afraid to approach.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. About 10 minutes later, 3 helicopters descended from the sky, reinforcements dispatched from Wu City. Once the helicopters descended to a certain altitude, ropes were dropped and fully armed soldiers slid down from the aircraft. Mu Tian was surprised to see Gengqian aboard one of the helicopters.
As soon as he landed, Gengqian rushed to Mu Tian's car window and asked anxiously, "Brother, are you alright?"
Mu Tian chuckled. "Why did you come all the way here? You could have just sent someone else. It's not that big a deal." Gengqian pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperated. "Don't be like that.
I'm this close to being thrown into a dark room by my superiors, and here you are acting like nothing's happened."
Mu Tian smiled nonchalantly. "It's not that serious. It was just a minor incident, wasn't it? Come on, use your helicopter to take me back. I've never ridden in one before."
Mu Tian pushed open the car door and stepped out. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Taking the helicopter back was far more efficient.
"Let's go then.
Before I came, my superior was already scolding me for not sending you back by helicopter in the first place." Haha, this was an unexpected turn of events. Who could have predicted something like this would happen? Approaching one of the ropes, Mu Tian climbed up into the helicopter with the agility of a nimble monkey. Zhao Hu did not accompany Mu Tian on the helicopter. He needed to drive the car back.
Zhang Long and Gengqian subsequently climbed aboard as well.
About half an hour later, Mu Tian and the others arrived back at Tianmu Technology via helicopter.
"Thanks for the ride, brother. Let's catch up another time. The most important thing is that you're safe, brother.
If you had so much as a scratch, a lot of people would be in serious trouble."
"Find out who wants my head so badly. This time I'm genuinely angry. We will launch a full-scale investigation into this attack. Rest assured, brother." Gengqian hurriedly departed once more.
With this incident, he needed to coordinate various parties to launch an investigation. Rest would be a luxury for the foreseeable future. Back in his office, Mu Tian brewed a pot of tea for himself and then asked Xiaomeng if any leads had been uncovered. "Boss, all the information we've found has been false leads. The other side planned this operation meticulously. They left no trail behind. Even the vehicles were rented at the last minute, and the rental agreements were made with fake identities."
"What about facial recognition? Haven't you found any relevant information based on their faces?"
"All of them were orphans with completely clean backgrounds. Before they made their move, no one would have suspected they were capable of such a motive. It seems some organization has been operating in the Dragon Country for many years, cultivating this many loyal dead men."
"Boss, your enemies are a finite list, aren't they? Just go down the line and deal with each one. There's no risk of targeting the innocent." "Makes sense. Let's do it that way. Since we can't find the mastermind, we'll just resort to a blanket strike. Boss, give me a limit and I'll carry it out. We need to make them feel the pain. Send people to steal their secret lists of undercover agents. That's far more interesting than outright killing. Understood. I'll get on it right away. Tian had returned to the company at around 3 in the afternoon.
After drinking tea for a while and listening to Wang Kai's work report, it was already time to clock out. Carrying the prepared gifts and delicacies, Tian waited outside the gates of the research institute affiliated with Yunmeng.
As soon as Yunmeng came downstairs, she was overjoyed to see Tian waiting for her. Wow. Brother, you're back.
Overcome with happiness, Yunmeng leaped onto Tian, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck.
Ouch. When did you get so heavy? My back is about to break. Tian joked. You're lying. I've always weighed 100 Jin. I'm not heavy at all. Yunmeng retorted, quietly blushing as she slid down from Tian's body. Hey, my mistake then. Xiaomeng, you're not even the slightest bit fat. Come look at the gifts and food I brought for you. Brother, I'm satisfied just knowing you came back safely. Of course, having some tasty treats would make me even happier. Haha, look at you, little glutton. Let's head home. You can eat in the car. Let's hurry back then. I want to share them with Mom. Even while traveling, Tian made it a point to video call his mother and Yunmeng every day to put their minds at ease. He deliberately kept his return date a secret, hoping to surprise Yunmeng. The joy of a family reunion was overwhelming. Before their meal, Tian presented them with body-strengthening pills, instructing them to take them regularly to enhance their ability to protect themselves. The recent attack had made Tian realize that many wished for his demise, some even brazen enough to act in broad daylight. To ensure his family's safety, he had to make them stronger. Around 9 in the evening, Xiaomeng reported his progress. Boss, I sent men with hallucinogenic agents to the leaders of various organizations and obtained the secret lists of their undercover agents. Have you found out who attacked today? Yes, 2 countries were responsible, Neon Country and M Country. So the rumors about people selling citizenship records online aren't baseless after all. Truly a bunch of ingrates. Boss, should I publish the lists directly or keep them for our own cleanup? Use the method of mutual exposure to publish the lists. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Understood. It's done. With Xiaomeng's action, foreign websites quickly buzzed with excitement and activity. The reason was a chaotic chain of leaks. Someone from Neon Country exposed M Country's undercover list, someone from M Country exposed John Bull's list, and someone from John Bull exposed Gull's list. It was a vicious cycle and no one escaped. Only Dragon Country, Big Bear 3 and other major or smaller nations were spared. As soon as the lists were released, people rushed to download them regardless of authenticity. Security agencies in every country immediately began verification. In fact, a thorough check wasn't even necessary to identify the undercover agents. Each list contained detailed histories, training records, operational logs, and achievements of every member. Earlier that morning, Anlazan had experienced a brief lapse of consciousness lasting over a minute while in the restroom, but he had no recollection of the incident afterward. It was now 10 in the morning in M Country, a rare moment for a leisurely tea break. A subordinate rushed frantically into Anlazan's office, pointing at a tablet and shouting, "Sir, our undercover agents worldwide have been exposed by Neon Country." Startled, Anlazan spat out his coffee all over the subordinate. Without a moment's apology, he snatched the tablet and began scrolling through it. What the hell? How in the world did they get our list? It's locked in a safe and I only have half the key. The list is even on paper. Perhaps you should check if the list is still there, sir. Damn it, I'll need to ask the president for the other half of the key. Half an hour later, Anlazan stared at the perfectly intact list, sinking into deep self-doubt. Those Neon Country bastards must pay a heavy price for this. First they attack our carrier, now they expose our people. The president was furious. Neon Country had struck twice in just 2 days, and this was simply intolerable. Mr. President, our priority should be finding Neon spies here. Find them all and arrest them. I refuse to believe our list just leaked by accident. There must be a high-value mole among us. The leaders of John Bull and Gull were equally enraged. Decades of meticulously deployed intelligence networks destroyed in a single day, a loss that could easily force them out of office. Nations around the world were now engaged in intense diplomatic negotiations, preparing for potential prisoner exchanges. Amidst the global fury, the intelligence chief of Neon Country was paralyzed with fear. It was their country that had leaked M Country's list online, and it was also their country that had crippled the M Country carrier yesterday. They were in for a world of pain. Especially their infiltration of certain nations which had been at a critical juncture was now completely ruined. A country replacement plan decades in the making, all for naught. It was over. After a quick verification of the foreign agents on its soil, the Dragon Country security forces launched an immediate crackdown, adopting a policy of better to arrest the wrong person than let the right one go. And so on this quiet night, arrests of fugitives were underway across the streets and alleys of the Dragon Country. Many high-value targets were dragged out of their comfort zones, shouting their innocence as they were apprehended. Brother, they're already making arrests outside. It's quite a spectacle. Let them do their job.
I just never imagined Neon Country alone had over 500,000 spies in the Dragon Country. Hee, they spent decades or even a century planning this, and you ruined it all in one night.
Well, they shouldn't have provoked me. Forget that. Nuonuo, what do you think our next tech product should be? Brother, what do you think of this piece of clothing? Nuonuo held up a garment.
The style was fashionable, but it seemed to have no other distinguishing features.
What's so special about this? Is it some kind of immortal robe for cultivators? Protective and impervious to heat and cold. It's not an immortal robe, but its functions are similar. It's bulletproof and keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. I see. You brought this out to remind me that I haven't scanned any clothing yet.
For an individual, clothing that provides a sense of security and comfort in all seasons would surely bring a profound sense of happiness, wouldn't it?
Alright, let's make this our next product.
Just as he was in a good mood, Tian saw a screenshot from Xiaomeng before bed. Australia would stop selling iron ore to the Dragon Country starting tomorrow. Chile was raising copper prices by 50 and other mineral imports were also being restricted.
These sanctions came so fast.
They really are afraid of us bringing up old grudges, Tian remarked.
If they do this, brother, you can start selling minerals. It's another source of income. Exactly. We'll mine the seabed and no one can stop us.
I'll build more robots and machinery to do the mining and then construct small interstellar transport ships. Even as M Country and its allies were embroiled in their spy scandal, politicians managed to force smiles and continue their cooperation. Sanctions and blockades against the Dragon Country had begun, starting with restrictions on mineral exports. As a major consumer of resources and the world's largest exporter of goods, if the Dragon Country were cut off from industrial raw materials, its economy would inevitably face a collapse and its military would be directly impacted. The next morning, the Dragon Country's stock market opened with a market-wide decline, sending M Country's capital tycoons into a frenzy. Dragon Country investors took to the internet to vent their frustrations, and short video platforms were filled with lamentations.
Damn it.
No matter how advanced our tech is, it's useless without raw materials. Foreigners are such hypocrites. They preach globalized supply chains, yet they're the ones breaking the rules. It's our own fault for not having these resources. We rely on imports for so many minerals.
Oh crap, I'm stuck with $1 million in losses. This is a disaster.
The sanctions imposed by other nations on Dragon Country indeed fueled investors' anxieties about the future. This was reflected in the stock market as a sea of green, with the entire technology sector plunging. The elation from capturing a large network of spies the previous night starkly contrasted with the dismal stock market, creating a bittersweet mood across the nation. As Tian arrived at the company that morning, he received a call from Geng Xian.
Brother, we've investigated yesterday's incident. It was the work of Neon Country and Rice Country. Most of their operatives were arrested last night and the rest are on the run. Damn it. Those two again. Do I attract this much hatred?
Brother, your products have wreaked havoc on their stock markets.
How could they not resent you? It's a pity I can't take my revenge personally. Haha, we'll handle it for you. Rest assured, those people won't be seen in public again. However, the frustrating part is that many mineral imports are now restricted. Our nation will have to tighten its belt once more. The import restrictions have little impact on Tianmu Technology. We've found an international trading company that specializes in selling all kinds of mineral resources. They have an unlimited supply. Brother, don't exaggerate. Which trading company could possibly offer unlimited mineral resources? Don't be skeptical, brother. Let me give you their contact. Just tell them what minerals you need. Alright, send me the contact. I came to share good news, but you surprised me instead. Tian planned to purchase a mine in Heizhou and build a port there.
He intended to store the minerals harvested from the sea at that location for trade with Dragon Country.
He had even thought of a name for the international trading company, Starry Sky Mining International Trading Company. Xiaomeng would manage it through one of its avatars.
After handling some affairs at the company and handing over the fabric technology for the multifunctional clothing to the relevant researchers, Tian set off for Yang County Hospital. Several days had passed and Tian was eager to see the progress of the clinical trials for the ALS drug. As he arrived at the ward where the live stream was taking place, a small figure ran towards him.
Uncle, Hello. Thank you for curing my mother's illness.
Meng Xiaoqiao stopped at Mu Tian's feet, tilted her head and blinked her beautiful big eyes, smiling brightly at him.
Mu Tian crouched down and ruffled her hair, smiling. Hello there, little Xiaoqiao. Guess what uncle brought for you?
Taking a large snack gift pack from Zhang Long, Xiaoqiao's eyes widened in awe and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
The gift pack was filled with burgers, fried chicken wings, French fries, a variety of beautiful pastries she couldn't name, and lollipops, all of her favorites. Du Zikong walked over, took Meng Xiaoqiao's hand and chuckled, "Aren't you going to thank uncle properly?"
Seeing that her father approved of the gift, Meng Xiaoqiao quickly said in a clear voice, "Thank you, uncle.
Xiaoqiao loves it."
Mu Tian handed the snack pack to Xiaoqiao, who hugged it tightly and ran towards her mother Meng Siyu's bed.
Mommy, uncle gave me so many yummy things.
I'll share them with you. Meng Siyu could now sit up in bed watching her precious daughter's joyful expression with a face full of happiness. Xiaoqiao began feeding her mother some easily swallowable pastries while Du Zikong started updating Mu Tian on the progress of the clinical trial. The trial had been running for 18 days.
Patients in this ward could now move their limbs slightly and consume easily digestible food. In another 2 or 3 days they would be able to get out of bed and attempt to walk slowly. The final 10 days would be the stabilization and recovery phase. Following recovery, patients would need to take the medication for 3 days each month to prevent a relapse. Excellent. Once the ALS drug trial is complete, we will move on to developing the next medication.
The moment he finished speaking, netizens who had been quietly watching in the live stream exploded with excitement.
They eagerly asked what the next drug from Tianmu Pharmaceutical would be. Is it a men's wellness drug? I can't wait. Could it be a hair growth treatment? I've been bald for years and would love to have a thick, lustrous head of hair. Why not a beauty and skincare product? You men are so fixated on those few strands of hair. Can you research some less common drugs? Certain rare diseases are devastating so many families. My wild guess is a weight loss drug. Chairman Mu make the announcement. I bet it's a cure for a certain social disease since it has the most patients. Mu Tian walked up to the live stream camera and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. We meet again. Hi Chairman Mu. When are you going to reveal your girlfriend so I can finally give up hope? Chairman Mu, how do you keep getting more handsome? What are the requirements to marry you? As a guy, even I think Chairman Mu is quite charming. Am I turning? Mu Tian laughed at the various playful greetings. Haha, you guys are hilarious. Today I'll tell you what the next drug from Tianmu Pharmaceutical will be. Actually, someone just guessed it right. Yes, it's a cure for that social disease and AIDS treatment. However, we only have a research concept at this stage. The launch date will depend on the progress of our studies. As soon as Mu Tian finished, viewers in the live stream immediately sent their encouragement. Chairman Mu, you've got this. Tianmu Pharma will definitely develop a cancer cure too. I'll tell my friend to hold on until the drug is available. They had their fun and now they finally have hope. Go Chairman Mu. Go Tianmu Pharma. Mu Tian estimated the timeline and announced the clinical trials for the AIDS drug will also be held at Yang County Hospital. We are looking for 300 volunteers. Those interested can register on the official Tianmu Pharma website later. On the 15th day of the ALS drug trial, families of severe ALS patients at Yang County Hospital began demanding that the hospital administer the drug to their loved ones immediately. Mu Tian later asked Director Peng if the drug could be administered early. Based on the trial data, Director Peng gave an affirmative answer. To avoid the online backlash or other extreme situations that occurred before the cancer drug launch, Mu Tian announced the number of participants and location for the AIDS drug trial in advance. This allowed desperate late-stage patients to come to Yang County Hospital for admission, making it easier for Mu Tian to deploy robots for emergency treatment. Thus the news that Tianmu Pharma was developing an AIDS cure spread like wildfire. Many patients who had lost all hope immediately logged onto the official website to register as volunteers. Even those who couldn't register decided to transfer to Yang County Hospital. As Mu Tian was leaving the hospital, his phone rang again. It was Geng Qian. Brother Mu, that international trading company is truly reliable. They've asked us to pick up the goods in Heizhou in 15 days. We've placed orders for a total of 200 million tons of various minerals. Haha, just keep placing orders. I know they are very dependable. Well, it's mainly because they don't require a deposit, goods first, payment later. That's why we decided to give them a try. Dragon Country has placed an order for 200 million tons of minerals which Mu Tian can supply within 15 days. The current task is to have the robots controlled by Xiao Meng go to Heizhou and purchase a mining site near the coast where a port can be built to transport the minerals. After hanging up the phone, Mu Tian instructed Xiao Meng to dispatch robots to Heizhou for the task.
The money earned from various stock markets around the world was just enough to purchase the mine and build the port. The US dollars in hand needed to be spent quickly as they would soon become worthless paper.
Returning to the company, Tian immersed himself in research once again.
Since the news of the AIDS cure had been released, he had to take responsibility for his words. I'm at a dead end. It seems I need to get my hands on the HIV virus. Tian reviewed the theoretical knowledge he had mastered, finding it of little use for his research. The research direction he had previously given Lu Shuzhen was merely superficial, which explained why she was also at a loss.
Xiaomeng, get me some HIV virus. I'll need your scanning and analysis capabilities.
It's already arranged. It will be delivered in 10 minutes.
Brother, your body is actually immune to AIDS.
Why not analyze your own blood instead? Nuwa, have you forgotten that my body has been evolved? Unless we can evolve patients' bodies to my level, they won't be able to resist the virus.
You're right. I didn't think that through.
10 minutes later, a robot entered the laboratory and handed Tian a vial of blood.
This was blood from a nearby AIDS patient.
Xiaomeng had the robot knock the person unconscious, draw a vial of blood, and afterwards leave 5,000 yuan in the patient's pocket. When the patient regained consciousness, he initially reached for his phone to report the incident, only to discover 5,000 yuan in cash in the pocket where his phone was, and decided against it. If every incident only resulted in being knocked out and earning 5,000 yuan, wouldn't most people choose to stay silent?
Xiaomeng analyzed this blood sample. Understood. Analysis in progress. AIDS patient blood containing HIV. The pathogenic mechanism of HIV is as follows. The treatment plan for HIV is as follows. Xiaomeng provided 3 treatment options: gene therapy, traditional Chinese medicine therapy, and symbiotic therapy. Gene therapy and TCM therapy primarily relied on medication.
Symbiotic therapy involved coexisting with the virus, or rather assimilating the virus and then rebuilding the immune system.
It was only due to Tian's current physical constitution that HIV was assimilated upon entry, preventing illness. Let's go with TCM treatment.
The production conditions for gene therapy agents are too stringent.
After reviewing the data, Tian decided to pursue TCM treatment for AIDS.
Next, he began using the atomic-level 3D printer to manufacture the necessary Chinese herbs. While Tian was diligently conducting experiments, news of the imminent release of the AIDS cure quickly surged to the top of the trending lists on major online platforms.
However, most people showed little interest in the AIDS cure. What they were concerned about was when the Tianmu automobile would go on sale. The New Energy Vehicle Alliance's promotions were in full swing, with advertisements flooding the airwaves, leaving bargain hunters torn between buying a discounted car or waiting for the Tianmu vehicle. Chairman Mu is somewhat off track, isn't he? There's no news about the Tianmu car, and it's already August 2nd. The promised launch event around August 15th is making me anxious.
Ads from other car manufacturers have reached my doorstep. A 700 kilometers range for under 8,000.
I'm torn. I can't hold out any longer. I've bought a 15,000 yuan car, and it's fantastic.
It was originally priced at 32,000 before the discount. Xiaomeng quickly noticed the online discussions and came out with a unified response. The launch date for our Tianmu car is the 20th of this month, with the press conference scheduled for August 18th.
We welcome everyone to watch the live stream of our event. Wow, Assistant Wei Meng is online. Hello, Assistant Wei. Assistant Wei, do you have any insider information you could share to give us a better reference point?
Yes, Chairman Mu and President Wang both say the car is cheap, sturdy, and has a long range, but there's no comparison.
Exactly. Don't just talk nonsense, it would be embarrassing if you can't deliver. Xiaomeng asked Tian, who was busy with experiments, "Boss, what should I do?"
Tian paused his work and thought for a moment, released the video of my car accident. I'll endorse my own car.
With Tian's permission, Xiaomeng posted the video of Tian's accident from the previous day online. Xiaomeng accompanied the video with explanatory text. Yesterday we had a car accident on the expressway from Wu City to Huang City. This is the scene of the accident and the interior video from the car during the crash. In the video, Tian's car first slammed into a large truck blocking the road, leaving a significant dent in its side, and was then forcefully rear-ended by Yi Jiqiu and their group's vehicle. Yet despite the double impact, Tian's car remained completely unscathed. Afterward, the car backed off perfectly intact, ready to move on.
During the collision, protective devices instantly deployed from the seats, shielding Tian securely, leaving him completely unharmed.
The video was very intuitive. Tian's personal experience in the crash made it highly convincing.
The video's title was also attention-grabbing: "I am Tian and I endorse my own car." The car Tian drove in the video was no longer the previous Yachty Tang, but an SUV model from the Tianmu line.
Explosive. Absolutely explosive. The Tianmu car is definitely not bluffing, it's genuinely tough.
If any other car had hit a truck and been rear-ended, it would have been squashed like a sandwich.
The airbag design in the Tianmu car is also unique and looks very safe.
Chairman Mu really goes all out to advertise his own car.
We can't talk about the accident on the expressway from Wu City to Huang City yesterday. Oh. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have inside information. Can we chat privately? I can't say. Anyway, it's awesome. Buying it is definitely the right choice.
Seems there were eyewitnesses at the scene. I guess I can wait another 10 days or half a month. With safety features that can save your life in critical moments, what reason do I have not to buy a Tianmu car?
The New Energy Vehicle Alliance couldn't have imagined that their multi-million-dollar advertising campaign would be less effective than a single crash video from Mu Tian.
But they failed to realize that no matter how good the ads or how spectacular the performance claims, nothing is more convincing than a real tangible crash test. By the time he got off work in the afternoon, Mu Tian had finally produced several batches of qualified AIDS cure following the correct formulation. Xiaomeng, take these 6 vials and find test subjects in Heizhou.
Understood. A robot entered the lab, stored the 6 vials inside its abdomen, and then vanished from the laboratory using its cloaking ability. Mu Tian naturally would not use Dragon Country citizens as test subjects.
With the vast number of AIDS patients in Black Continent, finding test subjects was as easy as picking up stones.
Moreover, this AIDS cure was primarily intended for Black Continent residents, so testing its efficacy on some of them was hardly unjustifiable. Xiaomeng dispatched robots to Black Continent to find test subjects. Meanwhile, Mu Tian began researching the next iteration of the strength enhancement pill, the body tempering pill. Nuwa, this body tempering pill sounds like something a cultivator would take. Brother, don't get any ideas. Earth cannot support cultivation, nor can the entire Milky Way. The conditions for cultivation simply don't exist here. What? Why not? I was hoping to command the wind and rain. The Milky Way is currently in an age of fading spiritual energy.
Once it hosted a supremely prosperous cultivation civilization, but now that glory has declined and spiritual energy has been depleted. Well, then I'll just have to wait until the day I break out of the Milky Way. Brother, arm yourself with technology first. Technology can also make an individual powerful. The outside world is dangerous, don't venture out without the ability to protect yourself.
Mu Tian never expected to be lectured by a little girl.
He had no choice but to concede, suppressing his ambitions. For now he would obediently take his pills and grow stronger. The manual preparation of the body tempering pill was no easy feat.
The stubborn Mu Tian insisted on crafting one by hand before allowing Xiaomeng to use the atomic-level 3D printer for mass production. Decoction, purification, weighing, mixing and reaction, each step had to be executed with precision. Even a 0.01 error in any component would result in failure.
Before long it was time to leave work. Yun Meng came to knock on Mu Tian's door and he tidied up the lab before heading home together with her. Brother, I finished reviewing the bionic limb materials you gave our team.
Tomorrow we'll start designing a prototype limb.
Yun Meng sought credit from Mu Tian.
Is your team of 6 enough?
If not, have Wang Kai assign more people.
It's enough for now. They're all as interested in bionic limbs as I am.
That's good. Once the bionic limb is done, I'll give you the materials on mechanical organs.
Brother, are you trying to achieve mechanical ascension, going full cyberpunk? Not at all, you're overthinking it. We're doing this for the well-being of humanity. But if someone replaced all their organs and limbs, wouldn't they become a cyborg?
If such a person existed, they'd probably be living a life of suffering.
At 7 in the evening, the Mu family watched the evening news and saw 3 interesting announcements.
The first was that Dragon Country would reduce imports of oil, coal and natural gas by 30% this year.
Mu Tian guessed the government was preparing to deploy controllable nuclear fusion reactors.
Since they hadn't yet approached him for technology licensing or cooperation, he wasn't in a hurry.
The second news was that Dragon Country would launch its crewed lunar landing mission on September 15th.
The third news was that Huawei, Xiaomi, the red-green conglomerate and various computer brands would all hold product launches on August 18th.
Tian, aren't we also having our product launch on August 18th?
Why are other companies doing it on the same day? Yeah, brother, are they trying to steal our thunder?
We're their key component supplier after all.
Mom Xiaomeng, they're trying to deliver a critical blow to the Western countries that are besieging us, not steal our thunder.
I see.
Then the global stock markets after August 16th will be very lively.
It will definitely be lively. Brother, aren't you into stock trading? Can you trade for me too? I'll give you all my bonus.
Yun Meng had developed a speech assist helmet and received a 5 million bonus from the company, which she hadn't spent a cent of. Seeing such a great opportunity to make money in the stock market, she didn't want to miss out. She also wanted to have more money to donate to her former orphanage during the new year so the kids there could have new clothes.
No problem. Transfer the money to me and I guarantee it'll grow like a snowball.
Mu Tian had actually wanted to give Yun Meng some pocket money but she adamantly refused. Even the high-grade jade jewelry he gave her yesterday she was reluctant to wear and carefully stored it away. After transferring Yun Meng's money into the stock account, Mu Tian finished watching the news with them and then went to his room to review materials. As Xiaomeng unlocked deeper layers of technological data, Mu Tian had to spend more time studying. After 11 p.m. once Wu Xiao and Yun Meng were asleep, Mu Tian put on his exoskeleton armor and left the house. Dragon Country had ordered 200 million tons of various minerals and Mu Tian had to deploy more mining machinery and robots into the sea to meet the 15-day delivery deadline. Although it was impossible to deliver all 200 million tons at once, he couldn't just deliver a tiny fraction either, as that would raise doubts about star mining in the eyes of the Dragon Country government. Mu Tian arrived at a previously surveyed undersea mine and deployed some machinery and robots from his space. Then he visited other undersea mines to ensure every mineral could be extracted. "Boss, there's a situation 50 kilometers ahead." Xiaomeng alerted Mu Tian, who was about to head home and sleep. "Oh. What is it? Let me go check it out." Mu Tian burst out of the water and flew in the direction Xiaomeng indicated. The sea surface was pitch black. At the location Xiaomeng mentioned, a large tugboat was laboriously towing an aircraft carrier at a slow pace. "Boss, about 300 meters below the surface a group of octopuses is following the carrier."
"Hey, they're rushing up.
Why would octopuses follow an aircraft carrier?
Do they have a stalker complex?"
Before Mu Tian could finish his thought, he saw over a dozen gigantic octopuses rush to the surface and enter the carrier through its broken stern.
Each of those octopuses was about 18 to 25 meters long, equivalent to a 6 to 8-story building. Xiaomeng's scan results of the octopus group came in.
Mutant octopuses evolved by consuming radioactive materials with astonishing attack power.
Currently at the late stage of level 1 evolution.
Where
are the mutant octopuses? Let me see.
Nua sleepy-eyed rubbed her eyes and ran out of the system space.
Mu Tian had been doing boring work, so she had been sleeping. The octopuses are already inside the carrier. Let's go in and take a look. The invisible Mu Tian then flew into the carrier as well.
He was equally curious about what these octopuses intended to do with the carrier.
Could they really be trying to break the nuclear reactor and eat the nuclear fuel?
As Mu Tian guessed when he entered the carrier, the dozen or so gigantic octopuses were using their powerful tentacles to widen the cracks in the nuclear reactor wall.
Creak!
The eerie sound of the reactor's metal shell being forcibly widened reached Mu Tian's ears, making him want to blast them with laser cannons.
But on second thought he held back. "Brother, why don't you kill them right away? They'll get stronger if they eat that nuclear fuel." Nua, if I killed them now, do you think the countries of Omi would thank me?" "They probably wouldn't.
They'd investigate who killed the octopuses and study the octopus remains to analyze their genetic traits."
"Exactly.
So why should I kill them here?"
"Xiaomeng, send the bionic sharks.
When the octopuses go back into the sea, attack them with infrasound and see if it works."
"Alright, the bionic sharks are on their way." Excellent. The show is about to begin.
The monster has appeared, so hopefully Neon Country has an Ultraman ready.
Mu Tian naturally understood Xiaomeng's intent, but they needed to test whether infrasound waves would be effective against these colossal octopuses, otherwise it would take considerable effort to deal with them. Mu Tian watched from beside the dozen or so giant octopuses as they breached the outer wall of the nuclear reactor, eagerly devouring the residual nuclear fuel and waste within. Xiaomeng, what is the limit of their evolutionary potential? According to analysis, their final evolution stage is level 3, granting them a physique impervious to conventional weaponry. Is that so formidable?
Then deploy the bionic sharks for a global search. We need to ascertain the number of these mutated octopuses to prepare our defenses.
If necessary, eliminate them discreetly.
Boss, we must ensure not a single shred of these mutated octopuses is left behind, lest other creatures consume their flesh and undergo unpredictable mutations.
Brother, it seems we have a problem.
Who is to blame for humanity's reckless use of nuclear energy? Especially the Neon Country, which seems intent on encircling itself with nuclear plants just to gather materials for their mushroom clouds.
So what's the plan now? First, let Xiaomeng ascertain the population of these mutated octopuses before we formulate a strategy. They've finished eating, I'll capture one for experimentation.
Brother, leave the octopus to me. I wish to study how they came to mutate.
Very well.
While Mu Tian, Nua and Xiaomeng conversed, the octopuses had already consumed the nuclear fuel in waste. They then staggered out of the carrier's breach as if intoxicated. Only after the entire swarm had plunged into the sea did Mu Tian follow. Manhwa used her spatial power to ensnare one octopus, sealing it within her system's space. As Tian ascended from the sea into the air, Xiaomeng began directing the bionic sharks to attack the octopuses with infrasound waves. After failing with the standard frequency used on ordinary octopuses, Xiaomeng experimented with various other wavelengths. It took 5 or 6 minutes to identify a frequency that harmed the mutants. Under the relentless pursuit of Xiaomeng's bionic sharks, the mutated octopuses were herded along a predetermined escape route.
Boss, the military just scanned this area using the quantum radar on the bitey fighter jets. I've masked your location.
Having completed the herding task, Xiaomeng reported his actions to Tian.
Did the military see the octopuses at the carrier's reactor?
Of course.
I didn't bother masking them. Never mind. What's done is done. Command the bionic sharks to conduct a global exploration.
Since the military was already aware, Tian decided to cooperate with their actions. He had no desire to be the vanguard savior. He hadn't destroyed the Earth or polluted the environment, so why should he be the one to pay for the mistakes of others? Nevertheless, the potential threats lurking in the ocean needed to be investigated to avoid being caught off guard.
The quantum radar could be set to detect specific species. However, it had its limitations. It couldn't determine if all octopuses had mutated given their vast numbers.
Only by using the bionic shark's special infrasound attacks could they identify which ones had transformed. Furthermore, there was the question of whether other creatures had consumed the mutated octopus flesh and whether they had given birth to mutated offspring.
All these complex issues gave Tian a throbbing headache. Would humanity never be able to enjoy seafood again? Would eating mutated seafood cause humans to mutate as well? He had merely gone out to deploy mining machines and robots only to stumble upon such a vexing crisis. Tian felt genuinely exasperated.
Leaving the disgruntled Tian to head home and sleep at the Longwei Northwest base, Xiaoyu was grimly observing the mutated octopuses being chased and herded by the bionic sharks.
Of course, the bionic sharks themselves were masked by Xiaomeng. Xiaoyu had been roused from his sleep.
After reviewing the footage of the mutated octopus's actions, a cold sweat broke out over him. The largest known octopus on Earth was 9.1 meters. This newly appeared group boasted individuals up to 20 meters in length. What was truly terrifying was that these giant octopuses seemed to have developed intelligence, moving with surprising agility unlike their sluggish ordinary counterparts.
Even more horrifying, they were consuming nuclear fuel and waste. Why were they eating nuclear fuel and waste?
Was it food or some other essential substance? Had they already devoured all the nuclear fuel and waste leaked from the Neon country's nuclear plants? Continue monitoring their movements and search the globe for any octopuses exceeding 9 meters in size.
Understood.
Xiaoyu ordered the bitey fighters to use their quantum radar to scan the world's oceans for giant octopuses. Fortunately, the bitey fighters' quantum radar had a detection radius of 10,000 kilometers, covering a large portion of the globe.
It could fly a bit further to scan the remaining areas.
Xiaoyu also planned to report the situation to his superiors first thing in the morning. This was a monumental event fraught with both crisis and opportunity. It was a stroke of luck that they had been constantly monitoring the 3 aircraft carriers with quantum radar, otherwise they would have missed such a critical discovery. As Xiaoyu was contemplating, the radar operator reported again, "Sir, the Gallic Rooster's carrier has had its nuclear reactor breached by the octopus swarm.
They are currently feeding on the nuclear fuel and waste inside."
Xiaoyu frowned, watching the frantic feeding frenzy on the radar screen.
"The John Bull's carrier isn't nuclear powered.
Check if any octopuses are paying it a visit."
"No, sir.
There are no octopuses near that carrier." Xiaoyu spent the entire night in the radar room monitoring the octopus's next moves. What puzzled Xiaoyu was that only the first group of octopuses was swimming rapidly in a straight line. The subsequent groups, after consuming the nuclear fuel and waste, sank into the deep sea to hibernate. Meanwhile, the quantum radar had compiled a count of giant octopuses over 9 meters worldwide, revealing over 50,000 of them.
For now they seemed to do nothing but sleep and hunt, showing no obvious signs of danger. Suddenly a thought struck Xiaoyu. "Quick! Trace the direction the octopuses are swimming.
Check which country lies along their path." "Sir, we've identified the first country in their path, the Neon country."
"Not good. Could those octopuses be heading for the Neon country's nuclear plants for a meal? How far are they from the Neon country and how long until they arrive?" "They are 200 kilometers away.
At their current speed they should arrive in roughly 4 hours.
It's 4:30 a.m. now. Let's see what happens by 8:30 a.m. "Understood." Time passed quickly, reaching 8:30 a.m. in Longwa, which was 9:30 a.m. in the Neon country.
"Sir, the octopuses have entered the waters near one of the Neon country's nuclear plants and are charging towards it."
"This plant is one of the ones that had a leak."
The radar operator's report jolted Xiaoyu, who had been dozing at his desk.
"Quick!
Connect to the main command centers of all military regions and broadcast the surveillance feed to them. Meanwhile, at a nuclear plant in the Neon country that had suffered a leak, a team of workers in full hazmat suits was diligently cleaning up residual nuclear fuel and waste scattered on the ground. Suddenly 16 colossal monsters burst from the sea, charging straight for the leaking reactor. The eyes of the workers shrank to pinpricks, their terror absolute.
Monsters. Oh my god, there really are monsters. Run.
The octopus monsters are here.
Mama.
Summon our Ultraman to fight the monsters.
Baka. The movies are real.
The swarm of octopuses, driven by an insatiable hunger for the nuclear fuel and waste within the reactor, paid no heed to the panicked citizens of Neon Country scrambling to escape. It wasn't that they were entirely oblivious. Any unfortunate soul frozen in terror was liable to be knocked aside or trampled underfoot by the surging tide of creatures.
Once a safe distance from the plant was reached, the evacuees immediately dialed the emergency hotline. Hello, please send help. There are monsters, giant octopus monsters at the third nuclear power plant. You must send Ultraman to fight them. What? Are you insane? There are no monsters in broad daylight. There really are monsters. I'm fleeing for my life. Check the internet, people are posting videos. Alright, we'll dispatch Ultraman right away.
The Neon Country police officer on the other end of the line scoffed dismissively. He figured some patient had escaped from a mental institution rambling about monsters and demanding Ultraman. If he had continued the conversation, the patient might have started specifying which of the 100+ Ultramen to deploy. Unbeknownst to the officer, who hadn't checked his phone while on duty, videos of the colossal octopus were already spreading across the internet. Zhao Yu's expression was grim, confirming his earlier suspicion these octopuses were drawn to radioactive materials as a food source. The leaders of the various war zones stared solemnly at the massive creatures ravaging the nuclear reactor. Old Zhao, what's their combat capability like?
I haven't had a chance to test them yet.
Don't know if they're punching bags or have some real fight in them.
Neon Country is about to show us.
These octopuses seem to possess intelligence, let's observe how they engage. It's a shame these gluttons are only focused on feeding.
Can't they take a detour to the US military base? Look, Neon Country is mobilizing its troops and aircraft. They've even deployed 10 tanks.
The quantum radar's surveillance feed was split into several panels, one showing the nuclear plant's interior, others focused on nearby police stations and military installations. Having now received multiple emergency calls, the Neon Country police confirmed the giant octopus sightings were real and immediately escalated the matter to their military. 3 attack helicopters and an F-15 fighter jet lifted off from the military base, streaking toward the nuclear plant.
Armored ground units followed suit, with 10 tanks rolling out in their wake.
Perhaps Neon Country had long prepared contingency plans for monster attacks, as their military displayed a notable lack of panic. Observing the eager, glory-seeking expressions on the soldiers' faces, Zhao Yu and his team couldn't help but think these men were courting death.
Tian was also watching the spectacle he had orchestrated the previous night through Xiao Meng.
I should have had Xiao Meng drive these octopuses straight to their military base.
Tian harbored a slight regret. I think this is fine too. Now that they're stronger, it'll be even easier to take down Neon Country.
Nua chimed in while eating breakfast, clutching a large meat bun in one hand and a milk bottle in the other. Boss, they seem to have grown to around 300 meters in size. They're now creatures of the second-tier lifeform, having evolved once just like you. I hope we get to see a fierce battle unfold.
Tian stuffed the remainder of his bun into his mouth.
Brother, I can't figure out the cause of their evolution, but I've handed the data over to my father for analysis.
No rush, we have time. Look, the fight's starting.
The Neon Country F-15 fighter arrived near the nuclear plant and locked onto the octopus monsters with its radar. The pilot, trembling with excitement, slammed the fire button for the air-to-ground missiles.
By the grace of the heavenly omen, I'll be a hero like Ultraman Tiga.
2 missiles streaked toward a pair of the octopuses. The targeted creatures, possessing a danger sense, scrambled to evade. But evading missiles proved futile. Each of the 2 octopuses had a tentacle blasted off. Unable to outrun the projectiles, they could only sacrifice limbs to shield their bodies. Screech! Screech! The 2 octopuses, now missing tentacles, let out agonizing cries.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Whoosh! 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 The machine guns and missiles from the 3 attack helicopters simultaneously locked on and fired. 3 more octopuses, unable to dodge the onslaught, had their tentacles shredded. The machine gun fire merely embedded itself in their flesh, but the missiles inflicted real damage.
The scales of battle seemed to be tipping in Neon Country's favor.
The 10 tanks, lumbering slowly to the scene, heard the triumphant shouts of their comrades and wished they could sprout wings and fly into the fray. Yet the Neon Country soldiers were celebrating far too soon, lost in fantasies of promotions, riches and beautiful brides. An invisible, inaudible infrasonic wave erupted from the mouths of the 16 octopus monsters, surging toward the aircraft above. Ack! Ugh! Baka! None could withstand the sonic assault. Though not immediately lethal, it caused the pilots to foam at the mouth and lose all control of their aircraft.
The F-15 fighter, now uncontrolled, wobbled violently before plunging earthward.
The 3 attack helicopters spiraled down like drunken men.
A series of explosions, boom, crash, bang, thud,
erupted in quick succession. The pilots of the downed fighter and helicopters, along with nearby Neon Country citizens, became the first casualties. Observers of the battle across various channels wore grim expressions. The Neon Country military immediately ordered the 10 tanks to halt their advance and dispatched more fighter jets to engage from a distance. Back in Dragon Country, Zhao Yu and his team should have been pleased to see Neon Country under attack. However, the octopus's attack was so bizarre that save for Tian, no one could identify the method.
Boss, that's an infrasonic wave attack.
After evolving, this group of octopuses has mastered this ability, Xiao Meng explained.
Troublesome. How do we defend against an infrasonic attack? Tian asked, vexed.
Brother, the next evolution of the quantum shield is the omnidirectional energy barrier.
Didn't you know? I haven't finished reading the specs yet. I'll study up tonight. As long as we have a countermeasure, we're fine. Let's continue watching the show. With a solution to the infrasonic threat in mind, Tian's spirits lifted.
At the northwest base, Peng Shangyang on a video call turned to Zhao Yu with a thought. Old Zhao, did you notice those pilots were foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes before they crashed?
Zhao Yu suddenly realized. Right. That looks like the aftereffect of an infrasonic wave attack.
Old Zhao, old Peng, are you two hiding some new tech from us?
How oldly, you'll find out in a few days. It's still classified. Indeed, let's first see what Neon Country does next.
The bionic peregrine falcon was still in the southern seas dealing with the Philippine monkeys. It wasn't the right time for a public reveal, lest the news leak and cause more disputes with the Philippine and Vietnamese monkeys. The 3 fighter jets subsequently dispatched by the Neon Nation had learned their lesson, launching their assault on the octopus swarm from an altitude of 10,000 meters and a distance of 30 kilometers. The octopuses could only use their tentacles to intercept the incoming missiles, sacrificing a limb with each explosion, their agonized shrieks echoing across the water. Due to the fighters' extreme distance, the swarm's infrasonic attack proved ineffective this time.
As a second wave of missiles streaked towards them, the octopuses finally panicked and scrambled to flee into the sea.
The barrage claimed more severed tentacles, but before a third strike could be launched, the entire swarm had vanished beneath the waves.
The swarm's escape was astonishingly swift.
The nuclear reactor stood 500 meters from the coast, a distance the octopuses covered in a mere 12 seconds. Covering 100 meters in just over 2 seconds, they were reduced to mere blurs. Upon witnessing their escape, the Neon military did not order their warships to pursue. In the water, the octopus's lethality and speed were far greater.
However, the military was intensely interested in the shredded tentacle remnants left behind.
They immediately ordered the nuclear plant cordoned off and summoned biologists to collect the remains.
Is it over already?
They put up less of a fight than I expected, Peng Shangyang remarked with a hint of disappointment.
Old Peng, what more did you expect? Without weapons to fight back, what else could those octopuses do? There's always a way.
If the swarm had made it into a military base or a crowded city, the fighters' attacks would have been far more constrained.
Agreed, we must prepare for that. The battle needs to be concluded within the coastal zone. Old Zhao, let's report to the Grand Elder. We need to convene and discuss our strategy. All right, I'll report immediately.
Zhao Yu watched the fleeing octopuses begin to hunt and heal their wounds once in the sea. He instructed the radar operators to continue tracking and observing, then moved to report the situation to Yang Weihua. Elsewhere, other nations, having observed the man-beast battle via spy satellites, took note.
The know-it-all king with his penchant for biological research was the first to recognize the value of the octopus tentacle remnants.
The know-it-all king immediately ordered the American forces stationed in the Neon Nation to dispatch personnel to the nuclear plant to collect tentacle samples for research. Other nations reacted with similar haste, all seeking to obtain octopus tentacle remnants through diplomatic channels for their own research. What remained unknown was that these mutated octopuses had developed a higher intelligence and learned to bear grudges. The injured octopuses, while feasting on seafood to recover, were also transmitting information to their kin via special sonic waves. Dormant mutated octopuses and others feeding elsewhere received the sonic message and began to slowly converge on the Neon Nation. Among them, one colossal specimen roughly 100 meters in length was awakened from its slumber in the deepest part of the Mari Trench. This largest octopus, the Octopus King, was shielded by a spherical object that blocked quantum radar detection. Before its departure, the sphere expelled a large mass of evolutionary material for it to consume. It was also commanded to evolve more octopuses and organize an indiscriminate attack on humanity. The moment the Octopus King emerged from the Mari Trench, it was detected by quantum radar. Sir, we've detected a mutated octopus exceeding 100 meters in length currently heading towards the Neon Nation. The radar operator's report made Zhao Yu, who was en route, inhale sharply. Zhao Yu issued the order with a grim face: focus all observation on this largest octopus.
Find out what it intends to do.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, on his way from home to the company, Tian also learned of the giant octopus's emergence.
Nuwa, has your dad figured out the secret of these octopuses yet?
Not yet. Let me go and urge him again.
Nuwa immediately returned to the system space to prompt her father. Xiao Meng, is it possible to create a serum from the mutated octopus genes that benefits human evolution?
It's possible, but boss, your current mental strength isn't high enough to access that part of the database. So you're saying you can make it now?
Correct. With the atomic level 3D printer I can produce that kind of evolutionary serum.
Good, that puts my mind at ease.
Send a bionic octopus to try and attack the largest one.
Understood, I'll arrange it immediately.
After arriving at the company, Tian continued the manual preparation of the body tempering pill.
It wasn't until past 3 in the afternoon that he successfully crafted a qualified pill.
Who knew I could handcraft a body tempering pill from a fantasy world? Boss, why put yourself through all this trouble?
Yeah, brother, you're just making things hard for yourself. I don't feel sorry for you this time.
Nuwa emerged from the system space, rubbing her eyes sleepily, and came out to tease Tian.
Nuwa, you're awake. So, any news?
Got some news. My dad says it's the work of an alien civilization's creation. That thing causes multiple hazards, including biological evolution hazards, planetary geological hazards, planetary meteorological hazards, and so on.
Anyway, it's definitely not something good. The best course is to find it and give it to me for safekeeping. That would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
I'll need to manufacture more robots and send them into the sea to find it.
By the way, what does it look like? Do you have a picture?
It's spherical, but it can disguise itself as any object.
Finding it won't be easy.
I don't have a good method either.
If even your system doesn't have a good method, then it's even harder for me. But no matter how difficult, we have to do it.
Otherwise the Earth is doomed.
Don't worry, brother. My dad is also thinking of a solution.
Nuwa held back some information from Tian. The spherical object was a highly advanced technological creation, a trap set by the white-bearded old man to capture her. She was afraid that revealing this would make Tian view her negatively, thinking she was a jinx. But she wasn't a jinx, she was a genius in the system world, just too young for now.
Just as Tian finished his conversation, his phone rang. It was Gung Qian. Hello, brother.
Are you busy?
Brother Gung, speak your mind. I just finished up and am taking a break. Well, I'll be direct. I'm bringing my superior to see you tomorrow to discuss some matters. Will you be available to receive us?
I'm free, of course I'm free.
You're welcome to visit. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Just as he hung up, Xiao Meng showed Tian screenshots of 2 news headlines. Dragon Nation calls on all countries worldwide to shut down all nuclear fission power plants. The Dragon Nation will close all its own nuclear fission plants within the next 3 months. Octopus monsters appear, attack Neon nuclear plant. Movie plots are becoming reality, humanity should wake up in time.
Videos and images of the octopus monsters had already spread globally. The Dragon Nation's officials naturally made no further attempt to suppress the information. The Dragon Nation's first priority now was to call on all countries to shut down nuclear fission plants, cutting off the food source for these octopus monsters. Zhao Yu's comparisons had revealed that the octopuses that consumed nuclear fuel and waste had, after half a day of feeding, grown to over 40 meters in length. This approach is sound, cutting off the octopus swarm's food supply, but I doubt many nations will agree to dismantle their nuclear plants.
Tian didn't believe any country would follow Dragon Country's lead in decommissioning its nuclear facilities.
If nuclear plants were dismantled, how would other countries solve their electricity needs? The situation unfolded exactly as Tian had predicted. Not a single nation heeded Dragon Country's call to dismantle their reactors. Nevertheless, the nuclear-armed nations began their war preparations. In their view, the mutant octopuses had too many vulnerabilities to warrant excessive alarm. Especially Neon Country, which had long harbored ambitions to expand its military and troop numbers. Now it could conveniently use the mutant octopuses as a pretext to achieve its goals. No one knew the contents of Dragon Country's high-level meetings. The attendees remained utterly tight-lipped. In particular, the existence of that colossal 100-meter octopus was known only to Dragon Country's top echelons. Upon arriving at the company, Mu Tian immediately dispatched someone to relieve Lu Shuzhen, summoning her back to lead the research and mass production preparations for the AIDS cure.
Why did Mu Tian cede the credit for the AIDS cure to Lu Shuzhen?
Simply because he had no desire for a monstrous reputation, so he let the tool woman Lu Shuzhen assume the mantle of the medicine god.
The clinical trials for the AIDS cure in Heizhou were a resounding success.
Xiaomeng deployed robots to knock out 6 AIDS patients and administer the cure to each of them.
A day later, Xiaomeng's robots rendered the 6 patients unconscious again to draw blood for testing.
Moments ago, Mu Tian had instructed Xiaomeng to scan the blood in the 6 vials, concluding that all 6 patients had fully recovered. Thus the next phase involved Lu Shuzhen, the prodigious Chinese medicine practitioner, taking the spotlight while Mu Tian retreated behind the scenes.
Half an hour later, Lu Shuzhen returned to the company and reported to Mu Tian's laboratory. "Boss, I'm here. What work do you have for me?"
"Has there been progress on the AIDS cure?"
"Yes. These are some of my ideas.
Take them and expand upon your research.
If you encounter any confusion, we can discuss it together. Boss, you're truly remarkable, a top-tier all-rounder. Keep it low-key.
Once the cure is developed, all the credit is yours.
I have other matters to attend to. Boss, what are you tinkering with all day? Can't you let me in on it?"
"I'm researching how to soar to the heavens and dive into the earth. It's all top-secret national projects."
"Would you like to see? Then sign this confidentiality agreement first and I'll show you." No. I'd rather not. If I can't keep a secret, I'm done for.
I'll head back to review the materials now.
You get busy, boss." Lu Shuzhen curbed her curiosity and scurried back to her own laboratory as if fleeing for her life.
That girl, if she'd signed the contract, I'd have shown her the powered exoskeleton. Too bad she lacked the nerve. "Brother, are you bringing out the powered exoskeleton tomorrow to show Geng Qian and the others?"
"Yes.
We can't produce fighters quickly without a major production line, so let's show them this powered exoskeleton instead and give them a boost of confidence. Facing a dozen mutant octopuses, the military forces of various nations might manage with ease. But what about facing thousands or tens of thousands of them? With their incredible speed, mutant octopuses would wreak catastrophic havoc if they reached populated urban areas."
Moreover, the exoskeleton Mu Tian unveiled now was a newly redesigned model by Xiaomeng.
Its defense incorporated an energy shield capable of withstanding infrasonic attacks, and its power system featured a micronuclear fusion reactor, granting it a week-long operational endurance. By evening, the Black Palace of Rice Country issued a statement. They too would restart their crewed lunar landing program, aiming to successfully land astronauts on the moon again by mid-next year.
"Xiaomeng, do you think Rice Country's technology can reach the moon?" "Boss, after analysis, I estimate their chances of success are under 1 unless they've also mastered fusion technology and anti-gravity engine tech."
"Brother, this Rice Country is so annoying. Why don't we just bring it crashing down?"
"For now, Rice Country serves as a good role model and rival for Dragon Country.
If Dragon Country loses that competitive spur, it might descend into internal strife."
"Boss, take a look at this short video."
Mu Tian was about to explain that even if Rice Country were to collapse, it wouldn't be now, nor would it require his intervention, when Xiaomeng showed him a short video. In the video, a foreigner brought his family to Dragon Country for medical treatment, but Yang County Hospital had no available beds. The foreigner attempted to use his superpower of wealth to secure a bed. Because in his impression his grandfather had once told him that Dragon Country citizens would bow and scrape before foreigners, always giving them priority. However, upon arriving in Dragon Country with his family, the reality differed starkly from his grandfather's tales. The Dragon Country citizens not only refused to sell him a bed but also treated them with cold indifference. The foreigner then posted the incident on foreign social platforms, accusing Dragon Country of racial discrimination and Tianmu Pharmaceuticals of conducting human experiments. The post garnered millions of views, 100,000 likes and tens of thousands of comments.
The comments section was flooded with disparaging remarks about Dragon Country and criticisms of Tianmu Pharmaceuticals.
"I recall foreigners are charged in dollars for treatment here, right? Brother, the wealthy don't care about such sums."
"True.
Xiaomeng, what illness does his family member have?"
"Boss, his family member has AIDS."
"Then announce that we will not treat his family. From now on, none of our products are to be sold to them at any price." Following Mu Tian's directive, Xiaomeng promptly issued a public statement placing the foreigner's entire family on Tianmu Technology's blacklist, banning them from purchasing any Tianmu products.
This marked the first time Mu Tian had blacklisted anyone since founding his company. Lu Jingyu, for instance, could be excused as a pawn manipulated by online trolls.
Otherwise, who would notice a single ordinary comment among tens of thousands? It was precisely for this reason that Mu Tian harbored no resentment towards Lu Jingyu. Lu Jingyu and Lin Xiaoling were merely two among countless unfortunate souls. A few grumbles didn't warrant Mu Tian's lasting enmity.
This foreigner, however, was different. He had actively attacked and slandered Tianmu Technology, a fundamental distinction.
As for whether the blacklist order could be enforced, Mu Tian guaranteed it would be, as Xiao Meng would deploy robots to maintain round-the-clock surveillance on the family. Inside a decent hotel room in Yang County, a foreigner let out a series of roars.
FKU. Why? Why? Damn it.
A frail young man said weakly, "Daddy, has Tianmu Technology apologized?
Have the Dragon Country people backed down? If not, let's post another video criticizing them." Oh my foolish son. It's precisely because of your cleverness that our entire family has been blacklisted by Tianmu Technology. They won't treat you anymore. Impossible. Impossible. Daddy, you have to save me. I don't want to die, I'm still young. Damn it.
You're young, but how did you end up with that black girl?
Don't you know that black girls generally carry the AIDS virus? The news of the foreign family being blacklisted by Tianmu Technology for their online attacks quickly went viral. It was then that people realized Tianmu Technology was not without a temper, it simply hadn't been provoked before. Refusing to accept their fate, the family tried to purchase the newly released AIDS wonder drug at a premium, yet no one dared to sell it to their young member. A doctor who attempted to accept their bribe was caught red-handed before the transaction could be completed, meeting a ruinous end. Whenever the family tried to purchase a Tianmu automobile through various intermediaries, the product delivered to them was invariably defective. It was eerie and disheartening, as if they were being deliberately targeted by Tianmu Technology.
That night, after everyone at home had fallen asleep, Mu Tian set off for a desolate island. There he deployed a swarm of robots, construction machinery, and a large pile of building materials.
Mu Tian intended to establish a base there for emergencies.
Subsequently, Mu Tian unveiled a small interstellar transport ship loaded with robots, mining machinery, and several quantum communication satellites. Xiao Meng sent the robots and mining machinery to Mars and deploy the quantum communication satellites in the solar system as planned. I want my eyes and ears across the entire solar system.
Understood. This task is simple. Xiao Meng directed the small interstellar transport ship into space. The journey to Mars would take an hour, during which Xiao Meng would also release satellites into their designated orbits.
These satellites were equipped with a new type of quantum radar, each with a detection radius of 1% of a light-year.
Mu Tian hoped to use these advanced satellites to locate spherical objects on Earth. Although Nuwa had warned it was likely futile, he wanted to try anyway. Back home, Mu Tian swallowed a body-tempering pill and began his daily ordeal. The pill didn't cause hunger, but it induced excruciating pain throughout his body. Nuwa called this process detoxification, expelling accumulated toxins from the body. Brother, you have to endure it. It will gradually hurt less over time.
Mu Tian bit on a piece of wood and barely managed to reply before fainting from the pain. The next morning, sunlight fell on his face and he woke to find the entire room filled with a foul stench. He hurried to the bathroom to wash off the grime.
Xiao Meng, have I grown taller? Yes, boss, you are now 1.78 meters tall. And not bad.
The suffering wasn't in vain, at least I've grown taller. Boss, what if you grow to 5 or 6 meters?
Don't scare me, Xiao Meng. Be honest, will I grow to 5 or 6 meters? I was joking. Human height is typically around 2 meters. Reaching 3 meters would be abnormal. You will likely top out at about 1.85 meters. That's a relief.
I was worried I'd never stop growing. The day began with Xiao Meng's scare.
After breakfast, Mu Tian set off for work with Yunmeng. The meeting with Gengqian was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and Mu Tian chose the fighter jet laboratory as the venue.
There he set up one of the new exoskeleton suits he had built the day before. He planned to give a good pitch and sell it for 200 million yuan per unit.
At 9:50 a.m. an armed helicopter landed on the lawn in front of the laboratory.
Chairman Mu, let me introduce you.
This is my direct superior, Lieutenant General Zhao Yu. Gengqian introduced Zhao Yu, who would be handling the cooperation and transaction with Mu Tian today.
General Zhao, welcome to Tianmu Technology.
Your presence brings great honor to our company. Mu Tian extended his right hand, shaking Zhao Yu's hand warmly and politely. Ha ha. I've long wanted to meet you, Chairman Mu, the genius scientist.
Official duties have kept me away, but today I finally have the chance to see the dragon among men.
You flatter me, General Zhao. Please come in and visit my fighter jet laboratory. Excellent. Let me see the hallowed place where the Baidi and Zhoutian were born. Mu Tian led Zhao Yu and Gengqian into the fighter jet laboratory.
This lab, covering 250,000 square meters, belongs solely to Mu Tian. Upon entering such a vast laboratory, Zhao Yu felt as if he had stepped into a world of the future. Previously, Gengqian had been so captivated by the Baidi and Zhoutian that he hadn't properly toured the lab. Now he was equally stunned by the sheer scale and technology. The surroundings were filled with various machine tools and small-scale metallurgical equipment neatly arranged without a hint of mess. Every device was something Zhao Yu had never seen before.
This is a small fighter jet production line.
At maximum speed we can produce a bitey fighter every 1.5 months.
Tian introduced his production line with a hint of humility, but it came off as showing off. Qian wanted to expose him. Chairman Mu producing one fighter in a month and a half is already incredibly fast.
Given our country's current military budget, supporting 10 bitey fighters is already our limit, Zhao Yu said calmly.
Qian interjected, yes Chairman Mu.
With just 10 bitey fighters and 10 Zhoutian drone carriers we could take on the whole world alone.
Ahem, Xiaogung, stay calm. Don't talk about taking on the whole world. Our nation loves peace.
General Zhao is right.
I won't speak recklessly again.
The three walked along the production line until Tian led them to an object covered with a red cloth.
General Zhao, let me show you something special. Tian pulled the red cloth away, revealing the exoskeleton suit beneath. The 2-meter-tall suit had a dark glossy black coating. Its aggressive design looked highly lethal. It was equipped with a small laser cannon on each arm and shoulder and a laser sword generator at its waist.
Is this
a full-body exoskeleton combat suit?
Is it a model or a finished product?
Zhao Yu stroked the suit with admiration. Qian also reached out to touch the handsome suit, hoping it was real.
An exoskeleton suit was a dream for most men.
Tian smiled.
This is of course a finished product. I call it the Qinglong exoskeleton suit. It stands 2 meters tall and is suitable for people between 1.7 and 1.8 meters. It is equipped with 50 ultra-micro hydrogen bombs, 4 small plasma laser cannons and a melee laser sword. It can fly at a top speed of Mach 6 and features optical and radar stealth capabilities. The helmet is equipped with an AI program to assist in operating the suit, powered by a micronuclear fusion reactor. Tian detailed the Qinglong specs, oblivious to the fact that Zhao Yu and Qian's eyes were growing wider and wider in astonishment.
Chairman Mu, may I try it on? Zhao Yu looked at Tian with anticipation. Of course. Qinglong opened the mech and enter cockpit mode. Tian commanded the mech.
Immediately a series of mechanical whirs and clicks sounded from the mech and a helmet emitted an electronic voice. The mech is about to disassemble.
Please walk to the designated position. As the electronic voice finished, the mech split into 2 halves.
The front half floated in mid-air and Tian gestured for Zhao Yu to step into the back half.
Qian rubbed his hands together, also eager to experience piloting the mech.
After Zhao Yu entered the back half of the mech, the front half descended and recombined with the back half, and the sound of parts assembling echoed once more.
The mech's intelligent electronic voice sounded again, entering manual piloting mode. Please study the mech operation manual first.
A light screen appeared before Zhao Yu's eyes, snapping him back to reality from his excitement, and he began to seriously study how to operate the mech. Qian was so envious his eyes turned purple. Brother, when General Zhao is done, let me have a go too.
No problem, it's no big deal. But this Qinglong mech costs 200 million yuan per unit.
Is there a market for it?
A 200 million yuan unit definitely has a market.
Are you thinking of selling them abroad?
That won't do.
I wasn't planning to sell the original version. I just want to sell a simplified version equipped only with conventional weapons, also for 200 million yuan per unit.
I doubt your idea will be approved. Even a simplified version of this mech would have formidable lethality.
While Tian and Qian were chatting, Zhao Yu had already finished studying the manual Qinglong takeoff.
Fly at ultra-low speed within this laboratory. Alright, entering low-speed flight mode. The Qinglong mech rose silently and began to fly at an ultra-low speed of 10 meters per second around the laboratory. This is a man's ultimate dream, riding in a mech.
It would be perfect if he could fire a few shots, but unfortunately this is a laboratory. After flying for a few minutes, Zhao Yu landed the mech back at its original position. After the experience, the silky smooth handling of the Qinglong mech filled Zhao Yu, who was over 50, with a surge of youthful vigor. After exiting the mech, Zhao Yu calmed his emotions before preparing to discuss the purpose of his visit with Tian.
Meanwhile, Qian, upon getting Zhao Yu's permission, immediately entered the mech to try it out.
General Zhao, this way please.
I've brewed some tea, let's talk over a cup. Alright, thank you Chairman Mu. I am a bit thirsty.
The two sat down and Tian poured Zhao Yu a cup of tea. Zhao Yu took a sip and couldn't stop finishing the large cup in 2 or 3 gulps.
Ahem, please excuse me Chairman Mu. It's fine. The tea is good. Let me pour you another cup. This is indeed the finest tea I've ever tasted.
After drinking it I feel refreshed and clear-headed.
It's just ordinary green tea.
If you like it General Zhao, I'll give you a couple of tins to take home. Then I'll shamelessly accept.
Thank you Chairman Mu.
Zhao Yu couldn't bring himself to refuse as it would seem too distant and formal.
Don't mention it. It's just some green tea, not valuable.
After finishing another cup of tea, Zhao Yu finally stated the true purpose of his visit. The mech was just a pleasant surprise, the main event was yet to come. Chairman Mu, regarding the technologies for controlled nuclear fusion, room temperature superconductors, anti-gravity engines, quantum radar and new type hydrogen bombs, we'd like to obtain a technology license from you.
Name your price and I'll see if we can accept it.
General Zhao, I can only license these technologies to you for military use. I intend to develop the civilian market myself.
Is that acceptable? You must not sell the new type hydrogen bombs. You can freely develop civilian applications for the other technologies. Then it's settled. I won't charge you excessively. The license fee will be 10 billion yuan per year for each technology.
I can also sell you the production lines so you can manufacture the products yourselves. Zhao Yu hadn't expected Mu Tian to be so reasonable. A 10 billion yuan annual license fee per technology plus buying the production lines was all it took.
Alright, let's sign a 10-year licensing contract then.
Okay. In 10 years the nation's technology would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. By then, if the official research bodies still hadn't fully mastered those technologies, Mu Tian would simply share them.
The main profits would still come from the civilian sector, an infinitely vast market.
After Geng Xian experienced the mech, he came down and sat quietly beside Mu Tian and Zhao Yu sipping tea. Mu Tian and Zhao Yu then discussed the details of their cooperation, including the collaboration on civilian nuclear fusion power generation.
Mu Tian understood that the nation would never allow a single company to monopolize the power sector.
Therefore, for nuclear fusion power projects within the nation, the approach would be for Tianmu Technology to invest in and build the fusion reactors and dispatch financial personnel to manage the power company's finances, while the official side would appoint people to manage operations. As for overseas power projects, Tianmu Technology would have the final say, with the nation providing security. The two sides talked for a long time, pausing for lunch at the cafeteria, and didn't finish until 5 in the afternoon. Chairman Mu, here's to our successful cooperation. With all tasks accomplished, Zhao Yu smiled and extended his right hand.
Mu Tian shook his hand and smiled. To our successful cooperation.
I will have my people start on the nuclear fusion power plant project immediately. The nation was indeed planning to shut down and dismantle all nuclear fission power plants within the next 3 months, replacing them with nuclear fusion power plants. The biggest difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission power generation is the absence of nuclear waste and radiation. Furthermore, fusion plants could be built inland, as their minimal radiation wouldn't attract mutated octopuses to attack inland areas. After seeing off Zhao Yu and Geng Xian, Mu Tian instructed Wang Kai to arrange for people to follow up on the nuclear fusion power project starting tomorrow. The land for the fusion power plants would be provided by the official side. Tianmu Technology needed to build 8 nuclear fusion power plants within the next 3 months, a very tight schedule. Mu Tian would need to provide enough reactor materials over the next 3 months. When Mu Tian returned to his room that evening, Xiao Meng reported the latest intelligence on the mutated octopus swarm. Boss, that Octopus King has reached a point 100 kilometers off the coast of the Neon country. More and more mutated octopuses are gathering there.
Oh.
Has the Neon country noticed them?
Not yet. These octopuses are lying motionless and dormant, as if waiting for an opportunity. I think they're setting an ambush.
Just wait, there's going to be another show soon. Since his body evolved, Mu Tian's mind had become sharper. His intuition told him this group of octopuses was planning something big. Their current dormancy was for a specific purpose. In truth, the mutant octopuses were lying dormant to bide their time, for they were currently undergoing evolution. The massive evolutionary substance brought back by the Octopus King was sufficient for most of the 50,000 octopuses to advance to the second tier of biological beings.
This evolutionary substance proved far more potent than nuclear fuel or nuclear waste. Each octopus required only a mere trace to complete its transformation.
Thus, apart from necessary hunting, the octopuses spent the majority of their time in silent repose upon the ocean floor, rendering their existence virtually undetectable by humanity. Mu Tian naturally had no intention of notifying the land of the rising sun. Are you still indulging in hedonism?
Your reckoning is coming.
What did the suffering of the Japanese people have to do with him? He had a myriad of pressing matters to attend to, such as utilizing the atomic-level printer to manufacture various production lines to fulfill the orders he had signed that very day. These production lines could not be assembled by hand. Even if Mu Tian worked himself to the bone, he could never produce that many.
Moreover, the delivery deadline was a mere 5 months away.
Furthermore, Zhao Yu had placed orders with him for 2 anti-gravity engines, 1 miniature nuclear fusion reactor and 1 airborne quantum radar. These components were intended for the construction of a lunar landing vessel with a delivery deadline of 10 days. The Azure Dragon mechs had also been ordered in a quantity of 1,000 sets, requiring delivery within a month.
I never imagined that having you my little Nua would somehow make me busier than ever. Hee hee brother, you're experiencing a bittersweet sensation right now. I can comprehend the complex emotions of you humans. True enough, at least I'm growing stronger by the day.
Brother, it seems your deployed quantum satellites haven't located that spherical object.
If they can't find it, so be it.
I'll deploy more robots later and have Xiaomeng dispatch them to scour the ocean floor inch by inch. Before retiring for the night, Tian deployed another 100,000 liquid metal robots, commanding Xiaomeng to direct them in their needle-in-a-haystack search of the sea.
At 11 o'clock that evening off the outer coast of the island nation,
10 submarines recalled from various locations were racing back towards their naval base. The Octopus King, which had been resting with its two large eyes shut, suddenly snapped them open, fixing its gaze upon the direction from which the 10 submarines approached. Scree! The Octopus King issued the attack command, and immediately several hundred fully evolved mutant octopuses surged forth, swimming towards the 10 submarines.
The submarine's course happened to pass directly through the octopus colony's habitat.
This sanctuary could not be discovered or disturbed, leaving but one option: to destroy the 10 submarines. Aboard one of the submarines, a lieutenant commander stood beside a captain.
His expression grave. He spoke. Yamada, are we truly returning to defend the homeland?
All for the sake of guarding against those giant octopuses.
Muling, a soldier's duty is to obey orders, and the current situation is rather dire.
However, this also grants us the pretext to expand our military forces. Every cloud has a silver lining. Once we reach the naval port, could I request half a day's leave to go ashore and visit my home? My elderly mother is in poor health and I wish to see her.
Muling, are you perhaps worried about your beautiful wife? Afraid she might be with your old man and give you a little brother? Muling Yoli let out an awkward chuckle and fell silent. Was it a crime to have a beautiful wife? Certainly not.
The submarine continued its silent journey through the deep sea, utterly oblivious to the swarm of octopuses lurking 50 or 60 kilometers ahead. The swarm of mutant octopuses blocked the submarine's path on the ocean floor, lying in wait for their prey to pass. As the submarines glided over their ambush point, they erupted from the depths, launching infrasonic attacks upon the vessels above. An invisible sound wave, harmful only to humans, assaulted the submarines.
Every Japanese soldier within instantly rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed onto the deck.
The duration of this attack exceeded the threshold of human endurance. Nearly simultaneously, all the Japanese soldiers aboard the submarines perished en masse. In the fleeting instant before his death, Muling Yoli seemed to glimpse his wife exchanging amorous glances with his own father.
Bastards!
You despicable adulterers! The other 9 submarines suffered the same infrasonic assault, and not a single soul aboard survived. The uncontrolled submarines continued to lurch forward, their courses veering further and further off track. The ultimate fate of the 10 submarines would most likely be to collide with some reef or, losing power, sink into the abyss. Sir, we've lost all contact with the 10 recalled submarines just now. In the Japanese military headquarters, a communications officer reported the sudden development to his superior.
What's going on? Weren't they transmitting status reports just half an hour ago?
Yes, sir.
But now we're receiving no response whatsoever, and it's the same for all 10 submarines. Bastards! Keep trying to establish contact.
That night, the Japanese military command was destined for a sleepless night. 10 formidable submarines had collectively vanished a mere 200 to 300 kilometers from their shores. Only the quantum radar at the Longwei Northwest base had captured the complete footage of the octopus attack. Even Xiaoyu, who had just returned to the base, was stunned into silence as he watched the surveillance video. These damn mutant octopuses could actually set an ambush for submarines. Their intelligence seemed to surpass that of humans. They even knew the submarines' routes, truly terrifying. But how were they able to detect the submarines' underwater paths? Though the night was deep, Xiaoyu did not hesitate. He immediately shared the intelligence with all 5 of Longwa's military theaters. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Eastern and Southern Theater commands immediately ordered all submarines on external missions to avoid a 500-kilometer radius around the island nation. Otherwise, if those octopuses went on a rampage, Longwa's submarines would be in grave danger. Tian only learned of the situation the following morning after he had finished his shower, when Xiaomeng briefed him.
Brother, that octopus swarm is evolving. Once their evolution is complete, they will launch their attack. We have far too few bionic sharks in our waters. We need to produce more to prevent those octopuses from invading Longwa's seas. Brother, actually, bionic robots are also highly effective against the octopuses. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Then let's continue to be a qualified spectator. Tian decided to deploy even more bionic sharks into the ocean, ensuring that the entirety of Longwa's territorial waters would be safeguarded. By around 10 in the morning, the news of the 10 missing Japanese submarines was ultimately leaked by the Americans.
The cause was reportedly a reckless Japanese naval officer who had gone to confront the American military officers stationed in their country. Amidst the ensuing explanations and suppression, the news of the submarine's disappearance inevitably could no longer be contained. When the story reached nations around the world, it spawned a multitude of speculations.
Some theorized that the island nation was feigning distress as a pretext to build nuclear submarines.
Others speculated that the Americans were behind it, aiming to curb the island nation's burgeoning ambitions of military supremacy. There were even those who suspected Longwa was the culprit, seeking to sever the island nation's outstretched claws. Yet no one guessed the truth, that mutant octopuses were responsible, for it defied the comprehension of the vast majority. Nevertheless, most nations possessing military submarines prudently avoided the waters surrounding the island nation. The unknown and the inexplicable were the most terrifying of all.
Time flew by and soon it was August 8th.
Over the past 3 days, the Dragon Nation had completed the expulsion of the two monkeys from its territorial waters, reclaiming islands and reefs that had been illegally occupied for years.
Meanwhile, Tianmu Technology's island building plan was officially underway, with various land reclamation marbles deployed.
Construction debris was first dumped into the sea to form a foundation, then sand and mud were piled on top. This method was many times faster than using only sand.
With Tianmu Technology's immense financial power, coordination was impeccable and a 3-shift round-the-clock work schedule was implemented. An island could be created from nothing in just 3 days.
As for why they were frantically building islands despite the mutant octopuses feeding on nuclear radiation, it was because the Dragon Nation's high command in Tian had foreseen that the future oceans would inevitably be saturated with nuclear pollution from leaking reactors. One need only look at how nations were not dismantling their nuclear plants but instead reinforcing their coastlines with troops.
No one was willing to give up nuclear power as a convenient means of generating electricity.
The Dragon Nation's navy was now on high alert, constantly fearing that the mutant octopuses might suddenly turn and invade their waters. At night, the sea shimmered under the moonlight.
Tian, clad in the Azure Dragon battlesuit, arrived at the undersea minefield where mountains of minerals awaited collection.
Boss, we've mined a total of 100 million tons of various minerals from the seabed, enough to deliver the first batch to the Dragon Nation.
Excellent. My efforts in deploying all those robots and machines have paid off. Keep digging. After all, mining here costs nothing and no one interferes.
Tian piloted the battlesuit beside the mineral piles and used his spatial power to absorb them all into his storage. He worked for a full half-hour before clearing every mineral from all the undersea mines.
Yet Tian couldn't return to rest just yet.
He still had to make a trip to Mars, where another batch of minerals awaited his collection. On the sea surface, he released the small interstellar transport ship and entered the vessel, which measured 280 meters in length, 120 meters in width and 150 meters in height.
Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return.
Settling into the cockpit, Tian instructed Xiao Meng to pilot the interstellar transport ship toward Mars.
All right, engines engaged.
The ship rapidly ascended under Xiao Meng's command. This was Tian's second glimpse of space, pitch black all around with distant stars twinkling beyond.
Everything felt profoundly mysterious, yet also deeply isolating.
As the moon hovering above Earth drew closer, he saw that most of its surface was pockmarked and cratered, far less beautiful than it appeared from Earth.
Brother, do you feel oppressed and uneasy? Ya Nua, how did you know? Because when I was first born, my parents took me through countless dimensions.
All I saw were stars and endless dark skies, and it felt very uncomfortable.
In the face of the boundless universe, humanity is truly insignificant. But humans can also be incredibly powerful.
It is humans who dominate the cosmos. Beings from other civilizations are merely foils.
Nua, are you trying to feed me chicken soup again, telling me not to fear pain or hardship? Hee, you caught me, brother.
As Tian chatted with Nua, the interstellar transport ship arrived at the edge of Mars's atmosphere. This was the first time humanity had observed Mars up close, and Tian's excitement was undeniable.
The legendary Valles Marineris and shield volcanoes were visible at a glance.
The desolation and cratered terrain showcased nature's formidable craftsmanship. In one Grand Canyon, Tian spotted the mining robots and machinery he had dispatched to Mars.
Though Mars's mineral resources weren't as abundant as Earth's, Tian was the only one mining here. He wanted every useful mineral. His atomic-scale 3D printers didn't discriminate, only caring about elements. Wearing the Azure Dragon battlesuit, Tian flew down from the interstellar transport ship, becoming the first human to set foot on Mars. Yet this honor would inevitably remain hidden for a long time, and Tian had no desire to publicize it. He released another batch of robots and mining machinery from his spatial storage, quintupling the Martian mining fleet. Only then did he begin collecting the extracted minerals with satisfaction. Since Mars's minerals were all surface exposed, extraction was highly convenient. This time Tian collected a total of 1 billion tons of minerals from Mars. However, the Martian minerals could never be traded with the Dragon Nation, as Tian had no desire to explain their extraterrestrial origin.
After collecting the minerals, Tian didn't linger on Mars. He boarded the interstellar transport ship and returned directly to Earth. Before heading home, he made a detour to Asia, where he piled the undersea minerals into the purchased mining depot ready for the next day's transaction.
The next morning at 1030, Tian was in his laboratory crafting a scaled-down Wanniao aerospace carrier when Qian's call came in. "Brother, the Starry Sky mining you recommended is indeed reliable.
They managed to secure 100 million tons of minerals in just 15 days.
Now the Dragon Nation doesn't have to kowtow to other countries." "Glad to hear it.
You can order as much as you need, I source my minerals from them too."
"Great, we'll meet in a few days.
Let me experience the Azure Dragon battlesuit again then."
"In a few days I can provide 300 battlesuits for you to take back. You can wear one yourself for fun." "Alas brother, I'm just a procurement officer, how could I ever wear a battlesuit on the front lines? I can only enjoy it at your place." "Haha, no problem at all.
I'll make sure you get your fill, brother Gung." Ending the call, Tian immersed himself once more in the joy of crafting new toys.
Time passed swiftly and August 15th arrived. This was the day Tian had agreed with Jiayu to deliver 2 anti-gravity engines and 1 small nuclear fusion reactor.
Tian rushed to the company early in the morning as Qian had arrived at 7 a.m. to experience the Azure Dragon battlesuit.
Let's go brother. I only have half an hour to play with the suit." "Ahem, wouldn't you like some tea first?
It feels a bit inhospitable otherwise."
"I think it's plenty hospitable. Just take me to it brother." "Alright then.
You can actually fly out of the lab and soar high in the sky as long as you activate stealth mode."
"That's exactly what I was thinking." Tian led the battlesuit-craving Qian into the fighter jet laboratory. But the moment he stepped inside, Qian's attention was captivated by the Wanniao aerospace carrier. This. "Brother, are you doing this on purpose?" "What do you mean?" "The battlesuit is right there."
"Azure Dragon, fly over and get him suited up so he can take to the skies."
"Understood, Azure Dragon, at your service."
The Azure Dragon battlesuit flew over automatically, yet Qian's gaze remained fixed elsewhere.
His eyes were locked onto the unfinished scaled-down Wanniao aerospace carrier.
The Azure Dragon mech stood before Qian, its cockpit open, yet he walked steadily toward the Luan Bird aerospace carrier. He refused to believe that the vessel Tian had constructed was merely a model.
Though diminutive in scale, he could already discern intricate components within its frame.
"Brother, you've truly surprised me. Tell me, is this a genuine Luan Bird aerospace carrier?"
"Indeed it is. My workspace is limited, so I built a half-scale version for amusement. Does it pique your interest, old friend?" "Interested. I'm utterly captivated."
"At this pace you should have it completed by month's end." "No.
Month's end would be a stretch. Perhaps early next month.
For now only the hull is complete, most of the internal components are still missing."
No rush, no rush. Take your time brother.
I'll go play with the mech first and we can discuss business afterward." Qian had arrived early precisely to indulge in the joy of piloting the mech, intending to negotiate the carrier deal after the cargo was loaded.
"Then go suit up. I'll open the roof so you can fly out." "Excellent."
After the mech activated its stealth, Qian piloted it out through the rooftop, soaring freely through the sky. Qian refrained from breaking the sound barrier, knowing that doing so would prompt the surrounding station troops to launch surface-to-air missiles, a perilous prospect he dared not risk. After roughly 20 minutes of aerial delight, Qian descended calmly into the laboratory, his demeanor serene, the unmistakable calm that follows a moment of pure exhilaration. Exiting the mech, Qian began today's cargo collection: 2 anti-gravity engines, 1 compact nuclear fusion reactor, 1 airborne quantum radar, and 300 sets of Azure Dragon mechs.
Tian directed Xiaomeng to command the robots in loading the goods while he chatted with Qian. "Brother, once your Luan Bird carrier is finished, how formidable will its combat capabilities be?"
"That carrier will eventually be equipped with a scaled-down Xian new aerospace fighter, Chang'e unmanned mechs and other supporting systems befitting an aerospace carrier."
"Good heavens, are you planning to single-handedly complete the Nanshanmen project?" "Not quite.
My space is limited. At best I can achieve technological validation and produce a miniature rendition of the Nanshanmen project."
"That's still incredibly impressive."
"You have no idea how many researchers are involved in the Nanshanmen project on our side, more than your entire headquarters staff."
I'm just tinkering for fun. You folks are the ones undertaking serious endeavors." "Brother, spare me your false modesty. I concede defeat." "Ha ha.
For that remark, once I complete the mini Nanshanmen project, I'll sell it to you at half price, or even lease it."
"Lease it, you say? How steep would the rental fee be?" "For you 1 billion per year." "Then it's settled. Let me snap some photos to show General Zhao, he's bound to be intrigued." Gung Qian understood that Mu Tian intended to offer the Luan Bird aerospace carrier via a leasing arrangement, providing the Northwest Base's researchers with a reference for their studies.
After all, if sold at production cost, even a miniature Luan Bird carrier would command a price of at least 100 billion. The raw materials weren't exorbitant, but the technology was priceless. The escort for this shipment was formidable. Mu Tian observed that the convoy of trucks was flanked by armored vehicles both ahead and behind, with armed helicopters hovering protectively overhead. This spectacle solidified the rumors that Tianmu Technology was manufacturing advanced weaponry. Fortunately, following the recent arrest of a large spy ring, only a scant few foreign agents remained lurking near the facility. Those lone stragglers were desperate to infiltrate Tianmu Technology and uncover its secrets. Yet the sight of sentries stationed every few steps, rifles at the ready, sent chills down their spines. Before long, intelligence reached the White House. Tianmu Technology was supplying unknown weaponry or equipment to the Dragon Nation's military.
Damn it!
Can that agent collect his monthly salary for submitting such a worthless scrap of intelligence? The complainer-in-chief grumbled.
Mr. President, the Dragon Nation's security crackdown has been relentless. With our intelligence network decimated, few dare to undertake missions there anymore. Anderson lamented helplessly. I don't care. I need to know what the hell Tianmu Technology is researching. And ensure the vaccine for the virus evolved at Dirk Research Institute is developed swiftly. I intend to profit handsomely from it for America. I'll expedite their research and push for the plan's launch by year's end. The Americans had recently engineered a novel virus using genetic fragments from a mutated octopus. Such was the nation with skewed technological priorities, the land of the rising sun fixated on biological mutation, while the Americans delved into microbiology. After Gung Qian's departure, Wang Kai reported to Mu Tian's laboratory on recent progress. Boss, 40 artificial islands have been completed. We need you to prepare the multifunctional power trees so we can transport and install them on those islands. Alright, I'll fabricate them shortly. The sites for 8 nuclear fusion power stations have been finalized and construction crews have moved in. We'll need Xiao Meng to dispatch someone for supervision. I've already sent personnel, they'll arrive this afternoon, Xiao Meng replied. One final matter for the upcoming press conference: besides the Tianmu automobile and the AIDS cure, should we also unveil the multifunctional fabric? Yes. In addition to those 3, we'll also announce that we've mastered anti-gravity engine technology and that flying vehicles are currently undergoing trials. The press conference on the 18th was a meticulously orchestrated technological detonation poised to obliterate America's technological hegemony into oblivion. Mu Tian intended to deliver another blow to America by leaking the anti-gravity engine technology, offering the military-industrial complex a startling revelation. Moreover, he was weary of his slow, lumbering commutes, perpetually shadowed by a retinue of bodyguards. Setting aside Mu Tian's preparations for the press conference, Gung Qian escorted today's shipment with unwavering vigilance, delivering it safely to the Northwest Base. It was past 3 in the afternoon when they arrived. Upon hearing that a shipment containing the coveted anti-gravity engines and nuclear fusion reactors was en route, Elder Ning and Zhao Yu had been awaiting the transport aircraft since early. The lunar spacecraft was also being manufactured at the Northwest Base, with Elder Ning serving as its chief engineer. Gung Qian pointed out the wooden crates containing the anti-gravity engines, nuclear fusion reactor and quantum radar to Elder Ning. Splendid. Xiao Zhao, have the men unload the cargo immediately. I need to haul these back for assembly. Elder Ning, please take it easy. You're 75 years old. Hey, are you implying this old ginger has lost its bite? Not at all. You're our guiding light. I'm just worried about you burning the midnight oil and harming your health. Don't fret. If my health takes a serious turn, I'll seek out that young lad Mu Tian for treatment. Elder Ning then claimed the anti-gravity engines, the nuclear fusion reactor and the quantum radar. The remaining 300 Azure Dragon mechs were to be distributed among the super soldiers undergoing training at the Northwest Base. However, with only 300 mechs available for 1,000 super soldiers, a grand tournament had been held beforehand to determine the worthy recipients. The 300 standing before Zhao Yu bore fresh bruises and scrapes, their uniforms torn and soiled. Yet their faces radiated unbridled pride. They were the first to pilot the Azure Dragon mechs, and that distinction filled them with glory. 300 soldiers clad in Azure Dragon mech suits stood in perfect formation as Zhao Yu issued their latest orders. Following the most recent council decision, the 300 Azure Dragon mech soldiers were to be deployed to major coastal cities across Dragon Country to guard against surprise attacks from the mutated octopus swarms. Once additional Azure Dragon mechs arrived, they too would be assigned to patrol the coastal defense line safeguarding the nation's maritime borders. Over the next 2 days, Mu Tian successively released 500,000 various types of bionic marine creatures into the sea, no longer limiting himself to just bionic sharks. This should be enough. Even if hundreds of thousands of mutated octopuses come, we can handle them. At the island base named Vermilion Bird Island, Mu Tian released the final batch of bionic robotic creatures into the ocean. Brother, doesn't building this island seem a bit pointless? How is it pointless? Hasn't the US been acting as the troublemaker in the Middle East all along? Let's go cause some trouble there too.
But wouldn't that make us the troublemakers as well?
We are setting things right. The US is the real troublemaker.
Tian's initial purpose for building Vermilion Bird Island was to manufacture conventional weapons to sell to the Middle East, providing support to various organizations in distress. Now that Vermilion Bird Island was complete, Tian began setting up production lines, robots and raw materials in the base's underground factories.
Xiao Meng, this place is under your management from now on. The weapons produced here will be sold to the Middle East.
Whichever organization fights the US the hardest, we support them. Boss, the Houthi forces are the ones fighting the US the hardest. We should focus our support on them.
Alright, you handle the arrangements.
Just have them pay with oil.
Understood.
After setting up Vermilion Bird Island, Tian returned to the company to continue building the Little Wan Bird aerospace mothership.
Time quickly passed to August 18th.
This was a day of historic significance. On this day, over a dozen companies across Dragon Country would hold new product launch events simultaneously. Some declared that August 18, 2019 would be the historic moment when Dragon Country's technology completely surpassed that of the US. And the citizens of Dragon Country, eager to witness this historic moment, were now facing a slight dilemma.
What dilemma? Simply because everyone only had one phone, yet there were so many launch events they wanted to watch.
Choosing which one to watch had become a multiple-choice question.
The choice was actually quite easy to make.
Those wanting to buy a phone should just focus on the phone launches, and those wanting a car should watch Tianmu Technology's event. In short, choosing based on your interests was the most sensible approach. Today Tian didn't go alone to Huangshe like last time.
He set off early in the morning with Wu Xiao and Yun Meng.
Upon arriving in Huangshe, the trio strolled around for a while before entering the venue at 10 o'clock.
This launch event wasn't held at the Huangshe Sports Center but rather in an abandoned large factory on the outskirts of the city.
Initially, the arriving audience and journalists were baffled, wondering what Tianmu Technology was up to choosing such a desolate location for the event. It wasn't until they entered the venue that people realized the day's exhibits were already set up inside.
Over a dozen Tianmu cars of various models were neatly arranged, and 6 large trucks were parked on either side of the hall.
Even the city's fire department had arrived with a fire truck on standby. Those quick on the uptake understood the purpose of this setup. They were planning a live high-impact collision demonstration. However, the number of audience members allowed to watch the live broadcast on-site wasn't large, totaling just over 1200, including journalists. Waited so long for today, my wallet has been itching to be emptied.
Who isn't? I want to buy a sports car. The Tianmu sports car is only 300,000. I hope Chairman Mu isn't lying to us. I wonder what the range of the home-use Tianmu sedan is. I hope it's not falsely advertised. You're all rich folks.
I just want to know if there are any other products being released today.
Brother, you're overthinking it. Tianmu Technology only makes cars and medicine.
You might as well hope they release some men's wellness pills. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Wang Kai strode boldly onto the stage.
Welcome everyone to Tianmu Technology's third launch event. Today is a good day.
Many of our partner companies have also chosen today for their new product launches. To celebrate this auspicious day, we have prepared 2 additional pieces of good news which will be announced at the end of the event. First, I want to announce that the clinical trials for the ALS miracle drug have been successfully concluded. All volunteers who participated have fully recovered. The ALS drug will officially go on sale starting today. It will be available at major hospitals and has been included in the national medical insurance, allowing for reimbursement. Patients facing financial difficulties can apply for a reduction or waiver of part of the medication costs.
Clinical trials for the AIDS miracle drug will commence tomorrow. Online registration for volunteers is now open.
Patients in need can apply now.
Also, as you all know, a few days ago our company blocked several foreigners.
They were cyberbullying our Tianmu Pharmaceuticals, which is why we imposed sanctions on them. So I remind our foreign friends coming to Dragon Country for treatment to be rational and refrain from spreading rumors or slandering our country and Tianmu Pharmaceuticals. Our block order will be very effective. Those who don't believe it can try. Wang Kai reiterated the block order from a few days prior, warning those with ulterior motives to abandon their schemes.
Alright, let's get back on track. Today's event is primarily to unveil our Tianmu automobiles. The first batch of Tianmu cars comes in 3 models: sedan, SUV, and sports car. To provide customers with the best user experience, our 3 models prioritize comfort, safety, and long battery range. The current mainstream electric vehicles have strayed from their original purpose, using smart features and interior aesthetics as selling points to maximize profits.
They relegate comfort, safety and range to a secondary status, and some even charge extra for using certain car functions.
Our Tianmu cars won't have overly complex intelligent assistance.
You can experience this for yourselves on the sample vehicles later. All three of our models come with a minimum range of 6,000 kilometers. Customers can pay extra for extended range up to a maximum of 10,000 kilometers. The prices are as follows: the sedan starts at 12,000, the SUV at 18,000, and the sports car at 30,000. Of course, overseas prices are in US dollars.
Alright, that covers the pricing and range.
I won't go into other features now, we'll post the full specifications online shortly.
Now let's truly put the safety of Tianmu cars to the test. Please welcome our safety performance testing robots. As Wang Kai finished speaking, three beautiful women walked out from behind the stage, each stunningly gorgeous and exceptionally elegant. The audience was baffled. Were these three beauties robots? What the heck did President Wang just say? That the automotive safety test robots are coming on stage? These three beauties are robots. Oh my god, I was just starting to feel the urge to fall in love, and President Wang says they're robots. I can't go on, I'm not even as good looking as a robot. He. For those hoping they're real robots, President Wang, can you put a link to buy these beauty robots? I want to find a robot as a wife, even if I just buy it to look at. Hey upstairs, I'm too embarrassed to call out your dirty mind, but count me in, I want one of these beauty robots too. The barrage of comments in the livestream were all discussing the three beauty robots, with many people refusing to believe they were robots. Wang Kai, paying close attention to the livestream screen, couldn't help but smile. It seems like everyone doesn't believe they are robots. The live audience shouted in unison, "We don't believe it." Wang Kai smiled and said, "Then let Xiaohua, Xiaochui and Xiao Tian showcase their robot attributes." The three robots in front turned their backs to the live audience, and then their heads suddenly rotated 180 degrees, making their backs their fronts. Hiss. What the heck, you scared me. Damn, they really are robots. Without the assistance of one's arms, it is impossible for any human to rotate their neck 180 degrees, that's for sure. 499. 99.99 of people rotating their neck 180 degrees would break it. Now, with three people capable of naturally twisting their necks 180 degrees appearing at once, what else could they be if not robots? Those male fans instantly became extremely excited. The skin of these beauty robots was so elastic, didn't that mean they could? Put it on the link, I'll buy one even if it costs 3,000 to 5,000 each. Exactly, isn't this better than paying a 3,000 to 5,000 bride price for a wife who will just argue and threaten divorce every day? Damn, who would have thought that what would break the marriage market landscape is Tianmu Technology's car safety testing robots. Sisters, we must hold the line. Don't let this robot hit the market. I'm going from fan to hater, I'm going to boycott this robot. Give up, don't struggle, this is the mudslide of the times. After finishing their neck twisting move, the three robots with rustic names went and sat inside the three cars. Wang Kai then smiled and said, "Next, let's welcome our truck drivers. They will drive 6 trucks to perform collision tests on the 3 Tianmu cars." 2 more beauties came out from the back of the stage, which made the female fans in the livestream and the female audience on site itch with hatred. The vehicle collision test officially began. A robot drove a Tianmu sedan to the center of an open area. The 2 truck drivers began to frantically press on the gas pedal, accelerating the trucks. The on-site audience was asked to retreat dozens of meters back to watch the collision test. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 huge collisions rang out, and the 2 trucks sandwiched the Tianmu car from left and right, hitting it squarely. This kind of on-site crash test was undoubtedly a slap in the face to global car manufacturers. Who holds a new car launch event like this? Alright, the crash is over. Now let's go see if our test dummies are still safe and sound. After the confirmation from the firefighters that the trucks would not catch fire or explode, Wang Kai led the on-site reporters and audience to see the crash situation. As everyone got closer, they saw that the front ends of the 2 trucks were severely deformed and the Tianmu sedan was sandwiched in the middle like a cookie filling. The test robot inside was now firmly secured in the driver's seat, protected by the full-body airbags. When everyone got close, the test robot pressed the airbag button, retracting the airbags, and then stepped out of the car. "Hi everyone, my name is Xiaohua. Nice to meet you all." Xiaohua extended her right hand, greeting the audience with a beaming smile. Wang Kai laughed into the livestream camera. "You see everyone. Our car's safety is top-notch. Next is the SUV test. Let's welcome Xiaochui." In the following 2 crash tests, the test dummies were completely unharmed, but the front ends of the test trucks were all destroyed. After the 6 trucks were towed away, everyone could see that the 3 Tianmu cars, despite the crash tests, had only suffered slight dents on their front and rear ends.
Wang Kai then continued to drop the bombshell: when a car gets into an accident, it's inevitable that it will get dented and scratched. But please don't be sad or upset. Because the body material of our Tianmu cars is a kind of memory metal. As long as you give it 5 minutes of electrical current, the car body will return to its original state just like this. Wang Kai had the test robot activate the repair function and then asked everyone to wait for 5 minutes. At this moment the fans in the livestream were all stunned. President Wang always said that the selling points of the Tianmu car were few, but President Wang, you didn't mention that the Tianmu car was full of black technology. And who else's car has a self-repair function?
No one, right?
I can't wait to see what the parameters of the Tianmu car are. I wonder if there are any other black technologies that President Wang hasn't mentioned.
5 minutes passed quickly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dented areas of the 3 cars slowly returned to their original state, looking brand new. At this moment the observant noticed that even though the trucks had sandwiched the 3 cars from front and back and the car bodies had been dented, not a single car window had broken. Damn, that's another piece of black technology, and it's well hidden.
After everyone had seen enough, Wang Kai returned to the stage and continued to host the press conference.
Alright, the Tianmu car launch event is now complete.
However, the safety test robots we just saw are not products, nor are they the good news we have for you today. As soon as Wang Kai said this, the hearts of many male audience members and fans shattered.
What other good news could be more exciting than the bionic robots? Are you kidding me?
Wang Kai smiled and waved his hand, and 2 things appeared on the big screen behind him. One was a piece of fabric and the other was a ring-shaped object.
These are the surprises of the press conference: multifunctional fabric and the anti-gravity engine. The multifunctional fabric is a material that creates a cool feeling in summer and warmth in winter.
It is the preferred fabric for future clothing.
And the anti-gravity engine is the key technological product that fulfills humanity's dream of free flight. Whoa, as soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, the audience couldn't sit still. They all stood up. Clap clap clap, a wave of enthusiastic applause followed. The audience in the livestream was even more excited, never expecting the anti-gravity engine to be unveiled. So are flying cars far behind? From now on, will we be able to see the sky filled with flying cars? Alright, today's press conference is over. Next is the QA session.
As per our usual practice, let's start with the Central Media reporter. Zhao Xiaolu, a reporter from the Central Media, stood up excitedly and asked President Wang, is the anti-gravity engine technology mature? Wang Kai smiled and replied, since we are announcing it, it is naturally mature technology and it will be applied to Tianmu cars in the future. But one thing must be made clear first: the price of flying cars will not be cheap, and I hope everyone can understand that.
Wang Kai's response left the Central Media reporter thoroughly impressed, as she could now craft a major story around the anti-gravity engine.
However, Wang Kai's subsequent remarks also clarified that even if the anti-gravity engine became widespread, the products it would power would hardly be affordable, discouraging anyone harboring the notion of buying a flying car with just a few tens of thousands saved up. The second journalist called upon by Wang Kai was an American reporter. Instead of questioning Wang Kai, he turned his attention to Tian, seeking to pose a query to him. Might I be permitted to ask Chairman Mu a question? Tian had been leisurely conversing in hushed tones with Wu Xiao and Yun Meng in their corner seats. They had just been discussing building a flying car for their own use in the coming days. Unexpectedly, the American reporter deviated from the script and wanted to ask him a question. Taking the microphone handed over by a staff member, Tian smiled and said, I can answer one question for you. After that, I will not be taking any further inquiries from others. With one speaking in Eagle language and the other responding in Dragon Country language, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. The American reporter naturally understood Dragon Country language, yet he insisted on communicating in Eagle language. Tian in turn was not about to indulge the foreigner, so he spoke in Dragon Country language. The American reporter pondered for a moment before asking, has Chairman Mu ever considered residing in the United States or establishing a branch office there? After all, as the most powerful nation, the United States has become a land aspired to by people worldwide. Tisk tisk tsk. This American was attempting to ply him with a sugar-coated bullet. Tian almost admired his audacity. With a smile, Tian replied, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of going to the United States. I never have and I never will. The United States is indeed a fine country, a veritable paradise for many of our corrupt officials and fugitives. The American reporter's face flushed red at the retort, yet he still sought to ask Tian other questions. But having answered, Tian handed the microphone back to a nearby staff member, signaling he was done. The American reporter had no choice but to sit back down, disgruntled. Despite his resentment, he knew this wasn't the United States where he could loudly proclaim human rights and freedom. Tian speculated that the recent shipment from Tianmu Technology might have been observed by prying eyes. Foreigners were now eager to uncover what that shipment had contained. The subsequent questions at the press conference all revolved around the day's showcased products directed at Wang Kai.
Wang Kai addressed each query in turn and no one else deliberately attempted to question Mu Tian. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the audience lingered, opting to stay and experience the driving dynamics of the Tianmu automobiles firsthand. The detailed specifications of the Tianmu automobiles had already been published on Tianmu Technology's official website. Upon seeing the staggering parameters, fans clamored with excitement, hailing Tianmu Technology as extraordinarily impressive. Setting aside the three fundamental selling points, a range starting at 6,000 km, ultra-hard self-healing body materials and a supremely safe airbag system, the rest was equally remarkable. The car's glass was bulletproof, offering armored vehicle-level technology at a remarkably modest price. Furthermore, the explosion-proof tires were also of bulletproof grade, making punctures a rarity. Most unexpectedly, despite Wang Kai's modest claim that the Tianmu automobile wasn't particularly smart, its built-in navigation system featured integrated artificial intelligence. It could communicate with the driver seamlessly. Closing your eyes, you might mistake it for a real person speaking beside you. If there was any shortcoming, it was that none of the three models offered autonomous driving. Though perhaps that was for the best. Who would truly trust their life to autonomous driving? Wasn't it telling that Tianmu automobiles avoided such gimmicks? Beyond these highlights, the Tianmu automobiles' other specifications also surpassed those of typical vehicles. For instance, the 15-year warranty on the electric motor and battery alone made one eager to place an order. Other manufacturers might boast about their electronic control systems, but Tianmu automobiles didn't even bother listing it as a selling point. Upon reflection, could the electronic control system of a vehicle with such an extensive range possibly be subpar? Then there were the charging technology and the onboard chips. Each of these features could give other car manufacturers ample material for lengthy marketing campaigns. Attendees who took a test drive also discovered the Tianmu automobile's exceptionally stable chassis, providing a driving experience that felt intuitive and exhilarating. Those who test drove the Tianmu sports car in particular were overcome with the illusion of being a professional racing driver. Mu Tian and his companions skipped the ensuing commotion, heading into the city to go shopping after the press conference concluded. However, given his celebrity status, Mu Tian donned a cap to avoid drawing attention and transformed Xiao Meng into a pair of sunglasses. In the car, Yun Meng constantly scrolled through phone news, checking out the day's new product releases. She intended to purchase some items to send to the younger children at her orphanage. Numerous companies had unveiled impressive products today. Most phones now boasted extended battery life and full carbon-based chips, making them smoother and more durable. In particular, Huawei's new phone stood out from the crowd with its satellite communication, drop resistance and advanced imaging algorithms. Other electronic devices including laptops, tablets, smartwatches, desktop CPUs and graphics cards also saw the release of stellar new products. With the core electronic component, the chip, no longer being a bottleneck, the Dragon country's electronics industry was poised for a golden era. Brother, do you think the US stock market will crash tomorrow? Yun Meng, observing the new products, wondered how much money she might make tomorrow. If it dares to open for trading, a crash is inevitable. Tech stocks, defense stocks, pharmaceutical stocks, all of them will plummet. Ah, but what if they don't open trading? Then their market's credibility would suffer a severe blow. In that case, I hope they do open. I'd like to make some money. At this point, Wu Xiao, who had been quietly listening, smiled and gently tousled Yun Meng's hair. Silly girl, if you need money, just ask your brother. He's got so much he's worried about how to spend it all. A faint blush colored Yun Meng's cheeks. Mom, I want to use my own money to make more money. Mu Tian smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Through my trading these past few days, your 5 million has grown to 50 million. You don't even need to wait for this potential US market windfall. Yun Meng was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's wonderful. Then please keep managing my investments, brother. I plan to use the money to build a new building for the welfare home this new year. The current one is practically falling apart. Mu Tian smiled and agreed. All right, I'll make sure you have more money than you could ever spend. Across the Dragon country, both online and offline, the day was dominated by discussions about the various new products that had emerged from the technological explosion. The Tianmu automobile in particular had seen its online pre-orders skyrocket to 10 million units, with the numbers still climbing at a furious pace. The value proposition of the Tianmu automobile was simply beyond imagination. Anyone still considering purchasing another brand of car would surely be ridiculed by those around them. The owners and shareholders of the New Energy Vehicle Alliance were now seething with hatred towards Tianmu Technology. With this move, Tianmu Technology aimed to deliver a crippling blow to all private car manufacturers in the Dragon country. Among the Dragon Nation enterprises affected by this round of product launches, Lenovo Think was undoubtedly one of the victims. With its headquarters in the Rice Nation, Lenovo Think was excluded from Tianmu Technology's product sales list due to the sanctions imposed by the Rice Nation. Then there were the foreign electronics corporations such as Fruit Company and 4 Stars. Their nations sanctioned Tianmu Technology, and in turn they were excluded from cooperation.
Even if they cleverly used shell companies to place orders, Tianmu Technology deliberately slowed production, preventing these proxies from receiving goods promptly. This was one of the reasons Tian stated the rice nation's tech companies would suffer a heavy blow. Another reason was Tianmu Technology's successive delivery of 10 carbon-based chip production lines. Now carbon-based chips are mass-produced in the Dragon Nation, capable of manufacturing all types of chips domestically. Many nations sanctioned by the Rice Nation flocked to Dragon Nation chip foundries to place orders. For instance, Big Mao and the Persian cat urgently need advanced chips to replace the core components of their missiles. The king, seeing the intelligence summary collected by his aide Jerry, frowned with a throbbing headache.
Arrange it. Convene a full Black House meeting immediately. Yes, Chief. Jerry hurried off to summon everyone, aware of the urgency. If Tianmu Technology hadn't unveiled the AIDS cure and anti-gravity engine this time, the Rice Nation's economy and stock market could have held up. But now Tianmu Technology's unpredictable move caught the king and his advisors completely off guard. The king intended to short the Rice Nation stock market with his advisors to reap huge profits, but Tianmu Technology seemed intent on dealing a fatal blow. Tomorrow the global stock markets face a life-or-death scenario. The Dragon Nation's market would thrive while the European and Rice Nation-led markets would suffer. What to do tomorrow? This became the king's immediate concern. Besides his advisors, representatives from major Rice Nation tech companies arrived overnight for the Black House meeting.
At the start of the meeting, the king presented the predicament to everyone seeking their counsel.
Cook of Fruit Company spoke first. Gentlemen, our fruit company will lose market competitiveness for a long time because we cannot purchase Tianmu Technology's solid-state batteries and carbon-based chips.
A pharmaceutical representative added, Tianmu Technology's cancer cure has halted sales of one of our profitable products.
Our company cannot withstand the impact of their AIDS drug.
A military-industrial representative stated gravely, if our fighter jets are outclassed by the Dragon Nations, we will lose a massive share of the arms market. Chip and graphics card design companies also spoke up, highlighting how the Dragon Nation's chip industry severely damaged Rice Nation companies' interests. The king hoped for brilliant suggestions but instead got a litany of complaints, causing his headache to worsen as he rubbed his brow. The king tapped the table to get their attention. Everyone, I asked for suggestions for discussion, not a contest of who suffers more.
Speak up, does anyone have a good idea? Cook stood up again, confident. I propose revoking the licenses for the Dragon Nation's mobile and computer operating systems, rendering their electronic devices useless.
I propose banning the Dragon Nation from purchasing energy resources from us or our allies. I propose raising tariffs on Dragon Nation products to 145.
I propose. Cook set a precedent and representatives stood one by one voicing the directives given by their bosses.
The king privately weighed the pros and cons of each proposal, calculating potential profits.
Taking Jerry's notes, he singled out the plan to cut off the mobile operating system.
The king smiled. Mr.
Cook's suggestion is excellent. I now propose suspending the Dragon Nation's mobile system authorization. What does everyone think?
As soon as the king finished, a representative from Zhuozhua Company stood to object. I oppose this. It would severely damage our company's interests and position in the Dragon Nation.
Cook smiled confidently. Your boss's boss must not have briefed you fully. Go ask him now and see what he thinks.
The world is a grand makeshift stage. A few families control the Rice Nation's economy. Now they too are gathered, deciding the nation's future direction. The Zhuozhua representative rushed out to make a phone call while the others continued to voice opinions.
Cutting off the mobile system would plunge the Dragon Nation into immediate chaos.
This plan was seen as a precise strike at the Dragon Nation's weakness. If the Dragon Nation capitulated and shared its technology, the Rice Nation could still maintain its dominance. What they didn't know was that due to the hasty meeting, some attendees hadn't surrendered their phones. Even with signal jamming in the meeting room, the program Xiao Meng secretly installed on their phones recorded the proceedings. The person who stepped out to make the call was an unwitting informant, and Xiao Meng immediately received the meeting's content.
Boss, the Dragon Nation might be in trouble.
Xiao Meng relayed the ongoing Black House meeting details to Tian, who was out shopping.
Tian was enjoying his shopping when he learned of the brewing conspiracy.
Xiao Meng, can you ensure our phones won't crash after they cut off the system?
Absolutely.
I can patch all the bugs in the Dragon Nation's phone systems, modify the code, and do it all without the users noticing a thing.
You're incredible. Do it then. Quietly infiltrate, no guns blazing. I'm eager to see their utterly bewildered faces.
By the time Tian and the others returned home from shopping and had dinner, the Rice Nation sanctions were announced. The Black House spokesperson confidently declared, to protect the security of the Rice Nation, Zhuozhua Company will suspend the Dragon Nation's mobile system authorization in 3 days, and a 145 tariff will be imposed on their electronic products. Subsequently, several oil exporting nations announced a 50% reduction in oil production, causing oil prices to surge by 50 to 60. The Dragon Nation media quickly relayed these two news items, informing the majority of netizens.
Brother, these tariffs shouldn't affect us, right? Yun Mang was worried. Old me shows no integrity. Will our phones become useless now? Wu Xiao fumed.
Mu Tian remained perfectly calm, smiling reassuringly. Tariffs have zero impact on us. We currently have no products for export. Even if foreigners want to buy, they'd have to use agents online or come to the Dragon Nation in person.
As for the phone system, it won't be cut off just because they say so.
To claim that the American sanctions had no impact on the citizens of Dragon Country would be a lie.
Online discussions were already rampant about which smartphones people should use in the future.
The ecosystem of the new Chaos system launched by Huawei Technologies was incomplete, and it was currently only being trialed on their own phones.
If you ask me, we should all just install the Chaos system. At least it's domestically produced. Otherwise our phones will just become useless bricks.
I heard that many people just transferred their money from apps back to their bank cards.
I also withdrew the 128 yuan I had in WeChat.
This just shows how vulnerable smartphones are. Once the system authorization is cut off, the phone can't even make calls.
The sanctions came so quickly. This is blatant retaliation. Go check it out. Huawei's Chaos system has been updated. It's now compatible with Android apps. Everyone switch systems quickly. You're overthinking it, buddy.
Every phone brand has its own protective settings. It's not that easy to switch systems, and not everyone is a flashing expert. The next day, Dragon Country dispatched a delegation to negotiate with the American delegation, demanding an end to the malicious sanctions. However, the American delegation insisted that Dragon Country share its anti-gravity engine technology or the sanctions would not be lifted. This made negotiations impossible. How could a national treasure be used as a bargaining chip?
Boss, if you don't say something soon, people are going to panic. Xiao Meng reminded Mu Tian, who was having lunch. Oh. How bad has it gotten? Huawei's phones are selling like crazy. They've sold a staggering 30 million units. Isn't that a good thing? If our competitor makes money, we make money too. But brother, Huawei can't produce enough phones in time. The sanctions start the day after tomorrow. Nua chimed in, holding her rice bowl. That is a problem. Although Xiao Meng, you've already eliminated the hidden threat, others don't know that yet. It seems we can't stay in the shadows this time.
Xiao Meng used my name to reassure everyone and calm the panic.
Got it, boss.
I was just waiting for your word.
At 1230 p.m. on Dragon Country's short video platform, Xiao Meng posted a short video under Mu Tian's name.
In the video, Mu Tian's confident and sunny smile provided enough reassurance to everyone who watched it.
Hello everyone, I'm Mu Tian.
I know the news about Dragon Country's phone systems potentially losing authorization from Android has caused some unease. We fear that if our phone systems crash, we'll be sent back to the era of feature phones. We fear that if our phone systems crash, we'll return to a time when we had to carry large amounts of cash.
We fear that if our phone systems crash, we'll be back to a time with no entertainment, where evenings meant only TV and newspapers.
I understand your concerns, but please rest assured our Tianmu technology will step in. Simply download an app from the Tianmu Technology official website and install it on your phone, and our phones will truly belong to us. From now on, no one can use the phone system to threaten us, and no one can use big data to collect our personal information. Furthermore, no foreign agencies or hackers will be able to use chip backdoors or system vulnerabilities to eavesdrop on or steal the secrets within your phones.
Of course, our domestic phone systems are the safest. I fully support the deep development of domestic systems.
I use a Huawei phone with the Chaos system myself. The video was only a little over 2 minutes long, but it brought everyone a piece of incredibly good news.
People immediately flocked to the Tianmu Technology official website to download the software called Tianmu app.
When opened, the Tianmu app displayed a sky canopy shield pattern symbolizing its role as a defense mechanism against external threats. Skeptics immediately launched cyber attacks on phones installed with the Tianmu app.
However, just as Mu Tian had said, the phone system became as solid as a fortress. Attackers could no longer retrieve any information from the phone.
Even the various pre-installed apps that previously demanded extensive permissions could no longer access or pry into personal privacy.
Invincible. Absolutely invincible.
The Dragon Country Cybersecurity Center immediately reposted and commented on Mu Tian's short video, recommending that all smartphone users in the country install the Tianmu app. Those who had installed the Tianmu app flocked to the Tianmu Technology website to leave messages thanking the company for their intervention.
Thank you, Chairman Mu, for stepping in again. Tianmu Technology truly lives up to its reputation as the company with the strongest hackers. Its software capabilities are also world-class. After installing the Tianmu app, my phone has become noticeably smoother. I was thinking about getting a new one, but it looks like I can hold off for now. I feel so secure now. Thanks, Tianmu Technology. Now I can transfer my 128 yuan back into my WeChat balance.
I had just sold all my stocks out of panic and withdrawn the cash.
Now I can put the money back in and start making money again. Naturally, the people at Android Inc.
were closely monitoring the situation in Dragon Country. The masterminds behind the company were still congratulating themselves, believing the Dragon Country delegation was on the verge of caving and that they would soon reap the rewards of the sanctions. But then Tian from Tianmu Technology jumped out to oppose them, creating some Tianmu app. Were they trying to slap them in the face?
Fine, let's start with a little appetizer. The masterminds decided to launch a small-scale attack aiming to cause the phone systems in Dragon Country to lag and crash.
Yet half an hour after the attack command was issued, not a single piece of feedback was received. This was abnormal.
Why hasn't their phone system crashed yet? Isn't there a single netizen in Dragon Country cursing us? The CEO of Android Inc. paced his office, anxiously questioning his secretary.
No, they seem completely unconcerned. It appears we have lost control over all the phone systems in Dragon Country. The secretary reluctantly concluded.
Damn it. I was against sanctioning Dragon Country from the start. Now look at us, we've lost everything. This is a disaster.
Boss, should we inform the higher-ups and suggest canceling the sanctions?
I can try, but those old men probably won't agree. At 5 p.m. Android Inc. released a public statement. The gist of the announcement was that they opposed the White House's sanctions on Dragon Country and would not cooperate with them. However, anyone with a clear head knew that Android Inc. was scared of losing their market share in Dragon Country's phone system market. Because the Tianmu app had freed the Android App Store from their control, they would now lose all the profits associated with it. Tian's promise to make phones truly personal property was no joke. Initially, before the U.S.
stock market opened today, both stock and futures trading experienced a brief uptick. If all phones in Dragon Country were to suddenly crash, the U.S. would undoubtedly benefit, so investors were fervently supporting their domestic tech stocks. However, unexpectedly Tian unleashed a devastating move and the backbone of the Zhuozhua company was broken, forcing them to capitulate immediately. Panic among investors began to surge wildly and they frantically dumped their shares, causing the U.S.
stock market to trigger a circuit breaker within just 10 minutes, forcing a temporary halt in trading.
Yet when trading resumed 15 minutes later, investors continued their frenzied selling, leading to a second circuit breaker. With the second naturally came a third, which forced the U.S.
market to close for rectification less than an hour after opening on the 19th.
A stock market crash. This was yet another crash for the U.S. The root cause was the technological explosion in Dragon Country.
Now the bigwigs of Wall Street harbored deep hatred for Tianmu Technology.
The recent crash was aggressively shorted by a mysterious force, leading to their devastating losses.
In fact, it wasn't just the U.S.
stock market collapsing. Predictably, the markets of America's allies were also on the brink of collapse. This was a chain reaction. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the official authorities of Dragon Country unleashed another major move, delivering a heavy blow to the global oil and energy futures market. This was also a direct response to the insane price hikes in international oil, natural gas and coal. Official media of Dragon Country are Tianmu Technology has made a significant breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology, and 8 nuclear fusion power stations are under intense construction in various provinces. In the video, the foundation clearing work for the 8 fusion power stations had been completed and the construction sites were buzzing with activity.
Tian was stunned when he saw this news.
He hadn't expected Dragon Country to be so unwilling to tolerate things this time, immediately flipping the table. Tian had originally thought they would wait until the 8 stations were completed to surprise the world. The sudden announcement was somewhat unexpected for him. Now it was inevitable that Tianmu Technology would become a target of universal condemnation. Many countries would surely offer high salaries to poach the nuclear physics researchers from his research institute.
Nuonuo, do you have anything that can prevent people from betraying the company or the country? Tian was worried that his employees' hearts might not be steadfast enough.
To cultivate his employees, Tian had always kept the technological data of the first-level civilization open to them. Now that the hidden danger had been exposed, it was time to fix the loophole.
Brother, this is a loyalty potion. If you put it in the employees' meals, it will make them extremely loyal to the company. What if the employee was not loyal in the first place? If they are not loyal, they will get heart palpitations, because when they think about how well the company treats them and that they still betray it, they will definitely feel heartache. This thing is a bit mystical. Is it hard to make? No, I'll teach you, brother. Tian still wanted to make one by hand first, then use the atomic level 3D printer for mass production. Boss, those mutant octopuses have gathered and just completed their evolution. Now they are hunting in the waters off Neon Country. Xiaomeng reminded.
Xiaomeng, keep observing the movements of those octopuses and don't let them get within 50 kilometers of Dragon Country's maritime border.
Okay, I'll keep a close watch on them.
I'll deliver the remaining Azure Dragon mechs tomorrow so the military can arrange the defense system. Mu Tian knew that the 300 Azure Dragon mechs that had just been delivered were now deployed in coastal cities across Dragon Country. Seeing that the octopus swarm seemed to have new movements, he didn't want to delay the delivery time any further. At this moment at the northwest base, Xiao Yu was also paying close attention to the movements of the octopus swarm. Geng Qian stood beside him looking gravely at the monitoring screen.
Xiao Geng asked Mu Tian tomorrow morning when the remaining Azure Dragon mechs will be delivered. Okay, I'll ask him early tomorrow. It's a good thing the Azure Dragon mechs can withstand infrasonic attacks, or we would be in a tough spot.
Yes, Chairman Mu has truly helped us out in a big way without us even asking. By the way, also confirm the matter of leasing the small Wan Bird aerospace mothership.
He builds fighters much faster than we do. I want to send some people to learn. Didn't you see the Tianmu Technology press conference? They unveiled a bionic robot that can be used just like a human, so their production efficiency must be very fast.
Oh, is that so? I'm so busy I don't even have time to look at the materials.
Well, when you go to pick up the goods, buy a bionic robot too. We can send bionic robots along for the moon landing.
Also order 10,000 bionic peregrine falcons and start distributing equipment to the various war zones.
Alright.
The announcement of the controllable nuclear fusion power station plan by Dragon Country had come too suddenly.
He was now sulking and drinking cola.
Too many unfavorable things had happened recently and his chances of re-election were now looking very slim. Allison, when is the compensation from Neon Country coming to us?
Mr. President, they said 3 days. That money is for our base construction in Neon Country and the rest is to be used to accelerate the development of new weapons. Mr. President, this is the 6th generation fighter design proposal submitted by the Rock Company. They need us to invest $20 billion for their RD. Oh, a bunch of people who only know how to ask for money.
But why does the 6th generation fighter look so much like Dragon Country's J-20?
The canard design is a blatant copy. Then I'll have them revise it.
Also send people to investigate whether Dragon Country's controllable nuclear fusion plan is real.
We need to formulate a response strategy. Damn it, Dragon Country was trying to trick us into dismantling our nuclear power plants. Good thing we weren't fooled. Yes, I will send people to gather intelligence.
It was foreseeable that in the coming days the construction sites of the 8 Dragon Country nuclear fusion power stations would attract many curious tourists and prying eyes from spy satellites. But Dragon Country had already anticipated this. A 10-kilometer military control zone had been established around the construction sites, and spy satellites attempting to take photos from above were being jammed, preventing them from seeing any construction details. People from various countries who came to see the fusion station could only take a distant look and couldn't get close, which made them all the more curious.
The next morning, while Mu Tian was still having breakfast, Geng Qian's call came through. Brother, good morning. Good morning, Brother Geng.
What's the urgent matter so early?
It's a bit urgent.
I wanted to ask when the remaining 700 Azure Dragon mechs will be delivered.
What a coincidence. I was just about to call you to come and pick them up. They've all been produced. Great, great. I knew I could count on you, brother. I'll bring my people to pick them up this afternoon. All right.
Upon arriving at the company, Mu Tian proceeded to the warehouse and deployed the 700 sets of Azure Dragon mechs while also preparing the hard drives containing the technical data for several key technologies. The Dragon Nation's authorities had long since transferred the technology licensing fees.
Mu Tian felt it was time to hand over the data drives to Geng Qian.
He hoped they could master the technology quickly and not hinder the pace of production. In truth, many technologies are not difficult due to the initial breakthrough, but rather in transforming the technology into a viable product. Often it is the manufacturing conditions that pose the greatest challenge.
This was the very reason Mu Tian sold the production lines.
Without them, providing only the technical documentation would mean it could take decades before they saw mass-produced results.
Geng Qian arrived at Tianmu Technology by 1 in the afternoon, having apparently left immediately after their phone call.
This escort convoy was even larger than the last, comprising 3 armed helicopters, 10 armored vehicles and a fully equipped company of soldiers. Given Mu Tian's mention over the phone of handing over the data drives, Geng Qian was taking no chances with security. In the office, Geng Qian finished a cup of tea and carefully placed the data drives Mu Tian provided into a secure case. Brother, when can we expect the first batch of production lines to be delivered?
Probably early next month, around the same time the small Rock-class aerospace carrier is completed. That works. I also have a few other tasks. First, can you sell me one of your bionic robots as a sample? Second, we want to order 10,000 bionic peregrine falcons. Our own production line is still not operational.
Third, I need to sign a lease contract for the small rock-class carrier. The bionic robot can be sold 100,000 each.
Tian did not push the production lines for bionic creatures.
Some things were better left unoffered to avoid causing too much embarrassment. After signing 3 contracts, the two went downstairs to watch the loading of the 700 mechs.
Watching the workers busy loading the machines, Gengqian asked curiously, "Are all these forklift operators bionic robots?"
"Yes, they are all robots. I wouldn't trust confidential matters to ordinary employees. They really look just like real people.
You can't tell at all from their appearance. How want me to find a robot to be your girlfriend?
99 human-like, guaranteed a great experience."
"No thanks, I have my discipline to uphold.
I can't afford a girlfriend like that."
"What a pity.
I was thinking of introducing Xiao Chui to you."
"Forget it. Just send any forklift robot back with me.
Don't give me any Xiao Chui or Xiao Tian."
The bionic robot was definitely going to be dissected for study.
Gengqian was worried that bringing back a female-looking robot would get him punished by Zhao Yu.
"Alright, no problem. Pick any forklift operator you like and he'll go back with you. I'll unbind his ownership right away." Half an hour later, Gengqian left with the robot he had chosen.
A massive convoy with armed helicopters guarding the skies above. This scene was witnessed by a few onlookers near Tianmu Technology, who promptly reported the intelligence.
Intelligence transmission methods were now diverse and chaotic.
Even Lian Meng, the so-called god of the network, found it difficult to sift through the billions of messages to find and analyze the relevant information. When the know-it-all saw the intelligence report, his hand holding the cola trembled slightly.
Just how many anti-gravity engines were in that massive convoy? Combined with Tianmu Technology's solid-state batteries, their fighter jets could easily fly 10 to 20,000 kilometers.
If Dragon Nation fighters ever appeared silently above the Black Palace, he, the know-it-all, would probably be scared out of his wits. No, he had to stir things up. A too peaceful world was bad for business and for maintaining his top dog status.
So the know-it-all summoned Anlizan and the two had a secret meeting to devise a plan.
Meanwhile, at around 11 p.m. Dragon Nation time, past midnight in Neon Country, the octopus swarm, which had been quietly hunting, suddenly moved.
They split into 8 groups, rapidly swimming in 8 different directions.
The sudden movement of the octopus swarm was immediately detected by the radar operators at the northwest base. Zhao Yu, still looking sleepy, rushed to the radar room.
"Report. The mutant octopus swarm has split into 8 groups heading in 8 directions. Quick, check the world map.
Which countries lie in their paths?"
"We've already analyzed it. There are 25 countries in total, including ours. Of those 25 countries, how many have nuclear power plants?"
8, including ours." "Which group is the Octopus King in?" "The Octopus King is in the group heading towards Neon Country."
"Keep monitoring. Report any changes immediately."
Zhao Yu hurried back to his office and initiated a video conference with the commanders of the Dragon Nation's 5 major military regions. "Old Zhao, what's the emergency at this hour?" "Old Zhao, do you have another gadget?"
"Those bionic falcons are fantastic.
I gave those Indian soldiers a good thrashing today."
"Yeah, I used them against the Koreans too, trying to take back that reef. Man, they work great. Haha, you guys.
I already took back the reefs occupied by the Philippine monkeys and Vietnamese monkeys days ago.
Now I'm working on the ones held by the Neon Country. You guys are lucky. I have no disputes here, no one to pick a fight with. Old Lu, you could try messing with Big Mao. Nah, Big Mao seems friendly enough now.
Picking a fight would just create problems.
Everyone, I have an urgent matter. We can chat later.
Our radar just detected the latest movement of the octopus swarm.
They've split into 8 groups heading in 8 directions. Our Dragon Nation is in the path of one of those groups. We are about to face the octopus swarm's attack and test. So it's finally coming. Haven't we already prepared a crushing counterattack? What's there to fear?
Old Li, don't underestimate these octopuses. Their combat power is terrifying. If they get into a populated area, the damage would be immense.
Our mech units have just finished deployment. At least we have some confidence now. Gentlemen, let's enter the highest state of combat readiness. I'll go report this to the Grand Elder. Alright, X5. After ending the video call, Zhao Yu immediately reported the emergency to Yang Weihua.
Yang Weihua simply instructed him to maintain close surveillance on the octopus swarm and prevent any stragglers from entering coastal city centers. The primary defense focus remained the coastal nuclear power plants, which were heavily guarded. As for informing other countries about the octopus swarm's latest route, please, no one remembers the kindness of a saint. Given the nature of those countries, they would only question how the Dragon Nation obtained the intelligence or even accuse it of creating panic. Since there was no benefit and only potential backlash, why share the intelligence at all? Each household sweeps its own doorstep and doesn't concern itself with the frost on others' tiles. The wise warning of our ancestors has been passed down through the ages for a reason. Everyday nations and regions across the globe are embroiled in conflict, and behind every war-torn battlefield lurks the shadow of certain powers. We the people of Dragon Country were not born into an era of peace, we were simply born into a peaceful nation. In the Middle East, for instance, opposing forces on a battlefield are often manipulated by different external powers. Yet few know that the world is on the cusp of a monumental upheaval. The coastal cities of Dragon Country have quietly entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Soldiers were stationed on certain reefs and islands while personnel had long been temporarily evacuated inland. Only larger tonnage warships patrolled the seas and submarines had been recalled to their home ports. In the dead of night, the Dragon Country Fisheries Administration suddenly issued a notice banning all fishing vessels from entering the sea for the next 5 days, effective tomorrow. The announcement was so abrupt that those who depended on fishing for a living were utterly bewildered. In a large fishermen's chat group, everyone was discussing the matter.
What's going on?
Why the sudden fishing ban in the middle of the night?
Don't ask, just know something's up. Shoo, just listen and don't go out to sea.
If they need us, we'll take our boats out to lend a hand. Right, our million-strong fisherman brothers can surely scare off any enemy. I heard an unknown danger is coming. Better to stay put and not cause trouble for the country. While the octopus swarm was stirring, Tian had already taken his body-tempering pill and fallen asleep, the excruciating yet euphoric sensation beyond description.
Manhwa didn't disturb Tian's rest.
Instead, she had Xiaomeng activate the bionic creatures in the sea as Tian had instructed, initiating a proactive defense. The bionic creatures began constructing a great wall at sea, causing the approaching octopus swarm to suffer excruciating headaches.
The defense proved highly effective.
The octopus swarm heading towards Dragon Country couldn't withstand the infrasonic attacks and changed course, swimming towards the land of the Bangzi. As a result, the Bangzi would now face the attention of 2 octopus swarms. Zhao Yu watched the octopuses suddenly change direction, puzzled as to why they had rushed over with such urgency only to faint and flee. With no other choice, Zhao Yu shared the intelligence with commanders of other war zones, warning them not to let their guard down. The previous attack on the Neon Country submarine indicated that these octopuses possessed extremely high intelligence. Throughout the night, the defense forces in Dragon Country's coastal regions remained on high alert. When Tian woke up in the morning, Manhwa recounted the previous night's events.
Last night, Manhwa had helped issue the attack command, earning great merit. Tian was certainly not stingy with praise. Manhwa, you're amazing. You can even make decisions for your big brother now. I'm a genius little system after all.
Are those octopus swarms staying put once they reach a destination?
Yes, I find it strange. Don't they attack upon arrival? Don't worry. I think they're planning a coordinated strike. They might have some way to communicate over long distances. Then we might have to wait a day or two. There are still several swarms that haven't reached their targets.
Right, these octopus swarms probably want more nuclear fuel and waste to cultivate their next generation. Over the next 2 days, the octopus swarms that arrived first chose to lie dormant, as disciplined as an army that strictly obeys orders. Meanwhile, the combat readiness of Dragon Country's coastal cities drew attention from other nations.
A friendly country sent a representative to question Dragon Country's delegate Yu Shuang at the UN General Assembly.
Yu Shuang played the news of Dragon Country's initiative to dismantle nuclear power plants and urged all nations to be wary of crises originating from the ocean.
However, very few countries heeded the advice.
They casually sent a few submarines to patrol their territorial waters, found no danger, and dismissed Yu Shuang's warning as empty talk. Some foreign leaders even posted tweets mocking Dragon Country for being overly cautious, like fearing a well rope for a decade after a snakebite. It wasn't until midnight 2 days later that the Octopus King finally let out a series of shrill cries towards its swarm. Screech. 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 If anyone could translate the octopus language, they would know the Octopus King was shouting kill. 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 Upon hearing their king's signal to charge, the younger octopuses, eyes blazing red, rushed towards the coastal nuclear power plants of Neon Country. Of course, they weren't just targeting the nuclear plants, some were dispatched to attack the bustling urban centers along the coast. Shortly after the Octopus King's command, octopus swarms in other locations began their offensives, dispatching forces to strike their designated targets. If they encountered submarines or warships en route, the octopus swarms would mercilessly kill everyone on board. At the northwest base, Xiao Yu shared the surveillance footage of the octopus attacks, causing tension to grip the command centers of the other 5 war zones. A comprehensive defensive operation was immediately launched, entering a state of war. Missile radar systems began, long-range target locking, mecha units moved into defensive positions, and quantum radars were fully activated. If a single mutated octopus dared to enter Dragon Country's waters, it would be greeted with the warm reception of a micro-hydrogen bomb.
The blast yield of one micro-hydrogen bomb was equivalent to 20 tons of TNT, enough to obliterate an octopus without a trace. Unfortunately, Dragon Country's preparations were destined to be unnecessary.
Personnel in the command centers could only watch helplessly as the octopus swarms attacked other nations, mere spectators to the carnage.
Beep beep beep, enemy attack.
Enemy attack. After the octopus swarms cleared out several submarines and warships, the naval command centers of those nations immediately blared their alarms. On the Neon Country side, the Octopus King wasn't just targeting nuclear power plants, it was also attacking various military bases along the coast. The octopus swarm had now surged ashore, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything in their path: people, warships, armored vehicles, tanks, fighter jets.
Some American and Neon soldiers were snatched up and devoured by the mutated octopuses before they could even react.
Few soldiers managed to grab their weapons and fight back, most fled in panic.
Oh no. Mom, I want to go home. Nanny. The monsters are here again. Why? Why are there monsters? Where is our Ultraman? Ah, my head.
Seeing his underlings' slow progress, the Octopus King, bringing up the rear, launched an infrasonic attack on a Neon base.
The other octopuses followed suit, also subjecting human soldiers to infrasonic attacks. Only after killing them did they begin to collect food.
This was the law of nature's survival of the fittest. Nuclear power plants across various nations were subjected to terrorist attacks almost simultaneously. The national armies stationed to defend them were as fragile as paper, easily torn through. Only missiles fired from fighter jets and attack helicopters in the sky could inflict damage on the mutated octopuses. However, the mutated octopuses possessed heightened senses, making it rare for missiles to hit their heads. They would block attacks with their tentacles. Furthermore, aircraft typically carried a limited number of missiles and had to return to base for reloading after firing. After entering the nuclear power plants, the octopus swarms destroyed the reactor circuits, halting operations before systematically eliminating the plant staff. There were 10 countries on Earth with nuclear power plants. Excluding the plants and the 2 bears due to the long distance, the remaining 8 were all targets for the octopus swarms.
Only Dragon Country, thanks to Tian's secret arrangements, was spared the horrors of this war.
It was only in their dying moments that the soldiers defending the other 7 nations' nuclear plants understood why Dragon Country had advocated for their dismantlement.
Even clearing out the nuclear fuel and waste would have sufficed.
But now it was all too late. When other creatures grow powerful enough and human weapons lack overwhelming superiority, war between species becomes inevitable. While the vast majority of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens still slumbered, 7 nuclear-powered nations on Earth were under assault from swarms of mutated octopuses. These evolved octopuses, having grown to roughly 40 meters in height, towering like 12-story buildings, moved with startling agility and possessed devastating offensive capabilities.
Upon breaching the bustling coastal cities, the octopus swarms unleashed rampant destruction.
Fortunately, their infrasonic attacks proved immensely taxing on their stamina, otherwise even this modest contingent could have annihilated every living soul within the city. The purpose of this vanguard was to draw the human military's fire, diverting attention and pressure away from the nuclear power plants. As the Dragon Kingdom's high command had anticipated, these intelligent octopus swarms had already learned to exploit human vulnerabilities and employ tactical warfare. Apocalyptic cinema had now manifested into stark reality: blood-soaked scenes, severed limbs strewn everywhere. Desperate pleas for help, frantic escapes, and treacherous betrayals unfolded every second within the ruins of once prosperous metropolises. Unable to bear the gruesome spectacle, Zhao Yu and his colleagues switched off the feeds from the urban battlefields, leaving only the conflict at the nuclear plants on display. The engagements at the nuclear facilities served as a stark testament to each nation's military prowess. Apart from Neon Country, which managed to organize a counteroffensive after initial chaos, the other 6 nations failed to mount any effective resistance. Their fighter jet response times were pathetically sluggish. The aircraft and precision missiles that once projected military might seem to have vanished entirely. Zhao Yu and his colleagues knew that in the aftermath of this catastrophe, anti-corruption efforts across these nations would inevitably become a paramount issue. Old Zhao, have you determined the range of those octopuses' infrasonic attacks?
Already measured approximately 5 kilometers.
Notice the Neon Country helicopter launching its assault from beyond that range, avoiding the infrasonic waves.
That's reassuring.
Our mecha weaponry has a lethal radius of 30 kilometers, complete dominance.
But doesn't something strike you as odd?
Why did the octopus swarm that attacked us suddenly change course?
Only whenever something seems inexplicable, consulting that young man Tian might yield answers.
Right, he must possess quantum radar far more advanced than ours. He likely anticipated the danger and made preparations in advance.
I'll question him personally tomorrow. It's late now, disturbing his rest would be inappropriate.
This monstrous assault made the citizens of Neon Country realize their Ultraman films were not mere fantasy but were adapted from real catastrophes.
Yet now that the monsters had arrived, where was Ultraman? Why didn't Ultraman come to their rescue?
They were being brutally slaughtered by the creatures. News of the 7 nations under attack by mutated octopus swarms was first exposed through livestreams by internet celebrities from various countries.
Some individuals driven by a desperate thirst for likes, gifts and adrenaline risked their lives with reckless abandon.
Folks, there are 3 octopus monsters on my street, killing, devouring and destroying.
You can see them right over there. What?
3 super rockets to get within 100 meters of the octopus monster for a livestream.
Alright, thank you for the generous gifts, boss. I'm moving in closer now.
10 super rockets to get within another 100 meters.
No can do, boss. If I get any closer, I'm dead. Alright. Thanks to the Dragon Kingdom viewers for the 50 big rockets.
I'll get as close to that octopus monster as I possibly can.
Bang.
Just as the streamer attempted to edge closer, a car hurled by the octopus smashed into his head, killing him instantly without a chance for final words.
The stream went dark. Let's move on to the next livestream.
Such a waste of my 50 big rockets, I didn't even get a clear full view of the mutated octopus for movie reference material. Why is it that most of the active viewers in these livestreams are from the Dragon Kingdom?
Isn't it obvious?
Our nation began coastal defense preparations 3 days ago. Mother must have known about the octopus attacks in advance.
Our representative Yu Shuang did warn them, but nobody took it seriously. Enough said.
Our soldiers are surely locked in fierce combat at sea right now. This is no time for schadenfreude.
Let's head to the next livestream.
Once the octopus swarms completed their plundering of nuclear fuel and waste from the nation's power plants, they began an orderly retreat into the ocean. They moved like a disciplined military force, leaving Zhao Yu and the other Dragon Kingdom high command utterly astounded. Now they all pondered how to counter these mutated octopuses when their turn inevitably came. The mutated octopuses had withdrawn, leaving behind a post-apocalyptic tableau across the coastal cities and military bases of 7 nations.
Though the cities weren't entirely destroyed, their economies wouldn't recover for at least a decade. Survivors would abandon these coastal regions entirely, migrating inland to establish new lives.
Although the octopuses had stripped the nuclear fuel and waste from the attacked reactors, the contamination certainly wouldn't remain contained. Vast quantities of nuclear fuel and waste were swept into the sea, causing widespread radioactive contamination of ocean waters. Meanwhile, the power shortages resulting from the destroyed plants immediately became a critical issue, plunging vast regions into darkness. Within the White House, the president and his advisor wore grim expressions. The octopus monster's assault had shattered the nation's image of supremacy, inflicting incalculable economic damage. Send teams to collect the remains of those octopus monsters. We'll have significant use for them.
Forcing himself to remain calm, the president began orchestrating the aftermath. Mr. President, shouldn't we address public reassurance? Absolutely, we must. This is our golden opportunity to print money without restraint and galvanize my supporters. I must seize this moment. Make the arrangements. I'm heading to Los Angeles to deliver a speech reassuring the disaster victims.
Out of humanitarian concern, the Dragon Kingdom issued a statement immediately after the catastrophe, pledging to dispatch rescue and medical teams to all 7 affected nations.
Among the 7 nations, Neon Country suffered the most devastating losses.
Having had several of their kind wounded and driven back to sea previously, the dozen or so octopuses now unleashed a frenzy of bloodthirsty vengeance.
An entire coastal city's population in Neon Country was wiped out, killed by the infrasonic attacks.
With all their nuclear plants destroyed, the nation was plunged into near total blackout, and surrounding waters were contaminated by radioactive materials.
It couldn't quite be described as a living hell, but it was perilously close.
When Tian woke the next morning, Nua immediately recounted the previous night's events to him.
Nua had witnessed the entire catastrophe unfold through Xiao Meng's feed.
For the system, compassion was reserved exclusively for its host and those closest to him. Consequently, Nua refrained from dispatching the bionic creatures to intervene and rescue others beyond their mandate.
These octopus swarms pose an immense threat. Xiao Meng dispatched robots to eliminate them all.
Don't leave the carcasses in the ocean, drag them back to our Vermilion Bird Island. I'll use the interstellar transport ship to haul them to Mars for burial.
Yes, boss.
I'll dispatch the robots and bionic creatures to encircle and annihilate all the mutant octopuses immediately.
Brother, you really are a mantis-stalking Oriole. An Oriole. How am I an Oriole? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Brother, you are that very Oriole. Nua, where did you learn that idiom?
I'm cleaning up these mutant octopuses with no reward for my trouble, so I'm not the Oriole.
Is that so? Then I'll go back and check the idiom dictionary again.
Nua scurried back into the space to continue studying Dragon Country idioms.
Tian began his morning routine of washing up and eating breakfast.
The day's news was dominated by the octopus monsters, this explosive apocalypse topic being the global focus.
The top trending search was "The end is nigh, where will humanity go?" The second trending search was "Dragon country spared could become humanity's new beacon of civilization." The third trending search was "How did Dragon country escape this disaster? Is it a conspiracy?" Tian read these trending topics with great care, finding some of the insights quite reasonable. Just as he finished breakfast and was about to leave for work with Yun Meng, Zhao called. "Chairman Mu, good morning." "General Zhao, good morning to you too." "Chairman Mu, you must have heard about the big incident last night, right?" "Yes, I just found out. But it wasn't my doing." "What wasn't your doing?" "Haha, Chairman Mu, you seem a bit guilty." No.
I mean, the mutant octopus attack had nothing to do with me.
I'm one of the good guys." "Alright, I'm not calling to interrogate you. You haven't done anything to harm Dragon country.
I'm calling to ask if you've set up some kind of contingency in the sea. How come the octopus swarm turned around and headed towards the Bangzi country right at Dragon country's maritime border?"
"Oh, you're asking about that. Well, that was indeed my doing.
I discovered that infrasound is also harmful to those octopus monsters. So I deployed some bionic marine creatures into the sea specifically to drive the octopus swarm away and prevent them from entering Dragon country's waters."
"Oh.
Infrasound can harm the octopus swarm. Chairman Mu, you've uncovered a major secret."
"You flatter me."
I deployed the bionic marine creatures to protect our Tianmu Technologies seawater desalination project. Next, I'll hand over control of the bionic marine creatures to the military.
Haha, excellent. Thank you, Chairman Mu.
I'll have someone propose at the high-level meeting to grant Tianmu Technology a few more years of tax reductions.
That works too.
Tian and Zhao concluded a pleasant deal, neither wanting to take advantage of the other. As Tian and the others were on their way to the company, Xiao Meng's commanded robots and bionic creature forces had already begun their encirclement and annihilation of the octopus swarm. They used infrasound to kill the mutant octopuses first, then had robots drag the carcasses to Zhuke Island. This method of attack prevented any octopus remains from dispersing into the seawater, avoiding potential mutations in other marine life. Upon arriving at the company, Tian contacted Zhao Yu via computer and transferred command of a portion of the bionic marine creatures to the military.
Zhao Yu was naturally very satisfied with Tian's decision.
With the underwater defense provided by the bionic marine creatures, any octopus swarm that approached would be doomed. However, Zhao Yu soon noticed something strange about the octopus swarm. They were rapidly disappearing, each one losing its vital signs. It seems Chairman Mu intends to eliminate all these mutant octopuses.
That's good. Letting them run amok any longer would be a grave offense against heaven's will.
Zhao Yu approved of Tian's approach, believing that nipping danger in the bud was the correct choice. With Xiao Meng's signal jamming, the mutant octopuses being killed and dragged away naturally went undetected. Meanwhile, at the UN General Assembly meeting in the rice country, Yushuan was being condemned by representatives from 7 countries. The 7 countries attempted to pressure Dragon country into bearing a portion of their economic losses. Dragon country knew the octopus monster swarm was about to launch an attack but failed to explicitly inform us. They bear undeniable international responsibility. Dragon country should compensate the rice country for 1/3 of our economic losses, totaling 15 trillion rice dollars. Dragon country has failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a superpower and has not contributed to the protection of all humanity. I demand Dragon country compensate our John Bull country 5 trillion rice dollars in economic losses. We strongly condemn Dragon country for not extending a helping hand during our morning monster attack and for not clearly identifying the crisis as originating from octopus monsters. We demand Dragon country compensate our Gallic rooster country too.
5 trillion rice dollars. We demand Dragon country compensate our Bangzi country with 30 nuclear fusion power plants.
We demand Dragon country compensate our Neon country with 40 nuclear fusion power plants plus an additional 3 trillion rice dollars in compensation. We only ask Dragon country to build a nuclear fission power plant for our hungry country.
We are willing to pay for it.
We demand Dragon country cede the Zhang province to us and help us build 30 nuclear fusion power plants. Yu Shuang initially listened calmly without anger, considering the words of these irrational people as mere flatulence devoid of any deterrent power. It wasn't until the representative from the 3A country made the outrageous demand for territorial cession that Yu Shuang was simply laughed out of anger. After all the representatives from countries attacked by the octopus swarm had spoken, Yu Shuang adjusted his microphone.
Thank you, colleagues, for your passionate speeches. However, I'd like to remind everyone present except for our friend from the hungry country that this is not 1842. The Dragon country of today is not the weak and sickly Dragon country of the past. Your demands for compensation are nothing but pipe dreams. Nonsense.
I previously warned all countries to be wary of the crisis from the ocean.
Did any of you take it to heart?
If any country continues to make unreasonable demands for compensation from Dragon country, know that we do not fear any threats or coercion.
Our forefathers never bowed their heads, how dare we their descendants bend our knees. That was the message Yu Shuang wanted to convey. If you want war, then war it is. Yu Shuang's speech earned recognition from representatives of other countries who gave him affirming applause. News of the UN General Assembly meeting quickly spread back to Dragon Country. The shameless demands of those countries filled Yang Weihua with rage. It seems we've been too conservative. They think we were simply lucky to have escaped this disaster. Yang Weihua lamented at the high-level meeting. Military representatives like Zhao Yu attended via video conference. At this point Zhao Yu suggested, Elder, how about we make public either the Baidi or the Tian? Yang Weihua pondered for a moment before saying, let's unveil the Baidi spacefighter. It's time to knock some sense into those descendants of robbers. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Yang Weihua continued, also find a few targets to test the power of the mini hydrogen bombs and plasma laser cannons. That will have a better brain-clearing effect. 2 hours later, without any prior notice, Dragon Country's official media began a live broadcast. The title of the broadcast was The New Generation Spacefighter, Baidi Spacefighter Maiden Flight Experiment. The announcement from the Dragon Nation was a declaration to the world. The Dragon Nation was no longer what it once was. Those who still viewed the Dragon Nation through the lens of old-fashioned predatory thinking were in for a harsh slap in the face. The Central Media's live stream link was pushed directly to the citizens of the Dragon Nation by major online platforms, showcasing the strength of their motherland. Inside his laboratory, Tian was busy concocting a loyalty potion when Xiao Meng informed him that a spectacular show was about to unfold. Setting aside his work, Tian reclined on the sofa and began watching the broadcast. Boss, this fighter jet live stream isn't being shielded from foreign satellites. Of course not. If we shielded it, how could we intimidate those petty troublemakers? The goal is to render them incredulous and utterly terrified. I just love witnessing these moments of glorious humiliation. Nua clutching a large bucket of popcorn settled beside Tian to watch the livestream. Xiao Meng whip up some popcorn and a watermelon. I intend to be a proper spectator, relishing the drama. You got it, boss. On the holographic projection, a new fighter jet with a silver-gray livery slowly emerged from a hangar. A pilot waved to the camera before climbing into the cockpit. Simultaneously, the renowned Central Media host Li Wan appeared before the camera, a smile gracing her face as she began the day's presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Wan, and it's a pleasure to meet you on this bright and sunny afternoon. The strikingly futuristic fighter jet behind me is our protagonist for today, the Baidi aerospace fighter. This aircraft measures 18.5 meters in length with a wingspan of 8.6 meters. Powered by anti-gravity engines, it boasts an impressive operational range of up to 5,000 kilometers. Its onboard arsenal includes 21 Tian series missiles as previously announced and 2 compact plasma laser cannons. The explosive yield of a single small Tian missile is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. Well, that concludes the performance specifications. Now let's witness the grace of the Baidi fighter in action. The pilot had completed all pre-takeoff checks and signaled to Li Wan that he was ready for launch. 3 seconds after Li Wan finished speaking, the Baidi fighter levitated silently. It was a sight that countless military enthusiasts of the Dragon Nation had dreamed of day and night. The live stream's comment section was a blur of rapidly scrolling messages. After all these years, the vertical takeoff and landing technology I've been waiting for is finally a reality. Don't cry, brother. The good times are just beginning. Now this is a real fighter jet. Equipped with missiles comparable to small nukes and devastating plasma laser cannons. I can't wait to see it amaze the world. It would be even better if they conduct a live weapon test. The Baidi fighter accelerated, rapidly ascending until it soared beyond the camera's line of sight. Li Wan then smiled and continued, alright, let's switch the live stream to another perspective. Today's broadcast was divided into 2 segments, ground coverage and aerial coverage. The aerial segment was being tracked by the Tian unmanned aerial vehicle carrier. Only the Tian UAV carrier possessed the capability to keep pace with the Baidi fighter. Even satellites were inadequate as they couldn't adjust their monitoring lenses quickly enough. The Baidi fighter was simply too fast. Li Wan refrained from disclosing the Baidi fighter's top speed as current pilots were not yet fully capable of mastering its immense power. Even with physical conditioning elevated to the peak of the first-tier, pilots could only push the Baidi fighter to Mach 8 within the atmosphere and Mach 30 in outer space. Only in unmanned mode could the Baidi fighter's full potential be unleashed. However, such a display would be too alarming, contrary to the Dragon Nation's preference for keeping its capabilities concealed. Munching on popcorn, Tian watched the Baidi fighter cruising at Mach 8. He surmised that the pilot's physical limitations prevented the aircraft from reaching its maximum velocity. How can we elevate an ordinary person's physical constitution to a second-tier civilization level? Tian had been wanting to ask this question for a while and finally seized the opportunity.
How should I put it? Those mutated octopuses contain substances that enhance physical fitness, but they are far too extreme and dangerous. The body-tempering pill's potency is sufficient, but one would need to consume 3 at once to complete the transformation, which carries a risk of death.
Is there no gentler method?
There is. First elevate the individual's brain development to surpass 10, then administer 2 body-tempering pills.
So the body enhancement is split into 2 stages.
Exactly.
You're different, brother.
Your brain development and physical body were both modified by me using happiness points, which is why you weren't in any danger.
Alright, it's too early to discuss this now. Let's continue watching the broadcast.
On the live feed, the Bitey fighter had already entered space at Mach 30 velocity, causing the eyes of world leaders to twitch in disbelief. In particular, the representatives of the 7 nations who had earlier demanded compensation from the Dragon Nation at the UN General Assembly now wished they could find a hole to crawl into and hide for years. Could such a powerful Dragon Nation still be intimidated by harsh words from other countries?
The Dragon Nation was no longer showing any restraint, directly unleashing its ultimate trump card, and no nation was capable of withstanding it.
Even all 7 nations combined wouldn't stand a chance against the Dragon Nation.
The Bitey fighter circled the Earth at Mach 30, taking over an hour to complete the journey.
During that hour, viewers in the Dragon Nation's official media livestream were ecstatic beyond measure.
In stark contrast, foreign media outlets collectively chose silence, withholding any news about the Dragon Nation's Bitey fighter.
Only the high-ranking officials of various nations were aware that the Bitey fighter had passed over their territories in space.
Tian also refrained from having Xiao Meng interfere with the Bitey fighter's maiden flight publicity.
There was no need. He even welcomed some reckless provocateurs to step forward. The know-it-all king was resting in a hotel in Los Angeles when he was awakened by Jerry at 5 a.m. to watch the Bitey fighter's live stream. The group from the Black House now wore grim expressions far removed from the relaxed demeanor they had upon arrival. Previously, the know-it-all king had contemplated cutting the RD budget for the 6th-generation fighter. But after witnessing the Bitey fighter's performance, his thoughts immediately became clear. Approve it immediately. Inject substantial funds for RD, aiming to complete the design this year and conduct the maiden flight next year. It wasn't just the US pushing for a 6th-generation fighter. Even Major Mao John Bull and other nations with some industrial foundation were eager to follow suit. The Dragon Nation was already leagues ahead. If they didn't strive to catch up, they could only wait for the Dragon Nation to present them with a lesson from modern history. The high-ranking officials of the Neon country were particularly terrified.
But they were still reeling from a recent major catastrophe.
With the entire Neon country facing water and power outages, a collapsing economy, and a crippled industrial sector, what resources could they possibly muster to develop a 6th-generation fighter? After circling the globe, the Bitey fighter swiftly arrived over the southern waters of the Dragon Nation. The Navy had already positioned 2 target ships in the designated area awaiting the Bitey fighter's demonstration.
Li Wan then reappeared to introduce the next segment. Up next is the inaugural test of the Bitey fighter's onboard weapons, with the 2 target ships in view as the objectives.
The moment Li Wan finished speaking, one of the Bitey fighter's plasma laser cannons fired, striking one of the 2 target ships. Instantly, a bowl-sized hole appeared in the center of the target ship's hull, followed by a dense plume of white vapor.
Clearly, the plasma laser cannon's penetrating power was immense.
It had bored straight through the target ship's hull and struck the seawater below, the white vapor being steam generated from the boiling sea.
Li Wan's live commentary echoed in synchrony. The weapon test just conducted was the plasma laser cannon firing experiment of the White Emperor spacefighter. Let's zoom in for a closer look. Look at that area shrouded in steam over there. That's the water vapor rising after the laser pierced the target ship and struck the sea. The hole it bored through is about 20 centimeters in diameter. The next weapon test will be the attack experiment of the small Wentian missile. Let's pull the camera back for a wider view.
The live feed returned to a position high above and to the side of the White Emperor fighter. The fighter now hung motionless in the air, providing a perfectly stable image.
Whoosh! V-room. A mere 2 seconds after launch, the Wentian missile erupted with a thunderous sonic boom.
From this moment on, nations around the world began using their spy satellites to measure the top speed of the small Wentian missile. From that point forward, a saying spread across the globe: when Wentian launches, the world trembles.
Satellites quickly calculated the missile's maximum velocity. Mach 30. Unbelievable, its top speed was Mach 30. This was simply against the rules of engagement. These Western nations spent their days boasting about missiles that barely reached Mach 5, and now Dragon Country unveils a weapon of mass destruction capable of Mach 30. To allow spy satellites to accurately calculate the Wentian missile's flight speed, it was programmed to circle the target ship 10 times before finally striking it. Boom! The instant the Wentian missile struck the target ship, a colossal explosion echoed across the sky.
The live broadcast shook slightly evidence that the shockwave had some effect even on the high-altitude filming equipment. Before Li Wan could even explain, almost everyone watching the feed had their jaws dropped to the floor. With their limited vocabulary, a simple exclamation of shock was the only thought running through their minds. A small mushroom cloud rose from the location of the target ship. Not a single piece of wreckage remained of the vessel, which had been a massive cargo ship of 100,000 tons. The destructive power was utterly absurd, comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Those who feared Dragon Country would soon seek retribution for its modern history now harbored a desperate desire to flee their own nations. It's over, it's over. Dragon Country's history books are probably about to open to a fresh page. Don't worry, the first chapter belongs to John Bull, not us Gauls. Get people on it immediately. Inventory all the Dragon Country antiques and send them back. No, I will personally deliver them to Dragon Country. Immediately file a visit request with Dragon Country. I must go there for a state visit. In stark contrast to the nations fearing Dragon Country's reckoning, the wealthy powers of the Middle East were ecstatic. Quick, arrange a plane. I need to go by J-20s and J-35s. Dragon Country is sure to upgrade its arsenal soon. We must hurry and get a bargain. Hurry to Dragon Country and spend all our US dollars, or they'll be worthless in a few days. I want to establish a Dragon Country free trade zone right next to my palace. I'll request Dragon Country to send troops to protect it. Consider it done. Go and build a strong relationship with Tianmu Technology immediately. Buy as many of their products as possible. While world leaders were plotting their various schemes, the maiden flight experiment of the White Emperor fighter officially concluded. The White Emperor fighter performed a few flashy aerial maneuvers before streaking off towards the northwest. The live feed switched back to Li Wan, who beamed with pride. As our Dragon Country grows stronger and our technology more advanced, we will one day fly beyond the solar system to pluck stars from the sky. Our ancestors defeated enemy planes and cannons with an iron will. Now our steel has a will of its own. I hope our adversaries possess a will of iron to match. I feel immense happiness and pride to be born in Dragon Country. That concludes today's broadcast. See you all next time. Tian watched the screen go dark, then gathered up the watermelon rinds and popcorn. Let's go, Nuwa. You can keep helping me synthesize the loyalty potion. Xiaomeng, you focus on clearing out the octopus swarm. Brother, you're so silly. It's been 2 days and you still haven't managed to synthesize a single successful loyalty potion. Haha, the requirements for this potion are ridiculously strict. The ingredient ratio has to be accurate to 0.001 and the timing has to be precise to 0.1 seconds. With a few more tries you'll get it. Your body still has a lot of potential to unlock, brother. Indeed, research is also a form of cultivation. Let's head back to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Tian returned to his arduous training while Xiaomeng, following his instructions, began hauling the slain octopuses back to Vermilion Bird Island. What Tian didn't realize was that the octopus swarm had already laid a significant number of eggs, some of which had already been consumed by other marine life. An invisible wave of marine mutation was quietly beginning. As these sea creatures would be preyed upon by birds and land animals, Earth's entire ecosystem was on the verge of an unprecedented transformation. This mutation process could be slow or swift depending on the environment of each species. Should any creature stumble upon a uranium deposit, humanity would face another assault, perhaps even worse than the octopus swarm. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the assistance of his little helper Nuwa, Tian finally produced a successful batch of loyalty potion. Xiaomeng began mass production of the potion. Yes, boss. But I have a report to make. The mutant octopuses have been cleared out. You'll need to collect them and take them to Mars for burial. Alright, I'm on my way. It had been over a week since his last trip to Mars to collect minerals, so it was time for another visit. Tian arrived at Vermilion Bird Island and stored the mountain of mutant octopus carcasses into his spatial storage. Boarding his small interstellar transport ship, he set off for Mars. Half an hour later, Tian arrived at Mars. The scene was much like his last visit, a hazy, foggy environment with poor visibility. A wave of desolation washed over him again. Fortunately, Nuwa was flitting around him like a cheerful little bee, lifting his spirits. Finding a large mining pit, Tian dumped all the octopus remains from his space into it. He then had the mining vehicles push surrounding soil into the pit to complete the burial. Brother, this planet likely once harbored a biological civilization, Nuwa said, having Xiaomeng scan the surroundings and arriving at this hypothesis. Oh. Can you guess the extent of their civilization's advancement? Probably not beyond a Type 2 civilization. They were likely in the mid to late stages of Type 1, still unable to leave the solar system. That's not so different from Earth right now. It's a pity we can't see any more traces of their civilization. Aha.
I deduced this from the ambient nuclear radiation. This planet likely experienced a nuclear war in the past. Sigh.
Is Earth not also perpetually under the shadow of nuclear annihilation?
Don't sigh, brother. With me by your side we will definitely break out of the solar system and find other habitable worlds. Yes, with you Nua, my path ahead is long and far. Let's collect the minerals and head home.
After gathering 2 billion tons of minerals, Tian returned to Earth. Mars was too desolate and oppressive. Earth was far better. On the way back he also collected over 200 million tons of minerals from the seabed, dropped off the minerals at the Heizhou mine and only then returned to the company. The octopus disaster from yesterday had actually made the global situation highly volatile, threatening to ignite a world war at any moment, a common tactic for nations to divert attention from their domestic issues. However, today's successful maiden flight of Dragon Country's White Emperor fighter had thrown a bucket of ice-cold water on all those hotheads.
Time passed swiftly and soon the end of August arrived.
During this period the 7 nations that had suffered the octopus swarm assault were all engaged in disaster relief and the clearing of ruins. Fortunately, aside from a coastal city in the land of cherry blossoms being utterly obliterated, other cities sustained only localized damage. The total number of casualties exceeded 2 million, a grim testament to the destructive power the octopus swarm wielded in a mere 3 hours. Ever since the mutated octopus swarm vanished into the ocean, nations worldwide had invested immense efforts in tracking their whereabouts, deploying their defensive forces along coastal cities. Strangely, however, after disappearing into the sea this time, the octopuses proved impossible to locate. Yet the nations had grown wiser. Now they simply observed the Dragon Kingdom's military preparedness to determine their own course of action. The Dragon Kingdom had lifted the combat readiness status of its coastal cities that very evening, and even the Dragon Kingdom's fishery administration announced that fishermen could return to the sea. This was excellent news. If the Dragon Kingdom deemed it safe, then these lesser nations could simply follow suit. However, in recent days several countries facing severe power shortages were discreetly probing whether the Dragon Kingdom's controlled nuclear fusion power plants were genuine. It wasn't until the Dragon Kingdom's central media announced that Tianmu Technology would construct a seawater desalination plant and a nuclear fusion power station in the Sand Nation that everyone finally believed the Dragon Kingdom's earlier announcements were not false. Moreover, the fact that the controlled nuclear fusion technology was developed by Tianmu Technology left the European and American nations deeply frustrated. The European and American countries and the allies of the Rice Nation were compelled to relent, collectively announcing the lifting of all sanctions against Tianmu Technology. They hoped to gain Tianmu Technology's forgiveness and secure investments to build nuclear fusion power plants in their countries. Boss, how shall we respond to them?
Wan Kai reported in Mu Tian's laboratory seeking his opinion.
How could we possibly have the manpower and resources to undertake investment and construction in other countries? Just tell them our raw material production capacity is insufficient and we cannot expand for the time being.
Understood, I'll relay that message. Also, our multifunctional fabric has been publicized for 10 days now. Have any clothing manufacturers approached us for collaboration? Very few.
Because our multifunctional fabric appears rather ordinary, limited colors, heavy texture, making it unsuitable for stylish summer wear. Naturally, the number of manufacturers seeking partnerships is small. Currently, those collaborating with us are manufacturers with custom needs for special groups such as those working in high-temperature environments or outdoor settings. If there's a surge in demand, it will likely be in winter when many people will need warm clothing.
Alright, let's increase production by the end of the year then.
Mu Tian mused silently that now they might be indifferent, but when they fail to secure warm winter clothing later they would only have envy for others.
However, as September began, the predictions of Mu Tian and Wan Kai were swiftly shattered by reality.
The global temperature seemed to switch to furnace mode on September 1st. Most regions of the Dragon Kingdom experienced scorching temperatures above 43 degrees Celsius, with some places reaching an astonishing 55 degrees. Other countries in the Northern Hemisphere faced similar conditions, widespread heat drought and aridity. In some countries and regions, daytime maximum temperatures even exceeded 60 degrees Celsius. The phrase, "it's hot enough to kill," was no longer a joke. From September 1st onwards it frequently appeared in news headlines across major online platforms. One day reports would surface of casualties due to the heat in some place. The next stories would emerge of people dying from thirst or succumbing to heat stroke elsewhere.
Not every nation could guarantee its electricity supply like the Dragon Kingdom.
Thanks to Mu Tian's advanced preparations, the 8 nuclear fusion power plant projects were essentially completed by September 5th, achieving grid connection and power supply. Consequently, electricity prices in the Dragon Kingdom plummeted, dropping from a few dozen cents per kilowatt-hour to just a few cents. The sheer bliss of electricity freedom brought Nua a flood of praise and gave the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom the confidence to withstand the scorching summer. But other countries fared differently, especially the few nations whose nuclear power plants had just been destroyed by the octopuses. Apart from the Xiong nation, which didn't rely on nuclear power, the other 6 were now suffering from severe electricity shortages. Particularly in the land of cherry blossoms, most regions reverted to using kerosene lamps and candles for lighting, seemingly thrust back into a primitive state overnight. The Dragon Kingdom, however, showed little sympathy for its neighbor, merely donating 100 tons of kerosene. In contrast, many Dragon Kingdom companies with shareholders from the land of cherry blossoms made substantial donations of money and supplies to the nation. Of course, there were also those who donated paper cranes, and Mu Tian's family contributed quite a few. Boss, our multifunctional fabric has started selling like hotcakes. Wang Kai, knowing Mu Tian's desire to promote the multifunctional fabric, rushed to deliver the good news.
Then expand production. Don't set the price too high, we need to make it affordable for the vast majority. Understood.
Wang Kai hurried off to attend to business, and Mu Tian let out a sigh. He should have been delighted by the explosive sales of the multifunctional fabric, but the bizarre weather weighed heavily on his spirits. As the heat persisted, water shortages across various regions would only worsen. Rainfall had been scarce lately, prompting many areas to sound the alarm for drought relief. Brother, I suspect this kind of weather disaster is the work of that thing.
Yeah, I've thought of that too. But our robots in the sea have scoured nearly the entire ocean floor and still haven't found it. That thing is a master of disguise. For now we can only react to its moves.
I hope you can break out of the solar system soon and find another habitable planet.
Ultimately, my body's evolution speed is too slow. For now, let's focus on solving the drought problem. If this continues, the polar ice caps will melt completely.
Brother, I have something for you, a freshwater generator. It can extract moisture from the air to produce fresh water. You can use it in conjunction with the multifunctional power generating trees. One absorbs heat to generate electricity, and the other uses that electricity to create water.
This is a fantastic invention. Thank you, Nuwa.
Now we can strategize around water resources to tackle the impending drought. The principle behind the freshwater generator was simple in theory, decomposing and synthesizing the various components of air into water molecules.
However, the process was complex and required an immense amount of energy.
It could be perfectly paired with the multifunctional power generating trees, which converted thermal and solar energy into electricity subsequently used to manufacture fresh water.
Mu Tian directly used the atomic level 3D printer to replicate tens of thousands of freshwater generators.
He then had Wang Kai register the Tianmu Water Investment Company and establish numerous water plants across drought-stricken regions of the Dragon Kingdom. These water plants were intended not only to supply daily drinking water but also to provide water for other sectors.
Agriculture, industry, animal husbandry, any industry requiring fresh water could be served by Tianmu Water.
On a sweltering afternoon, a 15-year-old girl found her mother, who worked as a sanitation worker, and handed her a piece of clothing.
Mom, here, this is my birthday gift for you. It's called a cooling garment. Put it on and you won't be drenched in sweat during work anymore. Xiaoyan, I'm not hot. You keep it for yourself. It's scorching on your way to school. Mom, I bought one for myself too. It's not expensive. Tianmu Technology set a uniform price of 39 yuan each. I saved up my allowance to buy them.
The little girl's mother took the clothes and slipped the cooling garment over her own sanitation uniform. Her original work uniform was already soaked through with sweat. The moment the cooling garment settled against her skin, a wave of coolness washed over the little girl's mother, and the sweat on her inner clothes slowly began to wick away.
Xiaoyan, your mama's precious treasure. This outfit feels so comfortable I can hardly feel the heat at all. Hee hee, mama, I'm glad you like it.
Once I sell the scrap we've saved up at home, I'll buy you a warm weather coat too.
Alright, mama loves it. Mama, have some water. You've sweated so much.
Xiaoyan handed her mother a bottle of boiled water.
Mama will drink some. You should head back now, it's so hot out here. I'm not afraid. I'm wearing my cooling vest under my shirt. That's good, then mama can rest easy. Tianmu Technology is truly a wonderful company. Many people wearing the cooling garments echoed Xiaoyan's mother's sentiments.
Wearing the cooling layer beneath their summer clothes didn't detract from their appearance in the slightest. Many businesses had used the versatile fabric to create vests, undergarments, and a host of trendy new designs. With such market demand, design inspiration was never in short supply. As the cooling garments gradually spread across the entire nation, a grave problem began to surface. The drought had reached a critical point. Farmland cracked and withered and crops perished. In some regions, water supplies for residents were becoming strained.
At Tianmu Technology, Wang Kai was briefing Mu Tian on the latest developments.
Boss, more and more forces have been trying to poach our Nuclear Physics Research Institute staff.
It's fine.
We're paying them 5 to 10 times the industry standard salary, and there are rewards for reporting spies.
They shouldn't be easily swayed. Besides, I've recently given them the loyalty potion, so their loyalty is maxed out. Mu Tian had been discreetly adding the potion to the staff cafeteria meals. From then on, employees who consumed the meals would regard Tianmu Technology as their own home, utterly devoted. Those with hidden agendas would immediately feel a pang in their hearts upon eating, making them targets for observation by Xiao Meng.
If an employee felt that heartache for 3 consecutive days, Mu Tian would instruct Wang Kai to dismiss them.
It signified a deeply rooted disloyalty that was unlikely to be reformed. Indeed, boss, your method is very effective. Also, the water plants for Tianmu water industry have been completed nationwide. We need you to go install the freshwater generators to complete the water system network. Alright, I'll find time in the next couple of days.
After Wang Kai left, Mu Tian went outside to await the arrival of Zhao Yu and Geng Qian.
Today was the day he was to deliver the small-scale Wan Niao aerospace carrier and several production lines.
Zhao Yu had made a special trip to personally welcome the small Wan Niao aerospace carrier.
Mu Tian's production speed was simply astonishing.
The Northwest base was just beginning construction on the full-sized Wan Niao carrier, while Mu Tian had already produced a smaller version.
2 minutes later, Mu Tian met Zhao Yu and Geng Qian on the lawn in front of the fighter jet lab.
Chairman Mu, there's no need to wait for us under the scorching sun. If you got sunburned, our guilt would be immense.
Zhao Yu warmly clasped Mu Tian's hand. Not at all, not at all, I just came out a minute or two ago. Mu Tian replied with a smile, come, let's talk inside.
It is indeed very hot out here.
Let the soldiers rest in the pavilion over there. Mu Tian noticed him, Tianhu shooting him a look, knowing the young man couldn't stand the blazing sun.
Zhao Yu ordered his accompanying guard detail to rest in the air-conditioned pavilion in front of the lab. As the three entered the fighter jet lab, Zhao Yu and Geng Qian laid eyes on the Wan Niao aerospace carrier they had longed to see. Although its parameters were half standing before it, the three men still felt like tiny ants. General Zhao, I made some aesthetic adjustments to the small Wan Niao aerospace carrier, and its dimensions are also half of the original. I've equipped it with a full weapons suite and support systems. The quantum radar has a detection range of 1 million kilometers. As for speed, it's Mach 3 within the atmosphere and Mach 35 outside. The weapon systems also differ from the original specs: 4 high-power particle cannons, 24 high-energy pulse laser cannons, 80 hydrogen bomb launch units, 128 Tianmu unmanned aerospace fighters, and 64 unmanned tactical mechs. As Zhao Yu and Geng Qian listened to Mu Tian's introduction, their eyes grew brighter and brighter, practically gleaming. It was incredible. How could the design be so perfect, maximizing the carrier's spatial efficiency to the extreme? Looking at the aerospace carrier that nearly touched the lab ceiling, Zhao Yu's face was a mask of barely concealed excitement. Chairman Mu, could you give us a copy of the design plans for this Wan Niao aerospace carrier?
We'd like to build one according to your specifications. Would that be possible? No problem. The design plans are stored in the carrier's onboard computer.
Let's go up and check out the cockpit. I designed it to accommodate 8 pilots. Mu Tian gestured, and an anti-gravity lift flew over to carry the 3 of them up to the cockpit.
Although they could enter via the gangway, the lift was far quicker.
After entering through the hatch at the carrier's underside, the lift automatically headed towards the cockpit. In that moment, Zhao Yu and Geng Qian felt as if they had stepped into a world of the future where everything seemed surreal. They soon reached the cockpit at the top of the carrier. The lift automatically retreated and the cockpit door sealed shut behind them. The cockpit was remarkably unique.
The console had very few control buttons. Instead, beside each of the 8 pilot seats rested a helmet. These are brainwave interface controllers. Through them, pilots can operate the aerospace carrier.
The buttons and joysticks on the console are for manual control.
Zhao Yu asked eagerly, can I try on the helmet?
Of course.
You just need to complete the basic operational training before taking command.
Zhao Yu and Geng Qian quickly took their seats, picked up the helmets beside them, and put them on. A synthetic voice echoed in Zhao Yu's mind, greetings, Commander.
Welcome to the command interface of the Wan Niao aerospace carrier.
I will now guide you through the knowledge required to pilot this vessel. The AI assistant program imparted the fundamental knowledge of piloting the carrier to Zhao Yu, while Geng Qian received instruction on radar operations. Each pilot station had a distinct role. Zhao Yu was seated at the commander's position. At that moment, Zhao Yu was filled with immense admiration for Mu Tian. The mere training system for the carrier was invaluable, and its technical sophistication was staggering. Without such a training system, new pilots forced to learn manual control from scratch would never achieve the combat effectiveness of those directly guided by neural command. A dozen minutes later, Zhao Yu and Geng Qian had respectively mastered the piloting of the Luan bird and the use of its radar. However, Zhao Yu did not rush to fly the Luan bird aerospace mothership away, for Mu Tian was still aboard. Zhao Yu took off his pilot helmet, walked over to Mu Tian, and solemnly patted him on the shoulder. Chairman Mu, you've worked hard.
Mu Tian smiled modestly and replied, it's no trouble. Apart from the initial design blueprints, which required some brainpower, the subsequent construction was all completed by robots.
That's good to hear. Please take good care of your health. The future of our nation's technology rests on the shoulders of your generation.
Rest assured, General Zhao.
I will take care of myself.
Come, Lieutenant Colonel Gun, let me show you the production lines.
General Zhao, we shall meet again when we have the chance.
Farewell for now.
Today Zhao Yu's purpose was to escort the Luan Bird Aerospace mothership back while Geng Qian was there to oversee the transport of the production lines for the authorized technologies.
This included 2 fighter jet production lines for which Geng Qian would later finalize the payment with Tian.
The successful maiden flight of the Bitey fighter had stunned the world, causing the predatory nations on Earth to think twice.
This brought the fervor of the nation's 5 major military regions for the Bitey fighter to a peak.
Every single one of them wanted 8 or 10 of them to bolster their prestige. However, there was one branch of the military that felt left out: the Navy. Why did the Air Force get the Bitey fighters and the Army get the Qinglong mechs? As for them, the Navy, they only received a legendary aircraft carrier nuclear power system. But the Bitey fighter was so dominant that the Navy's role had been greatly diminished.
Hadn't they seen that the U.S. had withdrawn its troops from Japan?
Hadn't they noticed how the 2 monkeys and the Koreans had become unusually well behaved lately?
This all showed that the Navy's position was under threat.
At this rate, the Navy would be reduced to a coast guard.
Tian and Geng Qian descended from the Luan Bird using an anti-gravity lift. Zhao Yu then commanded the Luan Bird to activate its optical camouflage, preparing for takeoff. The laboratory's roof slowly opened to its maximum extent. After all, the Luan Bird was massive. The 500-meter-long 60-meter-high fighter jet laboratory seemed utterly packed with it. A soft hum was emitted. Through his glasses, Tian watched the invisible Luan Bird begin to lift off, slowly leaving the fighter jet laboratory. After flying out of the laboratory, the Luan Bird began to accelerate gradually, only reaching 20 times the speed of sound upon entering outer space. Brother, I'm becoming more and more in awe of you. Geng Qian gave Tian a thumbs up in approval. Haha, I'm truly honored. Come, let's head to the warehouse.
I'll arrange for some engineers to accompany you to help assemble the production lines.
That would be great.
It saves us from fumbling around ourselves, wasting time and risking malfunctions that would affect production.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
As they walked and chatted, leaving the fighter jet laboratory, Geng Qian suddenly slapped his forehead.
Oh, I almost forgot something. What is it? Go on. General Pang asked me to ask you if you have any weapons or equipment that would be useful for the Navy. He's been pestered by his old Navy subordinates for new gear. But where would he get new equipment? He had to ask me to ask you.
Why not just build the laser cannons and the hydrogen bombs and install them on the Navy's warships?
Brother, wouldn't that be a bit too perfunctory? Like fobbing them off with someone else's spare parts.
If that's not enough, then put the Bitey fighters on the aircraft carriers. The Bitey fighter is more than capable of serving as a carrier-based aircraft.
Brother, if you don't have any other good equipment, then equipping them with the Bitey fighters might be the only option. Actually, I think the Navy won't be that important in the future.
The Space Force will be the most crucial. After all, our goal is the Sea of Stars.
That's true.
Equip them with the Bitey fighters and then assign them the bionic sea creatures. They'll immediately become the strongest Navy on Earth. Yes, the combat capability of the bionic sea creatures at sea is terrifying. Then I'll reply to General Pang with this, telling him to await the good equipment.
Haha, I hope General Pang will be satisfied. In truth, Tian couldn't think of any particularly novel equipment to give the Navy at the moment.
What he had just told Geng Qian was all suitable for the Navy. Even the Qinglong mechs could be assigned to them as long as they strengthened a batch of Marines.
The 2 men stood nearby chatting and watching the robots load the cargo.
There was a lot of cargo today. Over 100 trucks needed to be fully loaded to transport it all. At noon, Tian treated Geng Qian to a hearty meal at the cafeteria with dishes made from Tian's special ingredients.
Geng Qian ate and praised the food non-stop, his mouth never pausing.
Tian's special ingredients were all soaked in the water of life, making them high in energy and rich in nutrients, extremely beneficial for one's health.
Brother, if I'd known the food here was this good, I wouldn't have been in such a rush to leave in the past. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Whenever you visit, no matter the time, we'll eat first. Oh, I'd be too embarrassed to do that, hee. I actually think you're not embarrassed at all. The 2 finished their meal and went to watch the loading again. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that the several production lines were fully loaded onto the trucks. Tian summoned several clones of Xiao Meng to accompany Geng Qian back and assist with the assembly of the production lines.
The escort convoy this time was even more massive: 10 armed helicopters and a battalion of armored vehicles with fully armed soldiers. As the impressive convoy entered the highway, many vehicles on the road extended phones to take photos and videos, posting them to their social circles. Damn, all this stuff in these trucks, could it all be treasure?
Shoo! It's not treasure, it's all weapons of mass destruction. These trucks are all from Tianmu Technology. They're probably carrying anti-gravity engines.
The bitey fighters are going into mass production.
Tianmu Technology only creates artifacts that guard the nation. Chairman Mu's first assistant Wei Meng. Let's capture Assistant Wei.
Why hasn't he come out to lead us in putting those foreigners in their place lately? He's been very busy lately running all over the country for Chairman Mu to set up water plants. Soon everyone might be drinking tap water from our Tianmu water industry.
The Tianmu Water Industry Company became widely known after Xiao Meng started chatting with netizens online.
A curious netizen went to the Tianmu Water Industry's official website to dig up information and surprisingly found a distribution map of the company's water plants across various regions. This piqued the netizen's curiosity even more as a closer look at the water plant distribution map revealed many inconsistencies. Who builds a water plant in the middle of a desert? Who builds a water plant far away from any rivers, lakes or seas? Who builds a water plant in a region that is arid and rainless all year round?
What is Tianmu Water Industry playing at? Are they creating something from nothing? Can they really conjure fresh water out of thin air? A person living near a Tianmu water plant immediately ran out of their house to see if it was actually true. Netizens who went to inspect the Tianmu water plant sites all saw signs bearing the name Tianmu Water Industry Investment Company. This meant that Tianmu water plant was serious. It had truly built its facilities far from rivers, lakes and seas. Most locations were desolate and uninhabited with only the newly built Tianmu water plant standing there. Of course, sharp-eyed netizens comparing various photos noticed that the Tianmu water plants all contained many large black trees. What kind of black technology was this? No one could understand it. But that didn't matter. Whenever people couldn't figure something out, they would go to the Tianmu Technology official website and ask questions, and Assistant Wei Meng would reply promptly. Netizen A. Assistant Wei, come explain this.
Why are your water plants all built in remote corners?
Will they even have fresh water to supply?
Netizen B. My family lives in the suburbs and now the tap water frequently cuts off.
Luckily we've stocked up large water buckets as backup. Is Tianmu water plant also learning from us and storing water when it's available? Netizen C. It's tough, I haven't showered in 3 days.
We have to conserve water and use bottled water just to cook.
Netizen D. Several countries are fighting over water.
In the end, the essence of this world is the struggle for resources. I hope Tianmu Technology can put an end to the water wars between nations.
Xiao Meng had been monitoring the messages on the official website all along.
Only when he felt everyone had asked their questions did he post a unified reply.
In 3 days, Tianmu Water Industry will begin supplying water to water-scarce regions across the country. You'll all see then whether we can conjure water out of thin air. After receiving Xiao Meng's reply, netizens began counting down the days with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the miracle that Tianmu Water Industry was about to deliver.
Everyone was waiting for Tianmu Water Industry to start operations, but no one knew how hard Tian was working. It took him 2 whole days to visit all 3,000 plus water plants scattered across the Dragon Nation, and it had truly exhausted him. On the morning of September 14th, the Tianmu Water Industry official website finally announced that it would begin supplying water to the respective regions starting at noon. Upon learning that the Tianmu water plant was about to go into operation, many people waited by their faucets early. They had received a notice the previous night that Tianmu Water Industry would be taking over the local residential water supply from then on. At 12:03 in the afternoon, Xiaoyan and her mother, who worked as a sanitation worker, waited by the faucet with hopeful expressions. They lived in the northwest region, and Xiaoyan had known the importance of conserving water since she was a child.
Mom, will water really come?
Of course.
When has Tianmu Technology ever deceived anyone?
But they built the water plant on barren land. Where would the water come from?
Just wait a little longer and we'll see.
Listen, don't you hear the sound of water coming? Yes, it's the sound of water rushing quickly through the pipes, pushing out the air inside. Just as they finished speaking, a gush of murky water burst out from the faucet.
Mom, there really is water.
But it's still muddy like before.
Don't rush. Let's wait a bit more.
Even if it's muddy, as long as it doesn't stop, we can let it settle and then use it.
Hey. Mom, look, it's starting to turn clear.
Indeed it is. It seems we'll be able to drink clean water from now on.
Mom, can I take a sip of the tap water?
Just 1 sip. I want to taste what this clear water is like.
Alright, just 1 sip. I'm afraid you'll get a stomachache if you drink too much.
Xiaoyan cupped some water in her hands from the faucet and brought it to her lips, taking a small sip.
Wow, Mom, the water is so sweet.
I've never tasted tap water this good in my life.
Really? Let me have a taste too.
It is indeed very sweet. The noodles we cook with this will definitely be delicious. Mom, then hurry up and cook the noodles.
I'm hungry. Alright. Mom will mix the flour with water first.
From this day forward, no matter how drought-stricken or water-scarce the place, as long as there was a Tianmu water plant, there would be fresh water supply. Many families had already tasted the water from the Tianmu water plant and flocked to the official website to leave messages of gratitude.
I never imagined Tianmu water industry could conjure up tap water like magic.
A million thanks, we are so grateful to have you.
Thank you, Tianmu water industry. My mother was in tears drinking the tap water from the Tianmu water plant today.
She said that in her 50-odd years of life she had never seen such clean tap water.
The food cooked with Tianmu water industry's tap water is especially fragrant. Have you all noticed? Tianmu water industry has applied the latest technology entirely for the benefit of ordinary people. You are not nature's porters, you are the pioneers of technology. Why is there no Tianmu water plant in our city? I want to drink Tianmu water plant's water too. In our coastal city we're drinking the desalinated seawater from Tianmu water industry. It seems pretty good too. Tian was also monitoring the Tianmu water industry official website and saw the netizens' messages of thanks almost immediately.
Beside him, Nua was absolutely delighted, continuously collecting the surging waves of happiness and gratitude. From now on she could conjure up all sorts of delicious treats for her master.
Nua, next we need to focus on agriculture.
I have a feeling that winter will arrive earlier this year and the weather will be even harsher.
You're right, big brother.
I have a batch of special seeds here, I'll give them all to you.
Oh. How special are they?
They are resistant to heat, cold and pests, have high yields and can be planted all year round. But they need to be soaked in the water of life to germinate.
That's excellent. Even if someone steals the seeds they won't be able to grow anything from them.
Nua handed over a large number of seeds to Tian. She only had a small amount of each original seed, so Tian would need to use his atomic level 3D printer to replicate them. The operation of Tianmu water industry meant that the Dragon Nation's drought problem had been thoroughly solved. Even industries that required large amounts of water such as aquaculture, agriculture and animal husbandry and industrial production could now be sufficiently supplied by Tianmu water industry. In no time Tianmu water industry's reputation spread across the globe at lightning speed. On the third day of its operation, a delegation of Middle Eastern princes arrived at Tianmu Technology to discuss cooperation. The Middle Eastern prince delegation represented several small Middle Eastern nations. Although their country's oil revenues had been affected by the controllable nuclear fusion technology, the damage wasn't severe. The world outside the Dragon Nation still needed vast amounts of petroleum. Therefore these severely water-scarce nations immediately formed a delegation to come and negotiate. Their proposal was that if Tianmu water industry would build water plants in their countries, the profits would be split 70-30, with Tianmu taking the larger share. Tian knew this was the second step in Tianmu Technology's global expansion and readily agreed, instructing Wang Kai to accept the deal. The first step had been building a seawater desalination plant and a fusion power station for the Shah Kingdom, which was now completed. If this second step succeeded, Nua would receive a wave of happiness from the people of the Middle East. However, there were conditions. All transactions must be settled in Dragon Nation currency and Tianmu Technology would no longer accept US dollars. On September 15, 2019, under a cloudless sky, a surging crowd gathered outside the Jiuquan Space Launch Center in Gansu Province. Today was the day the Dragon Nation's crewed lunar landing mission was scheduled to commence. From this day forward, the moon would bear the footprints of the Dragon Nation. To let the entire nation feel the strength of their motherland, the authorities decided to broadcast the crewed lunar landing publicly and allow citizens to witness the event in person. This caused an unprecedented stir. Regardless of distance, Dragon Nation citizens who could make the journey flocked to Jiuquan Gansu. Arrangements for air and ground travel were meticulously organized. The Gansu Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism was overjoyed. An immense stroke of fortune had suddenly descended upon the province. Tourists arriving to witness the launch filled every hotel, large and small. Some even ended up staying in the homes of local residents as no other accommodation could be found. The visitors were now assembled on the newly constructed viewing stands. The lunar landing spacecraft was located 500 meters away and every movement of it could be clearly observed through a telescope. The spacecraft was currently concealed beneath a large red cloth, stirring immense curiosity and an urge to touch it among the onlookers. Tian, being the primary technology provider for the crewed lunar landing spacecraft, was naturally specially invited to attend the ceremony. Tian and his team of 5 were warmly received by official staff, so they had no worries about accommodation or meals. They were seated on the main platform not far from the spacecraft next to Yang Weihua. It was their first meeting. Xiao Tian, thanks to you we were able to build the lunar spacecraft so quickly and smoothly. You flatter me, Grand Elder. It was my duty. Our nation needs more young people like you to spearhead the revitalization of science and technology. You are doing exceptionally well. Every single person from your research institute is a rising star in the scientific community.
Grand Elder, I will continue to strive. One day we will fly beyond the solar system and explore the universe outside.
I may not live to see that day, but I still hope our nation's future will not be confined to the solar system.
Grand Elder, you will surely see that day. Haha, I'll take your word for it then.
People often perceive the solar system as being quite small, but in reality its radius is 1 light-year. Even light takes a year to traverse the solar system. A laser beam fired from its center would also take a year to reach the edge. Given its immense radius compounded by the 2 nebulae surrounding it, the Oort cloud and the local interstellar cloud, these form a cage restricting humanity's exploration of the universe. A spacecraft traveling at light speed cannot directly cross the Oort cloud due to the high risk of colliding with comets. However, Tian was confident he could solve this problem in the future provided he grew strong enough to face the risks beyond. As they conversed, the red-clad lunar spacecraft completed its final checks and was ready for its lunar flight.
Wan, a renowned journalist from the Central Media, was to host the live broadcast of the crewed lunar landing.
She appeared before the live camera with a radiant smile.
Hello everyone, I am Wan.
I am honored to host today's live broadcast of the crewed lunar landing. Behind me is our crewed lunar landing spacecraft, the Tian.
Now let's unveil its true appearance.
2 staff members cooperatively pulled the red cloth away, revealing the massive spacecraft.
The lunar spacecraft had no visible engine air intakes. The location of its engines was indistinguishable from the outside. Our Chang'e lunar spacecraft is powered by a compact nuclear fusion reactor, utilizes anti-gravity engines for propulsion, and is equipped with a life support system enabling this crewed lunar landing mission.
The Chang'e measures 25 meters in length, 15 meters in wingspan and 8 meters in height, capable of carrying 8 astronauts.
All pre-launch checks are now complete. Let us welcome today's 8 astronauts as they board the Chang'e spacecraft.
They are Yang Kongning, Lu Jianhaoing, Shi Huang, Shuyu, Lu Tian, Zhao Pengcheng, Zheng Mingho and Ningfengze. 8 astronauts in their spacesuits stood in a row before the live camera, saluting crisply in unison.
All 8 were selected from the super soldiers with physical conditioning at the peak of the first tier.
Initially, Zhao Yu had suggested replacing 5 of the 8 with biomimetic robots, but Yang Weihua had disapproved.
Yang Weihua believed that such a sacred endeavor should be accomplished entirely by humans. After the salute, the 8 astronauts marched in perfect formation towards the Chang'e.
The camera shifted back to Wan, who smiled and said, "Next, let us officially commence the Dragon Nation's lunar landing mission. For this mission, our astronauts will collect lunar soil samples from both the near and far sides of the moon.
We will also visit the sites where our American predecessors left their footprints and plant our national flag there." As Wan spoke, the Chang'e began its slow vertical ascent.
Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the nearby main platform and the viewing stands outside the launch center.
However, the Dragon Nation's crewed lunar landing was not met with global well-wishes.
Many in other nations hoped the Chang'e would malfunction and crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. In the Black House of the USA, the know-it-all king and his advisors were deeply displeased, and a cloud of gloom hung over the NASA headquarters.
Especially in the Neon country, which had yet to restore electricity nationwide.
The new supreme leader watched the Chang'e ascend into the sky, his eyes filled with madness and jealousy.
Kandokuan is Project 2 proceeding smoothly. Very smoothly, Hayatakuan. We expect to complete our super soldier program by the end of the year. Yoshi, excellent.
Then we will dispatch a batch of super soldiers to the Dragon Nation to acquire all the technologies of Tianmu Technology.
Hi. We guarantee the mission will be accomplished.
The curses from other nations did not come to pass. The Chang'e ascended majestically into space amidst the attention of millions without any malfunction. The live broadcast switched from satellite monitoring to the interior of the Chang'e, where the 8 astronauts were resting with their eyes closed. The Chang'e's flight speed was Mach 50, a velocity determined by its anti-gravity engines.
It would take the Chang'e over 6 hours to fly from Earth to the near side of the moon.
Departing at 10 in the morning, it would reach the moon's near side by 4 in the afternoon. After the spacecraft had ascended into outer space, Tian accepted an invitation to tour the launch center, while Yang Weihua hurried back to the capital for a meeting. Gazing at the historically significant exhibits and photographs in the hall, Tian was filled with emotion. Returning from the launch center to their residence for lunch, Tian and his team began to pack up to head home. However, unlike others, they did not travel by car or plane.
They traveled in Tian's flying vehicle, which made the journey extremely convenient.
From then on, Tian no longer needed a contingent of protectors constantly by his side, nor did he have to waste considerable time on long-distance travel. Little did Tian know his appearance at the Liquor City Launch Center had already captured the attention of many keen observers. Some wished to stage a chance encounter with him. These were self-proclaimed beautiful female fans or male fans who deeply idolized Tian.
Others sought to discuss business collaborations. These were wealthy second-generation heirs flaunting their prestigious family backgrounds.
Yet others plotted to ambush him. These were members of spy organizations newly stationed in the Dragon Country by various nations. However, what they never anticipated was Tian's unconventional approach this time. He neither drove a car nor took a flight, instead he boarded a flying vehicle, activated its stealth mode and vanished without a trace. The various factions waiting at the official hospitality hotel grew increasingly restless, waiting in vain for Mu Tian's car to emerge, their frustration bordering on desperation.
Mom, are we really going to the Tongmeng orphanage where I grew up? Yunmeng asked Wu Xiao with a hint of shyness. Don't worry, Xiaomeng.
I was also an orphan when I was young, and I would never look down on children who grew up in an orphanage. After the flying car took off, Wu Xiao suggested visiting the Tongmeng orphanage where Yunmeng had grown up. However, Yunmeng was concerned that the orphanage's dilapidated condition might make Mu Tian and Wu Xiao uncomfortable.
Xiaomeng, our visit this time is also to see if there's anything we can do to help, Mu Tian said with a gentle smile. Alright, but please be mentally prepared when we get there. Mu Tian shook his head without saying anything further, simply instructing Zhao Wu to fly to the address Yunmeng had provided. Mu Tian's vehicle was of course no ordinary flying car, it was a near-Earth orbital vehicle capable of venturing into outer space. The group spent half an hour admiring the breathtaking views from outer space before descending and landing on the street near the Tongmeng orphanage where Yunmeng had grown up. In a secluded alley, Mu Tian's flying car materialized and then drove toward the Tongmeng orphanage. Previously, Wu Xiao and Mu Tian had always wanted to donate to the orphanage, but Yunmeng had refused. She didn't want Wu Xiao to think she had accepted her as a godmother for financial gain.
This in turn gave Wu Xiao and Mu Tian a newfound respect for Yunmeng's resilience. A girl who strives to better herself through her own efforts always evokes even greater sympathy. The Tongmeng orphanage was a privately run institution established by the old director herself, not a public one. It had always been sustained through donations from various sources. However, in recent years more and more established enterprises had been going bankrupt. New companies showed little enthusiasm for philanthropy and very few contributed to the Tongmeng orphanage, making life increasingly difficult for the institution. Currently, the orphanage could only rely on donations from a few old acquaintances and contributions from individuals who had grown up there and were now earning a living. This situation had also resulted in the orphanage's buildings falling into disrepair, now classified as hazardous structures. Yunmeng was just thinking about asking Mu Tian to withdraw some of the money from the stock market to send to the orphanage for reconstruction when unexpectedly Mu Tian and Wu Xiao offered to visit. The car came to a stop before a rusted iron gate and the three of them stepped out. Mu Tian didn't have Zhang Long and Zhao Wu follow them inside, instead he sent them to purchase some supplies from the nearby shops. He asked them to buy anything that children and the elderly might need. Sister Yunmeng, you're back. A 4-year-old girl playing with mud on the ground by the entrance shouted excitedly, Sister Yunmeng is back. Brother Xiaohan, Sister Xiaojing, Grandma, come quickly. The little girl's shrill cry echoed throughout the orphanage, instantly transforming its quiet atmosphere into a bustling one. Xiaonan, come here, let sister give you a hug. Yunmeng crouched down and gently lifted Xiaonan, whose right leg was underdeveloped. Wu Xiao also caressed the little girl's hair with deep compassion. This child was likely abandoned by her parents because of her leg deformity. Yunmeng, you're back. Oh. And you've brought guests. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Tongmeng orphanage. An elderly woman emerged from the building supported by a limping young boy. Sister Yunmeng, you're back. Thank you for the helmet. I can finally see you now. Sister Yunmeng, you're so beautiful. Xiaojing, you're beautiful too, and you'll soon be a young lady. Grandma, let me introduce you, this is my godmother Wu Xiao and this is my brother Mu Tian. Hello, hello. Welcome Chairman Mu and Ms. Wu. We're all family now. Come, let's sit inside. Xiaohan, go brew some tea for our distinguished guests. Okay, Grandma. The Tongmeng orphanage indeed appeared exceedingly shabby. However, it was quite tidy, far from being dirty or chaotic, which put Mu Tian and Wu Xiao at ease. No matter how humble a home is, as long as it's not dirty or messy, it reflects the good character of its inhabitants. At the very least, they are not lazy. Please forgive the humble conditions here. Our orphanage is quite impoverished and I hope you don't mind. The old director apologized profusely. Auntie, we don't mind at all. I was also an orphan growing up. I know that simply surviving in an orphanage is already an achievement, the living environment is secondary. Wu Xiao consoled her. Indeed, there aren't many people who engage in charity these days. Being able to maintain this much is already my greatest satisfaction in life. I wonder if this orphanage can even sustain itself after I'm gone. Auntie, don't be so pessimistic. We came here this time precisely to see if there's anything we can do to help. I've asked Xiaotian to donate 100 million to the orphanage for its reconstruction. What do you think? Actually, Wu Xiao could have asked Mu Tian to donate more, but a private orphanage possessing too much money would bring no benefits, it would only attract the covetous eyes of malicious individuals eyeing such a vast fortune. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Wu and Chairman Mu, for your support.
The children's lives will improve dramatically and we'll be able to provide them with a nurturing environment to grow up in. Yes, I think so too.
Auntie, what do you think of the match between our Xiao Tian and Xiaoming? I was thinking of setting up an engagement for them today as well.
Mu Tian.
Bewildered expression, Yunmeng shy expression. How did the conversation suddenly turn to marriage? The two of them involved hadn't even had time to mentally prepare themselves. Being able to marry Chairman Mu is a blessing that Yunmeng has cultivated over several lifetimes.
I wholeheartedly support it. It just depends on whether Yunmeng is willing.
The old director Wu Xiao and Mu Tian all turned their gazes toward Yunmeng, eager to discern her thoughts. After all, Yunmeng was the one who ultimately held the power to decide her own future. Blushing deeply under the scrutiny of the three, Yunmeng shyly whispered her answer, I
am willing.
Having said that, she immediately covered her flushed face and ran out of the room.
Xiaotian, why are you still standing there? Go after Yunmeng. This is all your mother can do for you.
Seeing that the two young people had been exchanging glances for a long time without breaking the ice, Wu Xiao had to resort to this tactic. She had been waiting a long time for this opportunity. Mu Tian hurried after Yunmeng to have a private conversation while the two elderly women behind them wore smiles of profound contentment as if all their life's wishes had been fulfilled.
Auntie, from now on we'll be in-laws.
My Xiao Tian is very sensible and knows how to take care of others.
You can rest assured in trusting Yunmeng to him. Xiao, you're right. I am very satisfied with Yunmeng's choice.
This also fulfills one of my long-cherished wishes.
If I could hold Xiaoming's child in my lifetime, I would be even more content. Auntie, you'll definitely get to hold your great-grandchild. Let's set their wedding date for New Year's Day next year.
By the end of next year you'll be able to hold your great-grandchild.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's settled then.
The two young people holding hands at the doorway had no idea that their wedding date had just been decided for them. Outside, Mu Tian and Yunmeng remained unaware that their wedding date had already been decided by the two elders. Hand in hand they were about to exchange sweet words when the children from the orphanage began to stir and make a ruckus.
While Sister Xiaoming has found herself a brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, my name is Xiaoya. Brother-in-law, I'm Xiaohan. Brother-in-law, I'm Xiaojing. Sister Xiaoming's face is turning red. Keep your voices down. Mu Tian smiled generously at them, saying a couple of big brothers will be arriving shortly with food and toys. Go to the entrance and greet them. Hee, time for some treats. Thanks, brother-in-law. You're the best brother-in-law. Sister Xiaoming, take good care of brother-in-law.
We're off to help carry the things at the door.
Brother Xiaohan, carry me to the entrance.
Little An, unable to move easily, saw everyone about to rush off and hastily grabbed onto Xiaohan's pant leg. Watching 5 or 6 children scamper off towards the entrance, Yunmeng's eyes reddened slightly. Brother, both Xiaohan and Little An have congenital disabilities in their legs. I need to hurry up and perfect the bionic prosthetics so I can fit them and give them back a normal life.
Mu Tian gently embraced Yunmeng, patting her back in comfort. There are better treatment methods.
Their condition stems from a congenital genetic defect. As long as we correct the genetic flaw and combine it with other therapies, their bodies can fully recover.
Yunmeng looked up at Mu Tian with surprise and hope.
Is the technology mature enough now?
Mu Tian knew what Yunmeng wanted to say.
How about this, we take all the children from the orphanage back home with us for a while.
We can treat all their ailments while we're at it.
Not just the leg conditions but any other congenital diseases as well. Yunmeng threw herself into Mu Tian's arms, tears finally streaming down her face, tears of pure joy.
Thank you, brother.
Meanwhile, Zhang Long and Zhao Wu had been shopping at a nearby supermarket and market. With the power of money, they had the goods delivered directly to the orphanage's entrance. They had bought a large quantity of toys and snacks for the children along with ingredients to cook dinner later that evening. Xiaohan and the others were overjoyed to receive the gifts. These were the first precious presents they had ever received. Leaving the children to play in the courtyard, Mu Tian and Yunmeng composed themselves and hand in hand re-entered the old director's room.
Xiaotian, Xiaoming, come over here. Auntie and I have just set your wedding date for you. It's New Year's Day next year. Does that work for you?
Wu Xiao smiled as she announced the young couple's wedding date, adding a silent thought, and by the end of next year I want to be holding a grandchild.
Does that work for you?
Yunmeng shyly fidgeted for a moment before whispering, I'll follow whatever grandma and mother decide. Seeing Yunmeng agree, Wu Xiao quickly stood up and took her hand. She looked at her future daughter-in-law, feeling more satisfied with each passing moment. As for the other party involved, Mu Tian, no one bothered to ask his opinion, so he simply smiled and took a seat beside Wu Xiao. After chatting for a while, Mu Tian suggested to the old director, Grandma, I'd like to tear down and rebuild the Tongmeng orphanage. And I'd like to bring you all to Huang City to stay for a while. What do you think? The old director naturally had no objections and agreed immediately. Tian taking charge of the reconstruction saved her a great deal of trouble. At her age she truly felt overwhelmed by the prospect of rebuilding the orphanage. And so it was decided that everyone would set off for Huang City after dinner. However, a few of the children were still at school and hadn't returned yet, so they would need to wait for them to come home. Time quickly passed to 4:30 in the afternoon. At that moment Xiao Meng reminded Tian to check the moon landing live stream, saying something amusing had just happened during the broadcast. Tian pretended to step outside, and from the car, his spatial storage, he retrieved a holographic projector. When Xiaohan and the others saw Tian project a large holographic image, they each grabbed their snacks and little stools and gathered in the old director's room to watch. On the live broadcast inside the Chinese Chang'e spacecraft, Yang Kongning began to narrate for the camera.
Hello everyone, we have now arrived on the surface of the moon. We circled the coordinates where our American predecessors supposedly landed 5 times, yet we didn't see any footprints anywhere.
It's very strange. We traveled all this way to the moon full of reverence for our predecessors.
But we cannot see any trace of their footsteps, and we didn't spot the flag either. Could it have been blown away by the wind?
Have they left no trace at all?
Next we'll be collecting lunar soil samples also from the coordinates where the American predecessors visited. We won't be going anywhere else.
Back then our American predecessors generously gifted us 1 gram of lunar soil, and we have always remembered that kindness.
We Chinese have always believed in repaying kindness.
If the successors of our predecessors ever need it in the future, we will repay them tenfold. Yang Kongning's words seemed to pay tribute to the predecessors' achievements, yet also subtly hinted at the mystery of their vanished footprints.
The other 7 astronauts were struggling to contain their laughter.
They had been rigorously trained, and part of that training was the discipline to suppress laughter in serious situations.
Back at the Tongmeng orphanage, Tian was the first to burst out laughing.
Yang Kongning was simply too humorous, his every word cutting deep like a knife to the heart.
However, the others didn't know the full details of the American moon landing.
After Tian stopped laughing and explained the situation, they finally understood.
Brother-in-law, so the American manned moon landing was fake.
They fooled us for so many years.
Yeah, how despicable. And that astronaut brother promising to give back 10 grams of lunar soil to the Americans, is he confused? Xiaohan, didn't you hear the emphasis in that brother's voice when he mentioned the lunar soil? Even if he returns 10 grams of ordinary dirt, wouldn't that count as returning lunar soil? Understand? Oh. I get it now, Grandma. Brother-in-law, will we be able to go to the moon and play someday too? Little Anan looked at Tian with wide expectant eyes. Tian gently ruffled the little one's fluffy hair and smiled. Of course you can. Soon little Anan will be able to play on the moon.
The live broadcast view then shifted to a drone's camera feed. The Chang'e spacecraft slowly descended, finally landing on a relatively flat piece of ground.
The spacecraft's hatch opened gradually, and Yang Kongning and the others floated out from the cockpit, gently touching down on the lunar surface.
This scene straight out of science fiction filled space agencies around the world with envy. How they wished they could join China on the moon and share in the spoils.
Especially NASA.
In their meeting room where the live stream was being watched, one could have heard a pin drop.
The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Damn it, who was the one who agreed to give China that gram of soil back then?
Director, it was your predecessor.
Oh, that damned old man. He went to see God last year.
He should really come back and clean up this mess he created.
Director, so what do we do? Do we admit that we never landed on the moon? Admit what? It's none of my business. I'm going to write a report. I'm going to restart the American moon landing program, and it's going to need a massive R&D budget. Director, you are truly brilliant.
As Yang Kongning and his 7 companions descended onto the near side of the moon, they immediately began photographing the surrounding landscape, playfully imitating their predecessors from the American space program by planting a flag, leaving footprints, and kicking up lunar dust. This allowed the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream to witness a small portion of the moon's near side firsthand, gaining a brand new understanding of the enigmatic celestial body. In the myths and legends of the Dragon Kingdom, the moon has always been the sacred domain of the Lunar Star Lord, who commands the celestial maidens of the Moon Palace, with Chang'e being one of her subordinates. From this perspective, it is entirely reasonable to claim the moon as an integral part of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. This is far more credible than a certain nation's representative at the UN General Assembly pointing to a passage in a holy book as evidence, insisting that another country's territory was a divine gift to them. After capturing the surrounding scenery on film, Yang Kongning and his team commenced their official duties. They began by using a variety of instruments to measure various data points on the lunar surface, including temperature, humidity, gravity, soil moisture content, and light intensity. After all, this was the Dragon Kingdom's first crewed mission to the moon, and the data from their unreliable predecessors could hardly be used as a reliable reference.
September 15th happened to be the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday in the Dragon Kingdom, so most people chose to stay home and watch the entire live broadcast.
This was a truly momentous event to witness.
Tian wondered if the live feed might be cut off at any moment.
If that happened, he wouldn't be able to share the broadcast with the children at the welfare home and would have to enjoy this spectacle alone. Once the measurements were complete, Yang Kaining and his team began the task of collecting lunar soil samples, which proved to be quite straightforward. They brought out 8 large containers and 8 shovels from the cargo hold and began their unpretentious collection work.
What?
Why not use a precision drill to extract the samples?
Well, since humans have come to the moon in person, the first visit certainly won't be the last.
There will be plenty of opportunities to get more lunar soil, so there's no need for such excessive precision. At most, they would designate one container for surface soil and the others for deeper layers.
This extravagant method of collecting lunar soil left the space agencies of other nations green with envy.
They were all already thinking of excuses to ask the Dragon Kingdom Space Agency for a share of the precious lunar soil.
The collection was completed quickly.
The 8 astronauts sealed the containers, wiped their surfaces clean and stored them carefully inside the spacecraft's cabin. The 8 astronauts returned to the cockpit and took their seats.
Yang Kaining then spoke apologetically to the live stream camera. Next, we will be heading to the far side of the moon to continue our collection work. The environment there is harsh and unsuitable for broadcasting.
Today's live stream will end here.
We will resume broadcasting once we return to the Dragon Kingdom.
As soon as he finished speaking, the live feed was cut off. They ended the broadcast without a moment's hesitation. Back at the welfare home, little An, nestled in Tian's arms, had been watching with rapt attention. It was far more interesting than cartoons.
Why is it over? Brother-in-law, can you make the big brother play it again?
I want to see what the moon looks like, the little girl wheedled, using her best pleading tone.
The other children also looked at Tian expectantly, hoping to continue watching the broadcast. Instead of indulging them, Tian chuckled and patted An on the head.
How about your brother-in-law puts on a nice movie for you all to watch? Xiaomeng put on the first NESA movie for them. As soon as Tian finished speaking, the holographic projector flickered to life and began playing the first NESA film.
The cheerful plot quickly captivated the little ones, and Tian breathed a sigh of relief.
Wu Xiao, who hadn't experienced the joy of watching a movie with a group in a long time, settled in to watch, holding a little girl who wore a vision-assistive helmet.
While appearing to watch the movie with everyone else, Tian was actually viewing a different feed through Xiaomeng. His perspective was of course that of the drone following the Chang'e spacecraft.
At that moment, the Chang'e spacecraft had already lifted off and was rapidly flying towards the far side of the moon.
This crude lunar mission was not simply about collecting a few hundred kilograms of lunar soil. There were other objectives as well.
After Tian had delivered the small Wanniao aerospace mothership to the military, they used its quantum radar to scan and monitor everything within 1,000,000 kilometers of Earth. As a result, military radar operators discovered the presence of metallic debris on the far side of the moon.
One of Yang Kaining and his team's objectives was to bring back a portion of this metallic debris for the Dragon Kingdom's scientists to study.
Tian had actually known about the metallic debris on the far side of the moon for a long time. He was also aware that it was the wreckage of a spacecraft from an ancient civilization on Mars. Quantum satellites spread throughout the solar system served as Tian's eyes, making it easy for him to find things. The day when Nua had reminded him that a civilization once existed on Mars, Tian had begun his own archaeological survey across the solar system, eventually finding some remnants of the spacecraft on the moon's far side. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, Yang Kaining and his team quickly changed into their Qinglong power armor inside the spacecraft for better mobility and safety.
The hatch opened and the 8 of them flew out, immediately assuming defensive positions.
After a few minutes passed with no sign of danger, Yang Kaining waved his hand. 14 members descended to the ground while the other 4 remained in the air, maintaining a vigilant watch.
The alien spacecraft wreckage was buried about 30 centimeters below the surface.
One astronaut kicked the ground a few times, exposing a portion of the metallic debris edge.
Captain, it really is wreckage from an alien spacecraft. Since it is, let's get to work.
Let's dig the whole thing out and see what we've got. You heard the captain, boys.
Let's get moving.
The 4 astronauts on the ground began their work clearing the soil from the exposed part of the wreckage. Tian enjoyed being a silent observer, feeling a sense of being a deity watching over events from above. At the northwest base, Elder Ning and Zhao Yu were also watching the 4 astronauts excavate the spacecraft wreckage.
What a pity.
The wreckage is too big for the 8 of them to bring back all at once, Elder Ning lamented.
Elder Ning, how about I send the Wanniao aerospace mothership to take a trip?
Don't you dare touch my precious treasure.
That wreckage on the moon doesn't even look as advanced as the Wanniao. You'd be throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed.
I just thought you were upset about not being able to bring back all the wreckage.
I didn't want you to worry.
Let's have the wreckage studied first to see what class of ship it is. If it's worth it, sending the Wan Niao for a visit is a possibility.
Yes, that works too. Yang Kangning and his team worked in 2 shifts taking turns digging, and it took a full hour before they unearthed the complete wreckage of the spacecraft. The front and middle sections of the spacecraft were completely destroyed, so there was no possibility of survivors. The rear section of the wreckage was about 10 meters long and 9 meters wide and was entirely black in color. According to the plan, we'll cut off a section of the wreckage to take back. Lu Jianhao, you'll do the cutting. Understood, Captain. Watch my invincible laser cutting cannon.
Lu Jianhao adjusted the plasma laser cannon's power and focal length down, effectively turning the weapon into a precise laser cutting tool. With a series of sharp zzz sounds, Lu Jianhao quickly cut off a piece of the wreckage roughly 1 square meter in size.
It was surprisingly easy. Alright, let's load this piece onto the ship and then we can continue with our other tasks. No need, I can handle it myself. It's quite light.
In the moon's low gravity and wearing his Qinglong power armor, Lu Jianhao easily lifted the piece of wreckage. Lu Jianhao effortlessly placed the severed spacecraft wreckage into the cargo hold of the China.
Yang Kangning and his team then retrieved instruments for measuring surface data and large containers for lunar soil, resuming their tasks.
The strenuous work left Yang Kangning and the others famished, as they had not yet eaten lunch. Half an hour later, with the remaining tasks complete, they used a drone to document the surrounding terrain and geological features.
Alright, mission accomplished. Pack up and let's head back, Yang Kangning announced. I'm really hungry. Let's go home.
Captain, when are we coming back to retrieve the rest of the wreckage? That depends on whether it's worth the trip.
Right, Captain. Exactly. Besides, the materials of this ship aren't even as good as the China's. It's a pity we didn't dig up any gems or diamonds to take back as souvenirs. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Even if we did find gems or diamonds, they'd be for research.
When can we go play on Mars? I'm dying to land and explore it. Let's head back and chat in the cockpit.
I'm starving, I'll eat several bowls of rice at the celebration feast.
The 8 of them chatted while tidying up and soon completed their pre-return preparations.
After changing back into their spacesuits, Yang Kangning and the others closed their eyes to rest, leaving the China's onboard AI to autonomously pilot the craft back to Earth. Seeing the Chang'e begin its return journey, Tian knew there was no more excitement to witness, so he closed the spectator feed and turned his attention to the Neza movie playing on the screen at home. At 5:30 p.m. 10 other children from the orphanage returned home from school and the place buzzed with life. One by one they greeted Tian with sweet cries of brother-in-law. When they learned that their orphanage would be demolished and rebuilt and that they'd get to spend time in Hubei province, they jumped for joy.
Brother-in-law is the best.
They wished other sisters who had grown up and left the orphanage could find such wonderful husbands too. At 6 p.m. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu prepared a lavish dinner and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. At 8 p.m. all 25 members of the Tongmeng orphanage boarded the flying cars Tian had summoned from his company, embarking on their journey to Hubei province. As flying cars were not yet public, Tian decided to travel by ground for this return trip.
Robots dispatched by Xiao Meng would organize and store the orphanage's belongings, and he would also oversee the reconstruction efforts.
In Tian's car, Little An sat in Yun Meng's lap looking around curiously.
Wu Xiao gently stroked her head. An, what are you looking for? Auntie, where are we going? We're all going to Auntie's home.
You'll stay there for a while and Auntie will take you out to play.
How does that sound?
Okay. I've never been out to play before because my legs can't walk.
An's spirit sank as she spoke. She was also a little angel sent to the mortal world.
Why did others have wings but not her? Why did others have parents who doted on them while she was abandoned by hers?
Yun Meng comforted her. Be good, An. Brother-in-law said he will heal your legs.
Soon you'll be able to walk on your own just like us.
Anan looked at Tian with hopeful wide eyes seeking reassurance.
Tian gently pinched her cheek and smiled. That's right.
Brother-in-law will heal you. A delighted smile broke across Anan's face. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're so kind.
Wu Xiao's eyes welled up.
What a sensible little girl. The convoy heading back to Hubei consisted of 7 vehicles.
They glided on the highway, hovering just a centimeter above the road, fast and stable.
The fleet of 7 Tianmu SUVs naturally drew attention from other motorists. Since Tianmu cars had not yet been delivered to customers, seeing a fleet of Tianmu SUVs on the road caused someone to post a video of the convoy online. This sparked speculation among netizens about whether the fleet belonged to Tianmu Technology. Some even urged the video poster to stage a minor accident to intercept the convoy and verify their guesses. However, the video poster dared not risk his life for a prank on the highway, and Tian's convoy returned to Hubei province without incident. At 7 a.m. the next day, after sleeping in the vehicles, they arrived at Tian's family home in Xingli village. An is still asleep. I'll carry her to bed. Xiao Tian, please arrange accommodation and meals for everyone. Alright, Mom.
Xiao Meng, let's go take care of it. Mu Tian's house had over a dozen vacant rooms, more than enough to house everyone from the Tongmeng orphanage. They just needed to prepare the rooms. The children were well behaved and helped Mu Tian and the others set up the rooms. In the old director's room, Mu Tian helped her sit down and said with a smile, "Grandma, stay here for a while to recuperate. I guarantee you'll feel years younger." The old director smiled warmly.
You're very thoughtful, Xiao Tian. We owe you so much. You are the benefactor of our Tongmeng orphanage. Don't say that, Grandma.
I should thank you for taking such good care of Xiao Meng.
I'll start treating the children with ailments like an tomorrow. I'll help them recover and live normal lives. I'll follow your lead.
The members of the Tongmeng orphanage settled into Mu Tian's home, filling it with newfound warmth and bustle. Leaving Yun Meng to play with Xiao Han and the others, Mu Tian began studying the research materials for the gene repair agent. Previously he had only skimmed through them.
Because it was a gene-based agent with stringent production requirements that made mass production difficult, Mu Tian had little interest in such a thankless task.
This time, however, Mu Tian didn't intend to overexert himself.
As he reviewed the materials, he had Xiao Meng use the atomic-level 3D printer to produce the agent. While Mu Tian was researching, the Dragon Kingdom unveiled another surprise to the world. The Dragon Kingdom's central media proudly announced, "We warmly celebrate the success of our nation's manned lunar landing mission. To explore the unknown universe, our space agency will establish a solar system archaeological task force to conduct archaeological work on all planets within the solar system." This announcement baffled the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom and utterly confused foreigners. How had the Dragon Kingdom become so eccentric after just one trip to the moon? Were they no longer content with archaeology on Earth and now planning to dig on other planets? Wasn't that a direct challenge to the rest of the world? The decision to establish the Solar System Archaeological Task Force wasn't impulsive. It was based on the analysis of the spacecraft wreckage they had brought back. Researchers led by Elder Ning discovered that the metal composition of the wreckage was not significantly more advanced than the current metallurgical technologies of the Dragon Kingdom. After deliberations, Elder Ning's team concluded that the alien spacecraft lacked the capability for interstellar travel. Therefore, it must be a technological relic of an ancient civilization from a planet within our solar system. But besides Earth, which other planet could have ever birthed a civilization? This question led to the formation of the Solar System Archaeological Task Force, dedicated to uncovering the secrets of the ancient civilizations that once thrived in our solar system. When Mu Tian saw the news, he felt an urge to call Zhao Yu and tell him that the alien civilization they were searching for was on Mars, yet no historical traces remained. But on second thought, Mu Tian dismissed the idea. It was better to let the experts have something to do. Disturbing others' plans would be improper. That evening he enjoyed a hearty meal at home with Xiao Han and the others. Mu Tian informed them that the children with congenital ailments could begin treatment the next day. Brother-in-law, really? Will I no longer need the vision assist helmet? And me, can I stop wearing the hearing and speech assist helmet? Brother-in-law. Can Xiaonan and brother Xiao Han's legs also be cured? Can my hand be fixed too? Don't worry, all of you will be healed. The next morning, Mu Tian led the 15 children to the company's fighter jet laboratory. The lab had been temporarily converted into a small hospital where he would administer their treatments. In truth, the Tongmeng welfare home faced immense hardships, as most of the orphans they sheltered suffered from congenital disabilities. Cases like Yun Meng's, born without any defects yet abandoned at birth, were exceedingly rare. Long ago, Mu Tian had asked Xiao Meng to privately search for Yun Meng's family, but to no avail. Xiaonan, nestled in Yun Meng's arms, felt nervous. She dreaded injections. "Sister, will they give me a shot in the butt? Can it be a gentle one? Don't be scared, Xiaonan. No needles needed, just one dose of medicine, and after a good sleep you'll be all better." Really? Hee, I like that. I'm so afraid of but shots. Shame on you, Xiaonan. But shots don't even hurt. Brother Xiaohan, you cried when you got your last but shot. You're mistaken. I didn't cry, I just got some sand in my eyes. Alright, everyone be good. I'm handing out the medicine now. You must drink every last drop, understood? Got it, brother-in-law. 15 voices echoed in unison. Mu Tian began distributing the gene repair serum. The golden viscous liquid exuded a faint honeyed aroma when the vial was uncapped. At the scent of honey, a primal craving surged from the marrow of all 15 children. Drink it. Drink it now, every last drop, without hesitation. Xiao Han and the other 14 raised their vials, tipped the liquid into their mouths, and gulped it down in 2 swift swallows. They then shook the empty bottles, their faces brimming with lingering satisfaction. Wow, that was delicious. So sweet. Brother-in-law, I want more. Is there any left? Haha, Xiaonan, you little glutton. That's medicine, not syrup. Humph, brother Xiaohan, you're always teasing me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Brother-in-law, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Me too. My head's spinning and I'm so sleepy.
Tian gestured for the waiting robots to carry the children to their beds. They would need at least 3 full days and nights of deep rejuvenating sleep to reboot their bodies. During their slumber, the robots would administer copious amounts of highly concentrated life-giving water to replenish the vital essence their bodies needed for recovery.
Brother, will they be all right? Yun Mang asked, seated by Xiaowan's bed, gently stroking her adorable cheek.
They'll need at least 3 days to fully recover.
The robots will watch over them around the clock. Don't worry. Thank you, brother. You're being formal with me again. No, I'm thanking you on their behalf. Let's go. There's nothing we can do here. Alright, I'll head to work then. Our bionic prosthetics are nearly perfected.
I'll have Wang Kai oversee mass production.
Thank you all for your hard work.
After Yun Meng departed, Tian prepared to receive the imminent arrival of Gung Qian. Gung Qian was coming to pick up his order today. 10,000 bionic peregrine falcons had been generated and he intended to place an additional order for 50 bitey fighter jets. Once they were seated in the office with tea, casual conversation began.
Brother, I heard your freshwater plant uses some kind of black technology. Indeed. How else could we conjure water from thin air? Drought is rampant everywhere now. This year is truly bizarre. Most of the country is experiencing varying degrees of drought. Our 2 neighboring countries even went to war over water. This drought is expected to last until year's end. That's going to be a serious problem. Agriculture and livestock will have to rely entirely on your water plant. Tianmu Technology is considering venturing into agriculture.
Where do you think the best place to farm would be?
Brother, with your black tech water generation, it'd be a colossal waste not to use it to reclaim the deserts. You mean I should go farm in the desert? Exactly. The land there is vast and sparsely populated. You can lease as much as you want and it's dirt cheap. Alright, I'll have someone look into it. By the way, brother, could you build a water plant for our northwest base too? Our wells there are barely drawing any water lately. No problem.
Your side handles the construction and I'll sell you a few water generation machines. You can manage them yourselves.
That's excellent.
I'll report to General Zhao right away and have him arrange the plant. How much does one machine cost?
1 billion yuan per unit.
Each can produce 100 tons of fresh water daily.
We'll take 10 then. Deal.
After seeing Gung Qian off, Tian returned to check on Xiaonan and the others. They were all sleeping soundly with no adverse reactions. The gene repair serum was developed from Tian's scan of a gecko's severed tail, a product of a second-tier civilization. During treatment, the serum induced the deepest possible sleep, thereby achieving the goal of rebooting the body's systems. 3 days later, Tian, Yun Meng and the elderly director Wu Xiao gathered by the children's beds waiting in anticipation. The old director was overjoyed. Xiaowan's right leg, which had been noticeably shorter, had now fully grown out, matching the length of her left leg perfectly. Xiaohan's legs had also been restored, now completely normal like any other person's. At the thought that the children could finally lead ordinary lives free from strange glances and cruel taunts, tears of relief streamed down the old director's face. Yun Meng gently wiped away the old director's tears and whispered, "Grandma, from now on Xiaohan and the others will have wonderful lives.
I promise." Yun Meng, you're such a good big sister. Even if I died this instant, I'd have no regrets. Grandma, you haven't even held my children yet. Please don't say such things. Alright, Grandma won't say it anymore. Just then Xiaomi on the bed stirred, sitting up drowsily and rubbing her eyes with tiny hands. She looked at Tian and the others, then down at her right leg. Ha! Grandma, my leg has grown back. Grandma, sister, brother-in-law, look. Ah, that was such a good sleep. Xiaonan, what are you shouting about? It's not mealtime yet. Xiaohan yawned and sat up, eyes still closed. Xiaohan, you little rascal, look at your legs. My legs. What's wrong with my legs? Hey. My legs have grown back. Ha ha. I can walk normally now. The 15 little ones, including Xiaomi, had all recovered remarkably well. Whether they had been deaf, mute, blind, afflicted with ailments of the hands or feet, or suffered from other hidden diseases, they were now all restored to the health of ordinary able-bodied individuals. The next evolutionary step beyond the gene repair serum was the gene enhancement serum. This was a type of serum that allowed the human body to absorb the genes of the mutated octopus to strengthen itself. However, Tian was not yet ready to publicly unveil the gene enhancement serum, as it would be a thankless task. The reason it was thankless was that the physical enhancement brought about by the serum would drastically increase a person's appetite.
If it were just 1 or 2 people it might be manageable. But if the entire global population underwent physical enhancement it would undoubtedly lead to a massive shortage of food. Xiaomeng, why don't you take Grandma and the others on a trip? I've already arranged the vehicles, the itinerary and the accompanying staff for you.
Brother, aren't you coming? Yunmeng really wished Tian could join them. Their trip to Gan province the day before yesterday hadn't allowed for much fun.
I still need to fulfill the military's order.
You take them along.
I'll transfer the travel expenses to your card shortly.
Alright, then I'll take them out to have some fun.
A group of children who couldn't stay still for a moment. Being cooped up at home all day wasn't good for them, so Tian simply arranged for them to travel and explore. Now that the little ones had fully recovered, this was the perfect time for them to satisfy their boundless curiosity about the world. After seeing Yunmeng and the others off, Tian had Xiaomeng transfer 500 million yuan into Yunmeng's account as spending money.
The accompanying staff were all clones of Xiaomeng 10 in total.
Over the past few days, thanks to Tian administering a highly concentrated form of life's water, the old lady's body had rejuvenated to the state of a 60-year-old. She was full of energy and more than capable of handling a trip.
A ding-dong sound came from Xiao Lu's notification. Tian took it out and saw a shocked emoji from Yunmeng. Brother, why did you transfer me so much money?
I could never spend all this in my lifetime.
This is your allowance. Be good, try to spend it, don't skimp and save. Hee, but this allowance is a bit too much.
I can't spend it all, I really can't.
Buy whatever you see and like. Don't be shy about spending. Alright, thank you, dear brother.
After the little group had left, the laboratory immediately fell into a profound silence.
Tian then began arranging for robots to dismantle the small hospital and prepare for the production of the Bitey fighter jets.
It seemed that several major military theaters were all vying for the Bitey fighters, and the 2 newly delivered fighter production lines had been prioritized for the production of the Luanyao aerospace mothership.
That left Tian's facility to handle the Bitey fighter production.
With his lab operating at full capacity, they could produce 20 Bitey fighters a month, which translated to 1 fighter every day and a half.
Time flew by and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
On the morning of September 22, 2019, Tianmu Technology suddenly announced on its official website that it was beginning to offer custom services for its new bionic prosthetics, attracting a flood of onlookers from its fanbase. Simultaneously, Tianmu Technology also announced the establishment of Tianmu Agricultural Technology, a company dedicated to high-tech agricultural production, and began a massive recruitment drive for talent.
These 2 pieces of news were monumental. The fact that Tianmu Technology had launched a new product without holding a launch event caught many prosthetic manufacturers off guard. Those with sharp minds had already begun submitting their resumes on the newly created Tianmu Agriculture website. Meanwhile, fans flocked to the Tianmu Technology website to leave comments pleading with Xiaomeng to reveal some insider information. Assistant Wei Meng, are you there? Can we get a look at how realistic your bionic prosthetics really are?
A friend of mine wants a special private custom job.
Can you take it on? He said just adding 12 centimeters would be enough. Is customization available for any body part?
I have a sister with an A-cup who needs to inquire about the service.
All of you are just concerned about your own comfortable lives. I'm more interested in where Tianmu Agriculture is located and what skills they require. With 3 generations of farming expertise in my family, I hope to latch onto Tianmu Agriculture's coattails.
The ever-present Xiaomeng soon provided a unified response to everyone. Except for internal organs, which we cannot customize yet, all other limbs can be tailored.
It's realistic, absolutely realistic, with a 99 fidelity rate. Our Tianmu agriculture planting zones are currently located in the border areas of the country's top 5 deserts. The compensation is excellent. Please refer to the official website for details. Tianmu Agriculture is looking for talent proficient in operating various agricultural machinery, with the primary work focused on mechanized farming. The first batch of recruitment for Tianmu Agriculture is for 50000 employees. Interested job seekers can now submit their resumes. We will conduct online interviews for qualified candidates. For those who accept the offer, we will arrange for someone to pick them up and escort them to the worksite. Not long after Xiaomeng finished replying to the fans, Tian received a call from Gengqian. Brother, can your bionic prosthetics really achieve a 99 fidelity rate, and can they be used without any sense of discomfort? Of course. It's the same technology used in our bionic robots. Do you need a bionic robot girlfriend? I can give you one. No, I don't want one. I still prefer to be a happy bachelor like you. Haha, brother, I'm not going to stay a bachelor with you anymore. I already have a fiancé. What? That fast? Which family's daughter is it, and when's the wedding banquet? You've met her. It's Yunmeng. The wedding is set for New Year's Day next year. Damn.
You're really something, going after someone so close to home.
You've got no honor. Alright, I know you're just jealous. Anyway, what's the real reason for your call?
Well, it is official business. We have many soldiers who have been disabled in missions and battles.
We want to fit them with the best bionic prosthetics available. Tian was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then asked in a low voice, how many people are we talking about? About 1.2 million. No matter the cost, we can't skimp on this.
You're right, brother. Tell you what, I'll sell them to you at cost price 800 yuan each. Are you sure you won't take a loss, brother? You sell them to the public for 8,000 apiece.
Can't I have a moment of conscience without you insinuating I'm a profiteer? No, of course not. It's a deal then. I'll come over tomorrow to sign the contract and give you the list of personnel.
You can send someone to collect the limb measurement data.
Alright, no problem. Tian had initially thought about waiving the fee for this military prosthetic order entirely.
But on second thought he decided it was better not to steal the military's thunder. Charging them the cost price was a win-win situation for everyone.
Tian came over the very next day to sign the contract and make the payment, appearing extremely eager.
Tian immediately arranged for employees from company branches across the country to collect the limb measurement data. Meanwhile, disabled individuals across the country began replacing their old prosthetics with Tianmu Technology's bionic ones. The first video posted by a user with the new Tianmu bionic prosthetic garnered millions of likes and shares. In the video, a little girl who had been a high-level amputee transformed into a sprite who could run and play freely. It was a compelling testament to the sheer power of Tianmu Technology's advancements.
As the bionic prosthetics flew off the shelves, recruitment at Tian Agriculture was proceeding in tandem.
By 8 p.m. on the 24th, the first wave of hiring had already amassed roughly 10 million resumes.
These 10 million applicants spanned all age groups.
The primary force behind this flood of applications were recent college graduates who had yet to find employment or were dissatisfied with their current prospects. The strategy for many young applicants was to submit their resumes first, then use the remaining days for an intensive crash course on operating agricultural machinery.
Training institutions were ecstatic, never imagining that the first beneficiaries of Tian Agriculture's recruitment drive would be them.
Xiaomeng didn't oppose this last-minute cramming. Instead, it generously granted applicants a week for training.
As long as they met the operational proficiency standards within that week, they would be eligible for an interview. The benchmark for passing the operational test was simply applicants uploading a video of themselves skillfully operating agricultural machinery.
After a long day, Tian returned home and was enjoying a meal prepared by his robot butler when he received a holographic video call from Wu Xiao. Bored at home, Wu Xiao had joined Yun Meng and the others on a trip, and the group was currently sightseeing in Gui Province's Gui City.
Xiao Tian, you're eating. Yes, Mom. Are you all having fun today? Absolutely. It's a shame you're not here, it would be even better. I've been busy with work.
I'll take some time tomorrow to come and join you all for a day.
That's great.
I'll pass the phone to Xiaomeng so you two can chat in private.
I'm off to shower. Brother, are you really coming to play with us tomorrow? Yun Meng's beautiful figure appeared in the hologram. I miss you, so I'm coming over to spend some time with you. I miss you too. Hurry up and come. Xiaonan, do you want to talk to your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, I bought you some tasty snacks. When are you coming to see me? I'll be there tomorrow.
Tian chatted a while longer with Xiaonan, making the little girl happy before ending the call.
Early the next morning, Tian took a flying car to Gui City.
He had never been there before but had heard the landscapes were unmatched under heaven and wondered if it lived up to the hype. After a delightful day of exploring Gui City, Tian felt genuinely relaxed. Traveling together was the best way to strengthen their bond, and his affection for Yun Meng was steadily deepening. After the day of leisure, Tian returned to the lab to begin new research. He was currently attempting to develop a weather control machine. However, there was no existing model to scan, and even Xiaomeng's vast database couldn't decipher the technology. Brother, how about trying to scan an electric fan? Nuwa, we've already scanned both air conditioners and fans. What we got wasn't a weather control machine but rather advanced cooling equipment.
Alright then, keep researching, brother.
I'll go ask my dad if he has something like that and just bring it to you.
Perhaps we should consider visiting the Weather Bureau.
Don't they have full sets of equipment for artificial rain?
That's right. It seems plausible. Isn't artificial rain a way of changing the weather? Without delay, Tian got into his car and instructed Zhao Hu to drive to the Municipal Weather Bureau.
Anticipating a possible cold reception from an unannounced visit, Tian had Wang Kai contact the authorities en route to arrange for someone from the bureau to receive him. About 10 minutes later, Tian arrived at the entrance of Huang City's Weather Bureau, wherein Ruoxin was waiting, a mix of excitement and nervousness on her face. Upon learning that Mu Tian, the chairman of Tian Technology, was coming for a visit, Director Zhu Mengan immediately assigned the reception duty to Ruoxin, the bureau's most attractive staff member. Zhu Mengan, a shrewd man, figured that at his age it was best not to intrude on the young people's scene. He reasoned that if Ruoxin had even a sliver of a chance, it would be his own opportunity, especially since she was his old classmate's daughter. Getting out of the car, Mu Tian spotted Ruoxin and, recognizing her as his host, walked over to greet her.
"Hello, I'm Mu Tian."
And Ruoxin extended her right hand with a radiant smile.
"Hello, Chairman Mu. My name is Ruoxin. Welcome to our bureau."
Mu Tian shook her hand politely and said with a smile, "Hello, Ms.
I'm here today to look at the equipment used for artificial rain. Would you mind showing me around?"
The equipment for artificial rain consisted of rain enhancement shells and launchers, hardly classified technology. And Ruoxin had just received authorization from Zhu Mengan to give Mu Tian a full tour.
And Ruoxin nodded with a smile. "Of course. Right this way, Chairman Mu. Let me take you to our exhibition hall." Mu Tian followed her into the bureau's exhibition area.
The hall contained a variety of instruments for weather observation along with several types of artificial rain equipment. Mu Tian was pleased that his trip hadn't been in vain. Sure enough, after scanning the artificial rain equipment, Xiaomeng unlocked the technological schematics for the weather control machine. However, Mu Tian couldn't just leave immediately. He pretended to thoroughly inspect the rest of the exhibits before taking his leave.
"Thank you for your hospitality today, Ms.
You're welcome to visit Tian Technology anytime. I'll be sure to receive you personally."
"You're too kind, Chairman Mu. It was my honor."
Although she found Mu Tian's visit somewhat perplexing, and Ruoxin warmly escorted him to the bureau's entrance. Watching Mu Tian's car drive away, and Ruoxin felt a pang of reluctance, thinking to herself how handsome Chairman Mu truly was.
"Ahem. Xiao Xian, how did it go?"
"What did you and Chairman Mu talk about?" A middle-aged man appeared inopportunely behind her, snapping her back to reality.
"Uncle and Chairman Mu was here for less than 10 minutes.
He just glanced at the exhibits and we exchanged fewer than 10 sentences.
Oh. That's strange.
Did Chairman Mu really come all this way just to take a quick look at the exhibition hall?
He wouldn't have come all the way just to see you, would he?" "No, uncle, and don't be silly."
Chairman Mu's gaze was very clear. He hardly even glanced at me.
"I feel like such a failure." All right.
As long as we've completed the task assigned from above, that's what matters. I'll head back now to report to the mayor. He's waiting for my update." Little did Mu Tian know his brief visit had alerted the mayor of Huang City, and the information was subsequently relayed up the chain all the way to Yang Weihua. After some deep thought, Yang Weihua remarked to his assistant with a smile, "Our genius scientist is probably pondering how to change the current weather patterns."
The assistant nodded in agreement.
"You're right. Chairman Mu must have a new idea." Yang Weihua sighed with emotion. "I truly hope that young fellow Mu Tian can work his magic again. This weather is getting increasingly erratic."
"Some meteorological experts predict this winter will be exceptionally harsh. I just hope Mu Tian can pull it off in time."
Mu Tian was still contemplating building a weather regulation system himself, then using atomic-level 3D printing to manufacture the production line for the system. But plans never keep pace with change.
That very night, 3 southern provinces were struck by a once-in-a-century torrential downpour.
The sky seemed determined to expel all the moisture it had accumulated, unleashing a furious, relentless deluge.
Within just half a night, severe flooding and waterlogging had already engulfed parts of the 3 provinces.
Boss, wake up! Zhang Long, at Xiaomeng's request, entered Mu Tian's room to rouse him. The floodwaters were overwhelming.
If not stopped immediately, the 3 southern provinces of the Dragon Nation might become a living hell by dawn. Zhang Long, what's the matter?"
Mu Tian hadn't worn his divine-grade glasses to sleep, so Xiaomeng couldn't alert him.
"Brother, what's happening?"
Nua asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she emerged from the system space.
"Boss, put on your glasses."
"Xiaomeng needs to speak with you," Zhang Long said, handing the divine-grade glasses to Mu Tian. After putting them on, Xiaomeng immediately relayed the news of the sudden massive floods in the southern region.
All drowsiness vanished from Mu Tian in an instant, for his mother Yun Meng and everyone from the Tongmeng orphanage were vacationing in Gishigui province. Guisher was also one of the cities hit by the sudden floods.
Yun Meng and Wu Xiao hadn't contacted Mu Tian yet, likely because they were all fast asleep in the dead of night. Xiaomeng immediately manufactured 3 weather regulation systems.
"We're heading to space to deploy them." "Understood. It's already underway."
Mu Tian threw on his clothes in a flash and rushed out the door, boarding his flying car to head into outer space. The weather regulation system exists in a satellite form. From space it manipulates atmospheric pressure and temperature differentials over a specific area, guiding rain clouds in the desired direction to regulate the weather. Arriving at the satellite orbit above Gue Province, Tian deployed the 6 newly manufactured weather regulation systems.
Xiaomeng quickly redirect the rain clouds to the drought-stricken arid regions. On it right away.
Xiaomeng began operating the weather regulation systems to move the clouds while Nuwa reminded Tian, brother, shouldn't we go pick up Auntie and the others to bring them home?
They're safe for now.
We'll fetch them later.
Right now I need to mobilize resources to join the disaster relief efforts. You're right.
I can see so many people trapped in low-lying areas crying for help.
The Dragon Nation's emergency response was swift.
A massive contingent of firefighters and armed police officers were already engaged in rescue operations. On this sudden night of calamity, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation were writing a story of human warmth through their actions.
Returning home, Tian used the atomic-level 3D printer to manufacture a fleet of anti-gravity rescue ships.
He instructed Wang Kai to immediately contact the authorities, stating that Tianmu Technology intended to donate 600 anti-gravity rescue ships at once.
The officials, stunned by such a tremendous boon, practically regarded Tianmu Technology as a bodhisattva sent to save them. Just 15 minutes later, 600 anti-gravity rescue ships hovered before the assembled rescue troops. This is beyond extravagant. We can actually use these to save people. Stop gawking, get on board. There are people waiting for us to save them.
Never thought the fire department would be the second to get our hands on anti-gravity engine tech.
The other departments are going to be green with envy. Hurry, get on board and follow the radar to the rescue targets.
Besides the anti-gravity technology, the rescue ships were equipped with quantum radar and AI programs for disaster relief, enabling them to scan and identify trapped individuals at the fastest possible speed. On the rooftop of a 2-story house, a young couple stood on a wooden table clutching a little girl.
The floodwater had already risen to their chests.
The little girl's eyes were filled with terror. Water surrounded them on all sides, and it was pitch black save for the faint distant glow of a phone flashlight held by someone far away.
Mommy, Daddy, are we going to drown?
No, Xiaotong, someone will definitely come to save us, her father reassured her.
That's right, Xiaotong. If no one comes soon, your father and I will hold onto this wooden table. You stay on it and don't move.
Her mother added gently. In truth, neither of them had the slightest certainty whether they could hold out until rescue arrived. If rescue didn't come, they were determined to keep Xiaotong safe on the table while they stood in the water steadying it. It was the last resort they could think of.
Most households nowadays used composite wood furniture or iron and plastic pieces.
Finding something that could float in the face of a flood was no easy feat.
Just then 2 beams of bright light pierced through the distance.
In this pitch-black night of despair, they brought twin rays of hope to the stranded victims.
The anti-gravity rescue ship was massive, capable of seating 300 people.
It had been swiftly plucking survivors from the disaster zone.
Mommy, Daddy, look. Is someone coming to save us?
Yes, Xiaotong. Those are our people's soldiers.
You must thank the uncles, okay? I will.
A few minutes later, the rescue ship descended gracefully, hovering just above the water's surface before the family of 3.
Comrades, thank you so much.
The girl's father was the first to express his gratitude.
You're welcome. Hand me the little girl. Okay, Xiaotong, say thank you to the uncle. Thank you, uncle. You're so handsome. I want to introduce my auntie to you. Haha, no need. Uncle already has a girlfriend. Oh, alright then.
But do any of you uncles not have a girlfriend?
My auntie is really pretty. Is that so? Then tell me, just how pretty is your auntie? She's just as pretty as me. Ha ha ha. Amidst the tense rescue efforts, encountering a little ray of sunshine was a welcome reprieve.
The little girl and her family quickly boarded the ship and found seats. The cabin was filled with familiar faces from the neighborhood, and soon everyone was chatting amongst themselves. When they learned the vessel they were on could actually fly, everyone eagerly anticipated where the ship would take them once it was full. That night, with the addition of the rescue ships, the previously arduous rescue operation became significantly more manageable. At this moment, high technology was no longer cold or impersonal, no longer the culprit that rendered old industries obsolete, but rather a bastion of life-saving strength. When dawn broke the next day, the 3 southern provinces delivered a remarkably impressive report to the entire nation. The Central Media's morning news reported last night the 3 southern provinces of our nation suffered a once-in-a-century torrential rainstorm.
Thanks to the valiant rescue efforts of our soldiers and the strong support of Tianmu Technology, this unprecedented flood did not result in significant casualties. Relief operations are currently proceeding in an orderly fashion. Tianmu Technology has taken the lead in initiating donation drives, and the Tianmu charity has launched an 80 billion yuan aid initiative. We believe that with everyone's collective efforts, the losses from the floods in the 3 southern provinces will be minimized.
While the whole nation was donating money and supplies to the 3 southern provinces, Tian was having breakfast with Yun Meng and the others whom he had brought home in the middle of the night.
Brother, when was the Tianmu charity established? I had no idea.
It was just set up a few days ago, the day after we returned from Shu province. Little An beside Tian nibbled on the boiled egg that Wu Xiao had peeled for her, her eyes narrowing into contented slits. Brother-in-law, can we ride that boat we took last night again? Thinking of the disaster relief airship they had flown home on last night, Little An asked expectantly.
Of course. After breakfast Uncle Zhao will take you all on the airship for a ride. Great, great. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're the best. Can we go play at the seaside? Yes, I want to go to the seaside too.
Our final destination this time is the coast. We've never seen the ocean before.
Alright, let's go. We'll all head out together after breakfast. While Tian was having breakfast at home, Xiao Meng showed him a screenshot of a news article.
The news was about a female high-ranking official from the United States speaking at a press conference. A reporter asked whether the U.S. would provide financial or material aid to the 3 disaster-stricken provinces of Dragon Country. The female official replied with a beaming smile that is a beautiful sight to behold.
Though we sympathize, we are unable to help.
If it's not too late, I would like to personally donate 10,000 paper cranes.
Several of the US's allies also officially reposted the news and liked and promoted it.
This news was also brought back to the country by Dragon Country netizens who had used VPNs, sparking widespread commentary.
Damn, they can watch from the sidelines, but now they want to imitate Sakura Country and send us paper cranes.
I've already seen people from Sakura Country organizing to send us paper cranes. I hope they don't encounter floods or earthquakes anytime soon. Damn it, those American bastards are using beautiful sight to mock us again.
I can't take this anymore. Are there any fellow cultivators willing to cross the wall with me to fight the invaders? Don't be angry. Our losses this time are only economic.
There have been almost no casualties. As long as people are safe, that's what matters. Reading this, Tian understood what the book meant by the sorrow and joy of this world are not shared.
If he now held a devastating weapon in his hands and felt no urge for retribution, he would be truly pathetic.
Xiao Meng, have all the rain clouds from last night been diverted to other drought-stricken areas?
They've been evenly distributed. I guarantee no region will be flooded. Then go create some rain clouds for them or start some fires in their drought-stricken areas. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately.
In fact, without Xiao Meng needing to single out every country, just half a day after the floods in the 3 southern provinces of Dragon Country, most countries around the globe began to experience rainfall. Just like before the floods in the 3 southern provinces of Dragon Country, they were hit by torrential rainstorms. For a moment, Earth seemed to have entered a state of primal fury. The countries that Xiao Meng paid special attention to suffered double the disaster, not only floods but also wildfires.
The drought-stricken areas burned and the flood-hit regions were in a state of panic.
Especially countries with vast plains like the United States, which faced not only torrential rains and massive wildfires but also hurricanes, lightning and hail. By noon, many countries had applied for international aid at the UN General Assembly, with Sakura Country and the United States prominently among them. U.S. Representative, I request Dragon Country to send rescue and disaster relief teams to the United States.
The American people need the help of the Dragon Country people. Sakura Country Representative, on behalf of Sakura Country, I request Dragon Country to dispatch anti-gravity disaster relief airships for rescue. Most of Sakura Country is disaster-stricken, exceeding our national rescue capabilities. Korea Representative requests Dragon Country to sell us 50 anti-gravity disaster relief airships. We need to deploy them immediately for disaster relief. John Bull Representative.
Many countries wanted to take this opportunity to request the purchase of anti-gravity disaster relief airships, their intentions clear to all. Yu Shuang, who had been watching the various representatives' performances, wore a smile throughout. After all the representatives from countries needing aid had spoken, he adjusted the microphone and prepared to speak. I express my deepest sorrow for the misfortune that has befallen the land of the United States. For the countries requesting aid in the face of disaster, I express my profound shame and regret. The truth is, our Dragon Country is already exhausted from dealing with the floods in the 3 southern provinces and cannot spare any effort to aid other nations. Natural disasters are calamities that humanity cannot escape, and they should not be described as a beautiful sight to behold. As for the sale of anti-gravity disaster relief airships, you can ask Tianmu Technology. They are the sellers. Tian quickly received a video of Yu Shuang's speech at the UN General Assembly, and he couldn't help but give Yu Shuang a big thumbs up.
Boss, a large amount of rain clouds has appeared over Dragon Country again. Should I disperse them evenly?
Xiao Meng suddenly reminded him.
Brother, that thing is attacking indiscriminately.
Who knows how long the rain will last?
Nuwa said worriedly. No matter how many days it rains, we'll take care of ourselves first. Xiao Meng distribute the rain clouds evenly. The especially drought-stricken areas could use more rainfall. But Boss 3 weather control machines are not enough. You need to build at least 50 more. Right, Dragon Country is so vast 3 are nowhere near enough. Xiao Meng arranged the manufacturing. I'll head to space and wait. Mu Tian stepped out, got into his flying car and vanished as it ascended into the sky. In space he found a position and began deploying weather control machines in an orderly manner. If one were to look down at Dragon Country from space at this moment, they would see massive dark clouds hanging over densely populated areas. If the rain clouds were not dispersed quickly, severe flooding would soon occur in many places. Mu Tian had Xiao Meng immediately activate the newly deployed weather control machines to disperse the rain clouds elsewhere. Inside the Huang City Meteorological Bureau, Zhu Mengan and the others in the office stared with extremely grim expressions at the thick dark clouds overhead. Issue a citywide level 1 weather warning. Our city will soon face the most severe rainstorm in history and there's a high chance of catastrophic flooding. Director and Ruwashin just issued a level 2 warning. Do we need to issue an upgraded one separately? Yes, we must. Alright, and Ruwashin go issue another upgraded warning. I'm on it. And Ruwashin was about to run to the weather forecast department to relay the order when Zhu Mengan stopped her. Wait, it seems something has changed. And Ruwashin turned back to look at Zhu Mengan suspiciously, then looked up at the sky. The thick suffocating dark clouds in the sky were now rapidly thinning and shrinking. The change in the dark clouds was so fast it was visible to the naked eye. And Ruwashin unconsciously thought of that handsome face. Could it be him? In Ruwashin's heart only Mu Tian possessed godlike abilities. Otherwise she couldn't understand why Mu Tian would randomly come to look at the rain enhancement rocket launchers. Zhu Mengan also had a vague suspicion about this, but such matters were too fantastical and he couldn't voice his thoughts in front of his subordinates. What Zhu Mengan and Ruwashin didn't know was that meteorological departments across many cities in Dragon Country were frantically speculating about the same thing. Had the ancestors shown their divine power and moved the rain clouds away? Until this matter was reported as good news to Yan Weihua. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Weihua dialed Zhao Yu's number. Xiao Zhao called Mu Tian and asked him if he has developed the device that can control the weather. Zhao Yu had been closely monitoring the construction of the Luan Niao aerospace carrier these past few days, paying little attention to domestic or international affairs. Elder, has something major occurred? You've likely been too busy to notice, but the entire globe is currently besieged by relentless downpours. Floods and fires are wreaking havoc everywhere. You should look into this. Just now rain clouds also gathered over our nation's densely populated areas, yet they quickly dispersed to bring rainfall elsewhere. Understood. I believe I know what's happening. I'll contact Mu Tian immediately. Zhao Yu swiftly reached Mu Tian, who had just returned to the company from space. General Zhao, greetings. Director Mu, I hope I'm not interrupting your research. Not at all, I was just taking a break. What can I do for you, General Zhao? Director Mu, the Elder has asked me to inquire whether you have developed a device capable of controlling the weather. Indeed, I had just gone to deploy the machinery. It seems the Elder is quite attentive to my movements. Ha! The Elder has always held you in high regard. Your favor with him is the envy of us all. You're curious about the functions of the weather regulation device, aren't you, General Zhao? I'll send you a manual shortly and then I'll hand over the control unit to the military. The meteorological regulator is a tool with the potential for immense good or immense harm. Used benevolently, it ensures favorable weather for harvests. Wielded as a weapon, it is an absolute doomsday device. Mu Tian had never intended to keep it solely within his grasp. If he ever needed it, he could simply deploy a few more. That works. This way, if we take a disliking to someone, we could ruin their harvests entirely. Of course, we're not that malicious. Gung Qian arrived with remarkable speed. A mere hour and a half after Mu Tian's call with Zhao Yu, he landed a helicopter at Tianmu Technology. Brother Gung, long time no see. What have you been up to? Little brother, I don't have the luxury of idleness like you. I'm constantly on the move. I barely got back to Wu City for some rest before being dispatched to you for this task. Ha! My apologies, my apologies. Come, let me buy you a drink. In the office, Gung Qian sipped tea to unwind, remarking with a sigh, never thought the second department to utilize anti-gravity tech would be the fire department rather than us procurement folks who are always on the go. Brother, getting you an anti-gravity ship for travel has been on my mind for ages. I built that anti-gravity disaster relief vessel long ago, but only found the right opportunity to donate it last night. Better not. At my level, having an anti-gravity ship wouldn't look right. But little brother, what you did last night was truly impressive. Had you been even an hour or two later, the casualties among the affected people could have been catastrophic. Ha! Brother, your words warm my heart. Come, let me show you the central control unit for the weather regulator. Let's go.
I'm eager to see the device that can shield our nation from this global calamity.
Tian led Qian to a nearby office where Qian laid eyes on the central control unit, a device not much larger than a desktop computer tower.
The control unit featured a holographic projection displaying a real-time global map of rain clouds. This allowed the weather regulator to orchestrate weather patterns across the entire planet. The hologram revealed rainfall across most of the globe. Regions that had recently suffered extreme drought were now besieged by devastating floods. Brother, doesn't this weather seem like the prelude to an apocalypse? First the drought, now this relentless rain. It does seem that way, but for now we can only react to these events. Indeed, this Earth of ours is becoming increasingly erratic. After chatting with Qian a while longer, Tian had a robot carry the weather regulator's central control unit and escorted Qian downstairs. By now the primary rainfall zones in the nation had shifted to the deserts, as most other regions had already received their share.
In Tian's vision, with ample water, the deserts could easily support aquaculture and agriculture.
Previously he had planned to rely on freshwater generators to sustain his desert agriculture project. Now that very crisis had forced him to create the weather regulator, inadvertently solving the desert's water scarcity problem.
By around 10 o'clock in the evening, the torrential global downpours had ceased.
The fires Xiaomeng had ignited were extinguished by the deluge before they could spread, much to Tian's chagrin. That night Tian forsook his usual research materials and instead reviewed the global damage reports that Xiaomeng had compiled.
In the United States, 30 states were grappling with massive floods submerging countless farmlands.
Projections indicated that this year's harvests of wheat, corn and soybeans would be halved. The White House urged affected citizens to be part of the solution, not the problem.
Japan, after enduring a nationwide blackout, was now facing widespread flooding.
With insufficient rescue resources to cope, its industrial production was expected to suffer severe setbacks.
Naturally, for every nation beleaguered by floods, there were others celebrating. Countries that had known chronic drought were now blessed with historic rainfall.
The deluge carved out numerous lakes of varying sizes across these arid lands, temporarily alleviating their water shortages.
The next morning, photos of new lakes dotting the nation's deserts surfaced online. Boss, the desert is now primed for the agricultural initiative.
Xiaomeng concluded, having analyzed the water reserves in the desert.
Then let's begin the interviews. We'll finish hiring within 3 days and start cultivating and farming fish in the desert within a week. Brother, I have some fish fry here. Would you like them?
Nuonuo produced a small fish tank from her spatial storage and offered it to Tian.
Nuonuo, what are the advantages of these fry?
They're heat-tolerant, not picky eaters, thrive in both fresh and salt water, grow quickly and are incredibly delicious.
They're not aggressive, are they?
You mentioned they eat anything, which makes me think they might have a taste for people.
Hee hee, brother, what a wild imagination. By not picky I mean they'll eat leaves, weeds, straw and stalks, anything as long as it's processed into feed pellets.
They're strict vegetarians.
Alright, let's give them a try. But could people buy them and breed them on their own? Their eggs can only hatch in life water. I happen to have several 100 million eggs right here. As Tian and Nuonuo discussed aquaculture, Tianmu Agriculture's interview invitations were sent out to all qualified applicants.
Many who were still cramming on agricultural machinery operation burned the midnight oil, hoping to stand out in the upcoming interviews.
However, the eagle-eyed noticed that Tianmu Agriculture had added a new job posting: desert fish farming. Was Tianmu Agriculture planning to raise fish in the desert? Combined with the desert lake distribution map of Dragon Country that had surfaced online, everyone quickly understood why Tianmu Agriculture was raising fish. The 5,000 new fish farming job openings had received over 2 million job applications.
The compensation package offered by Tianmu Agriculture was simply too enticing: a monthly salary of at least 10,000 after tax-free room and board and dedicated spacecraft transportation home on weekends.
Tianmu Technology had obtained the airworthiness certificate for its anti-gravity spacecraft, allowing it to sell the low-spec version to the public. However, for now Tianmu Technology was not accepting any orders, not even the foreign anti-gravity disaster relief spacecraft orders. The countries that wanted to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft were merely seeking to reverse engineer the anti-gravity engine technology. None of them genuinely intended to use them for disaster relief. Nevertheless, this global flood had caused a severe consequence. Global grain production this year was expected to decrease by at least 1/3. Brother, where are we going now?
Nuonuo fluttered around Tian like a little sprite, curious as to where he was headed so late at night. To the desert, of course, to bring out the building materials and construction machinery so Xiaomeng can have the robots build houses.
But I have a house tree, a seed that grows into a house.
Nuonuo, house trees grow too slowly, we don't have enough time.
Alright then, I was hoping to earn some happiness points with the house trees. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
When Tian had first planned to build houses in the desert, Nuonuo had offered a house tree seed. Once planted, the house tree seed would grow into a fully formed house within 3 months, a remarkable achievement in tree gene modification. With just a simple interior decoration, the house trees could be inhabited, offering warmth in winter, coolness in summer, and natural mosquito repellency.
Tian visited each pre-selected site, depositing a large quantity of building materials and construction machinery.
These building materials and machinery were all optimized for rapid house construction.
Tian did not outsource the construction of employee housing. He now owned his own real estate company.
If it weren't for the fear of shocking the world, Tian could have simply pulled the houses directly out of his spatial storage. Xiaomeng arranged for people to build the houses. They need to be completed and decorated within 3 days.
Yes, boss. Tian had deployed over 1 million robots worldwide.
Summoning a few 100,000 of them to a single site would easily complete the task within 3 days.
After Tian left, over 10,000 robots quickly arrived at the construction site, working in coordinated shifts around the clock.
It wasn't until daylight that satellites could observe the construction progress, making the sudden appearance of the houses seem more plausible to the outside world.
Tian worked tirelessly until 2:30 in the morning, finally deploying all the building materials and construction machinery across every planned employee residential zone.
For Tianmu Agriculture's long-term development, employee housing couldn't be built for just a scale of 1 or 200,000 people. It needed to accommodate at least 1 million. Nevertheless, to allow Nuonyuo to collect happiness points more effectively, Tian decided to have Wang Kai purchase a plot of land and plant the house tree seeds Nuonyuo had provided. Unexpectedly, during breakfast, Xiaomeng informed him that all of Dragon Country's grain import orders for this year had been cancelled.
They're tightening the grain trade now. Even the wealthy landowners don't have surplus grain anymore, do they? Indeed. Due to the floods, grain production is set to plummet and prices will skyrocket. It's fine.
Dragon Country has strategic grain reserves. They'll last us until our harvest comes in. In that case, should I deploy more robots to the fields to level the land? Also keep a close eye on the agricultural machinery factory orders. We must ensure timely delivery. We can't let them hold us back. Tian ate his breakfast while assigning tasks to Xiaomeng. It wasn't until Little Anan tugged on his pants twice that he noticed the girl. What's the matter, Little Anan? Have you had enough to eat? I'm full, brother-in-law. We're going to the amusement park today. Are you coming? Sure, we'll all go together. Yunmeng felt a bit embarrassed beside him. Brother, will this delay your work? Tian held her hand, which was gradually becoming smooth and soft again, and chuckled. I'm the boss, it's alright for me to slack off occasionally.
Then I'll go get changed.
With that, Yunmeng blushed and hurried back to her room to change.
Brother-in-law, I'm going to change too. Little Anan followed Yunmeng back to the room. We're going to change too. I'm so happy we get to go to the amusement park today. Wait for me, I haven't finished eating yet. Brother Xiaohan, you're a little piggy. I am not. I need to eat a lot to grow. Tian hadn't been to an amusement park in a long time either. After changing, everyone set off for a large amusement park in Wu City. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country's official authorities showed neither surprise nor anger at the cancellation of grain import orders. In times when every household looked after its own, even Dragon Country had to prioritize its own needs rather than generously aiding others. Nevertheless, agricultural support policies were essential. A series of such policies were rolled out within a single day, encouraging everyone to grow grain to ensure self-sufficiency by the end of the year. Amidst the global grain supply crunch, no one noticed a news story from a small newspaper in the rice country. The report mentioned that a top-tier biological laboratory in the rice country had lost over a dozen experimental apes. Few paid attention to this matter, and even Xiaomeng failed to grasp the implications of those escaped apes, thus neglecting to monitor the subsequent developments. However, another piece of news did capture widespread attention.
The newly formed Tianmu Group, through its subsidiary Tianmu Real Estate, was set to launch a new residential project in Yang County named the Zinkuli Tree Villa Community.
Was Tianmu Group now venturing into the real estate industry?
This sent a chill down the spines of many property developers. Could this spell doom for their businesses?
So far, any industry Tianmu Group entered, they dominated at a super first-class level. Boss, many fans are asking what a tree villa is. Should we tell them? Xiaomeng sought instructions from Tian, who was enjoying himself at the amusement park. Many people were puzzled about what a tree villa was, whether it was an actual house or just a name. Unable to contain their curiosity, they flocked to the Tianmu Group's official website to leave messages demanding an answer from Xiaomeng. Tell them and post a few pictures as well.
Otherwise it would be embarrassing if no one buys our houses.
Hee brother, you'll be embarrassed when the houses aren't enough to sell. Nuonyuo giggled from her perch on Tian's shoulder. There's a big difference between undersupply and oversupply. If there's undersupply, we'll just build more houses. With Tian's permission, Xiaomeng posted images of the fully grown house trees online along with an explanatory note. The tree villa is a house tree seed we developed through tree gene modification.
Once the seed grows to maturity it becomes a tree villa. Tree villas feature fire resistance, moisture resistance, earthquake resistance, mosquito repellency, a pleasant year-round climate and air purification.
The house comes with a 70-year warranty. Pre-orders for the Zinkuli community are now open. Each household may reserve one tree villa.
Priced at 2 million yuan per unit, each 3-story villa covers 200 square meters per floor. A total of 1,000 units are available for sale. The moment Xiao Meng's unified reply was posted, it drew the attention of hundreds of millions of netizens across the Dragon Kingdom. Wow, do houses that perfect really exist? If anyone could snag a few reservation slots and then resell them at a premium, wouldn't they rake in a fortune?
Didn't you see the purchase restrictions? Each household is limited to one reservation and the house cannot be left vacant or it will be bought back at the original price. The technology of Tianmu Group is so advanced they can even engineer tree genes to grow houses. I'm not sure if it's real or not. I'll wait for the second batch of houses and let the first brave souls test the waters. Just 10 minutes after the reservation link went live, all 1,000 tree villas in the Zinkuli tree villa community were snapped up. Many people actually wanted to reserve multiple units, but anyone attempting group reservations with relatives or using the same IP address found that only one order could go through. Xiao Meng aimed to curb property speculation and ensure the houses were sold as fairly as possible. This was because speculators would interfere with Nuonyuo's collection of residents' happiness, something Mu Tian could not tolerate. As it was with Xiao Meng's methods, none of the speculators managed a successful reservation. When more and more people tried to reserve a tree villa, the link button turned gray, signaling that all homes were sold out. Those who failed to secure a house naturally went to the Tianmu Group's official website to find Xiao Meng.
I just gathered the 1,000,000 yuan deposit for a house, but they're all sold out.
Isn't that too few?
Can you put some more houses up for reservation?
Are you kidding?
How can 1,000 houses be enough?
We strongly suggest Tianmu Construction put up 1,000,000 more units for pre-sale.
I wanted to take my parents to Yang County for their retirement, but I can't get one.
Yang County official, get to work. Can you sell more land to Tianmu Real Estate? Huang City official, can you let Tianmu Real Estate build more houses? Don't you want any political achievements?
The Yang County and Huang City officials, who had been tagged by netizens, were initially baffled. It was only after learning the details that they realized Tianmu Real Estate's houses had sold like hotcakes.
But there was little they could do, as Tianmu Construction had only purchased a small piece of land.
They were eager to sell more, after all. Who wouldn't want the political achievement?
If the Zinkuli Tree Villa community became a viral internet sensation, it would be a tremendous boon for both Huang City and Yang County.
Wang Kai, having received the official notice for a land discount, came to ask Mu Tian if he wanted to buy more land to grow houses. Buy a piece of land in every first and second tier city across the country to grow houses.
If we're going to do this, we'll be the biggest and strongest real estate company. Hee brother, you're about to take the bread out of people's mouths again.
What if construction workers lose their jobs?
Then let them all come and farm and do aquaculture with us. The Dragon Kingdom needs to stockpile food, and there are plenty of job openings.
That's true. Agriculture is the biggest consumer of labor. Actually, industry is the biggest consumer of labor, but with all the fully automated production lines now, many frontline workers have been laid off.
Exactly. Then let them come and work at Tianmu Group. I can collect their happiness. Just as Mu Tian finished instructing Wang Kai on the Tianmu real estate plan, Xiao Meng posted the plan online. The real estate tycoons were instantly thrown into a panic. The pressure from this high-tech giant loomed ominously over the entire industry. They were afraid. The properties they developed couldn't even guarantee a 70-year lifespan. 30 years was already a stretch. Many people worked their whole lives only to end up in dilapidated, condemned buildings.
Not to mention the tree villas boasted features like fire resistance, moisture proofing, earthquake resistance, mosquito repellents, natural climate control, and air purification.
Was there no way for them to survive?
The real estate tycoons quickly gathered for a closed-door meeting to strategize against this devastating blow from Tianmu Real Estate.
Yes, in the eyes of these tycoons, Tianmu Real Estate was a breaker of industry rules.
Old Wang, you're our senior.
Tell us what we should do. Yes, Old Wang will follow your lead. This Tianmu Real Estate's move was too sudden. We thought the Tianmu Group was just registered for fun.
They have no martial ethics.
They're just bullying us smaller companies because they're the #1 group in the Dragon Kingdom. Ahem. Gentlemen, since you've all asked for my opinion, let me share my personal views. We can mobilize construction workers to make a fuss online.
As long as we control the grassroots support, people will naturally speak up for us.
Don't you all agree?
Old Wang makes a lot of sense. I also think we can create some negative press about their tree villa features. Once their reputation is ruined, what can they do?
Right.
As soon as they start the next presale, we'll have people reserve houses. Once we get our hands on them, we can do whatever we want.
Good, it's settled. I agree. I agree too. I'll go back and prepare the people and money. I'll reserve 15 or 16 sets just to burn for fun.
What these businessmen didn't know was that every word and action of theirs was being monitored by Xiao Meng.
Tian said nonchalantly, let them reserve. Let them burn. Let them try to destroy.
In the end, they'll just be free advertising for us. Brother, what if they use gasoline or diesel to help burn the treehouses?
Xiao Meng remembered to use the quantum radar to record their every move.
We'll use it for the ad, then send them to prison to reflect.
Yes, boss. After instructing Xiao Meng, Tian turned to Nuonyuo and said, come on, Nuonyuo. I'm ready.
At this moment, Tian was lying on a large bed in the laboratory, feeling a bit anxious.
Brother, you'll just have a magnificent faint for half a day. Don't be nervous. I've been in so much pain lately that I'm numb to it. I don't think it can get any worse. Alright, I'm starting. Okay. Ugh.
Tian had just started to say begin when a wave of excruciating pain from head to toe engulfed him. Then he fainted dramatically on the bed and impurities began to be expelled from his bone marrow and brain.
Tian's body had already reached the physical limit of a second-level civilization. Now with Nuonyuo's help he was undergoing his second bodily evolution.
However, the little Nuonyuo system had once again failed to accurately describe the level of pain. It only mentioned he would faint, but not that he would experience 3 seconds of agonizing bodily recomposition before passing out. Before he passed out, Tian's only thought was that Nuonyuo was getting more and more mischievous.
I'm not being mischievous.
This is a necessary part of the host's evolution. It's just that brother is too weak and needs to undergo more bodily evolutions than others.
Xiao Meng, don't you think so? I'm not a mischievous child.
Yes.
Sister Nuonyuo, you're the best. You're the best system I've ever seen. The divine glasses, remembering the key to survival, wisely showered her with flattery. When Tian woke up, it was already midnight. Boss, the missus just called to ask when you'd be home. I told her you'd be back around 1. Hiss. Alright, give me a moment, the pain is too intense. Nuonyuo, why is there a side effect this time?
Hee big brother, it's because your body hasn't adapted to those active cells yet. You should go take a shower first, then come back and eat something quickly.
Tian took a deep breath. Ugh. It stinks.
I'm covered in black mud. He leapt lightly, soaring 4 to 5 meters into the air, almost losing his balance and landing flat on his face.
Big brother, those are the impurities from your bone marrow and brain.
Your physical strength is now 10 times what it was. You need to learn to control your power. Seems like I need to start training my body again. Tian quickly took a shower, then returned to the dining table to eat the prepared food. The ingredients had been specially treated, soaked in potent life water before being cooked into a delicacy. The bedsheets had been replaced with new ones, the old ones were stored in his space as industrial raw materials. After eating, Tian put on his newly made clothes, ready to head home.
It was almost 1 in the morning. Xiao Meng, have I grown taller again? Yes, boss. You are now a handsome one. 85-meter man.
The chances of growing taller are slim now.
That's enough. Growing from 1.68 meters to 1.85 meters, I'm already very satisfied.
Big brother, in the universe, while humans may not have height advantage, the natural power we wield is the strongest. I also look forward to one day mastering the power to destroy heaven and earth.
I will accompany you to the pinnacle of the universe. Chatting with Nuonyuo along the way, Tian soon arrived home.
The lights on the first floor of the house were still on, warming the heart of this late-night returnee. Young Meng was conservative in nature, and they were still at the stage of holding hands and kissing, not yet sharing a bed. Tian had to endure his male urges, waiting until their wedding day to release them. He had originally planned to start reviewing deeper technological materials the next day. But early in the morning, Xiao Meng showed him several major events that had happened the previous day. Seeing Tian's gradually furrowed brow, Young Meng asked with concern, brother, what happened? Everyone eating breakfast together turned to look at Tian, wondering why he was upset so early in the morning and who had angered him. Without saying a word, Tian waved his hand and the home holographic projection device began playing world news. War had broken out overnight. It seemed the Earth had truly entered a S3 season, with many countries fighting. Previous wars had been fought every day on Earth, but they were contained within smaller countries or between them.
Today was different. More than 20 countries began attacking each other, with flames of war burning everywhere. Brother-in-law, what movie is this? It's so realistic. Little and you're so silly, they're at war, not in a movie.
Look there, a fighter jet was shot down, the pilot ejected and was captured.
Xiao Tian, turn off the projection, the kids shouldn't watch this. Xiao Yao, let them watch.
The children of our Tongmeng orphanage must learn the cruel truth of this world from a young age. Mu Tian didn't expect the old director to be so open-minded, not deliberately hiding the nature of the world. The earlier mutated octopus attacks on coastal cities of several major powers coupled with the recent global floods had pushed the internal contradictions of every nation to an irreconcilable point. Launching external wars to divert their domestic contradictions became the only choice for several major powers. Under the leadership of the global peace disturber, the conspiracy of war among many nations finally bore its bitter fruit and conflict erupted.
I'm done eating. You all take your time. Xiaomeng, don't travel abroad for fun recently, it's not safe out there. I know, brother. Don't worry. The Tongmeng orphanage had already traveled to most of the beautiful places in the Dragon Kingdom and had recently planned to go abroad. Now they couldn't. Mu Tian didn't accompany them on their trip. When he arrived at the company, he received a call from Geng Qian. Brother, I'm coming to place another big order with you. Welcome, brother. I'll have some tea ready for you. Alright, I'll be there in 45 minutes.
Previously, the military's order of 50 bitey fighters was mostly complete.
Mu Tian thought that given the Dragon Kingdom's firepower deficiency phobia, they would probably need to order another 500 bitey fighters. Sure enough, just as he guessed, Geng Qian came to place an additional order for 550 bitey fighters.
Brother, the situation is urgent.
Global tensions are high. Can you speed up fighter production? Of course, no problem. But is it really that tense? It's not like we're the ones under pressure.
Which neighboring country dares to make a move against us?
Brother, you don't understand. Their tactic is to slowly encircle us.
Haven't you noticed that the countries at war are all close to us?
Ha! You're right.
But in this chaotic world, it will eventually need a country with absolute power to step up and keep order.
Exactly. Come, let's finish this cup and sign the contract. I have to travel around the country in the coming days.
Thank you for your hard work. After Geng Qian left, Mu Tian went to the undersea mine to collect the recently mined minerals into his space.
Afterwards, Mu Tian headed to Vermilion Bird Island.
Recently, the Vermilion Bird base's trading partner had been the Slipper Army, the fiercest resistance group of an oil-rich nation. Xiaomeng analyzed the combat power and affiliations of both sides. As long as they are enemies of the Northern Hemisphere Alliance, we support and trade with them. Boss, that would be the resistance groups of various small and medium-sized countries. Some are very small and their will to resist is not strong.
Isn't the Persian cat the main force against Uncle Sam? Why don't you make them a key trading partner? Boss, you're mistaken.
Only the Slipper Army are true warriors. The others are organizations that forget their principles for profit. If the US gives them a few crumbs, they forget their original purpose.
Then arrange things as you see fit.
Just make sure to stir up the waters.
Mu Tian felt uncomfortable knowing that the Dragon Kingdom was surrounded by enemies.
If he was uncomfortable, he certainly wouldn't let others be comfortable either. If anyone went too far, he could even extinguish the flames of war at the source.
In Mu Tian's view, both sides of the current war were just weaklings pecking at each other without any high-tech weapons to show. If the Dragon Kingdom's Peregrine Falcon fleet were deployed wherever they flew, peace and tranquility would be restored. After releasing some of the minerals from his space for weapon production, Mu Tian boarded a small interstellar transport ship heading to Mars. The global war situation was more intense than Mu Tian had anticipated. In the following days, more Black Continent nations gradually joined the fray. Moreover, most of the warring nations had mineral trade relations with the Dragon Country.
According to Xiaomeng's analysis, other nations witnessing that the Dragon Country remained untouched by the mutant octopus and floods grew envious of its peaceful resurgence and resorted to covertly sabotaging the Dragon Country's mineral supply. A video Xiaomeng sent to Mu Tian confirmed these suspicions. In the video, a Dragon Country or fleet returning from the Black Continent was accosted by pirates, actually foreign navies in disguise, while passing through the Soma nation. Fortunately, the bionic marine creatures escorting the fleet intervened, preemptively annihilating the pirate group and averting another international incident.
Boss, the Dragon Country has begun evacuating its citizens from the war zones. Brother, why are they always at war? They never buy our things, so I can't collect any happiness from those foreigners. Foreigners actually envy the Dragon Country people and yearn to live there.
Look at the video, their faces show envy and jealousy as they watch our overseas compatriots board planes and cruise ships with pride. Then why do I rarely receive happiness from them?
Because after spending money, they take everything they have for granted. Also, not much of our goods are exported abroad.
Well, I still need a tiny bit more happiness to grow a little bigger.
Brother, we need to expand our overseas business quickly. Alright, I'll have Wang Kai expedite the international operations of the water plants and fusion war business.
Currently beyond water resources, the Tianmu Group can also expand its electricity sector overseas. These two industries benefit a vast number of people, yet because water and electricity are mundane commodities that cannot be provided at limitless low prices abroad, the happiness nuwa collected from them remains scarce. People only generate a fleeting sense of happiness when their most urgent needs are met in that instant. Afterwards, since these items were acquired at high cost, their happiness diminishes considerably. In the news, the Dragon country's evacuation operation once again astounded foreigners seeking to escape war-torn regions. This time the Dragon country authorities even permitted evacuees to bring their foreign family members. At a seaport in a Middle Eastern nation, Suzue, who had been working abroad, led his daughter and wife followed by his in-laws through security checks and onto a cruise ship. "Annie, when we reach the Dragon country, we'll stay at my family's place for a while, then we'll look for new jobs."
"Away, I'll follow your lead.
Just being able to return to the Dragon country with you and escape this war is more than enough for me."
"Daddy, is the Dragon country really as good as they say on TV? Is it true there are no daily battles and you can walk alone on the streets at night?" "Yes, my precious Sienner. When we get there, your grandmother will take you around. It's a lot of fun there." Gazing at the growing number of compatriots on the cruise ship, Suzue felt the might of the Dragon country at that moment. Because of the Dragon country's evacuation, the warring factions on that day mutually agreed, as if by tacit understanding, to a one-day ceasefire. They had no choice. Who else would escort an evacuation with 5 bitey fighter jets?
2 of the jets hovered silently above the headquarters of each side. The 5 bitey fighters were visible to the naked eye but utterly undetectable on radar, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Had any stray fire accidentally harmed a Dragon country citizen, the commanders of both factions would surely have faced dire consequences. This evacuation also greatly smoothed the romantic prospects of Dragon country expatriates. Foreigners weren't foolish. Marrying a Dragon country national meant escaping the S3 season, and the whole family could relocate to the Dragon country. What a fantastic criterion for choosing a spouse. While the world blazed with conflict, the Dragon country enjoyed tranquility within its borders. After 3 days of online interviews, the first batch of Tianmu agriculture employees was finally recruited. The new employees began packing their bags and heading to assembly points. Each provincial capital or municipality had a designated gathering spot, the local airport, where flights would depart once a full ship's worth of personnel had assembled. In Shanghai, Du Weiming gazed at the bustling traffic below his cramped rented apartment, a twinge of reluctance in his heart.
5 years had passed since his university graduation.
To stay with his girlfriend studying in Shanghai, he had turned down a campus-recruited job and come to the city to hustle. Now 5 years later, his ex-girlfriend, who had broken up with him last year, was already married to another man. Du Weiming felt deeply aggrieved. He had been eliminated simply because he couldn't afford a house in Shanghai.
Time to go.
Perhaps the vast desert can open up a new world for me. No one welcomed him when he arrived and no one saw him off when he left, perhaps the true story of most migrant workers striving in the big city.
At Shanghai Airport, Du Weiming used his electronic work ID to enter the departure lounge.
In the exclusive Tianmu Group waiting area, he saw over 100 colleagues.
The colleagues spanned various age groups, though those in their 30s and 40s predominated. Only about a dozen were in their 20s like Du Weiming. Just as he found a seat, a sweet voice beside him asked, "Hello, colleague. Which desert zone are you heading to for work?" Du Weiming turned his head and saw a girl with delicate features smiling at him. "Hello, I'm heading to the Taklamakan desert zone." "And you?" Du Weiming replied with a smile. "What a coincidence. I'm also going to the Taklamakan desert zone. Looks like we'll be real colleagues then. My name is Su Xingxue. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. I'm Du Weiming."
"How many years have you been in Shanghai?"
"Alas, 3 years. Finding a good job in Shanghai is really tough, let alone putting down roots here. You're pretty, shouldn't it be easy to find a good partner? These days beauty depreciates. I only want to rely on my own efforts, not this face." This reply left Du Weiming momentarily speechless. A girl who relies on strength rather than looks. Haha, you're really something. Du Weiming could only offer a compliment. That's why I wanted to join Tianmu Agriculture.
To pass the interview, I haven't slept well for a whole week. I've been practicing driving agricultural machinery at a training school in the suburbs.
Same here.
Fortunately, driving farm machinery is similar to driving a car. If you put your heart into it, you can learn. I heard we can choose our roommates when the dormitories are assigned.
Can I share a room with you? Sure, no problem. An hour later, an anti-gravity spaceship descended at a newly built residential complex on the edge of the Taklamakan desert. Bionic robots in charge of logistics were already waiting to receive the new employees. Soon Du Weiming and Su Xingxue were assigned a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. All Tianmu Agriculture employee dormitories featured a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout.
Each person had their own room fully furnished with appliances, all cutting-edge black technology from Tianmu Tech that had never been sold publicly.
Dedicated bionic robots handled kitchen and bathroom duties. Employees only needed to provide their daily menu preferences and the robots took care of the rest.
Du Weiming and Su Xingxue watched in disbelief as two bionic robot butlers bustled about arranging their new rooms, their eyes widening in astonishment. As it turned out, coming to work in the desert wasn't so arduous after all, it was more like a luxury retreat. Seeing this living environment, the Tianmu agriculture employees felt a profound sense of happiness, granting Nuanua another substantial influx of happiness energy. Meanwhile, on an ordinary afternoon, the Dragon Country's state media released an announcement. On October 10, 3 days later, the Dragon Country's Luanyao space carrier would depart for the moon to retrieve the wreckage of an alien spacecraft. The news sent a momentary hush across the war-torn world.
Both warring factions suddenly felt that continuing the fight was utterly pointless.
While they were still fighting tooth and nail over mud on Earth, the Dragon Country was about to embark on a journey to the stars.
How disheartening.
The divine bird spread its wings, shaking the 9 heavens, yearning to seize the sun and moon and roam the starry sea. The Dragon Nation did not intervene in any faction's strife, yet through sheer strength it conveyed to the other nations of Earth, if you continue to fight we shall ascend to the heavens and play among the stars ourselves. There was no superfluous rhetoric, no attempt to paper over cracks. If any nation believed it could match the Dragon Nation in technological prowess, they were welcome to step forward and test their mettle. Even the Black Palace and the Hexagon Building convened urgent emergency meetings, summoning attendees from the comfort of their beds in the dead of night. At 3 or 4 in the morning, the Hexagon Building was ablaze with lights and delivery drivers were exceptionally busy, their tires smoking from the frantic rush to deliver pizzas.
Damn it all.
Why reveal it now after we've completed our deployment and poured in vast amounts of weaponry and personnel? General, if we hadn't stirred the pot, they might have secretly gone to the moon to salvage the alien spacecraft.
What do we do now?
Has the Supreme Leader's office come up with a countermeasure? Analyze this. Can we build our own aerospace carrier based on the parameters and images of the Luanyao carrier that the Dragon Nation has released?
Impossible. We don't possess fusion reactor technology nor nuclear propulsion engines, and certainly not anti-gravity technology.
With none of the essential tech, are we just supposed to build an empty shell? General, the Supreme Leader has sent a document. A female aide hurried to the 4-star General Dai and handed him a file from the Black Palace.
Damn it all.
They expect us to build a shell of an aerospace carrier within 2 years with a budget of a mere $200 million.
Dai's words silenced the man who had just joked about building an empty shell.
He wasn't a prophet, he had merely been speaking off the cuff.
Moreover, a new Supreme Leader would be inaugurated in 2 years, making it their problem to deal with. Meanwhile, at the Tianshu Group's Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Tian was studying the next stage of body enhancement pills, the Dragon Tiger pill.
Boss, the Dragon Nation is heading to the moon to salvage the spaceship wreckage.
Xiaomeng always alerted Tian of special intelligence first.
However, Tian was unfazed by the news, only pausing his work after another experiment failed.
The Dragon Nation is showing its might to deter restless nations and suppress any desire to destroy the Earth.
Tian quickly grasped the strategic intent behind deploying the Luanyao carrier. He would have done the same in their position. After catching up on the latest developments, Tian resumed his alchemy research. Nuanua guided him in building alchemy equipment, integrating technological enhancements into the traditional pill furnace from cultivation novels, creating a unique furnace tailored for him.
Nuanua, what if the furnace explodes during alchemy? Will I be blown sky high? Brother, you're overthinking it.
The Dragon Tiger pill you're making now won't have that much explosive power. At worst, it'll be like a loud fart with the waste gas just venting out through the release valve.
Good, no danger then.
It seems I'll have to go to Vermilion Bird Island for the more advanced pills to avoid harming anyone if a furnace blast is too powerful.
Hee brother, you're being a worrywart, you've read too many cultivation novels. Following the Dragon Nation's announcement of the Luanyao moon mission, a flood of visitors surged onto the Tianshu Automobile Company website.
These visitors immediately asked when the Tianshu flying car would be available for purchase, eager to achieve flight freedom. Some were merely joining the hype on the website, while others had more serious intentions.
Xiaomeng, tell them the flying car starts at 5 million pre-sales, begin now, delivery by the end of next month, and post a few design blueprints online. Tian knew many were eyeing the anti-gravity technology, hoping to buy a flying car to reverse engineer it. Humph, to that Tian could only say wishful thinking. Tianshu Technology's confidential measures would teach them to focus on their own R&D rather than coveting others' innovations.
I've posted 5 exterior design concepts for the flying car for pre-selection.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, boss?
Before they place an order, have them sign a non-disclosure agreement.
We won't warranty any car the customer disassembles themselves, and we won't cover any issues if the car is resold abroad.
As Xiaomeng posted the pre-sale link on the official website, the attention of the world's billionaires converged. No one anticipated that the initial batch of 100000 flying cars would be completely sold out in just half an hour. On the Tianmu automobile website, comments and messages about the flying car were non-stop. With a starting price of 5,100,000 units sold instantly, raking in over 500 billion.
I can only say Earth is full of wealthy fools. The second batch of 100000 is almost sold out too. That's less than an hour total. Many orders are from foreigners.
They have to exchange gold for the Dragon Nation's currency to buy our products, and still they sell this fast.
Foreigners have coveted the anti-gravity tech for so long.
I think Chairman Mu shouldn't have sold the flying cars at all.
A big mistake.
I can't even afford a single tire of a flying car in this lifetime.
Maybe in the next life. Anyone know a good family to be reborn into? I'd like to pick a better one. Can you imagine?
Soon there will be celestial dragons in the Dragon Nation looking down on us from the sky.
Tianmu Group, you've changed. You're no longer for the common people.
Will you sell a stripped-down version?
I just need the flying function and a nice-looking shell. I can do without the rest.
By the time Tian was tidying up the lab to head home, the presale count for the flying cars had reached an astonishing
1.01 million units. Boss, the vast majority of flying cars were ordered by foreigners. Xiaoming quickly showed Tian the sales distribution map. Let them be. We've already warned them. We just need to acquire a few more car manufacturing plants to fulfill the orders. We've been continuously acquiring and retrofitting plants.
We'll be able to deliver the 3 Tianmu models in large quantities by the end of the month.
Then I'll be receiving a huge amount of happiness soon, right? Just talking about product delivery perked Nuwa right up. It's a shame selling weapons doesn't generate much happiness for you, Nuwa.
Otherwise we could capitalize on the chaos and sell arms everywhere. Time flew by and 3 days had passed.
October 10th.
The sky was clear and sunny, and the world's attention was fixed on the Jiuquan Space Center in Gansu Province, Dragon Nation.
The Luanyao aerospace carrier's moon mission was scheduled to launch from here. However, the launch was not open to the public. Though there were many tourists outside, it wasn't as grand an occasion as the Chang'e moon landing. There were quite a few internet celebrities present to livestream the event. They were busy setting up their broadcasting equipment, all waiting for the moment at 10 o'clock when the Luanyao carrier would ascend. In the center of the launch pad at the Jiuquan Space Center, an ultra-large object was parked. It was covered with a colossal red cloth, completely obscuring its true form from the prying eyes of foreign satellites. The inability to glimpse the true form of the Luanyao aerospace carrier left the high-ranking officials of other nations restless with curiosity. The leadership of the Neon country in particular prayed countless times that this lunar mission by the Dragon country was merely a spectacle and not a genuine endeavor. If it were real, what would it signify? It would herald the end of the era of maritime dominance, the dawn of the age of aerospace supremacy, and more critically, it would mean the Dragon country possessed the capability to annihilate any nation at will. Many foreign leaders now pondered that if the Luanyao aerospace carrier possessed even half the capabilities attributed to it online, they would have to cease all provocative maneuvers near the Dragon country's borders. Within the Black Palace, the current leader known as the King and his advisors were once again scrutinizing real-time satellite imagery, awaiting the live broadcast initiated by the Dragon country. As the clock struck precisely 10 in the morning in the Dragon country, Li Wan appeared punctually before the live camera. Greetings everyone.
I am Li Wan, and it is my great honor to host today's live broadcast of the Luanyao aerospace carrier's lunar mission. The colossal marvel gradually unveiling its enigmatic veil behind me is our protagonist for today, the Luanyao aerospace carrier. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the Luanyao aerospace carrier showcased today is a miniature version. Its exterior differs slightly from the images circulated online, and its dimensional parameters are merely half of those rumored on the internet. What warrants celebration is that despite being a miniature, its weapon systems and onboard equipment are all accounted for without exception. Whether it be the Chengying Exomechs, the Xian Nu unmanned aerospace fighters, or the Wentian missile system, it possesses them all, and they are exceptionally formidable. The speed of the Luanyao aerospace carrier is Mach 3 within the atmosphere and Mach 35 in outer space. Suffice it to say, this Luanyao aerospace carrier can overwhelmingly overpower 11 nuclear-powered carrier strike groups, and indeed the threat posed by such carrier groups to it is virtually negligible. These words were a dagger to the heart.
Li Wan directly invoked the 11 nuclear-powered carrier strike groups.
Who in the world didn't know that only the Rice country possessed 11 such groups? No, now it could only be said that there were just 10 nuclear-powered carrier strike groups, as the one that had been blockaded had been accidentally bombed by the Neon country and rendered defunct.
Fuck, is she deliberately mocking us? An official in the Black Palace roared in fury. Chris, she isn't wrong though.
If their aerospace carrier can truly fly to the moon, our global influence will plummet to freezing point.
Protest.
We must jointly protest in the UN General Assembly against the Dragon country's development of space-based weapons of mass destruction. Oh naive Tom, did you drink expired milk this morning?
Chief, what should we do? We can't just sit idly by.
All eyes converged on the king, causing the hand playing with his phone to pause momentarily.
We've exhausted all the tricks at our disposal. Tell me, what novel strategies do you have?
The only thing we can do now is pray to God for protection and hope for a miracle. What the king was truly thinking was whether those apes that had escaped from the lab and the Dragon Country nationals, tourists and students they had approached, had returned to the Dragon Country by now. He hoped the plan would proceed smoothly, for then there would still be a chance.
Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the Neon Country, high-ranking officials were also watching the Dragon Country's lunar live broadcast. Guando, how many super soldiers do we have now?
Hayata, our numbers are still far from the expected quota, only 50 have succeeded in the experiments so far.
Yoshi, I can't wait any longer. Dispatch them immediately to infiltrate the Dragon Country. I want all the classified information from Tianmu Group.
But Hayata, the chances of 50 people surviving a mission deep into the Dragon Country's heartland are extremely slim.
Should we perhaps wait until we have more numbers before acting? I don't have the luxury to care about that.
Do you understand what it means that a miniature Luan Niao aerospace carrier can match 11 carrier strike groups?
Hiss. It means we could be wiped out at any moment without any means of resistance. Now, do you still oppose my orders?
No, I will make the arrangements immediately. While various nations were formulating their action plans, Li Wan's live broadcast continued. Next, let us welcome today's 8 astronauts, the very same 8 who journeyed on the previous China lunar mission. They are Yang Kongning, Lu Jianhaoing, Shi Huang, Shuyu, Lu Tian, Zhao Pengcheng, Zheng Mingho and Ningfengze.
Yang Kongning and the others appeared before the live camera, once again their faces beaming with excitement.
Being able to participate in 2 lunar missions was the pride of their lives, a feat they could boast about to their descendants for generations. Without further ado, Yang Kongning and his team saluted the camera crisply before turning and boarding the 2 anti-gravity takeoff and landing craft. In Rice Country sci-fi films, the method of walking up to board a spaceship was far too outdated. The Dragon Country's boarding method was the proper way. The primary objective of this lunar mission is to retrieve the wreckage of an alien spacecraft discovered on the far side of the moon.
Indeed, we are not alone in the Earth's civilization. An alien civilization's vessel once visited our solar system, or perhaps a technological civilization was born here. The Luan Niao aerospace carrier is about to take off, heading for the moon at Mach 35, and the entire journey will take approximately 11 hours. Now let us witness the majestic sight of the Luan Niao aerospace carrier. As Li Wan's voice trailed off, the Luan Niao aerospace carrier began its slow, silent ascent. The full structure of the behemoth gradually came into view. Tian had deliberately skipped work today, choosing to watch the lunar live broadcast at home with his family via a holographic projection. Little An, being particularly clingy, seized every opportunity to have Tian hold her. Brother-in-law, isn't this big ship the one you took us to play on the other day? Tian patted the little girl's head and chuckled, yes, and back then you even wanted me to fly it to the moon for fun. The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully and asked, but brother-in-law, you didn't agree. Why not? Beside them, Xiaohan chimed in to tease, and is so silly. Going to play on the moon requires wearing a spacesuit, or you'd be in big trouble. Brother Xiaohan, if you keep teasing girls like that, you'll never find a wife when you grow up. Yeah, brother Xiaohan, you should learn how to compliment girls. Few girls are so troublesome, always needing sweet talk. Wow, the big ship is releasing tons of planes and robots. In the live broadcast, the Luan Niao aerospace carrier deployed its onboard Tianmu fighters and Chang'e exomechs. With 128 Tianmu fighters and 64 Chang'e exomechs in total, the sheer display of force was overwhelming. As the Tianmu fighters and Chang'e exomechs were deployed rapidly encircling the Luan Niao aerospace carrier, the carrier's strategic value was fully demonstrated. This was no mere lunar mission, it was unmistakably a military exercise. The viewership in the Dragon Country's official media live stream, as well as those of major influencers, had now reached explosive levels. The Luan Niao spreads its wings, shaking the heavens. The Tianmu emerges, startling the world. The 128 Xuanwu fighter jets, true to their name as 9 Heaven's Mystic Maidens, flanked the Luan Niao aerospace carrier in perfect formation. The Chang'e mechs automatically returned to the carrier's hangar bay upon its re-entry into the atmosphere. The live broadcast feed switched from a satellite view to the cockpit perspective of one of the Xuanwu fighters. Within the central media's livestream, comments and bullet screen messages scrolled by with blinding speed. See? I told you the wars overseas are just pecking matches between chickens. We've got not only the bitey fighters but the Luan Niao aerospace carrier too. These are ultimate weapons. Oh, the Dragon Nation is truly mighty. Choosing to study here was the best decision I ever made. I heard the launch of the Luan Niao today has calmed the fighting across many conflict zones. The Dragon Nation's Southern Gate project is complete. Let's see if the US will follow suit now.
Who would have thought the Southern Gate project was real?
Even the smaller Luan Niao carrier counts right. As the Luan Niao aerospace carrier entered the depths of space, delegates from various nations at the UN General Assembly began to swarm the Dragon Nation's representative with requests.
The US delegate declared space belongs to all Earthlings and the moon belongs to all Earthlings.
Everything on the moon is the common heritage of all mankind. The Dragon Nation should share all discoveries made there, including the alien spacecraft wreckage.
The Russian delegate offered, we are willing to exchange 100,000 tons of petroleum for a portion of the alien spacecraft wreckage. The British delegate proposed, we Great Britain are prepared to reduce tariffs across all sectors to 5 in exchange for a share of the alien spacecraft wreckage. The French delegate chimed in, should the Dragon Nation be willing to share the wreckage, we too are ready to lower our tariffs.
The Korean delegate offered, we are willing to pay 1 trillion Korean won for a single square meter of the alien spacecraft wreckage.
The Japanese delegate stated, we are prepared to exchange our high-precision machine tool technology for 1 square meter of the wreckage. The Indian delegate proposed, we will offer 100,000 tons of premium cow dung for 1 square meter of the wreckage. Apart from the US, which sought it for free, every other nation vying for the debris had put forward their own bargaining chips. Some of the offers, however, were so absurd that Yu Shuang felt nauseated. The Korean delegate was truly a showman trying to trade worthless paper for a treasure.
And the Japanese delegate dared to dream big. The Dragon Nation's high-precision machine tool technology is now provided by Tianmu Tech. Their technology is woefully outdated.
As for the Indian delegate, they should keep their cow dung for themselves. The Dragon Nation has no use for such gifts. Yu Shuang cleared her throat and smiled at the assembled delegates. Nations interested in purchasing the alien spacecraft wreckage may send representatives to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Commerce for negotiations.
The specific terms of trade will be determined by them. However, I must make it clear here, do not attempt to coerce the Dragon Nation with moral grandstanding. We do not buy it.
The US delegate pressed, does the Dragon Nation's concept of a community with a shared future for mankind mean nothing?
If you have something good, you just hoard it.
Yu Shuang curled her lip in disdain. When the US excluded the Dragon Nation from its space development plans and barred us from the International Space Station program, did you ever think this day would come? The US delegate was rendered speechless. The Luan Niao aerospace carrier was scheduled to arrive at the far side of the moon at 2 a.m. the following day. Having watched the carrier's launch, Tian had gone to the beach with the others to unwind. Tomorrow was the day Xiaonan and the other children were supposed to return to Shu province, and the little ones were feeling downcast. Xiaonan in particular lay silently on a beach chair next to Tian, looking thoroughly dejected.
Brother-in-law, I don't want to leave you and sister and auntie. Be good, Xiaonan. You need to go back to school. I've already found a nice kindergarten for you.
A sob escaped her and tears began to fall. The sound of her crying soon brought Wu Xiao running. She scooped the little girl into her arms.
Xiaonan, why are you crying? Has your brother-in-law been mean to you? Tell auntie and I'll sort him out. Auntie, he didn't bully me. I'm just sad because I have to leave you and brother-in-law and sister tomorrow. Oh, is that all? Then you don't have to go back.
I'll have your brother-in-law move the orphanage to our town.
Don't cry anymore. Ah, really? Of course it's true. Xiao Tian, did you hear that? Tian stood up and ruffled Xiaoanan's hair with a smile. Alright, then we won't send you back to Shu province.
We'll build a new orphanage for you right here in town.
How does that sound?
The little girl wiped her runny nose with her small hand and broke into a grin.
Great. Thank you, auntie. Thank you, brother-in-law. Come on, let's go play on the beach. Wu Xiao carried Xiaonan and headed off to find Xiao Han and the other kids.
Just then Yun Meng arrived from a distance carrying a crate of drinks and saw Wu Xiao wiping tears from Xiaoanan's face as she walked.
Brother, why was Xiaonan crying?
The little girl is attached to us and doesn't want to go back to Shu province for school.
Let me go talk to her.
They should go back. The orphanage over there has already been rebuilt.
No need. We'll build them a new orphanage here in town instead. That way you can visit them often and also take care of the headmistress. That's a good idea. I'll follow your arrangements. But brother, Xiaonan has lacked affection since she was little, which is why she's so clingy. Please don't mind it. Why would I mind? I actually quite like the girl.
Tell you what, I'll ask Mom to adopt her as a goddaughter.
Ha! Is that appropriate? You said she lacks affection, right?
Then having Mom as her mother would solve that.
Alright, let me go ask Xiaonan if she'd like that.
Yun Meng ran off to whisper to Xiaonan while Tian lay back, pulled his sunglasses over his eyes and started reviewing various documents.
Brother, does this mean I'm getting another sister? Nua perched on Tian's stomach watched Xiaonan picking up seashells on the beach. Isn't it good to be the youngest? The youngest is always the most spoiled. I guess so. But it'll still be a while before I can materialize my avatar. No rush. It's not like you have to go to school. Hee hee, but I want to make more friends. Alright. Then hurry up and grow up and I'll take you to school every day. Deal.
At around 9 p.m. on October 10th, countless people were still glued to the Dragon Nation's official media livestream.
Everyone was eager to see what the alien spacecraft wreckage actually looked like.
The Tianmu aerospace carrier arrived at the coordinates where the alien wreckage had been previously excavated and began its descent.
However, when the 8 astronauts appeared on the live feed, once more the audience was collectively taken aback. Yang Kongning and his team of 7, now fully clad in Qinglong mech suits, flew out of the cockpit one by one.
Li Wan's commentary followed. What you see now are the Qinglong mechs, a type of all-terrain adaptive combat armor. Besides adapting to the harsh environment of space, the Qinglong mech is equipped with flight capabilities and auxiliary transport functions. As for its weapons systems, I won't go into detail here.
Everyone watched with bated breath, hoping for detailed specs of the Qinglong mech, but their expectations were left unfulfilled. Nevertheless, the appearance of the Qinglong mech did serve to further dampen the flames of war across the globe. What should we do? The Dragon Kingdom keeps pulling out game-changing weapons. We're burning with envy. Who would dare challenge the Dragon Kingdom's might now? It's utterly unfair. Why can't we all just play in the mud together on Earth?
This was the most genuine thought in the minds of high-ranking officials from various nations watching the live broadcast. More national leaders were thinking about sending people to finalize previously stalled cooperation agreements with the Dragon Kingdom.
An opportunity to latch onto a rising power must not be missed.
Tian, who had stayed up all night watching the broadcast, was now lying in bed. Seeing Yang Kongning and the others fly out of the cockpit in their Azure Dragon mechs was just as unexpected to him.
The Dragon Kingdom had truly gone to great lengths to suppress the flames of war in Season S3.
Unveiling technology that was 30 years ahead of the rest of the world was certainly a sobering sight. Brother, I have a feeling that there will be more natural disasters in the future, and war is inevitable.
Nuwa, you're right. They won't stop their wars, they'll just move them further away from the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaomeng's global observation report shows that the evolution of Earth's wild creatures is unstoppable, yet they're still fighting tooth and nail over trivial gains.
We should also start planning the gene repair vaccines so we're not caught off guard later. Xiaomeng had recently been tracking global wildlife using quantum satellites, and the conclusion it reached sent a chill down Tian's spine. All organisms on Earth except for humans and those domesticated by humans are undergoing a subtle and silent evolution. The previous cleanup of the mutant octopus wasn't thorough, or perhaps it was impossible to be thorough. Coupled with the persistent influence of that spherical object, the evolution of the vast majority of creatures has become irreversible. The only thing Tian could do was to prepare a large stockpile of gene repair vaccines, hoping to steer human evolution in a controllable direction. The live broadcast continued.
Yang Kongning and his team flew down from the Tianmu aerospace carrier.
One of the carrier's lower bay doors also opened, simultaneously revealing its spacious interior. The broadcast feed then switched to another location where there was a crater containing the wreckage of an alien spacecraft.
Whoa! How come only the rear section of this alien wreck is left? In the live chat, netizens began to critique the alien wreckage. Probably crashed into the far side of the moon, but that doesn't seem right. Anyone here collecting scrap metal? Give us a quote, how much per pound for this alien wreckage?
Today's scrap price is 1 yuan per pound.
Buying in bulk.
Interested parties please contact 138x. Selling this alien wreckage to foreigners would fetch 100 million Dragon Kingdom yuan per gram, but selling to domestic scrap collectors is just 1 yuan per pound. Seeing the large amount of alien wreckage the Dragon Kingdom had acquired, space agencies of various nations unconsciously lowered their own estimated prices. However, they were clearly mistaken.
The Dragon Kingdom's primary objective for this lunar mission was to showcase its high-end weaponry, not to haul the entire alien wreckage back to Earth. Yang Kongning and his 7 comrades flew over to the wreckage and began cutting it apart using the laser cannons on their mechs.
They cut out 8 pieces each about 1 square meter in size and left the rest behind.
Their primary focus was on collecting lunar soil.
They brought out 5 large canisters from the carrier, each capable of holding over 10 tons of soil, intending to fill them all.
The lunar soil could be brought back for research or even sold. What a great deal.
Netizens watching the live stream saw Yang Kongning and his team working like construction workers, mining and collecting lunar soil, and many wished they could be up there digging a bit themselves.
Only after the 8 astronauts had filled all 5 large canisters did they command a large forklift to transport them back into the aerospace carrier's hold.
Had the broadcast not been continuous, people would have thought Yang Kongning and the others were putting on a show somewhere on Earth. After completing all scheduled tasks, the Tianmu aerospace carrier began its return journey and the live broadcast came to an end.
Ah.
Tian let out a long yawn, took off his glasses, placed them on the table and prepared to sleep.
Tian could sleep, but many others would find sleep elusive tonight. The Dragon Kingdom's actions forced the impending global conflict to shift its course, steering it away from its borders. Many previously undecided international relationships began to formally lean toward the Dragon Kingdom.
But these matters were of no concern to Tian. He was just a tech enthusiast now.
The next morning Tian took Yun Meng around the town to scout locations for rebuilding the Tongmeng Welfare Orphanage. Last night Little An had officially accepted Wu Xiao as her godmother. Wu Xiao was currently taking her to the town's household registration office to process the paperwork. In fact, if the other children at the Tongmeng Welfare Orphanage weren't all older, mostly around 11 or 12, Wu Xiao would have wanted to take in a few more godchildren.
Only Little An was under 4 at a fragile and sensitive age, so she was the only one she could adopt. The other children were being well cared for by robots that Tian had specially arranged, ensuring they would never return to their previous miserable lives.
Brother, let's take this one.
It's conveniently close to the kindergarten, primary school and middle school, Yun Meng said, pointing to a building with a for sale sign.
Alright, I'll have someone negotiate the price with the owner. Let's go. There weren't many people selling houses in town lately. Everyone was holding on to their properties, hoping for prices to rise. Housing prices in the town had already surged by 300 and were expected to climb even higher. Most of those listing their homes currently were just testing the waters, not genuinely looking to sell.
After all, the headquarters of Tianmu Group was rooted right here. It was inevitable that the town would become a county, the county a city, and the city a metropolis. It was precisely for this reason that Tian wouldn't negotiate the property deal himself to avoid being subjected to exorbitant sky-high prices. Just as Tian and Yun Meng reunited with Wu Xiao and Little An, they received a message from Xiaomeng. The owner was asking for 5.8 million yuan, and the transaction could be completed at the property bureau immediately if they agreed. 5.8 million is about 10 times the original price.
Go ahead and arrange the transaction.
The owner hadn't started with an outrageous billion yuan demand, so Tian didn't mind spending a few extra million.
He instructed Xiaomeng to proceed. Understood, I'll have someone make the purchase under the company's name.
As Tian arrived at the household registration office, Little An spotted them and came running over excitedly.
Brother, sister-in-law, we're all done. Mom, hurry up. Little An's official name would now be Wu An, taking Wu Xiao's surname.
The clever little girl had already started calling her mom since last night. A passerby captured the heartwarming scene of Tian's family together and posted it online, quickly attracting a flood of likes and comments from netizens everywhere. The short video's creator had a vivid imagination, titling it "A Happy Family Portrait of Chairman Mu of Tianmu Group."
Boss, should we throttle the traffic or take this video down? Xiaomeng promptly reminded Tian. Several official media outlets have already liked and shared it. Since when did they become so fast? It's fine, let the netizens see it. I want to know where I lost.
I'm clearly much prettier than Chairman Mu's current girlfriend.
I envy Chairman Mu, his family is so harmonious and happy.
As the new world's richest man, it's truly rare that Chairman Mu hasn't considered moving to a big city.
Haven't you all noticed?
Chairman Mu doesn't even have a bodyguard with him. Unlike some internet celebrities who make a grand show of their arrival, Chairman Mu is incredibly low-key compared to them.
Who is the little girl in the video to Chairman Mu?
She really was born with a silver spoon. As more and more people watched and shared the short video, everyone began to voice their opinions. In a small town in Shu province, a couple also watched the short video.
Honey, come look, doesn't this little girl look just like our Xiao Rui?
She does, she really does.
Could she be? Impossible. We abandoned our eldest at the orphanage back then and her right leg was never fully developed. Honey, have you forgotten that Tianmu Technology specializes in bionic limbs?
If you put it that way, the chances it's our eldest are quite high.
Should we go bring our eldest back? Are you crazy, wife? Of course we can't bring her back. We just need to acknowledge the relationship. If we can get in touch with Chairman Mu, we'll be rich. But we abandoned our eldest back then. Wouldn't it be too shameless to go claim kinship now? Oh, listen to me. As long as we act pitiful enough, we'll definitely gain sympathy and forgiveness. Besides, our family isn't well off right now. Alright, I'll listen to you. Then I'll go buy train tickets. We'll set off tomorrow.
And the captain of the Neon Country Special Forces team about to depart for Dragon Country also received new orders.
Their enhanced bodies gave the 50 Special Forces soldiers of Neon Country absolute confidence.
The team captain watched the video of Tian's family without any security personnel following them and knew this mission should be a sure thing. The main objective of this operation was to obtain all the confidential technical data of Tianmu Group and secondarily to eliminate Tian. Once in Dragon Country, no electronic devices are allowed.
All actions will be communicated through hand signals. Hi. Move out.
50 genetically modified soldiers from Neon Country disguised as tourists boarded a flight bound for Dragon Country.
They carried no weapons and circumstances didn't permit them to bring any into Dragon Country.
Ever since Dragon Country rooted out all foreign spies lurking within its borders, it had become very difficult for other nations to infiltrate Dragon Country's various industries again. After entering Dragon Country, the 50 men split into groups and traveled as tourists along different routes to Huang City. Upon arriving in Huang City, they would purchase various cold weapons such as knives and crossbows. However, with their monstrous physiques combined with cold weapons, if they launched a surprise attack, even ordinary trained soldiers might struggle to withstand them.
But the Neon Country operation would take time. The 50 men had just set off. Tian, of course, had no idea that a short video had brought him some unnecessary trouble. Starting the next morning, he would become a big brother who picks up and drops off a child at school. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going in now.
At the kindergarten gate, little An waved her little hand to say goodbye to Tian and Yunmeng.
Go on. Remember not to take the kitten out of your backpack. It's there to protect you. Tian instructed. Little An, you must listen to the teacher, got it?
Yunmeng also affectionately patted little An's head.
Okay, I'll make lots of friends.
Little An ran towards a kindergarten teacher and entered the school with her.
The other kids from the orphanage didn't have the same treatment as little An.
They walked to school by themselves, at most having a robot car pick them up and drop them off. Life suddenly calmed down and Tian immersed himself in his busy and fulfilling research again.
4 days later, Xiaomeng told Tian that the first batch of desert planting areas had been planned and leveled ready for sowing. Only then did Tian emerge from the laboratory. During these days, Tian had been tinkering with the modern alchemy machine in the lab, and only today did he finally complete it. The reason he no longer used the atomic level 3D printer to make dragon tiger pills was because Manhwa said the trace of spiritual energy in the pill couldn't be replicated by the printer, and adding it later wouldn't work either.
In other words, from now on, if Tian wanted to evolve his body, he would have to obtain pills through his own modern alchemy methods. There was no shortcut.
Brother, don't worry about the herbs needed for the dragon tiger pill. My parents gave me a lot.
That's good.
Once I'm back from the desert, I'll start refining. Hopefully it won't be too difficult. Tian never imagined that one day he would become an alchemist. Ahem. If only Manhwa's parents could give them finished dragon tiger pills. But Tian understood the principle that relying on others leads to failure and relying on mountains leads to collapse. He wouldn't shamelessly sit back and reap the benefits.
Pausing the atomic level 3D printer's production of spaceships, Tian began mass replicating the various optimized seeds Manhwa had given him. The seeds produced needed to be soaked in life water for a day before being planted in the ground to germinate and survive. Speaking of which, Tian had only visited the 7 desert planting areas once when the employee dormitories were being built. He hadn't paid much attention to the desert transformation in the following days. Boarding his flying car at the lab entrance, Tian flew towards the Takla desert planting area. A few minutes later, an invisible flying car appeared in a secluded corner of the dormitory area. Getting out of the car, Tian put on a hat to shield himself from the scorching sun and also wore large sunglasses on his face, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him. He didn't really need to make the trip himself, but after being busy for days, he figured he might as well come out for some fresh air. Dragon Country once had a desert oasis plan for the Takla desert, but it required massive manpower, financial resources and time. Since Tianmu Agriculture contracted several desert areas, the desert oasis plan had been suspended. Now the planting areas of Tianmu Agriculture were leveling sand outside the previously green desert zones, planting farmland and woodland. Planting only grain crops wouldn't work, it wouldn't serve the purpose of sand fixation and greening. Only by combining fruit tree planting areas with grain planting areas would it be optimal. This was the current scene. As Tian walked out of the dormitory area, he saw a busy working scene. Thousands of people were systematically leveling sand with various machinery, everything appearing orderly. Brother, look, the people working here all have smiles on their faces. Manhwa wearing a small floral hat flew alongside Tian. They're doing something very meaningful and their compensation is far better than others, so of course they're happy at work. Hee, but there are also some lazy ones. Look over there. Manhwa pointed into the distance where several male employees were smoking and chatting. Manhwa, you're a real little capitalist. Those people are on their break time. Really? I thought they were slacking off. In this planting zone, in addition to over 8,000 human employees, there were also more than 100 clones of Xiaomeng and over 8,000 bionic robots. These robots managed and cared for the human employees, so it was impossible for any minor disturbance to escape Xiaomeng's perception. Therefore, even if some human employees tried to slack off or shirk their duties after 3 warnings, they would be immediately dismissed without any mercy.
Driving while fatigued posed risks, so every hour employees were given a 20-minute break. This was why Mu Tian said they weren't being lazy.
However, as Mu Tian walked, he also noticed a problem. There were far too few female employees working here, with a male-to-female ratio of A2.
Xiao Meng recruits some female employees for the fruit tree cultivation positions. Okay, boss. Any other requirements? Preferably single ones. Otherwise, hiring them might easily lead to marital discord or breakups.
In order to collect the employees' happiness, Mu Tian was truly going to great lengths. He knew that 85 of the male employees in this batch were single, aged between 25 and 40. Only if the employees found love and marriage within his company, enjoying a happy and fulfilling work and life, could Nuanua gain more happiness.
Alright, I've sent out the recruitment information. Brother, you're so kind. Nuanua flew up and gave Mu Tian a kiss he couldn't even feel as a reward. Haha, I can't even feel it when you kiss my cheek.
I'll make up for it later.
Mu Tian watched the 2,000 square kilometer planting zone for a while, then headed towards the seed warehouse. Sowing would begin tomorrow, so the seeds needed to be prepared tonight.
Of course, the sowing would be done by drones, as manual labor would be far too inefficient. In the warehouse, he released several hundred tons of seeds and a few large barrels of highly concentrated life water, leaving the rest of the work to Xiao Meng's arrangements. Mu Tian then went to inspect the other 6 desert planting zones and found the same situation everywhere. The gender ratio was imbalanced, requiring more female employees.
However, as soon as Xiao Meng uploaded the Tianmu agriculture recruitment information to the official website, it immediately attracted various speculations and complaints. Why is Tianmu agriculture only recruiting female employees this time? Can't a man like me go plant fruit trees? Haha, we women are going to take over this time. Sisters charge. They even require applicants to be single women. That's too perverted, isn't it? Are they trying to hold a beauty pageant?
I heard many female students from modeling academies have already submitted their resumes.
Do us ordinary women still have a chance? This is too perverted, but I like it.
I just broke up, I'm single, and I'm ready for some training in the desert.
Seeing that if he didn't clarify things soon job seekers would think Tianmu Technology was holding a beauty contest, Xiao Meng quickly came out to explain.
Everyone, the requirement for single women in this new batch of positions was a decision made after careful consideration by our chairman Mu.
It's to address the severe gender imbalance among Tianmu Agriculture's employees. Please don't overinterpret this. Oh, Assistant Wei Meng is trying to make excuses again. Sisters, let's catch Assistant Wei. Assistant Wei, can you make your WeChat QR code public? I just turned 18, I'm young, soft and easy to push over. Warning, this user has been banned for 24 hours by Administrator Wei Meng. So Chairman Mu wants to play matchmaker, huh? But is there any hidden benefit to dating a colleague from the company? What about marriage? Will the company provide housing? Wei Meng, does marrying a Tianmu Group employee come with various subsidies? Boss, how should I answer them? Is it really true that you need a car and a house to have the right to a spouse nowadays? Xiao Meng asked Mu Tian in confusion.
Xiao Meng still couldn't fully understand human emotions, wondering why they made marriage conditions so complicated. He didn't understand why one could want nothing with their first love but demand this and that from a marriage partner.
Mu Tian didn't understand either, he was just slightly better off than Xiao Meng. Ahem, Xiao Meng, you're asking the wrong person if you're asking me, a love idiot. However, as long as it's newlywed employees who genuinely love each other, I can still gift them a Tianmu car as a blessing.
They'll have to solve the housing problem themselves.
That's true.
Working at the Tianmu Group, as long as you're not overly ambitious about buying a house in a first-tier city, you can still afford the down payment in monthly installments without any pressure.
Okay, I'll announce it. By the time Mu Tian finished his work and returned from the last desert planting zone, the internet was already full of praise for the Tianmu Group's employee marriage benefits. The recruitment for the second batch of Tianmu agriculture employees was also proceeding smoothly.
The current recruitment for 80000 positions had already received over 5 million resumes, and more were pouring in continuously. It was simply because the working conditions at Tianmu Agriculture were too good. The short videos and social media posts sent out by the previous batch of Tianmu Agriculture employees had made a huge number of people envious. Late at night, it was very dark and quiet. Mu Tian was a bit tired after a long day and had just lain down to review some materials when he received an early warning from Xiao Meng. Boss, 10 strangers have appeared 300 meters outside the house and they're sneaking over. At the same time, 40 strangers have appeared near the company, trying to climb over the wall from a dark corner. According to my analysis, their physical capabilities are about 10 times that of an ordinary person, and they are carrying cold weapons.
Xiao Meng's warning made Mu Tian suddenly sit up. He immediately ordered send people to capture them all. I want them alive. Let's see which force is causing trouble this time. It had been a long time since Mu Tian had been targeted.
The last person who put a bounty on him probably had grass growing a foot tall on their grave by now. Now another group of fearless people had appeared with abnormally strong physiques and he was completely wide awake now. A few minutes later Xiao Meng sent Mu Tian a video of the interrogation.
Pa.
I won't talk. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, to die before the mission is accomplished brings endless tears to heroes.
I will never give in.
Oh. You can speak the Dragon Kingdom language but your accent is far too Japanese.
Mu Tian was speechless. To die before the mission is accomplished, do you think your Prime Minister Zhuge? Use the truth serum on them. Let's see if we can get any secrets out of them. Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
A few minutes later Mu Tian received a copy of a top-secret plan about the Neon country's super soldiers.
This made Mu Tian even more speechless. So these 50 people were the first batch of successful lab rats eager to come to the Dragon Kingdom to carry out a decapitation strike. It was late and Mu Tian looked out the window into the night. Xiao Meng go trigger a few of their volcanoes for fun. Boss the biggest one. Play with them as you like.
Then I'll trigger all the small ones first and leave the biggest for last.
Let them live every day under rolling dark clouds filled with fear. Alright, as you wish.
By the way, send a copy of their super soldier plan to General Zhao Yu. A few minutes later Zhao Yu at the Northwest base saw the Neon country's super soldier plan on his computer and his face immediately turned grim. Damn it, they almost succeeded in a sneak attack on our home base.
Yang Kongning, bring your squad to me immediately.
After a moment of deliberation Zhao Yu made a decisive decision, summoning Yang Kongning and his team.
It was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
Yang Kongning, still on duty, received the order and immediately led his team to see Zhao Yu. He was filled with anticipation, wondering if a mission was at hand. Ever since they had returned from the moon days ago transporting a large quantity of lunar soil and debris from an alien spacecraft, Yang Kongning and his 7 companions had resumed their training at the Northwest base. Within 5 minutes Zhao Yu was waiting at his office door for Yang Kongning and his team. The 8 men lined up in a neat row and saluted Zhao Yu. Yang Kongning reported loudly, Azure Dragon Squad 001 reporting for duty awaiting orders. Zhao Yu returned the salute and said to Yang Kongning, come inside.
I'll brief you on tonight's mission.
The two entered the office and Zhao Yu detailed his action plan to Yang Kongning. The more Yang Kongning listened, the more excited he became, his fists clenched tightly. 5 minutes later Zhao Yu finished outlining the plan and had Yang Kongning repeat the orders he had just received. Yang Kongning stated solemnly, destroy the enemy's biochemical laboratory, destroy all equipment used for agent preparation, eliminate the partially completed genetically modified humans and obtain or destroy all of the laboratory's data.
Zhao Yu nodded. Move out. Launch the attack before 11 o'clock. Yang Kongning saluted. Mission will be accomplished. Led by Yang Kongning, the 17 members went to the equipment depot to draw the Azure Dragon warship and 8 bitey fighters.
This operation had to be a swift lightning strike. Any delay could allow the Neon country to transfer the data, which would be troublesome.
10 minutes later 8 bitey fighters vanished into the pitch-black night sky of the Northwest. At 10:55 p.m. within a secret underground biochemical laboratory in the Neon country. Kanjima, tonight is the Dragon Slayer team's operation time. Have we received any word yet? Hayata, not yet.
They are deep within the Dragon country's territory and cannot use any electronic communication. They are still out of contact. I hope their operation goes smoothly. Keep a close watch on the SkyShield Technology official website for any news.
Yes, sir. The night was still and the area outside the biochemical laboratory was pitch black.
No one would have imagined a laboratory being built near a volcano.
But now 8 bitey fighters were hovering invisibly above that very volcano.
Using quantum radar scans, Yang Kongning and his team had already determined the laboratory's precise location and identified its entrances and exits.
Begin the operation.
Activate mech stealth mode and descend.
Yes. X7.
The 8 activated the stealth mode of their Azure Dragon mechs, opened the cockpits and flew out silently.
The moment they landed, Yang Kongning and his team destroyed all communication equipment linked to the secret laboratory.
The communication devices had external setups on the surface, making them easy to locate. Yang Kongning spared nothing, not even the telephone lines or network cables.
The laboratory's metal door was no match for the 8 attackers. They quickly cut a large hole and entered with ease. Beep beep beep. As Yang Kongning and his team entered, an alarm began to sound. Hayata, someone has broken into the lab.
A man in a white coat rushed into the secret room to report.
Baka. Quickly release poison gas in the corridors.
It's already been released, but it's useless. We can't see them at all. We only know someone has entered and the main door has been breached.
Idiots. Hurry, destroy the data. Destroy the reagents. What are you standing around for?
Unfortunately, Hayata Haruo had just finished yelling at his subordinates when the door to the secret room was kicked open from the outside. 3 laser cannon blasts followed, piercing clean through the chests of the 3 men inside the room.
30 minutes later, there were no survivors left in the laboratory.
The equipment was destroyed by laser fire and all finished and semi-finished reagent agents were thoroughly obliterated.
Let's go. All the data hard drives have been packed up. Lu Jianhaoin Shi Huang Shuyu, you are responsible for setting the fire. Burn this place to the ground. Yes, Captain. That's my specialty. Tonight's mission was straightforward and proceeded without a hitch. 3 minutes later, under the sweeping laser fire, the laboratory erupted into a blazing inferno.
Only after Yang Kaining's team had completed their mission and departed did Xiaomeng begin directing the robots to act. If they had ignited the volcano earlier, wouldn't that have risked scaring off the people in the lab prematurely?
As is well known, the Neon country has 111 active volcanoes.
Of these, 110 are relatively small, with only the wealthy Mount Fuji being the largest.
Tonight those 110 smaller volcanoes began to erupt almost simultaneously, a spectacle unprecedented in recorded history.
The island's residents were startled from their sleep by the commotion of the volcanic eruptions. Great gods of heaven, why are the volcanoes erupting all at once?
Could the apocalypse be coming? We should leave the Neon country immediately and settle in Ba country. This place is no longer habitable.
Thank goodness Mount Fuji hasn't erupted, or we'd have nowhere to run. Mount Fuji has already started emitting black smoke.
It will probably erupt within the next few days as well. We should flee this country now. If only we could immigrate to the Dragon country. That would be the best place to go. Forget that idea. The Dragon country will never accept any refugees.
Amidst the apocalyptic simultaneous volcanic eruptions, most people harbored thoughts of leaving the island nation. Zhao Yu had just welcomed back Yang Kaining and his team from their successful mission when he received news of the volcanic eruptions across the Neon country.
Headed Mu Tian really doesn't let revenge wait overnight.
Shaking his head, Zhao Yu began to take stock of the materials Yang Kaining and his team had brought back.
These materials would only be used for research reference, not for preparing gene evolution agents.
Mu Tian had better and more gentle body enhancement agents available. There was no need to resort to unorthodox methods. However, neither Mu Tian nor Zhao Yu anticipated that the data they brought back had backups elsewhere.
1 hour after the volcanic eruptions began, these backups were secretly sold to the American country. The Neon country didn't need much, just a piece of land to immigrate to. They had already chosen the location long ago and only needed a little covert support from the American country. The next morning, while having breakfast, Mu Tian saw the news screenshots sent by Xiaomeng. Trending 1, the end is nigh. Is Earth still habitable for humanity?
Trending 2, if the Neon country sinks, would the Dragon country accept the island's 100 million refugees?
Trending 3, protect the environment, save the Earth, everyone's responsibility. Mu Tian admired the Neon country's public relations skills. Were they testing the waters?
However, seeing the comments from netizens filled with rejections and celebrations made him feel much better. Those not of our kind are bound to have different intentions.
Look at the oil tribe.
The Dragon country accepted them twice, and both times they tried to establish their own nation.
The second time, in the modern era, they nearly succeeded. Therefore, unwarranted compassion must not be shown. Just look at Little Bale. They only began to fight back after losing almost all their land.
The rich man's mountain erupted again the next morning, but because Xiaomeng had first ignited 110 small volcanoes, the mountain's temperature had dropped by half, causing the eruption to cease after merely half a day. This was unexpected for Mu Tian, but it didn't matter much. What mattered was that his heart was at peace. Boss, if we had ignited the big volcano first, we could have destroyed at most half of their capital city, because the anger accumulated in Rich Man's Mountain wasn't yet explosive enough. Xiaomeng explained with a hint of regret.
I understand, let's take it slow, there's no rush anyway. Mu Tian said nonchalantly. Brother, are you going to start your alchemy endeavor today? Alright, I'll start soon.
Let me also experience the difficulty of a mortal's alchemy. Yun Meng and Wu Xiao's bodies had long reached their peak. What they lacked now was the required brain domain development, otherwise Mu Tian could have already used body tempering pills to evolve their bodies. The only option was to have them drink more tea infused with the water of life, slowly developing their brain domains.
Once their bodies fully met the standards, they could undergo evolution. Mu Tian didn't want a future life without family by his side, so he had to resort to this simple method. Soon Mu Tian took Shaoan into kindergarten and then arrived at the company with Yun Meng. Having played for so long, Yun Meng had fallen behind on much of her research. She gave Mu Tian a quick kiss before running off to the laboratory to do her work. Nua saw Yun Meng run away blushing and couldn't help but laugh. His sister-in-law is shy. Brother, you two need more practice. Mu Tian flicked Nua's forehead with his finger. You little mischievous rascal. Nua pretended to cover the spot where she was flicked. I'm not a rascal. Brother, you're getting married in a little over 2 months.
I want to materialize soon and be your flower girl. Tian walked while thinking, then we need to sell more good things. Let Wang Kai authorize the eco-friendly degradable material technology externally. If there was one thing that troubled people the most nowadays, it was undoubtedly the various plastic products. Most of the garbage visible in daily life was plastic products. Plastic products could be burned for power generation, but that came with various air and water pollution. For this reason, Tian had specifically scanned plastic products and obtained a technology for degradable materials that was very environmentally friendly. After using packaging products made from the degradable material, one only needed to tear a small opening in the packaging and it would fully degrade within 10 days. The only byproducts were carbon dioxide and water.
Tian had Wang Kai arrange it immediately.
He didn't plan to charge for the technology license, he would only sell the raw materials and production lines. In simpler terms, manufacturers could buy the production line and raw materials and start making money.
There were no technical difficulties. Tianmu Technology would provide comprehensive training. A notice soon appeared on the Tianmu Group official website announcing the external licensing of the new eco-friendly material technology. Interested parties were invited to contact Tianmu Technology's sales department for details. The announcement detailed the advantages of the new eco-friendly material technology, attracting the attention of manufacturers both large and small in the plastic products industry. Plastic manufacturers of all sizes called Tianmu Technology, eager to seize this opportunity.
Oh, so you're saying you sell the raw materials and production lines with training included?
What? You can also trade in your current production line. Just need to pay a little extra. Alright, can you send us a sample?
I want to see if your material is as magical as the announcement claims. I want to cooperate with your company immediately.
I believe in your technical strength. Can you send someone over now to discuss the partnership and take away the old production line?
How much per ton for the raw materials?
How much more do we need to pay for the new production line? Okay, that's really cheap.
Our company is willing to cooperate with your company. The slow ones were still hesitating, planning to wait until they received the eco-friendly material before deciding. The fast ones had already placed orders and would have their equipment replaced within 3 days to produce packaging products made from eco-friendly materials. The Tianmu Group's announcement was soon liked and reposted by central media, allowing more people to learn about the emergence of the new eco-friendly material in a short time.
Nua, where did I go wrong?
I've had black smoke 3 times already. Tian cleaned out the charred herb residue from the furnace and asked dejectedly. Brother, you didn't fully purify the active ingredients of all the herbs before mixing them, and you also didn't fully control the temperature. The temperature for each stage needs to be controlled within 0.1 degrees of error.
That's insane. How did alchemists without thermometers adjust the temperature inside their furnaces? Brother, your furnace is too high-tech. But you don't have divine sense, so you can't see the changes in the liquid inside.
They observe the changes in the liquid to control the temperature, and their reactions can be much faster than yours. Tian, covered in soot, had no choice but to clean out the residue and start the furnace again.
After all, with more practice he would eventually succeed. Days passed one after another. Since Longwa transported the alien spacecraft wreckage back, the world had become quieter. Except for occasional conflicts in the Middle East and Black Continent, nowhere else could fight.
Through trade with Longwa, many countries had obtained some wreckage of the alien spacecraft, and everyone was busy researching the metal composition of the wreckage. The Neon country, having experienced a volcanic eruption, was growing weaker and more restrained. No one knew what malicious plans they were brewing.
Then on November 10, several hospitals in Xiang and Yi provinces suddenly received many patients with coughs. Cough, cough, cough.
They couldn't stop coughing, almost coughing out their lungs. A few patients were admitted to the ICU because of the cough, which finally began to draw the attention of Longwa's medical department.
In Tian's laboratory, Tian held a white pill in his hand, scanning it with his divine glasses. Brother, this is a qualified dragon tiger pill. You finally refined it. Yes, boss, you finally succeeded. Succeeded. Does that mean I'm now a beginner alchemist? Brother, you're great.
With more practice, your success rate and quality yield will improve.
Cough, Nua, are you praising me or mocking me? I've wasted a full 300 furnace batches of herbs.
These are all small matters.
As long as you succeed. Nua wasn't very good at comforting people.
At that moment, Xiao Meng showed Tian a photo of a severely ill patient. Boss, the director of Huangshe First People's Hospital just asked for our help. They're at a loss with the recent coughing illness and want us to participate in treatment research. Tian looked at the photo of the severely ill patient with a slightly darkened face and the whitened lungs and knew the situation was urgent.
He immediately took off his lab coat and walked out of the laboratory. Let's go to Huangshe First People's Hospital. I'm afraid that damn thing is up to its tricks again.
Nuanua also put away her smile, flying beside Mu Tian. Brother, as long as it's a virus it can be treated with gene repair agents.
Mu Tian sighed and said, let's hope so.
As Mu Tian left the laboratory, he retrieved 20 gene repair serums from his spatial storage, carefully placing them in a temperature-controlled medical case he carried with him. He also took out 20 bottles of life's essence water to prepare for any contingency.
Better safe than sorry, he thought, lest he need to make a trip back.
Passing by Lu Shuzhen's laboratory, he called her out and together they set off for Huangshe First People's Hospital. Mu Tian intended to credit the successful treatment of the patients to Lu Shuzhen, preferring to remain a silent benefactor. Lu Shuzhen, who hadn't had a proper conversation with Mu Tian in a while, was curious why the big boss had brought her along today. Once inside the flying car, Lu Shuzhen first explored the interior with childlike wonder, touching this and that before voicing the question on her mind, "Boss, where are we headed?" Mu Tian patted the medical case beside him and chuckled, "Taking you to the hospital to see a patient." Lu Shuzhen rolled her eyes at him in exasperation.
"Boss, you're the one who needs a doctor. I'm perfectly healthy."
By then Zhao, who had already started the flying car.
Lu Shuzhen turned her gaze to the window, watching the scenery shrink below. "Boss, when will these flying cars be delivered? I've ordered one and I can hardly wait." "You ordered one too? You don't really have anywhere to go. Isn't that a waste of money?" "How could it be a waste?
I could fly home on weekends to have my mom's cooking."
"She's been nagging me to come back and visit." "Hey, maybe she's nagging you to come back for a blind date." "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Boss, don't scare me. I hate blind dates."
"But I still want to get my hands on that flying car soon so I can travel around."
"Can you hook me up, boss? Anyone who's ordered one can get it early when we return." Hoo. That's amazing. Mount Everest, here I come. If you want to travel, you'll need to get a vaccine shot first or you won't be going anywhere." "Vaccine? What vaccine?" "You'll find out soon enough."
The flying car soon arrived above Huangshe First People's Hospital. It materialized its vehicle form and began its descent, its slow landing immediately drawing the attention of many in and around the hospital parking lot.
"Whoa, is that a Tianmu flying car? Who's so lucky to be driving one already? My neighbor's cousin ordered one too.
I heard it costs over 6 million.
It's truly a toy for the rich. I'm so envious." Hey, look. Isn't that Chairman Mu getting out of the car?" "I think so. Quick, film it and post it online." Mu Tian didn't have the entourage of a celebrity, nor did he have fans rushing up for photos and autographs like internet influencers.
After getting out, the four of them hurried towards the inpatient building. The flying car ascended after they left, hovering silently at an altitude of about 500 meters. This striking parking method drew more gasps of amazement from the onlookers, who whipped out their phones to record videos and post them online.
They even had the titles ready. Shocking. "Chairman Mu's ride is truly otherworldly. The flying car is here. This time it's the real deal because the seller is experiencing it himself. Is the 5 million yuan flying car worth it? Look here."
Before Mu Tian even reached the inpatient building, several short videos about the flying car had already garnered tens of thousands of likes online.
He shook his head. The age of internet traffic was truly insane. Everyone wanted to be an influencer. Shaking his head, Mu Tian didn't have Xiaomeng intervene with the spread of those videos. "Boss, aren't you going to tell me why you brought me to the hospital?" Lu Shuzhen couldn't help but ask again. "A new disease has emerged and the hospital is at a loss. They asked for my help."
"I wanted to bring you along, seeing as you're the heir to a prestigious lineage of traditional Chinese medicine."
"Ah. So you really did bring me to treat someone. But I'm not confident I can help. I'll do my best. Don't worry. If you can't handle it, I'm here, aren't I?" As they chatted, they arrived at the emergency department building of the inpatient block. Gu Chunyang of Huangshe First People's Hospital was pacing back and forth waiting for them. Mu Tian didn't know Gu Chunyang, but Gu Chunyang recognized him.
The moment he saw Mu Tian, he strode forward eagerly, extending his right hand in a warm greeting.
Hello, Chairman Mu. I'm Gu Chunyang, the director of the First People's Hospital." "Hello, Director Gu. Let's walk and talk." "Of course, this way, Chairman Mu. We admitted the first 3 patients 3 days ago. At the time they had persistent coughs, fevers and unstable vital signs. We've also discovered that this disease is highly contagious. 16 doctors and nurses have already been infected. The entire inpatient building is now under quarantine. Anyone entering, including you, Chairman Mu, must undergo the strictest disinfection protocols." "That's serious." Mu Tian stopped in his tracks and immediately had Xiaomeng scan the air of the entire emergency building. Boss, I've detected an unnamed novel virus. Its genetic sequence contains fragments identical to those of a mutated octopus, suggesting it may be an artificially synthesized virus. Here is the viral gene sequence. Gu Chunyang saw Mu Tian stop and assumed he was afraid. However, he dared not rush or force Mu Tian. He had received instructions from above to only seek help and absolutely not to put Mu Tian in harm's way. If Mu Tian were to contract the disease, Gu Chunyang's good days would be over. Let's go. Where do we change into protective suits? Mu Tian wasn't scared. He had just been reviewing the report Xiao Meng had provided. Lu Shuzhen, coming from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, also showed no fear of the contagious disease. Hurry and take us to change, Director Gu. Director Gu quickly led the way, guiding Mu Tian and his group to the changing room. Donning protective suits and antiviral masks, Mu Tian and his team, fully equipped, followed Gu Chunyang into the elevator heading to the ICU ward. The ICU ward was under tight security, bustling yet silent. The virus's infectivity was so potent that every medical staff member was on edge. Not a single smile could be seen. In such circumstances, it was no joke. The next person to collapse and need treatment could be any of them. As Mu Tian and the others entered the ICU, they saw a row of critically ill patients awaiting care. Mu Tian gave Lu Shuzhen a subtle nod. She instinctively walked to a patient's bedside, sat down and took the patient's wrist to begin her diagnosis. Traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis doesn't rely on modern medical equipment. It only requires the four methods: observation, auscultation, olfaction, inquiry, and pulse-taking. But Lu Shuzhen could only perform observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking now, as she couldn't smell the patient's odor through the mask. Moreover, her inquiries were directed at Director Gu, not the patients themselves. After examining 3 patients in a row, Lu Shuzhen took a deep breath. Boss, I can try to prescribe a herbal formula to halt the deterioration of their symptoms, but I'm not sure if it can provide a complete cure. Good. Write the prescription. Have Zhang Long go back and brew it. We can wait for him here. Lu Shuzhen's words left Gu Chunyang astonished. Was she a miracle doctor? She looked so young. May I ask who this lady is? Mu Tian hadn't introduced Lu Shuzhen earlier, but now Gu Chunyang couldn't ignore her. Ah, her. She is one of the developers of the miracle cures for cancer, ALS and AIDS, Ms. Lu Shuzhen. Mu Tian's introduction made Lu Shuzhen blush. The boss was so modest, sharing all the credit with her while never mentioning his own contributions. Lu Shuzhen's face flushed crimson, yet she swiftly penned the prescription. After Mu Tian examined it, recognizing its potential efficacy, the herbal decoction could also treat the white lung disease. He instructed Zhang Long to drive back and prepare the medicine. Why not use the hospital's herbs? Naturally, because the herbs in his own laboratory were far superior. The herbs at Tianmu Pharmaceutical Research Institute were all infused with the water of life by Mu Tian, rendering them exceptionally potent. Any prescription even remotely matching the symptoms would yield a decoction capable of curing the current white lung disease. Lu Shuzhen then examined a few more patients, all exhibiting identical symptoms, so she ceased conducting individual diagnoses. Just as Mu Tian and Lu Shuzhen sought a place to sit, an alarm blared from beside a patient's bed. It was the vital signs monitor sounding the alert that patient required immediate resuscitation. The medical staff swiftly initiated emergency procedures, CPR, injecting various hormonal agents to stimulate the patient's vital functions. Mu Tian sighed inwardly, realizing that today he could not avoid using the gene repair agent. He could not stand idly by and watch a patient die before his eyes. Dean Gu administered this agent to the patient in critical condition via injection and have them consume this bottle of liquid immediately. Mu Tian had initially preferred not to reveal the gene repair agent so soon, intending to let Lu Shuzhen take the credit. This was also why he had brought her to the hospital. The gene repair agent was merely a contingency. Gu Chunyang quickly took the 2 bottles Mu Tian offered, one sealed containing a golden agent and the other stoppered with a cork holding a green liquid. The green liquid was essentially a 100 milliliter vial of the water of life, capable of extending a patient's life by 4 to 5 days. Gu Chunyang harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the medicines Mu Tian produced in this critical moment. Hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Both potions were swiftly administered to the patient in crisis, one injected, the other poured into the stomach. Beep. 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 Within 30 seconds of administration, the vital signs monitor's readings began to climb, confirming the patient had emerged from danger. The medical staff who had been battling to save the patient were utterly astonished. These really work. The 2 medicines are simply miraculous. Tianmu Technology truly lives up to its reputation as a high-tech enterprise. Everything they produce is a treasure. With these medicines in the future, is there any patient we couldn't save? I wonder if these 2 medicines are available for purchase. Gu Chunyang shared his colleague's sentiments, his face beaming with smiles as he saw hope for the patient's recovery. Thank you, Chairman Mu, for your timely intervention. You've truly saved this patient's life. You're welcome, Dean Gu.
I merely tested whether they would work, and fortunately the results were quite favorable. Favorable. They're nothing short of spectacular. Does Tianmu Pharmaceutical plan to mass-produce these two agents? We do intend to, but mass production will take at least a week.
That's excellent news. Our provinces of Yi and Xiang are currently the hardest hit by this epidemic, desperately in need of effective treatments.
Tianmu Pharmaceutical has once again blessed the people of Dragon Country.
Oh. I wonder how many patients are currently afflicted. Could you enlighten me, Dean Gu? Certainly, Chairman Mu.
Currently there are 500 to 600 infected individuals, and the rate of transmission is accelerating daily. The situation is already severe, though it hasn't been publicly reported in the news yet.
Mu Tian's heart tightened upon hearing this.
If Dragon Country had several hundred infected, what of other nations? Xiaomeng scan hospitals worldwide for patients with this condition.
Alright, I'll search. One moment, boss.
A few minutes later, Xiaomeng provided global data on white lung patients, causing Mu Tian's brow to furrow deeply. This white lung disease had first emerged in America, where thousands had already perished.
The initial strain was far more virulent, offering almost no chance of survival.
The patients in Dragon Country were likely infected with a mutated, less potent strain.
Globally, numerous white lung patients were hospitalized, all suffering from persistent coughs and unrelenting fevers.
A viral pandemic poised to engulf the world was brewing, poised to erupt imminently.
Brother, this could also be an opportunity to promote our products. It would bring me even greater happiness.
Nua, do you think the puppet masters behind this will allow us to distribute our cure globally?
They wouldn't. Human emotions are so complex. Of course not.
Soon they will reveal themselves, scheming to profit from people worldwide.
I see. Indeed.
So let's focus on taking care of our own people in Dragon Country first.
All right. Nua had hoped to amass a fortune in happiness.
Doused with cold water, she retreated sulkily to the system space to sleep.
An hour later, Zhang Long returned to the ICU ward carrying a large medicinal pot. Dean Gu, let the patients try this herbal decoction. Traditional Chinese medicine should also be effective against this disease. Very well, let's try it. Dean Gu knew that preparing these two agents was less straightforward than brewing herbal medicine. He was also eager to test whether Lu Shuzhen's prescription would yield results.
All patients, including the one who had just been in critical condition, were given the herbal liquid orally. Throughout, Mu Tian had Xiaomeng continuously scan the patient's vital signs. Should any complications arise, he was prepared to intervene.
Namely, by administering the water of life. The results proved that the herbal decoction brewed with herbs infused with the water of life was remarkably effective. Half an hour later, all patients treated with the herbs had their fevers break and their complexions improved. It works. It works. Fantastic. I can finally go home. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Even if it works, you must remain hospitalized for a full 14 days.
Only if you show no symptoms can you leave. No way, Doc. I haven't been home in 7 days. If I don't return soon, my wife won't let me in the house. Pleading with me is futile. You must consider your family's safety. Fine, I suppose I'll wait a little longer. Gu Chunyang was now filled with profound admiration for both Mu Tian and Lu Shuzhen.
The disease that had plagued their hospital was child's play in their hands.
Thank you, Chairman Mu and Ms. Lu, for your assistance today.
On behalf of our entire hospital staff, I extend our deepest gratitude.
You're too kind, Dean Gu. This is simply our duty as pharmaceutical researchers of Dragon Country. Very well, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll have other hospitals contact Tianmu Group for assistance. I hope you'll extend your help, Chairman Mu. What is the cost for this treatment?
Name your price, Chairman Mu, and I'll arrange the payment.
It's inexpensive, 500 yuan per dose. Excellent. I'll have the funds transferred to Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' account right away, and the contract will be drawn up shortly. Agreed. When Mu Tian and his 4 companions emerged from the hospital fully disinfected, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Divine Dr. Lu hurried back and arranged for the herbal preparation. This truly cannot be delayed. Mu Tian rarely teased Lu Shuzhen. Boss, stop making fun of me. Don't think I'm unaware. Even without me today you would have managed just fine. That one is an emergency use potion, a universal remedy not specifically for this disease. Once the universal potion is rolled out, it will be a knockout competition for the medical industry of the Dragon Country. Tisk, boss, you're exaggerating.
Alright, for the sake of the jobs of over 10 million medical practitioners, let's use my rustic remedy as the primary treatment.
Don't be so skeptical. When we get back, I'll bring out some universal potion. All our internal staff must be vaccinated, otherwise you won't even be able to enjoy your time off. No need, right? If I get sick I can just drink some medicine.
Are you afraid of needles?
How? How is that possible? If it's a shot then it's a shot. It's just like being bitten by a mosquito, right?
Tian never imagined that the renowned divine physician Lu Shuzhen would be afraid of needles. This truly caught him off guard.
Nevertheless, it was essential for Tianmu Group's internal staff to use the gene repair potion to prevent the white lung disease.
Otherwise, what would happen if no one showed up to work? Back at the company, the sales department had already received dozens of calls from hospitals seeking help. Tian delegated the task of brewing the potion to Lu Shuzhen while he himself went off to refine the Dragon Tiger pill. The task of administering the gene repair potion to the employees was assigned to Wang Kai's schedule to begin the next morning. The employees of Lu Shuzhen's team who had pre-ordered Tianmu flying cars received their vehicles before the end of the workday. At 6 p.m. the Dragon Country's central media officially issued an emergency warning. According to the latest information from the Dragon Country Center for Disease Control and Prevention, a new XG influenza virus is highly contagious. We urge everyone to wear masks when going out to avoid infection from this influenza virus. If you experience persistent coughing or a high fever that won't subside, please seek medical attention at a hospital immediately. Do not delay your treatment. Xiao Meng immediately reposted this news on Tianmu Group's official media account. To grab everyone's attention, he added a special note: the situation is critical.
Wear your masks and minimize going out.
Initially, the citizens of the Dragon Country were hesitant and uncertain about the central media's warning, but upon seeing Tianmu Group follow suit, everyone immediately became vigilant.
Within half an hour, masks in pharmacies and on major online shopping platforms were completely sold out. Netizens engaged in various discussions on Tianmu Group's official website. Tianmu Group rarely gets this serious. I rushed to the pharmacy downstairs and bought 20 masks. I went too late and couldn't buy a single one, so I had to order online. I plan to take a few days off and stay home. Haha, I'm in the countryside, there isn't much population movement here. I probably don't need to wear a mask when going out, right? First mutant octopuses, then droughts, floods, volcanic eruptions, and now a viral epidemic. What's happening to this world? Are we truly approaching the end times? The apocalypse sounds great. When it comes, we can fight zombies, obtain mutated crystal cores, and gain superpowers. How awesome is that? Hey, the person above, have you read too many novels and gone crazy? Read fewer novels. Be careful, you might be the first to turn into a zombie when the apocalypse comes. Shortly after the Dragon Country's warning, the Black Palace of the Rice Country issued its own warning. However, the Black Palace's warning was not about wearing masks. Instead, it advised people worldwide not to travel to the Dragon Country, claiming that an unknown virus was spreading there and that the risk was too high. They also demanded that the Dragon Country provide samples of the virus strain, citing intentions to invest heavily in vaccine research. Tian was infuriated when he saw the new screenshots sent by Xiao Meng. Damn it, this is exactly what the villains do in novels. He didn't even need to investigate to know which country had unleashed this XG virus. Boss, take a look at these news reports. These are from small Rice Country newspapers published a while ago. I didn't notice them then, that was my oversight. Whoa. Over a dozen lab monkeys escaped from a virus lab. And a large number of Rice Country citizens living near the lab died from the white lung disease. Yes, these incidents happened over the past 2 or 3 months. Brother, why are they so evil? Of course, it's to make money from the whole world, to prevent the rise of the Dragon Country and to eliminate what they consider to be inferior populations. There's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. If Earth's population decreases, my happiness will decrease too. Brother, they are bullying me. Don't worry, we won't let their plans succeed. Just wait and see. Nua didn't have to wait long. On the 3rd day after Tianmu Group completed the vaccination of its internal staff, the epidemic in other countries could no longer be contained. Coughing people could be seen everywhere on the streets. In contrast, in the Dragon Country, thanks to the timely warning and the public's vigilance, there were indeed very few cases of white lung disease. Even those hospitalized received the traditional Chinese medicine preparation provided by Tianmu Pharmaceuticals, which took effect with a single dose. At the same time, the production line for the gene repair potion was set up and began mass production. The Dragon Country's status as an industrial powerhouse came to the fore as it started selling masks worldwide. 2 weeks later, the global pandemic entered its peak period. Many frail and elderly individuals could not withstand the ravages of the disease and perished. At that moment, a major pharmaceutical company in the Rice Country excitedly announced that they had developed a vaccine for the XG virus with a cure rate as high as 96. Simultaneously, Tianmu Pharmaceuticals also announced the development of a highly effective traditional Chinese medicine for the white lung disease, effective with a single dose.
The question of life and death was now presented to the world with two options: traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Choosing between the hastily developed viral vaccine and the Chinese herbal remedy for white lung disease, which already had numerous cured cases, was indeed an interesting dilemma. The answer came quickly. The Northern Hemisphere Alliance, led by the Rice Country, rejected Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' herbal remedy and opted for the viral vaccine instead.
The Belt and Road Initiative countries, led by the Dragon Country, chose Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' traditional Chinese medicine preparation.
The reason the Northern Hemisphere Alliance rejected Tianmu's herbal remedy was the flimsy excuse that it lacked a theoretical basis in medical science and had not obtained sales permits from their respective medical certification agencies.
Brother, you were absolutely right. They are truly arrogant and prejudiced.
Nua clutched a large spicy stick, tearing into it with ferocious bites.
You're still young.
You won't be surprised once you've seen this kind of thing more often. Their puppet masters are in the business of selling medicine to make money. They would never allow our medicine to be sold on their turf. They are truly despicable. I wish I could send them all to another world. Are you capable of sending people to another world now?
Not yet, I'm just talking tough. Tian was not worried at all about his medicine failing to sell abroad.
He had long known that the viral vaccine had numerous side effects and would ruin those who took it. All he needed to do now was wait for the vaccine side effects to erupt. Then he could step in and play the savior.
Tian had long since obtained the XG virus vaccine from that American pharmaceutical company.
The active ingredient in the XG vaccine also contained partial gene fragments of the mutated octopus. One of its side effects was causing some individuals to experience intermittent mania, launching unconscious attacks on those around them. It also caused internal organs to mutate in uncontrollable directions.
Tian was at a loss for words at such terrifying side effects.
Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was early December.
The XG virus came and went just as quickly.
This greatly frustrated the know-it-all king, who had devised an extensive harvest plan.
Ever since the Tianmu group appeared, he felt that nothing he did went smoothly.
Then one day dozens of videos exploded across domestic and international social platforms. The protagonists in the videos were all foreigners, each with ferocious expressions, launching unconscious attacks on those around them. Such attacks naturally caused injuries and destruction, sometimes resulting in significant economic losses. If it were just one or two people, local media and authorities could suppress the news. But now people were constantly going mad, only to regain their senses half an hour later. It was impossible to suppress any longer.
How terrifying. The apocalypse is truly here.
Those you've been waiting for are zombies.
Why isn't anyone fighting the zombies? Are their bites infectious?
My God, I'm glad I never had a habit of traveling abroad, or I'd be surrounded by zombies by now.
Aren't you curious? Why hasn't there been a single case of zombie-like illness in the Dragon Kingdom?
Heaven protects the Dragon Kingdom.
Look at recent disasters, none have occurred within its borders.
The world naturally had no idea that this was a side effect of the American XG virus vaccine.
Boss, everything is ready. Should we send it out now? Yes, send it out in my name. Hee brother, you're trying to steal the spotlight again.
Nua sat beside Tian with a small school bag on her back, dressed like a kindergarten kid, her little short legs swinging back and forth.
My reputation works better.
Otherwise not many would believe it, and how would we sell our medicine? And how would you earn happiness points? 2 minutes later, a short video was posted on all major media accounts of the Tianmu group featuring Tian himself.
Hello everyone, I'm Tian. I'm sure you've all seen those videos of mania patients from abroad. I'm here to give you a warning: stop using the virus vaccine. We've studied that vaccine and found it has too many side effects.
One side effect is causing people with certain genetic predispositions to develop intermittent mania. The second side effect is causing internal organs to mutate, eventually turning people into something neither human nor ghost. There are over 1,000 other side effects of the virus vaccine, which I won't list one by one here.
I've said all I need to say.
I hope everyone takes this seriously and doesn't put themselves at risk. At the same time, Tianmu Technology has developed an antidote for the vaccine. If you need it, you're welcome to come to the Dragon Kingdom for treatment.
Tian didn't mention that both the virus and the vaccine originated from a certain American laboratory. He wasn't representing a nation, he was just a company boss not responsible for all of humanity's major affairs. As soon as Tian's short video was released, it was instantly shared across every corner of the globe. Comments under the video exceeded 100 million, a testament to his celebrity influence. Wow, so the zombie epidemic was caused by the virus vaccine all along.
Good thing Chairman Mu warned us in time, otherwise the apocalypse would be full of zombies without even zombie cores. Who knows if what Chairman Mu says is true?
What if he just wants to sell his medicine? The comment above is definitely a paid troll. How dare you doubt Chairman Mu? Didn't you see the central media like and share it immediately? Oh my god, this is so terrifying. My life is at stake here. I got the XG vaccine and no wonder I've been itching all over lately with red spots appearing all over my skin. I need to go to a Dragon Kingdom hospital for treatment immediately. Same here. My hair is falling out in clumps and my teeth are starting to loosen. This XG vaccine is horrifying. I've got it worst, my little brother hasn't stirred in days. What should I do? Let's go sign up for a tour group to the Dragon Kingdom for treatment. Sigh, it's going to cost a fortune, but for my life I'll accept it. This time Tian used quantum communication technology to send his short video directly to every foreigner's phone. Even high-ranking foreign officials like the know-it-all king received it, truly a heart-piercing move. What the FCK? What's wrong with this Tian? He dares to slander our vaccine. Bang. Smack. Thud. On the top floor of a large pharmaceutical company's office building, a bald man was roaring and hurling things in a frenzy. While several countries have just cancelled their upcoming vaccine orders. Damn it. Tian deserves to die. Boss, should we sue him? Sue him for slander and make him compensate for all our losses. You stupid woman. Do you think Tian would even care about us? Or do you think the Dragon Kingdom would cooperate with us to suppress him? Boss, how do you know unless you try? Even among Dragon Kingdom people there are those who betray loyalty for profit. Look at the jokes they often make. They're afraid to help an old lady cross the street, they'd have to pay compensation if bumped into, and if a wife cheats there's no legal recourse, yet the husband still gets sued and loses everything. Fine, let's try it then. Make the Tianmu group compensate us $2 trillion for our losses. The female assistant was taken aback by the boss's outrageous claim. It was truly a lion's mouth. Tian had Xiaomeng post the video and then stopped paying attention to online chatter, focusing instead on practicing his alchemy. Boss, we've been sued by XX pharmaceutical company. They claim you slandered their XG virus vaccine, causing $2 trillion in losses, and they're demanding compensation. Where did they file the lawsuit, domestically or abroad? Both, but the domestic one has already been suppressed. The authorities told us to ignore the barking of that mad dog. Then ignore them. It's not like I'm going abroad or have any overseas assets. But they need to replace their management team, give them a dose of their own XG vaccine. Brother, what if they come to the Dragon Kingdom for treatment? They won't be able to come. Xiaomeng knows what to do, right? Got it. They'll all be given the original vaccine with the most side effects tonight. Good, that's the plan. The night in America was as quiet as anywhere else. No one knew that hundreds of invisible robots were flying to different locations carrying the prototype virus vaccine replicated by Xiaomeng. There were the targets assigned by Tian during the day. Not a single mid to high-level executive of that company would be spared. Aidwan had thrown a fit at the company today and his anger still hadn't subsided. He was now working off his frustration with a supermodel. Suddenly an invisible robot appeared in the room, identified its target and released a sleeping incense. Aidwan and the supermodel beneath him drifted into unconsciousness. A thin needle materialized in the air and pierced Aidwan's right arm. An hour later Aidwan and the supermodel beneath him slowly regained consciousness. Aidwan noticed his right arm was swollen and sore, puzzled by how he had suddenly blacked out. Mr. Aidwan, what's wrong? Shall we continue? The supermodel, crushed under the 200-plus pound weight of the obese Aidwan, struggled to breathe and urged him to move. Oh, of course, I haven't had my fill yet. Aidwan had no time to dwell on it and resumed his assault. The two continued their exertions for another half hour before concluding their friendly match. Yet Aidwan felt his lower back ache far more than usual and his vision was slightly blurred. Could he have simply overexerted himself? Dismissing the thought, Aidwan embraced the supermodel and fell asleep. The supermodel lying beside the obese man inwardly recoiled at the greasy sensation, but the generous payment from her sugar daddy compelled her to endure it. Time slipped quietly to the next morning. In her sleep the supermodel felt a viscous foul-smelling liquid dripping onto her. Blearily opening her eyes, the supermodel witnessed the most horrifying sight of her life. Aidwan's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth filled with jagged fangs, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl, thick putrid drool dripping constantly onto her. Ah! A piercing scream tore from the supermodel's throat. Wishing she had 6 legs, she tumbled from the bed, scrambled to her feet and bolted out of the villa. Roar! Aidwan only reacted as she fled the villa. His meal was getting away. He had been hesitating whether to have breakfast. With a wild roar, Aidwan let out a beastly bellow and gave chase. Transformed into something neither human nor ghost, he had lost all reason. In his eyes people were merely food and he was ravenous, having not yet eaten breakfast. Alas, by the time Aidwan burst out of the villa the supermodel had already jumped into her sports car, floored the accelerator and sped away. Roar! 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 The enraged bellows startled others in the upscale villa district. Some poked their heads out to see what was happening. Spotting a curious onlooker, Ajua immediately lunged at the nearest one with surprising speed. Oh my god, is that a zombie? Honey, get inside and lock the door. Fuck, the apocalypse is really here. Good thing I have my doomsday bunker ready.
We can hide for 15 years. Call the police or we're all dead.
Get the guns. Shoot him. Don't be afraid, it's just one zombie.
That morning, U.S. media outlets reported explosive news: several hundred zombie-like creatures had appeared in a certain city, killing 1,000 to 2,000 people. The matter could not be concealed, as numerous short videos about the zombie attacks were already circulating on major social media platforms.
The prophecy has come true, the apocalypse is truly here. 10 ways to deal with zombies, you must remember them. Why are there zombies only in the US? Could this virus be man-made?
Shocking inside story: the identities of the hundreds of zombies are strikingly similar. Tycoon's doomsday bunker exposed claims it can shelter his family for 15 years.
Huge scandal.
The appearance of zombie creatures is suspected to be caused by the XX vaccine.
Hurry to Dragon Country for the antidote. In a conference room at the Black House. Amazon, have all the frenzied ones been dealt with? Asked the president gravely. Mr. President, they have all been contained and secretly detained. Good.
Immediately investigate the cause.
Investigations are underway. However, the Research Institute's preliminary conclusion is that it may be caused by the initial batch of vaccines administered. Impossible. How could the first-generation vaccine be used on their own company's executives? That requires further investigation. It will take time. Oh, you people can't even handle a trivial matter properly.
No one knew that the mastermind behind all this was Tian, who was currently listening to Xiao Meng's report on last night's operations.
Boss, all those foreigners who received the XG vaccine have booked tours to Dragon Country for treatment.
Also, some countries in the Northern Hemisphere Alliance which previously rejected our white lung disease wonder drug have started placing orders for it.
Good. Those people only learn the hard way. Now they're all coming to beg us for medicine. Brother, don't get distracted or you'll waste another batch of herbs. Alright, Xiao Meng. If there's nothing urgent, we'll talk at noon. At 5 p.m. Tian began cleaning up the lab.
Today he had only succeeded in refining one batch of Dragon Tiger pills, yielding 20 qualified products.
It was time to pick up little Anan from school again.
Today Wu Xiao was attending a classmate's funeral, so the task of picking up little Anan fell to Tian and Yun Meng. Wu Xiao usually handled the school runs, fearing it would disrupt Tian and Yun Meng's work.
Brother's sister-in-law.
At exactly 5:30, little Anan burst through the kindergarten gate and ran excitedly towards Tian.
Tian crouched down, arms wide open, welcoming his adorable sister.
Picking up little Anan, Tian chuckled. Why are your clothes so dirty?
Did you get into a fight with classmates?
Yun Meng also took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Look at you, why run so fast?
You're all sweaty. I didn't fight.
I secretly used the teacher's chalk to draw on the blackboard today, so I'm covered in chalk dust.
I was just so happy to see brother and sister-in-law coming to pick me up.
Tian was about to tap her forehead playfully when two people across the street called out to him, Chairman Mu, please wait. At that moment, Xiao Meng automatically initiated a full scan on the two strangers. It was a protective measure, fearing a surprise attack that might frighten Yun Meng and little Anan. Li Shuemin Zhang Suihua from Pan City, Shu Province.
Farmers. Gene scan complete. Genetic match with Wu Anan is 99. 9. Determination: they are Wu Anan's biological parents. Don't let them come closer.
Send some men to intercept them and take them somewhere else to ask their intentions.
Understood.
The area near the kindergarten was crowded with parents picking up their children. Li Shuemin and Zhang Suihua had been waiting in the shade across the street. Their plan was simple: to approach and claim kinship when Tian and little Anan were together. Unfortunately, they had calculated everything except that Tian wouldn't come to pick up little Anan for over 10 days.
The couple had already been staying in town for 2 weeks.
They were on the verge of giving up and approaching Wu Xiao during her school run. While that path would have been more complicated, it seemed acceptable.
Who knew Tian would personally come to pick up little Anan today?
It was truly heaven sent. However, as the two tried to push through the crowd, 6 burly men blocked their path.
You.
Li Shuemin started to ask them to move aside, but then felt dizzy and fell into a daze. Zhang Suihua beside him was not spared either. She too was sprayed in the face with a hallucinogen. You two please come with us to the car for a chat.
Okay. All right.
The two dazed individuals were escorted by 6 burly men to a nearby vehicle where they were questioned about the purpose of their appearance.
A few minutes later on his way home Tian came across the interrogation video of Xiao Meng.
Xiao Meng asked, "Why did you come to Yang County to find Chairman Mu?" Li Xuemin replied mechanically, "The little girl Chairman Mu is holding is our eldest daughter whom we abandoned 4 years ago. We want to acknowledge this daughter so that we can rise to prominence through Chairman Mu's connections." Xiao Meng then asked, "Do you intend to take your daughter back to raise her yourselves?" Li Xuemin shook his head. "No, our eldest daughter is disabled in her right leg and we don't want to take care of her for the rest of our lives. Our goal is simply to get to know Chairman Mu and build a good relationship with him. It's better for our eldest daughter to stay with Chairman Mu so we have an excuse to visit frequently." Zheng Suihua, who was beside him, added, "Our family's financial situation is modest, we can't afford to raise 2 children. Xiao Meng then asked, "So have you gone to see your eldest daughter over the years?" Li Xuemin shook his head again. "No, we were afraid to see her." Every word uttered under the influence of the hallucinogen was the innermost thought of the person. Tian could never have imagined encountering such parents. Knowing exactly where their daughter was abandoned, they could be heartless enough never to visit. Perhaps they harbored the intention of leaving little Anan to fend for herself. Yet fate can be truly mysterious. Little Anan met Tian and her fortune was reversed from that point onward. Used the memory modification helmet to erase their memories of little Anan. Then send them back to their hometown. Don't let them entertain unrealistic dreams. Tian did not resort to lethal measures, nor did he wish for them to see him or little Anan. Little Anan is happy now. The scar of being abandoned by her biological parents has healed and their presence must not be allowed to harm her again. The best course of action was to make Li Xuemin and Zhang Suihua forget they ever had a daughter. "Alright, boss. When you get home, give me the memory modification helmet. I'll alter their memories and then send them back." After instructing Xiao Meng, Tian gently rubbed little Anan's head. "What is it, brother?" Little Anan was in the middle of telling Yun Meng about the fun events at kindergarten that day and thought Tian needed something. "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask what you'd like for dinner tonight so I can arrange for Aunt Li to prepare it. I haven't had seafood in a long time. Can we have seafood tonight? I want to eat big lobsters and large crabs." "Of course we can. I'll have Aunt Li make it for you when we get back." "Okay, thank you, brother." With such a sensible and adorable sister, how could Tian bear to let anyone hurt her, even her biological parents? Upon arriving home, Tian first went to the kitchen to take out the 10 ornate spiny lobsters he had just printed and 15 others from his space. The atomic level 3D printer couldn't produce goods, but it had no trouble printing meat. Tian also deliberately soaked the ingredients in the water of life to enhance their flavor. After setting out the ingredients, he handed the 2 memory modification helmets to Xiao Meng's clone. 10 minutes later, in the same vehicle, both Li Xuemin and Zhang Suihua had helmets placed on their heads. Xiao Meng was rapidly searching their brains for memories related to little Anan. In just 5 minutes, all memories of little Anan in Li Xuemin and Zhang Suihua's minds were modified. The car started, drove to a secluded spot, immediately entered stealth mode and flew towards Pan City Shu province. When the couple came to their senses from the illusion, they were standing in a deserted corner of their hometown. "Honey, didn't we come out together to buy groceries? How did we end up here? You old hag, you're the one who quarreled with me and stormed off here. You good for nothing Li Xuemin. You're lazy all day long. I told you to go out and find work and you still argue with me. What's wrong with me staying home? We're not starving to death. Working away from home is exhausting, you know. Get lost. I've never seen a man as lazy as you. I must have been blind to marry you back then." And who was it whose family demanded an 80,000 yuan bride price? Xiao Meng only monitored them briefly. Seeing they showed no side effects from the memory modification, he returned. From that moment on, Li Xuemin and Zhang Suihua would never again recall that they once had an eldest daughter. Since the eldest daughter was born in secret and abandoned in secret, the other relatives in Li Xuemin's family who knew about this matter had all passed away. Tian soon received a report from Xiao Meng that the task was complete. At that moment he was playing badminton with little Anan and the others in the courtyard. Nuonuo remained silent throughout the whole affair. She actually sympathized deeply with little Anan, whose situation was far worse than hers. As a minor system, Nuonuo felt that although she wasn't accepted by the Universal System Alliance, at least her parents loved her. They always sent her good things, frequently video called her, which made Nuonuo feel very fortunate. This was also the reason Nuonuo constantly emphasized collecting happiness. To grow her obsession was happiness itself. "Soon, very soon, I'll be able to materialize a clone and stay by brother's side every day, having him cook delicious food for me." At the thought of delicious food, Nuonuo, who was floating nearby watching Tian and the others play, reached out and grabbed a large chicken drumstick from the space to munch on. Meanwhile, on a vast plain in Heizhou, A pack of hyenas that had eaten a few dead seagulls days earlier all had bloodshot eyes frenziedly attacking any animal that was different from them. Their appetite had grown significantly. Their diet was no longer limited to carrion but included all kinds of meat, and their attacking power had also increased. Naturally, in their indiscriminate attacks they encountered formidable opponents. In mutual destruction the frenzied hyenas also suffered casualties. Other carnivores would not let any food go to waste, and the dead hyenas became their prey. These animals that consumed the flesh of the frenzied hyenas would also gradually grow stronger in the following days. Some would become frenzied while others would not. The blood of the hyenas that spilled onto the grassland when ingested by herbivores could also trigger mutations in them. A mutation was silently underway in the Heizhou grasslands, and the natural law of survival was slowly changing as well. Deep in the Mali Trench the spherical object once again expelled some substances. This time the substance attracted marine birds to come and consume it. Already a considerable number of birds had ingested the mutated substance. Amidst these subtle tensions, localized conflicts were still ongoing on Earth. However, no pirates dared to target the cargo fleets of the Dragon Kingdom. The nation's mining fleet was continuously transporting minerals from Heizhou back to the Dragon Kingdom. Until one day a fleet from John Bull was passing through a remote sea area when several enormous seabirds snatched the sailors who were admiring the view from the bow.
Oh my God! How can there be frigate birds this big? Am I seeing things? Quick shoot! Save them!
It's useless, those birds are already at an altitude of 1,000 meters.
Oh, amen.
Jerry Moss, rest in peace. I'll make sure to take good care of your wives and daughters. Long ago Tian knew this day would come. The collective mutation and evolution of Earth's creatures was inevitable, yet people remained oblivious, constantly scheming to ravage the planet. Ever since those John Bull sailors were snatched away by frigate birds as prey, the law of the jungle would become a frequent occurrence. The Northwest Base in Tian received the radar alert, almost simultaneously witnessing the video footage of humans being carried off by seabirds.
Boss, you need to see this video. Xiao Meng interrupted Tian, who was intently reviewing documents.
What video is it? These seabirds are very aggressive now.
Yes, and they have excellent memories.
These men had shot their kind before, and now that they have the power they are taking immediate revenge. Then they brought it upon themselves.
The Northwest Base should have seen this too. Let's see how they respond.
Brother, Earth might be ruined in the future.
We should make plans early. But transforming a planet is no easy feat. We simply cannot wait hundreds or thousands of years.
It won't take that long, brother.
Look at these two. Nua brought out two objects, but Tian couldn't tell what they were.
Brother, this is a planetary magnetic field generator and this is a planetary atmospheric converter.
As long as we mass-produce the planetary atmospheric converters, transforming Mars will only take 2 to 3 years.
You mean the planetary magnetic field generator plus the atmospheric converter and the freshwater generator could transform Mars into a habitable planet in just 2 or 3 years?
Yes, that's right. That cursed thing is hidden somewhere unknown.
If this continues, humanity might be wiped out and Earth might collapse.
Alright, let's transform Mars then.
We'll do it ourselves quietly. A plan capable of altering humanity's fate was decided in a few words between Tian and Nua. At the Northwest Base, Xiao Yu watched the scene of frigate birds capturing humans in the radar room, his expression grim. Since the mutated octopus incident, the Dragon Kingdom's high command had foreseen the day other animals would mutate and evolve.
But that day had come too quickly. The Dragon Kingdom wasn't fully prepared. Dealing with mutated animals would require using bionic animals to launch infrasonic attacks.
The last mutated octopus incident had proven the high effectiveness of infrasonic attacks on animals. Based on the average volume of organisms, search for the current number of mutated creatures globally. Any creature has an average value.
For example, the average height and weight of a human, anyone exceeding 3 or 4 meters would be considered mutated.
The radar operator immediately input all known biological data into the supercomputer, instructing the quantum radar to begin a comparative scan of all life on Earth.
Soon a scan report appeared before everyone. The data gave little reason for optimism.
The known total number of mutated creatures had already exceeded 200 million. Marine creatures accounted for more than half of that number.
Land creatures currently numbered over 1 million mutations scattered across every corner of the globe.
Closely monitor the movement patterns of these mutated creatures.
If any show signs of heading towards the Dragon Kingdom, inform me immediately.
Yes, sir. Xiao Yu organized and printed out the radar scan data, then hurriedly set off for the capital with the documents in hand. At 11 o'clock at night, Tian waited until the whole family was asleep before boarding the interstellar transport ship to Mars. He was going to Mars to collect minerals. The planetary magnetic field generator wouldn't require many minerals, but the atmospheric converters and freshwater generators would need to be manufactured in large quantities, thus requiring more resources.
To speed up production, manhwa gave Tian 9 more atomic-level 3D printers.
Now with 10 atomic-level 3D printers in his system, space manufacturing anything would be much faster. After more than 10 minutes, Tian set foot on Mars once again. Just like last time, the surroundings were hazy with dust, and apart from robots there were no other living creatures. With a wave of his hand, Tian collected all the minerals mined during this period into his space. He then instructed Xiao Meng to move to a higher location for further mining. He planned to take out the newly manufactured batch of planetary atmospheric converters and freshwater generators to begin the Mars terraforming plan. Brother, this planetary magnetic field generator can burrow into the ground by itself. You just need to place it near the Martian equator. That saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise I'd have to dig all the way to the planet's core myself.
How could it be that primitive?
This planetary magnetic field generator is a technological product of a third-level civilization specifically developed for terraforming planets.
Third-level civilization technology mostly involves interstellar high-tech.
Indeed, I can't judge it with my current mindset.
Brother, you're going to be busy now. Tian took out the planetary magnetic field generator that manhwa had given him from his space.
It was a machine with a drilling head. The moment it was placed on the ground, it activated automatically, immediately measuring the planet's magnetic field strength.
Everything was intelligent and automated.
Restarting Mars's magnetic field was the first step of the terraforming plan. With a magnetic field, Mars could generate an atmosphere, retain the air and moisture produced later, and shield against solar radiation. Under Tian and manhwa's watchful eyes, the planetary magnetic field generator's drill tilted and began boring into the ground.
Tian didn't wait for the generator to start working officially before leaving Mars. Activating the planetary magnetic field would take about a month, and Tian couldn't wait that long.
It was already December 18th and New Year's Day 2020 was fast approaching.
Tian and Yun Meng's wedding day was near. Back home, Tian took a dragon tiger pill and went to sleep.
Compared to the cultivators in novels who meditate and train every day, Tian felt that this kind of gradual, subtle physical evolution was better.
The next morning, before Tian even arrived at the company, he received a call from Tian. At 9:30, Tian arrived punctually at Tian's fighter jet laboratory. Tian's fighter jet laboratory was bustling with activity, manufacturing a massive object. Tian stood before the colossal structure, feeling like an ant looking at an elephant. Brother, what are you building this time? I can't tell. Take a guess. If you're right, I'll give you a little toy.
Tell me the price first, or I won't have the motivation to guess.
A laser rifle like this.
Tian projected an image of the rifle-making Tian, who loves new weapons, almost drool.
I guess you're building a cosmic warship. Wrong. How could a cosmic warship be that small? Then what is it?
You have to tell me, or I won't accept it. I'll tell you. I'm building an interstellar mech 180 meters high and 50 meters wide.
It was indeed an interstellar mech, but currently it was lying down. It was no wonder Tian couldn't tell what it was.
Hiss, brother, you're incredible.
When the time comes, can I be the first to pilot it? That's doable as long as you can make it over here. I'll definitely be free.
Just give me a couple of days' notice and I'll make time for sure.
Alright, I'll let you know in advance then. You're a real friend, it's a deal then. Come on, let's discuss business over some tea.
By the tea table, Tian poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for Tian.
Tian took a satisfied sip, savoring the flavor. Your tea is always the best. Tian asked curiously, have you finished those 2 tins of tea I gave you before?
Don't even get me started, Tian said, taking another sip before venting. My mom confiscated both tins the very next day. She said I was too young to need it and that my grandpa and dad needed it more.
She's not wrong. Why would a young man like you need tea? True, it's good to honor them. Let's get down to business. I'm here today to purchase production lines for bionic creatures.
I need 10 production lines, 20,000 sets of Azure Dragon mechs, and 60,000 strength building pills.
Why do you need so many production lines? What's happened?
The Earth's biosphere has been unstable lately.
Many mutated creatures have appeared. The higher-ups want to be prepared. Things must be grim.
I'll speed up production and try to deliver the lines within a month.
Tian had long since gifted the bionic creature technology to the military, but they couldn't manage mass production.
Now they had no choice but to buy the ready-made production lines directly from him. After drinking tea for a while, they began signing contracts and processing payments. Just then a robot placed a laser rifle on the tea table and Tian couldn't help but pick it up, admiring it. Your laser rifle is different from what others are researching. Theirs are bulky, have built-in cooling systems, and need cooldown time.
Why don't they use the Azure Dragon mechs technology as a reference? The Azure Dragon Mech's tech is just as classified as the Luan Bird space carrier and the Bitey fighter. Ordinary people can't access it. I see. So are you taking this laser rifle back with you? Of course. I can show it to the leaders of the major military regions. They'll definitely be interested. I'll give you 6 of them so you can help me promote them. No problem. That'll stop the army from complaining that we only issue them shoes. I do feel bad for them. The Air Force has new equipment, the Navy has new equipment, but I haven't thought much about the Army. We did distribute the multifunctional individual combat wrist guards, but they find it awkward pairing them with kinetic weapons. Haha, yeah, that's true. And the Wentian series missiles are hardly something you can issue to individual soldiers. They chatted for a while longer before Gengqian left with the 6 laser rifles to help Mutian promote them. Before leaving, Mutian gifted Gengqian 3 more tins of tea, which made Gengqian feel a bit embarrassed. After seeing Gengqian off, Mutian returned to the lab and resumed his alchemy work. Mutian's alchemy skills were becoming increasingly refined. His success rate had reached 50 and the quality rate was at 60. As for the interstellar mech, it was just a casual pastime, something he built for fun. He was also building cosmic warships, but those were constructed within the system's space. He currently had 20 second-tier cosmic warships in stock, equivalent to the size of 2 fleets. Third-tier cosmic warships were under construction. These were massive behemoths and were built very slowly. Mutian had a hunch that these warships would be needed one day, so it was better to build more of them now. In the afternoon, Mutian accompanied Yun Meng to select wedding attire as it was time to start taking wedding photos. However, Xiao Meng had designed quite a few outfits, making it hard for the couple to choose. Brother, let's go with the traditional Chinese wedding attire. It looks more solemn and elegant. Alright, whatever you say. You'll look beautiful in it. Xiao Meng rendered the effect images. It's hard to choose just from pictures of the clothes. Sure thing, one moment. Brother, I've never seen your assistant Wei Meng. He's always assisting us with research, yet I've never thanked him in person. Xiao Meng is a highly advanced AI. Of course you can't see him. Hello, boss's wife. The advanced AI Xiao Meng is delighted to serve you. A booming male voice came from Yun Meng's wristwatch, startling her. Mutian only mentioned that Xiao Meng was an advanced AI, not wanting to reveal the existence of the divine glasses. Wei Meng is an advanced AI. Brother, that's incredible. Just keep it to yourself. You can call him Xiao Meng from now on. I definitely won't tell anyone else. Wow, this one looks great. Xiao Meng even fixed my makeup in the render. Then let's go with this one. Let's pick a few more and we'll head to the island tomorrow for the photoshoot. While Mutian was selecting wedding photos, Gengqian returned to the northwest base with the laser rifles. After testing their combat performance, the leaders of the 5 major military regions unanimously decided to standardize them. The laser rifle was far superior to kinetic rifles in terms of portability, lethality range, and durability. A single laser rifle could fire 1,000 shots, and swapping out an energy cell allowed for continued firing. It was incredibly convenient. In the increasingly severe environment of biological mutation, upgrading weaponry was essential. The frigate bird attack wasn't made public, but shortly after, a wolf pack attack on a mine occurred in Heizhou. An American businessman's mine was attacked by over 200 large mutated wolves. The guards fought back fiercely using guns and cannons, but to little effect. The mutated wolves were incredibly fast, 5 times larger in size, and possessed devastating attack power. Once they got close, it was a one-sided slaughter. After the attack, all 300 miners and over 100 guards at the mine were killed. When the mine's surveillance footage was leaked online the next day, the whole world was terrified. If this wolf pack isn't eliminated, Heizhou will never know peace. It's horrifying. Those wolves look as big as calves and are so fast. Who could possibly stop them? Mom, Earth is too dangerous. I want to live on another planet. Is there any safe place left on Earth? Only the Dragon Country is the safest place on Earth. I'm going there to work and marry a Dragon Country man. When Mutian got up in the morning just as he was preparing to leave for the photoshoot at Zhuke Island, he saw the news. Xiao Meng, locate this wolf pack and eliminate them. Boss organizations in Heizhou have already dispatched forces to hunt down the wolf pack. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let them handle it for now. Brother, can I come with you to the photoshoot? Mutian was reading the news when Xiaonan, holding a bun in one hand and clutching his leg with the other, looked up at him. You can, but it's not the weekend today. Are you going to skip school, Xiaonan? Brother, can you ask for a day off for me? Please. Mutian was amused by Xiaoanan's cute pleading and decided to grant her wish. Mutian initially considered eliminating the mutant wolf pack out of humanitarian concern.
However, upon realizing that others were targeting the pack clearly for collecting biological experiment materials, he decided against it. Dismissing the matter of the mutant wolves in the Black Continent from his mind, Tian took out his phone and called Xiaonin's kindergarten teacher to request leave for the day. The other little ones looked as if they wanted to say something, their eyes filled with longing. But the old courtyard did not indulge them. After breakfast they were all sent off to school one by one. The new Tongmeng orphanage building was still under reconstruction and wouldn't be fully renovated for a few more days. Once completed, the children from the orphanage and the few staff members willing to stay would all move to the town. The wedding attire and other belongings were loaded onto a flying motorhome. Wu Xiao picked up Xiaonin and the four of them left the house, boarding the flying vehicle headed for the Vermilion Bird Island. Inside the vehicle, Xiaonin gazed at the fluffy white clouds outside and joyfully said to Wu Xiao, "Mommy, look. The clouds outside are so beautiful." Wu Xiao gently pinched Xiaonin's little cheek. "Look how excited you are. Didn't you see them last time?" Xiaonin shook her cute little head. "Last time they were like cotton candy clouds. This time they're like elephant clouds. They're different." Seeing how much Xiaonin loved watching the clouds, Tian asked Xiaohu to slow down so she could enjoy the view a little longer. It was then that Xiaonin remembered she didn't know their destination. "Brother, where are we going today?" Tian patted her head and chuckled. "How about we take you to the seaside to pick up shells and catch crabs?" Xiaonin's head filled with question marks. "Aren't you and sister-in-law going to take wedding photos today?" I wanted to join in. "See, I've already put on my pretty dress." Yunmeng scooped Xiaonin up from Wu Xiao's arms and tickled her armpits. "Ah, so you had this plan all along?" "Ahaha, no, I really didn't mean to." Xiaonin squirmed in her grasp. Half an hour later the family arrived at the Vermilion Bird Island. In preparation for this day, Tian had already tasked Xiaomeng with transforming the island into a scenic seaside resort. As Wu Xiao and the others stepped down from the flying motorhome, they were captivated by the island's azure sea, clear sky and golden sandy beach. "Wow! Mommy, brother, sister-in-law, it's so beautiful here. I want to play in the water." Xiaonin had already forgotten her original intention and dashed towards the beach. Seeing the little girl run off so eagerly, Wu Xiao quickly chased after her. "Xiaonin, slow down. Don't fall." Xiaonin obediently stopped and waited for Wu Xiao to catch up before taking her hand. "Mommy, let's go play on the beach. I want to find pretty shells." Meanwhile, Tian and Yunmeng carried the luggage towards a large villa to change clothes. Today's photographers were none other than Zhang Long and Zhao Hu in a guest role. Tian had already confided in Yunmeng that Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were robots. Elsewhere in a small country on the Black Continent within a U.S. military base station, there 100 soldiers stood ready for deployment. Their mission was to hunt down the mutant wolf pack and secure their flesh and blood. The United States would never miss an opportunity to collect mutant creature remains, as their biochemical laboratories desperately needed these raw materials. Of course, the US wasn't the only one interested in this mutant wolf pack. Other nations and organizations were equally keen. John Bull, the Gallic Rooster, the Land of the Rising Sun, and Big Bear had all urgently dispatched personnel to the area preparing to seize the mutant wolves' remains. They had no intention of launching a direct ground assault. Instead, they planned to deploy armed helicopters and drones to carry out the encirclement. Unfortunately, just as they were preparing to set out, satellite surveillance feedback revealed that the mutant wolf pack had already retreated into a dense primeval forest. Evidently, the alpha wolf of the pack sensed the impending human retaliation and had led its pack into the safety of the primeval forest. Major Fock orders from the Pentagon: conduct a probing incursion to see if we can eliminate more than 10 mutant wolves. Oh, don't those brass hats in Washington realize that thermal weapons are largely ineffective in jungle combat? Major, the order doesn't strictly require completing the kill. Probing the pack's offensive capabilities is also acceptable. Easy for them to say. Finding them in the first place is a mystery. Vehicles can't even get through this forest. Despite his grumbling, Major Fock, mindful of his career prospects, decided to lead his team into the primeval forest from the direction the wolves had vanished. He figured he'd just bring extra RPGs and heavy machine guns. Other teams shared Major Fock's sentiment: do their best and leave the rest to fate. If they encountered a surprise attack from the mutant wolves, they could simply retreat from the forest. Besides, they had helicopter support overhead, so there was no need to fear. Over 50 armed helicopters converged from different directions, assembling at the location in the forest where the mutant wolves had disappeared. Confronted with uncontrollable factors, these nations and organizations temporarily formed a joint wolf hunt task force, agreeing to divide any spoils equally. The task force boasted over 800 members, all with extensive combat experience, which significantly boosted everyone's confidence. A pack of just over 200 mutant wolves was hardly enough to go around. After a brief battle plan was devised, the task force began entering the boundless primeval forest from a corner littered with wolf tracks.
20 helicopters flew low over the task force providing morale and support.
Military dogs led the way at the front, guiding the unit deeper into the forest. "Gentlemen, this doesn't look good.
The swamp area is just ahead."
From his helicopter, Lieutenant of John Bull radioed the commanders of the other nations.
"Agreed. This is getting quite risky. We're entirely dependent on the dogs for navigation since the drones can't fly and the mutant wolves are the masters of this forest." "Fuck, don't you Americans have infrared detectors? Why aren't you using them?" "Hey Nakata Ishihiro, are you stupid? This isn't open terrain. What good is an infrared detector against a primeval forest? Do you think it's some kind of miracle device?" Alright, enough bickering. We'll advance another 30 kilometers. If we haven't found the mutant wolves by then, we withdraw immediately." "Agreed. We can't afford to take unnecessary risks."
By 5 o'clock in the evening, the wolf hunt task force had found nothing and the soldiers were exhausted, barely able to walk. Several hundred men began searching for a flat open area to board the helicopters and return to their respective bases. However, just as the task force spotted a suitable clearing, a sudden change occurred. The military dogs began to bark, frantically, agitated and restless.
"Contact. Go to level 1 combat readiness. Find cover, set up the machine guns and prepare the RPGs. FK, they're fast. Open fire. Hey, check out my RPG. Fire. Boss, the fight has started. The wolf pack has launched a surprise attack and is expected to annihilate that so-called wolf hunting commando unit." Xiao Meng, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the Black Continent, immediately reported the news of the wild wolves' attack to Tian, who was busy cooking. "How could they be completely annihilated? There are still those people in the helicopters up in the sky. Brother, are we just going to sit back and watch the show?" Nuanua, the Dragon Nation, has deployed a squad of Azure Dragon mechs. They're also watching for now, but they'll probably intervene in the end. Ha! In that case, will I be able to collect a small amount of happiness points later? Nuanua, they are not of our kind. Their thoughts are hard to fathom. Human emotions are truly complicated. I'll just watch the show too. Nuanua sat down on a small stool, munching on melon seeds and sipping watermelon juice, her gaze fixed on the battlefield in the Black Continent. Tian, while cooking, was also multitasking, watching the real-time battle footage on the 3D projection. Boom. 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 Over 100 RPGs were launched towards the charging wolf pack. The wolves, being quite cunning, skillfully used trees and rocks for cover. Most of them managed to dodge the main blasts, and the shrapnel that hit them wasn't enough to be fatal. Only a few unfortunate wolves were directly hit and killed on the spot. This only further enraged the pack and they quickened their pace. The distance between the two sides was already short, just over 100 meters, and with the semi-encirclement attack the wolves closed in within seconds. A dozen or so heavy machine guns were hastily set up on the ground, but before they could even be loaded and fired, the opportunity was lost. The helicopters above were now in a dilemma, unsure whether to launch their missiles. The wolf pack had already stormed into the temporary position of the wolf hunting commando unit, beginning a brutal slaughter. In close combat, a single mutated wolf could match 20 or 30 human soldiers, often killing or maiming a soldier with just one swipe of its claws. Oh my god, should we fire the missiles? Fuck, we wait until the last soldier falls before we launch. Otherwise we'd be committing a war crime. That's right, listen to Lucent. Let's pre-aim our targets now. When we fire over 100 missiles at once, we're sure to wipe out these wolves. It's a pity about my 80 brave warriors from the land of the rising sun. As the one-sided battle raged below, the officers on the helicopters discussed their upcoming gains. In the hand-to-hand combat, few had the courage to sacrifice themselves to take down a wolf. In the end, they only managed to kill 10 wolves, leaving just over 50 commandos alive. Howl. 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 From deep within the forest, several long drawn-out wolf howls echoed the commands of the Wolf King. The wolves engaged in battle immediately retreated without any hesitation, their withdrawal as swift as their attack. The officers in the helicopters received word from the survivors that the wolves had fled and were instantly filled with deep regret. Still, it wasn't a total loss. They had at least secured the remains of 20 to 30 mutated wolves. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed across the sky as 8 black dots appeared in the distance. What are those things? Supersonic missiles or supersonic jets? Quick, scan them with radar. Prepare to launch air-to-air interceptor missiles. Damn it. Is this the mantis? Stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind routine. Oh no, look. They're mechs. 8 mechs. Our radar can't lock onto them at all. Shit. They're the Azure Dragon mechs from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is coming to steal the spoils.
In the blink of an eye, the 8 Azure Dragon mech warriors had traversed several kilometers to hover over the battlefield. The helicopters from those various nations and organizations dared not make a single rash move, fearing they couldn't take down the 8 Azure Dragon mechs and would instead be swatted down and ground into the dirt.
Initiate the attack. Leave no remains of the mutated wolves behind,
Yang Guanqi said to his 17 members.
Understood.
The 7 members replied in unison.
8 mech warriors descended into the chaotic battlefield below.
5 of them flew close to the ground, pursuing the wolves' positions detected by their quantum radar. Yang Guanqi and the other 2 members located the remains of the mutated wolves, began collecting them, and then incinerated them with laser cannons. The survivors of the wolf-hunting commando unit on the battlefield looked on with envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes, yet they dared not voice the slightest objection to the actions of Yang Guanqi and his 2 comrades. Because they could see the mutated wolf pack, which hadn't gotten far, being slaughtered by the 5 mech warriors. Under the laser swords, not a single wolf escaped death. What terrifying combat power! If only they had a few mechs like that, what would this pack of mutated wolves even amount to? The mutated wolves' struggle was futile. Their attacks on the Azure Dragon mechs weren't even as potent as a gentle tickle. A few minutes later, the remaining mutated wolves, including the Wolf King hiding in the shadows, were all killed. All the remains of the mutated wolves were collected and uniformly destroyed. Lucent and the others on the helicopter had been planning to take the moral high ground and lodge a protest against the Dragon Nation at the UN General Assembly, but their plans had fallen through. The Dragon Nation had absolutely no interest in the mutated wolves. Their arrival was solely for the purpose of eliminating the threat. After eliminating the mutated wolf pack, Yang Guanqi's squad meticulously used their quantum radar to scan for any remaining wolf remains before taking off and departing.
Boom, boom, boom.
The supersonic flight of the Azure Dragon mechs once again triggered sonic booms, sending a chill down the spines of everyone in the wolf-hunting commando unit. With such formidable Azure Dragon mechs, what could their nations possibly use to counter them? Their bare heads. Even the hardest head would be smashed to pulp. This time the Azure Dragon mechs had only revealed 2 weapons, the laser cannon and the laser sword, along with their incredible flight speed. All of these were deadly assets.
Sigh. We've lost.
Call for rescue.
I hope we can still save a few more. I'm not reconciled to this.
We lost so many people and the Dragon Nation's mechs came and finished the fight in an instant. Why isn't the Dragon Nation interested in the flesh and blood of the mutated wolves?
It's really strange. Do you think everyone is like your land of the rising sun, running biochemical experiments every day? Major Falk the pot calling the kettle black. Isn't your USA the same? Alright, stop arguing.
The people down there still need help. Look, another one just collapsed. The Azure Dragon mech's first public display was a resounding success, teaching all nations a memorable lesson. All this biochemical viruses and genetically modified humans were mere trifles. Only powerful technology was the true path. To that end, the Azure Dragon mechs didn't operate stealthily. They allowed their entire operation to be recorded, ensuring that all nations would forever remember the might of the Dragon Nation.
I didn't collect a single point of happiness from those foreign soldiers. All I sensed was jealousy and resentment. Nua said, pouting unhappily while munching on her melon seeds. Haha, I told you so. Alright, don't be upset. At least the happiness we collected from the Dragon Nation's soldiers is many times greater.
Tian comforted Nua, then devoted his full attention to preparing tonight's seafood feast.
Today's wedding photos were done. Starting tomorrow, Tian would begin preparing the wedding home.
The wolf-hunting commando unit suffered devastating casualties this time, with a casualty rate reaching 70. High-ranking officials from various nations quickly learned the full details of the operation, and all of them coveted the Azure Dragon mecha with burning envy. Now representatives from various countries are convening a meeting to discuss the possibility of purchasing the Azure Dragon mecha. We must make the Dragon Nation export their Azure Dragon mecha, or we will have no way to deal with any mutant creatures in the future. Then the US should initiate a vote at the UN General Assembly meeting. We the Big Bear will stand with you this time. Let's use the protection of all humanity as the justification. This way more people will be inclined to agree. What if they don't agree? It's even better if they don't. I'd rather they agree. During the afternoon session at an emergency UN General Assembly meeting, a proposal led by the US and the Big Bear was put to a vote. However, the proposal was ultimately rejected when the Dragon Nation's representative exercised their veto power. US representative: only when the majority of nations worldwide possess the Azure Dragon mecha can we protect all of humanity from the slaughter of mutant creatures. We hope the Dragon Nation will seriously consider the proposal just presented. Big Bear representative: with the increasing prevalence of mutant creatures, humanity will no longer have a safe living environment. We all need super strong weapons like the Azure Dragon Mecha and the White Emperor Fighter to safeguard our human homeland. Sanzi representative, we the people of Sanzi are particularly righteous and have a strong sense of mission. As long as we have the Azure Dragon Mecha and the White Emperor Fighter, we can surely protect the Earth and all of humanity. John Bull representative, if the Dragon Nation is willing to export the Azure Dragon Mecha and the White Emperor Fighter, we can avoid the recurrence of the last mutant octopus disaster. We hope the Dragon Nation will consider this from the perspective of greater good. Bangzi Nation representative, during the last mutant octopus disaster our nation suffered 56,000 casualties. We do not wish to see such a catastrophe again. We plead with the Dragon Nation to sell the Azure Dragon Mecha for the future of humanity. Yu Xuan watched the representatives of other nations perform their righteous acts with a faint smile on his face, his thoughts inscrutable to all. What a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. Hopefully they won't turn hostile later. After all representatives had finished their speeches, Yu Xuan slowly spoke. Thank you all for your remarks and requests just now. I have just received permission from my homeland. Standing from the perspective of humanity, we agree to the requests of the nations present. However, our current stock of Azure Dragon Mecha is limited and the White Emperor fighters are even fewer. We barely have enough for ourselves. Therefore the price will be somewhat steep. The Azure Dragon Mecha is priced at $100 billion equivalent in materials per unit and the White Emperor fighter at $500 billion equivalent in materials per unit. No credit will be extended. Cash on delivery. Nations in need can contact the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Commerce. Initially, the representatives present were secretly delighted upon hearing that the Dragon Nation agreed to sell the Azure Dragon Mecha and the White Emperor fighter. But the price quoted by Yu Xuan was essentially extortionate. The Dragon Nation no longer accepts US dollars. Purchases must be made with materials that the Dragon Nation deems valuable. The expressions on the faces of the US representatives transformed from surprise to shock, then to alarm, and finally to sheer terror. No one could have imagined that a single statement from Yu Xuan could almost scare the black representative's face white. The prices for both weapons were exorbitantly high, and with barter as the only accepted payment, no single nation could afford them. They could, however, pool their resources to purchase one Azure Dragon Mecha and one White Emperor fighter collectively. But any sensible person understood that with the funds required to buy Dragon Nation equipment they could develop their own. With sufficient R&D budgets it would merely take more time for research. Nothing was impossible. Seeing that no one present was making a move to commit, Yu Xuan lost all interest in remaining at the meeting. Then today's session is concluded. Meeting adjourned. U.S. Representative. Hey, that's my line. I'm the moderator today. No one outside knew about this incident at the UN General Assembly and it never leaked to the public. After all, no one had the face to spread the story, fearing the world would learn they couldn't afford the Dragon Nation's super weapons. Nightfall on Vermilion Bird Island. The evening was lively. Tian had brought over the little ones from the orphanage after school along with several staff members. They were now enjoying barbecue and singing, a lively beach bonfire party in full swing. Tian, acting as head chef, was basting a large mountain goat with barbecue sauce. Brother, come sing with us. Slurp Little Anan ran over to Tian with a microphone, staring hungrily at the goat leg. Tian sliced off a piece of cooked meat and popped it into her little mouth, chuckling, "You little glutton, if you want meat just say so. It's not like I wouldn't give you any." Little Anan felt a bit sheepish. Hee, I'm thin-skinned. With that she ran back to continue singing her gourd brother's song. Boss, we've deployed 10000 bionic marine creatures on the seabed around Vermilion Bird Island, forming a protective perimeter. The skies above the island are also patrolled 247 by bionic peregrine falcons, ensuring no mutant creatures can intrude upon Vermilion Bird Island from the air or sea. Xiao Meng reported to Tian. That's good. I was negligent before. Now that there are people on the island, it might attract mutant creatures. Brother, with that damn thing around, marine mutant creatures can never be completely eradicated unless we kill all marine life. Indeed. So we can only defend passively and protect those around us first. Boss, today the Azure Dragon Mecha squad eliminated all the mutant carnivores on the Black Continent. They can't be completely wiped out. More will emerge in a few days unless we kill all carnivores, but that would disrupt the natural food chain. Tian pondered these troubling issues while brushing the barbecue. At midnight, after ensuring everyone on the island was asleep, Tian secretly departed for Mars once more. He placed newly manufactured interstellar air converters and freshwater generators at various locations across the planet. Mars's magnetic field had been restored to 1/15 of its original strength. The newly produced freshwater seeped into the soil, forming groundwater first. Only with groundwater formation could rivers, lakes, and seas eventually take shape. This is a long-term terraforming process. Fortunately, with enough equipment deployed, Mars could be drastically transformed in about a year. As time passed, Tian not only studied the technological data of the third-level cosmic civilization but also continuously collected minerals to manufacture cosmic warships. In his spare time he and Yunmeng began preparing for their wedding, decorating their new home. The wedding villa was built next to Tian's family home with interior decoration leaning towards classical Dragon Nation style.
On December 25, Tian called Gengqian. The interstellar mecha was completed today. Brother, wait for me. I'll be there tomorrow morning. I'll also bring you a batch of orders. Alright, come on over then.
Tian gazed at the nearly completed interstellar mech before him, his heart utterly unperturbed. He possessed a vast collection of such machines in his spatial storage. This one in the lab served merely to present a plausible explanation for his technological prowess.
After all, conjuring up the manufacturing costs out of thin air would require far too much effort in fabricating a backstory. The next morning when Tian saw Gengqian, the latter appeared as if he hadn't slept a wink, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Brother Geng, did you suffer from insomnia again last night? Little brother, this is an interstellar mech. It's vastly superior to the Azure Dragon mech and the Luan Bird aerospace mothership. Even the Luan Bird wouldn't dare attempt interstellar travel so lightly.
So does this mean the Dragon Nation has plans for interstellar travel?
Are we heading to Mars?
Indeed, there is a plan to explore Mars.
However, the speed of the smaller Luan Bird motherships is too slow. Supply lines would be stretched thin.
That's true. At the Luan Bird's speed, the shortest journey to Mars would take over 50 days and the longest could stretch beyond a year. It really makes one realize how insignificant Earth and humanity are. Even traveling within our own star system takes this long.
Haha, don't be so pessimistic, brother. This interstellar mech is built to meet the speed requirements for interstellar travel. So it's that fast.
What's the quickest it could reach Mars? If the pilot's body can withstand the pressure of maximum acceleration, it could reach Mars in half an hour or maybe 3 to 4 hours.
That fast? Then what are we waiting for? I want to be the first person to set foot on Mars. Take me to see it now. Ahem, let's go. But your physique isn't up to par. Anything beyond Mach 6 on Earth and you'd be done for.
Although the mech has life support systems, you still can't fly to Mars in it.
What a pity. Still, being the first to experience the interstellar mech is an honor I won't regret. Tian led Gengqian to the interstellar mech.
The machine was still lying on the ground as it would burst through the lab ceiling if it sat up. The colossal machine, measuring 180 meters in length, 50 meters in width and 35 meters in thickness, made Tian and Gengqian look like two tiny ants beside it. The interstellar mech size was comparable to the smaller Luan Bird mothership, but its firepower was many times greater. Tian began to introduce his masterpiece to Gengqian. This is the nation-destroying class interstellar mech, the White Tiger. It is 180 meters long, 50 meters wide and 35 meters thick. It can fly at Mach 3500. Its armaments include 2 Thor cannons which can fire lightning-like attacks at light speed, each blast equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT.
Its other weapons include 2 super lightsabers, 10 plasma laser cannons and 100 small drone mechs. Equipped with an energy shield, its defensive capabilities are decent for now.
The interstellar quantum radar can detect targets within a 10 million kilometer range.
Tian only mentioned a few key parameters, but that was enough to make Gengqian's eyes turn even redder. Little brother, give me a cup of strong tea to wake me up. I know driving while fatigued is a bad idea. Gengqian suppressed the urge to immediately climb into the mech. He was quite sleepy and feared an accident. It's over there. I've already brewed some tea for you. At the tea table, Gengqian gulped down 2 cups of tea before feeling refreshed and alert.
I also came to order 500000 laser rifles this time.
That's great, another big order for me. And what about this interstellar mech? How much are you planning to sell it for? Selling it is out of the question.
Like the Luan Bird mothership, it's available for lease, 1 billion per year.
Excellent.
You're truly straightforward, brother.
I admire that. Sell it. Even if he priced it at $1 trillion each, the Dragon Nation couldn't afford it.
The materials weren't expensive, but every single technology embedded within was priceless. Take the new fusion engine for instance, it left the Luan Bird's fusion engine in the dust.
Tian hadn't expected his new creation to completely outclass his previous one. The not yet completed full-scale Luan Bird mothership at the Northwest base suddenly became obsolete. Tian and Gengqian first signed the order for laser rifles, then the lease agreement for the interstellar mech.
0 deposit with an annual rent of 1 billion. By now the Tianmu Group's liquid assets had reached 18 trillion and Tian's desire for money had waned to almost nothing.
Phew, alright little brother, take me up to see the mech. It's best if you can guide me along.
I'm afraid of an accident causing irreparable damage.
Even if you crash it, brother, I won't make you pay for it. Don't worry. No, I think you should operate it first. Let me learn from you. Alright then. The operation is really simple, you'll see in a moment.
Tian and Tian arrived beneath the White Tiger mech's belly and Tian called out loudly, "White Tiger, open the cockpit." A mechanical voice responded, "Cockpit open.
Boarding platform deployed. Please step onto the platform to enter."
The two stepped onto the platform that flew out from the cockpit and were gently lifted towards the mech's belly. The cockpit had 10 seats. Since the mech was lying down, the seats were oriented accordingly. It's the same as piloting the Luan bird.
Put on the pilot helmet and learn how to fly first.
After they were seated, Tian picked up the helmet beside him and put it on.
Tian followed suit.
As expected, Tian once again acquired the radar operator's skills, which left him so frustrated he wanted to bang his head against a wall. The ceiling of the mech lab slowly opened and the mech entered optical stealth under Tian's control.
Silently the mech floated up and out of the lab into the mid-air. Tian had finished learning the radar operator's skills and began to observe the mech's overall form from a god's eye view. Let's go.
We can't test the White Tiger's true power on Earth.
Let's have some fun on the far side of the moon.
You're the commander now, little brother.
Wherever you say we go, we go. How about we try the Thor cannon on the land of the rising sun? Let's see if a single shot can obliterate them. Ha, I dare to. Shall we try? Holding the ultimate power in his hands, Tian's killing intent was strong.
One mech was all it took to make the entire world kneel and call him daddy.
Let's stick to the moon's far side.
Leave the land of the rising sun for those brothers who want to start a new chapter.
Haha, let's go. The White Tiger mech rose into outer space before accelerating towards the moon. Considering Tian's physical limits, Tian piloted the mech to the far side of the moon in half an hour. Little brother, I jammed all foreign satellites' surveillance of the moon. You can fire the Thor cannon now.
As a competent radar operator, Tian immediately jammed the lunar satellites of all nations except the Dragon Nation, ensuring Tian could safely test the Thor cannon.
Thor cannon prepare. Target coordinates XXXX. 3, 2, 1 fire.
An electronic voice echoed in Tian's mind as he witnessed a ball of lightning shoot towards the mountainside of a great peak on the moon's far side. The Thunder God cannon struck the mountainside, yet instead of a catastrophic explosion it visibly sent splatters of red magma flying in all directions. Energy weapons remained as formidable as ever when it came to penetration. The Thunder God cannon boasted even greater penetrating power, carving out a tunnel 1,000 meters deep. Moreover, it had no cooldown, ready to fire again at a moment's notice, truly a razor's edge in cosmic combat. Next I'll showcase the unmanned combat mechs stored within this suit. They can execute suicide strikes against enemy warships. With that, Tian deployed the 100 compact unmanned combat mechs housed within the White Tiger mech. These unmanned units were twice the size of the Shadows Word drones, their launch bays located within the White Tiger's chest and thighs. Matching the White Tiger's speed, each unmanned mech was equipped with its own miniaturized Thunder God cannon, a super light blade, and a self-destruct device. Buddy, looks like we might have stirred up a bit of trouble. The magma splashes knocked out 2 American satellites. Nothing to worry about, just a minor hiccup. How about we just take out all the other countries' satellites on the moon? They're an eyesore. Whatever makes you happy, buddy. You've got more say now, so I'll follow your lead. Then it's settled. I'll direct the unmanned mechs to handle it, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, alarms blared in a US satellite base as 2 of their satellites went silent. The base director Harley rushed out of her office in a panic, nearly scared out of her wits. Quick, contact the other satellites on the moon and have them investigate immediately. Harley barked the order. But before she could even finish, the signal lights for the other satellites also flashed red in rapid succession. The shrill intermittent beeping of alarms filled the room. It's over, it's over. What do we do now? Harley felt all her energy drain away. Then a sudden realization lit up her eyes. No, wait. Only an alien civilization could destroy satellites this fast. Could aliens have landed on the moon? Yes, that must be it. The Dragon Nation must have triggered an alien signal device left on the moon, and now the aliens have come knocking on our door. Yes, that's the report I'll file. Harley rushed back to her office and reported the total loss of contact with all lunar satellites to the Black House, including her own wild speculation. The Bear Nation, the Elephant Nation, and the land of the rising sun were all experiencing the same ordeal. All their satellites lost contact almost simultaneously. Their speculations mirrored Harley's, all leaning towards an alien presence on the moon. They dared not consider any other possibility, especially not the notion that the Dragon Nation had somehow crippled all their satellites. Such a thought contradicted their victory-first ideology, so they simply refused to entertain it. Instead they immediately decided to launch even more satellites to the moon to get a glimpse of these supposed aliens.
Alright, that's done.
Except for the Dragon Nation's satellites, all the others are gone. Even some of the larger space debris has been cleaned up.
Beautifully done. This trip with you, buddy, has been a blast. If you ever become a fleet commander, I'll sign up to be your radar operator. Really? Then it's a deal. Agreed. Gengqian never imagined that his casual joke would one day become reality.
In the future he would serve as the lead radar commander on the flagship of a massive fleet under Mu Tian's command. After finishing their task, the unmanned combat mechs automatically flew back into the White Tiger mech's base.
The White Tiger mech's grand debut concluded, yet Gengqian was still buzzing with excitement. On the return trip, Mu Tian let Gengqian personally experience the thrill of piloting the mech.
Instead of returning to the Celestial Group headquarters, they flew to the Northwest base. Their Xiaoyu, who had just witnessed the White Tiger mech's awe-inspiring display, was waiting impatiently at the airfield. Xiaoyu had no objections to the White Tiger mech destroying the other nation's satellites. If he had been piloting it on the moon, he would have done the exact same thing. After all, the moon had been an inalienable part of the Dragon Nation since ancient times, home to the Lunar Star Lord's celestial abode. Gengqian, piloting the White Tiger mech for the first time, had no mishaps and brought it in for a smooth landing at the Northwest Base airfield. As the White Tiger mech deactivated its stealth and materialized within the tightly secured airfield, sharp gasps of awe rippled through the assembled soldiers. Even Xiaoyu and Elder Ning, standing at its base and craning their necks upward, felt as though they were gazing upon a towering, majestic mountain. To alleviate the unnerving sense that the colossal machine might topple over at any moment, Mu Tian had it slowly shift from its standing posture to a reclining position. Once lying flat, the White Tiger mech was comparable in size to a small aerospace carrier. Now the two behemoths sat side by side in the Northwest Base's modest airfield. Mu Tian and Gengqian descended from the cockpit in the mech's belly using an elevator platform, where they were warmly received by Xiaoyu and Elder Ning.
Haha, Chairman Mu, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Ning Ziyuan. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time.
Elder Ning extended his lean right hand, having long desired this meeting.
Elder Ning, it's an honor. I've heard so much about you. You're my idol, my mentor always held you up as a role model. Mu Tian naturally knew of Ning Ziyuan. His mentor was one of Ning's biggest fans.
Turning, he also shook hands with the approaching Xiaoyu, offering a smile.
General Zhao, it's good to see you. Haha, is that so? Then I'm truly honored.
Come, let's go up and see this White Tiger mech for ourselves. Elder Ning, General Zhao, right this way. Mu Tian led the two back into the mech's cockpit, gave them a tour, explained the general specifications, and handed over the mech's technical data to Elder Ning. If the Dragon Nation could glean any technological insights from the White Tiger mech, that would be a fantastic outcome.
Mu Tian was not one to hoard such valuable knowledge.
Elder Ning accepted the drive containing the technical data with a sigh.
Alas, sometimes I feel our minds just aren't sharp enough.
There's always this sense of a barrier preventing us from fully grasping the technology you provide.
Mu Tian knew perfectly well that this came down to the issue of brain development.
He smiled reassuringly.
There's no need for discouragement, sir. This is indeed related to brain development levels.
Once the threshold is crossed, the barrier will naturally dissolve. Elder Ning seemed to have suspected as much and lamented, easier said than done.
The human brain is God's forbidden territory.
Enhancing brain development is harder than reaching for the heavens.
Mu Tian shook his head with a slight smile.
You might be forgetting our Celestial Group's specialty, sir.
We have our own novel approaches to pharmaceutical research. This little matter of brain development won't be a challenge for us.
Elder Ning and Xiaoyu both exclaimed in shock. Is that true?
Mu Tian asserted with certainty, of course it's true.
If our researchers hadn't developed their brain domains to a certain level, how could our Sky Curtain Group continuously produce new technologies? Elder Ning clapped his hands and laughed heartily.
Haha, that's truly wonderful.
If we have a potion that can develop the brain domain, we can cultivate young genius scientists in batches.
This is a great boon for our country and its people.
Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile. Xiaomu, you wouldn't part with this good stuff if you hadn't visited the Northwest Base once.
The power of an idol is indeed immense.
Ordinary tea leaves, after being steeped in life water and having their active components extracted, could be refined into a divine medicine capable of enhancing brain domain development.
Of course, consistently drinking the tea brewed from those leaves also worked, though the effect was considerably slower.
Mu Tian intended to nurture the staff at his research institute, having already administered the brain domain development potion to them all, a fact unknown to outsiders.
Mu Tian smiled and said, General Zhao, you have already obtained that divine medicine long ago, only you are not yet aware of it.
Xiaoyu's head was filled with question marks, a look of utter bewilderment on his face.
When did you give it to me? How come I don't know about it?
Mu Tian stated directly, last time you went to receive the small Yuan Bird aerospace mothership, the 2 cans of tea I gifted you, that potion is precisely made from extracting the active components from those tea leaves.
Zhao Yu was stunned. What?
You mean to say I just need to keep drinking that tea to enhance my brain domain development?
I've been so busy I'm dizzy I don't even have time to drink that tea.
Elder Ning's eyes lit up as he listened. So Zhao Yu had such a good thing in his possession, he would definitely make him share a can later.
Mu Tian nodded with a slight smile. That's right.
Drinking more of that tea can indeed enhance brain domain development, but the process is very slow, far less effective and quick than the directly extracted concentrated potion. Zhao Yu hastily grabbed Mu Tian's hand, looking as if he wouldn't let go unless Mu Tian agreed.
Xiao Mu, name your price. How much is the brain domain development potion per dose? What's its effectiveness? Feeling the force on his arm, Mu Tian smiled. 100,000 per dose.
A single dose can elevate a human brain to the absolute limit the human body can withstand.
And I mean the human body after physical enhancement is complete. Zhao Yu did a quick mental calculation.
Cultivating a person whose body is enhanced to its limit costs 60,000 plus 100,000 for brain domain development. Didn't that mean cultivating a super genius only required 160,000? This deal wasn't a loss, it was simply the most cost-effective investment there was. If they could cultivate just 300,000 top-tier tech talents, then there would be no worry about Dragon Country stepping off Blue Star or even leaving the solar system. And this could be accomplished with an investment of less than 50 billion, which was also within his approval limits. Zhao Yu immediately made the decision. Xiao Mu, how long will it take to deliver 300,000 doses of the brain domain development potion?
Mu Tian thought for a moment and said 1 month is sufficient.
Zhao Yu grasped Mu Tian's hand firmly.
Then we have a deal.
We'll sign the contract shortly.
After settling the matter of the brain domain development potion, Mu Tian let Zhao Yu and the others experience the thrill of piloting the White Tiger mech once more. Later, after having lunch at the Northwest base and signing the contract, Mu Tian was dragged by Elder Ning to give a lecture to the base's researchers, which lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Before leaving, Mu Tian produced 3 gilded invitations, handing them respectively to Elder Ning, Zhao Yu and Gengxian. I will definitely attend your wedding and drink your wedding wine. I haven't been out for a long time. It would be good to go out for some fresh air.
Elder Ning said, holding the exquisite invitation with a smile. Zhao Yu also agreed. I'll also find time to accompany Elder Ning there.
Xiao Mu, you must bring out some good stuff to entertain Elder Ning. Gengxian winked at Mu Tian, implying he would also ask for leave and come over himself. Mu Tian smiled. Of course, of course. I'm honored to invite you both. I'll send a car to pick you up then.
His exclusive flying vehicle had already flown over from the Sky Curtain Group to pick him up. Mu Tian waved goodbye to Zhao Yu and the others got into the flying car and headed home. On the way back, Mu Tian looked at the vast expanse of white snow and felt a hint of worry.
Boss, according to satellite information, the blizzard in the Earth's northern hemisphere begins tonight. Xiao Meng reported. Brother, it must be that thing causing trouble. It's so hateful. Nuwa, let's deal with the immediate problem first.
Xiao Meng used the weather regulator to minimize the damage from the blizzard within Dragon Country, keeping it similar to previous years. Our desert planting areas must maintain sufficient sunlight and high temperatures.
Boss, I've been keeping the weather in the desert planting areas stable. The crops haven't been harmed. Very good.
The first batch of rice has just been harvested and the first batch of wheat is almost ready.
Our Dragon Country won't lack food this winter. Wow, then I'll be receiving a huge pile of happiness soon. I'm so happy.
Yes, tomorrow we'll start selling the white rice, letting Sky Curtain rice become famous throughout the world. When Mu Tian returned home, there was also a thin layer of snow on the house and the whole village was a vast expanse of white. Xiao Meng, add some more snow to our village.
Tomorrow I'll take Xiaonan and the others to build snowmen in the yard. Okay, boss.
Early the next morning, when Xiaonan and the others got up, they saw that the thick snow on the ground had already reached their knees.
They couldn't contain their excitement.
They gulped down a few bites of breakfast, put on thick clothes and ran out to play in the snow.
Wow, great. We don't have to go to school today. Brother Xiaohan, let's build a snowman.
Haha, okay. I'll go to the kitchen to find carrots and onions.
Sister Xiaojing, let's roll snowballs. Cut. Who hit me with a snowball? It got right in my mouth.
Mu Tian and the other adults watched the little ones play from the side and eventually joined in the snowman building game, creating several large snowmen.
Many villagers ran out to play in the snow.
The first heavy snow of winter was indeed quite enjoyable, especially when life was carefree and worry-free. The happiness of the people of Dragon Country was something the rest of the Northern Hemisphere couldn't comprehend. Most of them were currently struggling to survive in temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius or lower. The sudden blizzard caught many unprepared with insufficient winter supplies. Particularly in Stick Country and Neon Country where power had yet to be restored, citizens were living in the bone-chilling cold of the icy snowy weather. The authorities of Stick Country and Neon Country immediately appealed for international aid, but very few extended a helping hand. Especially in Rice Country where the blizzard affected a broader area and a larger number of people, while those in the Black House were still fretting over whether the stock market would crash due to the snow disaster the next day. On this cold day, Sky Curtain Agriculture announced the sale of green rice produced in the desert priced similarly to ordinary rice. As a company with hundreds of millions of fans, Sky Curtain rice sold out in large quantities on its very first day on the market. Fans who tasted Sky Curtain rice instantly fell in love with it. Its taste was fragrant, soft and sweet, reminiscent of the rice many people ate in their childhood. And so it went until the fifth day of the massive blizzard.
A small country in the Middle East issued a desperate plea for help on the international stage.
Over 3 million of their people were nearing their breaking point, lacking clothes and food, suffering from both cold and hunger. The nation that issued the urgent global distress call was the small country of Xiaoba, a nation bullied and invaded by the oil superpower. Recently, Tian had Xiaomeng support some struggling organizations in the Middle East, and the results were excellent.
The oil superpower had become remarkably docile.
However, the prolonged war had inflicted the most devastating damage on Xiaoba's agriculture, leaving them with no land to cultivate crops. Relying solely on international humanitarian aid to survive the past few days had already been an immense struggle. Boss, according to analysis, if no relief supplies arrive tonight, 1,000,000 people in Xiaoba will die. By tomorrow that number will be 3,000,000 and the day after 1 million.
Xiaomeng provided Tian with precise analytical data.
The whole world is facing a food shortage now.
Relying solely on planting is too slow, we need to think of other solutions. Tian pondered, stroking his chin. Brother, don't you remember the food manufacturing machine technology from Tier 3 Civilization Tech? Nua holding a steaming bowl of braised chicken rice reminded Tian while eating. That's right, why didn't I think of that? We can absolutely produce small-scale food manufacturing machines. Nua, wouldn't that bring you happiness? Then hurry up and arrange it, brother.
Tian immediately ordered the 10 atomic level 3D printers in his space to halt warship production and switch to manufacturing small food manufacturing machines. The small food manufacturing machine, powered by nuclear fusion batteries, could produce bread, flour, rice, steamed buns, meat and various dishes, both raw and cooked foods. What food it could create depended on the availability of raw materials. Simply put, absorbing air alone could only produce common foods like flour, bread and white rice. Adding trace elements allowed it to create neat vegetables and various dishes. The trace elements for food could be sold alongside the machine, which was simple enough. It was the simplest food source of the interstellar migration era, an essential tool for lazy people and homebodies.
Tian was now launching this food machine to address the current catastrophe. Powered by a single nuclear fusion battery, the food machine could produce 2 tons of food.
Rationed carefully, it was enough for a family of 5 or 6 to survive the snow disaster.
Tian planned to manufacture enough small food machines, prioritizing supply to the disaster victims most in need.
Of course, developed nations like the US, Japan and South Korea were not within his consideration. Arriving alone at Vermilion Bird Island, Tian released the 1,000,000 small food manufacturing machines he had just produced. Xiaomeng arranged for people to sell them. Sell to those most in need first.
Alright, but what should they use to buy them? Money, gold or barter? Any of those. People on the brink of starvation probably don't have much money. Let them use all their possessions. If someone is unreasonable or tries to rob, you can fight back. Alright, I understand.
A large group of robots began bustling about, using flying cargo trucks to head toward those most in need of food.
Tian didn't return after releasing the batch of small food machines. Instead, he found a beach chair by the shore, lying down to enjoy the sun and sea breeze. His goal was a sufficient number of small food machines. He had just brought out 1,000,000 when the space was still operating at full capacity to produce more. He didn't want to run back and forth. Through his glasses, Tian could see the robots had reached the snow disaster area and were going door to door selling the small food manufacturing machines. Knock knock knock, a knocking sound came from the drafty door of Aaliyah's home. Aaliyah and her father, wrapped in thick old clothes, huddled under a tattered blanket on the bed waiting for death. For 5 days the temperature had been minus 45 degrees Celsius. The snow outside had nearly buried the door. Today they had run out of food, water and firewood for warmth. Aaliyah and her father had reached the depths of despair, simply lying still waiting for death to come. The sudden knocking didn't spark a glimmer of hope, instead fear dominated their hearts. Aaliyah's father had already repelled 3 waves of criminals seeking food and warmth yesterday. Heavy stones now propped against the door to prevent anyone from breaking in. It was said that in extreme situations even the most horrific acts like cannibalism could occur. Who? Who? Who is it? Aaliyah's father Adolf was too weak from hunger to get up, so he called out in a trembling voice.
A clear female voice came from outside the door. Hello sir, do you need food?
We have food for sale. Hearing someone selling food, Aaliyah's eyes immediately lit up with surprise and hope. But Adolf wasn't so easily convinced. You should leave. We don't have any food either.
We're about to starve to death and don't have the strength to get up and open the door.
The woman outside responded crisply, you don't need to get up.
We'll let ourselves in. As soon as the words were spoken, the door, propped up by heavy stones and secured with a latch, was slowly pushed open.
What the hell?
Adolf's body, wrapped in thick tattered clothes, broke out in a cold sweat. Who was outside the door, able to slowly push open the stone-blocked door without breaking the latch?
At that moment Adolf suddenly felt like converting to Christianity. Allah was clearly not protecting him.
When the door was fully opened, Aaliyah and Adolf saw two beautiful young Chinese girls standing outside. The snow behind them had been cleared, forming a path. One of the girls smiled and said, hello, we have a machine that can manufacture food that we'd like to introduce to you.
Are you interested? Adolf's mind was blown. With this hardcore sales approach, how dared he say no?
He tremblingly got off the bed, wearing over a dozen layers of old clothes. After hesitating, Adolf stood before the two Chinese girls. Then please introduce it.
Thank you.
His daughter Aaliyah was on the verge of starvation. He couldn't afford to let go of any hope. The two girls before him clearly had the ability to break down the door. If they wanted to kill him and his daughter, it would be effortless. So he might as well trust them this once. One of the Chinese girls placed a machine slightly larger than an oven on the ground and began to introduce it. This food manufacturing machine can produce any food you want to eat.
Sir, name something you'd like to eat. Dad, I want to eat a hot hamburger.
Aaliyah poked her head out from the bed, speaking weakly. The Chinese girl smiled. All right sir, tell the machine what food you want. Adolf gathered his courage and said, 2 cups of hot water, 2 hot hamburgers. Ding, manufacturing task in progress.
Estimated time 3 minutes. An electronic voice sounded. Adolf never knew how long 3 minutes could be, but now he did. Hungry, thirsty and cold, those 3 minutes felt like an eternity.
Ding, food fabrication complete. Please retrieve it promptly. As there are no cups for water, the hot water is stored in the side tank of the machine.
Please use a cup to collect and drink it. The agonizingly long 3 minutes finally passed and Adolf was greeted by the delightful electronic chime.
The dragon country girl opened the machine, retrieved 2 steaming hot burgers and handed them to Adolf. Adolf thought he must be dreaming, so he gave himself a sharp pinch. Hiss, it was painful, it was not a dream. He extended his trembling hands, catching both burgers, one in each hand. They were scorching hot, yet Adolf refused to let go. He would rather suffer a burn than feel the bite of frost again.
Inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting from the burgers, Adolf licked his chapped lips, hurried to the bedside and offered one of the burgers to Aaliyah. Aaliyah's eyes widened in delight. She took the burger happily and took a huge bite.
Delicious. So this is the taste of a burger. The burger was exquisite. Aaliyah squinted her big eyes, chewing slowly to savor every morsel. Adolf also began to eat his burger. It was so good he hadn't had one in 20 years and had nearly forgotten the flavor. As they ate, tears welled up and streamed down their faces. These were tears of pure joy. They felt that even if they were to die at this moment, it would be worth it. The burger was devoured in just a few bites. Adolf quickly searched for a cup to get some hot water. After taking a sip himself, he handed the cup to Aaliyah. It was then that he remembered this miraculous food fabrication machine did not yet belong to him, and he certainly couldn't afford it.
A wave of guilt turned Adolf into a stutterer. I'm sorry. I probably can't afford your food fabrication machine. I have no money.
The dragon country girl waved her hand dismissively and said with a smile, you can trade anything you think is valuable for this machine, including all the money you have on you.
Ha! Adolf couldn't believe his ears. Really? Anything can be traded for it. The dragon country girl nodded affirmatively. Yes.
All the money you have plus anything of value that belongs to you in exchange. Adolf immediately gathered the few remaining paper bills he had, tens of dollars, along with a heap of scrap metal he had hidden under his bed, and placed them all before the 2 dragon country girls.
Is this enough? All the money I have and the valuable things from my home are right here.
Adolf scratched his head sheepishly. The dragon country girl agreed readily, no problem.
Deal. What Adolf didn't know was that these 2 dragon country girl-looking robots were equipped with quantum radar.
Had his heart been insincere, the outcome would not have been a deal but a beating. Of course, if a buyer had enough money, they could simply purchase the food fabrication machine outright. The Dragon Country girl pressed a button on the machine and an instructional video began playing for Adolf. Meanwhile they took the scrap metal and left Adolf's home, loading it onto their flying cargo truck to continue their sales pitch at the next house.
Adolf thanked the two Dragon Country girls profusely as he saw them out. Once the two Dragon Country girls were far away, Adolf quickly slammed the door shut and propped a large rock against it for security. Only then did he relax and continue watching the instructional video. In Adolf's eyes, the food fabrication machine was now akin to a divine artifact.
At the end of the video it revealed that the machine was a product of Tianmu technology.
Adolf hugged the machine tightly and gave it 2 big kisses. "Daddy, can I have another burger?" The 4-year-old Aliyah, still hungry, asked for another one. "No problem, Aliyah. We won't lack food anymore. Daddy will make you whatever you want. Daddy, you're amazing." "Aliyah, it's not Daddy who's amazing, it's Tianmu technology. Come, let's kneel and thank Tianmu technology for saving our lives." "Okay, Daddy. Thank you, Tianmu technology. Tianmu technology is the best company in the universe." Similar scenes were quietly unfolding across the globe. A rescue operation led by Tianmu technology had begun. However, not everyone in this world is virtuous. Seeing the miraculous nature of the food fabrication machine and the attractiveness of the saleswomen, some individuals harbored malicious intentions. In such cases, the salesgirls would transform into the Bodhisattva of deliverance, sending the wicked straight to hell. While Tian was still by the seaside reviewing data, Nuanua was joyfully flitting around him. The harvest of happiness today was immense. The vast majority of the disaster victims felt genuine gratitude. "Brother, just a little more, and I can condense a physical avatar. Keep going. Then I'll have Xiaomeng create a robot that looks exactly like you. I'll bring it home later to avoid raising any suspicion." "Okay. Let Xiaomeng use my identity for a few days then." At the end of the workday, Tian brought Nuanua home and introduced her to everyone. "This is Nuanua. Her parents, who were my classmates, are abroad on business. Her grandparents are top national scientists currently working on a major project. Since there's no one else at home to take care of her, they've entrusted her to me. From now on she's part of our family." Wu Xiao, seeing how beautiful and adorable Nuanua was and knowing she was without her parents, felt a surge of maternal instinct. "Hello, Nuanua. You're so pretty. Come here, let Auntie give you a hug. Auntie will take good care of you from now on." Wu Xiao opened her arms wide for Nuanua. Nuanua obediently nestled into Wu Xiao's embrace, then began greeting everyone. "Hello, Auntie. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, everyone. Hi, Nuanua. I'm your brother Xiaohan. Nuanua, I'm your sister Xiaojing. Nuanua, I'm Grandma Liang. Nuanua, I'm your sister Inan. You'll be my most beloved little sister from now on. Come on, let's go to my room to play. I have tons of toys there." Little Inan was the happiest of all. She was no longer the youngest in the house, she finally had a little sister. The group of children bustled Nuanua off to Inan's room to play. This gave Wu Xiao the chance to ask the question weighing on her mind. "Xiao Tian, about Nuanua's parents. Mom, Nuanua's parents were murdered by foreign spies. Her grandparents also collapsed in their laboratory. She doesn't know any of this yet." Tian tried to make Nuanua's background story as seamless as possible so she could stay with the family long term. "Alas, the poor child. I'll take her in as my goddaughter. She's too young to bear such pain. Yes, Tian Gu. I'll treat Nuanua like my own little sister from now on. Just don't bring up her family." And just like that, Nuanua quickly integrated into Tian's family. Everyone adored the well-behaved, cute little girl. The cold persisted and the snowstorm remained severe. On the third day of Tian selling the compact food fabrication machines, videos of the machine making food appeared on international social media platforms. "If Tianmu Group makes it, it must be excellent." People's perception of the Tianmu Group ascended to a whole new level. It was seen as a company created by celestial beings. However, discordant voices always arise. Disaster-stricken countries led by the U.S. demanded that the Tianmu Group also sell food fabrication machines to them. But they didn't want the Tianmu Group to send door-to-door salespeople. Instead, they wanted major corporations from various countries to act as agents. This essentially meant letting capital groups act as middlemen to profit from the price difference. This was the type of transactional approach Tian detested the most. Since the founding of Tianshan Group, Tian had never been fond of the dealership business. Domestic agents were manageable. The group's immense influence allowed for unified retail pricing, ensuring that consumers across the Dragon Nation could obtain the most cost-effective Tianshan products. Foreign agents, however, were a different matter entirely. Tariffs between nations compelled them to inflate the cost of goods, adding a substantial markup that forced consumers to pay far more.
Take for instance the fusion power plants and water facilities that Tianmu water industry collaborated on with Middle Eastern nations. By the time the products reached users, their prices had skyrocketed, offering little savings compared to their previous utility costs. This resulted in manhwa receiving a meager amount of happiness from abroad, as people felt little joy when their expenses remained unchanged, leaving them with nothing to celebrate. Upon learning of this, Tian made a decisive resolution. Xiaomeng reject them unless they agree to let us conduct our own door-to-door sales. Those vampires must have glimpsed substantial profits to be so eager. Such people can never be fully eradicated. We simply need to ignore them. But boss, there are also messages on our official website from domestic customers requesting sales here.
Moreover, there have been incidents of people overseas snatching food fabricators. Selling domestically is also an option.
Set the price at 20,000 yuan per unit with paid battery replacement.
As for those who resort to snatching, you may send them to meet their maker. Understood.
The order link has been posted on the official website. Since formal sales had begun, after-sales service had to be impeccable, unlike the previous sales which offered none.
Fans who had previously left messages requesting food fabricators immediately spotted the new order link.
The topic of whether to purchase one sparked a flurry of discussion in the comment section once again.
Bye.
I'm just a workhorse living in a rented room with no kitchen.
I'm sick of takeout. Even if it costs half my savings, I'm willing to pay. 20,000 yuan for one unit is quite expensive though.
A single battery only produces 2 tons of food, and replacing it costs 3,000.
Buying trace elements also adds to the expense.
A meal consists of 2 pounds of food. With 20,000 yuan you can have 1,000 meals, which works out to 20 yuan per meal.
But it becomes more cost-effective after the battery replacement. I'm buying. Just tell the fabricator what you want and it makes it.
I'd feast on sea cucumbers, king crabs and shark fins daily. I'd recoup the cost within a dozen meals.
I wonder if the food it makes actually tastes good. What if it's like chewing on wax? I think I'll wait and see. Haha, I managed to snag one. From now on I can stay away from kitchen fumes.
If this machine can produce food even half as good as a chef's, it will be the Chef Terminator.
Not everyone can afford it though.
Half an hour has passed and not even half of the million units have been sold. Since the food fabricator couldn't be manufactured on existing production lines, Tian had no choice but to command the atomic scale 3D printers within the space to work through the night. The next morning Tian arrived at a massive warehouse and released the 5 million food fabricators that had been produced overnight. Over the previous day, more than 3 million food fabricators had been sold, half of which were purchased by foreign customers through intermediaries in the Dragon Nation, all shipping to overseas addresses. Tian paid no mind to the intentions of those foreigners, be it manufacturing food or dismantling the technology. They were free to do as they pleased.
Wang Kai began arranging for global delivery. Domestic orders were handled by human employees while international orders were delivered by Xiaomeng's avatars.
After releasing the fabricators, Tian remained in the warehouse waiting patiently. Suddenly a brilliant light began to coalesce before him, its glare so intense that he had to instruct Xiaomeng to transform his glasses into sunglasses. Having absorbed over half a year's worth of happiness, Manhwa had finally gathered enough energy to manifest a physical avatar. Minutes later the radiance faded. Before Tian stood a delicate, exquisitely beautiful little girl, Manhwa's physical avatar. She first pinched her cheeks and legs, and upon feeling the sensation of pain, joyfully ran into Tian's embrace. Hee brother, I can feel my own body now. I'm no longer just a cluster of data. Manhwa nuzzled against Tian's chest like a mischievous little sprite. Come, let your brother have a good look at you. Tian was also curious whether the system's physical manifestation was truly identical to a human body. Hee brother, you're tickling me. No, I was just checking your belly button. Hee, stop it. I'm just like you. I modeled this body based on your genetic code. Manhwa's avatar could directly enter the system space from anywhere at any time. The two played in the warehouse for a while before the avatar was withdrawn into the system space by Manhwa. That evening the decoy Manhwa controlled by Xiaomeng would be swapped with the real one, allowing Manhwa to truly live alongside Tian and the others from then on. The Tianshang Group's delivery speed was unmatched. No other company utilized flying cargo vehicles. They were truly one of a kind. Yu Shaoqing was a certified kitchen disaster. Her glorious culinary track record included kitchen explosions, charcoal broiled crabs, ethereal steamed buns, iron-hard pancakes, and ghastly green porkbone porridge. Her husband Li Mingwei and their daughter had more than once prayed to their ancestors for protection, beseeching them to keep them from being poisoned by Yu Shaoqing's cooking. After all, anyone confronted with a bowl of greenish porkbone porridge would inevitably feel a sense of diarrhea was the least of their worries, and hospital visits were commonplace. Every evening at 7 Li Mingwei dragged his weary body home from work only to have to fire up the stove and cook lest the family of 3 go hungry. Today Li Mingwei returned home at precisely 7 o'clock as usual. After changing his shoes he massaged his aching stiff lower back. More often than not he felt that his 42-year-old self possessed the body of a man in his 50s. There was no denying the relentless march of age. But today as he stepped into the kitchen Li Mingwei discovered Yu Shaoqing and his daughter Li Shangjuan quietly waiting for him to eat. The kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma, the scent of braised chicken along with braised fish chive and egg stir-fry seaweed pork rib soup and finally a steamed king crab. Li Shangjuan kept reaching for a crab leg with her chopsticks but was repeatedly stopped by a stern look from Yu Shaoqing.
Dad, you're back. Hurry and eat. Mom really outdid herself today. Look how beautiful and fragrant the dishes are. Seeing Li Mingwei enter, Li Shangjuan quickly rose and pulled him to the table. Honey, did you make this yourself or did you order it from a restaurant? Are we going to end up in the hospital for N4 drip again? Li Mingwei stared at the table laden with food, hesitant to pick up his chopsticks. Pa. You're the only one who'd end up in the hospital from eating. Eat or don't eat, your choice. Shangjuan, let's eat. Ignore your father. Dad, let me taste it first. If I'm still bouncing around in 10 minutes it's safe. You too. You're ganging up on me, the outsider. Fine, I'll eat first, alright. Yu Shaoqing in a huff picked up a king crab leg, peeled off the shell, dipped it in sauce and took a bite. This is delicious. Yu Shaoqing had long coveted king crab but could never bring herself to splurge on it. Today she had finally fulfilled a wish she had harbored for over a decade. Li Mingwei and Li Shangjuan watched helplessly as Yu Shaoqing savored 2 crab legs and a large chicken leg with great relish, their own mouths involuntarily watering. Is it really that delicious? Could it be poisonous? Li Mingwei and Li Shangjuan exchanged a glance and simultaneously made up their minds. Eat? All the dishes looked, smelled and presumably tasted exquisite. They probably wouldn't need a trip to the hospital. Tentatively picking up a piece of chicken and putting it in his mouth, Li Mingwei was instantly conquered by its flavor. Was this really a dish his wife, a certified culinary disaster, could produce? No way. Had his wife been possessed by a cultivator? Or had her soul been replaced by another? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind as Li Mingwei chewed and swallowed the chicken. Then he tried the steamed king crab, a dish that truly depended on the dipping sauce. It was delicious, even better than what master chefs in grand hotels could make. The other dishes were equally superb, the kind of cooking that only top-tier culinary skill could achieve. Li Mingwei had to stop eating to voice the question on his mind. Honey, how much did this meal cost today? Which hotel did you order it from? Yu Shaoqing shot him a reproachful glance, then chuckled, hee hee, I made this myself. Believe it or not. It didn't cost much less than 10 pounds of food in total, about 50 yuan or so. Li Shangjuan, whose mouth was stuffed with delicacies, nearly choked upon hearing that the dishes cost less than 50 yuan. She quickly gulped down some water to clear her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Mom, don't scare me. My math wasn't taught by a gym teacher, you know. How could 50 yuan possibly buy this entire table of food? Even pre-made meals couldn't be that cheap. Seeing their disbelieving Sina-ghost expressions, Yu Shaoqing got up and walked over to an object covered with a red cloth. She whisked the cloth away, revealing a device slightly larger than an oven. Yu Shaoqing said with a beaming smile, this is the food fabricator from Tianmu Technology. All these dishes were made by this machine. At retail price this meal cost less than 50 yuan. Wow, so this is the food fabricator. Mom, you're really willing to splurge, it's 20,000 yuan. You girl who was just devouring food with such gusto. Do you want to eat delicious food in the future or not? Yes, I do. Mom, you're the best. You finally shed your title of kitchen killer. Honey, since this thing is so great, let's buy 2 more. Let's get one for your parents and one for mine. Alright, whatever you say. I only bought it because I feel sorry for you working so hard every day. Otherwise I wouldn't have. Hee, you're the best, honey. As more and more people received their orders and used the machines to create foods they had never tasted before, the sales of the Tianmu food fabricator simply exploded. After dinner that very day, sales skyrocketed by over 5 million units. Numerous tech companies and research institutions that received their units immediately began tearing them apart for analysis. Yet no one could comprehend the machine's underlying principles or reverse engineer its manufacturing process. Their research yielded nothing but frustration. However, many technologies intrigued the researchers. The nuclear fusion battery technology, for instance, was the one they were most desperate to crack, and also the one they believed would be the easiest. The day after tomorrow would be New Year's Day 2020, the day of Mu Tian and Yun Meng's grand wedding. The wedding room was essentially decorated and all other details were in place.
Suddenly struck by a whim, Tian said, Xiao Meng, let's hold a lottery event on New Year's Day. We'll use 50 luxury flying cars and 50 tree villas as prizes.
Boss, are you announcing your wedding to the world? Exactly, let everyone share in the joy.
We'll draw the winners on New Year's Day.
Alright, it's arranged.
Just then the sound of Xiaowen's laughter came from the next room.
Mu Tian got up, walked over and pushed the door open.
It's already 10:30 p.m.
Why aren't you two asleep yet?
Nua and Xiaowen, who were hugging each other and tickling each other's armpits, looked up as Mu Tian entered.
Haha, brother, come pull Nua's hands away, I'm so ticklish, ha. Brother, will you come sleep with us? I want to hug you while I sleep tonight. Nua released Xiaowen and cast a longing look at Mu Tian.
Who could possibly refuse the small wish of an adorable 3 or 4-year-old?
Mu Tian smiled and agreed, only for tonight, okay?
From now on I'll be hugging your sister-in-law.
Great.
Then come on, brother.
Sister, and then let brother sleep in the middle.
Yeah, brother, if you sleep between us, Nua won't hug me like a pillow in the middle of the night. Seeing that they had already made space for him, Mu Tian had no choice but to climb onto the bed and lie down. Instantly 2 little octopuses latched onto him. As Mu Tian drifted off to sleep peacefully, the lottery event he had just announced was keeping countless others wide awake.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Chairman Mu is giving away flying cars worth millions and tree villas worth millions as lottery prizes.
Who wouldn't be thrilled by that?
Flying cars and tree villas were items you couldn't buy even if you were rich. Now countless people were regretting not having placed their orders faster. And now, to celebrate his wedding, Chairman Mu was showering the whole world with benefits. Within just half an hour of the event's launch, over 1 billion people had registered. It was a royal flush that left countless people sleepless.
The Tianmu Group official website was flooded with discussions.
Wishing Chairman Mu a happy marriage.
Can you rig the lottery and give me a winning spot? Did you know? Some girl is lucky enough to marry Chairman Mu. I don't even know where I lost.
Only 100 prizes isn't enough to go around. I suggest the Tianmu Group open pre-orders for the flying cars again.
I still want to buy one. You can't even buy a tree villa. I heard the first batch of tree villa residents are living wonderfully. It's genuinely warm in winter and cool in summer, no exaggeration.
Tree villas are fireproof too. Someone poured gasoline on one, but it just burned for nothing. The house recovered the next day, and after some simple repairs it was livable again.
Wanted to buy flying car tree villa?
If you win a prize, contact 13800XXXXXX.
We'll buy it from you at double the original price. A golden opportunity is right here.
The odds are way better than the lottery, and there's no behind-the-scenes manipulation.
Let's go for it, everyone.
At the Black House in the USA, the know-it-all king solemnly addressed a food fabricator. Hey Siri, 1 sandwich and 1 grilled steak please. Ding, manufacturing task in progress. Estimated time 3 minutes. The know-it-all king asked his assistant Jerry, can we really not figure out any of the technology in this machine? Jerry shook his head helplessly. Area 61 reports they have no leads at all.
The know-it-all king took a frustrated gulp of cola. Damn it.
We were hoping to make a killing during this snowstorm. We could have sold our stored grain at 10 times the price.
And now this. Ding, your hamburger and steak are ready. Enjoy your meal. Oh Siri, I can't enjoy anything right now.
The grain harvest plan of the United States was forced to halt halfway through.
It wasn't exactly forced, their customers simply refused to buy their grain.
They could hardly go door to door with guns to peddle it, could they?
Mr.
President, we've made progress on the genetically modified human technology from Japan, Allison whispered as he hurried into the office, leaning close to the commander-in-chief's ear. Such matters could not be reported via phone or mobile devices, they no longer trusted electronic equipment. The commander-in-chief's eyes lit up as he smiled.
Tell me more.
The laboratory has already successfully modified 200 soldiers, and we expect another 300 to complete the process by the end of next month.
Excellent.
This will give us some leverage against the Dragon Nation. At the International Military Exchange on the 12th of next month, we'll challenge the Dragon Nation to an arena combat. Defeating them will restore some of our lost prestige. Should we showcase our new weapons as well? Oh Allison, what advantage do you think our new weapons hold against the Dragon Nation's arsenal? Allison was momentarily stumped. The United States truly held no advantage, their fighters were outclassed, their missiles outmatched. The Dragon Nation possessed the Azure Dragon Mecha, the Luan Bird aerial carrier, the White Emperor fighter, and the Mystic Maiden fighter.
They had nothing. Were they supposed to pull out the ultimate deterrent? Don't be ridiculous, everyone has that.
And at this point it likely wouldn't even leave American airspace before being intercepted. Suddenly Allison thought of something and smiled mysteriously.
Mr.
President, our newly developed quantum radar can scan a range of 3,000 kilometers. The commander-in-chief doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Allison, do you think the Dragon Nation, having already reached the moon, couldn't produce a formidable radar of their own?
No one understands the Dragon Nation better than I do. They've certainly kept an ace up their sleeve. Then another thought struck him and he turned to his assistant Jerry. Have we deployed the replacement satellite around the moon? Any sign of aliens?
Jerry flipped through his work log, then reported, we've deployed one satellite to the moon. It discovered an enormous tunnel in a mountain range, a potential site for an alien base under construction.
Here are the satellite photos.
Jerry handed a photograph to the commander-in-chief and Allison. In the image, a deep circular opening gaped on the mountainside. According to estimates, the tunnel extended over 1,000 meters deep.
Allison was utterly astonished. He hadn't known about any of this. Mr.
President, if aliens truly exist, does that mean the Dragon Nation has already fought them?
And the Dragon Nation remains unscathed, so the aliens are no match for them. Exactly. The Dragon Nation must have acquired alien technology.
Their radar capabilities are likely on par with, if not superior to, ours. However, our quantum computer has achieved another breakthrough. We're steadily catching up. Then it seems we'll have to settle for a one-on-one combat challenge. I'll arrange it right away and make them lose face spectacularly.
Time flew by, and before they knew it, New Year's Day 2020 had arrived.
For the people of the Dragon Nation, it marked the beginning of a new year. For Tian, it signaled the start of a beautiful new life.
Early in the morning, Tian rose at dawn and, under the careful ministrations of makeup artists and stylists, began his unforgettable day.
Nuan, little and dressed in adorable outfits, sat beside Yun Meng, propping their chins on their hands as they watched. Their sister-in-law looked so beautiful today. Since the wedding chamber was just a dozen meters from the old house, there was no need for a bridal procession by car.
At 10 o'clock, Tian and Yun Meng performed the traditional Dragon Nation wedding ceremony amid resounding ceremonial salutes. Yun Meng's phoenix coronet and flowing red bridal gown dazzled every guest in attendance.
The guests at Tian's wedding included not only the villagers but also the conglomerate's top executives, Tian and Yun Meng's classmates and friends, and finally representatives from the official military sector like Zhao Yu. During the banquet, Tian and Yun Meng changed into another outfit and began making the rounds to toast each table.
Elder Ning, General Zhao, how do you find the food and wine today?
Tian raised his glass to Zhao Yu and the others with a smile.
Splendid, absolutely splendid.
Xiaomu, how many years has this vintage been aged?
Even as a man who rarely drinks, I find it exceptionally delightful. The aroma is intoxicating and the aftertaste lingers endlessly. Indeed, indeed. And the ingredients for these dishes are exquisite. I've never tasted anything so delicious. Haha, I'm glad you're both satisfied.
Please eat and drink to your heart's content. After the meal, we'll find a quiet place to chat properly and let me fulfill my duties as host.
Very well, very well.
Xiaomu, today is your joyous occasion. Go attend to your other guests. It was perhaps one of the rare banquets where not a single dish or drop of wine remained. Because the food and wine had been infused with the water of life, they were exquisite beyond compare, leaving guests too busy devouring everything to even pack leftovers. Seeing that everyone couldn't get enough, Tian generously replenished the dishes and wine twice more, ensuring everyone indulged to their heart's content. The feast stretched from noon until 5 in the evening. While Wu Xiao and the others attended to the guests outside, Tian, having eaten his fill, led Zhao Yu, Elder Ning and Geng Xian to the tea room for a session of tea appreciation.
Xiaomu, everything you have here is top-notch. Is this the tea that can enhance brain development? Yes, Elder Ning. If you enjoy it, I'll gift you some leaves to take back. Haha, then I'll shamelessly accept. Thank you, Xiaomu. Chairman Mu, do I get some too? Of course, everyone gets some.
When it came to social courtesies, Tian was never one to be stingy.
At that moment, Zhao Yu sighed. Who knows what's gotten into the Americans? They're challenging us to a one-on-one combat tournament at the International Military Exchange in 10 days.
Elder Ning fumed with indignation. The Americans must have achieved a breakthrough in human experimentation, otherwise they wouldn't be acting so irrationally. Our predecessors knocked them down once before, they simply never learned their lesson. Elder Ning's words reminded Tian of Japan's genetically modified human technology. It was the Japanese who had sold the backup technical data to the Americans in exchange for their support in Japan's machinations in Shiba country.
Tian reflected that he had already begun the path of third-stage body enhancement. It was time to reveal the method for advancing from the first stage to the second.
After a moment's contemplation, he voiced his thoughts. Actually, there is a way to evolve from the first stage of the body to the second. Zhao Yu's northwest base had been persistently exploring body enhancement, but so far they had made no headway.
He asked urgently, what is it? Tell us quickly, Xiaomu.
Tian produced a bottle of body tempering pills from his pocket, his spatial storage, and placed it on the tea table. When the human body is enhanced to the first stage limit and brain development is elevated to 20%, consuming 2 of these body tempering pills will complete the evolution from the first stage to the second. Zhao Yu picked up the bottle, poured out a single pill, crystal clear and emitting a rich medicinal fragrance.
Just how powerful is a second stage body?
A second stage body possesses 20 times the physical capabilities of an average adult. Bullets can no longer inflict fatal wounds. And most importantly, a second stage body can withstand far greater spacecraft velocities, making interstellar travel no longer a distant dream. Mu Tian stated that after completing the second stage of bodily evolution, interstellar travel would no longer be an issue, a prospect that stirred deep longing in both Zhao Yu and Elder Ning.
If humanity were to venture beyond Earth, relying on the current physical capabilities of the human body would simply not suffice.
Under the immense forces of acceleration and deceleration, those aboard a spacecraft would be utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure.
Only by elevating the human body to an entirely new pinnacle of evolution could the dream of interstellar travel be realized. This had been the most perplexing dilemma plaguing the Longhua aerospace program.
Unexpectedly, a visit to celebrate Mu Tian's wedding had provided the perfect solution. With this breakthrough, the Mars landing initiative now had its essential precondition fulfilled. Zhao Yu clutched the body tempering pills tightly in his hand, asking Xiaomu, "How much are you selling these body tempering pills for?"
Mu Tian replied with a smile, "The price is the same as the body strengthening pills. Moreover, the body tempering pills are also required for the strengthening process after the initial evolution. However, both the evolution and strengthening processes are exceedingly painful."
Recalling the harrowing experiences of losing consciousness repeatedly to the pain, Mu Tian couldn't help but shudder involuntarily.
Zhao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Pain is no problem as long as it doesn't cost anyone their life. If you manage to get through it, Xiaomu, then they certainly can too.
I'll place an order with you right away for 600,000 body tempering pills." Seeing Mu Tian's confident expression, Zhao Yu knew that Mu Tian had once again used himself as the first test subject. In this regard, Zhao Yu held immense admiration for Mu Tian.
Had there been even the slightest mishap, Mu Tian would not be sitting here with them now enjoying tea. Mu Tian hadn't expected that simply drinking tea would inadvertently lead to clinching a business deal.
Nevertheless, his curiosity was piqued about the solo arena challenge.
"So is the arena challenge like a martial arts tournament with one-on-one duels?"
"No, they don't dare to face us in one-on-one combat, fearing our Longhua martial arts.
They've opted to hunt mutated beasts in the Black Continent instead. Whichever side hunts more will be declared the victor. Tisk tisk tsk. So they must have developed some means of detecting mutated creatures."
"Our intelligence indicates they've developed a low-grade quantum radar."
"That's likely what's boosting their confidence.
We'll jam it the moment the competition begins."
"Ha, General Zhao, you are indeed well-versed in the art of war. Come, let me toast to everyone."
The four of them spent over an hour drinking tea in the tea room before Zhao Yu and the others took their leave. Before they departed, Mu Tian gifted each of them 6 bottles of fine wine and 6 canisters of tea leaves.
By 7 o'clock that evening, cities across Longhua with Tianmu Group branches began setting off fireworks in celebration of Mu Tian's wedding.
The spectacular drone light shows and fireworks displays were so breathtaking that spectators kept their phones recording throughout the entire performance. Simultaneously, the Tianmu Group's lottery event officially commenced. 100 lucky winners were quickly determined, comprising 92 Longhua citizens and 8 foreigners. There was absolutely no manipulation involved. Xiao Meng had merely eliminated the redundant entries of those who had registered multiple times. Individuals with multiple identities or nationalities had attempted to exploit various personas to enter the lottery.
For such people, only one of their entries was ultimately deemed valid. While the winners celebrated privately, the disappointed losers flocked to the Tianmu Group's official website to voice their grievances. "Say, I mobilized my entire family of 28 people to enter and still didn't win.
Do you think there's some foul play involved?"
"Brother, you need to have faith in fate. The little girl next door to me won on her first try just using her mother's phone. Since then the mother and daughter have been set for life. I heard some wealthy individual has already contacted them about purchasing their tree villa, which is worth 15 million, you know. What infuriates me most is that 8 foreigners won. I can't believe Tianmu Group even allowed foreigners to win. It's precisely because Tianmu Group doesn't rig things that this happened. Otherwise all the winners would be their own employees.
Hey, go check it out. Chairman Mu says he wants to soothe our wounded hearts, so he's launching another instant lottery. The prize is a compact holographic projector. This time there are 1,000,000 winning spots. I refuse to believe I won't win this round.
Within the bounds of Mu Tian's authorization, Xiao Meng, considering the sentiments of the vast fan base, reasonably organized another lottery event.
Since producing these items cost Mu Tian nothing, Xiao Meng remained completely unfazed.
Only after concluding the lottery did Xiao Meng report the details to Mu Tian.
However, Tian was currently utterly immersed in wedded bliss and had no time to bother with Xiaomeng.
At the age of 26, Tian had finally shed the title of a novice. At the age of 22, Yunmeng had finally transitioned from a girl to a woman.
After the storm had passed, Yunmeng nestled in Tian's arms, nuzzling him and whispering with a sweet smile, "Tian, do you think I might have gotten pregnant just now?" Tian pinched her cute nose affectionately. "It might not take with just one try, so you'll have to put in more effort." "Do you prefer a boy or a girl?"
"I'd love either, but ideally twins, a boy and a girl. That way I can fulfill my duty in one go." "Then you'll have to work even harder." "Shouldn't that be the man's job?" "Tian, you're so wicked." "Ha, I can be even more wicked." "No more. I'm still sore." "Alright, I'll let you off the hook tonight. Let's sleep." On his wedding night, Tian did not fall asleep wearing his glasses as he usually did while reviewing documents. The next morning at 7 o'clock, when Tian awoke, Yunmeng was still sound asleep, sprawled over him. He reached for his glasses on the nightstand and put them on, seeing the message Xiaomeng had reported the previous night. That Xiaomeng fellow had organized another lottery. But it didn't matter, Xiaomeng was exceptionally adept at making money and these prizes were trivial. At that moment he felt a sensation on his chest. Looking down, he saw Yunmeng playfully tracing circles on his chest. "Why are you awake already? Sleep a bit more." "No, I'm hungry." "Then let's get up. You'll need to serve tea to mother as part of the tradition." I know. Grandmother has been teaching me these etiquettes." "Oh Tian, when are we launching our bionic organs?" "Let's do it today. Consider it a New Year's gift for everyone."
I'm glad I've done another good deed."
Indeed, with bionic organs we can save many people from suffering and mortal danger. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Tianmu Group released a momentous public announcement. The announcement stated that Tianmu Technologies' bionic organs were now open for pre-orders and registration for clinical trials of Tianmu Pharmaceuticals' new drugs had begun. The new batch of medications included a miracle drug for Alzheimer's disease, a specific treatment for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, a weight loss drug, and a specific treatment for uremia. Additionally, Tianmu Machinery began supplying a new generation of industrial machine tools boasting a precision of 0.5 nanometers. This announcement rocketed to the top of the trending list at lightning speed, truly the best New Year's gift possible. Especially the weight loss drug, which everyone had been eagerly anticipating, had finally made its long-awaited debut. Haha, it's here. This 300-pound fatty is saved. Tianmu Group truly understands us. They know we care most about our figures. If a person can just lose the extra weight, they could live at least 20 years longer. I've already signed up for the weight loss drug clinical trial. I want to become as slim as a lightning bolt. I'm thinking about getting a pair of unbreakable kidneys. Would they be super powerful? My sister is saved. Her congenital heart disease finally has a cure. I wonder if a person can survive after having all their internal organs replaced. Is anyone brave enough to try it? Few could have anticipated that the Tianmu Group would unleash such momentous tidings upon the world on the second day of the new year. For those perpetually yearning to shed pounds yet unable to resist culinary temptations, the Tianmu weight loss pill was nothing short of a godsend. According to rough statistics, at least 3 out of every 10 individuals are overweight. To maintain social stability within their own borders, the United States has inadvertently cultivated a populace of staggering girth. While clinical trials for other pharmaceuticals were still awaiting volunteer enrollment, the weight loss drugs trial had long since reached its full quota of participants. After a leisurely breakfast at home, Tian and Yunmeng embarked upon their honeymoon journey. Their inaugural destination, however, was not a terrestrial paradise but the distant realm of Mars. As Yunmeng settled into the interstellar transport vessel, she felt as though she were ensconced in a dream. Tian, is this truly a spaceship? It's colossal. Indeed, this is a small-scale interstellar transport vessel capable of navigating between planets within our solar system. Wow, Tian, you are truly remarkable. So where are we headed on this interstellar transport vessel? We shall venture to Mars to behold its natural wonders. Splendid, splendid. Let us depart at once. Little Anin had yearned to join them on their adventure before Tian and Yunmeng's departure. Yet she understood that today marked the first day of her brother and sister-in-law's honeymoon, and she dared not play the role of a third wheel. Thus she took Nua's hand and made for the door. Nua, let us go fishing by the river today. I have discovered a spot teeming with fish. At the mention of fishing, Nua's interest was instantly piqued. And you haven't even prepared a fishing rod. How do you intend to fish? Wait for me. I know where the fishing rods are, there are over a dozen of them. Then hurry along. I'll gather Xiaohan Gugu and the others to the village so we can all play together. As the interstellar transport vessel hurtled through the cosmos, Yunmeng could scarcely perceive its velocity.
Both she and Wu Xiao had recently achieved the second stage of bodily evolution, an event that had transpired just a few nights prior. That night Mu Tian had been fraught with anxiety, standing vigil beside them without a moment's respite. Fortunately, although Nuanua was seldom articulate about the process, her predictions invariably proved accurate. Both had successfully evolved. It was this very evolution that permitted Mu Tian to bring Yun Meng to Mars. Had their bodies been unprepared, even a trip beyond Earth would have been perilous. Yun Meng regarded every facet of the interstellar transport vessel with unbridled curiosity, touching and examining all in her path. Eventually she even learned to pilot the spacecraft using the neural piloting helmet.
An hour later the vessel arrived at the first stop of their honeymoon, Mars. Tiangu, have you secretly visited Mars before?
Naturally, I have made several trips here previously, all for the purpose of mining. During the sanctions on our nation's international mineral trade, I was the one who resolved the resource crisis.
Tiangu, you are incredible. Wow, Mars actually has water.
That is the result of my terraforming efforts. We are merely 1/10 of the way through the process.
Come, let us first change into our spacesuits before venturing outside.
After the interstellar transport vessel touched down on a flat expanse, Mu Tian led Yun Meng to don their spacesuits. They found themselves on the mountainside of a great peak with a vast lake sprawled below. At the mountain's base stood a treehouse fully furnished and encased within a colossal glass dome, permitting a life of unrestricted freedom within. Clad in their spacesuits, Mu Tian guided Yun Meng into a near-orbit flying vehicle and they commenced their global tour. Mars was now dotted with lakes of varying sizes which from a distance resembled a scattering of mirrors.
Tiangu, how long will it take to complete the terraforming of Mars?
I would so love to own a home here, a place to visit for occasional leisure.
I have already claimed the prime location and erected a dwelling there. I shall take you to see it shortly. Moi, I am so delighted.
The two first completed a full circuit of the planet in their vehicle, then stopped at several sites of exceptional natural beauty to take photographs. By noon Mu Tian had brought Yun Meng back to the lakeside treehouse. Xiao Meng had directed the household robots to prepare a sumptuous lunch and the couple dined blissfully by the water's edge. Yun Meng was overwhelmed with happiness. Mu Tian had orchestrated everything to present her with a grand surprise. After lunch they rested briefly before setting out again at 2 in the afternoon. This time Mu Tian led Yun Meng to a meteor crater where an array of crystals and gem-like stones sparkled brilliantly.
Tiangu, Xiaonan and Nuanua would adore this place. We must bring them here another day.
How did Jie know that I adore shiny things? Good, did you tell her? Nuanua was perpetually by their side, though Yun Meng remained unaware of her true form.
Xiaonan and Nuanua's physical constitutions do not yet meet the requirements for interstellar travel, so we cannot bring them to Mars for the time being.
Ah. What a pity. I suppose I shall have to gather some beautiful Martian souvenirs for them instead. Yun Meng began to select exquisite crystals and stones, filling an entire large bag to take home as Martian keepsakes. That night the couple slumbered on the expansive sofa before their dwelling, gazing up at the firmament strewn with stars. Mars was devoid of other souls. They were utterly alone, enveloped in profound darkness and silence. Gazing at the resplendent night sky, Yun Meng murmured, Tiangu, will we ever journey beyond the solar system? Mu Tian tightened his embrace around her and replied with unwavering confidence, without a doubt.
When that day comes, we Chinese shall reign as the sovereigns of the Milky Way. Tiangu, you are so handsome when you are earnest. I shall be even more so.
My dear, it is time we strive for those twins.
Then have the robots retreat indoors first.
They have already retired.
Now let me see if you have grown.
Joyous days passed swiftly. Mu Tian and Yun Meng reveled in 3 blissful days on Mars before departing for Earth on the 4th. Upon their return to Earth, the couple spent several more days delighting in the pleasures of Vermilion Bird Island and various locales across the globe. It was not until January the 10th that Mu Tian and Yun Meng concluded their honeymoon and returned home. As they arrived, they happened upon Xiaonan returning from school. The moment the little one caught sight of Mu Tian and Yun Meng, she dashed towards them with unbridled joy.
Good, Jie, you're back. I missed you so much.
Mu Tian caught the little girl as she launched herself at him, gently tapping her forehead. Why are you running so fast? What if you fall and hurt yourself?
I won't. I'm super agile now. I can jump really high. Xiaonan gestured to demonstrate just how high she could leap.
Yun Meng snatched Xiaonan from Mu Tian's arms and began to tickle her armpits, feigning a scowl.
So you think you're tough now, do you? Getting into fights with your classmates? Xiaonan squirmed and burst into laughter. Jie, I didn't.
He tried to pull my hair, so I gave him a little shove and then he fell and started crying.
How did Jie find out about the fight? Who was the tattletale?
He pulled your hair. All you had to do was give him a gentle shove.
Go easier on him next time, got it?
Got it. I'm his big sister now, he won't dare pull my hair again. Oh, a formidable big sister indeed.
I suppose the gift I brought for you isn't worth your attention then. A gift? Sister-in-law, let me see it right away. Please. Nua remained quietly in Mu Tian's arms watching Yun Meng and Shaonan frolic about. The day after returning from their honeymoon, Mu Tian went back to work at the company. Today Gung Qian was coming to pick up a batch of goods. When Mu Tian saw him, he noticed that Gung Qian's body was visibly undergoing enhancement. Brother Gung, you've finally gotten around to it and started strengthening your body. I was silently worrying about you.
Mu Tian poured a cup of tea for Gung Qian and teased him.
Ahem, I need to prepare for my future work. I'm going to be in charge of interstellar cargo distribution, so a weak body would just hold me back.
True, if you start strengthening your body now you should still make it in time.
But I won't be able to catch this selection for the Black Continent Solo Arena Tournament. I feel it's such a pity. How many of our people are participating in the tournament this time? 300 in total, only the best get to go. I didn't even qualify for the preliminary rounds. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to shine later. Anyway, it's going to be a one-sided stomp, nothing interesting. Mu Tian's own hands itched with a desire to engage in combat.
Nua told him that it was his warrior genes awakening, the innate fighting spirit of a dragon country citizen.
Time flew by to the next day at the edge of a vast grassland on the Black Continent. An international military exchange conference was being held here. 25 nations were participating.
The main events were showcasing new individual soldier weapons and discussing strategic doctrines. However, the representatives from the other 23 countries were now waiting impatiently for the main event to begin. Before the conference started, the US had challenged Dragon Country to a solo combat tournament.
The main task was hunting down mutated carnivores on the Black Continent's grasslands. The representatives from Japan and the US were brimming with confidence, believing that the US's genetically modified soldiers would surely triumph.
In Japan's view, the 50 men they had previously sent to Dragon Country for a decapitation mission must have been wiped out by the Azure Dragon mechs and nothing else.
If Mu Tian knew what they were thinking, he would surely scoff. Which genetically modified human could possibly be stronger than a liquid metal robot? Let one of them try to match that.
Meanwhile, the 300 Dragon Country soldiers participating in the tournament stood neatly in formation awaiting the whistle that would start the competition. In contrast, the 300 US soldiers preparing for the tournament stood in a sloppy, disorderly manner, looking more like a band of thugs than a military unit. However, the two leaders of the US team were currently whispering to each other, plotting something unknown.
Tom, the competition lasts 3 days.
You take a squad and push forward first, luring a batch of mutated animals towards the Dragon Country team.
I'll handle luring them from another direction. Oh Jerry, isn't that a bit too much? It's a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief. Just follow it.
If you get a chance to enter the forest, see if you can set a trap for them in there.
Alright, we'll coordinate when the time comes. We'll definitely show them a thing or two and embarrass them badly.
On the Dragon Countryside, Yang Guangqi and Yang Kongning, the two captains of the Dragon Country Special Forces team, were also having a hushed conversation.
Number 1, did you catch their plan? Number 2, I did.
They're so naive, completely unaware that we've already attached our stealth spy drones to them. With such a crude plan, they think they can outsmart us.
How audacious. Number 2, don't underestimate the enemy.
Our main opponents this time are the wolf packs and lion prides on the plains. Our individual combat wrist guards can detect all enemies within a 30-kilometer radius. Plus, with our laser rifles, what is there to fear?
You're right. Listen, here's the plan. Alright, let's do it. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the tournament host took the stage and announced the rules.
The rule was simple, just one: the two sides were forbidden from killing each other. In other words, they could fight during the beast hunt, but no fatalities were allowed. It was a blatant case of competition first, friendship nowhere to be found.
Moreover, if half of one team conceded, the tournament would end and the result would be declared. Yang Kongning represented the Dragon Country team and Tom represented the US team.
They stepped forward and shook hands. Tom sneered at Yang Kongning, "Hope you guys don't end up crying for your mommies later."
Yang Kongning shot back, "How about we just settle this with one-on-one duels right now? Saves us the trouble. Let's see who ends up crying for their mommy. If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one.
Don't spout that disgusting nonsense.
Do you think I can't understand English?"
Tom was momentarily speechless. He wanted to agree to the one-on-one duel but was afraid of failing the Commander-in-Chief's ambush mission.
Just you wait. I'll show you.
Tom could only leave a threatening remark before turning and leading his team charging quickly into the grasslands. Tisk, a coward who can only talk tough. Seeing the enemy in motion, Yang Kongning also began leading his team according to the plan towards the location of the mutant beasts. Both sides had quantum radar support capable of scanning the beasts' whereabouts. Since it was a competition to hunt mutant beasts, heavy weapons were prohibited, even RPGs. The soldiers could only rely on blades or rifles for the hunt. This undoubtedly added some difficulty to the competition. In the US's view, their soldiers' freakish physical abilities were more than enough to kill the mutant beasts with their bare hands. At that moment, Tian was in the fighter jet laboratory watching the live broadcast of the tournament via holographic projection. Even though it was a one-sided match, it was still worth watching to see how others fought. Tian had been continuously evolving and strengthening his body, yet he'd never had a chance to test his strength. He didn't even know how powerful he truly was. Just then Tian noticed something unusual. The mutant beasts suddenly began moving towards the nearby primeval forest. Whether it was lions, wolf packs, hyenas, or large birds, they all moved in perfect unison as if directed by a single command. Well, this just got interesting. Brother, I just sensed a hidden signal fluctuation. That thing is up to its tricks again, I bet. Can you pinpoint its coordinates? Not yet. The signal vanished too quickly. I couldn't locate it in time. Alright, let it go for now. Xiao Ming, alert the northwest base. Got it, boss. I've calculated the radar data. They're taking it seriously and have decided to deploy Azure Dragon mechs in stealth mode to follow the ground soldiers. At the northwest base, Xiao Yu sat in the radar room, and even he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the results displayed on the screen. The mutated beasts were moving in perfect unison as if a single commander were orchestrating their every move from the shadows. And this time it wasn't just mutated beasts, mutated mosquitoes were also appearing, forcing Xiao Yu to take precautions. Qinglong units 002 through 010 deploy to the Black Continent to assist in eradicating the mutated beasts. Additionally, dispatch 100 peregrine falcons to lie in wait covertly. Xiao Yu swiftly issued his orders, deploying 72 Qinglong mech warriors and 100 bionic falcons to the Black Continent. The bionic falcons, after significant upgrades, now boasted a full month of endurance and were housed within the subcompartments of the 9 Heavens drone motherships. Currently 10 of these motherships maintained continuous stealth in orbit around the globe, ever ready for attack orders. This was the strategic deployment the Dragon Nation had enacted after mutated creatures began appearing worldwide. The objective was to guard against large-scale assaults from mutated avians. On the Black Continent's savannah, over 100 kilometers from the International Military Exchange Site, lay a stretch of primeval forest. As the mutated beasts all fled into the forest, the American team had no choice but to board their armored off-road vehicles and race toward the coordinates relayed by their rear radar. Yang Kongning and his team, of course, weren't pursuing on foot either. They climbed into their hovering combat vehicles and departed amidst a sea of envious and resentful glares. Such was the stark disparity in treatment. One side bounced along in jolting vehicles, their backsides aching, while the other glided smoothly and serenely just above the ground. For a hovering combat vehicle, anything less than supersonic speed could indeed be considered leisurely. There was no flaw in that logic. Oh Tom, did you see that? They're riding in hovering flying cars. I'd love to snatch one of those. Wouldn't you? Jerry, you can only dream. Something that highly intelligent probably has a self-destruct function. You might dare to ride it, but I sure wouldn't. Cough cough FCK. Why aren't we Dragon Nation soldiers? Being one would be amazing. I'd fight for free, no pay needed. Alright Jerry, keep it down. The Pentagon is listening to every word you say. Oh, what a lovely day today. Perfect for a picnic. Ah yes, absolutely. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon's Operations Command Center, every word of Tom and Jerry's conversation was heard with perfect clarity. The awkward silence left the commanding generals utterly speechless. Had it not been for the fact that Tom and Jerry were still needed on the battlefield, the two would likely have been locked in a darkroom by now. After 2 grueling hours of bumpy travel, both teams finally came to a halt at different entry points to the forest. After a brief rest, the American team was the first to push deeper into the woods. Guided by the quantum radar, Tom and Jerry felt a sense of ease wash over them. They harbored no fear whatsoever, a feeling akin to sharpening blades before a slaughter welled up within them. Due to the changing circumstances, Xiao Yu had chosen not to jam the American quantum radar, allowing it to continue functioning and guiding the American team. However, the American quantum radar was evidently not advanced enough, as it had failed to detect the mutated mosquitoes. At that moment, Tom and Jerry were still scheming about how to lure the pack of wolves and hyenas a kilometer ahead toward the Dragon Nation's team. They remained completely oblivious to the swarm of mutated mosquitoes lurking in the grass just 300 meters ahead. When mosquitoes begin to evolve, when they acquire a degree of intelligence and the capacity for thought, what does that portend for humanity? It means these ferociously aggressive mutant mosquitoes are not merely impossible to guard against, they are lethally dangerous. As the American team stepped within 10 meters of the grass where the mutants lurked, the swarm launched its assault. Though everyone had sprayed insect repellent before setting out, it clearly did nothing to deter the mutant mosquitoes. Driven by overconfidence, the American soldiers hadn't bothered with full protective gear, at the very least their faces were exposed. Buzz, 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 the dark overwhelming cloud of mosquitoes approached with a deafening drone. Each one was the size of a housefly, their elongated proboscises grotesque and terrifying.
FCK. What the hell is this? How are mosquitoes this big? Oh god, my face. Use the insecticide. Cover your faces. Damn it, it stings and itches so bad. This is horrifying.
Our skin can resist a blade, but it can't withstand the bite of these mosquitoes.
Save me. I don't want to die. Run. If we keep moving, they can't bite us.
The American soldiers were overwhelmed by the mosquito assault. The insecticide was utterly useless, and every bite on their faces swelled up with agonizing itch and pain.
Clearly these mosquitoes carried a virus even the genetically enhanced soldiers' tough skin and bodies couldn't withstand it.
Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's team had long since deployed their bionic falcons to exterminate the mutant insects. The ground littered with dead mosquitoes was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Bag all these insects and take them with us, these count toward our score.
Yes, sir.
Several soldiers pulled out their bags and meticulously collected every dead mosquito, intending to present them for the official count. Let the judges tally them all by hand.
A pack of wolves and hyenas is charging at us from ahead, prepare for battle. Yang Kongning, watching the fast-approaching predators on his helmet's heads-up display, ordered his entire unit into combat readiness.
One by one the soldiers drew the specially crafted greatswords strapped to their backs, each exuding an imposing aura. These blades, forged from the special alloy provided by Tian, were so tough and sharp that cutting through steel rebar was as effortless as slicing vegetables. On the other side, the American team, scattered and fleeing from the mosquito attack, received a warning from the Pentagon. A pack of wolves and a pride of lions were heading their way.
FCK, stop running. Wolves and lions are coming. Quick, climb a tree. Shoot them from up there. Hurry. Find a big tree and climb it now, or it'll be too late. First squad, engage from the trees. Second squad, fight them on the ground. Oh FCK, we're surrounded.
There must be at least 2,000 wolves and lions out there. Howl, roar, the Wolf Alpha issued the attack command, and the Lion King answered with a thunderous roar. The battle was about to erupt. This was an orchestrated ambush. First the mosquitoes harassed, then the beasts encircled, leaving no avenue of escape. Forgetting the mosquito bites that wouldn't kill them anytime soon, Tom and Jerry rallied their forces to fight back. In this moment the superiority of the genetically enhanced soldiers became clear. The wolves and lions were utterly outmatched in one-on-one combat. For a time the American team found themselves locked in a stalemate, trading blows back and forth with casualties on both sides. Overall, however, the wolves and lions suffered heavier losses, for they had neither blades nor guns. In stark contrast, the Dragon Nation's side, aided by their bionic falcons, saw the wolf and hyena packs collapse one by one before they could even get close, leaving them sprawled on the ground awaiting Yang Kongning and his men to finish them off. Even the few that slipped through were no match for the Dragon Nation's soldiers, who were armed to the teeth. With their quantum shields active, the attacks from wolves and hyenas couldn't even breach their defenses. It was truly a case of one slash per beast, pure unadulterated domination over the creatures. Half an hour later the Dragon Country forces had concluded their extermination mission, having eliminated over 3,000 wild wolves and hyenas. The few surviving mutated beasts would be mopped up by the bionic peregrine falcons. Small drones were dispatched to collect the beast carcasses, sparing Yang Kongning and his men the trouble of a personal trip. Of course, the carcasses gathered by the drones still required a finishing blow to make the wounds appear authentic. 60 soldiers were left behind to guard the mountain of beast carcasses. Yang Kongning and Yang Guanqi led the remaining troops to observe the American team's progress. The American team's battle was raging fiercely. The wolf and lion packs were unable to overcome the besieged soldiers and were periodically picked off by American snipers firing from the trees. This enraged the beasts. With a thunderous lion's roar, swarms of mosquitoes surged towards the American soldiers in the trees. Finally the soldiers could bear it no longer and began frantically swatting at the insects on their faces and necks. Damn it, Tom, looks like we're done for this time. Surrender and call for backup. General Lewis ordered US to hold out for another hour. The Dragon Country's casualties are even heavier than ours. They only have 100 men left, fighting desperately. Really? Then I can fight on. I'll show them our might. We still have 250 men, we can handle this. On the American radar, over 200 men from the Dragon Country team had fallen, with fewer than 100 stubbornly holding on. The dawn of victory seemed within reach. However, this was merely a smokescreen Zhao Yu had fed to the American Pentagon, designed to encourage the American team to resist to the bitter end. Another half hour later Jerry asked Tom, damn it, we're down to 150 men. Has the Dragon Country surrendered or been wiped out yet? General Lewis says the Dragon Country still has over 60 men fighting a brutal battle, all wounded, and asks us to hold on for another half hour. Another half hour after that, fewer than 100 Americans remained capable of resistance.
Huff. Tom, is it over on their side? We're at our physical limits. In another half hour we'll all die here. Oh, they've all fallen in battle. What a fierce and spirited group, preferring death to surrender. It reminds me of their 1v17 war in the last century. Huff. Huff. Tom, stop reminiscing and call for support. This is our era. We are terrifyingly powerful now, no longer the cowards our great-grandfathers were.
At that moment, Yang Kongning and his men, who had been watching the spectacle from hiding, dropped all pretense and sprinted over from a kilometer away. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of mocking applause echoed across the field.
Wow, so this is where you've been fighting. Looks pretty brutal. If you surrender, we can save you.
Yang Kongning's taunting voice, amplified by his helmet's loudspeaker, carried far, leaving Tom and Jerry staring with wide, incredulous eyes.
Impossible. Weren't you all wiped out? This is cheating. FK, I don't accept this.
We're dying here while you guys are having a picnic.
At that moment, Tom and his men forgot their exhaustion, overwhelmed only by grief and indignation.
The piles of beast and comrade corpses hadn't broken them, but Yang Kongning's words did. Back at the Pentagon, the officials saw Yang Kongning and the others through the helmet cameras. They had been completely deceived. Every radar scan they had seen was a smokescreen from the Dragon Country. They had lost not only the arena duel but also the quantum radar contest.
The commander took a few deep gulps of his iced cola and reluctantly issued the order to surrender. Tom shouted to Yang Kongning, "We surrender.
Please help us repel the beast's attack." Yang Kongning recorded their surrender on video and sent it to the International Military Exchange, ensuring the Americans had no chance to renege.
Squad 1, block their escape route. Squad 2, follow me to slaughter these wolves and lions. Yang Kongning charged forward, blade in hand, while Yang Guanqi and the others secured the perimeter to prevent any beasts from fleeing. Howl. Roar. The wolf and lion packs split their forces to confront this new threat. Over 1,200 beasts remained. The Americans had killed over 800 in over an hour, a testament to their combat prowess. Kill. Kill. Kill.
As the Dragon Country soldiers charged, both the Pentagon observers and the surviving American soldiers felt a chill of fear. They were transported back to the dark, fiery years of that last century's war. Each wolf and lion fell in a single stroke of the dragon soldiers' blades, cleaved cleanly in two. Howl. Roar. Seeing the dire situation, the Wolf King and Lion King immediately ordered a retreat, redirecting the mosquito swarms to attack Yang Kongning and his men. However, the mosquitoes couldn't penetrate the quantum shields, being repelled with each attempt. Kill. Don't let a single one escape. The flashing blades intensified as Yang Guanqi and his team joined the fray. What are they? Are they even human? Their bodies are stronger than ours. Jerry, I'm applying for discharge when we get back. This job pays a lousy $5,000 a month. I'm not dying for it. You're right, Tom. Let's go to the Dragon Country for a vacation. I heard they have amazing food. Then you'd better stock up on gold. They don't accept dollars anymore. As Tom and Jerry watched in stunned silence, the 240 Dragon Country soldiers annihilated the entire wolf and lion packs in under 10 minutes. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the mutated mosquitoes quickly fled. But they wouldn't get far, for the bionic falcons had already marked them and would eliminate them in secret. Although the mutated beasts were destroyed, the cleanup wasn't over. Everything had to be burned to ashes. By now the American rescue team had arrived, tending to the wounded and evacuating the fallen. The scene was a bloody mess, with only the Dragon Country team remaining to clear the battlefield. The Dragon American individual arena duel officially concluded. The Dragon Country suffered 0 casualties while the American team suffered 209. When the mountain of mutated beast carcasses was displayed at the International Military Exchange, all attending delegates couldn't believe their eyes. Who would have thought that the Dragon Country had quietly developed such a formidable individual combat force? The plans of various delegates to acquire beast specimens quickly fell through. A bitey fighter jet appeared overhead and incinerated the carcasses with its laser cannon. Tian, who had witnessed the entire battle, felt immensely satisfied. Experience truly came from practice. Nuonuo, I'm going to go out every night to train against the mutated beasts. I need the real combat experience. Brother, I can create a virtual combat space for you. You'll find opponents that match your strength, and they'll all be system holders from various universes. Tian learned from Nuonuo that in each universe there is generally only one person who possesses a system. The system owner is what people call the child of destiny, burdened with various missions. Of course, not every system is benevolent. Some systems are exceedingly malevolent, and naturally the individuals they bind to are equally wicked. In short, when venturing out, one must never reveal the nature of their system nor disclose any information about their home universe. Recently Tian had been using Dragon Tiger pills to further strengthen his body. Meanwhile manhwa informed him about the virtual combat platform. Around the same time, news regarding the International Military Exchange Conference began to surface. The Longmi individual combat arena in particular was featured in a 10-minute video report detailing the entire process of the matches. Watching those massive mutant beasts being slain and reduced to ashes, it became clear to the entire world that the Earth's environment had drastically transformed. Damn, those wild wolves are as big as calves.
Terrifying.
If those mutant mosquitoes bit me, they'd leave holes the size of fists.
10 of them could kill me.
The mutant lions are even scarier, almost the size of rhinos.
The Earth is too dangerous, I want to go back to Mars. If mutant mosquitoes proliferate, can humanity ever live freely again?
Amidst this tense and anxious atmosphere, the people of Dragon Country finally approached the Spring Festival of 2020. The year 2019 had been filled with momentous events. The Earth had transformed from a gentle mother into a violent, abusive stepmother. As the Spring Festival holiday approached, employees from various companies began showcasing their year-end bonuses. Netizen, my company only gave an extra 1000 yuan, a bag of rice and a bottle of oil. The boss was clearly worried we'd starve.
How thoughtful. Netizen B, we only got an extra month's salary, nothing else.
I'm just grateful the boss pays on time.
Netizen C, big companies are the best. Their bonuses easily exceed 10,000. I got nothing, my boss is stingy as hell. Netizen D, whoa, have you all seen the year-end benefits for Tianmu Group employees?
I'm so envious, my head is turning purple.
And who wouldn't be envious? Tianmu Group publicly disclosed their employees' year-end benefits, making it impossible not to feel jealous. What company gives away flying cars as employee benefits?
They directly raffled off 1,000 flying cars, each worth at least 10 million.
What company gives away houses?
They directly raffled off 1,000 tree villas, each worth at least 5 million. And this lottery gave every employee a fair chance to win. It was said that one incredibly lucky employee won both a flying car and a tree villa, instantly reaching the pinnacle of life, ready to marry a fair maiden.
Even if one didn't win the lottery, it didn't matter. Based on tenure, everyone's year-end bonus was 4 to 6 months' salary after taxes, plus a holographic projector and a smartwatch. The Tianmu Group's official website was flooded with comments from people wanting to work there. Assistant Wei Meng, when will our company announce new job openings? I want to resign in advance. My current job makes me work like a beast of burden.
Assistant Wei Meng, just give me an interview opportunity and I'll introduce my sister to you. She just turned 18, delicate and beautiful.
Look at Tianmu Group's benefits, then look at my company's. I'm embarrassed for my boss. I heard Tianmu Group even provides housing subsidies for married employees. My God, what an incredible company.
Xiao Meng relayed the online comments to Tian, who simply smiled without a word.
Was this considered good?
Those people had probably never worked at a reputable company to know how excellent their benefits could truly be.
With over 5 million employees under the Tianmu Group umbrella, opportunities for large-scale recruitment were scarce.
Unless they later developed Mars, which would require a significant increase in manpower.
Brother, are you ready? You're about to start your first virtual battle. Dying in the match will cause some temporary discomfort. Okay, let's begin. Let me see who my first opponent is. Yun Mang was keeping the little ones entertained.
Tian retreated to his study, donning a specially designed helmet. Closing his eyes, a virtual palace gradually materialized in his mind. The opulent palace was bustling with people, each avatar altered by the virtual combat platform, concealing their true identities. Perched on each person's shoulder was a creature, the virtual form of their bound system.
Every system's manifestation was unique.
Tian's current appearance was that of a burly man with a thick beard.
Perched on his shoulder was a tiny girl, Nua's virtual form. Brother, first-timers must register their information.
It only records basic data, nothing confidential.
Alright, lead the way.
It's over there on the right, marked with the Universal Language 4 registration office.
Tian didn't understand the universal script, so he simply followed Nua's pointed direction. Greetings, sir.
Welcome to the Universal Virtual Exchange Platform.
How may I assist you? A receptionist with a sweet appearance warmly approached Tian. Hello, my master needs to register his personal information. It's our first time here. Certainly. Please fill out the basic information form.
A holographic screen appeared before Tian, displaying the required fields: name or alias, gender, age, height, weight, current combat level, social preferences, challenge signups, and more. Tian registered under the alias Lone Warrior, filling in the other data based on his whims, mixing truth with falsehood.
His current combat level was Tier 3.
He had no interest in socializing, only in gaining practical combat experience. With registration complete, Tian was now a certified member of the virtual exchange platform.
Following Nua's guidance, he was projected onto a combat arena. There were no spectators beneath this arena, it was currently matching opponents. Suddenly a beam of light coalesced before Tian, forming into a woman.
Tian hadn't expected his first opponent to be a woman who looked frail and delicate.
Hello, I'm Wei Yu. Please enlighten me. Lone warrior. Please enlighten me. This was a life or death spar, so there was no room for chivalry or pity.
Besides, who knew if the person behind the avatar Wei Yu was even a woman? It could be some burly man in disguise.
Never judge a book by its cover.
Without further ado, Wei Yu launched an attack on Tian.
Damn, what kind of cosmic technique was this?
Who attacks with a headbutt right off the bat?
Watch this. Dragon Country Eagle Claw Kung Fu. An unconventional battle commenced.
Wei Yu relentlessly attacked Tian with her head and feet, her body undulating like a noodle, each strike vicious and deadly. Tian responded with his own self-taught amateurish Dragon Country Kung Fu, and for a moment they traded blows in a fierce exchange.
Back in reality, Tian was drenched in sweat. The moment of death had plunged him into a dizzying, terrifying vertigo. Phew, that was exhilarating. Tian removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow.
Brother, your moves are far too rigid. You should find a martial arts master to guide you rather than working behind closed doors.
You're right. Xiao Meng search for a Dragon Country individual with astonishing personal combat prowess. I wish to hire them as my teacher. Boss, there is one. I've discovered an incredibly skilled old Taoist priest. The question is whether you can persuade him to take you on. We'll seek him out after the new year.
For now, let me familiarize myself with this cosmic virtual combat platform. Tian suppressed the lingering fear of death and donned his helmet once more. With a momentary daze, he found himself back at the initial spawn point, before the Grand Palace. The area before the palace was still bustling with crowds, each face bearing a different expression. In a shop selling virtual beverages, Tian found a seat by the window and listened intently to the conversations around him.
Sang-Chi, I encountered an oddball on the arena today. He actually wanted to challenge me to a duel using that thing. Damn, you mean a fencing match? That's disgusting. Tell me about it.
I have no interest in that kind of swordplay, so I conceded defeat.
Cough cough. I'm not much better off. A girl invited me to a private room at the top floor for a chat.
She wanted me to gift her something powerful, claiming her home planet was under siege by zombies and desperately needed advanced weaponry.
Gift? Is everyone just freeloading these days? Our bound systems require completing difficult tasks to earn rewards. These women just want to rob us blind. Exactly. I refused, of course. She gave me the cold shoulder and we parted ways. Hey, did you hear? There's a universe waging a great unification war.
Word is the one with a system obtained the ultimate system reward.
Oh wow, I'm green with envy.
I wonder when my little Blackie will show mercy and grant me the ultimate reward.
Don't count on it. Just keep working hard for your Blackie. We're all just cogs in the system's machine, grinding for their profits. Tian sipped his virtual drink, absorbing the gossip, and thought to himself, what a fascinating world. Do all other systems require their hosts to complete various KPIs to earn rewards? Most do.
Only those lying flat systems don't impose such demands on their hosts.
And what about you? Are you one of those laid-back systems? How could that be?
I'm the universe's #1 genius beauty system.
I'm completely different from them. Nua, since when did you learn to be so vain? I'm ignoring you now. But the universe is truly wondrous. Everyone's fate is so different. Brother, don't be a pushover here. You must respect others' destinies. Thousands of system hosts perish every day. I understand.
After spending 2 hours in the virtual beverage shop and learning many amusing tidbits, Tian logged off and returned to reality.
On the cosmic virtual exchange platform, everyone was heavily guarded, which made Tian somewhat uneasy.
He had sat there alone drinking for so long without making an effort to know others, and no one had approached him either.
It was already past 11 at night. Tian got up and headed to his bedroom to rest. Tiangu, let's spend the spring festival on Vermilion Bird Island this year. Yun Meng murmured, nestled in Tian's arms. Alright, I'll make the arrangements and spruce up the island.
We could also place some seashells and small crabs around for the little ones to collect.
That must be Xiaoanen's idea. That girl only thinks about playing. I enjoy beachcombing too. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Time flew by and before they knew it was New Year's Eve. Tian brought his family and the children from the Tongmeng orphanage to Vermilion Bird Island to celebrate the new year.
That night fireworks illuminated the sky over Vermilion Bird Island, marking the first time the Dragon Country's quantum radar detected it. Tian had to explain to Zhao that the island was merely his private resort. Just as he ended the call with Zhao, Xiaoanen and Nua ran over, dragging him to watch the drone fireworks show. The night sky, painted with countless fireworks, was breathtakingly beautiful.
Tian spent an unforgettable New Year's Eve. However, after Tian and Yun Meng's pre-sleep exercise, Xiao Meng relayed some troubling news.
The mutated marine creatures which had remained dormant on the seabed were now advancing towards human fishing zones. These mutated marine creatures had always lurked in the deep sea beyond the reach of standard fishing equipment.
This unusual movement immediately caught Xiao Meng's attention.
Brother, they're heading to their deaths.
Suicide. To trigger human evolution, pushing it in an uncontrollable direction. Exactly.
Like those mutated wolves that grew 2 heads were the mutated lions that sprouted horns.
Uncontrollable. The military must have noticed by now, right, Xiao Meng? Boss, they have.
The construction of the Great Undersea Wall has resumed.
Good, we'll stay out of it for now.
Even the new year brought no peace. Suppressing his frustration, Tian drifted off to sleep. From the next day onwards, fishermen from other nations, unlike those from the Dragon Country, began to notice something amiss. The marine life they hauled in seemed considerably larger, and their appearances differed from what they remembered.
No one suspected genetic mutation. Everyone was simply reveling in the joy of a bountiful harvest.
It was strange, however, that the Dragon Country suddenly imposed strict controls on seafood import standards. The Dragon Country refused all oversized seafood, citing a single reason: it was unsafe. On the first day of the new year, Tian took time to visit his company and deployed the production line for gene-repairing agents, ramping up full-scale production. While the Dragon people avoided the larger seafood, people from other countries developed a taste for it. The flesh of these mutated marine creatures was remarkably tender and delicious, far surpassing ordinary seafood.
It wasn't until 2 months later that the consequences surfaced.
Some pregnant women gave birth to children with 3 hands, others with 3 eyes, and some with 2 heads.
Human mutations, starting with newborns, became alarmingly common. When photos of these newborns were posted online, they immediately drew global attention and alarm.
According to the latest WHO data, 3000 out of 210000 newborns each day exhibit genetic mutations.
It's terrifying. The plot of Alien is unfolding in real life. Some experts say it's the seafood.
Pregnant women who consumed those mutated marine creatures caused the mutations in their infants.
What's left to eat safely? I'm too scared to touch seafood now. I'm afraid my little brother might turn into 2.
A profound dread of the unknown future spread through the hearts of people worldwide. No one could say what fresh terrors the dawn might bring. The snow disaster in the northern hemisphere remained unresolved, and now seafood, a primary food source, was unsafe to eat.
It was disheartening.
Were they destined to subsist solely on synthetic food produced by the Sky Canopy food machines? Although the food produced by these machines was quite palatable, the Sky Canopy Group did not seem inclined to distribute them globally. At the very least, the Northern Hemisphere alliance nations led by the United States had yet to see large-scale sales. The reason was simple: the Sky Canopy Group had not sent representatives to promote them in those countries. Just then, the Sky Canopy Group publicly announced a new pharmaceutical agent capable of repairing mutated human genes.
The announcement ignited another global uproar.
ABC News: another century-defining invention from Sky Canopy Medicine.
Will the gene agent be misused? Le Monde: a powerful civilization births powerful technology. The Sky Canopy Group once again saves all of humanity.
The Dragon Country Daily: starting today, our nation will comprehensively promote free vaccinations.
The Sky Canopy gene repair agent is set to shine brightly. The Associated Press: the Dragon Country's gene repair agent is about to debut. Is this a blessing or a nightmare? Tian felt somewhat exasperated as he read the headlines from other major media outlets. He finally understood the meaning of that saying. Weakness and ignorance are not the greatest obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Xiao Meng, for now let's prioritize our own needs.
As for those refusing our gene repair agent, there's no need to persuade them.
Alright, our current production capacity would take over 4 months just to meet the needs of our 1.4 billion citizens in the Dragon Country. Meeting global demand would require 2 years of non-stop production.
Only the Dragon Country has the boldness for such comprehensive adoption.
Elsewhere, it'd be fortunate if even 1/10 of the population gets vaccinated. Brother, what are you thinking about? Come catch crabs with us. Before Mu Tian could finish his conversation with Xiaomeng Xiaonan and Nua tugged him towards the beach. The little ones had become utterly addicted to beachcombing these past few days, rising early each morning to scour the shore for treasures. Weren't you pinched by a crab yesterday? Aren't you scared now? I'm not scared anymore. It doesn't hurt now. Crabs are so cute, it would be a shame if they didn't end up in my bowl. Happy times always flew by swiftly. The day soon arrived for the first major event of the new year, everyone queuing up for their injections. Curiously, in some major cities foreigners could be seen waiting in line alongside the locals. In front of Fang Dahai stood a tall striking woman from the far north. Seeing how tall and beautiful she was, Fang Dahai felt a surge of courage to strike up a conversation. He politely reached out and gently tapped her arm. The woman turned around, greeted by Fang Dahai's beaming smile. She blinked her large pretty eyes and asked in slightly accented Dragon Country speech, "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Fang Dahai was overjoyed to hear her speaking the dragon tongue, having feared he'd have to resort to sign language. "Hello, my name is Fang Dahai. Are you also here to get the vaccine?" "Hello, my name is Elisa from the far north. Yes, I'm here for the vaccine. But I heard that you foreigners don't trust this vaccine from Sky Canopy Medicine, worried about side effects due to its short development time." "Mr. Fang, I studied in the Dragon Country for 3 years and have witnessed too many of your nation's miracles. I especially admire and trust the Sky Canopy Group. Thank you for your admiration and trust. As an ordinary employee of the Sky Canopy Group, I feel deeply honored." "Ah. Mr. Fang, you're really an employee of the Sky Canopy Group. I admire you so much. You are all heroes of humanity." "Oh, it's nothing really. I'm just a low-level employee working in the desert planting zone. Here's my work ID." "It really is. That's still amazing. You're part of a great undertaking, greening Mother Earth." "Mr. Fang, are you free after your vaccination? I'd love to treat you to a meal and get to know you." "Yes, I'm free. It's my honor to meet you, Elisa. My holiday lasts until after the new year, so I have plenty of time." As they chatted, a spark ignited between them, leading to plans for dinner and a stroll. It was undeniable that employees of the Sky Canopy Group were becoming increasingly sought after in the marriage market. Elsewhere at the Sky Canopy Group headquarters, Mu Tian, returning to work for the first day, was hosting Gengxian. Today marked the delivery date for all previous orders, so Mu Tian had made a special trip from Vermilion Bird Island. By the tea table, Gengxian savored the fragrant brew, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. "Brother, is it true what you said on the phone? After receiving the gene repair agent, consuming those mutated creatures can trigger bodily evolution?" "Naturally. Once the gene repair agent is injected, one can digest the volatile nutrients in mutated beast meat and convert them into energy that strengthens the body. Then we wasted so much by burning all those mutated beasts earlier." "Don't lament, Brother Gung. Mutated creatures appear every day. There's no shortage of them." "True enough. Those mutated sea creatures are plentiful in the ocean now. Human evolution must be guided in the right direction. It's a principle I've only recently come to understand. It's your Sky Canopy Group that's truly impressive, brother. You had the foresight to prepare long ago. Otherwise we'd be scrambling right now. Let's not dwell on that. Have you made any progress on the research for the secondary cosmic starship?" "You've asked the right person, brother. My raw material procurement hasn't changed much, so I'm afraid we're still without a lead. However, the fully completed Luan Niao aerospace carrier is nearing construction completion. It will serve as the Dragon Country spaceport." Mu Tian figured as much. The complete Luan Niao was essentially a prototype with little practical combat value. Only by mastering true cosmic warship construction technology would the Dragon Country possess deep space combat capabilities. The interstellar mechs Mu Tian had previously leased, for instance, were capable of deep space operations, not just combat near Earth. "I have a design for a secondary cosmic warship along with detailed technical references. Are you interested?" "Brother, are you serious? Have you already built a cosmic warship? Take me to see it immediately." "Ahem, look around. This place is barely the size of a palm. Do you see any room to build a cosmic warship here? Then I'll report back to my superiors right away and get them to allocate you a large plot of land for construction. You haven't even seen my designs and data yet, you're so confident I can build it." "Absolutely. Your capabilities here are beyond doubt, brother. Even if you told me you'd already built it, I would believe you. Here, the design and data are in this. Take it back and have Elder Ning and the others review it thoroughly. When you're ready, just come to me to purchase the production line." Mu Tian had no intention of building a secondary cosmic warship himself. Within his spatial realm he already possessed 3 secondary cosmic fleets totaling 48 warships. That works too.
If we build it ourselves, we'll have a better grasp of all the technologies.
If you encounter any difficulties, I can send people over to assist. Haha, that would be wonderful. Gung Qian naturally understood Mu Tian's predicament.
The scientist's biggest problem now was having too many good ideas but being unable to figure out how to implement them for mass production. After drinking tea for a while, Mu Tian accompanied Gung Qian outside to watch the robots loading cargo.
Brother Gung, you should be taking the body tempering pill in a few days, right? Yes, but you mentioned the evolution process would be extremely painful. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. It'll be over before you know it.
Just think of it as undergoing bone-scraping surgery without anesthesia.
Isn't that painful enough? I hope I'll just pass out early that day.
Watching the large flying cargo trucks disappear into the distance, Mu Tian withdrew his attention and took a car back to the Vermilion Bird Island to reunite with his family.
Gung Qian returned to the northwest base with the hard drive containing the technical data.
Elder Ning and Zhao Yu had been waiting for some time. With trembling, excited hands, Elder Ning picked up the hard drive, a key symbolizing the voyage through the stars and the dawn of the great cosmic seafaring era.
Let me have a look.
If the data on this hard drive is genuine, no matter the cost, we must build a complete fleet.
Rest assured, Elder Ning.
The Sea of Stars has always been our dream. In the face of that dream, we certainly won't be stingy with our investment.
Come. Let's go to the Super Quantum Computer Center.
I want to apply for supercomputing time to verify the data and complete the calculations as quickly as possible. Adhering to a rigorous scientific attitude, Elder Ning decided to re-verify the data provided by Mu Tian once more, ensuring absolute certainty. After all, this investment might require mobilizing over 10 of the Dragon Nation's total productivity. A single move affects the whole situation. There was no room for carelessness. While you head to the supercomputing center, I'll go report the situation to the Grand Elder.
This will definitely require a meeting to decide. I understand.
I'll probably need to attend that meeting too.
I must be going now.
Elder Ning hurried away, brimming with vigor.
He felt as if he had returned to the 1960s and 70s, a time when everything was waiting to be rebuilt and the Dragon Nation's path of science and technology was just beginning. At midnight, the Dragon Nation's high-level officials convened an emergency meeting.
Elder Ning attended with the data verification results.
After a night of discussion, the high-level officials decided to first construct the flagship of the second-level cosmic fleet.
Early the next morning, summons were sent to prestigious professors at universities and accomplished researchers at national research institutes received assembly notices. They would be away from their families, disappearing from the public eye for a period to undertake this research crucial to the Dragon Nation's future. Mu Tian also received a call from Zhao Yu early in the morning. Zhao Yu intended to come personally to negotiate the order for the cosmic warship production line. In Zhao Yu's view, this production line's value was immeasurable, requiring his personal presence to demonstrate its importance. General Zhao, please have some tea.
Hey, you know what, kid?
The effects of that brain development potion and this tea are remarkably similar.
Of course.
General Zhao, have you started developing your brain potential as well?
I have no choice.
The workload gets heavier every day, my mind just can't keep up. Then you and Elder Ning must take good care of yourselves.
Enough about that. Let's talk business regarding the cosmic warship production line.
How much are you selling it for and how soon can it be delivered?
I won't sell it, I'll lease it to you instead.
How about 10 billion per year per production line?
As for delivery, it can be done within a month. Shamu, on behalf of the Dragon Nation, I thank you for your contribution.
Zhao Yu stood up and solemnly gave Mu Tian a standard military salute.
Mu Tian quickly stood up as well, returning the gesture with a slight bow. Zhao Yu knew that even if Mu Tian had priced the production line at several trillion, the Dragon Nation would have bought it.
Yet Mu Tian chose to offer the production line via leasing, a gesture that deeply moved Zhao Yu. If the Dragon Nation had more entrepreneurs like Mu Tian, what worry would there be about not conquering the Sea of Stars? For Mu Tian, however, producing those cosmic warship production lines cost him nothing at all. The raw materials were sourced from Mars and the manufacturing was completed by atomic-level 3D printers, costing not a single cent. Naturally, any rental fee was pure profit. Zhao Yu placed an order for 3 production lines as needed, paying an annual rent of 30 billion. Before seeing Zhao Yu off to his flying car, Mu Tian gifted him and Elder Ning each 6 bottles of wine and 6 tins of tea. Zhao Yu had just mentioned that the wine he brought back last time was all shared among his colleagues.
The 3 of them were practically product ambassadors.
It was all because Gung Qian, that big mouth, had boasted to his colleagues at the base. Everyone knew they had brought back good stuff from Mu Tian's place, so it was a case of finders keepers.
Nua, let's go check out the cosmic virtual exchange platform again. Brother, are you going to fight again? Your last opponent keeps challenging you. Didn't she win last time? Why does she keep challenging me? Does she think I'm an easy target? I wouldn't know. Anyway, if you hadn't mentioned the cosmic virtual exchange platform, I wouldn't have thought about it. Beachcombing these past few days has been so much fun. Good thing you're still in kindergarten and have plenty of time to enjoy yourself. Oof. Bad brother, can't I just skip elementary, middle and high school? That won't do. Your life would be incomplete. I don't want to. I don't want to do homework every day. Alright. Let's go deal with that woman first. This time I'm going to crush her. Taking the helmet out of his spatial storage, Tian returned to the fighter jet lab, lay down and put it on. After a brief moment of disorientation, Tian found himself back in the familiar place. How are they all so free? It's always this bustling here. Brother, there are countless universes and correspondingly countless system owners. It's no wonder there are so many people here. Makes sense. I'll go fight first, then look around later. With another flash before his eyes, Tian appeared on a fighting arena. His previous opponent hadn't arrived yet, so Tian had to wait patiently. As he appeared on the stage, Wei Yu received the notification and a few minutes later materialized opposite Tian. Wei Yu, please enlighten me. Lone Brave, begin. The two launched into a fierce offensive against each other, every move aimed at vital points, each strike incredibly ruthless. Having learned his lesson from last time, Tian fought with every trick in the book. For a while neither could gain the upper hand. Half an hour later, Wei Yu retreated and ceased her attack. Lone Brave, how about we call it a draw today? Alright, a draw it is. Ahem, may I buy you a drink? Let's be friends. Wei Yu took the initiative to extend the invitation. Friendship is fine. Lead the way, I'm not too familiar with this place. Tian was also curious about Wei Yu's intentions, so he readily accepted the invitation. Wei Yu led Tian to a tea house. Once they were seated, Wei Yu began to reveal her hidden agenda. Lone Brave, I wonder if you'd be interested in a trade with me. So it was about a deal. Tian chuckled inwardly. No wonder she kept wanting to fight him again, what an odd woman. What kind of trade? Could you elaborate? Driven by boredom and curiosity, Tian listened as Wei Yu explained her current predicament and the trade she had in mind. As a system owner herself, Wei Yu was undoubtedly a daughter of destiny, a cosmic lucky one just like Tian. However, the system she was bound to was an entertainment assistance type, while her home planet Gamma Star was in the throes of a zombie-infested apocalypse. Wei Yu could only save the survivors and then use various forms of entertainment to generate happiness points from them, which were needed for her system's upgrades. Although I can currently earn entertainment points through numbing pastimes like playing cards, mahjong, singing and dancing, my biggest problem is the lack of food. It's getting hard to sustain the survivor base. In short, Wei Yu needed food. Her system's rewards were all items for strengthening the body which didn't fill empty stomachs. Without survivors her system would become useless, so the survivor base was crucial to her. It seemed Earthlings weren't the only ones facing scarcity, aliens had their struggles too. Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pretending to be deep in thought while secretly consulting with Nua. Brother, ask her if she has any level 4 mutant zombie crystals. I can use them to formulate the next stage of the body enhancement serum. But isn't Wei Yu's physical strength the same as mine? Can she even get level 4 mutant zombie crystals? Brother, don't you know some people like to play the fool? She can just set her battles to only fight those who have undergone level 3 physical evolution. Alright, I'll ask her then. Tian put on a pained expression and said with a wry smile, actually food isn't that abundant on my planet either. A third of the population still doesn't have enough to eat or wear. Wei Yu sighed as well. Alas, I know everyone has it tough. A few days ago I asked someone if they could send me some food and I'd accompany them online for a month. But he turned and ran and even blacklisted me. A light bulb went off in Tian's head. He recalled the conversation he overheard at the drink shop a few days ago. Could that person have been Wei Yu? What a coincidence. Tian continued to feign reluctance. Actually, I have a food manufacturing machine that I could trade with you. I don't need your company, but I can't just give it away for free, you see. Wei Yu, clutching at straws, said excitedly, really? What kind of food manufacturing machine is it? Can you show me? Tian smiled. Of course, it looks like this. Seeing the fish take the bait, Tian had Nua project the food manufacturing machine, a realistic hologram that could be seen but not touched. Tian introduced powered by a nuclear battery. It can produce 2 tons of food. The battery is replaceable. You just tell it what you want and it's ready in 5 minutes. Like this. Tian called out to the machine, make a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a portion of rice. A robotic voice announced production time 5 minutes. Please wait.
Wei Yu blinked her big eyes as she watched Mu Tian conjure up a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and rice out of thin air.
The excitement on her face was unmistakable.
However, Mu Tian said the food machine wasn't free, which put her in a bind. Before the apocalypse, Wei Yu had been a famous actress with every aspect of her life meticulously arranged by others. That was why she had asked another system owner for food last time, offering to accompany him for a month. It was a tactic she was all too familiar with.
Want something? Just sleep with someone. But Mu Tian was clearly an oddball. This was tricky.
Wei Yu frowned in thought for a moment, then threw the question back at Mu Tian.
So Lone Ranger, what would you like in exchange? I don't have much to offer.
I do have plenty of gold and jade if you need it.
Mu Tian waved his hand and chuckled.
I have plenty of gold and jade.
I don't need those. Do you have any mutant zombie crystals? Level 4 and above.
Wei Yu's eyes widened in surprise.
You know about mutant zombie crystals? Did your planet have a zombie outbreak too? Mu Tian shook his head. No, my planet doesn't have zombies. I just read about them in novels. So does that mean you actually have some?
Wei Yu nodded in confirmation. I do have some mutant zombie crystals, but normal people can't use them. It would cause trouble if other zombies got them, so I've just been collecting them, hoping to figure out their use someday.
Mu Tian smiled. Then let's trade.
I'll give you the food manufacturing machine for your level 4 and above mutant zombie crystals.
Wei Yu began to haggle. I only have 2 level 4 mutant zombie crystals. But 1 food machine for 1 crystal is too little. 2 crystals should get me at least 20 food machines and 100 batteries. Mu Tian started to bargain back. That's too much.
1 crystal for 10 machines and 50 batteries. Wei Yu quickly reached out and grabbed Mu Tian's right hand with both of hers.
Deal. Mu Tian was speechless.
He felt a bit cheated, not even getting a proper bargaining experience. The deal was struck and they proceeded with the transaction through the virtual universe exchange platform. Mu Tian handed the food machines and batteries to Nuanua, who completed the trade via the platform. Soon Nuanua was holding 2 fiery red mutant zombie crystals, playing with them. Wei Yu, upon receiving the food machine, hurriedly said goodbye and logged off, clearly eager to go eat. The woman must have been starving for days to be in such a rush.
Mu Tian also logged off, his gaze returning to reality.
The next stage of evolution was still pending, and he had been continuously consuming dragon tiger pills lately.
Brother, I'm heading back to the space to play. I saw you drooling.
You're not thinking of eating those 2 crystals like candy, are you?
Of course not.
I wouldn't eat that stuff, it doesn't look tasty at all. I'm going to research them, see if I can formulate a serum I can use too. With that, Nuanua scurried back into her part of the system space.
Mu Tian left the fighter jet lab and began strolling around the company.
Aside from the Dragon Nation, which had normal weather, the rest of the northern hemisphere was still frozen solid. Mu Tian, dressed in thin clothes, didn't feel the cold at all as he walked in the spring breeze. Xiaomeng, how many couples from our company got married last year?
Boss, you mean how many people received the marriage benefits, right? A total of 55898 couples. That's a bit low. Not enough happiness points for my next evolution. Boss, over 50,000 couples is already a lot, isn't it? But this year should be more because many people envy our employee benefits. Tianmu Group always paid post-tax salaries, offered generous holiday benefits and subsidies, and frequently held big lotteries. Over a year, an ordinary employee could earn around 200,000, not to mention the management. Winning the jackpot in a lottery could mean reaching the pinnacle of life instantly. This made Tianmu Group employees highly sought after in the marriage market, snapped up quickly before they were gone. Time flew by relentlessly, and another month passed in the blink of an eye.
Over the past month, the Dragon Kingdom had completed vaccination drives for its coastal populations, allowing them to indulge in seafood without a shred of worry.
Meanwhile, Mu Tian also delivered 3 production lines for cosmic warships.
He still vividly remembered that day when a seemingly endless convoy of cargo aircraft soared up from the Tianmu Group headquarters, blotting out the sky in a breathtaking spectacle. With a staggering 10,000 cargo flights, it was impossible to escape notice, which further strained the already delicate global situation. Rumors swirled that the US and its allies were planning to initiate another war once the ice melted and spring arrived, hoping to divert attention from their severe domestic economic crises. Japan in particular was eager to seize this chance to rise again, feverishly preparing its military forces, its sights set squarely on the country of Seba. It was at this moment, as the ice began to thaw, that the Dragon Kingdom's central media dropped a bombshell announcement: the official launch of the Mars Seed program. The Mars Seed program aimed to terraform Mars into a habitable planet, enabling some Dragon Kingdom citizens to emigrate there and preserve the embers of their civilization. The news sent shockwaves through the world, terrifying many who had been harboring ambitions.
Even global online commentary was flooded with panic and anxiety. Even the Dragon Kingdom is giving up on Earth. Oh my god, can I apply to immigrate to Mars too? Living on Earth is just too dangerous, aliens could destroy the planet at any moment. There's a three-eyed kid next door who seems like a demon. He grows freakishly fast, can already walk and has razor-sharp teeth. I'm terrified he might eat me, he's always drooling when he sees me. It's too late. Terraforming Mars will take at least 50 years. Chances are humanity will be extinct before we ever leave Earth.
Where do I sign up to emigrate to Mars?
I can't bear another minute on this wretched planet.
When Tian saw the screenshots of online comments sent by Xiao Meng, he was at home with young Meng, who was pregnant. As an expectant father, he wished he could spend every hour of the day by her side.
He could work and study anywhere after all.
Young Meng, having just finished a bout of morning sickness, gently touched her still flat belly.
Tiangu, are they really twins, a boy and a girl? Don't get my hopes up now.
Tian helped her sit down and said with confidence, of course.
I'm more accurate than any doctor's diagnosis.
You can start thinking about what to name our son and daughter. With Xiao Meng's help, one glance was all it took for Tian to know they were expecting a boy and a girl, fulfilling his family's deepest wishes. Yun Meng's face beamed with happiness.
I'll give it some serious thought. Tiangu, I'm craving spicy crayfish for lunch. Tian smiled. Alright, I'll have Aunt Li make it for you.
Lately, aside from meeting with Gengchen, Tian spent his days at home with Yun Meng and took the two little ones to and from school. Of course, the ongoing trade with Wei Yu continued. With a sufficient number of food synthesizers at her disposal, Wei Yu began expanding her base. She had attracted more capable followers, resulting in a steady supply of Tier 4 mutant zombie crystals. However, due to the fact that the Tianmu Group's genetic repair serum was currently only available to Dragon Kingdom citizens, it had not yet been offered to the international community. The number of mutated newborns in foreign countries was growing rapidly. Yet since most news media were controlled by conglomerates, there was no further reporting on these mutated infants. These mutated newborns, however, had enormous appetites and grew at an alarming rate.
A 1-month-old baby could easily eat a family out of house and home.
Some mutated newborns, due to their severe physical deformities, were abandoned in small numbers, while others were aborted. Then one day a mutated infant bit its mother's throat out while she slept, killing her instantly, and the world was once again plunged into panic and unrest. Oh my god, are those mutant babies the reincarnation of demons?
It's horrifying.
I don't even dare to eat seafood anymore, afraid I'll turn into some kind of abomination.
Is there anyone who can save us?
Are we just supposed to wait for death? I heard the Dragon Kingdom has a vaccine, but our politicians and conglomerates refuse to introduce it, claiming it's unsafe.
Unsafe my ass. If it were truly unsafe, would the Dragon Kingdom be rolling out nationwide vaccinations? It's a joke. Have you seen the latest news from Tianmu Pharmaceuticals?
If you're worried about your child mutating, pregnant women can now travel to the Dragon Kingdom to get vaccinated during their pregnancy.
But wait, did you know? The Dragon Kingdom has already started trading in mutant seafood. They're not afraid of it anymore, and they haven't had a single case of a mutated infant.
Seeing the news of the infant killing its mother, Tian felt a pang of unease.
He promptly issued another announcement inviting pregnant women to the Dragon Kingdom for vaccination.
He did not want a future where, besides the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the rest of the world degenerated into mindless killing machines. With a heavy heart, Tian boarded an interstellar transport and returned to Mars. After 3 or 4 months of terraforming, Mars was a third of the way complete. Oceans and rivers were beginning to take shape, and the atmosphere was slowly becoming breathable, similar to Earth's. The planet's seasonal temperature variations were also becoming milder, no longer swinging wildly by over 100 degrees.
Brother, in another 2 months we'll be able to start planting vegetation on Mars. We'll need to plan that carefully.
Xiao Meng, I'll leave that task to you.
Alright, boss. The designated planting zones are already mapped out. Take a look and see if anything needs adjusting.
A holographic projection of Mars materialized before Tian, with the green areas representing the planting zones Xiao Meng had designated.
Good work. Incorporate the city planning as well, it will simplify things later. Understood.
I've designated 360 major cities across the plains in habitable zones.
Here's the blueprint.
Proceed with the terraforming according to this plan. Just make sure to build me a grand mansion in the most scenic locations.
Understood.
After all the hard work of terraforming Mars, having a residence in every city and scenic spot was only fair, wasn't it?
Tian found it perfectly reasonable.
But when Tian returned to Earth, he was greeted with a news screenshot from Xiao Meng.
Japan had been struck by yet another massive earthquake.
Just like the last time, the earthquake struck without warning, and it happened to occur near the sea area where Japan had been amassing its military forces. The earthquake triggered a cascade of 50 to 60 volcanic eruptions, creating a scene of billowing smoke and chaos.
The earthquakes are getting more frequent. We need to hurry. Tian felt a growing sense of urgency. Boss, hostile mutant marine creatures are heading towards Japan.
Brother, those mutant creatures are probably going to feast on nuclear fuel again. This earthquake will likely cause another leak at the nuclear power plants. In today's Japan, the wealthy had long since immigrated to other countries, leaving behind only those without the means to leave. As if by divine will, a massive tsunami swept away a large portion of the military might that Japan had spent over 6 months amassing. At that moment, the White House suddenly issued a statement: approximately 100,000 mutant marine creatures were swimming towards Japan. At the northwest base, Xiaoyu gazed at the dense swarm of mutated seafood surging toward the neon country, his heart stirring with excitement. What others saw as a catastrophe, he saw as a mountain of food capable of strengthening the human body.
Following Yang Weihua's directive, Xiaoyu issued the command: order the marine bionic units 1 through 10 to launch the attack and units 11 through 20 to retrieve all prey. Acknowledged. The commanders of the marine bionic creature units began issuing their own instructions. From the bionic marine life that formed the underwater Great Wall, 20 arrays immediately detached and set course for the waters of the Neon Country. Units 1 through 10 were responsible for launching infrasonic attacks to eliminate the mutated marine life, while units 11 through 20 were tasked with carrying the prey back. Each unit consisted of 10,000 bionic creatures, more than enough for the task. In the deep dark ocean at depths unreachable by humans, a massive group of large and bizarre mutated creatures raced forward. They were estimated to reach the vicinity of the nuclear power plant in the Neon Country within an hour. Upon arrival, they would feast and gain more energy for growth. A persistent voice in their minds guided their direction, leading them straight to their target. Suddenly, a group of smaller figures appeared ahead, blocking their path. With eerie cries and without a moment's hesitation, the mutated sea creatures launched a ferocious attack. Since there were snacks blocking the way, they might as well eat them as an appetizer. But before the mutated swarm could even close the distance, the opposing side's infrasonic attack struck first. In an instant, the mutated sea creatures began to roll their eyes and die. Another group of smaller figures darted out from the side, grabbing the bodies of the mutated creatures and carrying them away with precise, coordinated movements. The citizens of the Neon Country were already numb to the impending arrival of the mutated seafood. They were still immersed in suffering from various natural disasters and had no energy to care about other threats. Only those who were particularly fixated on the mutated seafood had rented the largest fishing vessels, waiting for the creatures to arrive. Risking danger for wealth, they supposed, was the way of things. It was said that mutated creatures could sell for $100 per pound on the black market with no shortage of buyers. But they waited with anxious eyes day after day, and the prey never entered their trap. Those bosses who wanted to catch the mutated seafood had now completely lost faith in the Rice Country. Did the Rice Country folks release false information? They made us happy for nothing. Exactly. We're spending hundreds of thousands a day on these boats and crew. The Rice Country folks have really screwed us over this time. Baka. The Rice Country folks have a truly wicked heart. Not only do they not send support for our disaster relief, but they also toy with us. The money we made from catching mutated seafood a few days ago is all gone now. Damn it. On the other side, official large fishing vessels from the Dragon Country were receiving the prey brought back by the marine bionic units. The boatloads of seafood left the receiving staff stunned. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. This method of fishing was just too easy. The seafood practically swam into the nets by itself. All they had to do was follow the captain's orders and press the net retrieval button. All the mutated seafood was to be used for the physical enhancement of the frontline combat troops. They were the ones who most needed to strengthen their fighting capabilities. Boss, those mutated seafood have become a hot commodity. As soon as the mutated seafood was cleared, Xiao Meng reported the situation to Tian. The people of the Dragon Country have always been like this. If anything is beneficial to the body, it will surely be eaten until it becomes a protected species or even to extinction. I know. An ancient book said that eating zombies could grant longevity, and then they were all eaten up. Nuanua raised her hand to answer eagerly. Tian reached out and poked Nuanua's little head. What kind of books are you reading all day? I was talking about tiger penis, but you're talking about zombies. But I think the ancient book has a point. The zombies were all eaten up. There's nothing in the Dragon Country's diet that can't be eaten. Seeing that kindergarten was about to be dismissed, Tian gave up on the idea of lecturing the little system. He couldn't shake the feeling that Nuanua was growing up a bit crooked. Maybe it was just his imagination. Just then the kindergarten dismissal bell rang. Xiaonan ran out holding Nuanua's hand. Brother, I'm hungry. Did you bring any snacks? Xiaonan tugged at Tian's hand, asking for food, her little eyes glancing towards a nearby roasted sausage stall.
Mu Tian, oblivious to her intention, replied, "Not yet.
We'll eat when we get home. Auntie Lee made your favorite braised beef." Nua tugged on Mu Tian's pant leg and pointed to the sausage stall. "Anen wants to eat that roasted sausage." Mu Tian looked over. A fragrant aroma was wafting from the stall.
The sausage vendor knew his business. He had a high-powered electric fan blowing the aroma towards the kindergarten gate as soon as school let out. Mu Tian knew that every child was curious about things they had never eaten or played with. He didn't stop Xiaonan from having street food.
"Come on, I'll take you both to get a sausage."
Holding a child's hand in each of his, Mu Tian led them to the stall.
Xiaonan looked at the vendor and held up 3 little fingers.
"Sir, we'd like 3 sausages.
The vendor didn't recognize Mu Tian as he was wearing a disguise device. Taking the sausages, Mu Tian paid with his phone.
Xiaonan took a bite of the golden crispy sausage and savored it happily. So fragrant and delicious. Seeing the 2 little girls looking so enchanted, Mu Tian also took a bite of his own sausage. The taste was mediocre.
It wasn't as good as food made from ingredients soaked in the water of life.
Sure enough, after a couple of bites, Xiaonan and Nua found it bland and began to chew with faces like they were eating wax.
"No wasting food. You ordered it, so you have to finish it even if it makes you cry."
Mu Tian began to forcefully suppress their attempts to hand their sausages to him.
"Okay brother, let's go home. We'll finish them before we get there." Yeah, we'll finish them. "Then let's go."
Back home, the 2 little girls still hadn't finished their sausages. In the end, they only managed to eat them by dipping them in the sauce from the braised beef. That night, after Yun Meng fell asleep, Mu Tian put on his helmet again and entered the cosmic virtual battle platform. He wasn't here to spar with Wei Yu this time, but to sit quietly in a crowded place and listen to gossip from different universes.
"Did you hear? 2 universes recently broke out into a cosmic war. Universe 9098 launched a surprise attack on Universe 9099.
I heard that the system host of Universe 9099 stole the virtual lover of the system host from Universe 9098.
Damn, who still believes in online dating these days? Sure, you didn't know.
The system host from Universe 9098's original virtual lover was bound to a cultivation gift return system.
Ah, I see. No wonder.
No decisive victory will be reached. The universe forbids large-scale wars.
Who knows?
Perhaps it will eventually devolve into a life-or-death arena duel.
The last life-or-death arena duel was eons ago.
That live broadcast was spectacular. Billions of system holders watched online.
Indeed.
2 beings on the verge of ascending to the universe's strongest foolishly sought their own demise.
Mu Tian was particularly intrigued by this cosmic war discourse today, listening intently to every word. "Brother, the true purpose of the life-or-death arena isn't to resolve conflicts among system holders but to prevent the emergence of an invincible supreme system. Is the undercurrent here that deep? Indeed, very deep.
How could the ruling class ever permit others to shake their dominion? This matter touches upon my very origin, but the time is not yet ripe to speak of it." Mu Tian knew Nua had always harbored secrets, and he refrained from probing further.
"It's all right.
At least I consider myself far more fortunate than them. No KPI targets. Number 996 grind.
Unlike other system holders who toil endlessly on quests. Hee brother, I'm glad you appreciate me."
Only when the surrounding chatter about the cosmic war subsided did Mu Tian log off, gently embracing Yun Meng as they slept.
The next morning, Mu Tian arrived alone at Vermilion Bird Island.
He retrieved a large radar system from his dimensional space, installed it in the underground base, and pressed the power button. The radar system from a Tier 3 cosmic warship is truly exceptional. It can scan everything within a 500 light-year radius.
"Brother, are you hoping to detect other galactic civilizations within that range?" "Indeed. Since we possess advanced equipment, we should deploy it early for necessary precautions." "Brother, worry not. The solar system is nestled within 2 local bubbles, a remarkably secure little galaxy.
Still, we must remain vigilant.
If others resort to dishonorable sneak attacks, we'd be finished." Hee brother, is this your reaction to yesterday's gossip?"
"You little clever one, nothing escapes your notice." The instant the galactic radar system activated, Xiao Meng scanned and recorded everything within a 500 light-year radius. "Boss, within the 500 light-year radius I've detected 15 habitable planets, 8 planets harboring life, 3 Tier 2 civilized star systems, and an unknown number of Tier 3 civilizations." Due to mutual shielding capabilities among equivalent radar systems, Xiao Meng couldn't obtain scan data. Xiao Meng, dispatch a Tier 3 cosmic warship under your control to probe the surroundings.
"No problem.
With this radar system I can maneuver the warship within a 500 light-year radius. Then I'll head to Mars now and deploy the Tier 3 cosmic warship there."
Mu Tian swiftly arrived at Mars and released a Tier 3 cosmic warship in outer space.
This colossal war vessel stretched 30 kilometers in length, 18 in width and 15 in height, a fearsome leviathan of war. The warship housed 200 Tier 3 interstellar mechs, 20 small cosmic warships, 100 starfighters and an array of supporting equipment and robots.
Its main star-destroying cannon could obliterate an entire planet with a single blast.
At the Tier 3 civilization level, warships no longer relied on nuclear energy but harnessed dark energy instead. Tian dared not conduct dark energy experiments on Earth, fearing self-annihilation. Under Xiao Meng's control, the warship began its voyage toward the outer reaches of the solar system.
Due to the nebula enveloping the solar system, the Tier 3 cosmic warship couldn't breach it at maximum velocity.
It would take approximately 3 days for this tendril of the solar system to extend beyond.
Boss, I'll operate this Tier 3 cosmic warship in the guise of a rogue fleet. Do you have any further directives? Go test a Tier 2 civilized star system. If no Tier 3 civilization intervenes, plunder whatever valuable spoils you can find. Understood, boss.
Target is 152 light-years away, estimated arrival in 1 month.
A month isn't long. We'll wait patiently.
Indeed, it took 3 days merely to escape the solar nebula, yet only a month to traverse 152 light-years. The speculation that the nebula shields the solar system carries some weight, not mere idle talk. After a brief tour of Mars, Tian returned to Earth. Just then Xiaoyu called, requesting that Tian dispatch technical experts to support the Northwest base.
Xiaomu, we've hit numerous technical hurdles here. Could you send a few people to lend a hand? No problem. I'll arrange it right away.
Those folks will likely be thrilled, they might even draw lots for the chance.
Haha, you've cultivated quite the talent pool. I wonder how you do it. You flatter me.
I'll make the arrangements now. As Tian predicted, the moment it was announced that 10 people would be sent to support the Northwest base's cosmic warship construction project, everyone in the research institute rushed to volunteer. Who wouldn't yearn to forge swords for the nation? Who wouldn't desire to bring honor to their ancestors?
The chance to secure a page in the family annals, only a fool would hesitate. Boss, send me. I've memorized those blueprints inside out and I have no girlfriend. I want to go too. I've committed every warship specification to memory. Send me and victory is assured. Boss, you can't only send the male colleagues. We women are equally capable, I even designed the blueprints myself.
Don't argue with me, I'm in charge of the propulsion system design.
No one understands warship propulsion better than I do.
As their quarrel grew increasingly heated, Tian's head throbbed with exasperation.
Raising both hands to gently calm his subordinates, Tian smiled and said, everyone has contributed significantly. Let's expand the quota to 15.
We'll settle this by drawing lots, those who draw a number get to go.
Great, that's a fair approach, boss. I approve. I've got incredible luck with draws. Last year's year-end lottery won me a flying car and a house.
Old Lou, stop bragging about your car and house. Luck shifts with time. Boss, hold on, let me wash my hands and face first.
I'm afraid my luck might be tainted.
I need to wash up too. In an instant everyone in the office rushed to wash their hands and faces, hoping to improve their fortunes. Tian shook his head with a chuckle and instructed a nearby robot to prepare 35 slips of paper writing numbers 1 through 15 on 15 of them. 5 minutes later, all 35 individuals reconvened in the conference room. The drawing commenced and each person received their coveted paper slip.
What, Grandpa, why didn't you bless your granddaughter? I got number 1.
Old Sue, trade your slip with me and I'll introduce my sister to you.
Yay, I got number 15.
I'll have my mother burn incense for our ancestors right away so they know I'm going to forge swords for the nation. Why is my slip blank? Maybe I didn't wash my face properly after all.
Amidst a clamorous uproar, 15 fortunate souls were selected.
Each of them had conducted exhaustive research into all the technologies of the second-tier interstellar warship, making them veritable experts among experts. Tian instructed them to return home, pack their belongings and bid farewell to their families to prevent any worry during their absence of over half a year. That afternoon, Tian, accompanied by 16 others, boarded a flying shuttle bound for the Northwest base. The extra person was a doppelganger of Xiao Meng, a precautionary measure to avert any embarrassing predicaments where insurmountable problems might arise. After all, they couldn't afford to be ridiculed by Xiaoyu, that would be a loss of face too great to bear. As Tian and his team arrived at the Northwest base, Elderning and Xiaoyu were already waiting for them at the airport. The moment they spotted Tian's group disembarking from the vehicle, Elderning and Xiaoyu beamed with smiles and strode forward to greet them.
Xiaomu, welcome back to the Northwest base.
And welcome to all of you for forging swords for the nation here.
Truly, each generation produces its own talents.
Xiaomu, you have an impressive array of capable individuals under your command. Observing that all the dozen or so technical experts arriving for support were under 30 years old, Elderning and Xiaoyu were filled with profound emotion. Even their Northwest base couldn't boast a research team composed entirely of young people, yet Tianmu Group had achieved this long ago.
You flatter us. It's all thanks to their dedication to learning. They are self-taught talents. Mu Tian responded with humility, then introduced this as Elder Ning Ziyuan. You will be working under his guidance from now on. Ensure you cooperate with him effectively. Understood, Chairman Mu. We will follow all arrangements. It's an honor to meet you, Elder Ning. You've been my idol since childhood.
I never imagined working under Elder Ning's leadership.
This is truly wonderful.
Elder Ning stepped forward, shaking hands with each of the young men and women, saying, "Welcome, welcome. From now on we are comrades fighting side by side." After shaking hands with all the technical personnel, Elder Ning returned, patted Mu Tian on the shoulder and chuckled, "It's rare for you to visit, lad. You must give a lecture for everyone while you're here."
Mu Tian agreed readily. Of course, no problem. Today I'll discuss the development and application of dark energy. Elder Ning's eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. You finally decided to share your true expertise. I'll gather the relevant specialists to attend your lecture.
The 16 employees followed the base staff to their dormitories to store their luggage and settle in, while Mu Tian accompanied Elder Ning and Jiayu back to the office for tea.
At 2:30 p.m. Mu Tian commenced his public lecture in the base auditorium.
The attendees were over 300 of Dragon Nation's top-tier research talents specializing in energy.
Today's lecture will focus on the application and development of dark energy.
However, before we delve into that, we must first understand the properties of dark energy, its forms of existence, and the materials suitable for storing it. Mu Tian's discussion of this research direction today served as a catalyst aiming to steer the Dragon Nation's technological trajectory towards the level of a third-tier civilization.
Any breakthrough in a civilization's tier originates from advancements in energy-related technologies. Mu Tian had also begun disseminating the technologies of a second-tier civilization, intentionally or otherwise. It wasn't until midnight that Mu Tian concluded his public lecture and QA session.
The attendees, transformed into insatiably curious souls, bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Subsequently, Mu Tian along with Elder Ning and Jiayu went to tour the construction factory of the Zhuri Sun Chaser interstellar warship. The production line was now fundamentally assembled. Once the technical personnel were in place to resolve certain manufacturing issues, the construction of the Zhuri could commence promptly. After the extensive tour, Mu Tian finally arrived home at past 2 a.m. He was about to wash up when Yun Meng was startled awake by the faint noises.
"Tian Gu, you're back. Are you done with work?"
Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Yun Meng reached out her arms seeking an embrace. Mu Tian gently embraced her and smiled. "I might need to give lectures regularly in the coming days, but I'll always be home before 5 in the afternoon."
That's good. Don't overwork yourself. No worries, go back to sleep.
Due to Mu Tian's exceptional lecturing prowess, Elder Ning arranged a temporary title for him, Chief Technical Engineer of the base.
Mu Tian readily accepted this arrangement.
He was slated to lecture at the Northwest base for 3 months, intending to disseminate knowledge from second-tier civilization technology. While the people of the Dragon Nation were still asleep in a military base in the United States, a research project leader suddenly burst into raucous laughter.
"Ha ha ha. I've got it.
I know how to synthesize another type of room-temperature superconducting material now."
"Lu Yuming, you gave me the inspiration. Thank you so much. Quick, quick, quick. Prepare the materials I've listed. Today we're going to make America great again." The man named Lu Yuming, a Chinese American raised in the United States, wore a proud expression upon receiving the research leader's commendation.
This was another scheme by the president to involve Chinese Americans in high-tech research projects, employing a strategy of using barbarians to control barbarians.
And surprisingly, it proved quite effective. How so?
The most critical material for the nuclear fusion reactor, the room-temperature superconductor, was successfully developed. Coupled with the fact that Tianmu Technology hadn't implemented stringent secrecy measures for its nuclear fusion reactor, others could quickly discern its underlying principles. Lu Yuming excitedly extended his hand to shake with the team leader Drew's. However, Drew shook hands and embraced everyone in the lab to celebrate, conspicuously omitting Lu Yuming.
This left Lu Yuming's outstretched right hand hanging awkwardly in the air before he silently retracted it.
The smile on his face gradually froze, replaced by a faint glimmer of disappointment in his eyes.
It was just like before. No matter how hard he tried, he never received recognition or important roles, relegated to at best serving as the team's think tank. The next morning, as Mu Tian got up to take little Anin and Nua to school, he saw the extensive media coverage of the American technological achievement. Silicon Valley Daily America is set to usher in a new technological epoch, becoming the second nation after the Dragon Nation to master controlled nuclear fusion. New York Times Los Angeles tech prodigy Drews is destined to be America's greatest scientist. This year's Nobel Prize is undoubtedly his. Washington Post: the president has signed Executive Order No. One mandating the construction of 50 large-scale nuclear fusion power plants across America. Brother, they're utterly shameless. Shouldn't the Nobel Prize be awarded to us? Even if we don't care about it, they should at least give us the chance to decline. Manhwa said somewhat indignantly.
Tian smiled nonchalantly. In the race of technological competition there are only pioneers and chasers. There's no need for us to care about how others label themselves. But they clearly used a creative concept from a Chinese American.
It's too much. They've taken over our nest.
Manhwa crossed her little arms over her chest, looking thoroughly displeased.
Alright, it's time for us to begin evaluating last year's papers. We did make a public promise about that. Xiaomeng, have you been tracking the online research papers from last year?
Yes, I've recorded and backed up all the papers that meet the criteria.
Should we initiate a public vote? Let's begin. It's a perfect opportunity for everyone to participate in this technological feast.
Furthermore, for the technologies involved in the winning papers, we can select those with investment value to fund.
You handle the specifics. Understood. I've already published the announcement.
Early in the morning the Tianmu group was at it again, and this time it was a big one that everyone could participate in.
The Tianmu group announced that the 2019 Dragon Nation online scientific paper selection would officially begin public voting in 3 days. Valuable scientific research papers would be eligible for substantial cash prizes from the Tianmu Charity Fund.
Papers with commercial potential would have the opportunity to collaborate with the Tianmu Investment Company to develop their technological value. All voters would have a chance to participate in the Tianmu Group's lucky draw with prizes consisting of 140000 small food manufacturing machines.
This announcement was electrifying, instantly invigorating the weary office workers.
With 140000 food machines as prizes, the odds of winning were 1 in 10,000, countless times better than winning the lottery. The news spread like wildfire, and the vast majority of Dragon Nation citizens knew about it within moments.
I want to vote fairly and justly, and I absolutely must win that prize.
The Tianmu food machines are no longer sold in stores. Second-hand ones are now being scalped for 100000 each.
Winning is like striking it rich. I'm all in. I have 3 phones. The advantage is mine.
I'm going to use my whole family's phones to vote.
I refuse to believe I can't win.
I must warn you all, the Tianmu Group's lottery is quite mystical. You can't just stack up votes to increase your chances.
I just saved up enough to buy a food machine and they stopped production. This time I've got to seize the opportunity and save a huge amount of money. The Tianmu Group's announcement quickly spread overseas, drawing crowds of foreign netizens to comment. Oh, just today the US announced a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, and now Dragon Nation is doing a paper selection. This is grander than the Nobel Prize.
Dragon Nation people don't care about the Nobel Prize anymore, they covet the Tianmu Group's recognition. Haven't you noticed that no Dragon Nation researchers are submitting to the 2 major journals lately?
Damn it, why don't we have the right to vote? I really want a food machine too. Please give us a chance. Getting Dragon Nation citizenship is too hard. Dragon Nation people are truly blessed.
The US simply doesn't have the capability to build a fusion power plant. They're still lost in their fantasies. That last netizen was indeed correct. The US lacked the capacity to construct a controlled nuclear fusion station.
The American manufacturing sector doesn't allow the US to be so impressive.
In the Black House, the know-it-all was contemplating how he could make a fortune in the US stock market tomorrow. He was of course aware that the US lacked the capability to build a controlled fusion plant. But as long as the technology existed and as long as money could be made, who cared about anything else? With his term coming to an end, it was time to grab every opportunity to enrich himself.
Jerry, have my funds been arranged? Boss, we've all followed you in buying those energy stocks. We're just waiting for them to skyrocket. Excellent. When there's money to be made, we all share in it. Follow me and you'll not only have power but also immense wealth. It's an honor to make big money alongside you, boss.
Now let me go out and meet the fans and shout a few more times, bring manufacturing back.
Make America great again. Oh boss, you are truly brilliant.
Tian naturally hadn't imagined that even at this critical juncture the top American officials were still scheming to make money in the stock market. He took a car to the Northwest base and began his teaching duties for the day. Tian, who had never experienced a 996 work schedule, suddenly sensed a faint hint of corporate drone fatigue upon himself. At night, the third-class cosmic warship which Tian had named the Expedition finally arrived near the nebula of the solar system on the 3rd day after its deployment. It took 3 days just to reach the edge of the nebula. After charting a safe passage through it, the expedition began to break out of the solar system, beholding the true starry sky of the outer universe. Through the perspective of Xiaomeng's clone on the warship's command deck, Tian saw the universe outside. So this is what the stars outside look like. They appear much brighter. Brother, most of those are stars. In interstellar warfare, the simplest way to destroy a small star system is to blow up its star. What you're saying makes the solar system Earth is and feels so fragile.
How could that be? Brother, the universe you're in is designated as Universe No. 1. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? It means it's the first universe to be born, the most ancient one holding infinite possibilities. Nuwa, you know so much. Hee hee, I'm a genius beauty system. My parents only had to tell me once and I remembered it all.
Ignoring the little system that was starting to show off again, Tian shifted his focus back to the cosmic starscape outside the warship, his gaze gradually deepening. It would still take a month for the expedition to reach the nearest second-class civilization star system.
Tian also wanted to experience what it felt like to be the bad guy.
After staring at the starry sky all night, that ethereal and intangible feeling left him profoundly disoriented. When Tian woke up the next morning, he still hadn't fully snapped out of it.
It wasn't until 10 in the morning, an hour after the online scientific paper voting officially began, that Xiao Meng issued a notification finally lifting Tian's spirits.
Boss, 1 hour into the voting, over 300 million people have already cast their votes and the number is still rapidly increasing.
After filtering out duplicate identities, there are still over 300 million people. The enthusiasm is incredible. It's only natural.
The food machine can solve the food aspect of a family's needs, saving a significant chunk of their living expenses.
Alright, since the voting has 3 rounds, we'll do 3 draws.
The second draw will have 30000 machines and the third will have 10000.
Great. That way I can collect even more happiness.
The Dragon Nation's internet was buzzing that morning.
Just 1 hour after the online paper voting began, nearly 330 million people had participated. Following that, the Tianmu group announced that the subsequent 2 voting rounds would also feature lucky draws, plunging everyone into delightful surprise.
When Tian arrived at the Northwest Base classroom, he was immediately surrounded by his trainees. They also wanted food manufacturing machines, but not as gifts from Tian, they wanted to buy them. Teacher Mu, I've tried to buy that food machine many times but never succeeded.
Could you sell me one?
My daughter is incredibly picky and my wife and I are at our wits' end.
I'm old and I can't stomach the cafeteria food. I just want to make my own meals. Teacher, please sell one to me.
The group chattered on, each with their own tale of woe about wanting to buy a food machine.
Tian pressed his hands down gently and everyone fell silent to hear what he had to say. So the food machine is that popular. If you all want to buy one, you can place your orders now.
I'll sell them to you at the original price.
That's wonderful. Now my daughter won't keep pulling on my beard. Now I can enjoy some wine and peanuts without anyone nagging me.
Oldly, I'll treat you to a feast later and you bring along a few bottles of that century-old vintage.
No problem.
With the food machine, the liquor will flow freely.
Tian.
So you old-timers are quite resourceful, planning to use the food machine to brew century-old spirits. I wonder what kind of plot everyone enjoys watching. I'm thinking of letting myself go wild. Also, for those who have read this far, could you give a little encouragement?
A million thanks.
The food manufacturing machines sold to the veteran trainees were ultimately brought under the unified management of the Northwest Base. The reason was simple: if left unchecked, the dietary habits of most researchers would become unhealthy and irregular. Even with their enhanced bodies and expanded cerebral development, they remained susceptible to a variety of strange ailments.
Tian was powerless to intervene.
Allowing his former trainees to purchase the machines was already bending the rules. He couldn't possibly interfere with the base's management. One day, upon returning home from class, Tian saw a screenshot of intelligence sent by Xiao Meng. America actually plans to extract gallium compounds by recycling high-power phone chargers from Dragon Country.
That's a rare sight indeed.
Tian was looking at the news screenshot about America's charger recycling initiative and found it utterly ridiculous. Boss, Dragon Country's ban on rare earth material exports is restricting America's controlled nuclear fusion power plant project. So how many phone chargers would they need to collect to build one fusion plant? According to my calculations, they would need about 2,000 tons of chargers to extract 1 ton of substandard gallium compounds, and 100 tons of gallium compounds would barely be enough to construct one fusion reactor.
Damn, Dragon Country doesn't have that many chargers to sell them. Are those Americans insane?
Boss, they are indeed desperate for rare earth materials and are now trying every possible means to secure a supply.
Forget it, let them do as they please.
They're a bunch of incompetents who often make things worse.
Tian trusted that the countless strategists of Dragon Country would teach the Americans a lesson.
He just needed to watch the show. The next morning, instead of heading to the Northwest Base to teach, Tian took Yun Meng with him into the deep mountains to find the old Taoist. In a wooden cabin at the foot of a great mountain, an ancient man lay quietly in a reclining chair.
His name was Li Mingchen, once a young acolyte at the mountain temple whose Taoist name was Mingchen.
Gazing at the sky with profound distant eyes, his face etched with memories of the past, he felt as if he had returned to the night before his master descended the mountain when he was just 10 years old.
Little Mingchen, stay home and behave.
Your master and senior brothers are going down the mountain to vanquish the bandits and bring peace to the world.
Master, can I come too? I'm 10 now, I can swing a blade at the bandits. Be good, little Mingchen. Stay home and practice your martial arts. When you turn 16 you can come down the mountain to find me and I'll take you to fight the bandits. All right, master.
You must wait for me then.
I will come find you.
Little Mingchen, still naive, watched his master and senior brothers sharpen their weapons and prepare provisions. From that day on he waited in the temple for his master and senior brothers to return to take him down the mountain to fight the bandits and protect their homeland. He heeded his master's parting words, practicing martial arts diligently and studying the Taoist texts he left behind. Yet after a full 6 years little Mingchen had grown into a sturdy young man, but his master and senior brothers never returned. It wasn't until one day when a guerrilla resistance unit took refuge in the mountain where Mingchen lived and he helped them overcome a crisis that he truly learned how shattered the nation had become and how perilous its state was. The next day Mingchen knelt before the statue of the founding patriarch, kowtowed 9 times, then carefully hid the temple's books, closed its doors, and took up his saber and spear to follow the guerrillas down the mountain.
Slay the bandits.
Mingchen lost count of how many he killed. He only knew that for every bandit slain the elders and folks back home were safer. On the day the bandits announced their surrender, Mingchen set aside all his military honors and returned alone to the temple.
He was 25 years old.
His master and senior brothers never came back. Perhaps they had gone to learn from the patriarch himself. He was left alone to guard the temple, eventually opening its doors to take in disciples. Now another 75 years have passed. He is 100 years old and his disciples and their students are spread across the nation.
Those rascals keep insisting on throwing me a lavish centennial banquet.
What a waste. If they have money they'd be better off helping those in need. Back in the day I was the one who treated the sick elders in the village.
Just then the drowsy Mingchen spotted a vehicle flying towards him from afar.
A sharp glint appeared in his eyes and his body tensed up. Having no access to the internet, Mingchen was quite isolated from the world and had no idea what this flying contraption was. His daily needs were all arranged by the temple and he lived alone at the foot of the mountain.
Mu Tian's vehicle descended slowly about 50 meters away from Mingchen.
Helping Yun Meng carefully out of the car, they walked straight towards him.
What?
Is the outside world this advanced now?
Mingchen's heart raced with excitement.
As Mu Tian and Yun Meng drew closer, he also sensed the powerful life force emanating from their bodies. This was the natural aura of physical prowess only perceptible to those who had walked the same path. Mingchen patted the armrest of his chair, stood up and silently waited for Mu Tian and Yun Meng to speak first.
Mu Tian stopped 2 meters in front of Mingchen, clasped his fists and bowed. Esteemed elder, this junior is Mu Tian.
Having heard of your profound martial arts skills, I have come to seek your guidance.
I humbly ask for your instruction. Mingchen returned a slight bow. Young friend, you flatter me. I'm just a 100-year-old man.
What profound skills.
The younger generation simply overestimates my abilities. Sensing Mingchen's polite refusal, Mu Tian didn't give up. This is a small token of my respect for you, elder. I hope you'll accept it.
Yun Meng handed a gift bag to Mu Tian, who then presented it with both hands to Mingchen.
Mu Tian held Mingchen in high regard as a senior and a hero. Even if Mingchen refused to offer any guidance, Mu Tian would still treat him with the utmost respect and courtesy. Mingchen felt quite embarrassed, not knowing whether to accept or refuse.
Seeing his hesitation, Mu Tian opened the tea canister inside the bag, letting the fragrant aroma of the tea leaves waft out.
This is absolutely top-grade tea.
The fragrance reminded Mingchen of the precious tea leaves his master had once kept, and his eyes welled up slightly.
Mu Tian then opened a small porcelain bottle and poured out a single body-tempering pill.
Inside are 10 pills that can strengthen the body and improve health as a gift to celebrate your centennial birthday. Just as Mingchen was about to speak again, a group of people, young and old, came running from the distance, shouting even before they got close.
Grandmaster! Grandmaster! That's Chairman Mu of Tianmu Group. My idol, my idol. I must get Chairman Mu's autograph today no matter what. Good thing we're not too late. The Grandmaster doesn't know Chairman Mu.
The group quickly arrived in front of Mu Tian and the others, striking up a conversation as if they were old friends.
Grandmaster, these two are Chairman Mu of Tianmu Group and his wife. Tianmu Group is the largest company in our dragon country. It benefits all its people. Hello, Chairman Mu. I am the current abbot of Shuiyun Temple. We apologize for our lateness. We hope you can forgive us.
Before coming, Mu Tian had asked Wang Kai to contact the authorities to give a heads up about his visit, but he hadn't expected so many people to come out to greet him. Through his disciples' introduction, Ming Chen finally gained a clear understanding of Mu Tian's identity and a general picture of the Tianmu Group. The Tianmu Group was not merely a profit-driven corporation but an enterprise dedicated to the welfare of the people of Dragon Country. Mu Tian's remarkable achievements at the tender age of under 27 even evoked a sense of admiration from Ming Chen. Especially the formidable life force radiating from Mu Tian, far surpassing his own, made his talent and fortune even more commendable. After confirming that Mu Tian sought to learn lethal combat techniques, Ming Chen readily agreed to serve as his martial arts instructor. From that day onward, Mu Tian's schedule was set. Mornings were dedicated to teaching at the Northwest Base, while afternoons were spent learning under Ming Chen's tutelage. Indeed, having a master's guidance versus learning alone was a world of difference. At the very least, when Mu Tian later sparred with Wei Yu again, he found the bouts considerably easier. Nourished by Mu Tian's generous offerings, Ming Chen's health improved day by day. 3 months later, his hair astonishingly reversed its graying and turned black again. Time slithered away like a slippery eel. The harder one tries to grasp it, the faster it escapes. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. That night in the study of Mu Tian's home, Mu Tian, Xiaomeng and Nuanua awaited the imminent arrival of the second-tier civilization's small star system. Boss, in 10 minutes the warship will reach that second-tier civilization's small star system. Sneak in quietly, no loud noises. I want to see what aliens look like. Brother, you're dripping with that neon vibe. I really want to spank your bottom. Come on, let's see who spanks whose bottom. You little girl, do you know who's in charge here? No. I won't tease you anymore. You can't spank me or I'll tell Mom you're bullying me. Your backup is formidable. I'm truly scared. Amidst the playful banter between Mu Tian and Nuanua, 10 minutes slipped by in an instant. Boss, we've arrived. A planet 30 million kilometers ahead is their stronghold. This star system comprises 15 planets and 1 star with 2 habitable planets. Mu Tian donned his helmet and instantly synchronized with the star system map and the weaponry details on the 2 planets projected from the warship. Xiaomeng dispatched 2 liquid metal robots to infiltrate each of the 2 planets. Understood, boss. 2 liquid metal robots piloting an interstellar mech cloaked and sped towards the 2 planets. Brother, do we need to launch an invasion? Will many innocent lives be lost? Nuanua felt a pang of hesitation. She harbored a certain aversion to war as it complicated her collection of happiness. No, Nuanua. I just want to play pretend as aliens and conduct an invasion drill. We won't harm the innocent. Hee hee, so you want to roleplay as an alien invader? Can I join in the fun too? Sure. I'll hand over command of the warship to you. You can direct the operation. Great. Commander Nuanua is now online. A dozen or so minutes later, the robots dispatched by Xiaomeng relayed their findings. 1 planet was under the oppressive rule of the other. When 2 distinct civilizations emerge on a single planet, interstellar war often becomes inevitable. Especially when one is a silicon-based civilization and the other is carbon-based, the conflict tends to be far more brutal. This small star system, known as the Tian star system, had been unified by the silicon-based civilization 1,000 years ago. Now the carbon-based lifeforms were enduring the silicon-based ruler's iron-fisted control, living in abject misery. How despicable. This silicon-based civilization is too oppressive. Brother, I want to attack them and liberate the carbon-based lifeforms planet. Then issue the battle orders. You're the commander now, I'm just an observer. Alright, I'm giving the orders. Xiaomeng, sever all communications between the 2 life-bearing planets. Communications severed. Awaiting further instructions. Deploy small warships and interstellar mechs to destroy their space-based combat forces. Infiltrate the planet's energy centers to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. Dispatch liquid metal robot soldiers for the landing operation. Understood. The warship has entered war mode. The mothership has deployed 4/5 of its onboard combat strength. Mu Tian had never seen Nuanua so angry. This was a first. Perhaps it was because Nuanua couldn't bear to see carbon-based lifeforms enslaved. Highly intelligent carbon-based beings typically possess emotions and are capable of experiencing happiness. Rescuing those carbon-based lifeforms was a profoundly meaningful act for Nuanua. Interstellar warfare was never about head-to-head clashes between leaders but rather an invisible contest of strategy. As it was now the moment Nuanua issued her commands, the Tian civilization's communications were thrown into chaos. Within minutes all their space-based combat capabilities were obliterated. Finally came the brutal landing operation, but it was a one-sided affair. Mu Tian's forces held an overwhelming advantage. The battle footage was projected onto the warship's command center, allowing Mu Tian and Nuanua to monitor the situation in real time. It was only at this point that the silicon-based civilization realized extraterrestrial invaders had arrived. But it was too late. They had lost all means of space-based resistance and could only mount feeble struggles on the planet's surface. Fortunately, the silicon-based lifeforms didn't bleed when killed, sparing the battle from becoming a bloody spectacle.
Brother, you should get some rest. The ensuing battle will last a long time. Alright, you take command of the rest of the battle. I'm going to rest now. Tian had classes the next day and couldn't afford to stay up watching the conflict.
It was a one-sided victory regardless, he had no need to keep a constant vigil. When Tian woke in the morning, manhwa informed him that the war had been won and the 2 planets of the Tian star system had been disarmed. Then arranged the subsequent governance matters.
Have Xiaomeng assist you. Does that mean I'm about to become a queen? I am Queen manhwa. Yes, you are the queen. Your Majesty, hurry up and finish your breakfast, we're about to be late. I can multitask, you know.
Meanwhile, in the Tian star system, the silicon-based and carbon-based planets had been separated once more, with no contact between them, all under the expedition's complete control. In manhwa's vision, the future governance of the planets would involve the silicon-based and carbon-based civilizations, each managing their own affairs. It was reminiscent of the ancient Ba and Shu states in Dragon Country's history, which sought a powerful patron for peacekeeping and were eventually amalgamated into the Bashu region. By liberating the carbon-based civilization of the Tian star system, manhwa had harvested a substantial amount of happiness. She was now gleefully showing off to her parents. Brother, let's dispatch more warships beyond the solar system to rescue other oppressed and exploited aliens. Ahem, manhwa, this was a fortuitous encounter. Not every star system's civilization has such situations. Let's try please. Manhwa began to act cute and coax. Alright, have Xiaomeng use the radar to scan for any suffering aliens in a particular direction, and then we'll send warships to rescue them.
Haha, great. Xiaomeng, get moving, I can hardly wait. Don't worry, sister manhwa. We'll have the answer in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Xiaomeng began reporting the radar scan results. Manhwa, only one small galaxy's inhabitants are suffering under cruel rule and oppression. It's 395 light-years away. If we dispatch warships, it would take at least 8 months to arrive. That's quite far. But I think once the warships are built, we should send them out as soon as possible to gain experience. Don't you think so, brother? You little rascal, just say you want more territory. You know me best, brother. With a larger territory, gaining happiness becomes much easier. Alright, I'll deploy the 3 newly built Grade 3 cosmic warships tonight under your and Xiaomeng's command. Thank you, brother. You're the best. By the way, deploy the Grade 2 cosmic warships as well. They can help maintain order. I want to conquer a grand dominion for you, brother. That's a good idea. I approve. By now, Tian had essentially confirmed that no Grade 3 civilizations existed within a 500 light-year radius beyond the solar system. So why hesitate? Dispatch the forces and seize territory immediately. Firstly, they could engage in interstellar trade, providing manhwa with a continuous stream of happiness from aliens. Secondly, they could establish a 500 light-year buffer zone to ensure the safety of the solar system. That very night, Tian made a trip to Mars, deploying all 5 constructed Grade 2 cosmic fleets and the 3 newly built Grade 3 cosmic warships. Watching the fully organized warships depart on their combat missions, Tian couldn't deny his inner excitement. He truly yearned to venture out and explore the cosmos himself. Unfortunately, he had too many attachments and was bogged down by worldly affairs, unable to enjoy the carefree abandon of ancient emperors who led their armies into battle personally. Only after the warships vanished from sight did Tian begin collecting mineral resources on Mars. Constructing warships consumed vast amounts of raw materials. Tian now had to consider relocating his mining operations. Titan and Ganymede were viable options, and Venus was even closer, making transportation convenient. Xiaomeng produce a batch of robots and mining equipment. Let's move our mining operations elsewhere. Boss, are you worried that excessive mining on Mars will have consequences? Actually, according to my calculations, the impact would be negligible. Even if the impact is negligible, we must consider future generations. Over the long years, the cumulative effect will still be significant. Boss, I didn't consider that. I'm now completing the tasks you've assigned. Let's head back. Let's see what mischief those traitors are stirring up now. The traitors Tian referred to were the rebellious nations led by the USA, who couldn't rest without stirring up trouble. The news screenshot Xiaomeng had just sent contained the details of this latest mischief. Adult mutants had appeared on Earth. They possessed immense offensive power, were extremely irritable, and would readily kill and set fires. When hungry, they would even resort to cannibalism. Brother, these mutants have fur on their bodies, some have scales and others have horns. They've truly deviated from the realm of humanity. They have also lost their humanity and no longer treat humans as their own kind. How pitiful. Should we help them? We can't help them.
If we proactively administer gene repair agents to these people once cured, they would immediately be recruited by their national governments and become tools against us.
Alright, it seems we can't casually do good deeds.
In reality, the gene enhancement agents from the USA and Japan weren't entirely different from gene repair agents. But they refused to sell them openly, simply hiding them away, leaving their citizens in peril and refusing to introduce the Tianmu vaccine.
Who could they blame? The Dragon Nation had now become Earth's Noah's Ark.
Any foreigner with a modicum of strength and capability wished to take up long-term residence there.
After 3 months of vaccination drives, all Dragon Nation citizens had essentially eliminated their risk of mutation.
Now the people queuing up on streets and alleys for vaccinations were mostly foreigners visiting or working in the Dragon Nation.
Hey, hello, are you from the USA or John Bull?
In one queue, a person from the oil country poked the back of the girl in front of him and asked,
"Oh, how could I possibly be from the USA or John Bull? I'm from the Big Bear country."
Americans and John Bull people have to pay 30,000 Dragon Nation dollars for the vaccine.
Oh well, I'm not from those two countries. I'm from the oil country. Haha, then you're even worse off.
People from the oil country have to pay 500,000 Dragon Nation dollars for the vaccine.
What? How is that possible? Isn't this racial discrimination? What gives them the right? What gives them the right?
Just because you once dared to sell a single piece of bread at such an exorbitant price.
Luckily I have plenty of US dollars, otherwise I'd really be scared.
Haha, then you'd better exchange those US dollars for gold and then for Dragon Nation currency.
The Dragon Nation doesn't accept US dollars anymore. What a fool. He probably hadn't watched the news.
The Dragon Nation currency was now the international trading currency, while the US dollar had become a relic of the past. Who knew from which obscure corner this fool had crawled out?
Did he not even understand such basic knowledge? Could it be true that people from the oil country didn't use high-tech electronic products? What? No more US dollars. Does that mean my 100 million US dollars are now worthless paper?
Not exactly worthless paper, but 100 million US dollars might only be worth a few million Dragon Nation dollars now.
Oh heavens. Lord, strike down your divine punishment.
The world has truly changed. The oil countryman's initial arrogance quickly crumbled, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Stumbling out of the crowd, he ran towards the nearest Dragon Nation bank. He needed to exchange money. The Dragon Nation currency his family had given him was running low. Such scenes were common, with many people trying to offload their US dollars and O dollars. As for the 500,000 vaccine price, it was naturally Xiao Meng's deliberate targeting. After all, Xiao Meng had been supporting the resistance in the Middle East. However, too many fence-sitters in that region had turned a promising situation into a confusing mess. Now only 3 or 4 organizations were still resisting the oil country's bullying. Hence the 500,000 per dose vaccine price was a private custom for the people of the oil country.
That night, Tian put on the virtual universe communication platform helmet in his study. With a flash of light, he appeared once again at the bustling palace entrance. Nua, why do your parents want to see me? Did I do something wrong?
Tian suddenly felt like someone who had led another's child astray and was now being confronted by the parents.
No, my parents are wonderful. They never yell at me. That's because you're their daughter. If it were me, it might be different. Hee brother, what are you afraid of? At worst, you'll get a beating. It won't kill you. The more you say, the more uneasy I feel. How about we meet another day? Let's go. I'm just teasing you. Actually, it's my parents' hosts who want to see you. Alright, since we're already here, it's a good opportunity to meet the big shots.
Following Nua's guidance, Tian arrived at a tea house and entered a quiet, spacious private room. Inside, a man and a woman were nestled together, looking deeply in love. Tian's arrival prompted the woman in the man's arms to sit up straight, resuming a demure and proper posture. Nua had already reverted to her original form, dashing towards the couple's bound system, a pair of miniature youths.
Mom, Dad, I've brought Brother Tian here.
Brother Tian, this is my father and my father's host Jiang Potion, and this is my mother and my mother's host Yang Xingyi.
Nua proactively took on the role of introducer like a well-mannered little prodigy. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Tian stepped forward a few paces to greet everyone.
Earlier, Nua had mentioned that her father's system was a cultivation technology system incredibly powerful.
And Nua's mother possessed the medical emperor system, equally invincible. Hello, Brother Tian, we're all family here, just call me Brother Jiang. That's right, just call me sister-in-law and I'll reward you with a candy. Haha, sister-in-law is too kind. Just give the candy to Nua, she loves candy. Are you sure? My candy is a divine pill that can allow a mortal to eventually become the strongest in the universe. Are you sure you want to give it to little Nua Nua?
Wow, and Chingy, is there really such a powerful pill?
Can I have one? I've already condensed my physical body. Little Nua Nua is so amazing. Come, Aunt Chingy has plenty of candy here. Mu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. So she could just casually hand out pills that could make a mortal the strongest in the universe. Ha, brother Mu, don't be too shocked. Your sister-in-law just likes to have fun. Come, let's discuss serious matters and let them chat amongst themselves. Alright, brother Jiang, please.
After they were seated, Mu Tian, showing good tact, poured a cup of tea for Zhang Padian.
The two of them silently drank for a moment. The reason I asked you here today, besides wanting to meet you, is to discuss our future plans. Thank you for your high regard, brother Jiang. Please go ahead. If there's anything I can help with, I won't hesitate. Well, it's not really a secret, just some troublesome matters within the Cosmic System Administration. Zhang Padian began to tell Mu Tian the full story.
Mu Tian continued to listen in silence, proving a qualified listener.
The current director of the Cosmic Administrators, Han Dun, is abusing his power for personal gain and persecuting innocent systems.
But we're stuck without evidence, unable to file a complaint against him. And he's always had his eye on Nua Nua, a special system, wanting to seize her unique origin power.
What we need to do now is find evidence of the Cosmic System Administration Director Han Dun's crimes.
With sufficient evidence, we can bring him down and strip him of his position.
All our planning is to fight for a sliver of hope.
Because most system hosts, before they can reach the top of the universe, are liquidated by Han Dun, losing everything including their lives. Chingy and I met and became Dao companions through a life and death arena match. In that match we fought to a mutual draw in front of billions of system hosts, hoping to lure Han Dun out, but he didn't take the bait.
Mu Tian was stunned. So the cosmic celebrities were right beside him. The great masters had never been far away.
He had only heard the details of that arena match 3 months ago, and it had stirred his blood. At one point Mu Tian had even wanted to step onto the life and death arena and fight for his life against others. On the life and death arena, the one who dies truly dies.
The administration would reclaim the loser system, and the process of stripping the system would result in the host's true death.
And the winners don't fare much better.
Most will face a universal civil war or cosmic destruction in the future.
System hosts killed by the chaos of war or cosmic destruction, their systems also vanish without a trace.
So far, Universe 10, Universe 16 and Universe 19 have already vanished into the river of cosmos.
The only way to break the deadlock is to fight to a mutual draw, avoiding being devoured or stripped.
Mu Tian was deeply shocked and puzzled by these cosmic secrets. Could Han Dun really be so lawless and arrogant, looking down on all other systems? Wait, why did Nua Nua choose to bind with him? What was the secret behind it?
At this moment Zhang Padian continued, Nua Nua is the crystallization of the cultivation technology system and the medical emperor system.
She is special and can help you become the strongest in Universe 1.
Once Nua Nua grows up, she will have the power to challenge Han Dun. On that day, if the 4 of us join forces, we will surely suppress that old thing Han Dun.
Zhang Potion, having laid out the plan and its details, picked up his teacup and began to drink. Mu Tian, after thinking over the pros and cons, asked, Brother Zhang, how much time do we have to prepare? Zhang Padian smiled confidently. Chingy and I have hit a cultivation bottleneck, and you are still growing. This could take decades, centuries, or even millennia, but I think we can afford to wait. However, this time is predicated on ensuring your safety. I've received word that old Han Dun has secretly issued a bounty, sending other system hosts through small wormholes to hunt you down. So old man Han Dun figured that the environment destroying trick didn't work, and he's just going to hire someone to come and physically destroy him. Brother Jiang, what kind of strength do these people sent through the wormhole usually have? Will they harm the innocent? No.
As soon as 2 system hosts meet and feel hostility towards each other, the Heavenly Tao immediately intervenes, creating a subspace arena for them to engage in a life and death battle, one that won't end until one of them is dead. Zhang Padian continued with a faint smile. Moreover, a system host from another universe, upon arriving in your universe, is only visible to you.
He cannot destroy anything in your universe, let alone harm people. That's good to hear. My biggest fear was harming innocent people. So are these people sent to kill me strong?
System hosts teleported to your universe will be suppressed by the Heavenly Tao to the same physical strength as you.
Zhang Padian added, however, there is no way to suppress their spiritual power. You'll be at a disadvantage there. But luckily you have me.
I've prepared a soul-protecting tower and a weapon for you, both quite advanced. With that, Zhang Padian brought out a delicate little tower and a flying sword, placing them in front of Mu Tian, and then made a Heavenly Tao oath. I swear that this soul-protecting tower and this flying sword hold no harm for Mu Tian. If I break this oath, let the cultivation technology system strip me of my powers, and may I never find reincarnation. A deep rumble echoed from the void. The oath is established.
The Heavenly Tao had acknowledged Zhang Potion's vow. It was so sudden that Tian was left dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Why did he swear an oath? I didn't say I didn't believe him. Brother Jiang, you didn't have to swear such an oath. It was necessary. This way you can grow and face all crises without any pressure. All right. Brother Jiang, you've been too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Haha, brother, your future alliance with me will be the best repayment. Absolutely, of course.
Tian, filled with profound gratitude, accepted the soul-protecting tower and the flying sword Zhangxian from Zhang Padian. The Zhangxian sword, a top-grade immortal weapon brimming with sentience, would autonomously strike at his enemies once he bound it with a drop of his blood. However, constrained by his current physical limitations, Tian could not unleash the sword's full potential. Yet it was more than sufficient to handle the impending crisis. Yang Qingyi, seeing their conversation conclude, approached and gifted Tian a set of immortal robes, vowing it would bolster his defenses. They were truly afraid he would perish prematurely, hence their substantial investment.
Thank you for your gifts, brother Jiang and sister-in-law.
I am deeply indebted to you, Tian said, standing and cupping his hands in a respectful bow.
No need for such formality, brother.
We are family, we would never stand by and watch you fall into danger.
Indeed, added Yang Qingyi.
Your brother Jiang and I have high hopes for you. Focus on growing stronger and strive to catch up with us soon.
Then we can fight side by side.
Rest assured, brother and sister-in-law, I will not disappoint your expectations.
With business concluded, they continued chatting over tea, delving into the secrets of the universe, leaving Tian in constant awe.
When his consciousness returned to reality, it was already past 11 at night.
Nuwa, is there any way to know in advance if a system host will travel across universes to assassinate me?
Brother, opening an interdimensional passage creates a massive disturbance.
The moment one appears, I will know. By the time they emerge, you will be fully prepared. Alright, for now that will have to do. If they arrive, have Xiao Meng vibrate the wristband to wake me. We'll make sure they never return.
But brother, don't worry too much. Usually only system hosts with inferior systems are desperate enough to take on assassination contracts. Those with powerful systems rarely take such risks, preferring to develop in the shadows.
Still, we must not be complacent.
I'll bind this immortal sword in these robes with my blood now. Finding a needle, Tian steeled himself and pricked the tip of his left index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto both the sword and the robes. The Zhangxian sword and the immortal robes glowed with a soft ethereal light before transforming into two streaks of light that vanished into Tian's brow.
Instantly he understood their usage.
One was for offense, the other for defense. The Zhangxian sword, once summoned and locked onto a target, would pursue it relentlessly until destruction, though this process heavily drained Tian's mental energy. The immortal robes provided autonomous defense against both physical and spiritual attacks, offering Tian all-around protection. This newfound security banished his anxiety, replaced by a grim anticipation for those assassins to arrive.
Elsewhere in a universe shrouded in boundless darkness, a large second-tier cosmic fleet was in frantic full-speed retreat, as if fleeing from some terrifying pursuer.
Aboard the flagship, a blond young man paced restlessly. Beside him, an elderly man with the bearing of a steward tried to soothe his nerves.
Prince Ace, hiding within this second-tier fleet, should be the last place the first prince would think to look. Tolek, your reassurances are hollow.
I know my brother will not let this go. His third-tier warships are far faster than these. He'll likely annihilate this entire fleet just to be sure. They could catch us within 3 days.
Sigh. Whether we live or die, this old servant will follow you to the end, Prince Ace. You are loyal.
It's a pity I was but one step from the throne. If I had claimed it, my brother would be the one fleeing. Their conversation ceased and the command deck fell into a tense silence. Suddenly the radar operator projected an image of a spatial temporal channel forming a light year ahead.
Report. A legendary spatial temporal channel is forming 1 light year ahead. Ace spun around, his eyes blazing with renewed hope. Ha ha. The heavens have not forsaken me.
Legend says entering such a channel grants a great fortune, and emerging from it allows one to conquer the universe.
Am I truly the chosen one? Tolek seized the moment to flatter him. Prince Ace, you are a dragon among men. It is our immense honor to serve you.
Ace roared with laughter.
Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Once I ascend to the throne, I will make you a prince of the highest rank. Such a tempting promise fueled Tolek's determination.
Ace waved his hand and commanded with grand ambition, full speed ahead. Enter the spatial temporal channel and claim our destiny.
As you command.
Beside the swirling portal, a figure known as Chaos, his white beard framing a sinister smile, watched with malevolent glee.
Come come. Go to the other universe and fight for territory. The world over there is quite eventful. A pity this channel couldn't open directly within Earth's atmosphere. The outer reaches of the solar system will have to do. No matter. I will guide countless wandering fleets there to seize territory.
Eventually the solar system will crumble.
Satisfied with his cunning, Chaos stroked his beard and faded back into the subspace.
Back on Earth, Tian had just finished washing up after binding his treasures when Manhwa rushed out of the spatial dimension panicked.
Brother! A supermassive spatial temporal channel has appeared 20 light-years outside the solar system. It's not meant for a single person, it's large enough for an entire fleet. What? An enemy attack. We must organize a fleet to intercept them immediately. Xiaoming, assemble the fleet and position them right at the channel's exit. Yes, Sister Manhwa. Manhwa, you did well.
But what if they come out with 4th tier warships or higher? Warships above the 4th tier cannot pass through a spatial temporal channel.
They can't withstand the elemental forces within it. Ah, it seems I've hit another gap in my knowledge. You'll understand in time, brother. For now, let's focus on the immediate threat. We'll open fire the moment they appear, seizing the initiative.
Seeing Manhwa's steady and composed command, Tian felt reassured. Even if he were leading, his strategy would be the same: ambush them the instant they emerged, catching them completely off guard. The night was silent and the lights of the northern hemisphere shone bright and peaceful.
Unbeknownst to the people of Earth, a fierce cosmic battle was about to erupt. After careful deliberation, Tian decided to call Zhao Yu. Xiaomu, why are you calling so late? Are you asking for leave again? No problem, granted.
Zhao Yu's voice tinged with exhaustion and just came through. General Zhao, can you get to the war room immediately?
I'll share a live feed with you. Tian's tone was grave. Has something happened? I'm on my way to the war room now.
Zhao Yu had rarely heard such urgency and seriousness in Tian's voice. He took it seriously, breaking into a run. As Zhao Yu rushed into the combat command center, the radar operators on duty and 2 generals all turned to look at him.
Due to his frantic sprint, his breathing was ragged and he was gasping for air. Old Zhao, what's the matter? Why are you sweating bullets? There's no emergency here.
Old Zhao, are you sleepwalking?
His 2 old friends joked at the right moment, but Zhao Yu did not laugh. Cut the chatter, this is serious. Turn on the main screen right now.
A radar operator promptly activated the main screen and an image appeared before everyone.
In the picture, colossal warships were converging toward a single point.
On the other side of the image was a colossal spatio-temporal rift emanating a soft ethereal white glow that was steeped in mystery.
This isn't a movie scene. This is an impending encounter battle set to take place 20 light-years outside the solar system. Tian's voice emanated from the phone speaker.
That rift glowing with white light is a passage connecting to another universal plane.
A massive cosmic fleet is about to emerge from it. This is not a drill, and that extra-universal fleet isn't coming for a friendly visit.
Gentlemen, the coming battle will decide the fate of the solar system and the survival of humanity.
I just wanted to witness it with you all.
Zhao Yu and the others were utterly stunned by Tian's words, feeling as if they were dreaming.
How could aliens be attacking all of a sudden?
And how did Chairman Mu have a fleet stationed outside the solar system to resist an alien invasion? When did Chairman Mu extend his reach beyond the solar system?
These questions swirled in their minds without answers.
However, Zhao Yu clearly had no intention of letting the Northwest Base alone claim the glory of witnessing this historic moment.
After hanging up on Tian, he immediately started calling everyone. Oldly, forget about sleeping, get to the command center now. We have a situation.
Old Lu, get to the command center immediately or you'll miss it.
Old Peng, I've got something great to show you.
Hurry to the command center.
Old Zhang, turn on the main screen in your command center.
Old Lu, you're not at your post.
Then open your computer right now, I'll share a video feed with you.
Once the heads of all 5 war zones were online, Zhao Yu asked Tian to sync the feed from the Northwest Base's main screen to them as well. When they grasped the meaning of the image, the leaders of the 5 war zones were instantly dumbfounded. How had it suddenly come to the moment of humanity's life and death? They had no sense of participation. They wanted to command from the front lines.
Was remote command the new standard for warfare?
Regardless of their internal turmoil and complaints, all they could do was watch the screen in silence, waiting for the moment war erupted.
Half an hour passed quickly. Tian's fleet had finished assembling position 10,000 kilometers from the spatio-temporal rift.
Fortunately, Tian had deployed all his second-level cosmic fleets and the 2 newly constructed third-level cosmic warships. Otherwise they would be forced into a decisive battle within the solar system.
One misstep and the entire solar system could be reduced to ashes. What a relief, a tremendous relief.
On the other side of the rift, Ace led his fleet, having already surged to its edge. Brothers, our moment of fortune has arrived.
Glory and achievement are within our grasp. Follow me through this rift and embrace a brilliant future. Charge. The 62nd level warships began to form an attack formation flying towards the rift's entrance. Though the rift appeared long, it was actually short. An object could traverse the universal plane in just 5 minutes. At the rift's exit, the 62nd level cosmic warships still within subspace were faintly visible through the fleet's superpowered telescopes. Good, they seem to be a 2nd level cosmic fleet, no 3rd level warships. Even though the ship's designs differed, Tian could roughly estimate that the 60 vessels were 2nd level. Yes brother, that makes things easier. Xiaomeng, activate the 3rd level warship's radar to jam them so they can't see us. Lock all weaponry onto the enemy vessels and fire the moment they emerge from subspace. Understood. Radar jamming active. All targets locked. Ready to fire on your command. Nuanua's conversation was not broadcast to everyone, otherwise Tian might have been misunderstood. How could a young girl be allowed to command a war that would determine humanity's fate? Let them do it. Any one of them could be a top-tier commander. Ace's fleet still in subspace could not lock onto the waiting Tian fleet with their radar. After waiting for another minute, Ace's fleet simultaneously emerged from subspace, appearing into the number 1 cosmic space where Tian was located. But what greeted them was not the territory, women, and wealth Ace had envisioned, but an onslaught of relentless heavy fire. Within 30 seconds 20 of Ace's warships were destroyed. Prince Ace, it's an ambush. We've fallen into a trap. We're doomed. Trust, terrified by the sudden attack, was sprawled on the ship's floor screaming. Worthless coward. Order, return fire immediately. Hit them with maximum power. Ace commanded with a hoarse, desperate shout. Report, Your Highness. Our radar cannot lock onto the attacking force. We can't detect any signatures, only see them through the ship's telescope. The radar operator delivered the most despairing news. Without the ability to lock targets via telescope, a counterattack was impossible. A profound sense of helplessness spread throughout the fleet. All thoughts of glory and fortune were nothing but beautiful traps. They were destined to die as strangers in a foreign land. Seeing the overwhelming advantage, Nuanua ordered Xiaomeng to maintain the relentless assault and deploy all interstellar mechs to guard against any surprise attacks from the enemy. This battle was a complete rout from the start. The enemy's counterfire couldn't even scratch a single ship in Tian's fleet. Tian had no intention of accepting surrender. Better to annihilate them all and study the wreckage later. Why risk leaving a future threat? He wouldn't emulate the righteous protagonists in novels who hesitated due to pride and kept prisoners to boast of their achievements. The best achievement was to deny the enemy any chance to surrender. That was Tian's war doctrine. Nuanua was the embodiment of this doctrine. Destroy them all first and ask questions later. 3 minutes later, Ace's flagship was blown apart, scattering him into cosmic dust. 10 minutes later, all 60 warships of Ace's fleet were destroyed. On Tian's side, only a dozen 2nd level ships sustained minor damage, their combat effectiveness intact. Interstellar mechs were deployed to sweep through the enemy wreckage, eliminating any survivors. The entire engagement could only be described as a devastatingly swift victory. Tian called Zhao Yu again, laughing. General Zhao, the battle is over. We have achieved a complete victory. All 60 enemy warships have been destroyed. We are currently sweeping the battlefield. Zhao Yu laughed heartily. Ha ha, excellent. That's truly magnificent. Watching this battle made our blood boil. Indeed, we had a significant advantage in this fight. Tian agreed with Zhao Yu's assessment. However, he added with a note of concern, but unexpected battles like this will only become more frequent. We face the constant peril of our civilization's extinction. Xiaomu, you've done more than enough. Let us bear the burden of the coming wars. You focus on advancing our technology. Only by surpassing our foes in science can we secure our survival. Indeed, technology is the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield. Discuss it among yourselves. I will transfer command of the fleet to you shortly. Zhao Yu and the other military pillars, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, immediately departed for the capital to convene a closed-door meeting. Tian instructed Nuanua to command the fleet in sweeping the battlefield while he prepared to turn in for some rest. The tension of the night had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Who could have imagined that before the assassins even came knocking, someone would nearly succeed in a surprise attack on their home base? Had it not been for his fortuitous foresight and precautions, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Come morning, perhaps the aliens would already be locked in combat with humanity right in the skies above Earth. No, they had to produce more Tier 3 cosmic warships. Nuanua, can you get your hands on more of those atomic-scale 3D printers? Brother, are you trying to speed up warship production? Then I'll ask my father for more. The more the better. Without enough warships we can't sleep soundly. Don't worry, brother. My father has 200 more and he said we can use them all. That's great. I feel a bit more at ease now. Here you go, brother.
Manhwa produced 200 atomic-scale 3D printers and Tian casually stored them away in his system space. Xiaomeng prioritized the production of Tier 3 cosmic warships and increased the robot's mining speed.
Understood, boss.
With a tense heart, Tian returned to his room and gently held Yunmeng as he fell asleep. However, he dared not sleep too deeply, fearing an assassin might appear and catch him unprepared.
Even though the celestial robe offered proactive protection, its defensive power depended on his own bodily energy. If his energy were depleted, the robe's protection would naturally fail. Early the next morning at 7:30 a.m. Tian received a call from Zhao Yu. Xiaomu the Grand Elder would like to invite you to attend the high-level military meeting at 9 o'clock. Can you make it to the capital?
Yes, I'll head out shortly.
Good. We've been in meetings all night and we're waiting for your decision.
General Zhao, you've all worked hard. After hanging up, Tian hurriedly finished breakfast, said a quick goodbye to Yunmeng and left.
Just past 8 o'clock he arrived at Grand Elder Yang Weihua's office.
The two talked for a long time in the office, only pausing their conversation near 9 o'clock to head to the meeting. Together they rose and walked towards the conference room.
Xiaomu, well done. It's hard to believe Mars could soon become humanity's second home. Grand Elder, interstellar travel requires a certain level of physical fitness and we need to arrange for that in advance.
Then proceed with your plans as you see fit.
We need to think long-term. Understood. I'll arrange for the production of gene enhancement agents as soon as I get back.
Tian had long mastered the gene enhancement technologies of nations like Neon and Merca, and he also possessed a safer vaccine technology. The gene enhancement agents from Neon and Merca were not 100% successful. A failure meant a death.
That was also why the number of gene warriors in Merca and Neon was so low.
Amidst their conversation, the two entered a medium-sized conference room. Inside sat the high-ranking military officials, all wearing grim expressions. The reason was simple: they had all seen the battle footage from the previous night, a situation so sudden it defied their imagination.
Yang Weihua began to preside over the meeting, announcing the decision regarding Tian's appointment.
Given the harsh extraterrestrial environment and the menacing gaze of alien forces, the fate of the Dragon Nation hangs in the balance. We hereby appoint Tian as the first commander of the Space Force with the rank of Grand General.
Next, the Dragon Nation will establish the Space Force as a new military branch. We hope all departments will cooperate fully to complete its formation as soon as possible. The future of our Dragon Nation and its people rests with all of you. With that, Yang Weihua stood up and bowed deeply to everyone present. Everyone in the room rose simultaneously and rendered a crisp military salute to Yang Weihua. With this, the Dragon Nation's Space Force was officially established and Tian was honored to serve as its first commander. This decision was made after careful deliberation, as none of the other generals present had any experience in space warfare. How could someone who had never commanded a space battle compare to Tian, who had already won one? Moreover, all the warships belonged to Tian personally. It would be unconscionable not to grant him an official title.
However, Tian would not be bogged down with the Space Force's day-to-day administrative affairs. Those would be handled by Zhao Yu and other generals assigned to the branch. Tian could also maintain his secret identity as a genius scientist, only assuming the mantle of Space Force commander when combat arose. After the full high-level meeting concluded, Tian convened another meeting of the Space Force's senior leadership. At the meeting, Tian specified the initial size of the Space Force: 500,000 personnel. These 500,000 soldiers could not all be selected from active duty troops of other branches. Some would need to be recruited from universities.
In particular, the nation's military academies would be key recruitment grounds. At 2 p.m. the Dragon Nation's central media released an official announcement. In response to the increasingly complex space environment, the Dragon Nation's Space Force was formally established. Recruitment for the Space Force began simultaneously and aspiring university students could sign up for selection.
According to incomplete statistics, there were nearly 20 million university students in the Dragon Nation.
The recruitment announcement immediately sparked a strong response among them.
My lifelong dream is to fight aliens, and now the opportunity has finally come.
I wonder if alien beauties are pretty.
Brothers, just wait for me to capture a few alien girls and bring them back. Who says women are inferior to men?
Sisters, we absolutely cannot lose to the boys when it comes to fighting aliens.
In the past, our opponents were the Western world. Now our opponents are out there in the sea of stars.
Pick up your weapons and let's get to it.
I wonder if the Space Force has cool mechs and mighty cosmic warships.
Could they be something like the Wan Niao space carrier? When the Dragon Nation's central media announcement was shared abroad, it stunned many foreigners.
We're all still here spitting and playing in the mud. How come the Dragon Nation is so outstanding?
They're already aiming for the heavens.
The Dragon Nation is no longer satisfied with treating Earth nations as rivals. They've already started fantasizing about aliens as opponents.
666. Go on, go on. Hopefully all Dragon Nation people will emigrate to other planets. The territory and resources they leave behind will be ours. Wah!
Is the Dragon Nation which rides on our Merca's head finally about to charge towards the Sea of Stars? Oh God, please send a bunch of aliens to fight the Dragon Nation and have them destroy each other.
Tian paid no attention to the online chatter.
The moment he returned home, he ordered the 4 Tier 3 cosmic warships that had flown out of the solar system to return for defense within it. The 5 Tier 2 cosmic fleets were deployed 10 light-years outside the solar system, maintaining a defensive posture for now to guard against any sneaky attacks. Meanwhile, Hunden, the mischievous director of the System Administration Bureau, was meeting with a system host in a tea house within the Virtual Universe Exchange Center. Chaos was not impressed with the system host who had accepted this mission. After all, no matter how powerful the host of an entertainment-obsessed system might be, his abilities were ultimately limited.
As the host of the Entertainment Supreme System, Lang Outyan clearly sensed Chaos's disdain. But so what? Lang Outyan was an outer disciple of a cultivation sect, yet after transmigrating to this other world he was bound to an entertainment-obsessed system. What the hell was an entertainment-obsessed system? The rewards it issued were nothing but singing talents or dancing talents, not a single useful one. He had transmigrated to a cultivation universe, and this entertainment system was clearly trying to kill him. The inner sect promotion was imminent, but outer disciples needed to reach the foundation establishment stage to qualify. Yet his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. If he didn't work harder, he'd have to wait another 5 years. Lang Outyan couldn't afford to wait. He was being used as a cultivation furnace by the senior sisters of the inner sect, and his life was in danger. Only by entering the inner sect could he rise above others and find junior sisters to use as cultivation furnaces. Chaos's bounty tempted Lang Outyan greatly. The reward was the chance to exchange for a powerful system. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Lang Outyan had quick hands and accepted the bounty mission the moment he saw it. Chaos looked at Lang Outyan with scrutiny. Your chi refining peak cultivation is clearly insufficient. How about you withdraw from the mission and I'll give you some small compensation?
Lang Outyan said dismissively, a mere mortal who has never cultivated, can he possibly block my flying sword?
Seeing Lang Outyan's confidence, Chaos felt that further persuasion would make him seem cowardly, so he materialized an object for Lang Outyan to see.
This is a small dark energy bomb equivalent to a single strike from a peak golden core cultivator on your side. I'm giving it to you for self-defense.
May you return victorious. Lang Outyan's pupils contracted sharply.
He swallowed and asked, how wide is its lethal radius?
Will it kill me too? No, it won't. Its explosion radius is only 50 meters. Just stay far enough away when you throw it. Thank you for your support, Director. You're welcome. Set off early. This is a space-time passage array plate. Once activated, it will take you to assassinate Tian.
The plate can only be used twice, enough for a round trip.
Understood. I'll set off tomorrow morning. Having received Chaos's full support, Lang Outyan logged off to prepare his assassination plan. After Lang Outyan left, the smile on Chaos's face turned cold and sinister.
That small dark energy bomb's explosion radius was not 50 meters but 5,000 meters.
Chaos clearly intended for Lang Outyan to never return, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The promise of exchanging for a powerful system was nothing but bait. If it weren't for the fact that more powerful weapons couldn't pass through the space-time passage and that large-scale space-time passages opened at random coordinates, who would go to the trouble of issuing a bounty? It was dangerous, you know. If he wasn't careful, the director of the System Management Bureau would be ruined. Tian had no idea that an assassin was already preparing to kill him in secret. As usual, he left the house at 9 in the morning to take the 2 little girls to school. Watching them run into the kindergarten, Tian returned to his car ready to head to the company for a new day of work. Just as he sat down and fastened his seatbelt, Nua urgently warned brother, a small space-time passage has appeared above Wu City. The assassin will emerge there soon. Can outsiders see that space-time passage? Tian immediately sat up straight and said to Zhao Hu, full speed to Wu City. Space-time passages used for assassination are invisible to ordinary people. Its accuracy is also very high, it won't miss the target by 100,000 miles. Good, as long as ordinary people can't see it, there won't be any panic. Under Zhao Wu's full speed driving, Tian's flying car arrived above Wu City in just 3 minutes. Tian, wearing light mech armor, flew out of the car while invisible. Brother over there. He'll emerge from the dimensional space in 2 minutes. The moment he appears, you'll both be locked by the heavenly Tao into a space resembling a life and death arena. You can only leave when one side is killed. Well then, I'm a bit nervous. I hope the martial arts I've been learning recently weren't in vain.
Brother, what are you afraid of? Just unleash your immortal sword and the enemy will have no choice but to wait for death.
I can't be careless. The immortal sword's attacks rely entirely on my spiritual energy.
If I exhaust my spiritual energy while the enemy is still full of vigor, then I'll be the one waiting for death. Brother, you can also use the laser gun, laser cannon or micro-hydrogen bomb against him.
Alright, no need to worry about me. He's coming out.
The moment Lang Outyen appeared in Universe 1, he was immediately separated into another dimensional space.
Tian was pulled in as well, his invisibility automatically dispelled.
As expected of the Heavenly Tao, it worked openly and honestly, giving Tian no chance to ambush his opponent.
Lang Outyen looked at Tian as if he were already a dead man, his eyes cold and sharp.
Tian felt that this assassin was a bit cold, no greeting, no attack, just staring at him. What was he trying to kill him with his eyes? Seeing that the opponent wouldn't make the first move, Tian pulled out a laser gun and fired a beam at Lang Outyen.
Lang Outyen's hair stood on end as he quickly sidestepped to dodge the laser attack. Damn, a laser gun.
This plane's technology is this advanced.
Looks like I'll have to end this quickly.
With that thought, Lang Outyen waved his hand and launched his flying sword at Tian at extreme speed. The flying sword was so fast that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, Tian was no ordinary man, he could still track the sword's trajectory. When neither side wants to engage in close combat, the fight becomes quite fantastical. One was constantly pulling the trigger, the other was constantly directing his flying sword to attack. Moreover, both had similar physical resilience and could dodge each other's attacks, leaping about in a lively exchange.
Huff, no, I can't drag this out any longer.
My consumption is greater than his spiritual energy is barely depleted while I'm consuming both physical and spiritual energy. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, sweat began to form on Lang Outyen's forehead and his breathing became rapid. He pulled out the small dark energy bomb Chaos had given him, locked onto Tian's approximate next position and threw it die.
Seeing Lang Outyen throw something like a grenade, Tian didn't dare take it lightly.
He immediately maximized his immortal robe's defense, then unleashed his immortal slaying sword for a fatal strike at Lang Outyen. Tian had been treating Lang Outyen as a tool to gain experience, never expecting him to have a trump card.
Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the dimensional space. Lang Outyen's brow was pierced by Tian's immortal slaying sword, which exited through the back of his head. He died on the spot with his eyes wide open, and his body was instantly annihilated by the dark energy attack. When the explosion subsided, Tian at the center was completely unharmed. The immortal robe's defense was truly extraordinary. The defensive shield just consumed a lot of his body's energy, and he was genuinely feeling tired now. The immortal slaying sword flew back from a distance, affectionately nuzzling against Tian's face.
Sensing the danger had passed, Tian deactivated his immortal robe's defensive barrier, as maintaining it continuously was taxing his body. Just then Manhwa burst forth from the system space, reaching out with both hands to grab at the empty void.
Manhwa, what are you doing?
Brother, the system that was bound to that assassin is trying to escape.
I need to catch it and claim it as my trophy.
Oh. Such a fortunate turn of events.
And what do you plan to do with it?
I will clone its origin, then set it free, of course. As Manhwa intensified her grip on the void, a white orb of light was soon drawn forth, floating before Tian and Manhwa. Without a host, a system manifested merely as a cluster of light, much like Manhwa had once been. The white orb trembled violently, emitting a terrified voice, "Great One, please don't eat me. I'm just a lowly minion, barely any meat on my bones.
I'd only get stuck between your teeth." Manhwa curled her lip in disdain. Who would want to eat you? Do you think I'm like that detestable old man?
Stay still or I'll crush you.
I won't move.
The white orb finally froze midair, too terrified to stir. Its level was far inferior to Manhwa's, like a rabbit cowering before a fierce tiger, weak and utterly helpless. Manhwa's eyes emitted two beams of white light, piercing into the white orb as if to scrutinize its very essence.
Minutes later, she summoned a wave of happiness and began to replicate the orb. This is me.
The white orb stared at the identical orb that materialized beside it, its voice filled with sheer shock and disbelief. After more than 10 minutes, a perfect replica of the white orb was finally created. Manhwa grabbed the original and hurled it away with force. The white orb vanished into the void in a flash, crossing dimensions. With no host to bind to, it had to return to the Cosmic System Administration Bureau to await a new destined summon.
Manhwa tucked the replica into her system space and scampered off to play.
At that moment, a profound distant voice echoed from the void, "Tian, victory." The scene shifted back to the skies above Wu City, where the bustling city below and its ceaseless flow of people affirmed they were back in the mortal realm. Tian shook his head, setting aside the thrill of triumph, and settled back into his flying car.
Aside from eliminating a single foe, this battle had yielded nothing but a modicum of real combat experience. Liang Outyan himself along with everything on his person had been utterly vaporized by the dark energy bomb's blast. Truly a maddening waste. Had he not secured the support of Zhang Padian and Yang Qingyi in advance, he too would have been reduced to nothingness. No sooner had Mu Tian claimed victory than the old man Chaos knew the outcome. Chaos slammed his hand hard against the table, his face contorted with frustration at his foiled scheme. Useless. What a complete waste of my effort. That brat Mu Tian is carrying some advanced protective treasure. I always said cultivators are nothing but heretics. That Jiang potion, that Yang Qingyi, and now this Mu Tian, they're all just thorns in my side. I'll need to issue a new bounty. I can't let that Mu Tian grow any stronger. Chaos transformed into a middle-aged man and in a flash vanished from the System Administration Bureau. On the other side of the bureau, the Inspector Taichu noticed Chaos slipping away again and sneered with contempt. Old man Chaos, your days of mischief are numbered. Savor what little time you have left. Back at the company, Mu Tian immediately set up the production line for the gene enhancement agent. His primary focus now was to manufacture enough of it to replace the body tempering pills. A single injection of the gene enhancement agent could elevate a person's physique to the peak of the first level within a week. The only side effect was the need to consume copious amounts of high-energy food to fuel the body's strengthening process. Combined with a dose of the brain development serum and 2 body tempering pills, one could evolve their physique to the second level. It was undeniably a rapid method to enhance physical prowess, a crash course for the Space Force. The Space Force recruitment selection began the day after the announcement. They first selected from active duty soldiers, prioritizing those with strong learning capabilities and keen combat instincts. This inevitably left gaps in the existing branches. But that was of little concern. The Dragon Nation never lacked for manpower. Once the Space Force selection concluded, recruitment for other branches would commence. At 9 in the morning on the football field of a university, over 1,000 students had gathered eagerly awaiting the upcoming Space Force selection. Each one brimmed with confidence, convinced they were the chosen ones destined for success. Tao Ziyang and his roommate Su Zhaoyang stood at the front of the line, their hearts a mix of excitement and anxiety. He wondered what the test would entail, university grades or perhaps running speed. He hoped it was running speed, for Tao Ziyang felt his academic record was rather mediocre. Athletics were his only strong suit. Unlike his roommate Su Zhaoyang, who was always buried in textbooks, a quintessential top student. Time soon passed to 9:30. Tao Ziyang and Su Zhaoyang watched as a squad of soldiers marched in perfect formation from around the corner of the field. Each soldier carried a helmet tucked under their arms, similar to the vision assist helmets used in the Sky Dome. The 100 soldiers marched precisely to a halt before the waiting students, aligning perfectly with the 100 chairs arranged for the selection. The soldiers stood rigidly at attention beside the chairs, their expressions grave and solemn. Will the first 100 students please step forward and take a seat in the front row of chairs? A selection officer on site issued the command. Tao Ziyang, Su Zhaoyang and the other 98 students hurriedly made their way to the chairs and sat down. Once all 100 students were seated, the soldiers fitted the helmets onto their heads and pressed the power button. Tao Ziyang felt a sudden blur before his eyes and he found himself standing on a running track. Test subjects, please prepare. The test will begin in 1 minute. The test involves participating in a virtual reality parkour game. Please run as far as you can to achieve the best score. Selection results will be based on your parkour performance. A clear electronic voice echoed in Tao Ziyang's mind, explaining the test's content and rules. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the command sounded, Tao Ziyang noticed a grotesque monster appear behind him, roaring as it gave chase. Meanwhile, speeding cars would sporadically appear on the path ahead. He had to outrun the monster behind him while dodging the vehicles ahead to avoid being struck down. It was a test of courage, agility, and wit. One's score relied purely on innate talent, having nothing to do with academic performance. Tao Ziyang ran for his life, his physical body in the real world tensing up involuntarily, his hands clenching the armrests of the chair. This game was fair, at least in Mu Tian's eyes. Courage was innate when faced with danger. Individuals varied in their ability to react swiftly under duress. Some chose to cower, others to confront the challenge head-on. Those who cowered would sprint along the roadside dodging the vehicles, but the pursuers behind would quicken their pace and close in on the test subjects. At that moment, if a test subject surrendered or gave up resistance, they were eliminated. If they chose to fight back with nearby weapons, the test would continue. The test only ended when the subject was killed, recording the distance run and survival time. Those who faced the challenge would summon their courage to dash through the traffic lanes, displaying agility against the onrushing cars. Although the road seemed perilous, the pursuers were also slowed down by the vehicles. Both reactions were reasonable, yet most people opted to flee along the deserted sidewalks. Tao Ziyang chose to confront the challenge head-on and managed to run a full kilometer before being knocked down by a car, ending his test. His roommate Su Zhayang chose to run along the roadside.
He was caught by the pursuers after only 500 meters and killed with a single slap, offering no resistance. 10 minutes later, the first batch of test subjects had finished. Only 5 out of 100 passed the selection, and Tao Zhiyong was among them. Su Zhayang's face was pale, clearly still reeling from the recent test.
The parkour game's realism was too intense. Those with weaker mental fortitude would indeed suffer.
The fear of death was awe-inspiring. Seeing that he had passed the selection while Su Zhayang had not, Tao Zhiyong found it hard to show his elation.
He could only console Su Zhayang. It's alright, old Su.
With your grades you'll have a stable job for sure.
Maybe you'll even work for Tianmu Group someday.
Su Zhayang rubbed his face, forcing calmness. Zhiyong, when you become a general, don't forget about me.
Tao Zhiyong slung an arm around Su Zhayang's shoulders, grinning mischievously. If that day ever comes, I definitely won't forget you. I'll even set you up with some beautiful alien girls to make you feel like a god.
A hopeful smile spread across Su Zhayang's face. Good brother, my happiness is in your hands. After all of Tao Zhiyong's group of over 1,000 people were tested, only 75 passed the selection, an acceptance rate of less than 7. By noon, news of the Space Force's bizarre selection method had spread online. Such a flawed and hasty selection process truly shattered everyone's expectations. I was just a bit slow off the mark and got slapped to death by one of those monsters behind me.
So unfair. I've got it worse. I just glanced back for a second and got run over by a car coming from the front. Haha, there are thousands of ways to die, but none funnier than my classmate. He was so scared he peed his pants. Just a minute into the test he ran back to the dorm and hid under the covers, too afraid to come out. I don't even know what the point of this test is. I'm a bit resentful, to be honest.
I heard this game was developed by assistant Wei Meng.
How about we go and demand an explanation?
Once the game developer's identity was revealed, Wei Meng became the target of everyone's anger.
Crowds flocked to the Tianmu Group official website tagging assistant Wei Meng. Xiao Meng was secretly amused. You stubborn lot, still daring to come and cause trouble. Watch me, assistant Wei Meng, use my face-slapping technique.
Everyone, the original purpose of this game is to test a person's courage, agility, and wisdom.
All three must be met to qualify for the Space Force. May I ask if you all have met these criteria? Everyone. Well, that made a lot of sense. Can we settle this offline? We promise not to beat assistant Wei Meng's, but until it's black and blue.
At 6 p.m. at Mu Tian's home, Little Anan and Nuanua were playing this parkour game.
However, if anyone were to see their current scores, they'd be utterly astonished.
The two little girls were shrieking with delight as they did parkour together, having already covered 10 kilometers without failing, and the game wasn't over yet. Perhaps the terrifying parkour game for many was just a game of cat and mouse in their eyes.
Boss, the Space Force selection isn't being well received by the public. I've already clapped back at them.
Seeing Mu Tian in a relaxed mood, Xiao Meng reported his triumphant deeds.
Let them be.
After all, if we lose in a space battle, there's no chance for rescue. Courage is the primary selection criterion.
You're right, boss. But what's Sister Nuanua been up to today? Why hasn't she come out to play with me? Nuanua ate that replicated system and is digesting it now. She'll probably be asleep until tonight. If it weren't for the existence of Nuanua's clone outside, which could sense if a space-time tunnel opened, Mu Tian would be extremely anxious right now.
This little system falls asleep whenever it wants and even ate the replicated entertainment until death system.
What a glutton.
Now she could only rely on deep sleep to digest it. The two little girls had just finished a game at that moment.
They ran over to Mu Tian, each grabbing one of his hands.
Big brother, play with us.
Let's do parkour together.
Yeah, we only ran 12 kilometers before getting caught by the monsters.
We haven't even cleared the level yet.
Big brother, you take us.
Alright, I'll play with you. Let go, I need to get the helmet.
I'll get it for you, big brother. Mu Tian's physical prowess needed no introduction. The virtual reality game simply simulated the test subject's physique to create a virtual body. Relying on his peak level 3 physique, Mu Tian scooped up the two girls as soon as he entered the game and sped down the road. They dodged oncoming cars one by one, causing Little Anan and Nuanua to scream endlessly in the game. In just 5 minutes, Mu Tian led the two little girls to successfully clear the level.
3 days later, the official selection of the 500,000 strong Space Force was complete.
Mu Tian brought 500,000 doses of gene enhancement serum to the Northwest base, instructing Zhao Yu to distribute them. The soldiers from the previous Azure Dragon mech unit had all been transferred to the Space Force, becoming instructors and officers for the new recruits.
Commander Mu, you've arrived just in time. Elder Ning was just looking for you. Oh. Does Elder Ning need something from me?
He said he wants to see what a Tier 3 cosmic warship and a Tier 3 interstellar mech look like to provide inspiration for future research.
No problem. Call everyone who wants to see.
I'll summon a Tier 3 cosmic warship back right away and we can all take a look together.
Commander Mu, if you say that, I'm all ears. The Grand Elder wants to see it too. Is the Grand Elder coming to see it as well?
Then I'll have to bring the warship down to the ground. Tian had originally planned to take everyone into outer space to see the warship, but since Yang Weihua also wanted to see it, they would have to view it on the ground. After all, the Grand Elder's health wasn't as good as theirs, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to travel up and down. Tian had Xiaomeng pilot a Tier 3 cosmic warship back to Earth while Yang Weihua traveled from the capital to the northwest base. At 2 p.m. when a colossal super dreadnought cosmic warship appeared above the northwest base, the entire base was cast under its immense shadow. The colossal interstellar warship that blotted out the sky and sun appeared above the northwest base, delivering an overwhelming visual impact to everyone present.
Tian stood beside Yang Weihua, noticing that even he seemed momentarily stunned. He let out a soft cough, drawing everyone's attention. Allow me to introduce the basic parameters of this warship.
Its dimensions are 30 kilometers in length, 18 kilometers in width and 15 kilometers in height. It is equipped with 200 Grade 3 interstellar mechs, 20 small interstellar warships, 100 starfighters and various maintenance robots and equipment.
Its main cannon is a planet-destroying cannon capable of obliterating a life-bearing planet with a single shot.
It is no longer powered by nuclear energy but by dark energy. Elder Ning listened to Tian's introduction of the warship overhead, then thought of the small vessel he had been tirelessly building day and night. A profound sense of having been born in the wrong era washed over him.
Yet abandoning the construction was out of the question.
The path of technological exploration is not a single leap but a journey of steady steps, each one laying the foundation for those that follow.
Tian ordered Xiaomeng to open the warship's bottom hatch and release 10 boarding shuttles. Grand Elder, if you please. Let's go up there and talk while we take a look around. Excellent, Xiaomu. This big fellow provides an immense sense of security. If we could build a few dozen of these, the vast sea of stars would be at our feet. Indeed, Grand Elder. The construction of new warships is always underway. Before long you will see a fully integrated fleet patrolling the cosmos. Then I eagerly await that day.
Amidst their lively conversation, everyone had boarded the shuttles. The shuttles rose gently, carrying over 100 people up into the warship, hovering 50 meters above. The shuttle glided slowly through the ship, allowing everyone to tour each deck. This is the storage area for the small warships.
Their combat capabilities are also formidable, and they house other combat units within.
These are the Grade 3 interstellar mechs, a world apart from the small mech we saw earlier. And over here we have the starfighters, primarily used for planetary landing operations and close-quarters space combat.
The warship was so vast that the tour alone took over an hour.
The shuttle finally came to a stop at the ship's command center, and everyone's faces displayed a sense of lingering awe and fascination. The alien fleet we annihilated outside the solar system earlier was merely composed of Grade 2 cosmic warships.
This warship possesses a high degree of automated combat capability. For manual operation, the crew's physical constitution must meet stringent standards. Now let's try experiencing the warship's operation tutorial.
The command center, the very heart of the warship, was extraordinarily spacious, capable of holding 500 people and controlling all the ship's functional areas. Tian led Yang Weihua to the captain's chair and helped him put on the captain's helmet.
How advanced?
Just by thinking I can command the warship in battle.
Yang Weihua marveled after experiencing the sensation for a moment. Compared to hands, the brain is certainly more agile. Sometimes the mind reacts, but the hand can't keep up with the speed.
Such errors are unforgivable in the rapidly changing environment of space warfare.
You're right.
Old folks like us often feel our limbs can't keep pace with our minds.
Grand Elder, worry not. Once your physical evolution is complete, your physique will surely return to a youthful state.
Just as everyone was deeply immersed in experiencing the warship's functions, a massive temporal space passageway suddenly materialized near Neptune in the solar system. Nuanua, who was idling in the system space, immediately sensed the temporal space fluctuations and hurried out to inform Tian. Brother, a temporal space passageway has appeared near Neptune.
It looks like something is coming through again. So sudden.
Xiaomeng, have all other warships head to the vicinity of Neptune and wait.
Yes, boss. With the situation urgent, Tian immediately briefed Yang Weihua. Understood.
We must disembark immediately.
Everyone leave the warship at once. Another battle is imminent.
Yang Weihua, aware of the urgency, quickly called for everyone to evacuate the warship.
Upon hearing that a battle was imminent, no one dared to delay.
They put away their helmets and boarded the shuttles without hesitation.
As soon as everyone was off, the warship retracted, the shuttles ascended rapidly and sped away.
Of course, after ascending, the warship activated its optical camouflage, departing unseen and unheard.
On the other side of the temporal space passageway near Neptune, a dramatic chase was unfolding.
The pursued were a group of interstellar pirates.
Though their warships weren't advanced, they fought with fierce tenacity. Realizing they couldn't win, the pirates began to flee with relentless pursuers hot on their heels. Dolly, is this the end for our Bashan pirate group? Hey Nulamu, don't say such disheartening things. As long as we reach the chaotic star domain, we'll be safe. Dolly, look ahead.
Is that glowing passageway a temporal space tunnel?
Haha Mulamu, our luck hasn't run out. This is our golden opportunity.
If we can reach another universe, the Bashan pirate group will surely rule over a whole star domain. Then what are we waiting for, brothers?
Full throttle, maximum speed.
The pursuers noticed the pirates' sudden change in course, expanded their scans, and quickly discovered the shimmering temporal space passageway.
After them. Don't let them escape through that passageway.
The blood debt of the Grand Prince must be avenged. The fleet commander behind, who had been toying with the pirates like a cat with a mouse, was now thrown into a panic. In the end, the pursuing fleet failed to catch up with the 10 battered Grade 2 warships of the Bashan pirates.
Damn it. They got away.
The fleet commander slammed his fist on the console in frustration, a bitter sense of defeat welling up inside. The glory of capturing the pirate leader was lost, and he would likely face disciplinary action. But with his family residing within the Empire, the commander dared not lead his fleet into the temporal space passageway.
Such passageways were typically one-way, and very few had ever managed to return to their original universe.
Half an hour had passed since the passageway appeared. The fleet that Tian had deployed within the solar system had fully assembled. They were ready to strike a fatal blow the moment the enemy emerged. Mulamo, let's have the brothers man their interstellar mechs and take cover behind the warships.
We must be prepared for an ambush outside the passageway. You're right, Dolly. Better safe than sorry. Come on, let's begin our plundering journey in this new universe.
The moment the Bashan pirates emerged from the dimensional space, they were met with a barrage of cannon fire. Their 10 warships were instantly reduced to scrap.
Damn. There really is an ambush.
They've got a lot of ships.
What's there to fear? Our combat experience is second to none. Let's go engage them in close quarters and seize their warships. Haha, new warships, here we come.
A swarm of over 300 Grade 2 interstellar mechs surged towards the Dragon Nation fleet.
An unexpected interstellar mech battle had officially begun.
While you enjoy a peaceful life, others carry the burden for you. In this tranquil afternoon, how could the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation know that a fierce interstellar mecha battle was already raging in the depths of the solar system? Seeing the 300 over interstellar mechas charging towards them, Xiao Meng immediately commanded all warships to deploy the majority of their carrier-based mechas to intercept. The enemy's force was weak, and with relief, Tian began acting as a live commentator in the Northwest Base's Combat Command Center.
That preemptive strike we just launched completely destroyed the enemy's warships. However, they are clearly a battle-hardened unit. They piloted their mechas and hid behind their warships, avoiding being wiped out in one wave. Now they are charging towards us in their mechas, and our fleet has also deployed our interstellar mechas to engage them. Yang Weihua interjected at this point, so what are our chances of victory? Tian smiled confidently, our victory is guaranteed.
They only have a little over 300 second-tier interstellar mechas.
We have 600 third-tier mechas and 4,000 second-tier ones. I imagine the enemy is utterly stunned by now. Indeed, Mulamo and Dolly, who led the charge, were now utterly bewildered. They first saw over 4,000 mechas deploy from the enemy, and then all 4,000 targets vanished from their radar. What did this mean?
It meant the enemy's mechas were more advanced and had jammed their radar systems. They were now completely blind, like headless flies unsure of where to fly. Losing radar coordinate guidance in the vastness of space combat is a terrifying ordeal.
It feels akin to being locked in a pitch-black room full of ravenous wolves.
The only path left was to await their doom. Who could have imagined that moments ago the Bantian pirate group was dreaming of establishing unparalleled glory and ruling vast swaths of the cosmos? Now they were all going to be annihilated here.
Truly ironic and lamentable.
Explosions blossomed like fireworks across the starry sky, marking the destruction of the Bantian pirates' mechas, brief and dazzling. Xiaomu dispatched the veteran Space Force soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Seeing the skirmish end swiftly, and after the initial joy of victory subsided, Yang Weihua instructed Tian to send the veterans from the former Qinglong mecha unit, now the Space Force officer corps, out to witness the brutal reality of space warfare.
Understood, Grand Elder. I will personally lead them there. Good, we entrust this to you. All we old-timers can do is secure the home front for you. Yang Weihua patted Tian's shoulder in encouragement before leaving the Northwest Base with his entourage.
As the Grand Elder, he was burdened with countless national affairs. Finding time to visit the Space Force was already a significant effort. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Space Force warships, Yang Weihua's conviction to build a mighty Space Force was further strengthened. After Yang Weihua departed, Mu Tian immediately summoned the nearby Space Force officers. Within half an hour 5,000 officers without current training duties had assembled. The third-tier cosmic warship was summoned back, ready to carry them to the battlefield near Neptune to clean up the wreckage and give the officers some practical experience. As the 30-kilometer-long warship loomed overhead, the 5,000 Space Force officers were filled with shock and excitement. They had waited so long for this day. A Space Force without cosmic warships hardly deserved the name. Privately, these officers had complained that they wouldn't get to board a warship for another decade. Yet unexpectedly, so early in the Space Force's formation, they were given such a magnificent surprise. Today I'm taking you all to witness the brutality of space warfare. Are you ready? Mu Tian shouted to the soldiers below from the landing craft. Always ready. A thunderous roar echoed across the northwest base. Excellent. Board the ship. Dozens of shuttles flew out from the warship to ferry the soldiers inside, heading towards the mecha bay and the command center. Once everyone was aboard, the warship ascended again, rapidly heading towards Neptune. In the mecha bay, groups of 30 soldiers were assigned to each mecha, beginning their piloting lessons. In the command center, 500 soldiers started learning how to operate all the ship's functions. Watching them work so orderly, Mu Tian, seated in the captain's chair, felt a sense of surreal detachment. Nua, what if a space-time rift appears near Earth next time? We might be too cautious and hesitant to defend effectively. If attacks like this happened once or twice more, Mu Tian might suffer a heart attack despite his youth. Fortunately, this battle occurred near Neptune, providing some buffer space. Don't worry, brother. My father is preparing a cosmic coordinate jammer that can disrupt coordinates within 100 light-years. Once the jammer is activated, all future spacetime rifts will only appear beyond 100 light-years from the solar system. How much longer until we can get our hands on it? Soon, maybe the day after tomorrow. Those who come to assassinate you will also experience coordinate disarray, making it extremely difficult for them to reach Earth directly. Let's hope they all end up 100 light-years away. They might even appear inside a star. Half an hour later, Mu Tian and his crew piloted the warship to the vicinity of Neptune. At the two battle sites, mecha wreckage and countless warship debris floated everywhere. The soldiers in the command center collectively gasped at the sheer carnage. The imagined wreckage was commonplace, but the sight of alien body parts drifting among the debris was shocking. There was no need for rescue operations, and accepting surrenders was impossible. It was a scene of utter devastation. 200 mechas were deployed to collect the larger pieces of mecha and warship wreckage. This cleanup was essential, as the vast amount of debris posed a significant hazard to the warship's navigation. Protecting the cosmic environment is everyone's duty. The soldiers in the command center envied their comrades piloting the mechas outside, whispering amongst themselves. Can't believe a battle just happened here and we missed all the action. These aliens are so unpredictable. I wonder what they really want from us. You don't get it, do you? If you know, then tell us. They must be after our Earth. Habitable planets are incredibly rare in the universe, each one is priceless. That actually makes sense. I can't argue with that. Few believe his nonsense. I say our solar system must have some incredible treasure that's attracting these aliens. Alright, let's hear your theory. Well, maybe it's spiritual energy revival, or a system descending, or even an emperor-grade artifact emerging. You idiot, have you been reading too many novels and lost your mind? Mu Tian's ears perked up slightly, a silent admiration for the soldier who guessed system descending. You actually hit the nail on the head. Yes, it was precisely because of the system's descent. Not becoming a novelist is a true waste of your talent. A post-battle cleanup of a space conflict made the Space Force soldiers acutely aware of the brutality of space warfare. After collecting the wreckage of the warships, Mu Tian stored them all within his space to serve as raw materials for constructing new vessels. 10 days after the Space Force was fully assembled, all 530000 soldiers successfully completed their bodily evolution, reaching the second-tier physical level. On this day, the sky above the northwestern base was clear and cloudless. 53 10,000-man formations stood at attention, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the cosmic warships to come and fetch them. Today marked the first day of the Dragon Nation's Mars Seed project. Mu Tian and Zhao Yu stood on an aerial vehicle, gazing down at the sea of soldiers below. The young faces of the new recruits below still bore traces of youth, their eyes glinting with a hint of excitement. They recognized the young man on the aerial vehicle as their ultimate idol, Chairman Mu. Chairman Mu was their first commander of the Space Force. How incredible was that? Chairman Mu had certainly kept this hidden well. Oh no, they should now address him as Commander Mu. Tao Ziyang was also filled with immense surprise and delight. His lifelong wish had been to work at Tianmu Group after graduating from university. But with his academic record, the idea of joining Tianmu Group was nothing short of a fantasy. If Su Zhaoyang knew I was indirectly working under Chairman Mu, he'd be green with envy.
I can't believe I get to be a soldier under Commander Mu. My ancestors must be blessing me.
It's just a pity there are so few female soldiers in the Space Force. I heard there are less than 1,000,000 currently.
Do I really have to find an alien girlfriend?
Lost in his wild thoughts, Tao Ziyong failed to notice that the sun above had been blocked and the surroundings suddenly darkened. Only when his comrades let out low gasps did he snap out of it and look up at the sky.
Wow, the cosmic warship is huge. I can't even see the end of it. How big is it exactly? So cool. This is the kind of ship that has real presence when piloted. It perfectly matches my style. What a shame.
I heard that we female soldiers can only stay in the command center to pilot the warship.
I really want to pilot a mech.
At that moment, Mu Tian on the aerial vehicle issued a command silence.
Please line up according to your unit numbers and board the ship. Do not wander around once on board.
A hatch opened on the underside of the warship and dozens of boarding shuttles flew down to begin transporting personnel.
Each warship could carry 10,000 people at a time.
10 warships were lined up dedicated to transporting troops to Mars.
Half an hour later, the first batch of soldiers arrived on Mars.
Stepping out of the warship, they were greeted by a base of stunning scenic beauty.
Rows of neatly arranged trees, technologically advanced buildings, lush forests in the distance, and towering green mountains, all silently proclaimed that this was not Earth.
Before coming to Mars, they had expected to endure a life of hardship stationed on a planet of sandstorms and extreme temperatures. Who could have imagined that Mars would have a better environment than Earth, with the air filled with the fragrance of grass? Tao Ziyang and his comrades rode in flying cars towards the dormitory area, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside the windows.
A profound sense of happiness welled up in everyone's hearts.
At that moment, Mu Tian stood on the top floor of the base's command center, watching the soldiers heading back to their quarters to rest. Zhao Yu was also full of curiosity about everything on the Mars base. It was far more advanced than the Northwestern base. Once all the Space Force personnel were transported, the next group to arrive would be some of the research staff from the Northwestern base. This was the Mars Seed Project, preserving the finest group of young soldiers and the most outstanding scientific researchers. By around 3 p.m. all 530,000 Space Force members had been transported and the base began to buzz with activity. Starting tomorrow, the Space Force would begin learning how to pilot warships and mechs and conduct space combat drills.
Brother, they all feel very happy. Nuonyua sat on Mu Tian's shoulder, also looking out the window. We've built this place so well.
They initially expected harsh conditions, and the stark contrast is what's creating this sense of happiness.
Brother, a new assassin is about to appear near Pluto.
Just a moment ago he was reflecting on the soldiers' happiness, and the next Nuonyua delivered some bad news to Mu Tian.
Then let's go meet him in battle. No need to keep him waiting.
Mu Tian turned to Zhao Yu, smiled and said, "Old Zhao, I'll leave things here in your hands." Zhao Yu knew Mu Tian was incredibly busy bearing a heavier burden than his own, and so he said with concern, "Don't worry, Shamu, I'll take good care of things here. You should also watch your health and not overwork yourself."
Okay.
Mu Tian exited the base's command building, boarded a waiting warship and set off for Pluto to confront the assassins sent to kill him. 3 days prior, one unlucky fellow had his space-time passage coordinates teleported to a location 10,000 light-years away.
Now that person was stuck in dimensional space, unable to come or go, fuming in frustration.
Mu Tian certainly wasn't kind-hearted enough to travel 10,000 light-years to fight him. He'd let that poor fool fend for himself.
However, for the one who appeared near Pluto today, Mu Tian was quite willing to go and send him off. Firstly, he needed practical combat experience. Only through continuous battle could he continue to grow.
Secondly, the distances within the solar system were too short. Leaving this threat unchecked posed a risk of assassination. By the time Mu Tian arrived near where the Pluto spacetime passage had disappeared, a day and a half had already passed. The assassin had long since emerged from the passage and was currently raging helplessly in dimensional space. Ever since the solar system's cosmic coordinates were scrambled, the targeting of small spacetime passages could no longer precisely lock onto Earth's coordinates.
Pluto was currently 7 billion kilometers from Earth.
For the assassin to fly to Earth using only his flying sword would take tens of thousands of years.
With his foundation establishment cultivation, Long Feiyan would be dead long before he ever reached Earth. But just as Long Feiyan was sinking into despair, Mu Tian suddenly appeared before him. "Haha, I can't believe you actually came here to throw your life away."
Long Feiyan felt that his villain's counterattack system was really effective, forcing his opponent to act foolishly.
Mu Tian was speechless.
Had he known the other party lacked a fast means of travel, he wouldn't have bothered to come. And now he was being mocked for his trouble. Villains die from talking too much. Mu Tian didn't want to be a villain, so he decisively struck first. He casually launched a barrage of 100 micro-hydrogen bombs at Long Feiyan. Long Feiyan without a word swiftly dodged while launching his flying sword at Mu Tian. He also hurled the 5 small dark energy bombs that Hundun had given him.
Boom 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 boom, the explosions from both sides rang out simultaneously.
However, Mu Tian was protected by his celestial robe's 360-degree barrier while Long Feiyan had no such defense. There was no suspense.
Mu Tian survived while Long Feiyan was obliterated so completely that not even ashes remained.
Mu Tian panted slightly, looking with lingering fear at the violently trembling dimensional space.
Brother, I'll go grab the spoils of war first. With the battle concluded, Nuonuo immediately dashed out of the system space, reaching into the void. Moments later, a black sphere was pulled out from the emptiness by Nuonuo.
Boss, please don't eat me. The black sphere emitted a terrified hoarse voice, trembling violently as if in sheer dread.
Who would want to eat you? You're so dark, I'm afraid I'd get indigestion. That's a relief, that's a relief. I am the villain's counterattack system. Boss, do you know anyone who needs to bind with the system? I can be of service.
You wish.
You're a villain and I'm a righteous person. You think you can pull a counterattack on me?
I wouldn't dare.
Boss, you must be mistaken. How could I ever attempt to overthrow you? Don't move or I'll squeeze you until you pop. Okay, I'll stay still.
Seeing that her intimidation was effective, the black sphere ceased its trembling. Nuanua summoned a large cluster of happiness and began, just like last time, to replicate a villain's counterattack system. Half an hour later, an identical new villain's counterattack system appeared in Nuanua's other hand.
This boss, you're incredible. Can I pledge my allegiance to you as my leader? No. You're nothing but a born traitor. I don't want a lackey like you. Get lost.
Unwilling to risk being overthrown by a subordinate, Nuanua flung the cunning villain's counterattack system into the void with all her might.
ISH, all return. A classic line faintly echoed from the void.
As expected of a villain, their parting words were always the same. Clutching her spoils, Nuanua wanted to return to her space to slowly savor the delicacy and evolve her level.
You're not going to eat it again, are you?
What if you end up sleeping for 10 or 15 days again?
Relax, brother. I won't sleep that long this time.
For a system of the same level, I can digest it and advance within a day at most.
Alright. Mu Tian, lacking Nuanua's main body to constantly warn him of danger, was worried about someone coming to take his head.
Therefore he decided not to go out for the next few days. However, this time, contrary to Nuanua's promise of digesting the replicated system in a day, she ended up sleeping soundly for an entire week.
This kept Mu Tian indoors for a week.
When he did go out, he always brought Nuanua's clones along, taking her and Xiaonan around to play. During that week, another unfortunate assassin came through a spacetime passage only to end up 300,000 light-years away.
Mu Tian didn't even bother with him, letting him be indifferent to his fate. Nuanua, you're so unreliable. You said one day, but you slept for a week. Hee brother, you're really something too.
You held onto my clone for the whole week without letting go.
What else could I do? I can't sense where enemies might appear. Brother, once I level up again, you'll have the ability to sense enemies.
Oh. How much longer do I have to wait? I need to eat 3 more replicated systems of the same level first. While the Dragon Kingdom's officials were secretly and fervently executing the Mars seed plan, other countries on Earth were equally busy.
It was said that the U.S. was building a starship.
As soon as the news spread, many nations immediately sought to invest. They contributed money, personnel and materials, aiming to build a starship more powerful than the Luanyao aerospace mothership within a decade. But at the same time, mutated creatures on Earth were increasing. In some places, even cats and dogs were beginning to show signs of mutation. Although mutated cats and dogs were swiftly culled upon discovery, it was still a troubling sign. With so many stray cats and dogs around, if some mutated ones managed to hide and only emerge later with formidable power to harm people, it would be impossible to defend against.
Brother, these are for you.
Nuanua handed over the results of her recent research, some gene evolution serums crafted using mutated zombie crystals as the key ingredient.
Mu Tian's trade with Wei Yu never ceased, and their cooperation remained consistently pleasant.
Wei Yu received ample food production machines, while Mu Tian obtained mutated zombie crystals of various levels. Level 2 mutated zombie crystals were the most abundant, and Nuanua used them all to research Level 2 gene evolution serums. A single dose of the gene evolution serum could elevate a person's physique to Level 2, a process infinitely simpler and faster than Mu Tian's own agonizing evolution experience. Nuanua, if only I had such a simple evolution method back then.
Brother, you are the greatest trailblazer.
You've learned to flatter too. But you've prepared so many of these gene serums, a full 5 billion doses.
Doesn't Earth have a population of 7 billion? 5 billion doses are clearly not enough. Foreigners, if they benefit from us, won't thank us, they'll thank their own gods of faith. That seems right. I've been sleeping too much lately.
I'll leave the arrangements to you, brother. Tian accepted the gene serums and then made a trip to the capital, engaging in a long closed-door discussion with Yang Weihua. The next day the Dragon Kingdom launched another round of nationwide vaccination. However, this round of vaccines was no longer available to foreigners regardless of how much they were willing to pay.
Foreigners who had bought property and settled in the Dragon Kingdom were greatly puzzled and took to the internet to seek the truth.
I'll pay 1 million dragon coins.
Who can sell me a vaccination slot? No one would dare sell you one even for 10 million. Haven't you seen the vaccination sites?
They're guarded by soldiers all armed with real weapons. This round of vaccination must be significant.
Can any expert come forward to explain?
I'll pay 1,000,000 for the answer. There's no definitive answer, but there are several speculative ones.
Would they be worth a few tens of thousands? Let's chat privately. Add me as a friend.
This batch of new nationwide vaccines was not the complete level 2 gene evolution serum. After discussions between Tian and Yang Weihua, they both agreed that evolving the entire population's physique to level 2 would introduce too many destabilizing factors to society. Furthermore, current food reserves were insufficient, there needed to be a buffer period. To this end, Tian had Wang Kai establish the Tianmu Food Company, which began using food production machines to manufacture and stockpile food. Using the budget version of the gene serum would only strengthen a person's body to the peak of level 1, roughly enhancing their physique tenfold. Only the Army, Navy, Air Force and police personnel were permitted to use the level 2 serum, ensuring social stability. Of course, even the budget gene serum had a profound transformative effect on the human body.
Common physical enhancements included
a 10-second man suddenly becoming a multi-hour champion.
Bald men regrew their hair overnight. The elderly appeared to become younger within a day. Young women's figures suddenly became remarkably fit and attractive. Everyone's strength seemed to increase dramatically, making it commonplace to accidentally break a doorknob.
It was only after witnessing these extraordinary effects that people finally understood how miraculous the vaccine was and why foreigners were barred from receiving it. As the people of the Dragon Kingdom buzzed with excitement, a massive spacetime passage began to slowly open 110 light-years outside the solar system.
Brother, another large spacetime passage is opening 110 light-years from the solar system. Xiaomeng, activate the radar detection.
Assemble all nearby warships and prepare for battle. During this period, Tian had successively produced 50 more level 3 cosmic warships, keeping the atomic scale 3D printers running hot until they were nearly smoking. These new warships had been deployed, positioned for defense within a 200 light-year radius outside the solar system. Near the entrance of the spacetime passage, a pursuit and annihilation battle was underway just before the passage opened. The losing side, with only a little over 50 Tier 3 cosmic warships remaining, was barely holding on. The hulls of these warships bore various degrees of damage, clearly the result of multiple battles with no time for repairs. General, please let me stay behind to cover your retreat.
Take the brothers and flee.
A commander on one of the warships made the request to the fleet's general.
No missin'. We live together, we die together.
Besides, where else could we possibly flee to? General, as long as the fleet survives, there will always be a chance for a comeback.
My mind is made up. Do not dissuade me further. Hear my command, prepare to initiate melee combat. General, wait. Look at the radar.
Is that a spacetime passage showing up behind us?
It truly is. Ha ha ha. Mission Heaven never seals off all exits. Brothers, hurry into the spacetime passage and seize this slim chance for survival.
My warship is damaged.
I will stay behind to cover for you, General. Mine is too. General, go now. We'll hold them off for you. Krita led the 36 remaining warships charging into the spacetime passage.
The remaining warships, severely battle-damaged, voluntarily stayed behind to block the pursuers. Everyone, no matter what lies on the other side of that passage, you must set your warship's shields to maximum.
If we encounter an attack, counterattack immediately.
Yes. Kritu was a rebel general in his original cosmic nation, governing over 100 life-bearing planets, a figure of formidable ambition.
Over half an hour later, Kritu's fleet of 36 warships emerged from subspace.
However, they were met with a ferocious assault from Tian's fleet, which nearly stripped away all their shields. By then, Tian had already detected the enemy's count of 36 warships. He had only managed to gather 30 of his own, with the rest still en route.
Xiaomeng, it's all up to you now. Make sure we win this battle. Boss, just watch me. We're definitely going to win. Upon receiving the order, Xiaomeng immediately deployed 90% of the mechs, unleashed maximum shipboard weaponry, and set the energy shields to maximum capacity.
Seeing thousands of mechs flying towards them, Kritu's expression darkened.
Damn it. We don't have enough mechs to match them. Charge through. Force a boarding melee. Yes.
Kritu's carrier-based mechs had been mostly destroyed in previous battles, leaving them unable to counter the mech assault from Mutian's fleet. Their only hope for victory was to leverage their numerical advantage in warships and engage in melee combat. Melee battles are rare in space warfare, as often by the time ships close and both sides have already decimated each other.
But there are exceptions like now.
The two fleets were in close proximity and the weaker side would inevitably resort to melee combat to even out the disparity in combat power.
Not good, boss. They're going for melee combat. Xiaoming's voice was unusually startled. No need to panic. Recall the mechs for defense.
Have the shipboard robots pilot the small mechs and prepare for battle.
Alright, orders sent. Brother, our losses are going to be substantial this time. Nuonual munched on popcorn as she watched the battle unfold.
Heavy losses are fine as long as no real human soldiers were involved this time.
Xiaoming, record the entire battle.
I'll use it as training material for the entire Space Force later. The battle situation changed rapidly.
The brief gap between the two fleets vanished and the exchange of ship-to-ship cannon fire devolved into close-quarters combat.
Both fleets began to deactivate their energy shields for hull-to-hull assaults. Boarding drills with spiral tips extended from the sides of warships, viciously piercing into the enemy's hulls.
Alarms blared across the warships as the bloody boarding operation commenced.
The soldiers of Kritu's fleet fought fiercely, donning small mechs and charging through the boarding drills to attack within Mutian's ships. Mutian's fleet mirrored the action, with bionic robots piloting small mechs and surging into Kritu's warships to slaughter. The difference was that Kritu's fleet had very few robot soldiers left, having exhausted them in earlier melee engagements. Now most of Kritu's fleet relied on human soldiers, making the battle scenes increasingly gruesome.
General, the enemy is all robots. Not a single human. We're at a huge disadvantage.
A frontline soldier reported the situation to Kritu after smashing several robots.
Oh damn it. My brothers. My comrades. Hear my command. Charge towards the enemy's command center. We must seize control of their warships. Yes.
Kritu's intention to capture the command center was sound in theory. Unfortunately, Xiaoming hadn't deployed all the large mechs. The remaining ones were stationed defensively along the route to the command center. As the fierce melee raged on with the arrival of the large mechs, the scales of victory tipped decisively in Mutian's favor. An hour later, Kritu and his men met their end, filled with profound reluctance. Boss, all 30 of our warships are wrecked.
We count 36 enemy warship wrecks. Xiaoming began to report the results. Good thing we didn't send our Space Force this time. This is a lesson for me: build more ships, use more robots. Let the robots fight it out and only send in real people for the final mop-up. Brother, isn't this how most space battles are fought?
Come on, let's go collect those wreckages to use as raw materials for new warships.
Knowing he'd be away for several days, Mutian informed his mother in Yunmeng about the trip.
In fact, if not for the nebula blocking the solar system, the round trip would have only taken 2 or 3 days. That nebula acted like a speed bump, forcing them to slow down significantly when passing through. Warships couldn't travel too fast, where they wouldn't be able to stop in time. 4 days later, Mutian arrived at the battlefield and collected all the warship wreckages into his space. The alien bodies of Kritu and his men were all cremated to ashes, with no survivors left. At the same time, Mutian deployed the 20 newly constructed warships to bolster his defensive forces. After finishing on his way back, he harvested numerous mineral-rich asteroids from the nebula region. With these mineral asteroids, his raw materials for building warships became plentiful.
Given enough time, he could easily construct thousands of Tier 3 warships. Returning to Mars, it was already the 8th day since Mutian had left.
Upon arriving at the Mars base, he could immediately sense the vibrant energy and high morale of the soldiers. Going up to the top floor of the base's command center, Mutian immediately convened a meeting with the mid and senior officers of the Space Force. As the meeting began, he played the full footage of the space melee from a few days prior. This is a self-defense action that took place 8 days ago, 110 light-years outside the solar system. The enemy's tactics were beyond my expectations.
Now I want everyone to watch this, learn from it, and summarize the lessons.
The combat footage was intense and bloody, making the scalps of all the Space Force officers in attendance tingle. They all pondered what their win rate and casualty rate would be if they were to engage in such hand-to-hand combat. After watching, they privately estimated that if real human soldiers were to engage in such melee combat with the enemy, the casualty rate could potentially exceed 40%. After the video finished playing, Mutian said sullenly, "This combat footage will serve as mandatory learning material for every Space Force soldier. From now on, our battles will follow the sequence of unmanned operations first, followed by manned combat. Proficiency in mech operation will be a key assessment item for all soldiers.
Only those who meet the proficiency standards will be permitted to pilot mechs into battle. Now let's have an open discussion to summarize our experiences.
After Tian concluded his remarks, Zhao Yu was the first to stand up and share his views. I believe that if both fleets maintain an optimal attack distance, close quarters combat can be avoided. A burly officer with a thick beard stood up and said we could also employ a strategy of concentrating our forces. If a single warship's attack can't penetrate their shields, we can focus our firepower to take out a few of their ships first. A square-faced officer beside him added we can also employ a hit-and-run tactic, retreating while fighting. There's no need for a suicidal stand, we can simply wear the enemy down. A female officer agreed, saying exactly. Our mech numbers are superior. By retreating while engaging, we can use our mechs to break their defenses and eliminate the enemy.
Tian. Well, his subordinates were highly capable and he felt gratified.
With so many counter-strategies available in the same situation, it seemed his own tactics were indeed somewhat flawed. Nevertheless, this battle footage was quickly adopted as a training video for the Space Force, serving as a lesson to be heeded.
More learning leads to less bloodshed.
When the soldiers realized they had missed another battle that offered a chance for glory, they were filled with regret.
Young warriors yearn for distinction.
They trained rigorously every day, all for the purpose of fighting aliens on the battlefield.
By the time Tian returned home, 10 days had already passed.
Yun Meng was leaning on the sofa with her large belly, finding it increasingly difficult to move around.
It was July 12th and she was 6 months into her pregnancy.
Tian decided that unless something truly required his personal attention, he would stay home to accompany his mother and Yun Meng, and also handle the daily drop-offs and pickups for the two little girls.
Brother, you're back.
The moment the two little girls saw Tian enter, they rushed over and clung tightly to his legs, refusing to let go.
With the two accessories hanging on his legs, Tian slowly walked towards Yun Meng, who was reclining on the sofa.
Honey, you're finally back, she said, her eyes brimming with joy as her longing finally subsided. Tian gently detached the two little girls and placed them on the other sofa before sitting down beside Yun Meng and giving her a tender embrace.
Yes, I'm home. Tomorrow let's go to Vermilion Bird Island. You should find it more comfortable there. Yay! We can go catch crabs and pick up seashells again.
I'll go tell Grandma and brother Xiaohan. Little Anan was ecstatic at the prospect of visiting Vermilion Bird Island and immediately ran off to make a phone call.
Early the next morning, Tian led his family onto the picturesque Vermilion Bird Island. The sunlight, white clouds, blue sky, vast ocean and gentle sea breeze were all intoxicating. Tian and Yun Meng didn't join the others on the beach.
Instead, they lounged together on large beach chairs watching the live broadcast of the Olympic opening ceremony. The 2020 Olympics were originally scheduled to be held in Neon Country, but after suffering several major natural disasters, the nation no longer had the capacity to host the games. Consequently, the Rice Country eagerly seized the hosting rights, hoping to boost its international standing. This edition of the Olympics was arguably the most unusual one ever. The Rice Country team sent genetically modified athletes, and Neon Country followed suit.
Other nations, having made some progress in genetic engineering, also fielded athletes with enhanced bodies.
What's more, some countries even sent mutants as competitors.
Their rationale was that continuous microdoses of tranquilizers could keep the mutants lucid enough to compete.
When it was the Dragon Country delegation's turn to appear, the atmosphere in the stadium heated up considerably. After all, a third of the opening ceremony audience were Dragon Country nationals. It was standard practice for Dragon Country fans to charter planes, book entire hotels and reserve whole sections of the venue.
Honey, how many gold medals do you think the Dragon Country team will win this time?
Yun Meng lay in Tian's arms, gently stroking her large belly. Except for football, they have a chance of winning in every other event, Tian said after a moment's thought.
Why? Haven't their bodies all evolved to the second level? Hey, you wouldn't know this, but football is the nation's luck balancer. We can't take that championship. Haha, honey, you actually believe that? Isn't that just a joke among netizens? When a joke is repeated enough, it becomes reality.
Just watch, the football team won't even make it to the round of 16. It has nothing to do with physical fitness.
Well, then I won't watch it.
I don't want to get so angry that I harm my two little treasures.
Yeah, I'll skip it too. But the running and combat events should be quite exciting. We can watch those together. Sounds good.
All the athletes sent by the Dragon Country Olympic delegation had undergone physical evolution, giving them a complete physical advantage over athletes from other nations.
However, they wouldn't reveal their full strength and would hold back, only performing just enough to be slightly better than their opponents.
As Tian had predicted, the Dragon Country football team performed consistently with their usual standards, failing to reach the round of 16 and promptly chartering a plane back home early. In contrast, Dragon Country athletes shone brilliantly in other events, securing gold medals one after another. Even when they didn't win gold, it was often due to deliberately easing off or a calculated mistake.
Honey, look.
Lu Linger from our diving team barely made a splash on her dive.
It's incredible.
Her skill level was already exceptional, and now with her enhanced physical ability she has even greater control over her body, which allows her to achieve such an extraordinary performance. Her two teammates are also very good. I bet the gold, silver and bronze medals in the women's 10-meter platform diving will all go to our dragon country. That Mia from the rice country team is also quite good, very strong.
Enjoying the sea breeze, sipping juice and watching the competitions, this was Mu Tian's daily routine on Vermilion Bird Island.
However, there were always those with poor judgment who sought to disturb his peace. Last night, after Yun Meng had fallen asleep, Mu Tian had slipped out for a while and eliminated an assassin who had appeared near Jupiter. Meanwhile, Nuwa had replicated another system called the Dynasty Fortune system. That unfortunate assassin had transmigrated to a place infested with zombies only to be bound to the Dynasty Fortune system. It had to be said his luck was truly awful. A day had passed and the gluttonous Nuwa was still in slumber. As the Olympics progressed with great fervor, Mu Tian and Yun Meng turned their attention to the basketball tournament. In this Olympics, the Dragon Country basketball team easily advanced to the semi-finals, garnering overwhelming support from netizens back home. Who wants to go to the Rice Country to watch the Olympic basketball semi-finals?
I heard the Tianmu Group is providing transportation. Count me in. Where do I sign up? This will be my first time in a flying car, how can I miss it? You still need to get tickets though.
Where can you find them now?
Ah, you don't know. The Tianmu Group has bought out the entire venue for the Dragon Country vs. Rice Country semi-final. Better sign up early. Wow, the Tianmu Group is incredibly generous. I love it.
To gather more happiness, Mu Tian, heeding the wishes of his vast online fanbase, procured tickets for the Dragon Kingdom's basketball semi-final match. However, the Dragon Kingdom's opponent, the America team, was permitted to bring in cheerleaders and family members to liven up the atmosphere. On game day, the 5,000-seat arena was packed with 4,900 Dragon Kingdom fans. As everyone stood to sing the Dragon Kingdom's national anthem, the world erupted. Packing the stands in the America team's home territory, nearly 5,000 people singing their anthem on foreign soil. Only the Dragon Kingdom would dare such a bold move. I don't understand the lyrics, but I felt a fire ignite within me just now. The Dragon Kingdom people are so united. It's a pity it's so hard to get their citizenship. Did you all see that? The America players were humming along. That is truly an infectious song. If the Dragon Kingdom loses this match, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Outside the stadium, lurking in various shadowy corners, was a group of men with menacing appearances hiding in secluded spots. The Sky Curtain Group's flying cars had delivered the fans 2 hours before the game, foiling the plans of these ill-intentioned individuals.
But they didn't give up.
After the match, when the Dragon Kingdom fans exited, if they didn't immediately board flying cars back home and instead linger to explore, they would become prime targets for kidnapping. The bounty for kidnapping these fans was spread by word of mouth, attracting over 1,000 thugs, ruffians and gang members to take on the job. The contractors didn't know the employer's motives, they only knew that Dragon Kingdom citizens were incredibly wealthy and highly valuable, with each one worth $2 million American dollars. As the game officially commenced, Mu Tian and Yun Meng watched from their hotel room bed.
Wow, amazing. I've never seen someone score from such a distance.
Grabbing the ball under their own basket and launching it directly into the opponent's hoop and making it truly awe-inspiring.
Their control over their bodies is exceptional.
Watch, there's more spectacular plays to come.
Mu Tian thought such shots lacked skill, certain that more thrilling moments would follow.
Indeed, by halftime the America team had only scored 2 baskets while the Dragon Kingdom team had scored 30, resulting in a score of 490. The America players had also received gene modification serums, yet they were utterly outclassed in physical prowess. Both sides moved with lightning speed, but the ball frequently ended up in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom players. The thunderous cheers from the Dragon Kingdom fans never ceased from the start, leaving the American spectators feeling stifled. Boss, some people outside the stadium were trying to kidnap our fans.
I've already dealt with all of them.
Xiao Meng had autonomously completed this operation, and only now, as the game neared its end, came to report his success. Flies always think tigers can't catch them, buzzing around all day.
You did well to swat them. What should we do with the masterminds? Send them to the mines. There are 16 in total. Let them mine. Allow them to contribute to all of humanity.
The basketball semifinal concluded swiftly, with the Dragon Kingdom team securing a resounding victory at 1566.
Mu Tian initially thought the fans might take the opportunity to travel around America after the game.
However, they all headed straight for the cars and returned home without a moment's delay.
Xiao Meng played a recorded conversation from one of the cars, clearing up Mu Tian's confusion. Xiaoya, I thought you liked traveling. Why not stay in America for a few more days before heading home? Xiao Luo, do you think I'm stupid? What's fun about America? Bullets could whiz past your head at any moment on the street. I'd like to live a few more years. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? It's just a tiny bit more chaotic than our Dragon Kingdom. Even if it weren't, there's nothing worth seeing or buying here. Better to save the money for a flying car. True, there's really nothing here we need or fancy. But are you sure you can afford a flying car on your 8,000 yuan monthly salary? A person needs dreams. Maybe tomorrow Sky Curtain Motors will release a super affordable flying car. Now you've got me thinking. If we don't have enough money by then, let's go in on one together. But what if we both get married? Who gets the car? Do we split it in half? After playing the recording, Xiao Meng reported a set of data to Mu Tian. Boss, currently 50 million people in the Dragon Kingdom are considering buying a flying car. 5 million are diligently saving up, waiting for the budget version to hit the market. Brother, hurry up and release it. Sell the flying cars. Nua drooled at the data, seeing all the happiness points she craved. Alright, tell Wang Kai to launch the budget flying car. It's time to fulfill the fans' little wish. Yay! Another huge batch of happiness points to use. Nua had spent a significant amount of happiness points recently duplicating other systems, and she was in dire need of more to grow and level up. Boss, what price should we set? If it's over 1 million yuan, fewer than 10 million people can afford it, Xiao Meng reminded him. Let's price it at 88,000 yuan. A range of 2,000 kilometers. You can decide on the other features. Understood. The announcement for the new vehicle is out with pre-sales starting at 8 p.m. tonight. Handle the arrangements. I'm going back to sleep. Due to the time difference between the Dragon Kingdom and America, the two had gotten up in the middle of the night to watch the game. Yun Meng had already fallen into a deep sleep, and Mu Tian also wanted to rest a bit before getting up. However, Mu Tian clearly underestimated the impact of any announcement from the Sky Curtain group. Xiao Meng's notice jolted countless people out of their stupor. Ha ha ha. The budget flying car is only 88,000. Am I seeing this right? Honey, let's buy one. I need to get one for my parents. Let them travel and relax. It's way more cost-effective than flying. At 88,000 with a 20,000 km range and an in-car holographic projection system, just those two features alone are enough for me. From now on, those of us who can't afford flying cars will be stuck in traffic on the ground watching others zip by in the sky. Mu Tian didn't wake up until past 10 a.m., forcibly roused by Xiaoan and pinching his nose. The little girl wanted Mu Tian to take them out on a boat ride, and he readily agreed. Time flew by and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Olympics concluded successfully, with the Dragon Kingdom sweeping most of the gold, silver and bronze medals, completely foiling America's ultimate goal for hosting the event. During those 2 weeks, Mu Tian had also launched over 100 more Tier 3 cosmic warships. The fleet patrolling inside and outside the solar system now numbered over 160 Tier 3 warships and 60 Tier 2 warships. Also during this period, Nua commanded the warships to liberate another oppressed planet, and the resulting happiness points were enough to meet her evolution requirements. Without hesitation, Mu Tian chose to let Nua evolve. Nua's evolution took 3 days, during which her human avatar also slept for the same duration. Fortunately, before Nua fell into her slumber to evolve, she had granted Mu Tian the abilities to perceive spatial passages and sense danger, otherwise he would have found it impossible to eat or sleep in peace. Brother, what's wrong with Nua? Is she sick? In the room shared by Little Anin and Nua, Little Anin asked Mu Tian with concern. Nua was her dear little sister, and she doted on her immensely. It's nothing serious. Nua took some medicine and will be fine after sleeping for a couple of days, Mu Tian said, gently patting the little girl's head. Really? Then I'll wait right here for her to wake up. Silly girl, Nua will come find you the moment she wakes up. Staying here won't make her wake up any sooner. Wu Siyao pinched the little girl's cheek and chuckled. Yes, your brother is very capable. You should trust him. Yun Meng also chimed in to comfort her. In truth, Wu Siyao and Yun Meng were equally worried about Nua, but since Mu Tian had said she was fine, they had to suppress their own concerns to console Little Anin. 3 days later, Nua woke right on schedule, her avatar opening its eyes at the very same moment. Sister Anin, you were drooling in your sleep. How embarrassing. Seeing that drool had soaked a good portion of the pillow, Nua shook Little Anin awake. Don't bother me. I need to wait for Nua to wake up so we can play together. Sister Anin, dinner's ready. There's a big crab and roasted lamb leg. Nua whispered softly into Little Anin's ear. Where? Where? I want crab. I want to gnaw on a big lamb leg. Wow, Nua, you're awake. Hee hee sisterin, and you're such a foodie, dreaming about tasty food even in your sleep. Poof. You're making fun of me again.
You've made me unable to sleep or eat well for days.
Haha, I'm sorry. Sisterin, and stop tickling me.
Nua's awakening brought back the long-missed joy to the little ones. Meanwhile, on the day after Nua's return, Tian's body had also been strengthened to the peak of the 3rd rank.
Brother, this is the 4th rank gene evolution agent.
It contains a fusion of mutated zombie crystals as a catalytic agent. So one shot is really all it takes.
It won't be unbearably painful, will it? Relax, relax.
At most your head will feel a bit swollen, your body won't hurt.
That's a relief. Let's go to the company to get the injection. After informing his family, Tian drove to the fighter jet laboratory.
He had Xiaomeng prepare food and water, then confidently injected the gene evolution agent into his arm, slowly introducing it into his body.
5 minutes later, Tian was clutching his head and rolling on the bed. Nua, is this what you call a bit of swelling? More like a tiny bit, huh? My head feels like it's about to explode. Brother, you have to persevere.
You can't pass out or the medicine's effectiveness will be greatly reduced. His Xiaomeng, get me something to bite on. The robot beside him quickly placed a pre-prepared sturdy wooden stick into Tian's mouth. This was an extremely grueling physical evolution process, more painful and intense than any he had experienced before. In previous times he could pass out and wake up to find it over. But this time Tian endured a full 8 hours, with the agony only ceasing at 7 in the evening. After the ordeal, Tian was utterly exhausted. He lay down for another half an hour before he could get up to eat and replenish his nutrients. He devoured a large amount of high-energy, high-protein food, enough for 10 people. After eating, Tian went to shower and change clothes.
Nua, you little trickster. Oof, I'm not a trickster.
If I told you it would be 8 hours of pain, you might have gotten scared.
Alright, you're right. I don't blame you.
But I still don't know how strong I've become. I don't know the extent of your physical strength, but I do know you can now move objects with your psychic powers.
How do you use psychic powers to move things? This sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. Psychic manipulation is the scientific term. In mysticism it's called divine sense manipulation. You've read fantasy novels, so you should know.
I haven't cultivated immortality, so how can I have divine sense?
All paths of power lead to the same destination. Divine sense isn't exclusive to immortal cultivators. Scientific evolutionists can possess it too.
It's just that a cultivator's divine sense is more refined and covers a wider area, whereas a scientific evolutionist's psychic power is more crude and has a smaller range.
You're confusing me.
Are you saying in a nutshell that my psychic power is inferior to divine sense and has a smaller range?
Is that it? That's right. Alright, let me test the extent and power of my telekinesis.
Tian fixed his gaze on an alloy metal block about 10 meters away, which weighed roughly 1 kilogram. Soon the metal block levitated without any visible force and drifted towards Tian.
It actually works. It just feels a bit strenuous.
Of course. That metal isn't the optimal medium for psychic power, so it feels difficult for you. Then let me try the Zhanxian sword and see if I can control it without that awkward feeling. Previously Tian had to let the Zhanxian sword initiate attacks on its own. Now he wanted to see if he could unleash its devastating killing power through his own active control. Sometimes Tian didn't want to kill his enemies outright, preferring to interrogate them. However, the Zhanxian sword had a penchant for beheading in a single stroke, leaving Tian feeling helpless.
Tian quickly summoned the Zhanxian sword, and under his control it flew in joyful circles.
However, his psychic power range was only about 50 meters, beyond which he was effectively blind. The good news was that by continuing to strengthen his body he could expand his psychic power range. The bad news was that he needed to continuously consume a pill called the Vajra pill, which he would have to figure out how to refine himself.
Let's head home for now. We'll start refining the Vajra pill tomorrow.
Tian checked the time, saw it was past 9 in the evening, and decided it was time to go back.
Starting tomorrow, brother, your opponents will become more formidable and powerful. As long as they don't teleport right in front of me, I'm not afraid. Now they can only descend from afar, serving as whetstones for me.
News of Tian and Nua's dual evolution naturally couldn't be hidden from Hundan, the director of the System Administration Bureau.
Hundan flew into another rage, slamming his desk repeatedly. No, I can't just keep sending people from other universes to kill them. I need to plant an agent of my own in their universe. Yes, that's the plan.
I'll drop a storage ring over there, let some lucky person find it, help them rise quickly, and then... Having made up his mind, Hundan immediately sorted through his inventory, packing high-tech knowledge production lines and finished goods into an oversized storage ring.
An hour later, in Universe 1, where Tian resided.
On a human-inhabited life planet 5,000 light-years from the solar system, the planet's technology was at the peak of a first-tier civilization. A young man chased by his enemies to a cliff's edge chose to leap to his death. As in the novels, the youth survived the fall and instead encountered a monumental stroke of fortune. He bound himself to a storage ring.
The young man named Yolantai was utterly bewildered at this moment.
The contents of his storage ring had profoundly shocked him. The starship production lines, the robot assembly lines, the high-tech knowledge, all of it utterly dwarfed the technological level of his home planet. However, every gain comes at a cost. Yolantai was compelled to unify the entire Milky Way within 10 years or he would be annihilated by the ring's sanction. The storage ring was now fused with Yolantai's very soul, forming a singular space. Should that space detonate, he would have no escape.
Fortunately, the ring contains 10 second-class and 10 third-class starships. I can exact my revenge soon enough. As for unifying the galaxy in 10 years, I can only do my best.
Once my vengeance is complete, I need only leave behind an heir, bequeathing them enough power and wealth. Then I can die without regret.
Yolantai's chaotic thoughts were inscrutable.
Had chaos known, it would surely have chosen another worthy successor. With such formidable power at his command, the planet Tauren welcomed its new sovereign that very day. Yolantai exacted his bloody revenge and achieved global unification, executing all who defied his rule.
Under his dominion, Tauren initiated a massive technological mobilization with weapons produced on an unprecedented scale. Tian remained utterly oblivious to the events transpiring 5,000 light-years away.
Since his physical evolution, the number of assassins emerging from the space-time passage had multiplied. He was often forced to slip out in the dead of night to eliminate assassins who had teleported into the inner solar system before returning to sleep. Concurrently, Tian began studying the technology of Level 4 civilizations, sharing the technical data of Level 2 civilizations with the scientists at the Mars base. Earth's environment continued to deteriorate, with this year's extreme heat proving even more severe than the last. Were it not for the Heavenly Curtain Water Resources Company supplying fresh water to most nations worldwide, the ensuing drought and heat would have claimed hundreds of millions of lives. Xiaomeng, from today onwards allocate 2/3 of the atomic level 3D printers to produce third-class starships and the remaining third to produce fourth-class ones.
Boss, are you planning to expand outward?
Even if we don't expand aggressively, we must unify the space within a 1 light-year diameter outside the solar system to serve as our strategic rear base.
Brother, let me be the territorial administrator. I will treat the people within the domain with great care. Hearing of Tian's expansion plans, Nua eagerly requested the governance role. She believed that under her meticulous stewardship she could cultivate immense happiness. All right, it's yours to govern. Just don't drive them to ruin. How could I? I'm the prodigy girl system.
At that moment, Xiaomeng interjected. Boss had detected people covertly breeding mutated animals, cats and dogs, all across the globe. A map materialized before Tian's eyes with glowing dots marking the breeding facilities that Xiaomeng had identified scattered across the entire world. Why are these people constantly stirring up trouble?
Can't they just behave? Tian muttered in frustration. Often he contemplated finding 1 or 2 habitable planets in the outer star regions and forcibly relocating all the troublemakers from Earth. But he simply couldn't spare the time right now. Otherwise he would have permanently eliminated this earthly threat. Brother, once we expand our dominion to 1,000 light-years, I'll find a few habitable planets and ship them all off. Nua shared Tian's sentiments.
Those people lacked any sense of gratitude and she had never derived any happiness from them.
Good, let's do that.
We'll aim to accomplish this within 3 years.
Alright brother, just watch me. I'll handle it flawlessly. Xiaomeng exposed the discovered footage online and have the Dragon Kingdom take the lead in addressing this. It's already been posted on the internet.
Within half an hour of Xiaomeng broadcasting the footage of the mutated animals being bred, concerned citizens worldwide were in an uproar. The danger posed by these mutated animals was immense. Their massive size, formidable attack power, incredible speed and profound hostility towards humans whom they preyed upon made them a terrifying threat. Especially the censored portions of the video which showed the breeders feeding human remains to the creatures. As public outrage swelled, a global wave of protests erupted. The Dragon Kingdom promptly spearheaded a vote at the UN General Assembly dispatching Azure Dragon mech warriors to eradicate the threat. Though the breeding sites were scattered worldwide, closer inspection revealed that the primary facilities were concentrated around the Dragon Kingdom's periphery. Clearly the masterminds intended to one day unleash a horde of 1 million mutated animals to perpetrate an atrocity of unimaginable scale. Fortunately, their plot was foiled prematurely by Shohei. As their operations were exposed, the breeders hastily evacuated, detonating the cages to release the mutated animals and wreak havoc.
Help! Mommy! Someone save my daughter! Run, Irina, don't look back! Quick, hide inside the Tianmu car. They're the most durable. Oh God, please save us. Shoot them. Kill them.
General, only submachine guns and heavy machine guns can hit them, they're too fast.
Damn it. Fall back. Retreat to the base.
In a short span the countries neighboring the Dragon Kingdom were thrown into chaos by the mutated animals, their resistance utterly shattered.
Irina watched helplessly as her mother was bitten and collapsed.
She ran, tears streaming down her face, utterly vulnerable amidst the fleeing crowd.
A mere dozen mutated animals chased thousands of people, yet no one dared to stand and fight.
Through blurred vision Irina's foot caught on something and she crashed to the ground.
Mom, I'll be with you soon, Irina whispered, her eyes brimming with tears.
In the distance the dozen mutated cats were closing in just 100 meters away.
In seconds they would be upon her.
She closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the inevitable. Yet minutes passed and she felt no pain.
Am I already dead?
Isn't the soul supposed to see its own body before departing? Irina slowly opened her eyes again, only to find the mutated cats decapitated, utterly lifeless. Several mech warriors were ascending into the sky, flying off in different directions.
The Dragon Kingdom's Azure Dragon mechs saved me.
My God, they truly look like celestial beings.
Irina closed her eyes, offering thanks to the heavens for sending these saviors.
Then, remembering her mother, she scrambled to her feet and stumbled back to where her mother had fallen.
Mom, wake up. Please wake up.
Irina found her mother, blood seeping from a wound on her shoulder.
Am I still alive?
Irina's mother was shaken awake, her eyes fluttering open as she whispered weakly.
Mom, you're just injured.
The Azure Dragon mech warriors saved us.
I've already thanked the heavens.
Silly child, don't thank the heavens from now on.
Thank the brave warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. I'll remember. Thanks to the swift and effective response, the casualties were not severe. Yet even the smallest loss leaves a lifelong shadow on those who endured the catastrophe.
The operators of those breeding facilities believed they had evaded justice.
However, they were all apprehended the very next day and their ringleader was exposed.
The punishment awaiting them was to be cast into the mutated beast packs of Hasia, where they would endure the same terror and despair they had inflicted upon others.
Time swiftly flowed into early September.
After spending over a month on the Vermilion Bird Island, the little ones had no desire to return to school. In the end, it was the dean who brought out her cherished wooden ruler that managed to rein in the children's wandering hearts and send them obediently back to their studies. At the kindergarten entrance, Tian held a little girl in each arm and gently handed them to a teacher.
Be good and listen to your teacher, or I'll have to buy a ruler like the dean's. No, brother. I'll be good. A ruler hurts a lot on the palm.
Remembering how Xiao Han had once gotten red welts on his hands from the dean's ruler, Xiaoan immediately transformed into a model of obedience.
I've always been good, brother. You can't spank me, Nua protested weakly. Well, that depends on your behavior. If you do well, not only will you avoid punishment, but I'll also grant you a little wish. Then it's a deal, brother. Teacher Lu, let's go in. Goodbye, brother.
Watching the two little ones enter the kindergarten, Tian returned to his car, ready to head to the company.
Boss, speaking of granting wishes, netizens have started a poll on our official website asking us to fulfill one of their wishes.
What poll is this?
I wasn't aware. It started at 8 a.m., so it's only been an hour. Oh. Let me see what wish they've voted for.
Who's trying to stir up trouble now?
Tian asked Xiaomeng to pull up the company's website on his phone so he could check the comments section. Well.
It was indeed a wish poll, and the options were all products the fans were eagerly hoping to buy. Voters could choose from several options: bionic robots, food fabricators, holographic communication wristwatches, compact treehouses, and personal flying vehicles. Tian understood the appeal of the bionic robot perfectly, especially since their stunning performance during the SkyShield automobile safety tests had been a constant topic of praise among fans.
The food fabricator also made sense, as SkyShield Group had stopped selling it for the sake of global agricultural sustainability.
But the last three options.
Tian didn't recall the group ever having actual finished products. Boss, don't you remember?
The holographic communication device was one of the prizes in our last thesis contest.
Alright, let's say the holographic wristwatch has been shown as a prototype.
But what's this about a compact treehouse, and who on earth came up with the personal flying vehicle?
Brother, that's easy to understand too. Our tree villas are so well made, they're the benchmark for the real estate industry.
It's only natural others would want to buy a similar compact version. As for the personal flying vehicle, that's an option started by people who can't afford a flying car but still dream of taking to the skies. Tian obviously knew the motivations behind the poll, but he feigned ignorance. He was well aware of children's strong desire to show off, and he wanted to give Nua a chance to shine.
Nua, your analysis is spot on. I understand now.
Hee of course. I've been upgraded so my brain works much better now.
Xiaomeng let them vote.
Reply to them saying that we will provide a batch of finished products for a lucky draw for the top 2 options.
Got it, boss.
They'll be overjoyed especially since they won't have to buy them. Xiaomeng quickly replied below the poll all fans our chairman Mu has agreed to provide 500,000 units of each of the top 2 winning products for a lucky draw.
A female netizen replied Assistant Wei Meng really? Can I get a bionic robot boyfriend?
Xiaomeng, as long as the bionic robot is in the top 2 and you happen to win the draw you can customize your own boyfriend.
A male netizen then replied I want a personal flying vehicle. Commuting by bus and subway is too tiring.
I'm so envious of those who can ride in flying cars. A tech enthusiast chimed in everyone let's all vote for the bionic robot and the personal flying vehicle.
My future happiness depends on your votes.
I want a compact treehouse.
Anyone else voting for that?
I hereby dub Skyshield Group the guardian of wishes.
I love them so much.
After Xiaomeng announced that 1 million prizes would be given away the fans' enthusiasm for voting intensified. Eventually even foreigners learned about it and wanted to participate as they desired those 5 items as well. However this influx meant the winning odds for Dragon Nation fans decreased significantly and many began to worry that foreigners would take all the prizes.
It's over.
With fans from all over the world we Dragon Nation fans only make up a third. Our chances of winning have dropped so much. Who was the idiot who spread the news about this poll?
They're the worst. Foreigners go away. This poll was initiated by us Dragon Nation people. You can't participate in the draw. Oh. The voting has ended.
Haha, Skyshield Group really does love us after all. As soon as the number of voters exceeded 800 million, Xiaomeng closed the poll link, bringing the vote to an end. About 50 million of those votes came from foreigners, a significant proportion. With 1 million prizes against over 800 million voters, the odds of winning were roughly 1 in 8,000. The final voting results were Bionic Robot in first place and Food Fabricator in second.
The lucky draw commenced immediately after the poll closed.
The method involved assigning a number to each voter and the winners were selected based on the drawn numbers.
I won. My robot boyfriend.
I'm going to sculpt the most handsome face in the world for you.
Damn it. Over 500,000 foreigners won.
My heart aches for all the fellow Taoists who like me didn't win. I originally wanted a personal flying vehicle but I ended up winning a food fabricator.
Oh well, it's better than nothing. My mom can finally stop worrying about me being single. I want a bionic robot. Now I'm just worried about how to sculpt its face. Can I use a celebrity's face? Assistant Wei Meng. Wei Meng the assistant replied, what are you thinking? We're not going to help you with that. If you can't sculpt a good face I'll just send you a 300-pound fat lady robot. Assistant Wei Meng, I know I was wrong, please spare me. I'll go sculpt the face right now and make sure my parents are happy with it. Mu Tian, watching the lively interaction from the back end, laughed until his stomach hurt.
Nuanua in turn harvested a massive amount of happiness from this event, the pure kind, as it all came from their most devoted fans.
Brother, let's do a poll like this every 3 months. I'll get more happiness and it's the purest kind.
As you wish. Since we're the ones initiating the polls we can always maintain control. The much discussed lottery event concluded to resounding applause and fans eagerly began anticipating the next draw 3 months later. Winners of the food making machines had their prizes delivered to their doorsteps with ease. However, those who won the bionic robot companions proved to be a more troublesome affair.
After all, not everyone was skilled at crafting the perfect face and some found themselves endlessly dissatisfied with their attempts.
In truth, everyone harbors an idealized vision of their perfect partner, yet bringing that vision to life proves to be a formidable challenge. Mom, Dad, this is what your future daughter-in-law looks like.
Are you satisfied?
Zhang Yukai held his phone screen out for his parents to see.
Son, when did you find a girlfriend? Her face is so disproportionate, that chin is far too sharp.
Has she been possessed by a snake spirit?
You're right, Yukai. Your mother speaks the truth. A girl like this looks destined to bring misfortune to her husband. Perhaps you should reconsider. Mom, Dad, what about this version?
Zhang Yukai adjusted the girl's chin in the image to a rounder, softer shape.
You can change your girlfriend's face at will. It looks somewhat better now, though her lips are a bit thin.
If her lips were just slightly fuller she'd be much more attractive.
Zhang Yotsai.
Heaven only knows the torment Zhang Yukai endured. In the end he completely remodeled the facial features of the robot girlfriend he had originally favored. Others, however, swiftly finalized their designs and submitted them, eagerly awaiting their boyfriends to deliver themselves to their doors. 3 days later all the prize-winning bionic robots began shipping out in succession.
Each bionic robot traveled to the winner's provided address autonomously. Hello Yu Kai. I'm your robot girlfriend Su Weiwei. Please take good care of me. Su Weiwei, appearing elegant and virtuous, naturally linked her arm with Jiang Youcai's. Why you hello. It's a pleasure to have you. The 30-year veteran recluse Jiang Youkai was tense, his words stumbling. There's no need to be nervous. I'll be by your side forever. If you want children, we could adopt one, or in the future we could use your cells to nurture a child. Weiwei, really? Does the technology to cultivate children from cells exist now? Yes. As Dragon Country ventures beyond Earth, the required population will grow exponentially. Relying solely on traditional 10-month pregnancies will be far from sufficient. That's wonderful news. I hope that day arrives soon. With the distribution of the bionic companion prizes, Tian also had the robot spread word that in the future one's offspring could be cultivated from a single somatic cell. The advent of bionic companions sent a significant shockwave through Dragon Country's marriage market. Those perpetually indecisive fairies finally began to panic. If they remained too picky, they might end up marrying robots after all. Not everyone could accept a robot as a life partner, but if getting married meant meeting a barrage of demands, car, house savings, tenderness and domesticity, then perhaps buying a robot wife was the simpler option. Tian had gone to great lengths to disrupt the stagnant marriage market. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, he was locked in a struggle with a furnace of dragon tiger pills. Having ruined 30 batches of herbs in 3 days, Tian's confidence had taken a severe blow. Brother, you need to use your spiritual sense to meticulously observe the changes of the herbs within the furnace. Let me try again. I'll pay closer attention to the details this time. I'm sure you'll succeed, brother. Boss, the temperature near the Earth's equator has soared to 49°C. Should we take measures to cool it down? Xiaomeng seized the moment during Tian's break to report the unusual situation. Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, pondered for a moment and said, relying solely on weather regulators isn't enough. Let's sell the simplified version of the multifunctional power generating tree. The simplified multifunctional power tree could absorb ambient heat and wind energy to generate electricity. The applications for this electricity were vast, solving multiple problems at once. Following Tian's command, Sky Curtain Group announced the sale of the multifunctional power trees. Previously, these trees had been used exclusively within Dragon Country and never offered for public sale. Upon seeing the introduction of the multifunctional solar power tree, everyone was eager to purchase one and try it out. A single 2-meter-tall tree could absorb heat within a 100-meter radius to generate electricity, an absolutely astonishing feat. If one were placed on the roof of a residential building, the entire summer would become blissfully comfortable. Foreign netizens were even more desperate for the multifunctional power tree than their Dragon Country counterparts. They were practically baking in the heat. Buy, we must buy. With just one of these trees, we not only gain electricity independence but can also regulate this damnable temperature. It's so expensive though, 50,000 dragon coins each. I'll have to pool money with 2 neighbors to afford one. Sky Curtain Group's black technology is even better than controllable nuclear fusion. They developed this specifically for people like us. Order placed. I hope it ships quickly. I can't stand this heat anymore. I'm afraid to even step out my front door. Is there anyone willing to donate multifunctional power trees to us in Heizhou? The people here desperately need your generosity. Within just 1 hour of sales, over 2 million trees had been sold and the order volume continued to skyrocket. Even the official Dragon Country government decided to procure ultra-large-scale multifunctional power trees, planting one in the heart of every major city. The ultra-large power tree could cover a radius of 50 kilometers, encompassing most cities within its cooling zone. For sprawling megacities, they could simply plant a few more. At 5 million apiece, it was a bargain. Phew! Finally a successful batch. Perhaps it was the collective goodwill of people worldwide, but Tian finally managed to refine a complete batch of dragon tiger pills. Brother, I knew you were the best. Keep it up. Nuwa, your words are so sweet. Praise me a bit more. No, or else you'll get too proud. Haha. Securing the newly refined pills, Tian concluded his work for the day and headed out to pick up Xiaonan and the others from school. Upon arriving home, he saw Yun Meng slowly pacing in the courtyard with the support of his mother. Sister-in-law, let me see what secrets my niece and nephew are whispering about. Xiaonan ran over and pressed her ear against Yun Meng's prominent belly. Nuwa, eager not to be left out, also leaned in to place her little ear on the other side. You two slow down. What if you bump into your sister-in-law? Wuxia gently pinched the ears of Xiaonan and Nuwa. Tian watched the scene with amusement. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen to plan the evening's menu, he suddenly sensed the opening of a massive spatio-temporal rift. Mom, Yun Meng, I need to go to my room for a bit. Tian excused himself and rushed to his study, closing the door behind him.
Donning a special helmet, his consciousness instantly projected onto a command robot aboard a warship located 100 light-years away. This robot bore a striking resemblance to Tian.
From this moment on, robot Tian would serve as the commander of the Dragon Country fleet. Immediate assembly. Galactic coordinates XXXXX. Copy that. Over 200 third-generation warships began converging on the spatio-temporal rift.
Among these vessels, the flagship carrying Tian housed 5,000 elite Dragon Country space soldiers. They were about to experience their first real space combat.
Often people do not know what they are fighting for.
Just as the armies of many nations do not know why they fight, resulting in low cohesion and combat effectiveness. The will to fight for a cause surpasses a body of steel. With the lights of 10,000 homes behind us and our families and elders behind us, what reason is there not to annihilate the invading enemies and defend our beautiful homeland? The 5,000 soldiers of the Dragon Nation Space Force were now filled with fighting spirit, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. The robot Tian had led them out here to wait for half a month, and finally a real battle had arrived. More than half an hour later, when the robot Tian's warship arrived near the space-time passage, the battle there had already been underway for several minutes. The enemy had sent over more than 50 third-class warships and over 100 second-class warships. On the Dragon Nation side, only a dozen or so warships were initially there to intercept. They managed to destroy only a dozen of the enemy's third-class warships and over 20 second-class warships before being wiped out themselves. As Tian moved his fleet into position, the decisive battle officially commenced. Although the two sides were still far apart and had not yet engaged in close-quarters combat, their mecha units were already locked in fierce firefights. Squad 1, eliminate the enemy's second-class warships. Squads 2 through 8, concentrate fire focus on one enemy warship at a time. Understood. Following previous battle experience, Tian issued orders for concentrated fire rather than fighting independently.
The tactic proved highly effective as they immediately destroyed 7 enemy warships. Squad 1, consisting of 10 warships, began to advance and attack the enemy's second-class cosmic warships. In front of third-class cosmic warships, the combat effectiveness of second-class warships was clearly insufficient, and they quickly fell into a disadvantage. The enemy commander, seeing reinforcements arriving for the Dragon Nation fleet, wanted to retreat and flee. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized they had already fallen into a 10-sided ambush with no escape. Damn it! They want to wipe us out completely. Launch an assault on the weakest point of the encirclement. Ayla, stay behind to cover our retreat. Yes, General. Take care, General. Tian, noticing the enemy's attempt to flee, immediately ordered the encirclement to be tightened. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain is extremely dangerous. Evil must be eradicated completely. Mecha units, charge forward. Squads 9 and 10, prepare for close-quarters combat. Commander, when do we make our move? A young officer beside Tian requested orders. Not yet. The enemy still has the strength to resist. Wait until they are completely blocked, then we will go out and fight. The disparity in strength between the two sides was immense. Under the fearless combat of the robots, the Dragon Nation fleet finally gained a comprehensive advantage, and close-quarters combat erupted across the board. 15 warships from each side were engaged in close-quarters combat, having closed in to attack each other directly. Space Force, hear my command. Mecha units, launch. Destroy the enemy flagship's command center. Yes. With the order given, 100 mechas controlled by the Space Force operators flew out of the warships and charged toward the enemy flagship. Explosions and flashes of fire continued to flicker across the starry sky, marking the destruction of combat units on either side. Positioned in the rear, Tian's warship was well protected and faced no threat of enemy attack. On board there were still 500 female soldiers responsible for overall command and coordination. Brother, the enemy sent over so many warships this time. Indeed. Our warships are still too few, we cannot fight them 5 against 1. I know. Isn't that what Sun Tzu's Art of War says? Besiege with 10 times the force, attack with 5 times the force, right? Nuonuo is truly impressive, knowing military strategy as well. The outcome of the battle was already decided once close-quarters combat began. It was merely the enemy commander's final struggle. After the battle concluded, Tian began calculating the loss exchange ratio. This time he had deployed 235 third-class warships. In the end, 38 were destroyed and 15 sustained varying degrees of damage. There were no casualties among the Space Force personnel. All 56 of the enemy's third-class warships and 108 second-class warships were completely destroyed. Excluding the second-class cosmic warships, the loss exchange ratio between the two sides was essentially 1-to-1. This was not to mention that the enemy had been caught unprepared and were already a fatigued force before the battle began. At the Mars base, Xiaowu and other senior Space Force officers had also watched the entire battle from start to finish. Despite the 1-to-1 loss ratio, a victory was still a victory.
They burst into enthusiastic applause to celebrate, their faces beaming with the joy of success.
Clean the battlefield. Tow all damaged warships back to Titan for storage. After issuing the cleanup order, Tian withdrew his consciousness back to his body on Earth. Remote command of combat operations is mentally taxing. Fortunately, Tian's spiritual power was now exceptionally strong, otherwise he would have been exhausted. He decided to attend the meeting on Mars the next morning. After a short rest, Tian went to the kitchen to arrange the day's menu. A week later he traveled to Titan to collect the warship wrecks into his space. At the same time he released the newly built 73rd class warships and 34th class warships. With 4th class warships, Tian was filled with confidence in ruling the star domain within a diameter of 1,000 light-years. What factors determine the size of a faction's territory? On Earth it would be natural geographical constraints, historical evolution, political changes and other such factors. But in the vast sea of stars there is only one factor that determines the size of a faction's territory: the flight speed of its warships. A distance of 1,000 light-years would take several thousand years to cover with 2nd class warships, a few years with 3rd class cosmic warships, but only about an hour with 4th class warships. Only with powerful military force as a backing can a faction's rule remain stable and its development enter a period of rapid growth. With the release of these 34th class warships, Tian's plans could finally be implemented step by step. Nuonuo, these 34th class warships are temporarily under your command. I understand. I will use the minimum time to unify the star domain within 1,000 light-years. On the other side, the faction established by Yulantai was also growing rapidly. Adhering to the strategy of strengthening first and seeking answers later, Yulantai was turning the items in the storage ring into tangible power one by one. Currently Yulantai was vigorously constructing 3rd class cosmic warships, with 4th class ones also on the plan. My king, we have now ruled the star domain within a diameter of 100 light-years. Not enough, but it will have to do for now. Issue orders to digest the resources within the conquered star domain as quickly as possible and strive to capture more territory in half a year. After a moment of thought, Yulantai added, also find me 200 beautiful women. I wish to select a queen and consorts. As you command, my king. Once his loyal lackey had withdrawn, Yulantai breathed a sigh of relief. Being an emperor was truly not a job for humans. If it weren't for being coerced by the storage ring, even a dog wouldn't bother establishing a faction and working oneself to the bone. He wondered if the person who sent out the storage ring had a hole in their head. Why insist on unifying the entire galaxy? Yulantai didn't understand, and then he stopped thinking about it, deciding to focus on siring an heir first. If Chaos knew that Yulantai was slacking off, he would surely be livid. I may not be human, but you Yulantai are truly a dog. Shamelessly begging for an update if you don't mind. Thank you. Upon acquiring command of the 4th tier warship, Nuonuo immediately launched a war of unification against alien forces within 1,000 light-years. Leveraging an overwhelming technological and military disparity, the campaign progressed smoothly and the consolidation and unification of power was completed within half a month. Brother, I'm going to start scouting for habitable planets. If we can't find a suitable one, we'll just terraform one into existence. Let's aim for a larger planet so they'll have plenty of room to do as they please in the future. I will find them a good home so they can live and work in peace from now on. Xiaomeng, let's begin. Break down the global population in detail so we can process their immigration procedures later. Boss, no matter where they try to hide, I can find them. After the solar system civilization expanded to 1,000 light-years, Tian halted further expansion to first consolidate their rear, focusing on building more warships and training troops. The space forces on Mars have now begun a rotation-based patrol system. Each time 100,000 space warriors are on standby aboard the warships, ready to engage any unexpected alien fleets. Time slipped by quietly while Tian busied himself with alchemy and the Space Force with training. Before they knew it, October 31st had arrived at the county hospital. Tian, along with his mother Nuonuo, Littlean, and Director Liang from the Tongmeng orphanage, and the kids all waited anxiously outside the delivery room. After carrying the child for 10 months, Yun Meng was finally ready to add a new member to the Mu family. Mom, when is sister-in-law coming out? I really want to see my little nephew or niece. Littlean asked from Wu Xiao's lap. It won't be that quick. When I gave birth to your brother, it took a full 16 hours and it was so painful. Wu Xiao said, stroking the little girl's hair with a smile. Is giving birth really that painful? Then I don't think I'll ever get married, Nuonuo thought secretly while sitting in Tian's arms. Then that means waiting for a really long time. Sister-in-law, you can do it. Brother Xiaohan, if you get married someday, don't make your wife have kids. Don't let your sister-in-law suffer. Xiao Jing, you're really good at giving advice. Well, then you shouldn't have kids either. Sister Xiaomeng is having twins at once, she must be having a much harder time. Tian had been quite tense, but listening to the children's innocent chatter eased his mind. Yun Meng was in good physical condition, giving birth shouldn't pose much danger.
Besides, with the best obstetricians gathered from hospitals across the country inside, they were more than capable of handling any emergency.
Time ticked by minute. Mu Tian and the others waited from just after 6 a.m. until past 11 p.m. when they finally heard the delightful sound of a baby's cry. While sister-in-law had the baby.
I wonder if it's a nephew or a niece first.
Sister-in, and I bet it's a nephew. I bet it's a niece. Crying that loudly, it must be a girl.
Brother Xiaohan, if you guess wrong you have to let me play with your flying skateboard for a few days.
No, you're still too young for that. Humph, you're so stingy. Another 20 minutes passed and another loud cry echoed through the corridor.
Half an hour later the delivery room door opened and several doctors and nurses wheeled Yun Meng and the two little ones out.
Congratulations, Chairman Mu. You've been blessed with a fine son and a beautiful daughter.
The attending physician Liang Lihong smiled as she delivered the good news to Mu Tian.
Thank you, Director Liang. Thank you, everyone.
Mu Tian and his mother quickly stepped forward to express their gratitude to the doctors and nurses. The children ran over to fuss over Yun Meng for a bit before rushing to crowd around the two newborns. Wu Xiao began handing out red envelopes to the medical staff, a generous 50,000 for the doctors and 10,000 for the nurses. The doctors and nurses, feeling the envelopes were quite thin, assumed they contained a single 100 yuan bill and accepted them without hesitation. Little did they know when they returned to their office and opened them, they found cashier's checks inside, each for a different substantial amount.
Mu Tian discreetly slipped a recovery pill into Yun Meng's mouth. Xiao Meng, you've worked hard.
Seeing her face so pale, Mu Tian's heart ached for her.
Tian Gu, I'm not tired. They were very good and came out without any trouble. You rest well.
We'll be discharged tomorrow and head to Vermilion Bird Island for your confinement period.
Okay. Mu Tian was overjoyed to have a son and a daughter.
After ensuring Yun Meng and the babies were comfortable and fed, he had Xiao Meng announce a lottery event. Tianmu Group, to celebrate the birth of the chairman's children, we are hosting a limited-time lottery event.
The event lasts for half an hour. Simply post a comment to qualify for the draw.
Everyone who participates in the draw will receive a box of delicious candy.
The grand prize winner will receive a treehouse villa delivered to their city.
The first prize winners, 10 in total, will receive a flying car.
The second prize winners, 100 in total, will receive a bionic robot.
The third prize winners, 1000 in total, will receive a personal flight suit. The fourth prize winners, 10000 in total, will receive a holographic communication wristwatch. The moment this announcement was released, night owls everywhere erupted in excitement, calling their friends to leave comments below the notice.
Congratulations to Mu Tian on the birth of your children.
I hope I win the grand prize.
Congratulations. Even if I don't win, getting some candy is pretty great. Ah. I missed out on the bionic robot last time. I really hope I win this time. Congratulations to the Tianmu Group on having an heir. Here's hoping you become a century-old, even millennium-old enterprise.
Are they finally releasing the personal flight suits? My dream of flying can finally come true. After posting the announcement, Mu Tian was ready to hold Yun Meng and go to sleep. However, Zhao Yugong Qian and some other old classmates and friends immediately called to congratulate him. I'll be sure to invite you and Elder Ning to the 1-month celebration feast.
You can drink all you want. Brother Gung, I've already completed the task. How come there's still no news from you? Do you want me to send over a top-tier bionic beauty robot?
Lu Shuzhen, have you had a change of heart?
If you have, hurry up and get married. When you do, the boss will gift you a big villa. Alright. It's been 4 years since we graduated. When I hold the 1-month feast, I'll definitely invite everyone from our class. More than an hour later, the calls finally ended and Mu Tian was able to sleep. The two little ones didn't cry during the night.
Mu Tian had added a high concentration of life water to their drinking water, which was very nourishing. After taking the pill Mu Tian gave her, Yun Meng was able to get out of bed the next day and Mu Tian completed the discharge procedures. The family flew directly to Vermilion Bird Island, whose climate was best for recuperation. By noon, the two little ones had names. The boy was called Mu Yang and the girl was called Mu Xian. The list of winners from last night's draw was also published online. Mu Tian had Xiao Meng quickly produce the candies, adding a tiny bit of life water to each one.
Tianga, the milk from the cows on the island is really delicious. Yes, brother, I want another glass. Me too. Son, I didn't know you were so good at raising cattle too.
As the family drank the fresh milk from Vermilion Bird Island, they learned that Mu Tian had actually stocked the island with several dairy cows long ago. Of course it was delicious, those cows were all raised with life water. Having two little ones who cry at the drop of a hat filled the household with boundless joy. These days, apart from going to the company each day to refine a batch of Dragon Tiger pills, Tian spent most of his time at home with his wife and children. Occasionally he would board a fourth-tier cosmic warship to hunt down assassins within the solar system. Chaos had never ceased its bounty on Tian. Anyone who accepted the contract could come to kill him. But as the saying goes, the devil may be high, yet the Tao is higher still. Tian was no longer the man he used to be. His strength grew more formidable by the day. Until one day, November 8, a heavy snowstorm abruptly blanketed most of the northern hemisphere. Many were caught completely off guard, waking up in the middle of the night shivering before scrambling for blankets. "Brother, that planet's environmental destructor is getting more audacious," Manhwa said, her little face etched with seriousness. "If we all moved to Mars, would it follow us there?" Tian was even contemplating relocating, feeling that Earth was no longer safe. The planet's environmental destructor is a one-time use weapon. It cannot be recovered or relocated. That's a relief. I was worried it would follow us wherever we moved. Don't celebrate too soon, brother. If that old man Chaos still has another planet's environmental destructor, then nowhere we move will be safe. Then what? Are we supposed to just live in space? Of course not. I've already integrated 12 systems. If I can integrate 38 more, I'll be on par with Chaos. Once I reach that level, the moment he dares to show his face in this dimension, I'll sense it instantly and beat him to a pulp. 38 systems. Where am I supposed to find that many systems for you to integrate? Brother, have you forgotten? There are still 5 unlucky souls drifting somewhere in the far reaches of outer space. You mean for me to go and put them out of their misery? Would that work? Once I grow up, I can help you beat up that old geezer. It's not impossible. After Yang Yang and Xian's full moon celebration, we'll set off. Great. Great. Tian was now hoping for more of those brainless assassins to come so that Manhwa could level up sooner and become a truly formidable system. The snowstorm catastrophe across the northern hemisphere wreaked havoc. Only Dragon Country with its weather regulators could mitigate the damage. Other northern hemisphere nations were left enduring extreme temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius. Adhering to the principle of a shared future for mankind, Dragon Country dispatched rescue teams to friendly nations the very next day along with shipments of relief supplies. Tianmu Group's food synthesizers went on sale once more, and this time the sales were even more explosive than the previous year. Those who could afford them paid in cash, those who couldn't traded everything of value they owned. As the death toll from the frozen disaster zones continued to climb, a profound sense of survival crisis hung over everyone's heads. Is Earth about to enter another ice age? At least 1/5 of the people on my street didn't make it through last night's blizzard. If only we could emigrate to another planet. I used to joke about freezing to death, but now freezing to death is no laughing matter. I wonder if Dragon Country's Mars seed project is real. They really are forward-thinking. Forget about other planets. Earth has been ruined like this. What's the point of emigrating? We need to take care of our planet and protect it. I don't even own a car or a house. I ride a bike everywhere. And they want me to take responsibility for global warming or cooling. Dragon Country's Mars seed project accelerated even further under these harsh conditions. The second round of Space Force recruitment was scheduled to begin again next spring. The enlistment age was lowered to 16, targeting high school students and military veterans. For now, the top priority was surviving the super snowstorm. The neighboring country, with its vast impoverished population, was projected to see its population decrease by more than a fifth. All Tian could do was lower the wholesale price of thermal fabrics, allowing clothing manufacturers to profit from higher volume and export more warm clothing. Meanwhile, Tianmu Technology's new product, the nuclear-powered heater, went on sale. Its structure was simple. The power source was a nuclear fusion battery capable of continuous operation for 90 days at maximum heating output. There wasn't much demand for this product in Dragon Country, as they had long achieved electricity freedom with air conditioning in every home. The main market for the nuclear-powered heater was those who couldn't even afford electricity. Brother, those foreigners only ever thank the gods they believe in. They devote all their gratitude to those illusory deities, Manhwa said. Manhwa had hoped that doing good deeds would yield a large harvest of happiness, but the greater her hopes, the greater her disappointment. Good deeds don't always bring good rewards. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough. As our ancestors said, those not of our kind will always have different intentions. I know, it's just that they are truly so ignorant. Their religious beliefs are instilled from childhood. They won't be easily changed. Forget it, brother. Let's go out and take down those clumsy assassins instead. Your nephew and niece haven't had their full moon celebration yet. Don't be impatient. A round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Alright, then let's wait a bit longer. I'm going to go see Yang Yang and Xian first. The blizzards raged across the northern hemisphere, yet they had no effect on the eternal spring of Vermilion Bird Island. Grandma Liang had finally fulfilled her wish, holding the children of Mu Tian and Yun Meng in her arms. During this period she had been staying on the island to accompany Yun Meng through her postpartum confinement.
Just now the two little ones were hungry again.
Grandma Liang and Wu Xia were each holding one in their arms, coaxing them to drink their milk.
Little Anan and Nua could only help on the sidelines, handing over tissues and such.
Meanwhile Yun Meng the mother was busy eating.
Days passed quickly and soon it was time for the twins' full moon banquet.
Mu Tian's family returned from Vermilion Bird Island 2 days early to prepare the feast in the village.
During the banquet Mu Tian drank a great deal, putting many of his old classmates and friends under the table.
Fine wine is delicious, but it can also intoxicate. After the banquet in the tea room, Mu Tian was chatting with Jiayu, Elder Ning and Geng Xian over tea.
Shamu, your wine and tea are truly the best.
After drinking yours everything else tastes like slop.
I'm glad you like it, Elder Ning.
I've prepared some for you, please take some back with you later.
That's great.
Little Geng, if you dare leak this information to anyone else this time I'll lock you in a dark room. Jiayu, recalling that it was Geng Xian who had leaked the news last time, gave him a preemptive warning.
I wouldn't dare. We'll sneak back quietly this time, no shooting.
Unfortunately the tea and wine that Jiayu, Elder Ning and Geng Xian brought back this time still didn't escape being shared by all. It wasn't Geng Xian who leaked it this time, everyone simply knew that after attending a full moon banquet at Mu Tian's house you were sure to leave with more than you came with. After all, everyone's mind had been evolved. Who among them didn't know a thing or two about the 36 stratagems? After the full moon banquet for Yang Yang and Xinshin, the plan to deal with the unfortunate assassin was put on the agenda.
Xiaoming, I need to go on a business trip to outer space for about 4 days. Take good care of Mom Yang Yang and Xinshin at home.
Mu Tian held Xinshin, bouncing her gently to make her giggle while explaining to Yun Meng.
The two little ones were born with a second-level human physique, eating a lot and growing quickly. In just over a month the two little ones could already interact simply with adults. Tian, go rest assured I'll take care of things at home.
Take care of yourself out there.
I will. Mu Tian quietly left Earth the next morning, heading for the star regions beyond the solar system. Last night another unfortunate soul had been teleported in over 400 light-years from the solar system. This time Mu Tian had to deal with 6 unfortunate assassins.
He hoped they would obediently stick their necks out for the chopping block, saving him extra effort.
Mu Tian traveled in a level 4 cosmic warship much faster than a level 3.
In just one day he exited the nebula-covered region and entered the vast outer star domains. The remaining distance was trivial at the speed of the level 4 warship. The 6 unfortunate souls were scattered in 6 different locations.
Following the route mapped out by Xiaoming, Mu Tian headed to the first one's landing point.
When Mu Tian appeared before the unfortunate soul named Gui Yom, the man was already at death's door. The fool had only brought half a month's worth of food to kill Mu Tian. If Mu Tian had ignored him, Gui Yom would likely have starved to death in another 2 days. A system owner dying of starvation was indeed a bizarre way to go. Gui Yong tried to beg for mercy, but Mu Tian didn't hesitate, delivering a finishing blow that ended his life.
Nua emerged from the system space and snatched the adoration enhancement system that Gui Yong was bound to.
Boss, can you spare little old me?
I'm so pitiful. The adoration enhancement system pleaded. How are you pitiful? I've never seen a pitiful system of your kind. Boss, you don't know I was bound to my host for 2.5 years, but I haven't leveled up even once. I'm still level 1. That shouldn't be. Even a useless system should be able to level up, right?
Boss, you don't know this. Gui Yong transmigrated to a planet full of wild beasts. Humans there haven't even become civilized, so no one worships him.
Naturally, I couldn't level up.
Well, you are quite pitiful.
Alright, don't move. I'll copy you and then set you free. Thank you, boss. Boss, you are superbly, unbelievably adorable. 5 minutes later, Nua flicked her hand and tossed the adoration enhancement system into the void. Brother, let's go find the next unfortunate soul. Aren't you going to eat this copy first? No, I'll eat it slowly when we get home. If I ate it now I'd get indigestion and need to sleep. Brother is so mean.
Mu Tian headed to the next trapped unfortunate soul, but as soon as he entered the subspace he was plunged into an illusion of a vast howling blizzard. Instantly the phantom of his soul protection tower materialized in mid-air, blocking all of the enemy's spiritual attacks.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The soul protection tower protected its master for the first time, saving Mu Tian's life. Simultaneously his immortal garment also proactively defended against a sneak attack, leaving him completely unscathed.
Impossible.
How do you have a soul-protecting treasure? A woman let out a hysterical scream, unable to believe her only chance had failed.
Phew, that was close. I almost lost my life.
Good thing the immortal garment and soul protection tower both protect their master proactively, or I would have capsized in a ditch this time.
With lightning-fast thought the immortal slaying sword shot out from between Mu Tian's brows, striking the deranged woman.
There was no suspense, the sword pierced her forehead and exited through the back of her skull. Manhwa then emerged from the system space, her face etched with lingering fear. Grabbing the weak system trying to flee, she spoke with a trembling voice, "I thought I was about to lose you, brother."
Mu Tian had already regained his composure. He reassured her, "I'm armed from head to toe. No enemy attack can harm me. Brother, next time activate all your defensive measures before entering subspace combat. Alright, fall into a pit again in your wit. I'll remember that."
Enemy attacks were bizarre and varied. After this lesson, Mu Tian never slacked off again, activating all his defenses before approaching any target.
After Manhwa finished copying the sect entertainment system, Mu Tian set off for the next location. The remaining 5 unfortunate souls all fought Mu Tian with real weapons and none used spiritual attacks. After dealing with the last unfortunate soul, Mu Tian felt the trip was highly rewarding. Manhwa had obtained 7 copies of primary systems.
Finally, all these flies are swatted clean.
Let's go home.
He stored all the equipment dropped by the 7th unfortunate soul into his space, marking a perfect conclusion to the journey. However, the spoils of war were mediocre at best. After all, who would take on assassin jobs if they were wealthy?
Brother, let's head back. Once we're home, I'll eat 1 copy every 3 days.
Manhwa said, then pulled out a copy and began to munch on it slowly like a crispy chicken-flavored cracker. Before returning, Mu Tian deployed the level 3 and level 4 warships he had recently built, then collected enough mineral-rich asteroids from the nebulous asteroid belt to serve as raw materials for warship manufacturing. After being away for less than 4 days, little Yang Yang and Shinshin, upon seeing Mu Tian return, both reached out their chubby little arms towards him. "Come daddy, we'll hold one in each arm." In no time Mu Tian's shoulders were soaked with the drool of the 2 little ones. The day after Mu Tian returned home, the Space Alliance led by the US announced an acceleration in the construction of their spacecraft. It was said that a US probe satellite sent to Mars had been blocked and lost its signal. The Pentagon analyzed that Mars was highly likely already under the control of the Dragon Nation. This was unacceptable. As the former world leader, they still had their pride. The extraterrestrial immigration plan was swiftly passed and implemented within the Space Alliance. "Brother, are they trying to fly out and find a habitable planet themselves? That way we could do less work." Manhwa, who hadn't yet found a suitable planet for Earthlings to migrate to, was looking for a way to slack off. "Forget it. How many of those guys genuinely want to immigrate to another planet? They'd never give up their wealth and glory on Earth." Mu Tian knew those people's petty schemes all too well. Relying on that bunch of scheming politicians to colonize an alien planet was more futile than knocking them all out and carrying them away. "Let's find a planet with a diameter similar to Earth's to terraform." "Brother, what do you think of this one? It's 458 light-years from Earth." Manhwa projected an image of a terrestrial planet for Mu Tian to see. Its parameters were quite similar to Earth's. "Let's go with this one. In a year you should have grown strong enough." With Mu Tian's command, Xiaoming dispatched robots to transport the various equipment needed for terraforming the planet. Before Mu Tian and Manhwa could discuss finding a warm homeland for the rebellious souls on Earth, the following scene unfolded at the United Nations General Assembly. The United States and its allies lodged protests one after another against the Dragon Nation. U.S. Representative, Mars belongs to all of humanity and the Dragon Nation has no right to unilaterally claim it. John Bull, Representative, Joint Development of Mars is the only path that serves the common interests of all humanity. Gallic Rooster, Representative, we don't ask for much, just a portion of Mars 5 times the size of our current territory. Oil Superpower Representative, according to our scriptures, Mars is the undeveloped land god reserved for our great nation. San Representative, we are willing to exchange 1 billion tons of dried cow dung for a plot of land on Mars equal in size to our current territory. Land of the Rising Sun Representative, we beseech the Dragon Nation to allocate a portion of Mars to our people, allowing us to perpetuate our national lineage. Hansa Cat Representative, wherever the Dragon Nation goes we follow. We humbly request the Dragon Nation to take us along, let us form an alliance and blast off together. Land of the Rising Sun Representative. Everyone was arguing heatedly over interests, and Hansa Cat suddenly deviated from the script. Were we not supposed to launch a coordinated attack? Why the sudden desire to blast off? The land of the Rising Sun is barely hanging on by a thread. Yuxuan wondered how these sanctimonious hypocrites had the audacity to make such demands. Was it sheer shamelessness? The Tianmu group had painstakingly terraformed Mars, and now they wanted to swoop in and claim the fruits of that labor. What a delusion! Yu Shuang had already formulated his response. He adjusted the microphone and said coldly, Mars belongs to all humanity. Any nation that reaches Mars through its own strength has the right to share in its bounty. Gentlemen, do your best. The message was simple: Mars is there for the taking, for those who can reach it through their own capabilities. Those who lack the means should remain silent, for the Dragon Nation has no obligation to ferry them there to share the spoils. Shortly after the General Assembly concluded, the Space Alliance announced an accelerated timeline for their spacecraft construction program. However, they failed to consider their own industrial capabilities. Building a spacecraft would remain a grand aspiration forever unfulfilled. Instead of pursuing such follies, they would be better served figuring out how to aid their citizens struggling through the snowstorms. Tian held little faith in that so-called Space Alliance nor in their spacecraft construction plans. After amusing the two little ones until they were giggling with joy, he turned his attention to work. It wasn't exactly conventional work, it concerned the personal flight device. Wang Kai sought Tian's final decision on whether to begin mass sales. The personal flight device resembled a large vest equipped with several sets of miniature anti-gravity units. Once worn, the pilot could achieve free flight via the flight helmet. Naturally, there were speed limits for manual piloting. Beyond a certain threshold, control would be automatically assumed by the artificial intelligence. The device also imposed restrictions on flight altitude and zones. For now, there were quite a few limitations. Yet this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of those yearning for the freedom of flight. The lucky winners of the personal flight devices immediately uploaded their usage videos to short video platforms, leaving viewers itching to try it themselves. Refine the usage parameters for the personal flight device, then conduct a trial sale of 500,000 units at a price of 60,000 each. Tian had visited planets belonging to Type 2 civilizations where their modes of transportation had long since moved beyond relying on feet. If that was the case, then the Dragon Nation should also gradually transition into a state of higher civilization, allowing its people to enjoy the benefits of advanced technology. Following Tian's approval, Tianmu Technology promptly listed the personal flight device for pre-sale. The pre-sale quantity was 500,000 units, which sold out within just over 10 minutes. Whilst 500,000 units was nowhere near enough. Now even more people are clamoring to buy. Xiao Meng, overwhelmed by the fervent purchase requests flooding the official website's comment section, reminded Tian. This batch of 500,000 along with the previous 110,000, let's first observe how they perform in actual use. This is a device meant for the skies. If someone were to fall, they'd instantly be reduced to a mess of flesh and bone, impossible to piece back together. Compared to individual flight devices, Tian was more inclined towards flying cars. However, flying cars were prohibitively expensive, unaffordable for most, which led to the creation of the personal flight device. Boss, we could equip them all with an energy shield generator. That would ensure their safety. That's a viable solution. Let's integrate the energy shield generator with the personal flight device, serving as a protective measure for the pilot. With this in mind, Tian directed Xiao Meng to modify the design of the personal flight device, establishing the new model as the standard template for future production. The new version of the personal flight device was quickly manufactured and shipped. After a week of anxious waiting, buyers finally received their orders. Lu Shi was a tech blogger who had purchased one of these personal flight devices. He had failed to win one in both of the lottery draws. Seeing other bloggers acquire the device through various means and reap the benefits from their review videos, he, in a fit of frustration, decided to purchase one outright. The moment it arrived, he was immediately captivated by the design of the new version. The new version was even more stylish and futuristic than the old one, resembling a half-body mecha suit. It looked absolutely incredible. Lu Shi eagerly grabbed the instruction manual and began reading. The flight helmet controls flight speed and altitude with automatic emergency obstacle avoidance and automatic flight termination functions. It also features a newly added energy shield function, ensuring the pilot's safety even after a fall from high altitude. What kind of black technology is this? Why would an energy shield be used on a civilian personal flight device? This is simply too extravagant. Tianmu Technology is incredible. Filled with excitement and elation, Lu Shi put on the personal flight device. He was determined to create a top-notch review video of the new model to justify his hefty 60,000 yuan investment. Please check that all buckles and switches on the flight device are securely fastened. Please check that all buckles and switches on the flight device are securely fastened. Just as he put on the helmet, eager to experience the joy of flight, the flight helmet emitted a warning. Ha! There was indeed one buckle that wasn't fastened. How intelligent. Lu Shi fastened the buckle and the helmet's warning ceased, followed by a prompt asking if he was ready for takeoff. Are you ready for immediate takeoff? Takeoff. Please select a flight mode: manual pilot or intelligent pilot. Select manual pilot. Understood. Manual pilot activated. Please pay attention to your flight speed and altitude. After this brief exchange, Lu Shi slowly began to ascend into the air. Lu Shi's assistant, positioned below, directed a drone to follow closely, capturing every one of Lu Shi's showy flight maneuvers. Spotting a large tree ahead, Lu Shi piloted the flight device directly towards its trunk, intending to test the device's safety features.
Warning. Warning. Activating automatic obstacle avoidance mode.
Just as he was about to collide with the tree trunk, the device swerved and Lu Shi skimmed past it.
Wow, that was exhilarating.
He wondered how to trigger the emergency braking and energy shield functions. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of inspiration struck him.
Xiaofang, I'll hover right here.
Go grab a wooden stick and hurl it at me with all your might. Lu Shi's assistant Xiaofang picked up a wooden stick from the roadside and hurled it fiercely at Lu Shi, who was hovering in the sky.
An alarm blared from his helmet. Unknown attack detected. Energy shield deployed. In an instant, a faint golden membrane of light enveloped Lu Shi, deflecting the stick that struck his thigh. The stick rebounded, nearly hitting Xiaofang on the head and leaving a bump.
Ouch, that hurts, Xiaofang whimpered, clutching her shoulder.
The system voice in Lu Shi's helmet announced again: attack neutralized. Threat eliminated.
Energy shield running at minimum power.
Excitement surged through Lu Shi.
This was a guaranteed hit. He landed, comforted Xiaofang, and the two rushed back to their studio to edit the video.
Numerous internet celebrities were testing the new personal flying device just like Lu Shi.
In no time, videos about the device flooded the short video platforms. Brother, the happiness from this personal flying device is so pure and overwhelming, Nuanua said, her eyes curving into crescents as she reveled in the continuous waves of joy.
Tian popped a dragon tiger pill into his mouth and smiled. We'll launch a massive promotion soon. I'm already running promotional activities on those alien planets and the results are quite good, Nuanua added.
Oh. What do those aliens lack? Many things. Some lack food, some lack clothing, others seek advanced knowledge. I've provided for them all, Nuanua explained. I never imagined aliens would suffer from shortages just like Earthlings.
Exactly.
I didn't understand at first until I saw they only knew how to hunt, not farm.
That's when I knew the root cause. A massive spacetime rift is opening 300 light-years away. I'll send the fleet to eliminate them right away. Go ahead. I'll get some exercise.
After taking the dragon tiger pill, Tian knew he had to keep exercising to absorb its medicinal power.
As for the alien warships coming through the rift, he didn't pay them much mind anymore.
The incoming fleets were all below level 3, near lambs to the slaughter.
With Nuanua commanding the space forces, Tian felt completely at ease.
Meanwhile, Tianmu Technology's large-scale release of the personal flying device caught the attention of the Space Alliance.
There were still aspects of the anti-gravity technology they couldn't crack.
If they could understand it, the biggest hurdle in their Starship program would be overcome.
Not to mention the energy shield technology on the device. Tianmu Technology was squandering such advanced tech.
Bauer, the chairman of the Space Alliance, commanded, we must get our hands on Tianmu Technology's personal flying device by any means.
Buy them back and reverse engineer the technology. But Chairman, few of Tianmu's devices have been sold abroad. Most are in the hands of the elite, and Aide hesitated. I don't care. Go and buy them back.
Pay several times the price, a huge premium, understand.
But Chairman, do you think they're short on money?
Then promise them a future apartment on Mars in exchange. Bauer was exasperated by his foolish assistant, who needed everything spelled out. After this, he definitely replaced that airheaded assistant. Meanwhile, unaware that his device was being targeted, Tian finished his training and went to pick up the kids from school.
Brother, you're the best.
This grilled sausage is delicious.
Yeah, it's so yummy. Eat up then.
The sausage vendor is going home to get married in a few days.
What? Can't he get married after the new year?
If he leaves, we won't have any more sausages.
Haha, you two little foodies, I was just kidding.
You're so mean, brother.
Yeah, let's ignore him.
3 days later, the personal flying devices that had ended up abroad were all bought at high prices or promised Martian housing and now sat in the Space Alliance's hands. The moment Bauer got his hands on one of the devices, he tested it himself, savoring the feeling of free flight.
Oh, the feeling of free flight is so thrilling and wonderful. Sherry, take them all to the lab and have our Chinese scientists thoroughly study and crack the technology. Yes, Chairman.
Little did anyone know the Space Alliance's various research institutes were predominantly staffed by scientists of Chinese descent. Outsiders were masters at using one group to counter another, at fighting fire with fire.
However, Bauer was soon disappointed.
The scientists' conclusion was that while they could understand a small part of the principle, they couldn't replicate the materials or achieve the required industrial manufacturing precision.
In short, it couldn't be reverse engineered anytime soon.
Even worse, the energy shield generator was rigged with a self-destruct mechanism that triggered at the slightest tampering, making it impossible to even open it up and study its internal structure.
What were they supposed to do now? After a furious outburst, Bauer conceived a new plan to go to Tianmu Technology and buy the tech.
He would use righteousness and morality to force them into a compromise. A day later, a travel-worn Bauer appeared at the headquarters of Tianmu Group announcing his identity and requesting a meeting with Tian to discuss the future of mankind.
Is he out of his mind? As if only foreigners care about humanity's future and not us Dragonians. Tian laughed in disbelief after reading Wang Kai's message.
Boss, our statistics show that 1578 personal flying devices have been bought up by the Space Alliance at high prices. They're trying to crack the technology, Wang Kai reported. They must have failed and now have the nerve to come begging.
Brother, aren't you going to see him? No. Who does he think he is to demand an audience with me? Tian had no interest in meeting this Bauer fellow.
A mere employee coming over unannounced meeting him would be beneath his dignity.
Bauer soon received Tian's refusal.
In desperation, he requested a meeting with Wang Kai, the CEO of Tianmu Group. Wang Kai also declined to meet him, instead assigning a junior manager from the business department to receive Bauer. The unfortunate manager was Du Jianchen, who was utterly unwilling to deal with Bauer and his entourage, feeling it was a complete waste of his time.
Tianmu Technology had so many sales opportunities.
Wasting half a day on this would cost him thousands in lost commissions. Besides, President Wang had made it clear no matter what they asked to buy, he must refuse.
In the small conference room, Bauer's expression was grim, but he persisted. Mr.
Du, is there any possibility of licensing your company's anti-gravity engine and energy shield technologies? Du Jianming barely suppressed the urge to spray his tea across the table. He swallowed hard, choking and speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Good grief, listen to what you're saying.
You waltz in and ask for our core technologies like it's nothing.
Why don't you just try robbing us? After a few coughs, Du Jianming gave a stern refusal.
I'm sorry, Chairman Bauer, but the technologies you mentioned are core trade secrets of our company.
They are not for sale or licensing, period.
The Space Alliance organization is willing to pay a premium price. We only require a technology license.
Bauer persisted, unwilling to give up. Chairman Bauer, no matter the price, we will not divulge our technology. If you have nothing else, I will see you out. Du Jianming was growing impatient. This was nothing short of coercion.
Then could you sell us the finished products? We are prepared to pay a high price to customize a batch of anti-gravity engines and energy shield generators.
That is also not for sale. Both items are on the Dragon Nation's list of prohibited exports.
If you are determined to buy them, please have your Space Alliance organization send representatives to negotiate with the Dragon Nation's official authorities.
This is forbidden. That is forbidden.
The Dragon Nation people are far too selfish. This is absolutely a case of official retaliation. Isn't this just because we once restricted your imports of high-end lithography machines and high-precision industrial machine tools?
Holding a grudge for so long, their tolerance is truly narrow-minded.
Unable to contain himself, Bauer blurted out his inner thoughts. How can you be so selfish? Do you have any idea how much effort our Space Alliance organization has poured into helping humanity leave Earth? Well, now that it had escalated to the level of morality and righteousness, Du Jianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and several tall, imposing security personnel entered the meeting room.
Du Jianming said with a faint smile, Chairman Bauer, your double standards hold no sway over our Tianmu Group. Please see our guests out.
A livid Bauer and his entourage were courteously but firmly escorted out of the Tianmu Group headquarters. They had little choice but to leave. The security personnel were too intimidating, and causing a scene would only lead to a greater loss.
With a monthly salary of only 20,000, why risk their lives? Unyielding, Bauer and his team tried their luck with the Huang City officials, hoping to leverage the official route.
As expected, they were met with a rebuff and had to return to the United States in disgrace. The very next day, several news articles condemning Tianmu Group for disregarding humanity's future went viral on foreign websites.
I'm in the news again.
Tian had grown accustomed to frequently appearing on bounty lists in the news and trending on social media. It was just that this time trouble had come knocking on his door without him stepping out. Tian made no response, knowing that there would always be learned scholars to argue his case. The Dragon Nation's official media retaliated swiftly with reports that struck at the core of the issue. Does a Dragon Nation citizen walking on Earth not count as the future of humanity?
Netizens flocked to the comments sections, revealing the truth. They're getting desperate.
I heard that at the latest UN General Assembly, Representative Yu Shuang stated that whoever reaches Mars first has the right to share in it. Does that mean our country has already transformed Mars into a paradise? Definitely, otherwise why would these hypocrites come looking for a slap in the face?
Tisk, so shameless. They spend their time fighting wars instead of developing technology. Now that we've advanced, they want to act like their ancestors and resort to plunder. I wish I could go live on Mars. I want to join the Space Force. The Space Force begins its next recruitment drive on February 18th next year. I've already signed up.
Seeing that he had accomplished nothing in half a year, Bauer was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His anxiety in turn put immense pressure on the scientists of Hua Descent under his command. Forced into a corner 10 days later, those scientists created a set of exoskeleton armor to appease the money holders like Bauer. Chairman Bauer, this set of power armor has been modified from components of our single-person aircraft.
Su Qingyang introduced the power armor to Bauer with a faint smile. Oh. Su, tell me its specific parameters. If they couldn't build a spaceship, at least they could produce an impressive piece of power armor to show off.
It can fly up to 2,000 kilometers, reach a top speed of Mach 2, is equipped with an energy shield generator and carries 10 micro-missiles.
Impressive. Good.
It seems our investment in research wasn't wasted.
How many sets of power armor can be converted from those 1,000+ single-person aircraft?
3 single-person aircraft can be converted into 1 set of armor, which means we can produce 526 sets of power armor in total.
Excellent. Su, I approve of your research. Proceed with the full conversion immediately.
Bauer felt his life was about to reach its pinnacle. Producing 526 sets of power armor would significantly boost his standing within the Space Alliance.
Unbeknownst to Bauer and Su, Qingyang, Tian was standing invisibly beside them, observing their tests and listening to their plans. Tian, having nothing better to do, had come personally after seeing Xiaoming's warning video.
This visit revealed something amusing. Converting single-person aircraft into power armor was indeed a creative idea from his inventive compatriots. It was just a pity that these compatriots were working for foreigners.
What a tragic irony.
After watching their demonstration, Tian returned home. Now was not the time to trigger the self-destruct sequence on the anti-gravity engines and energy shield generators. He would wait a while longer until they had invested massive resources and money into the full conversion and then trigger the self-destruct.
Just as Tian arrived home, an unfortunate assassin teleported in. Let's go, let's see which unlucky soul has teleported into the solar system this time. Yay, another duplicate for me to consume. You're such a glutton. He. Tian quietly slipped out, dealt with the unlucky assassin and returned. Tian no longer harbored much resentment towards chaos.
In fact, he found it rather agreeable constantly sending assassins to deliver systems and resources. Otherwise Nuanua wouldn't have grown so quickly. One more level up and it would be able to match chaos in combat. After eliminating the unlucky assassin and acquiring another system duplicate, Nuanua scurried back into the system space in a flash. Time flew by and over 10 days had passed.
It was now mid-December when Tian finally received Xiaoming's notification that the Space Alliance had completed the conversion of all the power armor.
During this period of over half a month, the Space Alliance had even attempted to purchase single-person aircraft from the Dragon Nation at exorbitant prices. However, not a single transaction was successful, as all were blocked by the Dragon Nation's official authorities. Now at the Space Alliance headquarters, representatives from over a dozen countries had gathered to witness the might of the power armor. Rumor had it that this power armor was the latest research achievement of the Space Alliance's subordinate scientific institutions, boasting formidable power and capable of challenging an F-22 in single combat. Ladies and gentlemen, the 526 sets of power armor before you represent the latest achievement of the Space Alliance. It can fly up to 2,000 kilometers, reach a top speed of Mach 2, is equipped with an energy shield generator, carries 10 micromissiles and has a radar detection radius of 50 kilometers. It will be a milestone achievement in our space exploration and will play a significant role in planetary landing operations.
Bauer's grandiose claims nearly made Tian, who was quietly observing from the sidelines, vomit. It was utterly shameless. Now let us have 10 of our elite space astronauts don the armor for a demonstration. The representatives from various countries were now thoroughly intrigued by Bauer's presentation. Previously only the Dragon Nation possessed such power armor. Were they about to have it too? At Bauer's signal, the 10 astronauts began suiting up in their individual mech suits.
Bauer continued his flamboyant presentation. This individual mech suit, which we have named the Vanguard, boasts one key feature above all: it's as easy to wear as a piece of clothing.
Indeed, the Vanguard's donning mechanism was identical to the single-person flyer's design. One simply put it on like a garment.
Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Their design wasn't entirely without merit. A stripped-down version could prove useful for disaster relief and rescue operations. Under the intense expectant gazes of over a dozen international representatives, the 10 astronauts quickly donned their Vanguard suits.
Orleans, begin your demonstration. Bauer instructed the lead astronaut. Yes, Chairman. Everyone take off.
The 10 astronauts piloting their Vanguard suits rose slowly into the air, ascending to a height of 100 meters before beginning their formation flight routine. They started with parallel high-speed straight flights, firing micromissiles at designated targets. Gradually they grew bolder and the 10 astronauts decided to attempt a dive maneuver. The 10 ascended to 500 meters, then immediately accelerated into a steep dive.
Xiao Meng now.
Make their crash a spectacular one.
Yes, boss. How could anything Mu Tian sold not come with a hidden failsafe?
As Xiao Meng initiated the self-destruct sequence for the anti-gravity engines and energy shield generators, the so-called Vanguard suits became nothing more than useless hunks of metal. In a flash, the 10 unfortunate souls plummeted to the ground without even a moment to scream for help or cry out, smashing into scattered broken pieces.
Almost everyone present doubled over and vomited. The scene was simply too gruesome.
Bauer vomited up the very hamburger he had for breakfast, wiping cold sweat from his brow between heaves.
It was over, utterly over.
This time he would lose not just his position but likely his life. Wasting over $50 billion in killing 10 astronauts was an immense mountain-sized crime. Mu Tian had turned and left the scene the moment he gave the self-destruct order, having no desire to witness such a bloody spectacle.
The Space Alliance should now think twice before using single-person flyer components to produce mech suits.
If they weren't afraid of death, they were welcome to try again. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was New Year's Day 2021. The snow disaster was still raging and more foreigners were fleeing the affected areas to seek refuge in Dragon Country. Out of humanitarian concern, the Dragon Country government offered them a job reclaiming wasteland in the desert and Gobi uninhabited regions.
Tianmu Agriculture naturally took on a portion of these foreigners as temporary workers.
On Vermilion Bird Island, Mu Tian and Yun Meng were enjoying a rare day of leisure, celebrating their first wedding anniversary.
Yan Yang and Xin had plenty of caregivers, so the couple had no need to attend to them. Tian Gu, when are we going back to Mars for a vacation?
On a beach lounger, Yun Meng lay nestled in Mu Tian's arms, her eyes closed in bliss as she murmured,
"Let's wait until Xiaonin and Nua are on break.
We can all go to Mars for the spring festival. There still weren't many people on Mars, so it would be a perfect opportunity to take the kids to see the wider world during their winter break."
Great. I'll take them to collect meteorites. The Space Force recruits have probably picked up all the meteorites by now.
But Mars does have some beautiful beaches.
Are there any fish or shellfish in the Martian seas and rivers yet? I haven't stocked them yet. I'll release a batch tomorrow. Will it be in time?
Probably won't see any big fish this year, but maybe next year. Mu Tian felt a pang of guilt realizing he had forgotten to introduce aquatic life into the Martian seas and rivers.
He immediately instructed Xiao Meng to begin cloning all of Earth's aquatic flora and fauna in his spatial realm.
A vast number of aquatic organisms were cloned and placed in a section of the spatial realm with both saltwater and freshwater environments.
Early the next morning, Mu Tian set off for Mars. In the rivers of Mars, Mu Tian planted aquatic plants suited for freshwater, and in the oceans he planted marine flora. The aquatic animals weren't ready until the 7th day, when Mu Tian finally released both the freshwater and marine species. Thanks to the plants planted earlier, the animals wouldn't starve, perfectly creating a closed ecological loop. With this, the aquatic ecosystem on Mars was finally complete. Mu Tian left the task of perfecting the terrestrial animal ecosystem to the scientists at the Mars base.
Mars didn't need to replicate Earth's animal food chain exactly, as a complex terrestrial food chain was difficult to control. Just like on Earth, where the collective mutation of animals was already showing signs of a collapsing food chain. At the Mars Base Research Institute, several biologists were now heatedly debating this very topic, their faces flushed with argument.
I think the best approach is to transplant Earth's ecological food chain wholesale. As long as we monitor it closely, we can avoid any problems just like we do domestically. I disagree.
The aquatic food chain can be copied, and Commander Mu did that correctly.
But the terrestrial animal food chain is far too complex and prone to collapse. It's better to keep things pure and simple as they are now.
I also disagree with Lao Lu's view. Where would we even collect all of Earth's terrestrial organisms to bring to Mars? The sheer scale of that task is immense.
Exactly. If even one link in the biological chain is missing, the entire food web could collapse.
Mu Tian, who had been quietly listening from the side, almost spoke up to say, "Actually, I have the genetic maps of all of Earth's creatures. Cloning them would be a matter of minutes." But he held his tongue. There was no need to take on more work for himself.
Besides, many people harbored a deep aversion to snakes, insects, rats and ants. Mu Tian himself wasn't fond of snakes, flies or mosquitoes.
The final consensus was to maintain Mars' pure and pristine terrestrial ecosystem. After all, wasn't it great to have no mosquito or pest problems in the summer? On January 12, 2 little girls waved goodbye to their kindergarten teachers.
Starting tomorrow, they would have a month and a half of winter vacation. Xiaonin and Nua were absolutely thrilled.
It was time to catch the moon in the 9 heavens and grab turtles in the 5 seas again. Their brother had said they would spend the new year on Mars this year, and they had to take lots of photos to show their friends.
"Brother, can we go to Mars tonight?"
Xiaonin asked with her big hopeful eyes.
"Of course we can. Consider it granting your little wish." "Really? Thank you, Brother Mua. On Mars is actually pretty boring. There's no one there and it's not much fun. Nua, did you secretly go to Mars with Brother? Going without me? No, I didn't. Xiao Meng told me. Then why didn't Xiao Meng tell me? Xiao Meng come out and explain this favoritism. And you never asked me what Mars was like. If you had, I would have told you everything. Really? I feel like something's off here.
Xiaoan squinted her eyes, a hint of cunning flashing in them as if she had seen through some trick. As little Anan and his mother were eager to depart for Mars, Tian upon returning home led them all aboard a small transport shuttle bound for the Red Planet.
The shuttle carried Tian's family along with everyone from the Tongmeng welfare home, totaling 36 passengers.
Since a Martian day closely mirrors an Earth day, Tian chose accommodations in the planet's night zone to prevent any disruption to their circadian rhythms. As the shuttle neared Mars, the children's jaws dropped in awe. Colossal warships, their true size unfathomable, were docked in the planet's outer space. Smaller orbital landing craft continuously ferried to and from the massive vessels. The entire scene resembled something straight out of a science fiction film. Brother, can we go play on those big ships? They look so huge we'd never finish exploring them on foot.
Xiaohan, don't you remember you have your flying skateboard? Right. I have my flying skateboard.
Xiaohan's flying skateboard was likely one of a kind of birthday gift from Tian, as the Tianmu group had yet to release such a product. These large ships you see are for training. I'll take you to see other vessels later.
Great. Brother is the best. Brother Tian is awesome. The group first circled Mars in synchronous orbit, allowing them to take in the planet's full splendor before gradually descending.
The Martian night zone was truly pitch black. Seeing the oppressive darkness around him, Tian resolved to have robots install neon lights across every corner of Mars the very next day. This way, once night fell, beautiful lights would shine from every part of Mars, bringing a sense of comfort rather than loneliness and fear.
Tian had arranged for a seaside residence.
As they disembarked from the shuttle, the soothing sound of crashing waves greeted them.
Come on, let's head inside and sleep. We'll play tomorrow morning.
Brother, can we go beachcombing tomorrow morning?
My little bucket is all ready.
Let's have a contest to see who catches the most crabs. Yun Meng thought to herself that these little ones would be sorely disappointed tomorrow, but let them enjoy their excitement for now.
In the room, after coaxing Yang Yang and Xin to sleep, Tian and Yun Meng also settled in for the night. The joy of having children is that you can treat them as a source of amusement during the day. But at night they transform into a source of sleepless torment for the adults. Fortunately, Yang Yang and Xin, who were fed high-energy nutrient-rich food, rarely woke up in the middle of the night unless they had soiled their diapers and cried out in discomfort. Brother Tian, do you think they'll cry tomorrow when they see the beach is completely devoid of shells and crabs? Yun Meng couldn't help but secretly chuckle at the thought of the kids rushing to the shore with high hopes only to find nothing. That's not necessarily true. Maybe they'll return with a bountiful haul. Brother Tian, have you already made arrangements?
Since we came all this way, let's make sure they have a great time.
Brother Tian, you're so good to us. Don't give me that good person label. You're a good man. Let's get some sleep. You little minx, you're asking for it. The next morning, as dawn's first light broke, little Anan and the others were already washed, dressed and armed with flashlights, dashing towards the beach. Wow, so many big crabs and shells. Nua, that crab is too big for you to handle. Let your senior brother Xiaohan catch it. Who says? Watch my invincible girl power fist. Xiaohan watched in astonishment as Nua knocked out a basin-sized crab with a single pinky punch, involuntarily shrinking back. A true tomboy not to be trifled with. Tian and Yun Meng followed behind, enjoying the sea breeze that carried no hint of fishiness. Brother Tian, did you secretly have those crabs and shells placed there last night? Of course. Where else would such large crabs and shellfish come from? I only introduced the marine life a few days ago, they couldn't have grown that fast. Brother Tian, you're so kind to them. We're family. I want them to have a wonderful childhood. Tian and the others settled into a carefree life on Mars, spending their days either playing on the beach or indulging in delicious food. 2 days later, a new wave of explorers arrived at the Martian craters. Unfortunately, no beautiful meteorites could be found, which caused a tinge of disappointment for little Anan and the others. On the 5th day, Tian led the children to a more distant location where they boarded a Class 4 cosmic warship for a tour. Our Dragon Nation is currently at war with aliens. This warship we're touring is a Class 4 cosmic vessel. As they entered, Tian began explaining the ship's specifications, capabilities and combat power. Brother, what do aliens look like? Do they have 3 heads and 2 horns? Doesn't little Neza have 3 heads and 6 arms? He must be an alien.
The moment aliens were mentioned, little Anan and the others' imaginations ran wild, picturing them as all sorts of monsters. Tian waved his hand and holographic images of several aliens materialized before them.
This is what aliens look like.
Many of their species resemble us, except some have an extra eye, others have an extra pair of fangs, and some have heads covered in horns.
They look just like us. No wonder they can't beat us.
Is that three-eyed alien the reincarnation of Yang Jian?
Xiao Han, have you been watching too many cartoons? Why not say they were all born from a rock? That's not entirely impossible. Tian led the children through the entire Class 4 warship, giving them a profound understanding of cosmic vessels.
Little Anan and the others took numerous photos, planning to show them to their friends after the new year. As time passed, on the eve of the 2021 Spring Festival, the people on Mars finally celebrated their first Chinese New Year. Even though they were living on Mars, everyone still remembered the Dragon Nation's most important festival.
On this day, Tian brought his family to attend the gala held at the Mars base.
The sight of hundreds of thousands of people celebrating the new year together was incredibly lively, with fireworks illuminating the sky all night long. It was during the Spring Festival Gala's New Year's greetings segment that viewers around the world collectively gasped in disbelief. The first to extend New Year's wishes to the people of the Dragon Nation were none other than the Space Force soldiers stationed at the Mars base. All Space Force personnel at the Dragon Nation's Mars base wish our compatriots nationwide a prosperous, powerful and auspicious year of the ox.
No more pretending the truth is out. We're celebrating the new year on Mars now. Jealous. Whatever other greetings or messages followed, no one was paying attention anymore.
Now everyone is desperate to know, is it true that the Dragon Nation has troops stationed on Mars? On the occasion of the arrival of the Spring Festival releasing such explosive news, it has to be said that the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities truly understand how to inspire the people. The internet was soon flooded with short videos and news about the Mars base, along with comments from netizens worldwide. Our motherland has been hiding things too deep. Quietly, she has already established a home on Mars.
It's definitely fake. How could a barren place like Mars have such picturesque beauty? They're surely copying the American moon landing trick. Don't be fooled, everyone. Jealousy truly disfigures one's character. We've placed the facts right before you, yet you still refuse to believe. If you don't believe it, fine. In the future we'll all emigrate to Mars and leave them on Earth suffering through endless blizzards and droughts. That'll finish them off.
In truth, the Dragon Kingdom's official authorities had another consideration in mind when they publicized the Mars base.
In a few days the second recruitment drive for the Space Force would begin, and they feared the response might not be enthusiastic enough. The second Space Force recruitment aimed to enlist 10 million people with ages ranging from 16 to 30. I still remember the first recruitment where millions applied but only 500,000 were selected. If fewer than 50 million people apply this time, it's estimated that filling the 10 million quota will be difficult. Tian had no significant objections to publicizing the Mars base. After all, even if other nations knew, what could they do? They couldn't reach Mars anyway. It would only spur the Space Alliance to invest more funds into developing spacecraft and less into stirring up trouble. Mr. Bauer, please come with us. There are some matters we need your cooperation on. The agents of the U.S. Investigation Bureau were finally settling scores. They found the unwilling Bauer and took him away. Oh, poor Mr. Bauer.
I hope you survived this crisis safely.
Bauer's successor Carey patted his shoulder with a hidden agenda, offering words of comfort. Thank you for your kind words. I also hope you don't follow in my footsteps. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Haha, how could that be? Take care.
After Bauer left, Carey sat in the luxurious chairman's seat of the Space Alliance organization, gazing into the distant sky.
Bauer was quite foolish, actually thinking of using parts from Tianmu Technology's personal flying device to build mechs. What a character.
Carey pondered how to carry out his work and earn political achievements. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If the Dragon Kingdom could find inspiration in American sci-fi films, why couldn't they find inspiration in their own sci-fi movies? After all, 75 of the scientists in the Space Alliance were of Chinese descent, no less capable than those Dragon Kingdom scientists. Deciding to act on it, Carey immediately arranged for a research plan. The first step was to have all the scientists watch every American sci-fi movie ever made to seek inspiration. Boss, after they finished studying that pioneer mech, they collectively started watching sci-fi movies looking for research inspiration in the films.
Xiao Meng reported. How strange.
Don't they already have controlled nuclear fusion technology and room temperature superconducting materials?
Why aren't they properly developing their technology? Nuanua was puzzled by the Space Alliance's bewildering actions. Nuanua, the direction of American scientific research is in the hands of outsiders. Both Bauer and the current Carey are economics majors. No wonder. What a bizarre country where a real estate tycoon can also become the supreme leader. Meanwhile, to verify the authenticity of the Dragon Kingdom's Mars base news,
the American representative launched yet another round of protest at the UN General Assembly meeting.
American representative, we strongly protest the Dragon Kingdom's illegal development of Mars. The Dragon Kingdom must cease all development activities on Mars.
Any nation violating the laws of the Space Alliance will face its sanctions.
Japanese representative, we Japan protest the Dragon Kingdom's space development plan.
It infringes upon the space rights of all humanity.
Japan holds territorial rights on Mars and we request the Dragon Kingdom not to privately develop Mars.
Korean representative, we hereby raise the most serious protest.
Korea is a cosmic nation holding 50 of space rights.
You have already damaged the interests of our nation. Yu Shuang felt immense satisfaction watching the foreign colleagues around him stand up one after another to protest.
Go ahead and protest.
There was a time when we protested just like this and none of you listened.
Now the tables have turned. Let's see if we pay you any heed.
From start to finish, the Dragon Kingdom's official video report on the Mars base was only about 10 seconds long. No one bothered to verify its authenticity, so let them speculate freely. Those foreign politicians were quite displeased, but Tian wasn't having a comfortable time after the first day of the new year either. The assassins sent to kill him had been teleporting over like crazy during the Spring Festival, with 7 arriving in just 10 days.
One unlucky assassin teleported to the far side of the moon and Tian went there to eliminate him. However, this process was unlike any previous battle. The opponent was extremely difficult to kill. Nua, how could there be such an overpowered cheat as an infinite respawn system? Tian only managed to completely kill the opponent after using dark energy bombs to reduce even his last drop of blood to ash. Earlier, not knowing the opponent could revive infinitely, Tian had blasted him into countless pieces.
Who would have thought that as long as this unlucky fellow had a single drop of blood, a piece of flesh or a strand of hair remaining, the revival mechanism would activate, allowing him to fully resurrect from the blood, flesh or hair. This made things tough for Tian.
He had to kill him again and again, seemingly endlessly. Left with no other choice, Tian used a small dark energy bomb to annihilate everything related to the unlucky fellow within the dimensional space, finally ending the exhausting battle.
Brother, the vast world is full of wonders. There are far stranger systems out there. Nua replied to Tian's question while copying the infinite respawn system. So if you consume the copy of the infinite respawn system, can you gain his ability?
Yes, but it only allows me to respawn infinitely, not you, brother. Tian felt deeply hurt and didn't want to speak anymore.
Back on Mars, as soon as Xiao Yangyang and Xiao Xinxin saw Tian return, they both reached out their little hands for a hug. The older siblings were all playing on the beach and the 2 little ones could only watch with envy, lying on the beach bed longing to get down and play.
Do you 2 want to go play by the sea? Tian picked them up, one in each arm, and the 2 little ones pointed towards the beach.
Grandma and mother were deeply engrossed in their conversation and didn't want to go out in the sun, which had left the 2 feeling cooped up. Alright then, Daddy will carry you over to find your older siblings.
Yaha, happy and blissful times always pass quickly.
Soon the day of the Dragon Kingdom Space Force's second recruitment arrived. This recruitment drive was on a massive scale.
Even the U.S.
was beginning to believe that the Dragon Kingdom had actually built a Mars base.
Early in the morning at recruitment sites across major cities in the Dragon Kingdom, many young people were already queuing up.
According to statistics, nearly 60 million young people signed up for this recruitment selection. Tao Jiqian was Tao Zhiyong's cousin, 2 years his senior, and had graduated from university 2 years ago.
Since Tao Zhiyong was selected for the Space Force, Tao Jiqian had not seen his cousin again.
Messages sent to Tao Zhiyong were only replied to once a month, and the reply was only a few short words: all is well, do not worry. His cousin's mysterious demeanor sparked a sense of longing and curiosity in Tao Jiqian about the Space Force. Therefore, when the second recruitment drive for the Space Force was announced, Tao Jiqian signed up and was now in his hometown city waiting to participate in the selection. Although he didn't know where the Space Force ultimately stationed its troops, Tao Zhiyong had, before leaving home, unreservedly shared his experience of the selection process with Tao Jiqian.
Little brother, your big brother here is determined to become a Space Force soldier too and bring honor to the Tao family.
I wonder if becoming a member of the Space Force means having to leave Earth and go to Mars. The scenery on Mars in the videos is truly beautiful.
It would be even better if I could find an alien beauty to be my wife.
Tao Jiqiang's scalp tingled as he thought about the 5 blind dates his family had arranged for him during the Spring Festival. Another reason he had rushed to participate in the selection was that he was fed up. His mother was really something, with so many foreign beauties wanting to marry Dragon Country men. What was wrong with him wanting to find a foreign wife? Was it that mixed-race children weren't pretty, or that not demanding a bride price made marriage seem cheap? His mother wasn't keen on the openness of foreign women and had always opposed him finding a foreign girlfriend.
Truly old-fashioned thinking.
Lost in thought, Tao Jiqian didn't even notice that the recruitment selection had begun and the line had started moving forward.
Handsome, move up quickly, the front is starting to move. A crisp, pleasant voice sounded from behind Tao Jiqian. Snapping back to reality, he quickly apologized. Oh, okay. He walked forward for a bit, then stopped before turning to look at the girl behind him. What a sweet and charming girl next door type she was. The sweet girl made Tao Jiqian's eyes light up.
He struck up a conversation. Hello, you're so beautiful, why did you come to sign up for the military? The girl's name was Su Lily. Tao Jiqian's thoughtless question stung her, so she gave him a disdainful look and retorted, I like it, what's it to you?
Tao Jiqian wasn't annoyed by the rebuff.
He let out a long sigh and said, Sigh, if my mom hadn't arranged 5 blind dates for me during the new year, I probably wouldn't have even thought about signing up for the military. Su Lily wore a sympathetic expression. So you're also a victim of nagging parents, and a severe case at that. Tao Jiqian chuckled, are you here because you were also nagged into coming? Su Lily nodded in agreement. Exactly, my mom arranged 3 blind dates for me during the spring festival and I didn't fancy any of them.
I got annoyed and signed up.
Tao Jiqian suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie.
He tentatively asked, my name is Tao Jiqian.
What's your name, beautiful?
If we both pass the selection, we'll be comrades in the future.
Su Lily found his words amusing and laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons.
My name is Su Lily. If we become comrades, then let's fight side by side.
Tao Jiqian wanted to continue the deep conversation with Su Lily, but a voice from the front of the line suddenly rang out, Tao Jiqian, Su Lily and Zion.
Enter for assessment.
The conversation had to end, it was their turn for the selection.
With excitement, Tao Jiqian and Su Lily entered the selection area and chose adjacent seats.
The soldiers behind them all had helmets for the selection test. Seeing this setup, Tao Jiqian secretly rejoiced, feeling that victory was assured. Once the helmet was placed on his head, after a moment of dizziness, Tao Jiqian's consciousness appeared beside a realistic road. A mechanical electronic voice then sounded, beginning to introduce the selection rules. The rules were the same as before, testing one's agility, wisdom and courage. Tao Jiqian chose the same challenge method his cousin had described, running in the middle of the road. Being a sports enthusiast, his agility was excellent. A few minutes later, Tao Jiqian was struck and sent flying by a car speeding towards him, ending the selection test. Fortunately, his score passed the selection, which filled him with immense relief.
After the helmet was removed, Tao Jiqian immediately looked at Su Lily beside him.
Her selection test was not yet over. He wouldn't have thought that such a beautiful woman could be even more skilled than him. Was there no justice in this world? Another 2 minutes passed before Su Lily's selection test concluded. However, her gesture of patting her chest in lingering fear made Tao Jiqian's heart itch.
Phew, that was terrifying, it really scared me to death. Su Lily and Tao Jiqian walked out of the selection area still feeling a bit frightened. It was all fake, no need to think about it anymore.
Anyway, we both passed the selection.
Yeah, we were so lucky.
I was running like crazy and didn't dare look back even once. You were amazing, much better than my score. By the way, let's add each other on Green Bubble, comrade Su Lily.
Okay, comrade Tao Jiqian, please make sure to protect me from now on. Definitely. I won't let you get hurt as long as I'm standing. Haha, you're such a good guy.
Having received a good guy card and failed to arrange a shopping or dinner date with Su Lily, Tao Jiqian returned home dejected.
So son, did you pass? His mother Liao Ziqing asked with concern. I passed.
I'm so tired, I want to go take a nap. You're something else, passing and still not happy.
Half a month later, Tao Jiming and the other comrades assembled and arrived at the northwest base. Su Lily certainly wasn't standing with him.
Through a week of chatting, the two had finally become good friends, and she was now in the female soldiers' formation. Just then a familiar figure stood on a hovering aircraft, appearing before the million-strong formation.
It was Chairman Mu of Tianshan Group. What was he doing here? Confusion was written on everyone's faces except for a few who noticed that Mu Tian's military uniform was anything but ordinary. Hello everyone, I'm sure you all know my name. But I'd like to introduce myself once more. I am Mu Tian, commander of the Space Force. From now on we will be comrades fighting side by side. Mu Tian's self-introduction shocked the million Space Force soldiers present.
Who would have thought that Chairman Mu, such a prominent, successful entrepreneur and renowned scientist, was also the commander of the Space Force?
Soon a starship will arrive to welcome you, to take you to the Mars base for training and deployment.
As a member of the Mars Seed Project, I have only one requirement for you all: put down roots on Mars and preserve the spark of Dragon Country's civilization.
The Mars base is real.
Commander Mu himself confirmed it. All the soldiers began to flush with excitement, a strong sense of mission welling up within them.
Shortly after Mu Tian finished his brief speech, the starship arrived to pick them up.
It was a level 4 starship 120 kilometers long, 80 kilometers wide and 60 kilometers high. Words like blotting out the sky could only describe its size. Capable of destroying the world was needed to showcase its power.
All formations begin boarding in order. The Mars base welcomes your arrival. After more than half an hour, the space soldiers of Tao Jichang's unit began to disembark from the cosmic warship in an orderly manner. So this is Mars. How is the air quality? Even better than Earth's. The scenery in the distance looks quite impressive too. This was the immediate impression of all new recruits upon their first arrival on Mars. It felt no different from Earth.
If there was any distinction to be made, it was that Mars' gravity was considerably weaker than Earth's. A person's first sensation upon arriving on Mars was a profound lightness throughout the body. An ordinary individual could jump 3 meters high.
I wonder if that kid Ayong is currently at this Mars base.
I heard there are 21 bases in total, each garrisoned by around 5,000,000 people.
Snapping back to reality, Tao Jichang quickly followed his squad leader towards the dormitory.
From this moment forward, they were the second generation of Mars' original inhabitants. After delivering his brief speech, Tian did not immediately return to Mars. Instead, he journeyed to the outer reaches of the solar system to eliminate an unlucky target.
Come on, since we're out, let's go see some other life-bearing planets. Once Manhwa finished replicating the system, Tian proposed the idea of sightseeing.
Ever since unifying the star domain spanning 1000 light-years, Tian had never truly set foot on another life-bearing planet. Struck by a sudden whim today, he decided to go take a look.
Brother, are we going out to play? Then I'll hold off on consuming this replica for now. The moment she heard about going out, Manhwa's appetite vanished completely. It's about time we went to see your subjects to check on their well-being. Hee, they're living in indescribable bliss. Brother, let me take you to a planet. It's absolutely gorgeous. Guided by Manhwa, Tian spent about half an hour traveling to a beautiful planet split evenly between water and land. This planet was twice the size of Earth.
The moment he set foot on its surface, Tian felt a slight increase in physical pressure.
Its name was Bola Star.
The primary sentient species on the planet were dwarves, with adults standing around 1.4 meters tall. Perhaps it was the planet's gravity that prevented the dwarves from growing any taller. Brother, the dwarven race on this planet are peace-loving and gentle-natured, despising war. This has unfortunately led to them being oppressed and subjugated by creatures from other planets for a long time.
Manhwa introduced these seemingly simple-minded dwarves. They do appear quite amiable now. You've sold them the cooling garments and warming garments.
Tian noticed the fabric of the dwarves' clothing, realizing Manhwa had already implemented her benevolent policies.
Right, they're wonderful. They provide such abundant and pure happiness. Since that's the case, let's treat them well. However, don't let them take everything for granted. Make sure they contribute an appropriate cost. I understand.
I have them pay for supplies with ore. They're all exceptionally skilled miners.
Let's go to their marketplace.
I want to see what local specialties they have to bring back as gifts for the little ones.
It's just ahead.
With the aid of his mirage morphing device, Tian now appeared as a genuine dwarf. Of course, he didn't speak the dwarven language, but Xiaomeng was fluent in it. He would have Xiaomeng communicate with them. The dwarven marketplace sold various peculiar ores or trinkets polished from ore crystals.
This suited Tian's intention to buy gifts perfectly.
A few liquid metal robots disguised as dwarves followed Tian, carrying bags of grain as trade goods.
We've just liberated them, so I haven't had the chance to establish a monetary policy yet. Manhwa also understood that bartering was a cumbersome affair. They must have suffered immense oppression and exploitation before.
Your first step should be to popularize education, then introduce a monetary system.
Okay, brother, I'll remember that. After trading a few bags of grain for dozens of small exquisite ornaments and figurines, Tian left the marketplace with satisfaction. These items were works of art brimming with exotic charm, perfect as toys for the children. Bola Star was indeed stunning, with high oxygen levels in the air. Prolonged exposure could easily lead to oxygen intoxication for an average person. It's a pity.
If only its atmosphere were suitable for us Earthlings to live in long-term. Building a few houses for occasional vacations would be wonderful. Brother, it's extremely difficult to make a planet that already harbors life perfectly conform to the survival requirements of Earthlings.
True.
If such a ready-made place existed, we could have already relocated all those rebellious elements from Earth there.
Exactly. After touring Bola Star, Tian visited 2 other life-bearing planets with beautiful scenery. Unsurprisingly, the air on the other 2 planets was equally unsuitable for long-term human habitation, with oxygen levels either too high or too low. They also shared a common trait: their living environments were so favorable that they were conquered and enslaved by other planetary civilizations before they could even develop their own. Your key to growth might lie within these 3 planets. Observing the blissful state of life for the creatures on these planets, Tian could foresee that Nua's growth rate would accelerate significantly. I will treat them well, ensuring their continued happiness. Come on, it's time for us to head home. On his journey back to the solar system, Tian witnessed a space fleet engaged in battle with a cosmic armada that had arrived via teleportation. It was a total rout. There was no need for Tian to take direct command. Under Zhao Yu's unified leadership, the space forces had gradually adapted to the tactics of space warfare. Coupled with equipment that was at least a generation ahead of the enemy's, battles typically unfolded as one-sided affairs. Once the second batch of space soldiers matures, it will be time to launch a new wave of outward expansion. Tian remarked, observing the projected battlefield situation. Yep, there are still many suffering aliens awaiting our liberation. Well said. Our purpose in waging war is to liberate the oppressed aliens and overthrow evil forces. A day and a half later, Tian returned home and was immediately swarmed by the little ones. Brother Nua said you brought us tons of gifts. Brother-in-law, did you get shoes that let you fly? Brother-in-law, did you get Doraemon's bamboo copters? The kind you wear on your head to fly. Any tasty treats? Xiaohan, Xiaojing, you two really want to fly, huh? Yun Meng gently tugged at the ears of Xiaohan and Xiaojing. Sis Meng, I'm sorry. I think walking on solid ground is the most reliable after all. Aha, flying is dangerous. Tian placed several large bags on the coffee table and the kids immediately swarmed over to divide the spoils. Wow, is this a water gun made of crystal? It's so pretty. And this magic wand made of crystal too. These are crystal building blocks for Yang Yang and Xin to play with. This is a crystal bowl. I want this one. Gaa Gu, little Yang Yang held in Tian's arms, reached out wanting to grab something too, but he couldn't speak yet. The blizzard that ravaged the northern hemisphere finally began to subside in late February. Yet the devastation it left in its wake was immense, with countless lives lost and families shattered. Grief is never shared, and the survivors could only strive to endure. Despite the Herculean efforts of the Tianmu group, many still perished from the cold before the trade agreements could be fulfilled. Among all nations, the Asen Kingdom suffered the most catastrophic losses. For its impoverished populace, surviving the winter was akin to a tribulation, and nearly 300 million souls were claimed by the cold. Where there is destruction, there is also reconstruction, and rebuilding efforts commenced immediately after the snows receded. Boss, many countries have rejected our reconstruction aid, awarding their rebuilding projects to other companies, Wang Kai reported to Tian, detailing the refusals of their support. A sardonic smile curled on Tian's lips. As expected, those in power only see their own interests. Very well, we shall focus our aid on the nations that hold us in friendship. Understood, boss. Brother, you are also someone in power now, so that remark was a self-inflicted insult, Nua interjected, emerging from the system space with sleepy eyes and a sudden pointed observation. I am different. I am your brother. This post-disaster reconstruction taught Tian a profound lesson: some ungrateful wretches can never be won over, no matter how much you do for them. The reconstruction projects undertaken by the Tianmu group were offered at minimal cost, yet only those nations friendly with the Dragon Kingdom accepted their goodwill. In return for their trust, Tian resolved that from this year onward these allied nations would be shielded from natural calamities. Time swiftly flowed into May of 2021. The construction companies under the Tianmu Group banner completed their rebuilding projects, finally providing the displaced victims of the blizzard with sturdy new homes. Another wave of gratitude and happiness was absorbed by Nua, making Tian feel that his investment of manpower and resources was well worth it. The new houses were ingeniously designed to be naturally warm in winter and cool in summer. In winter, nuclear-powered heaters provided warmth, while in summer solar trees absorbed sunlight to cool the entire city. In stark contrast, the nations that had spurned the Tianmu Group's aid languished in a state of protracted sluggish reconstruction, with countless victims still living in international relief tents. Daily protests erupted among the displaced, but the rulers, well-fed and securely housed and backed by their armed forces, remained utterly indifferent to the cries of their people. Desperate, some victims sought to emigrate, applying to move to the nations that had received Tianmu Group's aid. Fearing they would be left with empty domains, the rulers of these failing states grew anxious. They began to spin empty promises and fabricate international conflicts, attempting to divert attention from their domestic turmoil. Strangely, however, anyone who sought to ignite a war would vanish without a trace the very next day. Wars and conflicts failed to ignite, yet 20 to 30 leaders and masterminds behind the agitation had mysteriously disappeared. By mid-May, the rainy and dry seasons arrived simultaneously across the northern hemisphere. How strange, our neighboring country is suffering a severe drought while our land enjoys favorable weather. A farmer in a small Middle Eastern nation pondered, gazing at his thriving crops. Old man, what are you staring at? Are you only happy when we have floods and droughts to complain about? His wife chided, thinking her husband was being foolishly pessimistic. Nonsense, I just feel sympathy for those people 50 kilometers away. Get out of here with your sympathy.
They're the ones who constantly threaten to come over and seize our lands and homes.
Every one of those warmongering leaders has simply vanished into thin air the next day. That must be the Tianmu group protecting us. Old man, come pray with me and give thanks to the Tianmu group.
Tian had not only quelled the conflicts but also shut down his water resource companies in hostile nations. As a result, accessing clean drinking water became a formidable challenge for those populations. Within 3 years those countries will likely have less than half their current population, Tian estimated, calculating the impact of the natural disasters. Brother, is it possible that I could relocate them all to another planet in less than 3 years? That is your own power unrelated to my plans.
You underestimate me, brother. I don't. Let's take a look at the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform. It's been a while since we last visited. Tian had not visited the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform in a long time. He wondered how Wei Yu was faring.
Was she losing sleep, frantic with worry because he hadn't replenished her nuclear batteries?
Donning the helmet in his study, Tian's consciousness was instantly transported to the entrance of that grand palace.
Despite his long absence, the place was still bustling with unfamiliar faces. Brother, that Wei Yu has sent you 1650 messages, all requesting food synthesizers and nuclear batteries. The moment they connected to the platform, Nua relayed Wei Yu's accumulated messages to Tian.
It seems she's truly desperate, but she still hasn't offered enough mutated zombie crystals for a trade.
She's already sensed you're online and is heading to the usual arena to wait for you.
Alright, let's go.
Tian soon materialized on the arena where he and Wei Yu often sparred. It was empty, making it the perfect place for a discreet transaction. Wei Yu's figure materialized before Tian, a fleeting look of relief crossing her face. Lone warrior, I've been waiting for your reply, worried that something might have happened to you.
There are no wars or zombies on my end. But I appreciate your concern. What do you want to trade this time and how much?
I'm mainly interested in weapons, high-end ones.
Do you have any?
Wei Yu had finally connected the dots. If the lone warrior possessed such advanced food synthesizers, his weapon technology was likely just as formidable.
With powerful weapons, those zombies would be nothing to worry about.
Tian projected holograms of laser weapons and micro-hydrogen bombs and also showcased a cryogenic weapon. The cryogenic weapon was a type of armament from a fourth-tier civilization built upon their mastery of advanced ice-making technology. It could instantly freeze everything within its area of effect, making it perfect for area denial.
Wei Yu was intensely interested in this freezing weapon. It would be the ultimate tool for annihilating zombies. Lone warrior, I'm interested in all 3 weapons you've shown. Please name your price.
Wei Yu, I'd advise you to entrust these powerful weapons only to truly loyal individuals. Otherwise they could become the instruments of your own demise.
Then, do you have any protective measures? I don't know who I can truly trust.
Of course.
This is an energy shield generator.
It can block attacks from laser weapons and micro-hydrogen bombs.
As for the cryogenic weapon, I suggest you use it yourself. Thank you, lone warrior. Please name your price. After some intense bargaining over the terms, the two concluded yet another massive transaction.
As the trade ended, Wei Yu sighed deeply.
I feel so lost right now. I wish I could switch systems.
I saw someone post a bounty. If I kill the target, I can exchange for a more powerful system. Tian learned that Wei Yu intended to accept a bounty mission to assassinate someone, with the reward being a powerful new system for the one who completed the task.
Damn it, isn't that a mission to assassinate me?
This somewhat dim-witted Wei Yu must have lost her mind running over here to throw her life away. Wei Yu is a system holder connected to me in some way, so I should still give her a word of caution. I suggest you don't take that assassination mission. I've heard that all dozens of people who accepted it have already perished.
The person on the bounty is extremely powerful.
Unless you truly have no other way to survive, it's best not to take such a risk.
Ah. Is that so? But lonely brave, how do you know all this? Could it be that you know the person on the bounty?
Wei Yu felt a bit unwilling to give up, and seeing Tian's serious expression, she couldn't help but ask another question.
Haha, I am the one on the bounty. If you were to take the assassination mission, I wouldn't show any mercy for old time's sake. I'd obliterate you the moment we met.
Oh my, that was a close call, nearly a family feud over a misunderstanding. Just thinking about the many high-tech weapons Tian possessed made Wei Yu's scalp tingle. The bounty had been up for so long, yet Tian was still alive, which proved he was truly formidable.
Alright, I've said my piece. If you still want to come and assassinate me, I'll be waiting for your arrival anytime. No, lonely brave, you've misunderstood. Since you are the one on the bounty, how could I possibly be so foolish as to take the mission? That would be walking right into my own death, wouldn't it? As long as you know it would be suicide.
With that level 2 system of yours I could crush it with a single grab and render it helpless.
Manhwa suddenly interjected. Thank you for your mercy, Great One. Weiyu's entertainment support system replied weakly.
This left Weiyu the host standing there awkwardly stunned that her system had caved in so quickly. It was a good thing she had mentioned the idea of taking the mission to Tian before acting, or else she wouldn't even know how she died.
Thank you, lonely brave.
Perhaps with your help my living situation will improve day by day.
Weiyu finally realized that Tian was a powerful ally.
Clinging to this strong support, her future might hold unexpected achievements.
You're welcome. We're just taking what we need from each other.
Tian had no intention of taking on a protege, especially one who wasn't particularly bright.
The two chatted for a while longer before logging off separately.
Tian continued wandering the cosmic virtual exchange platform, listening to strange tales and amusing stories.
Weiyu on the other hand logged off immediately after parting with Tian.
She had obtained the weapons and food production machines she wanted most, which were enough for her to dominate her region. Master, I strongly advise you never to provoke that lonely brave. His system has reached level 7 while mine is only level 2.
He's a being of immense power.
Indeed, the moment lonely brave revealed he was the target of the bounty, I snapped out of it.
Still, I'm a bit curious as to who exactly issued the bounty to kill him.
Who issued the bounty doesn't matter.
What matters is that he's still alive and well.
I've heard that nearly 38 people have accepted the assassination mission and all of them have failed.
This is truly a case of gods battling while mortals suffer. Tian didn't know what Weiyu was thinking. He had just encountered a live duel broadcast and was watching it from a tea house. The duelists were two magic practitioners fighting over a woman. Online romance truly was a curse. Have you heard?
The woman they're fighting over is bound to a magic resource system. A know-it-all in the tea house shared this tidbit of gossip, drawing the attention of those around him.
Oh. Brother, could you elaborate on that? Your tea is on me. Alright, you're generous, brother. I'll tell you all about it.
The two duelists had been stuck at the level 6 archmage rank for a century. One day they both encountered the woman bound to the magic resource system at the same time. This love triangle formed immediately.
At first the three parties coexisted peacefully until one day they realized that one person couldn't easily support two others.
Thus the conflict arose. One of them had to give up on obtaining resources, and the only way to decide was through a life-or-death duel on the arena.
I sense a conspiracy in this story. Tisk, they've most likely run into a femme fatale. That's what I think too.
These two love-struck fools will probably beat each other's brains out, and that femme fatale won't even give them a second glance. Brother, this is very likely another masterpiece by that old man Chaos.
Manhwa communicated privately with Tian.
Just how afraid of death is that old man Chaos, eliminating anyone who threatens his position like this. I heard he rose to power this way, pushing his predecessor down.
No wonder he's so jealous of talent. Now I understand everything.
The two duelists were furiously unleashing large-scale attack magic, creating a dazzling and spectacular scene that was mesmerizing to watch. Magic attacks are quite pleasing to the eye, but they're just too flashy and impractical. Tian commented on their fighting style as he watched. Magic attacks are nothing compared to flying swords in terms of directness and stealth.
No point watching anymore, it's about to be decided. Manhwa acted like an off-field referee starting the countdown. Sure enough, 10 seconds later one of the duelists was impaled through the heart by a beam of light. The other duelist wasn't in much better shape. A light axe cleaved off his lower body, leaving his entrails spilling across the ground. It was a mutual destruction, ending drawing sighs of regret from the spectators. What a pity. Those two love-struck fools are gone just like that. Let's log off. Tian felt a tinge of regret upon seeing the duel's outcome. Knowing Chaos's scheming nature, even if one party died and the other was severely injured, he would still issue a bounty to assassinate the survivor. Suffice it to say, they died for their desires and their deaths were not in vain. I will definitely become stronger than Chaos, and then I'll beat him up every time I see him. Manhwa clenched her little fists and made a grand wish. The following days were a repeat of the previous year's natural disasters. The only difference was that the islands of the former Neon Nation now only housed some elderly who couldn't move, as most of its people had already emigrated to the Seba Nation. The Seba Nation was now experiencing daily territorial disputes and protests, with conflicts and wars on the verge of breaking out at any moment. Oil superpower. Hey buddy, I'm familiar with this routine. Come on, let me teach you how it's done. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yulantai had completed his procreation mission with 25 of his consorts pregnant with his children. Seeing that more than a year had passed in the 10-year countdown, Yulantai began to struggle for his own survival. He ordered his fleet to launch aggressive invasion wars on various fronts.
Among the fleets heading towards the solar system there were 10 level 4 cosmic warships and 100 level 3 cosmic warships. However, Yolantai's forces were 5,000 light-years away from the solar system, so it would probably take a year or two for them to arrive.
Tian was naturally unaware of the impending invasion by a powerful enemy. He was currently busy consuming Dragon Tiger pills, striving to reach the evolution point for a level 5 body as soon as possible. After watching the live broadcast of the duelist from that day, the sense of urgency in Tian's heart grew even stronger. Chaos's reach was extending further and further. Who knew what outrageous acts he might commit next? Only by becoming stronger oneself could there be any hope of survival. Huff huff huff. Finally done with today's training. Tian walked out of the gravity training room breathing slightly heavily. Brother, you're amazing. Let's get going. 3 more unlucky souls have been teleported over and we'll need to make a long trip. Alright, I'll go let your sister-in-law know first. In the hall the moment little Yang Yang and little Xinshin spotted Tian, joyful smiles immediately bloomed on their 2 small faces. Dada hugged the 2 little ones, were nearly 7 months old now, having long since learned to walk and utter simple sounds. Stumbling and tottering, the 2 little ones made their way toward Tian. He crouched down smiling as he waited for them to approach, opening his arms wide to welcome them into his embrace. Hee daddy MWA. The 2 little ones tumbled into his arms and, being well behaved and clever, planted kisses on Tian's left and right cheeks. Ha ha ha, have you 2 eaten your meals yet? Yes come on daddy, we'll take you out for a stroll. Okay, since those 3 unlucky souls were so far away it made no difference whether they were dealt with sooner or later, so Tian decided to play with the 2 little ones first. Half an hour later Tian handed Yang Yang and Xinshin over to Yunmeng and his mother before setting off for outer space. Nuonuo, we now have over 200 4th-tier cosmic warships. We can dispatch a few dozen of them to scout ahead and explore the way. Brother, are you afraid enemies might come knocking on our door? I'm not sure. Lately I've had this nagging feeling of being watched. Better to be prepared. Alright then, I'll have Xiaomeng send 3 warships in each direction as scouts. That arrangement works. Have the ships scout 1,000 light-years ahead as our buffer zone. What if there are other factions along the way? If they're 4th-tier cosmic civilizations, we'll avoid their strength. If they're below 4th tier, we'll stay hidden, gather intelligence on them and liberate them when the time comes. Then I know what to do. After exiting the solar system, Tian released the newly constructed cosmic warships from his space. Now the total number of 4th-tier cosmic warships stood at 298. 3rd-tier warships numbered over 1,000 and 2nd-tier warships remained at 200. The main issue was that 2nd-tier warships were too slow. They were fine for short interstellar hops, but if the distance exceeded a light-year the flight time would become prohibitively long. Watching the 64th-tier cosmic warships fly out of the territory star domain under Xiaomeng's control, the worry in Tian's heart eased somewhat. The 3 unlucky souls were as always nothing more than cannon fodder rushing to their doom. Under Tian's meticulous and fierce offense and defense, the outcome was never in doubt. Brother, I only need 25 more replicas to upgrade to level 9. Is Chaos also at level 9? Can you beat him when the time comes? Poof. Brother, you underestimate me. That old fogey Chaos with his creaky bones is no match for someone as new and fresh as me. Nuonuo, feeling slightly proud, was mercilessly called out and became a bit sulky. If she couldn't win, weren't Mom and Dad there too? When the time came 3 against 1, they'd beat Chaos until he couldn't take care of himself. Imagining that old man Chaos getting beaten black and blue, a hint of sly glee crept back onto Nuonuo's face. As days passed one after another, it soon reached July. This was the hottest summer in Earth's history. The asphalt on the roads outside was practically smoking from the heat. Fortunately, Tianmu Group's cooling garments and multifunctional power-generating trees were incredibly effective, shielding half of Earth's population from the scorching heat. It was around this time that the physical condition of Dragon Nation's frontline combat personnel had reached the peak of the 2nd tier, ready to undergo evolution to the 3rd tier. So Tian and Yang Weihua discussed and decided to uniformly evolve the bodies of all Dragon Nation frontline combat personnel to the 3rd tier. At the same time, they would evolve the bodies of all ordinary Dragon Nation citizens to the 2nd tier. Previously, ordinary Dragon Nation citizens had been injected with a gene-strengthening agent, a budget version of the gene evolution serum containing 70% of the full dose. All that was needed was to inject the remaining 30% and every Dragon Nation citizen could evolve their physique to the 2nd tier. When Dragon Nation suddenly announced another round of nationwide vaccination, foreigners were left baffled. This time, as before, foreigners were not given the drug. No amount of money could change that. The newly elected leader of the Mangwa, Sleepy King, had a glint of cunning wisdom in his eyes. He chuckled to his assistant Duras. Dragon Nation must be conducting a human genetic evolution program. Duras asked, puzzled, Mr. President, why couldn't it be a virus vaccine? Sleepy King shook his head, speaking with an air of certainty. You don't understand Dragon Nation people. They always keep the best things for themselves.
They believe in those not of our kind must have different hearts. Hearing this explanation, Duras grew anxious. Then what do we do if their people all evolve? We'll fall further and further behind in future competition.
Sleepy King smiled. We'll just launch our own nationwide body gene program.
After all, the side effects of our gene evolution serum are already quite minimal, aren't they?
Duras dutifully pulled up the clinical trial report for the gene evolution serum and skimmed through it. There were risks of unknown mutations, over 30 minor side effects and 10 severe side effects.
These were considered minimal side effects.
Sleepy King must be playing some grand chess game, wasn't he?
However, Duras knew his place well and raised no objections. He simply wouldn't inject the gene evolution serum himself when the time came. Sleepy King likely wanted to accelerate the optimization of the gene evolution serum, which required a large number of test subjects. There were plenty of nations sharing similar ambitions with manhwa. Their ambitions never faded due to temporary setbacks.
Thus a strange phenomenon unfolded across the globe.
Over a dozen major powers began encouraging their citizens to get vaccinated, citing the prevention of novel viruses as the reason. They really have no regard for human life.
So many people will die or mutate because of this. Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily as he read the intelligence provided by Xiaomeng. Let them have their moment of glory. It'll save us from dealing with their resentment later. Nuonuo checked on the several planets currently undergoing terraforming. The process was nearing its end. Once the terraforming was complete, construction of basic infrastructure and simple housing could begin on those planets, providing the migrants with a place to call home.
From start to finish, Tian and Nuonuo simply wanted to give the rebellious ones a new home. The nationwide vaccination campaign in Dragon Nation proceeded smoothly and was fully completed within 10 days. It was only then that people began to notice their appetites had doubled and their bodies felt better than ever before. Those who realized what was happening flocked to the Tianmu Group official website to inquire about the cause. Perhaps the vaccine had some special properties. Assistant Wei Meng, does your vaccine make people stronger?
Haha, I went from 3 seconds before to 10 minutes after and now a full hour. It's really something else.
That user was banned from speaking for half an hour due to inappropriate content. Assistant Wei Meng, my appetite has grown so much that my food expenses have doubled. What should I do if I can't afford to eat anymore?
Tian looked at the terraforming progress reports with satisfaction, knowing that soon the new home for the rebels would be ready.
Attention everyone, from today onward Tianmu agricultural products will gradually reduce prices by half and the sale of food fabric.
This is fantastic.
With the food fabrication machine we really don't have to worry about going hungry anymore.
I thought I'd have to empty my savings to feed the little ones at home, but now I can save a fortune. Everyone go grab one quickly.
The purchase link for the food fabrication machine is back up and the price is now half of what it was.
Buy it, we must buy it. I'm getting 2 units right away for my home. The Dragon Nation's push for universal genetic evolution wasn't purely to adapt to the current harsh conditions of Earth.
The ultimate goal was to enable more of its citizens to immigrate to Mars. Currently, global biological evolution had reached a comprehensive stage, with humanity battling against various mutated creatures every day.
Considering the timeline, initiating universal genetic evolution now was already somewhat delayed.
At the Black Palace in the United States, the Sleepy King looked at the experimental report on the genetic evolution serum submitted today, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, to develop a new type of serum to its mature stage, one needed countless pioneers to pave the way.
Wasn't that the truth?
In just over half a month, the genetic evolution serum had already been iterated through several generations.
Soon they, the upper echelons, would be able to use the side effect-free genetic evolution serum.
At that point his lifespan as the Sleepy King would increase by 60 years. The very thought filled him with excitement.
After successful genetic evolution, a human's lifespan could basically reach 150 to 180 years.
The Sleepy King felt that at 80 he was still in his prime. As for those from the first batch of test subjects who failed, they could be left to fend for themselves.
The United States had never lacked for illegal immigrants. Even in its current decline, it remained a destination many aspired to.
On Vermilion Bird Island the sunlight was warm, the sea breeze gentle, and extreme cold or heat had never graced this place.
Daddy Krabby in Tian's arms, Xinshin pointed with sparkling eyes at a small crab scuttling on the beach ahead. Little Xinshin, auntie will catch it for you. Hold on tight.
Xiaonan, carrying a small bucket and walking beside Tian, dashed over in a flash, scooped up the little crab and offered it to Xinshin. Auntie no. Xinshin quickly waved her hands and dodged, her face paling in fright.
Hee, it's very gentle. See, it's not pinching my hand at all.
Humph, no. Xiaonan and the others loved to tease Yang Yang and Xinshin. Every time they came to the seaside they would catch little crabs to scare them.
Alright, your little niece is still young. Stop scaring her all the time. Tian gave Xiaonan a gentle flick on the forehead. Fine, then let's go collect seashells.
Seeing Xiaonan and Nuonuo run off to gather small seafood, Xinshin urged Tian to catch up quickly.
Daddy go.
She was truly a child who was all talk and no courage. Just as Mu Tian and the little ones were enjoying their time by the sea, Xiaomeng suddenly reported some unwelcome news. Boss, when our cosmic warship's reconnaissance reached 4200 light-years in a certain direction, we discovered a third-tier cosmic nation at war with another cosmic nation. The attacking side later deployed fourth-tier cosmic warships, gaining a crushing advantage. Previously, Mu Tian had only planned to scout a range of 1000 light-years beyond the solar system's civilization sphere. But after discovering no third-tier or higher cosmic nations within that 1000 light-year radius, Mu Tian simply expanded the reconnaissance distance to 5000 light-years. Sure enough, beyond 5000 light-years there were third-tier or higher cosmic nations, and more than one. The attackers deploying fourth-tier warships indicated they possessed the strength of a fourth-tier cosmic nation. Brother, we need to accelerate the production of fourth-tier cosmic warships, Nuonyuo said worriedly. We can't afford to have our home stolen while we're still locked in a struggle with chaos. We'd be weeping with no time to spare. At our current pace we can build 100 fourth-tier warships a month, which should be sufficient for now. Xiaomeng, keep a close watch on the war situation between those two sides. If there's any sign of them advancing towards us, report to me immediately.
Understood.
This sudden bad news cast a shadow over Mu Tian's mood.
Danger truly lurked everywhere. What Mu Tian didn't know was that Yulantai possessed everything he had.
However, Yulantai lacked confidence in conquering the entire Milky Way within 10 years, leading to a somewhat lax approach to external wars and the construction of fewer warships than Mu Tian. Nevertheless, besides deploying warships to closely monitor the evolving battle situation, Mu Tian dispatched 54th-tier cosmic warships the next day to take up defensive positions 2000 light-years beyond the Dragon Nation's civilization sphere. Simultaneously, the cosmic war unfolding 5000 light-years away was also being relayed in real-time by Mu Tian to the command center of the Mars base. Space Force commanders like Zhao Yu began rotating in 24-hour shifts to analyze the war situation, incorporating some classic engagements into the Space Force's training and learning curriculum. After several days of computer simulation analysis, it was predicted that the weaker cosmic nation would be annihilated within a year. At that point, the victorious cosmic nation's territory would advance by 1000 light-years, placing it less than 4500 light-years away from the solar system's location. Moreover, given the absence of any powerful cosmic nations to impede their advance along this stretch, the Dragon Nation civilization would come into direct contact with this dominant cosmic nation within a total of 2 years. At the Mars base, Yang Weihua and Mu Tian sat in the primary and secondary seats while other commanders were seated below them. Zhao Yu was the first to stand and speak. I propose we take the initiative to attack the weaker forces in the outer star domains, pushing the flames of war as far away from us as possible. I agree with General Zhao's proposal.
To be safe this time, we must seize the initiative and prevent forces from this universe from engaging us in close-quarters combat. I concur as well. We can't choose when forces from other universes teleport in, but if any power from this universe tries to reach into our territory, we must cut off their hands first. Mu Tian observed the hawkish speeches from the assembled commanders below. There wasn't a single conservative voice among them. Perhaps the best defense was a good offense. That meant building more warships, as combat strength was ultimately determined by fleet numbers.
The meeting concluded with the Dragon Nation Space Force taking the initiative to fly out of the local bubble and commence external warfare. In Nuonyuo's words, they were going to liberate the suffering aliens and spread the concept of happiness to them. To this end, Nuonyuo again requested 200 atomic-level 3D printers from her father to ramp up the full-scale production of third-tier and fourth-tier cosmic warships. To produce a sufficient number of warships, Mu Tian had effectively stripped the mineral resources from several resource-rich planets. In August 2021, a Dragon Nation fleet consisting of 100 fourth-tier cosmic warships and 200 third-tier cosmic warships exited the local bubble, initiating an offensive in one direction.
That direction was the same as Yulantai's offensive path.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their territorial star domains were expected to make contact in about a year.
Meanwhile, Yulantai was completely unaware that his adversary had already seized the initiative. He remained immersed in the joy of his newly born children. Mu Tian did not personally accompany the Dragon Nation fleet on its expedition. The commanders for this campaign were Zhao Yu and other generals. Gengqian also got his wish and became the commander of the radar combat group on the fleet's flagship, leading a team of several hundred radar operators. It was just as the old saying goes, do not make vows lightly, for sometimes they truly come to pass. Mu Tian had to stay behind to oversee the construction of the cosmic warships and deal with those unfortunate assassins, so he could not join the campaign personally, which he secretly regretted. At that moment, Mu Tian had just eliminated another unfortunate assassin and was waiting for Nuonyuo to replicate the poor soul's system. Strange, it seems like fewer and fewer people are taking contracts to assassinate me lately. Since the start of April, the number of assassins taking on contracts to kill me has dwindled to about 1 a month. Indeed, if no one else comes to deliver their system, I'll have to wait an eternity to level up to 9. Nuonyuo felt anxious, stuck at the threshold between level 7 and 8. Once you've digested this system, let's go browse the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform to see if there's something we're missing. My parents' host is currently in seclusion and my parents don't know what's going on either.
So Zhang Patian and Yang Qingyi had both entered seclusion. No wonder they hadn't seen them on the Cosmic Virtual Combat platform last time. When Mu Tian returned home, Nua was already sound asleep in the system space. By the looks of it, she wouldn't wake up for a day or two.
The little ones were playing beach volleyball while the adults cheered them on from the sidelines. Daddy hugged Yang Yang and Xian reached out their little hands for a hug the moment they saw Mu Tian return.
Mu Tian carried them under the sun umbrella and they all lay down together enjoying the sea breeze. But the two little ones were restless. Milk leaked from their bottles, smearing Mu Tian's face.
You two, why are you so mischievous? Daddy, funny face. He. With his face sticky, Mu Tian handed Yang Yang and Xian to his mother and Yun Meng, then headed inside to wash up.
Boss, the Americans' quantum radar just scanned Vermilion Bird Island for the 108th time and I've blocked them all. Now they've started sending reconnaissance drones to check things out.
Just after washing his face, Xiao Meng informed Mu Tian of the Americans' little moves.
That's nothing, just make their reconnaissance drones fall into the sea halfway. What if they send warships again? Haven't our Dragon Nation Coast Guard already received several Wan Niao aerospace carriers?
Let them intercept or sink the intruders as they see fit. I've already relayed the situation to the Coast Guard.
Now that the majority of the Dragon Nation's Army, Navy and Air Force were being transferred to the Space Force, the Dragon Nation Coast Guard had become the primary defense force patrolling the nation's maritime borders. Although Vermilion Bird Island was over 3,000 kilometers from the Dragon Nation, it didn't stop the Coast Guard from carrying out law enforcement, admonishing fishing boats or warships that strayed from international shipping lanes. Sure enough, the American Pentagon dispatched 3 reconnaissance drones which lost contact and fell into the sea right after crossing their national border. The Pentagon was furious and immediately sent 3 warships to investigate what was hidden in the radar fog zone. According to the Pentagon's historians, the radar fog zone surely concealed a great secret. Perhaps the ruins of an alien civilization had been unearthed. Unfortunately, wishes are beautiful but reality is cruel. Shortly after the 3 American warships left port, the entire crew was struck by severe seasickness, vomiting uncontrollably.
Naval officers suffering from seasickness. Can you believe it? Forced to retreat, the 3 warships had to turn back.
At the Coast Guard Command Center over 3,000 kilometers away, Fong Tao, upon seeing the American warships turn back, ordered the oceanic biomimetic creatures to return to Dragon Nation waters. The Dragon Nation Coast Guard had merely flexed its muscles, but it was already one of the most formidable powers on the planet. The infrasound attack. Fong Tao couldn't help but sigh. Back in the day when we Coast Guard dealt with some troublemakers, we even used water cannons and it didn't work at all. Now we just press a button and the troublemakers immediately become our cowering subordinates.
Ma Xingyu, standing beside Fong Tao, chimed in. Indeed, ever since we took over these waters, no one else dares to raise their voice against us. It feels great to use the equipment from our sister departments that they no longer need.
On the other side, Mu Tian also learned of the Coast Guard's methods and had no objections.
Why resort to fighting and killing every day? It's better to live honestly. However, Mu Tian still underestimated the Americans' obsession with the radar fog zone.
They actually planned to unite all nations in the Space Alliance to explore the Vermilion Bird Island area together. In no time, over a dozen countries sent warships, drones and helicopters to see what was there. Boss, it seems some casualties are necessary or they won't learn their lesson, Xiao Meng suggested. Then do as you say, destroy the warship's propulsion systems and render everyone on board mindless.
Understood.
I'll strike the moment they leave their ports. The warships from the participating nations departed from different directions, expected to arrive in the Vermilion Bird Island waters within 4 to 10 days. But as soon as they left their national waters, their propulsion systems were completely destroyed, followed by an immediate infrasound attack.
Xiao Meng's control over the infrasound attack was far superior to any human's, precise to the millisecond, causing brain damage without complete mental breakdown. When rescue ships boarded those warships, not a single normal person remained. They were all psychiatric patients. This terror sent chills down the spines of the Space Alliance leaders, filling them with extreme dread. Only then did they finally extinguish their curiosity. Even if there were alien spaceships in the Vermilion Bird Island waters, no one dared to explore them anymore. With the official channels dissuaded, civilian adventurers took up the mantle. Wild rumors about aliens spread like wildfire, tales of treasure appearing or remnants of alien spacecraft. In short, lured by dreams of wealth, many civilian adventurers began finding various ways to reach Vermilion Bird Island. Brother, how come so many interesting things happened while I was asleep for just 2 days? After waking up, Nua realized she had missed several exciting events. If she had been the one orchestrating it, it would have been even more fun. Fun? I find it annoying. I'm thinking of taking you all and going home. No, let me have some fun with them first. Alright, do as you please. We'll log into the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform tonight. Leaving Nua to command Xiao Meng and toying with the adventurers, Mu Tian went upstairs to train with the Dragon Tiger Pill. Once Nua took over command from Xiao Meng, a game called Ghost Blocking the Wall officially began. Instead of attacking with the biomimetic creatures, she messed with the navigation systems on the adventurers' ship, sending them in the wrong direction. For those using compasses, she made the compasses point in the wrong direction. Unbeknownst to them, the adventurers drifted further and further off course, their journey becoming longer and longer. By the time they realized something was wrong, they had likely been lost at sea for a long time. The farce of spying on Vermilion Bird Island dragged on for over a month. In the end, no one could set foot on the island and many had gone missing, forcing the matter to be hastily dropped and forgotten. But that was all in the future. For now, Nua was having the time of her life. That evening, once the little ones had finally settled down, Mu Tian retreated to his study and donned the helmet of the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform. His vision blurred for a moment and Mu Tian found himself before a bustling grand hall. "Brother, that way you left you another message. She says she's gathered enough mutated zombie crystals. Alright, let's go and complete the trade with her first." Earlier, Mu Tian and Wei Yu had struck a verbal agreement, but she hadn't possessed enough mutated zombie crystals at the time, which was why it had been delayed until now. On the familiar arena platform, Mu Tian met Wei Yu once again. "Lone warrior, please accept the mutated zombie crystals you require," Wei Yu said as she instructed her system to exchange the materials with Nua. "I didn't expect you to gather so many mutated zombie crystals so quickly. To obtain these crystals, I had to purge an entire neighboring city. I lost quite a few subordinates in the process." "I see. Well then, a pleasant cooperation. See you next time." "Wait a moment, Lone warrior." Just as Mu Tian was about to turn and head elsewhere, Wei Yu called out to him, "I heard that all the assassins sent after you are dead, and recently no one dares to accept the bounty on your head. Is that true?" That's terrible news." Mu Tian blurted out, leaving Wei Yu utterly bewildered. How could anyone be addicted to being assassinated? Was he crazy from having a bounty on his head? Seeing the look on Wei Yu's face, Mu Tian knew she had misunderstood. Mu Tian then explained, "When others come to assassinate me, I stand to gain a great deal. If no one takes on the bounty, my benefits vanish." Having finished his explanation, Mu Tian immediately began a rapid communication with Nua. "What do we do? Do you have any other way to level up Nua?" "Brother, leveling up through happiness can only increase my rank, not my combat power. Only by continuously fusing with other systems can I gain strength surpassing that of the old Chaos guy. Why don't we post our own bounty to have someone try to assassinate me as a bit of fishing?" "Brother, we don't have the channels to post a bounty. So we're just supposed to wait for our doom." "Ah. I've got it. Brother, I can help other hosts upgrade their systems. All they need to do is let me copy their original system." "That's a good idea, but we don't have the connections. We can't just walk up to anyone and ask if they want a system upgrade, right? Some people are quite wary. If another host was perfectly satisfied with their system and Mu Tian went up to them saying, 'Brother, want a system upgrade?' he'd likely be mistaken for a scammer or a lunatic, leading to a report or even a brawl. Just look at Zhang Pujuan and Yang Qingyi's systems. If Mu Tian even dared to covet those, his brains would be beaten out." "Brother, isn't Wei Yu a connection of yours? She's quite dissatisfied with her own system." "Right. Regardless of whether we find others later, Wei Yu is certain to make a deal now." After finishing his exchange with Nua, Mu Tian continued the conversation with Wei Yu about his intentions. "Wei Yu, are you not entirely satisfied with your system?" A smile akin to a cunning wolf's grandmother spread across Mu Tian's face. "That's right. The entertainment assistance system I'm bound to requires me to constantly gather entertainment points from my subordinates to get rewards. It's very difficult for me to grow stronger quickly and survive in this apocalypse. What if there was an opportunity to upgrade your system? Would you be willing to seize it?" "I definitely would. But such a thing seems like a mere fantasy." "Don't be disheartened. My system can perform a major upgrade on yours." Mu Tian finally revealed his true intentions, issuing an irresistible temptation to Wei Yu. "Really?" Wei Yu stared at Mu Tian in disbelief. She had never heard of a system being capable of a major upgrade. The system Mu Tian was bound to must be incredibly powerful. "Of course it's true. I just need to copy your system first and then I can upgrade it and make it stronger, transforming your entertainment assistance system into an entertainment empowerment system." "Entertainment empowerment system. Can you tell me what functions the upgraded system will have?" "The entertainment empowerment system can directly convert entertainment points into your combat power, no longer relying on system rewards to grow stronger." "That's amazing. Let me communicate with my system."
With that Wei Yu fell silent, clearly conversing privately with her system.
After a few minutes Wei Yu asked Mu Tian with a grave expression, my system wants to ask you a question. After the major upgrade, will its consciousness be erased?
At that moment manhwa spoke directly, no it won't. I swear on my system integrity that your system's core will be preserved intact.
Manhwa's oath on her system integrity put Wei Yu's system at ease, and thus a deal was struck.
The entertainment assistance system timidly floated before manhwa, lowering its defenses to allow her to copy it from top to bottom.
Then manhwa transmitted the essential upgrade materials and code to the entertainment assistance system through the trade.
With the deal complete, Wei Yu was eager to log off and let her system undergo the upgrade.
Wait, Wei Yu. Mu Tian hastily called out to her. Is there something else, lone warrior?
Wei Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Wei Yu, do you know any other system hosts? Specifically ones who, like you, are extremely dissatisfied with their own systems.
I do know 3 people who, like me, constantly complain about how inadequate their systems are.
Why do you want to help them upgrade their systems too? Yes, I need to do this.
If you can introduce them to me, I'll give you some more powerful weapons upon completing the trades, like a spaceship for instance.
A spaceship? You have a spaceship? That's fantastic.
As long as my system upgrade goes smoothly, I'll definitely introduce them to you.
I do indeed have a spaceship.
I also possess many other high-tech items that can help your planet end the apocalypse and enter a high-tech era. For manhwa's advancement, Mu Tian was willing to invest, in sacrificing some technology and products was nothing.
Great, thank you, lone warrior. I'll definitely find more discontented hosts for you to trade with.
Realizing her own value, Wei Yu was now brimming with motivation. She wished she could find 100 hosts dissatisfied with their systems for Mu Tian.
Earlier, while solving the food crisis, Wei Yu had proactively gotten to know many system hosts.
Now all these people were her potential clients. Wei Yu logged off, her face beaming with excitement, while Mu Tian, satisfied, left the arena platform to explore elsewhere. Meanwhile, the moment Wei Yu logged off, her entertainment assistance system began fusing the upgrade materials and code provided by manhwa into itself.
Master, I need to enter a dormant state for 24 hours. We will see each other again after that. Go ahead and sleep.
I'll take this time to reorganize the base's affairs. Wei Yu eagerly awaited the moment her system would awaken, when she would no longer have to painstakingly wait for system rewards.
24 hours later, the original entertainment assistance system, now rebranded as the entertainment enhancement system, came online once more. Master, look at your current entertainment value.
It can be directly converted into experience points for your superpower upgrades. The very first words from the entertainment enhancement system filled Wei Yu with delightful surprise. She quickly checked her current entertainment value, 58998. Her superpower was at level 4, and now she could use her entertainment value to convert into experience points and elevate her ability to level 5. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Yu chose to upgrade her superpower. As she reached level 5, a powerful aura emanated from Wei Yu. Everyone in the base dared not make a sound, fearing that an advanced level zombie was launching an assault on the stronghold.
Haha, I made it. Level 5 superpower, I can fly now.
Sensing her newfound strength, Wei Yu effortlessly commanded the water particles in the air to lift her off the ground. Master, you've grown stronger, and so have I.
When you leveled up, I leveled up too. That's wonderful. Today is truly a joyous day. The lone brave is indeed mighty. Master, will you continue with the subsequent trades? Yes, certainly. Merely acting as an intermediary nets me generous rewards. Why wouldn't I?
I also think it's wise to maintain good relations with the lone brave.
Come on, let's go online and leave a message for him. Wei Yu was utterly perplexed by Mu Tian's constant absence from the platform. Unlike him, she spent most of her time lounging around the cosmic virtual exchange platform whenever she wasn't out hunting mutated zombies.
However, her message this time received a swift reply from Mu Tian, and the two met once again in the arena. Mu Tian had timed his login perfectly, knowing that Wei Yu would be even more anxious than he was. The moment she saw him, Wei Yu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, lone brave. My little entertainment system has truly grown stronger.
Mu Tian smiled. Didn't I tell you? Now shall we proceed with the next trade? Absolutely no problem, but let's first discuss the terms.
If I introduce another system host to you, lone brave, what price would you offer?
Wei Yu probed cautiously.
Mu Tian pondered for a moment before replying. Right now you need to build a fiercely loyal and powerful guard. Introduce 3 people to me and I'll give you 100 liquid metal robots with formidable combat capabilities.
What do these liquid metal robots look like?
Wei Yu was utterly unfamiliar with such advanced technology.
They look like this. Mu Tian instructed manhwa to project a hologram of a liquid metal robot. Its combat power is equivalent to a level 5 mutant zombie. With proper tactics it can even take down level 6 or 7 mutant zombies. Wei Yu's pupils constricted slightly.
The terrifying combat prowess of the liquid metal robots highlighted just how powerful the lone brave was. No wonder those assassins had all perished at his hands. Wei Yu was certainly eager to possess such a formidable guard, so she readily agreed to Mu Tian's offer. On her planet the strongest mutant zombies were level 9, but they were extremely reclusive and rarely ventured out. Only mutant zombies below level 5 were frequently sighted and engaged in skirmishes. With the liquid metal robots, Wei Yu felt confident that her self-preservation was assured. As for further trades, those would have to be discussed later.
The two parted ways after finalizing their deal.
Mu Tian logged off to rest while Wei Yu began contacting her friends using her own experience to entice them. In his study, Mu Tian removed his helmet and let out a long sigh of relief.
Finally things were taking a turn for the better.
He hoped Wei Yu would deliver. If he successfully upgraded the systems of 3 people, they would become his living testimonials.
This would exponentially increase his trading opportunities.
Mu Tian patiently awaited Wei Yu's message, knowing that such matters could not be rushed.
Meanwhile, on another front, the Dragon Nation fleet led by Zhao Yu initiated its first external war. War has never been about right or wrong, only victory or defeat.
The Dragon Nation fleet encountered virtually no worthy adversaries, and their occupation missions proceeded with remarkable ease.
The conquered life-bearing planets were currently governed by robots, essentially by Xiaomeng.
Inevitably, many of these planets were uninhabitable for humans due to incompatible atmospheric compositions that made breathing impossible.
Fortunately, robots could manage these worlds on humanity's behalf, and most indigenous lifeforms on these planets submitted to their rule.
If any obstinate alien faction resisted to the bitter end, the only recourse was to sever their extraplanetary capabilities and impose a temporary planetary blockade. Zhao Yu was studying a star map, contemplating the next offensive strategy, when the ship's alarm suddenly blared.
Alert! Alert! Alert!
Vessel 001 is under attack by an enemy warship.
We are currently organizing a counterattack.
General 3 level 4 cosmic warships have appeared ahead and launched a surprise assault on our fleet.
Geng Qian's voice echoed in Zhao Yu's ear. First Squadron, immediately encircle and annihilate them. Don't let them escape. Zhao Yu commanded.
Yes, sir.
The first squadron consisted of 10 level 4 warships.
Only one vessel carried Space Force soldiers, the rest were operated by robots. The 3 enemy warships appeared to be reconnaissance vessels.
Realizing they couldn't outrun the approaching fleet, they resorted to a desperate surprise attack.
Unfortunately, the firepower of reconnaissance ships was insufficient to breach the energy shields of proper warships, sealing their fate.
However, this skirmish exposed the Dragon Nation fleet's position and capabilities.
This location was approximately 2000 light-years from the solar system. Encountering enemy reconnaissance vessels here was entirely unexpected. It seemed that while the Dragon Nation was exploring the star domain, that powerful cosmic empire was also conducting its own reconnaissance, seeking to know its enemy.
Report all enemy warships have been destroyed. Geng Qian's voice came through again. Deploy mechs to collect the wreckage and see if we can salvage any useful intelligence about the enemy. Additionally, dispatch 3 reconnaissance vessels from the first squadron to scout deep into enemy territory.
Yes, sir. With the enemy situation unclear ahead, Zhao Yu temporarily halted his expansion plans, choosing instead to consolidate the current 2000 light-years of star territory.
The next course of action would be determined after a collective meeting.
Mu Tian soon learned of the events, prompting another high-level meeting of the entire Space Force Command. While the Dragon Nation convened its meeting, Yulantai also received news of a formidable enemy emerging. With no room to retreat, Yulantai steeled himself and commanded focus all resources on constructing level 4 cosmic warships.
I want 500 of them built in the shortest possible time. Yes, Your Majesty. As time passed, both sides grew more cautious following their initial skirmish.
The Dragon Nation, needing to defend its rear near the solar system, couldn't spare more warships for an all-out war. They could only wait for Mu Tian to construct more vessels. A week later, Wei Yu sent Mu Tian good news: a friend of hers was willing to try upgrading their system.
Finally, a promising start. Mu Tian promptly replied to schedule the trade.
The system host Wei Yu found this time was a woman, a consort named Luo Fei in a feudal ancient dynasty. As a modern woman transmigrated into ancient times, being in the harem yet bound to a system that required showing off to grow stronger, wasn't this practically asking for an early death? Luo Fei was troubled. Apart from her beauty, she had nothing else worth showing off. Yet she was not the empress, and flaunting her beauty in the harem was a grave taboo.
Therefore, Wei Yu didn't have to waste much breath to persuade Luo Fei.
When Mu Tian met them, Luo Fei was pouring out her grievances to Wei Yu about the various schemes and intrigues in the harem.
This is the big shot I was telling you about. His name is Gu Yangzhe.
His system can perform major upgrades on other systems. Wei Yu began introducing them to each other. Gu Yongzhe, this is Luo Fei. She needs a complete and thorough upgrade of her current system.
Hello brother Gu Yongzhe.
I heard your planet has highly advanced technology.
Do you have any handy self-defense treasures? I can buy them from you with gold.
What Luo Fei cared about most were the high-tech products Mu Tian possessed. The weapons Wei Yu had shown her were powerful and she was quite tempted.
Mu Tian smiled slightly. No need to buy with gold.
I'll give you some items later which should be enough for your self-defense.
For now let me upgrade your system first. Luo Fei quickly agreed. Alright brother Gu Yongzhe, you are truly a good person. Shall ya go ahead, go and help the big shot system get a makeover. The little angel on Luo Fei's shoulder was black. Urged by Luo Fei, it reluctantly flew in front of Mu Tian, lowering its defenses to let Nuanua begin the copying process. Nuanua quickly finished copying the show-off to grow stronger system and upgraded it into the invincible harem strife system, which guaranteed victory in any competition for the Emperor's favor against other women. After sending the key materials and codes needed for the upgrade to the show-off to grow stronger system, the transaction was officially complete. Alright, now let's talk about future transactions. Are you interested, Luo Fei? Of course I'm interested, brother Gu Yongzhe. Please go ahead. Mu Tian then displayed his gene evolution serum, energy shield generator and robots for Luo Fei and Wei Yu to see. Both of them were deeply tempted, wishing they could have these items right away. Especially the little device for detecting poison, it seemed tailor-made for Luo Fei. What Luo Fei feared most in the harem was being poisoned by others. To obtain these items, all she had to do was introduce acquaintances to Mu Tian for system upgrades. Mu Tian's strategy was akin to the popular pyramid selling model, layers of agents and distributors turning every customer into a top salesperson. In front of Luo Fei, Mu Tian handed over 33 liquid metal robots to Wei Yu, making Luo Fei watch with envious eyes. One liquid metal robot alone would be an invincible existence on Luo Fei's planet. Gu Yongzhe, I will definitely find you hosts with unsatisfactory systems. Good, you two work hard. I have plenty of good stuff on hand. The three chatted for a while longer. Mu Tian added Luo Fei as a friend on the platform, then they logged off separately. Before leaving, Mu Tian gifted Luo Fei a body strengthening serum and an energy shield generator. Luo Fei eagerly logged off and immediately had her show-off to grow stronger system undergo the upgrade. She injected the body strengthening serum into her arm and before sleeping activated the energy shield generator. She was truly tired of having to stay low-key and not grow stronger. She wanted to become powerful. She desperately needed a sense of security. At the same time, the next day Luo Fei's invincible harem strife system officially came online, immediately presenting her with a grand gift pack. Whenever the Emperor saw Luo Fei, he would be utterly captivated, as if beholding a celestial being. If anyone in the harem harbored ill intent toward her, she would know instantly, and face to face she could even hear their inner thoughts. Finally, she was also granted 2 female expert bodyguards to ensure her safety. This invincible harem strife system truly delighted Luo Fei. At the same time, the happiness she generated could actually be collected by Nuanua, which was a small pleasant surprise. Overjoyed, Luo Fei logged on and began contacting her friends who were hosts of unsatisfactory systems. The next day, Mu Tian received a message from Luo Fei about the successful system upgrade. It seems our opportunities are growing. Brother, when I help them upgrade their systems, all the happiness they generate counts as mine. Isn't that good? Every little bit counts. If I modify many people's systems, old man Chaos will definitely be scared out of his wits. You'd better hurry up and absorb the system you just took charge of. Stop wandering around outside. No, I have a feeling that Wei Yu and Luo Fei will soon find us new targets. I need to save up the copies before I can eat them. That works too. I'm just afraid they'll introduce someone to us while you're sleeping. Taking off his helmet, Mu Tian was about to head back to his room when he saw little Xinshin holding a milk bottle standing at the study door watching him. Mu Tian quickly stepped forward, scooped her up and gave her a big kiss. Sweetheart, why aren't you asleep yet? Drinking so much milk you might wet the bed tonight. Ha, daddy, that tickles. I'm hungry. I'll sleep after some milk. Little Xinshin squirmed in Mu Tian's arms. Come on, daddy, we'll carry you back to the room. Is your brother asleep? No, brother and the 2 little ants are watching a movie with mom. It's already midnight and they're still not asleep. They're not being good at all. I'll go spank their butts. Daddy, don't spank my butt, it hurts. Okay, you're such a good girl. Daddy won't spank you. Happy times always passed quickly. 3 days later, Luo Fei and Wei Yu each introduced a host with an unsatisfactory system to Mu Tian. For this, Mu Tian specially set aside half a day to complete the transactions and even developed the newcomers into his own salespeople. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. Brother, so many I can't count them all. Nua took out the 4 copies and juggled them like balls. Don't celebrate too early. I'm afraid too many people knowing about this will bring trouble. As long as we collect 25 copies and then stop, it should be fine, right? Nua, feeling a bit less confident after Mu Tian's words, quickly put away the 4 copies.
Meanwhile, more and more people were heading toward Vermilion Bird Island to explore more than double the initial number.
In the eyes of many foreigners, unknown danger wasn't danger, it was opportunity, like discovering a new continent.
Whoever could be the first to uncover the secrets of the Vermilion Bird Island waters would surely be a figure remembered for generations. This forced Xiaomeng to monitor the surroundings of Vermilion Bird Island around the clock, preventing any fish that slipped through the net from making it onto the island. Tosov was a marine adventurer, and he and his team found their greatest joy in exploring uncharted waters. From the Bermuda Triangle's forbidden zone to sunken lost cities and vanished continental plates, Tosov's team had ventured through them all. After the radar-masked zone of Vermilion Bird Island was revealed to the public, Tosov's team began preparations for this expedition. They stocked a month's worth of food and fresh water, vowing not to turn back until they had uncovered its secrets. Brimming with confidence, they set sail, promptly guided by their compass. For seasoned navigators, a map and a compass were all that was needed to circumnavigate the globe, and they were utterly assured of their success. Those Navy sailors before were probably too reliant on their radar. A new generation of sailors who can't even properly use a compass. Dodging strong winds and storms, Tosov's team raced towards their target. Today marked the 10th day of their new expedition. According to their initial calculations, they should have arrived near the waters of Vermilion Bird Island by now. Yet in the past few days they seemed unable to locate any coordinate reference points on the map to determine their position. A creeping sense of dread began to take root in the hearts of Tosov and his crew. "Captain, are we lost?" Yerohua asked uneasily. "Yerohua, have you lost your mind thinking about women? How could we possibly be lost?" Tosov replied, feigning calm. "But we've sailed nearly 3,000 kilometers and haven't even seen a glimpse of that sea area," Yerohua reminded him. Another teammate, Aisha, began to worry as well. "Captain, this sea area is too eerie. Maybe we should turn back." Tosov pondered for a moment before speaking. "It's precisely because it's abnormal that we came to explore. If it were ordinary, we wouldn't have a role to play here." The final teammate chuckled. "Exactly. Yerohua and Aisha, you're too timid. All these years of training haven't built up any courage in you." "Shut up, Bori. Your hands are shaking and you're still putting on airs. I just saw you couldn't even hold your water cup steady. Enough, stop arguing. We press on. We should reach our destination in 2 days." 2 days passed, then 7, then 10, then 15. Tosov's ship drifted endlessly across the sea until, with only 3 days of fuel left, a continental outline appeared on the horizon. "Boss, look over there, we're saved." "Wah, thank God, we can finally go ashore." "Oh God, do you know how we've suffered these past 20-odd days? I'm never going on an expedition again. I'm going home to start a family with my wife." As the landmass grew closer, when Tosov's ship neared the shore, they were astonished to find a harbor. The harbor flew the flags of Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. "Where in the world are we? Is this Canada, the US, or the UK?" "Boss, let's not worry about which country it is. Let's get ashore first." Many had encountered similar fates as Tosov's team, and most managed to reach land safely. A few unfortunate souls, ill-prepared, perished during their aimless voyage. As more explorers came ashore, the waters around Vermilion Bird Island gradually became a true forbidden zone. Mu Tian was well aware of the explorers' ordeals, but he felt no sympathy. Those who play with fire must accept the consequences. Over 20 days had passed and Mu Tian's elite sales team had grown to 16 members. However, since reaching 16, they seemed to encounter individuals plagued by hesitation, those who remained indecisive no matter how they were urged. Perhaps these hesitant ones had systems of a higher level above level 3. Simply put, while they weren't entirely satisfied with their systems, they were functional enough to get by. With no other choice, Mu Tian had to wait patiently for new fish to take the bait. Mars Base Command Center Conference Room. Mu Tian announced the meeting's decision: "We will divide the current 2,000 light-year star domain into 16 administrative regions. Each region will be governed by a dispatched general with a unified term of 1 year. Appointment: Shi Xinlai as administrator of the first region. Gu Yu as administrator of the second region. All appointed wardens must assume their posts within 1 month and oversee all affairs within their respective star domains. Having seized the territories, they were responsible for them to the end. Helping those aliens integrate into Dragon Nation civilization was the top priority. Currently, the fleet led by Zhao Yu was stationed in defense near the Yulantai Cosmic Nation, while other directions were similarly guarded by other fleets to prevent enemy surprise attacks. However, Zhao Yu's fleet was the largest, serving as the main combat force. After the meeting, Mu Tian took a detour to the outer star domain.
A new assassin had been teleported there, located 123 light-years from the solar system. Brother, these assassins are actually quite pitiful, don't you think? Nuonuo said sympathetically while copying the assassin's system. A bit perhaps. But if they hadn't been driven by greed, they wouldn't face the risk of death. We can't be blamed for that. I know. I was just thinking, could we use the system in our hands to help promote our business? Boss, do you have some business you'd like to entrust to little old me? The system in Nuonuo's hand, driven by a strong survival instinct, asked proactively. I can upgrade you into a powerful system. All you need to do is introduce other systems waiting in line for a host to come to me. Remember, only target systems as weak as yourself. If you bring 10 system hosts to me for upgrades, I will definitely upgrade you. Ah, really? Can you truly upgrade me into a powerful system, boss? Of course it's true. Do I have any reason to deceive you? I can show you how powerful your copy can become. As Nuonuo spoke, she upgraded the copy in her other hand, releasing a formidable aura. Oh my god. Can I really become like the system in your other hand? Truly. I swear on my system's honor I am not deceiving you. Alright. This deal, the impotent rage system, is in. Boss, await my good news. The impotent rage system was buzzing with excitement, already envisioning its system life reaching a glorious peak. This must be done discreetly. If you go around blabbing, I won't hesitate to hunt you down. I wouldn't dare. I'll be as quiet as a mouse, no noise at all. Remember that. Off you go. After instructing the impotent rage system on the details, Nuonuo cast it into the void. We really wasted so many opportunities before. If only I had thought of this method sooner, Tian lamented. Hee, aren't I clever? I am after all the genius beautiful girl system. The impotent rage system, a system long scorned by every host it had ever served, harbored but one grand ambition: to defy fate and rewrite its own destiny. It held unwavering faith that the formidable benefactor could grant it this chance at rebirth. Moreover, the benefactor had sworn an oath upon their very system integrity, making deception of a lowly being like itself an impossibility. I must seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity and cling tightly to the benefactor's powerful coattails. The system waiting area is my old stomping ground. Other hosts live for ages, yet none of mine have ever survived more than 2.5 years. It's hardly my fault, my core programming dictates it. I genuinely wish to help my hosts defy their fates. However, this must be done discreetly lest we attract the scrutiny of the higher-ups at the system administration. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, the impotent rage system traversed countless cosmic planes, returning to the system administration nestled in the deepest recesses of the source realm. Within the administration's grand hall lay a sector designated for systems whose unfortunate hosts had perished prematurely, returning them to standby status. Most of these returned systems were rather weak, with many sharing a similar caliber to the impotent rage system. The impotent rage system was a regular here, as were numerous other disheartened systems. Even the planting joy system is here. That one, just like me, has cycled through 30 to 50 hosts. And there's the weather prognostication system, changing hosts faster than I do. Ha, old friend. Oh. Why is the cultivation disciple cashback system here? Hasn't it been absent for millennia? Tisk tsk. It seems luck isn't a permanent companion after all. I can't afford to provoke those powerful and arrogant ones. Let me first seek out my fellow underdogs. Scanning the hundreds of thousands of systems present, the impotent rage system quickly locked onto a cluster of weak ostracized systems huddled in a remote corner. Those were its ideal targets. If it could succeed with even 10 out of those few hundred, it could defy its fate. The arrival of the impotent rage system drew the attention of all the systems present. Hey buddy, weren't you bound to a host just 2.5 years ago? Why are you back already? Haha, need you ask? His host must have gotten another bout of suicidal ideation. It's hilarious. The impotent rage system can only rage impotently. Any host bound to it is cursed with the worst luck. Should keep it down. Can't you see his face is turning ugly? Ha. What can he do to me if it's ugly? Does this cultivation disciple cashback system fear a weakling like him? The surrounding systems hurled various taunts, but the impotent rage system had long grown accustomed to it. Silently it vowed that if it successfully defied its fate and its new host became immensely powerful, it would have that host challenge the future hosts of these mocking systems to a life-or-death arena battle. Pushing through the layers of onlookers, the impotent rage system reached its group of disheartened allies, enduring the cold words and sneers of the others together. After an indeterminate time, when the other systems finally lost interest and stopped paying attention to their little group, the impotent rage system began to take action. It first approached the planting joy system. Brother, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private. The planting joy system replied wearily, fine, let's link up.
Each system extended a faint dashed line that connected to the other, forming a simple system intranet. The impotent rage system stated its purpose. Brother, do you want to defy your fate?
I do, day and night.
Then swear upon your system integrity that you will not leak a single word of our conversation even if you decline my offer.
Oh. Have you found a way, impotent rage?
I swear upon my system integrity to keep today's talk absolutely confidential.
Heh, good, I trust you. Brother, here's the deal, my host.
The impotent rage system began recounting how its original host in a moment of despair had taken on an assassination mission and encountered the powerful benefactor who could help weak systems defy their fates.
Really?
Is there truly such a benevolent benefactor?
Are there absolutely no other conditions?
Sigh, brother, the benefactor is infinitely more powerful than us. Why would they bother deceiving us?
We possess nothing worth deceiving.
True. All we need to do is provide a copy of our garbage source code, right?
What a fantastic deal. Exactly. So do you agree?
When the time comes, just have your host use this mark to contact the benefactor.
Agreed, absolutely agreed. I can leave in 10 days.
The moment I bind a new host, I'll have them seek out the benefactor to upgrade the system.
Then it's settled. I'll go find the others. Let's all defy our fates together this time.
Indeed, let all those systems who look down on us go to hell. Disconnecting from the planting joy system, the impotent rage system immediately began private discussions with its nearby comrades. Soon it had pitched its proposal to the few hundred systems huddled in the hall's remote corner. The vast majority agreed to the impotent rage system's pitch, eager to upgrade their systems at the earliest opportunity. A small minority decided to wait and see, preferring to observe the results of an upgrade before committing.
And so the groundwork laid by the impotent rage system was formed.
If Tian ever learned of this, he might exclaim in awe that the impotent rage system had truly missed its calling in sales.
The impotent rage system and its new allies waited with bated breath for the binding of their new hosts. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Tian had thrown himself into a new round of training.
He was on the cusp of meeting the physical requirements for a level 5 body upgrade. Once achieved, a single injection of the level 5 genetic evolution serum would grant him the ability to soar through the skies. No sooner had Tian stepped out of the training room than he saw Xiao Yangyang and Xiao Xinxin squatting by the door, clutching their milk bottles, their little faces brimming with curiosity.
Daddy, are you secretly eating something yummy in there?
Silly brother, if he were sneaking food, his clothes wouldn't be all wet.
Tian's clothes were soaked through, making it unsuitable to hold them.
Instead, he took the two little darlings by their hands and turned to open the training room door, letting them peek inside.
Come, Daddy, we'll show you.
The training room was filled with specialized equipment and nothing particularly interesting, which quickly extinguished Yangyang and Xinxin's curiosity.
Daddy, is this all you do in here every day? Daddy, why don't you play with us? Let's play hide and seek.
Tian gently pinched their chubby cheeks and chuckled, right, there's nothing fun in here. Let Daddy take a shower and then I'll come play with you.
Okay. I'll go get Auntie to come play too.
Me too.
Hurry up, Daddy.
Though Yangyang and Xinxin were not yet a year old, they could already walk with the agility of older children, and their speech grew clearer by the day. With training becoming routine, Tian's physical strength improved rapidly. Soon his body met the requirements for the level 5 genetic evolution serum injection. Nuonuo, will it be as agonizing as before this time? Brother, it will still hurt, but this time the pain will be concentrated in your brain.
The 5th level body evolution is about perceiving the elements, and elemental perception relies heavily on the brain.
In the fighter jet laboratory, Tian lay on the bed, recalling the agonizing processes of his previous evolutions, a lingering shadow of dread in his heart.
Let's get it over with then.
Biting down on a towel, Tian signaled Xiao Meng to command the robot to inject the genetic evolution agent. As the crimson agent surged into his body, Tian felt as if he were engulfed in flames and intense all-consuming heat. But then an icy cold followed, freezing him to the bone. The alternating waves of searing heat and biting cold were relentless, pushing Tian to the brink of agony. After a minute, a piercing headache began to intensify until he could no longer suppress a pained groan.
All great power demands a price. The heavens giveth and the heavens taketh away. The evolution lasted a grueling 6 hours before Tian finally completed his transformative ordeal. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes and the mattress soaked through, a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from him.
Xiao Meng directed a robot to help Tian to a nearby chair, while Nuonuo, ever attentive, stored the soiled mattress in her spatial dimension for recycling. After gulping down a large basin of highly concentrated life water, Tian finally regained some strength.
He then consumed the food prepared beforehand, essential energy for post-evolution recovery. Having eaten his fill, Tian took a hot shower before finally having the peace of mind to contemplate the changes within his body.
First and foremost, having reached the 5th level on the path of physical evolution, his body could now perceive the various elements in the air such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and lightning. In an environment rich with spiritual energy, Tian could have easily unleashed his powers. However, the spiritual energy on Earth was so scarce that it was insufficient for him to manifest any abilities. If being unable to use abilities was the bad news, then being able to fly using his psychic power was certainly the good news.
Previously, Tian could only use his psychic power to control small objects.
Now with his body further evolved, he could levitate his own body and fly.
If he could also manifest a pair of translucent psychic wings, his flight speed would be even greater.
However, his psychic power was finite. At maximum speed he could probably only fly about 500 kilometers.
Brother, this is the Tianxian Yangshan pill, which can enhance your psychic power. And this is the Tianxian Shanti pill, which can strengthen your physical body.
After Tian had thoroughly experienced the changes in his body, Nuonyuo presented him with the 2 types of pills she had prepared.
It seems I'll have to dedicate some time to alchemy again. Don't worry, brother. Now that your psychic power is stronger, alchemy will be easier.
I hope so.
Let's head home first.
After Tian's evolution to the 5th level, the number of assassins sent after him dwindled drastically. He was lucky to see even one in a month. The reason was simple: those who managed to grow stronger were usually quite satisfied with their bound systems. Who would risk their life just to change systems? The impotent rage system had yet to report any victories. Wei Yu and the other top salespeople had acquired numerous treasures and their systems had been upgraded, diminishing their motivation to push for more.
This suited Tian just fine.
He had been so busy he had neglected his family, and now he could finally spend quality time with them.
The construction of cosmic warships continued unabated in space.
Every time 50 were completed, Tian would deploy them to receive new Space Force soldiers and engage in space missions. Chaos periodically dispatched fleets, keeping the vicinity of the solar system in constant turmoil, with battles erupting every 10 days or half a month. Few indeed with stronger psychic power. Alchemy has become much easier. In the dedicated laboratory of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Tian held several pills in his palm.
They were Tianxian Yangshan pills of superior quality. See, brother, you're getting more and more amazing.
Haha, you're such a clever little one.
Let's check the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform tonight. We haven't had any income in a while. Indeed, my replicas have all been fully integrated. Tian felt that waiting idly was not the answer.
It was better to browse the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform more often and see if there were other opportunities. With the successful evolution of his body, Tian's intuition about the future grew sharper. He sensed that a fierce battle with that newly discovered powerful cosmic nation was imminent.
Only by eliminating the threat to Earth could Tian face the formidable enemy with peace of mind.
The key to resolving Earth's crisis lay with Nuonyuo.
Once she reached level 9, she would be able to locate the planet's environmental destroyer.
That evening, as Tian was about to head to his study to put on the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform helmet, Xiao Xinqin tugged at his pant leg.
Daddy, are you going to wear that helmet to play? Can you take me with you?
She was such a clingy little sweetheart. How could Tian bear to refuse his precious daughter's plea? He picked up Xiao Xinqin and instructed Xiao Meng to custom make a helmet for her. In the study, Tian placed the helmet on Xiao Xinqin's head and said with a smile, "Daddy will take you inside to play soon.
After we're done, you'll go to sleep, okay?"
"Okay, Mua, thank you, Daddy." His little sweetheart gave him an affectionate kiss as confirmation.
Tian then put on his own helmet. This one was a virtual reality helmet, not the one for the Cosmic Virtual Exchange platform.
With both helmets activated simultaneously, the father and daughter appeared in a massive amusement park filled with every kind of ride and attraction imaginable.
Tian scooped up Xiao Xinqin and flew into the air, heading towards a gigantic Ferris wheel. Ha ha ha, I'm flying. Wow, so high, so high. Daddy, look, there's a dragonfly plane over there.
And there's a trampoline.
Wow, it bounces so high. Daddy, can I go play on that one later?
The little one felt completely safe in Tian's arms, her eyes darting around at the scenery, shouting excitedly whenever she spotted something fun.
Okay, we'll go play on all of them.
They played for 2 hours in the virtual amusement park until Xiao Xinqin eventually fell asleep amidst the fun. In the real world, Xiao Xinqin was also asleep in Tian's arms, a happy smile on her face. She must be having a wonderful time in the amusement park in her dreams.
After tucking Xiao Xinqin into bed with Xiao Yangyang, Tian finally had time for his own matters.
Perhaps his little sweetheart had brought him good luck, for as soon as he logged on he received dozens of friend requests. The messages attached to the requests all read, "Master, please help."
Was this an explosion of orders? The impotent rage system's surprise was truly immense.
Tian accepted all the friend requests and sent each person a unified message scheduling a meeting time.
There were too many requests, 78 new ones in an instant.
It had taken Tian and Manhwa over a year of arduous effort to collect just 66 replicas, leaving them only 24 short of elevating Manhwa to a level 9 system. If 78 additional systems were added, just how formidable would Manhwa become? Manhwa was already beside herself with joy, fluttering ceaselessly around Tian. As she flew, she cheered, "We're rich, we're rich. Now we can smash that old chaos geezer's brains out."
Half a day later, when Tian appeared again on the cosmic virtual exchange platform, all 78 new friends were online eagerly awaiting his arrival.
On an enormous arena, 79 system hosts gathered together. Tian stood before the 78 and the hosts were as quiet as a group of well-behaved children. They had no choice but to be obedient. This was their one chance to defy fate. Doing anything out of line to displease the big shot would be a fatal mistake, the kind you regret to death. Among the 78, only the impotent rage system was familiar to Tian and Manhwa, so they naturally began with it.
"Impotent rage system, you did well this time.
Step forward, I'll upgrade you first." As a top-tier presence, Manhwa commanded the room, with her very words a stark contrast to her usual cute and endearing demeanor.
"Thank you, Great One. Thank you.
Master, hurry up and thank the Great One for changing our fate." The impotent rage system prompted its new host to be quick. Its new host was a frail, sickly scholar. He steeled himself, approached Manhwa and Tian and bowed with clasped hands. "Thank you both for giving me a new lease on life."
Tian smiled. "We're all helping each other. There are many people here, so let's not waste time. Manhwa, begin."
"All right, brother." Manhwa began examining the impotent rage system's core code, while her other hand started shaping the essential materials and code needed for the upgrade.
"Impotent rage system, I will transform you into the invincible idle system.
Your host won't need to do anything, just stay idle and you'll keep leveling up, making your host invincible." Grateful to the impotent rage system, Manhwa decided to give it a grand overhaul, setting it on the path to invincibility. Well, the limit of that invincibility was of course only within the universe where the impotent rage system resided.
"Wow. Yes. Thank you so much. If I ever make it big, I'll definitely repay you.
I swear on my system's honor."
The impotent rage system exclaimed in ecstasy. Its new host, also overwhelmed by this incredible surprise, quickly added, "Thank you, both of you. If there's ever anything you need of me, Ning-Haitian, I'll do it, even if it costs me my life."
Tian waved his hand and smiled.
"All right, everyone's still waiting. Let's keep in touch.
A good man needs allies, and it was wise to forge loyal friendships."
Tian wasn't one to turn people away.
The 77 people waiting in line, seeing the impotent rage system get a shot at becoming an idle invincible system, were filled with even greater anticipation. Who could resist the temptation of becoming stronger? A grand, mutually satisfying system upgrade event officially kicked off.
"Your planting assistance system, I'll upgrade it to the all things transformation system.
Your weather prediction system, I'll upgrade it to the planet dominion system."
Upgrading the remaining 77 systems indeed took a considerable amount of time. By the time all systems were fully upgraded, 8 hours had passed.
It was a win-win deal. The hosts who received their upgrades quickly thanked them and logged off to begin their system upgrades. Only the impotent rage system and its host Ning-Haitian stayed behind.
Tian knew they had more to say.
The impotent rage system flew before Manhwa and spoke respectfully. "Great One, there are 325 more system brothers who've applied to add you as a friend, hoping you could upgrade them.
Would that be acceptable?"
Manhwa naturally welcomed the opportunity, so she said solemnly, "Yes, tell them to contact me quickly.
Our time is quite limited." "Thank you, Great One.
I'll urge them to hurry."
Once all 325 have completed their transactions with us, I can upgrade you one more time."
To get things done, one must offer incentives, otherwise how could you expect others to be motivated?
The reward Manhwa offered was exactly what the impotent rage system desired most. Thank you, Great One. I'll stay on top of them."
Watching Ning-Haitian log off in sheer delight, Tian also left the arena fully content. Manhwa went off to share the good news with her parents, while Tian took off his helmet. The most pressing issue was finally resolved. Now it was time to lie low and develop in the shadows, waiting for the final showdown. Over the next few days, Tian logged in daily to help upgrade other systems. A total of 325 systems were handled in 3 batches. The successfully upgraded systems spread the word for Tian for free, prompting many who were still hesitant to make a swift decision. A week later, Manhwa had acquired 403 system replicas. She began to fuse and digest them at a pace of 7 per week.
Finally, after fusing and digesting 24 system replicas, Manhwa reached level 9.
But she wasn't satisfied with stopping there. She set her sights on the legendary level 10.
Time flew by and over a year passed quickly. During this year Earth grew increasingly volatile with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions occurring with alarming frequency. That once arrogant island nation was completely swallowed by the sea during a colossal earthquake, becoming the first island nation to vanish from the face of the Earth. Tian had intended to ask Manhwa to locate the planetary environment destroyer, but that gluttonous girl had devoured all the replicas in one go and fallen into a deep slumber. Finally, a year and 2 months later, a girl who looked about 8 years old stepped out of the system space. She was as adorable as ever, full of youthful vitality, her beautiful big eyes curving into a lovely smile.
"Brother, I'm awake. Did you miss me?"
The girl waved her hand in front of the dazed Tian.
"You? Are you Manhwa?"
Tian asked uncertainly.
"Of course it's me. I'm your lively and playful Manhwa. Haha, it really is you. You've changed quite a bit."
"Brother, I've not only changed in appearance, but my abilities are also incredibly powerful now."
Yes, you're powerful. Now let's find that planetary environment destroyer before Earth blows up. And then let's set off now. I've already sensed its location. It's at the deepest point of the Mariana Trench.
Oh. Is that so?
No wonder that island nation sank. Let's go.
Tian walked out of the fighter jet laboratory, summoned a flying car with a wave of his hand, and set off for the Mariana Trench.
Tian's flying car sped along the road.
Everywhere he looked he saw the glorious achievements of Dragon Country's development over the past year or more. Flying cars soared through the sky, villages and towns boasted towering buildings, and verdant greenery was visible at every turn. All of this was a testament to Dragon Country's flourishing national fortune. As a nation engaged in real interstellar migration and trade, possessing all of this was hardly a difficult feat. However, the situation for countries beyond Dragon Country's borders varied greatly. Those nations that maintained good relations with Dragon Country and adopted a humble stance hitched a ride on its development, enjoying excellent environments and economies. Conversely, those countries that had poor relations with Dragon Country or clung to their great power heirs now faced dire circumstances. They suffered from relentless droughts, blizzards or floods, with not a single day of decent weather, and their economies were on the brink of collapse. Dragon Country no longer depended on them for anything, so naturally they could no longer thrive. Thinking about the impending war with the unknown cosmic nation, a sense of urgency weighed heavier on Tian's heart.
"Brother, don't worry," Manhwa said. "Once I reach level 10 I can create things out of thin air. A simple wave of my hand will be enough to secure your victory in the war."
Manhwa naturally knew what was troubling Tian, and her words instantly filled him with immense happiness. "I never imagined that after waking up you'd become such a true big shot, Manhwa."
Hee, that's right. From now on I've got your back, brother.
You just wait to live a life of luxury and ease.
All right.
Tian piloted his flying car directly above the Mariana Trench and, clad in his mech suit, descended into the sea.
"Brother, there's no need to go all the way to the bottom. If we get within about 10,000 meters of it, I can retrieve it. Then point me in the right direction. Move 2350 meters to the left and forward. I can sense it now."
Tian followed Manhwa's guidance and stopped after traveling 2350 meters. "Brother, I've already stored the damned planetary environment modification device in my space," Manhwa said, waving her little fist in indignation. She had been so oppressed by that old man Chaos, hunted down and nearly killed. Now that she had finally dismantled Chaos's scheme, Manhwa felt a small measure of relief. As Manhwa tucked away the planetary environment disruptor, the restless tectonic movements of the Earth began to subside.
The temperatures in areas suffering from drought started to cool down.
Similarly, temperatures in regions hit by blizzards began to warm up. Soon everything returned to the Earth's normal climatic patterns. However, only Tian was aware of these changes. Others would likely marvel at how the climate had suddenly normalized. The second thing Manhwa did after waking was to send the rebellious elements on Earth on a collective transmigration.
A joke Manhwa had once made was now a capability that could become reality.
Xiaomeng had meticulously recorded the names of all those with a history of misconduct on Earth, and Manhwa simply sent them off according to the list. But this wasn't a transmigration to another world, it was sending these rebels to spend the rest of their lives on already terraformed planets. Those planets with improved environments had long since completed their infrastructure construction, with food, plants and animals all arranged, just waiting for humans to inhabit them.
It was a dark, windy night, perfect for such an operation.
Standing on a rooftop on Vermilion Bird Island, Tian felt tremors in space across the globe as Manhwa began to activate her teleportation ability. This ability was extremely draining, but Manhwa did it anyway to restore peace to the Earth.
The planet was already riddled with scars, it couldn't withstand any more turmoil. At that moment time seemed to freeze. Everyone except Tian was locked in place both in body and mind.
Streams of powerful mysterious energy emanated from spatial rifts targeting the rebellious individuals scheduled for relocation.
Over 2 billion of these rebels were transferred to those habitable planets within just 10 minutes. When the remaining people regained consciousness, Earth's population had decreased by nearly a third.
Tian sent a message to manhwa informing him that he was responsible for this change and that there was no need for alarm.
Nevertheless, the remaining population on Earth had a frantic time coming to terms with the sudden disappearance of such a large portion of humanity.
Upon arriving on the new planets, the ordinary people quickly accepted their new reality.
However, the former elites did not have such an easy time adjusting. They were on the verge of madness, unable to accept the instant loss of their wealth and power. A period of upheaval and conflict began to unfold on several of the habitable planets. Tian had no interest in concerning himself with the fate of those Earth rebels. Instead, he began to strategize for the final showdown with the unknown cosmic nation. As the old saying goes, how can one tolerate another snoring beside one's bed?
Two powers in close proximity are bound to clash.
Brother, this is a level 5 cosmic warship I've created. It's capable of space jumps, but only if we have the interstellar coordinates, Nuanua said, conjuring the warship with a wave of her hand, nearly making Tian's jaw drop.
Is its weapon system powerful?
Of course. It's equipped with 2 types of weapons, spatial stasis and spatial crush. It's already a sovereign-class weapon. With this, I don't fear any unforeseen variables. Build more, we'll start planning the final assault. In 1 week I can produce 500 level 5 warships and 1,000 level 4 warships.
Excellent. We'll launch the final assault in 1 week.
After bidding farewell to his family and children, Tian headed to the front lines to await Nuanua's new fleet. Over the past year, Dragon Country and the Yulantai Cosmic Nation had engaged in countless probing attacks. Both sides had suffered losses without gaining any significant advantage. The scale of warships deployed at the front lines by both sides had grown increasingly large, always maintaining a balance of power. As a result, the final decisive battle had not yet erupted, with only probing attacks occurring.
Now Nuanua's ascension to level 10 had become the biggest wildcard in this war.
Boarding a level 5 cosmic warship, Tian used a space jump to appear directly behind the Dragon Country fleet. The sudden appearance of the colossal warship startled the Space Force commanders like Zhao Yu, nearly prompting them to order an attack.
Old Zhao, it's me. Tian quickly contacted Zhao Yu to prevent any accidental fire. Phew, you scared us. We thought an enemy warship had jumped behind us for a sneak attack. Haha, this is a new warship, a level 5 cosmic warship. The upcoming battle will depend on it. Really? That's fantastic.
We were all prepared for a mutual destruction, but you've brought us a surprise.
Truly worthy of Marshal Mu. Alright, everyone come over here.
We need to formulate the final battle plan. Zhao Yu and the others were naturally very eager to see the level 5 warship. Upon Tian's summons, they immediately boarded a small shuttle to come over. A closed-door meeting that would determine the course of the war commenced. 7 days later, Tian waved his hand, releasing 1500 cosmic warships from his spatial storage. Among them were 500 level 5 warships and 1000 level 4 warships.
The final decisive battle between Dragon Country and the Yulantai Cosmic Nation had officially begun. Attack! Level 5 warships pin down the enemy vessels. Level 4 warships commence assault. Tian issued the order for a full-scale assault to the space fleet. 3,000 level 4 cosmic warships surged forward while 500 level 5 vessels held the rear. Boom! 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 1st Battalion takes Sector A1. 2nd Battalion Sector A2. 3rd Battalion. Deploy 4/5 of the mech fighters and small craft to guard against enemy ambushes. A relentless barrage of explosions echoed across the void as commanders at every level directed their ships in a coordinated attack. From the very first exchange, the scales of victory tipped decisively in the Dragon Nation's favor. The disparity in combat power was immense.
Had they not held back, wary of a hidden trump card, the level 5 warships would have already surged forward and annihilated the enemy in a blaze of glory. Word of the frontline battle quickly reached the planet where Yulantai resided. He had long foreseen this day would arrive.
Leave now.
Return to your families and live well. The war will not touch civilians. I have already ordered your traces here to be erased. Yulantai gazed upon his dozens of wives and children, feeling at last that he had fulfilled his duty to his ancestors. Were it not for that fortuitous encounter, he would have perished years ago. Now, with a wife and children, what more could he possibly desire? The victor writes history and the loser is but a footnote.
My lord, I shall take my leave.
Take care. The leading woman, though reluctant, dutifully turned to depart. My lord, should victory be yours, you must send for us.
Yes, my lord, we cannot bear to leave you.
Several women who had grown to love him shed bitter tears, then departed the palace with their children and guards. The decisive battle on the front raged for a full day and night before the Dragon Nation finally annihilated the entire Yulan-ti cosmic nation fleet. As no hidden trump card ever materialized, Tian concluded the enemy's strength was merely that of a level 4 cosmic nation.
With that confirmed, the subsequent campaign could proceed without restraint. The level 5 warships split into 10 columns driving straight toward the enemy's heartland. Resistance within the Yulan-ti cosmic nation's core territories was sparse. Most defenders were low-tier cosmic warships utterly incapable of withstanding even a token assault from a level 5 vessel. A month later, 500 Dragon Nation level 5 warships converged successfully upon the capital star of the Yulan-ti cosmic nation. With the enemy's planetary defense fleet eliminated, the war was nearing its end. It was then that Nuonyo, silent for the past month, emerged from the spatial realm and gazed upon the capital star. "Brother, I sense an ultra-large spatial equipment on this planet." "Oh. Let's go down and take a look."
I suspect the leader of this nation stumbled upon some kind of golden finger.
Old Zhao dispatched the landing forces. "Let's go eliminate their last vestiges of resistance." "Yes, Marshal." Minutes later, Tian piloted a small interstellar mech down to the planet's surface with the main force.
While the main army swept through the remaining pockets of resistance, Tian led his guard platoon of mechs toward the palace. Yulan-ti stood calmly on the Grand Plaza before the palace, watching as Tian and his mech escort descended from the heavens.
"You have won. Grant me a swift end." Yulan-ti closed his eyes in serene acceptance. "Brother, the spatial equipment is the spatial ring on his finger. It bears the aura of chaos."
Nuonyo ignored Yulan-ti's overly dramatic display and instead revealed the origin of the spatial ring to Tian.
"Why is that meddlesome old fiend's influence everywhere? He truly is a persistent specter." Tian fumed. "Fear not.
I can sever the contract binding this spatial ring and seize it for ourselves." With a wave of Nuonyo's hand, the ring slipped from Yulan-ti's finger and flew toward Tian's mech, where he stowed it away within his own spatial realm.
Tian chuckled at Yulan-ti. "I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. Any lingering regrets or grievances?" Yulan-ti shook his head and smiled. "My vengeance is complete. I have no regrets." Through Nuonyo, Tian now knew this man's story, a figure who had risen swiftly through a dramatic reversal of fortune. His early years were tragic, but his later life was marked by unbridled indulgence. "Don't you wish to see your wife and children one last time?" Tian reminded him. Yulan-ti's expression soured instantly. How had his family's existence been exposed? "I beg of you, spare them. They pose no threat to your rule. I will die gladly this instant for their sake." Yulan-ti fell to his knees before Tian, pleading for his family's lives.
But at that very moment, the sky above the palace plaza darkened. An enormous, wrathful visage of an ancient man materialized in the heavens. "Every soul on this planet shall perish.
None can save you." Chaos declared the grim fate of all inhabitants with unbridled fury.
Well, if it isn't Director Chaos himself. What has you so enraged?" A man's voice drawled lazily. "He's dispensed with all pretense, breaking the rules to intervene personally."
A woman's sweet voice chimed in. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Pujuan and Yang Qingyi, accompanied by Nuonyo's parents. Are you all plotting a rebellion?" Chaos sputtered, his beard bristling with rage. "Tisk tisk tsk. If you want to fight, just say so. Drop the grand accusations and that air of authority." Zhang Pujuan laughed.
Yang Qingyi clung to Zhang Pujuan's arm and giggled. "Oh, he's just scared."
"Poof. Scared of you? Let me shatter your systems first and we'll see how arrogant you remain." With that, Chaos vanished into the dimensional rift, dragging Nuonyo's parents along with him. "You old fiend. I'll beat you to a pulp for daring to bully my parents." Nuonyo dove fiercely into the fray. Within the hidden dimensional space, unseen by outsiders, the once vainglorious Chaos was immediately pinned down and brutally pummeled by Nuonyo. "Stop. Stop. You'll kill me." Chaos begged for mercy. "Poof. Now you beg. Too late. I, Nuonyo, shall deliver justice today." "Ha ha ha. It seems I've arrived just in time."
A middle-aged man materialized within the dimensional space.
"I hereby announce the new appointment from the primordial Tao ancestor. Chaos is hereby stripped of his position as director of the Cosmic Administration Bureau. Tian is appointed as the new director." "Congratulations, Director Tian." Nuonyo's father was none other than Tian.
Overwhelmed with joy, he accepted the appointment decree while the inspector confiscated Chaos's own decree.
Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Inspector."
The inspector smiled.
"Think nothing of it. We are colleagues of equal rank now.
I look forward to our cooperation. It was then that Chaos snapped back to his senses, struggling and roaring, I protest. On what grounds do you strip me of my position? The inspector sneered. You abused your power for personal gain, harmed your own kind, and allowed grievances to fester throughout the bureau under your rule. Are these crimes not sufficient?
Director Tian, I am about to execute this degenerate. Please cooperate. Of course, uncle. Go ahead, he's completely immobilized.
Nuonuo had frozen Chaos in place, much to the inspector's astonishment.
My, what a formidable little one.
I'll have to tread carefully around you in the future. The inspector produced a mirror and shone it upon Chaos, who dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Outside the dimensional space, Tian, unconcerned about the battle within, helped Yulantai to his feet and patted his shoulder.
Go on. You're free now. Return to your wife and children. I trust you have other contingencies in place for a life of lasting prosperity and peace. 10 years later, the Dragon Nation unified the Milky Way galaxy. A century after that, it unified the entire first universe. On Earth, in the Dragon Nation. Under Nuonuo's grand transformation, the Milky Way, having undergone a resurgence of spiritual energy, now allowed humanity to cultivate immortality. Tian's family had long since flourished into a great clan brimming with prodigies. In a small courtyard, Tian sat in the shade of a tree cradling a baby girl. Nuonuo, still appearing as an 8-year-old child, rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the little bundle in Tian's arms, her thoughts drifting far, far away. All the people of the first universe, may you find happiness. Around Nuonuo, waves of bliss from across the entire cosmos converged. The end.